awakened the unique God-level Blade Demon class due to my choice. Yet I am still mocked by everyone as the most useless waste. Even the academy principal advised me to give up this profession, simply because, in the eyes of others, the Blade Demon class is recognized as the weakest profession. It has no damage when attacking normally, and even using skills can reduce one's lifespan. Even the most useless Earth-level professions deal more damage than the Blade Demon class. But little do they know, I obtained a max-level comprehension system upon awakening. Not only did my compatibility rise to 100%, but my level also increased to God-level qualifications. However, I felt no joy about this. I only wanted to grow stronger to avenge my parents. At this moment, I placed my hands on the awakening orb. In an instant, images from my memory began to flicker uncontrollably. The dilapidated living room of the villa, with blood-stained walls. My father roared, blocking in front of my mother and me, while Xiaosu urged my mom to run. A crimson longsword pierced my father's chest, and I, carrying my father's last hope, hid with my mother. 2 years later, my mother also left me due to heart disease. At this moment, my heart began to race, and the pain was heart-wrenching. Gradually, my vision turned crimson, and 2 streams of blood tears slid down my cheeks. Above the class transfer array, the originally clear sky suddenly became overcast. Crimson lightning began to dart back and forth among the dark clouds. The thunder roared, creating an incredibly terrifying atmosphere. On the podium, seeing such a celestial phenomenon, Principal Chen Tianming slammed his hand on the table. He knew this kid was extraordinary. He was about to awaken some incredible profession. Beside him, a burly man in military uniform raised his eyebrows in shock. This was an unfamiliar land, and that kid's awakening had actually triggered it. The man from the foreign land was named Zhang Kai, an instructor sent by the Jiangdu military district to observe the class transfer ceremony, responsible for scouting good recruits and mobilizing them to enlist. Both of them were left speechless. The students on the playground erupted in excitement, all wondering what profession I would awaken. At that moment, a sharp-eyed student pointed at the sky and exclaimed, "Wow, it's actually a rare profession. The Sword Saint is ranked as the top rare profession." As soon as he finished speaking, his mouth dropped open in shock, for after the Sword Saint, phantoms representing various professions began to appear one after another. Necromancer, Evil Knight, Shadow Assassin, Undead Summoner. In total, there were more than 10 professions, all of which were extremely rare with explosive damage. With a thud, Chen Tianming, breathing heavily, sat down on the ground, grinning foolishly. Finally, the Academy's ranking could rise this year. But just as he finished speaking, the celestial phenomenon reappeared in the sky. I saw those that were originally in the clouds. The aimlessly wandering purple lightning suddenly began to compress and converge in one spot. The bluish-purple light gradually became blinding. At this moment, something was about to shatter the void. Zhang Kai was alarmed and hurriedly prepared to call for support, fearing that if the enemy or a foreign force possessed such power, then the Huaxia region could very well fall. However, his actions were ultimately a bit slow. Before he could take out his phone, a crack sounded in the air, where the lightning was gathering. It ultimately couldn't bear the weight and shattered. At the moment the space broke apart, a force almost as solid as stone. An overwhelming and powerful killing intent swept over. The playground fell silent in an instant, and many timid students fainted on the spot. Zhang Kai broke out in a cold sweat, feeling a chill in his heart. In the shattered void, a phantom of a man cloaked in black mist, wielding a long sword at his waist, appeared. Even though the man's face was unclear, everyone could feel his chilling indifference. He stood quietly in the shattered void, like a god of death overlooking all. Zhang Kai even keenly sensed that the other profession phantoms were trembling slightly, seemingly wary of this man. The man simply stood there after appearing, showing no further movement. After a moment of daze, Zhang Kai suddenly realized and hurriedly pushed the already collapsed Chen Tianming. "This is the hidden unique profession. Hurry and warn that freak. Absolutely do not choose this." Chen Tianming also reacted, rushing towards the class transfer array in a panic. Among all the class transfers, the best are the rare professions. As for the hidden unique profession, it sounds impressive. But in reality, even dogs wouldn't refuse it. This is a lesson learned through countless generations of bloodshed. For example, decades ago, Lu Wei transferred to the unique profession of 9-sword immortal, capable of controlling 10 flying swords with full sound and light effects. As a result, with one strike, the small monsters in the novice dungeon lost only 3 health points. Even the cleansing mage, who was already low on health, would hurt themselves when casting spells. And the god-level summoner who summoned a bunch of goblins to scratch the small monsters. Such lessons are numerous. Lin Su, that hidden unique profession, absolutely do not choose it. Panting, Chen Tianming rushed into the magic array and directly warned me. "Okay, Principal, I understand. I naturally know what Chen Tianming is worried about. I will avoid that unique profession. I was ready to directly choose the Shadow Assassin. However, at that moment, on the phantom of the Shadow Assassin in the sky, several lines of small text suddenly appeared. Rare profession Shadow Assassin, compatibility 83%, qualification S level, profession robust. I was instantly delighted and quickly scanned the other rare professions. Without exception, none exceeded 70%. However, the higher the compatibility between professions, the greater the potential for growth thereafter. But even if I choose the highest compatibility, the Shadow Assassin, its qualification is only S level, and I can only gain 9 free attribute points per level. While feeling unwilling, I inadvertently glanced at the knife-wielding man in the sky. Unique profession Blade Demon, compatibility 100%, qualification max God level profession. Wow, I actually have perfect compatibility with this so-called Blade Demon profession. Perfect fit. I know that currently, the only class transferer in the Huaxia region with SSS level qualifications is the one ranked first in both level and combat power. 79 level Jian Shilan Gongyun. As for God level qualified professions, they are unheard of. Have you chosen? Once chosen, just silently think of the profession's name. Remember, absolutely do not choose that unique hidden profession. Chen Tianming nervously reminded me. He looked even more nervous than I was. However, I was silently thinking of the Blade Demon profession. In the next moment, the phantom of the Blade Demon in the sky shattered, turning into starlight and merging into my body. Chen Tianming's eyes widened in shock. What, Lin Su, you actually chose the unique profession? Seeing my unwavering choice of the Blade Demon, he was so furious he nearly fainted on the spot. Meanwhile, the students on the playground, who had been paying attention to the commotion, were in an uproar. What the heck, is he out of his mind? He actually chose the hidden unique profession. This is hilarious. I was just envious a moment ago, but now I feel balanced. I was wondering why he had such good luck. Turns out he just doesn't have a brain. However, after successfully transferring, several messages flooded into my mind. Congratulations on successfully transferring to the Blade Demon profession. Due to the host's max qualification, you gain 16 free attribute points for each level up. Current level 1 gains 16 free attribute points. Upon seeing this, my pupils suddenly constricted. With God level qualifications, I actually gain 16 attribute points for each level up. To put it in perspective, even the Sword Saint, Nangon Yun, with SSS level qualifications, only gains 11 attribute points per level. I actually surpass him by 5 points, which means that without wearing any equipment, if I reach level 79, I would have 395 more attribute points than him. Immediately after, my attribute panel appeared before me. Name, Lin Su, unique God level profession, Blade Demon, level 1, free attribute points, 16, acquired 6 God level skills. Skill 1, Blade Demon, passive skill, max level, when attacking with blade type weapons, you can ignore defense. Damage increased by 500%. Skill 2, Heart of the Demon, passive skill, S level, when attacking with blade type weapons, you can burn the enemy's health and mana by the same amount. Skill 3, Greed, max level, after dealing damage to an enemy with blade type weapons, you recover the same amount of health and mana. Skill 4, Intent of the Demon, S level, if affected by negative effects like slow, stun, or confusion, the skill will immediately determine if the enemy's total attributes are higher than the host's, negating the negative effect. If higher than the host, the negative effect is halved. Skill 5, Smile of the Demon, max level, when hitting an enemy's vital point with a blade-type weapon, the effect of Skill 1, Blade Demon, is doubled. Skill 6, Demon Body, S level, reduces all types of damage by 50%. After reviewing my attribute panel, I couldn't help but gasp. Judging from these skills, the Blade Demon is clearly a melee profession with exceptionally high damage. Even normal attacks deal 5 times the damage and directly ignore defense. Hitting an enemy's vital point can increase damage to 10 times. What's even scarier is that after I slash an enemy, normal attacks drain health and mana, if it's a low mana profession like an assassin or mage. With one slash, their mana would probably be completely depleted. As for consumption, I can not only drain health but also mana. If I'm in a bad state, I can just find a small monster to slash a couple of times, and I'll have everything I need, especially with Skill 4's immunity to control. And with Skill SSSSS damage reduction, I'm definitely a hexagonal warrior. It's just absurd. Just as I was filled with excitement, Chen Tianming's slightly stern voice interrupted my thoughts. Tell me, why did you have to choose that hidden unique profession? Watching a student with a bright future throw it all away like this, Chen Tianming truly felt heartbroken for me. I felt a strong compatibility with the Blade Demon, so I chose it, I explained calmly. Chen Tianming opened his mouth to say something but ultimately just sighed. He knew me well as a student. If it weren't for him covering my mother's medical expenses when she was critically ill, I wouldn't have even acknowledged him. Thinking this, he suddenly became curious and asked me about my qualifications. Although Chen Tianming was very skeptical about my chosen profession, but he had a feeling that since I reached a terrifying 12 points in all attributes before awakening, my qualifications couldn't be bad, no matter what profession I chose. I hesitated for a moment and didn't reveal my God-level qualifications. Instead, I chose a more moderate answer. Since it's S-level, I know you have some skills. Chen Tianming was instantly overjoyed, and the earlier displeasure over my profession choice vanished. Good, S-level. I am Zhang Kai from the Jiangdu military. Are you interested in training with our military? Seeing Chen Tianming and me walk out of the magic array, Zhang Kai approached us and overheard our conversation. Without further ado, he immediately began to poach. Not interested, I shot a glance at Zhang Kai and directly rejected him. Zhang Kai was taken aback by my cold attitude and was momentarily speechless. A girl with a delicate and refined appearance also ran over. Lin Su, why did you choose this profession? She asked Chen Tianming, and upon seeing my transfer to the unique profession, she had a similar look of hesitation. The girl's name is Li Xinrui, the eldest daughter of the Li family in Jiangdu, from a wealthy background. She is also the top beauty in Jiangdu High School and my only friend at school. Then he smiled again, saying, "It's okay, even if your profession is lacking, I'll cover for you in the future." I awakened an S-level profession. Those words sounded like a confession, and he immediately blushed after saying them. I simply smiled faintly and directly rejected him, saying that with my current qualifications and skills, it was uncertain who would cover for whom in the future. As for the underlying meaning of Li Xinrui's words, I chose to ignore it. Li Xinrui was taken aback, and the atmosphere became awkward. Her face flushed as her temper flared. "I won't talk to you anymore," she huffed, turning on her heel and walking away. Soon, the class transfer ceremony came to a complete end, and Chen Tianming chased Zhang Kai away. He called Li Xinrui and me to the principal's office. In a month, the National College Entrance Examination will take place. Time is tight, and the tasks are heavy. You two are the best qualified students in this batch. I won't say much. You have 3 days to prepare a suitable set of beginner equipment, then go to the city skill practice hall to familiarize yourselves with your skills. Gather at the school gate in the morning after 3 days. I will take you into the first dungeon. As he spoke, he took out 2 cards and handed one to me and one to Li Xinrui. Then I left the school and headed straight to the weapon shop, choosing a level 1 longsword and 2 throwing knives. Compared to the longsword, I am more skilled with the small and lightweight throwing knives. I wonder if the throwing knives will also benefit from my passive skills. Thinking this, I stepped into the skill practice hall. I opened a training room and handed the class transfer certificate I received from the principal that afternoon to the front desk. The front desk girl was a tall lowly. Upon seeing someone come to open a training room, she quickly glanced at the certificate. In the next second, her blue eyes widened in shock. It was actually S-level qualifications. "How long do you want to open it for?" the front desk girl exclaimed, even glancing at me a couple more times unconsciously. Her attitude was extremely enthusiastic. "High-level room, 3 days," I said expressionlessly. The front desk girl's jaw dropped in disbelief. She even thought she had misheard. "This is a training hall. Under high-intensity training, few can last 2 hours, yet this boy directly asked for 3 days. "Okay, no problem." The front desk girl snapped back to reality from her shock. She immediately began to register me. "The room is ready. Here is the key to room 201 upstairs, which is the main control computer for the high-level room. If you have any other needs, feel free to contact me. My name is Su Luo." She handed me an object resembling an electronic watch. Taking the watch, I turned and headed upstairs. Upon entering the room, I first chose a dummy for testing damage. I exerted force with my hand, and the longsword struck the dummy at a very tricky angle. 2 lines of numbers, one red and one blue, appeared above the dummy's head, -3290 -3290. Seeing this, I was taken aback. This was just a normal attack, yet it dealt over 3,000 points of damage. Moreover, this damage ignored any defense. It was truly absurd. And this isn't all. If this strike hits an enemy's vital point, the damage would double, reaching over 6,000 points. Even a level 30 main tank would definitely die from such a strike. As I pondered, I switched my weapon to the throwing knives, cutting through layers of air. With a thud, the throwing knife instantly embedded itself in the dummy's forehead. Again, the numbers -3290 appeared above the dummy's head. It worked! I was overjoyed. Even using the throwing knives benefited from my passive skills. However, as I looked at my panel, I found it increasingly strange. I clearly had no active skills, meaning I shouldn't have the ability to consume mana, so did I have a passive skill that absorbs others' mana? This proves that the Blade Demon profession definitely requires mana. Could it be that active skills need to be comprehended by oneself? Pondering, I picked up the long sword and tried to infuse mana into it. A sense of control emerged, my arm gradually became numb as I increased the guiding force. With a whoosh, the blade sliced through the air, leaving a fine silver cut that lingered for a moment before vanishing. Meanwhile, a prompt appeared, new skill comprehension in progress, 0.006%. Then I comprehended a new skill in the training room. As long as I infuse mana into the weapon, it will create a silver cut, slicing through the air. While this solved the issue of small attack range, the comprehension progress was only 0.006%. Thinking this, I directly opened the main control computer of the training room and switched to combat mode. Whether in strength or skill comprehension, high-intensity combat is the fastest way to enhance combat power. Then, the originally metallic room began to change. In the next moment, I found myself among the ruins of tall buildings. Suddenly, a rustling sound arose as a swarm of arthropods rushed in from all directions. However, not far behind me, a spider as tall as a half-human emerged from the ruins, its 8 crimson eyes fixated on me. They were all staring intently at me. With a screech, the spider spat out venom like a sword, shooting towards me. I rolled to the side, narrowly avoiding the attack. However, in the next moment, more than 10 spiders emerged, their screeches echoing as they shot venom at me like raindrops. Due to it being my first attempt, I chose enemies slightly stronger than myself, with a total attribute of 50 points and a quantity of 20. 5 minutes later, the training room scene restored, and I exited the battle, panting heavily. The trainer has died and will be automatically kicked out of the virtual scene. Of course, death here does not mean real death, and killing monsters in the virtual scene does not grant experience, but my skill comprehension has increased to 0.12%. After that, I tried to move my neck that had just been bitten, grinning sinisterly. 3 days passed in a flash. I sat cross-legged on the ground, eyes slightly closed, my clothes soaked in sweat. In those 3 days, I lost count of how many times I had died. The visceral experience of death was enough to drive a normal person insane. However, there are always rewards for effort. Just as I finished the last battle, a prompt appeared. Congratulations on comprehending the skill, Blade Control, Level A. You can use mental power to control throwing knives and attack enemies within a 100-meter range. For every 5 points of mental attribute increase, the number of controlled throwing knives increases by 1. Blade Control has the same attack power as using throwing knives, and each throwing knife consumes 5 mana points per second. Congratulations on comprehending the skill, Blade Aura, Level A. When wielding a long sword, you can unleash a blade aura at will, rapidly attacking distant targets. Then I went to the training front desk to request a refund. Thank you for your visit, and we hope to see you again. As Su Luo watched me leave, her voice trembled. She had heard from her colleagues that I hadn't left the training room for 3 days. Driven by intense curiosity, she opened the back end of training room 201 on the main control computer. She took another look and, unable to hold back, plopped down. Her legs went weak, and she sat down on the ground. At that moment, the computer screen displayed hundreds of battle records, but that wasn't the most terrifying part. What left Su Luo feeling breathless was, my last battle record clearly stated, enemy strength 140 points, total attributes 50, time taken 28 minutes and 18 seconds, battle result, complete victory. With a total attribute of 140 points, that was roughly equivalent to an average level 30 class transferer. Even without the enhancements of pain and emotion, they coordinated better than humans. Yet in this hellish mode, with all difficulties maxed out, I eliminated 50 enemies in less than half an hour. I completely defeated a newcomer who had just reached level 1. I was that strong. Is he really human? At that moment, I exited the training hall and went to the weapon shop again. I spent the remaining 30,000 on 6 level 1 throwing knives, in addition to the 2 I already had. In total, I had 8. In any case, I need to be fully prepared to enter the dungeon tomorrow. The next day, when I arrived at the school gate, Chen Tianming was already waiting at the entrance. Along with him were dozens of classmates from my batch who had also successfully transferred. When Chen Tianming saw me from a distance, he waved and called me over. Principal, I greeted as I walked over. Chen Tianming looked me up and down and immediately asked, "Where's the equipment I told you to buy?" His voice was loud, drawing the attention of the surrounding students. I remained expressionless and raised the beginner longsword in my hand. In the next moment, the classmates burst into laughter. Indeed, in terms of equipment, the longsword in my hand belonged to the worst category. There was no exception. Chen Tianming's face twitched, suppressing his rising anger, and lowered his voice slightly. "Is this it? What about armor? Don't you have any armor?" His forehead was throbbing with veins. I hadn't considered armor at all because I inherently had a 50% damage reduction, and given his current attack methods, it was questionable whether those novice monsters could even hit me. So I simply shook my head. What about recovery potions? You should have prepared those, right? Chen Tianming looked at me in disbelief. Since I inherently had lifesteal and mana drain, there was no way I would waste money on that. I decisively shook my head. This led to another round of laughter. Even though the principal's voice wasn't loud, all the students' attention was on me. Upon hearing this, Chen Tianming's face changed from red to purple, then to black. Alright, you think just because you have good physical condition, you're invincible, huh? Here, take this. This is the ultimate difficulty entry ticket for the dungeon I found for you and Li Xinrui. Chen Tianming exploded in anger, shouting, "Go on, take your broken sword and go to your death." With that, he slapped a black card onto me. I picked up the card from the ground, and a message flooded into my mind. Dungeon invitation. The Vampire Manor is only accessible to those level 10 and below. Ultimate difficulty. I hesitated for a moment. I tucked the invitation away. Alright, old Chen, you're forcing me to slap you in the face. Then I arrived at the Vampire Manor dungeon hall, and without saying a word, I went straight to the front desk to register and prepare to enter the dungeon. "You are Lin Su from Jiangdu High School, Class 3, Year 2, the staff member at the registration desk asked. Their expression was slightly strange. "Yes, what's the matter?" I said, pulling at the corner of my mouth. My feelings became somewhat complicated in an instant. "Since this is your first dungeon, you need at least one teammate to enter," the staff member said. The staff member handed my certificate back to me. I was taken aback. I originally intended to solo, but I didn't expect such a rule. It seems this is to protect the safety of newcomers. Then I began to recruit a teammate in the hall. However, upon seeing that I was the one looking for a teammate, everyone hurriedly avoided me. Just as I was at a loss, a timid voice whispered in my ear, "Big shot. I saw your party request. Can you take me along?" I turned to look at the girl who spoke. It was Su Luo. Caught off guard by my gaze, Su Luo immediately felt guilty and hurriedly explained, "I'm also a newly transferred student. My profession is priest, and my qualifications are decent. Don't worry, big shot, I understand the rules. I'll just be a support, won't steal kills, and won't take any loot. Here, take this," Su Luo said, handing me 20,000. We exchanged glances, not delving into how she knew my strength. I accepted the money and directly agreed to her request. At the same time, Su Luo and I vanished in an instant. Wow, Lin Su entered the dungeon with just a broken sword. It's medium difficulty, he must not want to live. Realizing the seriousness of the situation, the students from Jiangdu High School were in an uproar. At that moment, Chen Tianming, far away in the resting area, suddenly stood up and slammed the table in front of him. He rushed over to his student, demanding to know how he got in, his eyes bloodshot with anger. The trembling student replied, "It was a girl from another school, very pretty, they teamed up to go in." "Just 2 people? Why didn't you stop them? You're classmates. Are you all cold-blooded? Why did you just watch him walk to his death? Why didn't you stop him?" Chen Tianming roared, nearly losing his temper. Meanwhile, I felt a flash before my eyes, and I found myself outside a vast manor. A cold wind carrying a stench blew by, causing Su Luo to shiver while I stood still. She cautiously asked, "Big shot, do you have any instructions?" Knowing she was curious why I hadn't started, I explained, "Wait a moment, I need to allocate my points since I just entered the dungeon." I just remembered I still had 16 attribute points to allocate. Su Luo's jaw dropped as she looked at the team panel. I was clearly only level 1, meaning the results I achieved in the training hall were achieved without allocating any points. Just as Su Luo was lost in thought, I directly set the point allocation method to automatic after leveling up. For distribution, I chose to allocate 4 points each to Constitution, Strength, Spirit, and Agility. After adjusting, I opened my attribute panel and saw my combat power had risen to 958 points, with 58 points provided by equipment, factoring in the 5x damage bonus from my skill. With one slash, I could deal 4,790 points of damage. Additionally, besides the direct increase in damage, my mental attribute was now 16 points, allowing me to control 3 throwing knives. Alright, let's go. This increase seems decent, I said, calling Su Luo as we headed towards the manor. The sound of dirt shifting echoed as dozens of decayed hands emerged from the ground not far in front of us. Oh my god, at medium difficulty, the first wave consists of over 10 corpses. "Watch out, big shot," Su Luo exclaimed, hiding behind me while reminding me. Feeling it was still unsafe, he clasped his hands together, preparing to cast a speed-boosting aura on me. After all, even a well-equipped team would find it challenging to deal with 7 or 8 corpses. Just as he was thinking this, a crescent-shaped blade aura swept past the group of newly emerged corpses. Seeing this, Su Luo was momentarily stunned. It was actually an area attack. Moreover, the attack damage was absurdly high. In that instant, Su Luo felt that clinging to my leg was probably the best decision she had ever made. At that moment, the buff skill he cast finally landed on me. Feeling a sudden lightness in my body, I frowned and turned to Su Luo, questioning, "What are you doing?" Su Luo shivered and hurriedly explained, "I won't use the buff skill next time. Sudden changes in physical condition during battle are very dangerous." I glanced at the experience bar, which had risen to 1%, and then looked at the decaying arms emerging from the ground, frowning unconsciously. I felt that the experience gain was indeed substantial, but the monster respawn rate was a bit slow. The key issue was that it took several seconds for the corpses to rise from the ground, which was a real waste of time. Suddenly inspired, I turned to Su Luo and asked, "Can your aura corrode?" As soon as I finished speaking, Su Luo felt a tightness in his chest, wanting to spit blood. He thought, "I can't do this. In this world, the only one who can enhance the monster is probably this person in front of me." In the end, Su Luo received a disdainful eye roll from me. The two continued forward, similar to the scene at the beginning. As we approached the manor's gate, more and more monsters began to emerge from the ground. I unleashed a massacre with my blades, and the kill records flooded the screen as my experience skyrocketed. Watching the monsters fall before me like wheat being cut down, Su Luo gradually became numb. The speed of farming monsters was so fast that it felt inhuman. Soon, a golden light shot up from me, increasing all attributes by 20 points, and I could now control 4 flying knives simultaneously. Seeing that no more monsters were emerging from the ground, I turned to Su Luo and asked, 25 minutes and 18 seconds, Su Luo's trembling voice revealed a world that left him dumbfounded. Knowing I wanted to climb the leaderboard, he decided to help Lin Su. The strategy he had obtained usually took 2 to 3 hours to complete, but that was on easy difficulty. Having cleared the wild monsters around the manor, I gave the order. Just as I entered the manor, a dozen wandering corpses lunged at me. Seeing how efficient these monsters were, I was overjoyed. This is good, this is good. With a thumbs up, I swiftly moved my hands, and the blade light flashed, clearing another wave of monsters. As the monsters inside the manor were cleared, I leveled up twice and increased the number of flying knives I could control to 5. Soon, I led Su Luo into the 5 rankings within the manor, and the castle was the final stage of this dungeon. After defeating the monsters in the starry sky and the boss, the dungeon would be completed. As the castle doors opened, the crystal chandelier hanging from the ceiling of the living room instantly lit up, and a ghostly blue flame rose, illuminating the entire room. A series of cracking sounds echoed, and the dozen corpses sitting at the long table in the living room turned their heads to stare at me. "Be careful, boss. There are 2 to 3 elite monsters in here." As Su Luo warned me, he strategically moved behind me. However, just as he hid, he realized I didn't even lift my eyelids and simply stepped inside. At the same time, the sound of slicing through the air echoed as 5 flying knives left bright silver trails. I charged towards the dozen corpses. With a series of splattering sounds, the corpses' throats shattered. 5 corpses fell to the ground. Su Luo's mouth dropped open in shock. This kind of psychic attack was something he had never seen before. He had never even heard of it before, but even more terrifying things were yet to come. I kicked over a corpse sitting on a chair, then sat down in the empty chair next to it. The flying knives, unable to complete their mission, paused in midair for a moment before scattering like living beings, darting through the various rooms of the castle, and the kill records reappeared. Su Luo's eyes nearly popped out. Is this flying knife equipped with navigation? It can actually kill monsters automatically. Oh my god, this can't be a cheat. If the situation allowed, Su Luo would have wanted to kneel before me right then and there. Meanwhile, outside the dungeon, an announcement suddenly appeared in everyone's view. The announcement stated that the difficulty completion record for the Vampire Manor dungeon was refreshed, followed by a flash of white light in the hall. As someone walked out from the white light, Chen Tianming's eyes widened in shock, and he exclaimed. Principal Li Xinrui was full of excitement as she greeted Chen Tianming, causing an instant stir in the hall. "Alright, as long as you're safe, take a moment to rest and recover," Chen Tianming urged. Though his face showed surprise, he was clearly distracted. Li Xinrui noticed something was off and immediately asked, "What's wrong? Why do all the students have that expression? Did something happen?" Chen Tianming sighed heavily, filled with guilt, and recounted the situation. What neighbors? There were only 2 people who went in, and they haven't come out yet. Li Xinrui's face turned pale, and as soon as she finished speaking, her eyes turned red. At that moment, several announcements appeared simultaneously in everyone's view. The announcement stated that due to unknown reasons, the world report appeared, and the Vampire Manor dungeon was temporarily changed to an open dungeon. Attributes will be restored after defeating the world boss. Currently, within the Huaxia region, all entry and exit passages of the Vampire Manor dungeon are unusable. The passages will be restored after defeating the world report. In other world regions, teams can enter the dungeon within 5 minutes, with only 1 team allowed per region, consisting of 5 members. After entering the dungeon, teams from other regions cannot leave until the world report is defeated. What is going on, Vice Principal? How could this happen? After reading the information in her mind, Li Xinrui's eyes widened in despair. This is it, it's all over. Not only can't we get out, but the other students inside the dungeon can't get out either, and teams from other countries will come in. Chen Tianming clutched his hair and collapsed to the ground. Meanwhile, I led Su Luo through, quickly finding the final boss of the dungeon, the Vampire Count. The basement was filled with torture devices, and the Count was nailed to a cross with long spikes. Upon seeing Su Luo and me enter, the Count's eyes turned blood red, and his fangs bared. However, before he could get off the cross, I charged forward and kicked off the ground. The ground rumbled, and the long knife instantly shot out. In the next moment, half of the Vampire Count's head fell to the ground. Instantly, another beam of light rose from me, successfully leveling me up to level 8. At that moment, a long string of world boss announcements popped up. Boss, a world boss has appeared. What's going on? I read the announcement in my mind. Su Luo looked at me, his face filled with confusion. I frowned at Su Luo's almost foolish question. I couldn't be bothered to answer. At that moment, a warning appeared. The dungeon map and monsters are being reset. All players should prepare for random teleportation. After the reset, monster attributes will increase by 50%, and experience gained from killing monsters will double. I squinted, suddenly feeling that the arrival of the world boss might not be a bad thing. Just as this thought crossed my mind, Su Luo suddenly hugged my arm tightly. I was speechless and glanced at Su Luo. Su Luo's face flushed, and she tightened her grip, hurriedly explaining, "Random teleportation, it's random, boss. Save me, I don't want to be separated from you." As a priest with no combat ability, Su Luo knew that if she got separated from me, the only outcome would be death. Just as he spoke, with a flash of white light, I was teleported into a living room. I scanned the area, there was no danger, but I couldn't see Su Luo. The random teleportation had ultimately separated us. Realizing this, I couldn't help but frown slightly. Another troublesome issue had arisen. Compared to finding Su Luo and leveling up, I had something more important to do, find Li Xinrui in the dungeon. The attribute change in the Vampire Manor meant that all players who were previously tackling this dungeon had been pulled here. I was only level 8 myself, and in Li Xinrui's high-level dungeon, her experience would be divided among her teammates. It was unlikely her level exceeded 8, and with only S-class qualifications, it would be hard to survive in such a difficult dungeon. Resolute, I prepared to get up. At that moment, a cry for help suddenly came from next door. "Help, boss, where are you?" My heart skipped a beat. That voice was Su Luo's. Following the direction of the sound, I glanced over and confirmed that Su Luo was just behind this wall in front of me. Fortunately, I couldn't care less. With a loud kick, half the wall collapsed instantly, sending dust flying. Su Luo was curled up under the table, trembling and clutching her backpack, saying, "I'm still young, still a virgin. I don't want to die. Boss, please show your power. I'll offer myself, just save me." Perhaps too nervous, Su Luo didn't even look up and was completely unaware of my presence. I smirked slightly and said, "Are you okay?" as I patted Su Luo's shoulder. With a yelp, Su Luo, still curled up under the table, kicked at me without even looking. I quickly grabbed Su Luo's ankle and said, "What's wrong with you? I'm Lin Su." This time, Su Luo understood and stopped struggling, her big watery eyes opening wide. After confirming that the person in front of her was indeed Lin Su, she burst into tears, saying, "Where were you just now, boss? It's so good to see you. I thought I was going to die. I was next door. I heard your voice and came over," I explained. "What, you were next door?" Su Luo's face instantly turned red as she suddenly remembered what she had just said. "Boss, you heard everything I just said, didn't you?" "I didn't hear anything," I denied outright. After a moment of awkwardness, Su Luo returned to her usual self and asked, "Boss, are you ready to go find the world boss now?" However, I shook my head and said, "Finding the boss can wait. I need to find someone first. After saying that, I asked Su Luo for a piece of paper and quickly sketched Li Xinrui's appearance. After putting away the sketch, I stood up and walked outside. Suddenly, with a loud bang, an orange fireball shot up into the sky from a distance. "Boss, look, someone is setting off fireworks," Su Luo exclaimed. But as soon as he finished speaking, he realized how ridiculous that sounded. No, that's a fireball spell. There are players over there, they're calling for help." Having successfully analyzed the situation, Su Luo beamed with pride, waiting for my praise. However, when he turned around, he found that I was already 10 meters away, heading straight in that direction. He shivered and hurried to catch up. I had no choice but to enter the house where the fireball spell had appeared. Instead, I leaped onto a nearby bell tower to observe the situation first. At that moment, a boy holding a staff, looking somewhat arrogant, cleared his throat. He announced, "I'm calling everyone over to invite you to join my team to find and tackle the world boss. I'm Han Mingyu from Lingnan High School. I wonder if any of you have heard of me." At this point, I had lost interest in listening further, and I had never heard of Han Mingyu either. I thought I might as well ask Su Luo if she knew him. Su Luo nodded decisively, saying she had heard of Lingnan's prominent figures and that Han had awakened his fire magic just half a month ago. "Why don't you give me the sketch, boss? I can ask them if they've seen her." Seeing that I had no intention of joining, Su Luo suggested, eager to help in any way she could. However, I shook my head and said, "Not yet. They might be in trouble." "Ah, why?" Su Luo asked, puzzled, glancing at the calm street. Lin Su's mind stirred. A seemingly inconspicuous flying knife fell from a crack in the wall, soaring towards him. The flying knife provided Lin Su with a certain field of vision, so he decided to use it as surveillance. Given Lin Su's current level, releasing all the flying knives would deplete his mana in less than a minute, so he only set one. However, the image that this single flying knife transmitted back was quite bizarre. A 5-member team dressed oddly, without any hesitation, directly killed a job changer. Just by looking at their appearance, one could easily mistake this 5-member team for a tourist group. They showed no signs of wearing any equipment. Baseball caps, t-shirts, ripped jeans, and among them, a stunning beauty with long purple hair, wearing a tight black skirt and high heels at least 10 centimeters tall. Yet, the seemingly alluring beauty, with just one glance, pierced the chest of that job changer with a dagger. Only equipment above level 10 had the ability to simulate ordinary clothing. And in the current instance, anyone above level 10 could only be teams sent from other regions to conquer the world. Thinking of this, Lin Su couldn't help but frown slightly. He had already guessed what these people were up to, killing job changers from the Huaxia region. The next actions of this team directly confirmed Lin Su's speculation. After seeing the fireballs in the sky, they changed from their previous nonchalant demeanor, all drawing their weapons and quickly rushing towards the house where Han Mingyu was. "Hey, these people are strange. What are they doing?" Su Luo asked in confusion. The field of vision provided by the flying knife was limited, only a few dozen meters. Before Lin Su could speak, the team from another region had already entered Su Luo's line of sight. "Here to kill," Lin Su explained calmly. Su Luo's face instantly filled with shock, but before she could speak, the 5-member team, now only 40 to 50 meters away from the house, stopped. A man holding a staff flashed a light from his staff. The next moment, more than a dozen fireballs, twice the size of the previous ones, suddenly fell, targeting the house. The sounds of explosions, gasps, and screams erupted. Realizing their ambush had succeeded, the 5-member team quickly approached the house again. Inside the house, Han Mingyu and the others were caught off guard, instantly thrown into chaos. Enemy attack, rush out, counterattack. In the confusion, Lin Su couldn't see who was shouting, but it was clear that this person had given everyone a false signal. Perhaps because he was also a fire mage, Han Mingyu had high fire resistance. Even though he was unexpectedly ambushed, he wasn't seriously injured and charged straight for the door. Just then, among the 5-member team, the main tank, who had long been lying in wait at the door, suddenly charged forward with a giant shield. With a loud bang, Han Mingyu was sent flying without a sound, crashing into the wall. The main tank was momentarily stunned. He hadn't expected his strike to have such power. The key was that no one would have thought that the first to rush out in the face of an ambush would be a mage. The strength of a mage and a main tank was not even in the same dimension. At that moment, the remaining people inside the house began to rush out. The light from the mage's staff flashed again. Crack, crack, crack. The ground began to freeze rapidly, ice crystals spreading instantly to their thighs, and the more than 10 people who had just run out were directly immobilized in place. TSK, the job changers from the Huaxia region are really weak, he. The purple-haired beauty covered her mouth and chuckled, her laughter dripping with disdain, and at the same time, a dagger appeared in her hand. Seeing this scene, Lin Su narrowed his eyes and instructed Su Luo, "Stay put, come down after the battle is over." With that, he leaped onto the roof of the adjacent building, not looking back as he headed straight for the house. "Oh, okay, be careful, big boss," Su Luo hurriedly reminded, but Lin Su's figure had already disappeared. Lin Su was still waiting to ask Han Mingyu and the others about Li Xinrui's whereabouts. Dead people can't answer questions. So, another troublesome matter arose. He had to save Han Mingyu and the others. Just as the purple-haired beauty's dagger suddenly slashed towards a job changer's throat, a flying knife broke through layers of air and shot towards the beauty. With a crisp ding, the beauty staggered back, her palm torn, and the dagger fell directly to the ground. "Be careful, it's a trap." Her face changed dramatically, and she hurriedly hid behind the main tank. At that moment, with a thud, Lin Su jumped directly down from the roof. Lin Su? Someone trapped among the Huaxia district professionals exclaimed. That person was also a student from Jiangdu High School and recognized Lin Su. As the man who had gone viral for choosing the unique profession, Lin Su was well known in the Jiangdu urban school circle. Once reminded by that person, everyone's gaze towards Lin Su became strange. They had experienced the strength of the five-man team. Lin Su could easily repel the purple-haired woman with a single strike, which did not match the rumors of him being a weakling. Moreover, Lin Su's expression at that moment was clearly calm and unbothered. Lin Su had no time to care about what these students were thinking. He directly took out a sketch from his personal space, opened it in front of everyone, and asked, "Have you seen Li Xinrui?" Including the five-man team, everyone was instantly dumbfounded. They were fighting for their lives here, and it could end badly. Suddenly, someone jumped out looking for someone, and the atmosphere became bizarre. "Humph, you scared me. I thought you were a master. Turns out you're just an 8th level fool, and a unique profession at that. Haha, let's kill him." Just as Lin Su was asking his classmates, the purple-haired beauty used a detection spell on him and sought his basic information. As she relaxed, her expression turned cold, and she immediately gave an order. The next moment, a cold light flashed on the mage's staff among the five-man team. The sound of ice crystals forming echoed. However, in the next instant, the ice crystals that had just spread to Lin Su's shoes shattered instantly. At the same time, a prompt appeared in the mage's mind. Prompt, due to unknown reasons, the freezing spell failed after hitting the enemy. Lin Su's, Skill 4, Will of the Demon activated. The mage's total attributes did not exceed Lin Su's, and this control skill was directly immune. The mage's eyes widened in shock. Damn, he didn't freeze, Jizhong, block him quickly. Seeing Lin Su charging directly with his sword, the mage was alarmed and hurriedly called for the main tank. "Come on, kid." The main tank responded, a flash of light enveloping him as he grinned and charged straight at Lin Su. Lin Su's disdain only grew. Some idiots really didn't know their own weight until they were shown. With a buzzing sound, the long sword sliced through the air, piercing painfully at the eardrums. 2 lines of glaring numbers floated above the main tank's head. The main tank felt a flash of silver light, and a tremendous force suddenly came from the shield, sending him flying backward. After one strike, Lin Su kicked him back onto the shield, just as swiftly as he had come. In an instant, the main tank's thoughts became a bit hazy. He was the tank, with enhanced constitution and strength, yet this kid could kick him away. Was he a monster? Thinking this, he quickly glanced at his health. Upon seeing it, he couldn't help but feel a jolt of panic. "Priest, save me, Captain, help me." The main tank's voice was weak, and he fell into a near-death state. Looking at the main tank's body that had flown back halfway and the shield in the opponent's hand that had been sliced in two, the purple-haired beauty swallowed hard, her pretty face contorting. As the captain, she understood her teammates very well. Currently, this main tank, who had been cut in half and was as good as dead, was beyond saving. With equipment, skills, and physique combined, the defense should be at least 4,000. Yet, even so, that monster on the opposite side managed to take her down with a single strike. Considering the main tank's nearly 4,000 health points, that monster's attack dealt at least 8,000 damage, and that was a conservative estimate. A mere level 8 newcomer could unleash 8,000 damage with a flick of their wrist. She had no idea how the opponent achieved that. But one thing was clear in her mind, with Lin Su's terrifying attack power, anyone pulled from the team would be unable to withstand a single blow from him. With this realization, the purple-haired beauty had only one thought left, to run. Run as fast as possible, run as far as possible. One strike for each little friend who could endure that. However, just as she was about to turn and signal her teammates to retreat, there was a crack. The novice long sword in Lin Su's hand shattered. Successfully killed a class changer from the Kimchi Zone. Experience. Successfully killed a class changer from the Kimchi Zone. Gained a killing badge. received a killing chest notice due to irresistible forces. The novice longsword has shattered and cannot be repaired. 3 notifications appeared directly in Lin Su's mind. After reading the first 2 notifications, Lin Su felt a surge of joy. He hadn't expected that killing class changers from other zones would reward him with experience, and such a large amount at that. As for the killing badge, he would have to check its use later. However, just as Lin Su was feeling pleased with himself, the 3rd notification appeared. He suddenly felt empty-handed. The sword was gone. Lin Su's mouth twitched as he guessed what might have happened. His passive skill could indeed ignore the opponent's defense, but his sword could not. That last strike had directly broken through the opponent's shield. The novice long sword was only level 1, while the opponent's shield was at least level 10. In a head-on clash, it naturally couldn't withstand the force and shattered completely. However, this scene caught the attention of the purple-haired beauty, and her eyes lit up. She thought that Lin Su's ability to deal such massive damage was likely reliant on the long sword in his hand. Now that Lin Su's sword was broken, it was time for them to counterattack. His weapon is damaged, let's take him down. Thud! The thin, frail mage's head exploded. Blood splattered onto the purple-haired beauty's face, interrupting her unfinished words. Thud! The corpse of the mage, now missing half a head, fell to the ground. Another one-hit kill, and again, no chance for the priest to intervene. It was almost mocking. A flying knife traced a bright silver slash, circling around the remaining 3 members of the 5-person team. Successfully killed a class changer from the Kimchi Zone. Experience. Successfully killed a class changer from the Kimchi Zone. Gained a killing badge, received a killing chest. Seeing his experience bar lengthen again, Lin Su smirked. Who do you want to take down? He asked coldly, looking at the purple-haired beauty. I. The purple-haired beauty broke into a cold sweat, her long, straight black stockings trembling involuntarily. She was now certain that even without his weapon, this terrifying man could still wipe them out in an instant. Not wanting to waste too much time on the dead, Lin Su got straight to the point, holding up a sketch in front of the 3. Have you seen this girl? No, we just entered this instance, we really haven't seen her, please let us go. The one answering Lin Su was the priest from the 5-person team. Unlike the purple-haired beauty's mature style, the priest took on a pure, innocent look. Her big, watery eyes looked at Lin Su, full of pleading. Seeing the girl's pitiful appearance, Lin Su nodded slightly. Alright, answer me one more question, and I'll let you go immediately. The priest was overjoyed and nodded eagerly like a chick pecking at rice. Sure, you ask. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Su smiled and asked, how many class changers from the Huaxia zone have you killed? The young priest's face turned pale, and she hurriedly waved her hands. No, we absolutely didn't. Put. The sound of a shattered skull echoed again. The girl's terrified expression was frozen on the remaining half of her face. Successfully killed a class changer from the pickled vegetable zone. Experience. Successfully killed a class changer from the pickled vegetable zone. Obtained the killing badge, received the killing chest. What a beautiful face, too bad she's a liar. Lin Su's smile grew wider. Saying this, he turned directly to the boy next to the purple-haired girl, who was wearing a baseball cap and trembling uncontrollably. I'll give you 3 seconds to give me a reason not to kill you. The boy in the baseball cap shivered instantly, but at the brink of life and death, his reflexes reached their peak. Yes, we did kill a class changer from the Huaxia zone, but it was only one. I really haven't seen the girl you mentioned, I can prove it. He hurriedly displayed the record of the hints he received to Lin Su, explaining in a flustered manner. We were in an 8-man dungeon, and it's been less than 7 minutes now. In just over 6 minutes, we killed a total of 3 wild monsters and 1 class changer. Look, all the records are here. Also, the class changer we killed was a boy, definitely not the one in your drawing. If we had encountered such a beautiful girl, Quan Zhulong would have played enough before leaving. A few minutes wouldn't be enough. Listening to the boy in the baseball cap's reasonable explanation, Lin Su nodded in satisfaction. As an experienced killer, he was all too familiar with this little trick of interrogation. From the beginning until now, the one who had shown the most cowardice in the 5-person team was the boy in the baseball cap. Naturally, when it came to interrogation, he would pick the softest fruit first. Thus, he was chosen by Lin Su as the breakthrough target from the start. Killing the first 3 class changers was meant to intimidate and break the opponent's psychological defenses. It seemed to be working well. The other side had said everything they needed to say, even presenting evidence. As for whether they were lying, Lin Su believed that as long as he wasn't an idiot, he wouldn't do that, because there was still one alive in the 5-person team. Thinking of this, he smiled at the already pale-faced purple-haired beauty, as if treating a little girl from the neighbor's house who just started school. Lin Su gently patted her delicate face, which seemed fragile enough to break, and said softly, only one of you two can live. You have 3 seconds to prove your companion is lying. Thud, the purple-haired beauty's legs went weak, and she sat directly on the ground, her eyes filled with despair. She couldn't prove it because what her companion said was the truth. The boy in the baseball cap was overjoyed. See, everything I said is true, can I be let go now? Put. Successfully killed a class changer from the pickled vegetable zone. Experience. Successfully killed a class changer from the pickled vegetable zone. Obtained the killing badge. Received the killing chest. Whatever I say, you believe, hee, are you an idiot? Lin Su chuckled, mocking the boy in the baseball cap, his gaze shifting to the purple-haired beauty. Finally, it was her turn. The purple-haired beauty's red lips trembled, wanting to plead for mercy, but she didn't dare to speak. She realized that the boy in front of her, who looked so sunny and smiling, was a demon, killing at will, completely unreasonable. 3 seconds, give me a reason to let you live. In the same tone, Lin Su spoke again. Please, don't kill me, you can do whatever you want to me, I'll be very obedient, I'll do whatever you say, really, I beg you, don't kill me. Witnessing her teammates die one after another, the purple-haired beauty's expression had slowly transformed from shock and disbelief to despair. Yet, amidst this atmosphere of despair, Lin Su unexpectedly gave her a glimmer of hope for survival. Thus, she completely gave up resistance, choosing to let herself be trampled. In the midst of speaking, the purple-haired beauty's delicate, boneless hands inadvertently brushed across her chest. The tight uniform was instantly released, revealing large areas of snow-white skin beneath. Just as before, Lin Su gently caressed the beautiful face of the purple-haired woman. Put! A flying knife instantly pierced through the heart of the purple-haired beauty. Her beautiful eyes widened in shock. Lin Su smiled faintly. Sorry, not interested. Successfully killed a class changer from the kimchi zone. Experience. Successfully killed a class changer from the kimchi zone. Received a killing badge. Received a killing chest. 2 notifications arrived, and a beam of golden light shot up from Lin Su. Congratulations, successfully promoted. Lin Su raised an eyebrow. No wonder these people wanted to kill class changers from other regions. The leveling speed was indeed fast. Just as Lin Su was thinking this, an announcement appeared. Announcement, the Kimchi Zone raid team has been wiped out. Announcement, the Kimchi Zone raid team has been wiped out. Announcement, the Kimchi Zone raid team has been wiped out. The same announcement appeared 3 times in a row. Meanwhile, in the Vampire Mansion dungeon hall, following Nan Gongyun's instructions, the personnel in the hall had already been evacuated. Chen Tianming and Li Xinrui did not leave and were still waiting. Wow, they got wiped out. A whole team got wiped out. Seeing the announcement in his mind, Chen Tianming exclaimed in delight. However, seeing Chen Tianming's excited demeanor, Zhang Kai sighed and patted his shoulder in a comforting manner. What do you mean by that? Chen Tianming asked, confused. Zhang Kai pondered before explaining. It's not even 10 minutes into the game, and to have such overwhelming strength to wipe out a whole team, I can't think of anyone else but Lin Su. Based on past experiences, the difficulty of this world is simply outrageous, so that kid Lin Su, sigh. Then the team that took out this group can't be from other regions, or could it be our students? Although she was already 90% convinced, Li Xinrui still stubbornly retorted. Alright, Xinrui, let's go home. I can wait here alone. Chen Tianming had come to realize that Zhang Kai was right, fighting also takes time. Judging by the time, whether it was students or other regional raid teams, they couldn't possibly have that kind of strength. No, I won't. I want to wait for Lin Su to come out of the dungeon alive. Tears streamed down her cheeks as Li Xinrui roared. On Lin Su's side, confirming that Li Xinrui had not encountered this small team, he felt a bit relieved and turned to walk towards the group of students behind him. However, as soon as he approached, the students immediately retreated. In fact, their eyes were filled with wariness as they looked at Lin Su. It wasn't just shock at Lin Su's strength. The key point was that everyone present had mocked Lin Su without exception. And now, they were being threatened by flying knives. At that moment, a disheveled Han Mingyu limped towards Lin Su, his face slightly pale as he asked, "We're all class changers from the Huaxia region, you wouldn't really attack your own people, would you?" "No," Lin Su replied directly. "Then what do your flying knives mean?" Han Mingyu pointed to the 7 flying knives surrounding the group of students. After Lin Su dealt with the mage, the freezing spell wore off, and the students were freed. At that moment, one student tried to escape amidst the chaos. However, he had barely taken 2 steps when a gleaming flying knife blocked his path. Just look at the headless corpse of the mage lying on the ground to know how powerful Lin Su's flying knives were. So the student hurriedly retreated. However, after he retreated, an even more terrifying scene unfolded. There were not just 1 flying knife, but 7, directly surrounding all the students. I'm afraid that when I start fighting with them, you might run away, and some of you might actually do that. I still have questions for you, so you can't leave for now, Lin Su explained expressionlessly. Han Mingyu's face instantly turned a bit red. After all, Lin Su had saved them. Even if they didn't need to help, Lin Su was still engaged in a fight. Without even a thank you, he just ran off, which was indeed quite inhumane. Alright, fine, I just thanked you, here's this for you, and what else do you want to ask? Not getting caught up in who exactly ran away, Han Mingyu raised his hand and directly threw a long knife to Lin Su. Name Breaking Cloud Category Weapon, long knife wearing level 5 attack 7-8 attributes all attributes critical hit rate +5. Grade Silver. Lin Su casually caught the long knife, and its attributes immediately appeared in his mind. After reading it, his eyelids twitched. Although it was only a level 5 long knife, its attributes, if auctioned in the trading hall, would start at 200,000. Lin Su smiled and retrieved the flying knives that had trapped the students. Whether this long knife was a token of gratitude for saving his life or a compensation to let him off the hook, Lin Su didn't care. There's no reason to refuse a free benefit. He didn't hesitate to put away the long knife and said directly, I'm looking for Li Xinrui, to see if anyone has seen her. As he spoke, he handed the sketch directly to Han Mingyu. No problem, I'll ask around for you. Han Mingyu didn't hesitate at all, taking the sketch and turning around. Lin Su couldn't help but smirk, feeling that Han Mingyu was quite interesting. In just a short while, he had already become the leader of that group. In less than 2 minutes, Han Mingyu returned, shaking his head. Including me, no one has seen her in the instance. But someone said they saw Li Xinrui enter the instance with 4 level 10 teammates. They must be there to grind for rankings. Lin Su pondered and nodded. This was good news. If Li Xinrui wasn't in the instance at all, that would be best. But that was only if. As long as there was a chance to find her, Lin Su wouldn't give up, nor would he entertain any delusions. So, the search had to continue. I'm leaving. With that thought in mind, Lin Su turned around. Just then, Su Luo ran over, her face filled with terror. Be big shot, there's a zombie tide, a zombie tide. Lin Su glanced at the panting Su Luo and asked, speak plainly, what's going on? Realizing her words were disjointed, Su Luo hurriedly explained. It must be that the noise we made earlier was too loud, and a lot of living corpses have come out from the houses, starting to gather towards us. The end of the street is already blocked. Yes, she's right, we can't get out this way. At that moment, a student pointed in fear at the other end of the street. Lin Su looked in the direction the student was pointing. Sure enough, the street, barely 4 or 5 meters wide, was already packed with living corpses, completely blocking the intersection. Han Mingyu's expression changed, and he suggested to Lin Su, I know you're very strong, but I see your attack methods are single target. This situation is hard to handle. How about we cooperate and break through in one direction? Lin Su looked at Han Mingyu as if he were an idiot. A zombie tide? Cooperate? Dream on, that's a huge wave of experience. With that thought, he called out to Su Luo. Don't run around, just stay behind me. After saying that, he held the breaking cloud and stepped directly towards the area with more living corpses. A student pointed at Lin Su, wanting to say something. Don't mind him, he's a master and looks down on teams like ours. Feeling rejected by Lin Su, Han Mingyu said sourly. As he spoke, he pointed to another intersection where there were relatively fewer monsters and directed everyone, let's break through from this side. The brilliant blade light cut through the night sky, leaving slashes on the mottled walls on both sides of the street. Successfully killed a living corpse experience. Successfully killed a living corpse experience. The monster kill records began to flood the screen. An hour later, Lin Su, bare-chested, sat atop a pile of corpses as high as 2 people, pouring the remaining half of a mineral water bottle over his head. A golden light shot up from his body. Congratulations on successfully leveling up. Name Lin Su. Occupation Blade Demon. Unique. Level Health 2650. Attack 2726. Attributes 53. Any. Controllable Flying Knives 8. Skills. Lin Su glanced at his attributes and directly closed the panel. The zombie tide had been cleared, and no monsters were gathering nearby. Let's go. He called out to Su Luo, who had no place to land and could only climb onto the roof. The pile of corpses Lin Su was sitting on was already higher than the roof. Hey, alright, big shot, your jacket, be careful not to catch a cold. Su Luo responded and hurriedly handed the jacket to Lin Su with great care. Hey, big shot, do you need any accessories? Why not take us along too? Just as Lin Su took the jacket, Han Mingyu, who had also been forced to the roof, chuckled awkwardly. Now, even without being hit, Han Mingyu felt a burning sensation on his face. Yes, he led a large team, but the number of monsters far exceeded their expectations. Plus, their damage was insufficient, and they had been forced to retreat since the beginning by the zombie tide. As they retreated, they ended up back to back with Lin Su. After glancing at the battle situation on Lin Su's side, everyone's jaws dropped. They knew Lin Su was strong, but no one expected him to be this strong. When the blade light appeared, the zombie tide fell in waves. The damage, wow! If they retreated any further, it would affect Lin Su's battle. Fortunately, Han Mingyu led a group of students up to the roof as well. After that, they watched Lin Su face a two-sided attack, killing effortlessly. When they first met, he was still level 8, and in such a short time, he had shot up to level 10. At this moment, those who had seen Lin Su's team information in the dungeon lobby but hadn't joined were filled with regret. As for Han Mingyu, at first, he wanted to gather a group of teammates to directly conquer the world. But after being beaten up by a team from the pickled vegetable area, he felt that this idea might not be very realistic. So, he settled for the next best thing, thinking that if he could bring a group of teammates and survive until the end of the dungeon, that would be good too. Even if the world was ultimately not conquered, they would be left here forever. However, upon discovering that this dungeon was so twisted that even the small monsters could pile them up to death, his gaze involuntarily fell on Lin Su. He then glanced at Su Luo, who looked quite content. He understood. It turned out that the correct way to clear this dungeon was to cling to the strong. Who can't cling to the strong? With that thought, he changed from his previously aloof and proud demeanor. He quickly put on a big smile and blocked Lin Su, who didn't want to pay him any attention. Big shot, listen to me, look how strong this person is. If we follow you, we can help you find people, right? Lin Su paused, turned to look at Han Mingyu, and asked, how to find? Seeing a glimmer of hope, Han Mingyu's eyes lit up, and he suggested, just like the method we used earlier, we can use fireball spells and such, just make as much noise as possible. This will definitely attract a lot of job changers, and the more people there are, the easier it will be to gather information. Besides, it might even directly bring classmate Li Xinrui over. Listening to Han Mingyu's explanation, Lin Su's eyes gradually narrowed. Indeed, given the current situation, this was a good idea. With that thought, he nodded directly. Alright, let's do it your way, I guarantee your safety. With Lin Su's affirmative answer, Han Mingyu was overjoyed and patted his chest to assure him. Hey, big shot, don't worry, this matter is on me, I promise to handle it clearly for you. Watching Han Mingyu act like a sycophant, Su Luo's lips twitched. Unconsciously, she felt a strong sense of crisis. With that thought, she glared fiercely at Han Mingyu. Without saying a word, she quickly took out the fan from her personal space again. Come, big shot, I'll help you fan the wind. Oh, it's not hot, then, big shot, how about a glass of juice? She was met with a bewildered glare. Han Mingyu was instantly left with a face full of confusion. What the heck, even men get jealous? Is the accessory next to the boss this competitive? Although he was silently complaining in his heart, he didn't dare to be careless about Lin Su's instructions. Moments later, fireball spells, ice arrows, and even the priest's healing spells began to soar into the sky one after another, illuminating the originally somewhat eerie sky in a dazzling manner. Lin Su didn't choose to wait in place, he started moving to search. Since they had previously cleared a large wave of monsters, the number of creatures on the streets had sharply decreased. This allowed the team to advance quickly. In fact, Lin Su directly sent out all 8 throwing knives. 1, to protect the student's safety, and 2, to expand his own field of vision. However, 2 hours passed. Looking at the nearly 200 job changers who had been attracted and joined the team, no one had seen Li Xinrui. After silently estimating, Lin Su felt that aside from those who had unfortunately fallen, all the job changers who had entered the dungeon were likely here. Yet, he still couldn't find Li Xinrui. Could it be that she wasn't here at all? Just as Lin Su was thinking this, a dozen ice arrows suddenly condensed in the nearby sky and then smashed directly to the ground. Han Mingyu's eyelids twitched, and he hurriedly reminded, Boss, there are people fighting over there. Let's go take a look. Lin Su ordered, and after speaking, he ran in that direction. Boss, be careful. The commotion from that skill doesn't look like it was made by our job changers. Before they even reached the place, Han Mingyu quickly reminded from behind. Got it, Lin Su replied. Han Mingyu was right. The job changers in the Huaxia region generally had lower levels. To suddenly condense a dozen ice swords, almost no one could do that. So, the ones currently fighting were likely a team sent from another region to conquer the world. Thinking this, Lin Su leaped and jumped onto a section of the broken city wall. Using the height of the wall, he looked towards the battlefield not far away. It turned out that there were not 2 teams fighting, but 3. Among them, 2 were fully equipped 5-person professional teams. The other was a group of skeleton warriors wielding broad swords and clad in armor. Lin Su's eyelids twitched, he had killed such skeleton warriors not long ago. They were level 10 elite monsters, with combat power comparable to the final boss in the vampire manor. However, what truly shocked Lin Su was not these monsters themselves, but their number. There were as many as 13, and they were coordinating with each other. Lin Su even saw that when the skeleton warrior at the back of the team thrust his broadsword into the ground, a circle of light green ripples spread out from him. All the skeleton warriors' health instantly increased significantly. This caused the two small teams engaged in battle with the skeleton warriors to be overwhelmed. On the other hand, Lin Su could immediately tell that the two teams fighting the skeleton warriors were distinct from each other, even constantly sabotaging one another. For example, the team that looked more European when the mage cast spells would inadvertently involve the warriors and tank from the more Asian-looking team. Meanwhile, the Asian-looking team would unintentionally lead the skeleton warriors towards the European team's priest. It was clear that this was a three-way melee. Moreover, judging by the combat power of the two small teams, they were evidently all teams sent from other regions to conquer the world. Damn, boss, this scene is a bit chaotic. At that moment, Han Mingyu, who had struggled to climb up the city wall, arrived. He took a quick glance at the battlefield below and immediately saw the situation. Lin Su smirked. "Tell our people not to run around, I'll go mediate." Saying this, he jumped directly down from the city wall. Han Mingyu's forehead was instantly covered in black lines. Mediate? How to mediate? Should he just talk them to death? Even though the time spent together was not long, Lin Su's ruthless style of action had already left a psychological shadow on him. It was clear without thinking that Lin Su definitely wanted to do this. However, the crux of the problem was that, unlike the previous wave of corpses, what stood below now were 13 elite monsters, plus 2 fully equipped level 15 teams. In an instant, he even felt that Lin Su was simply insane. However, before he could call everyone down to help, a brilliant blade light slashed down. A series of eye-catching numbers, so shocking they made one's scalp tingle, floated above the heads of the 3 skeleton warriors hiding at the back of the team. Immediately, without any suspense, the 3 elites fell directly to the ground. Not just Han Mingyu, but all the transmuters from the Huaxia region on the city wall who witnessed such a terrifying scene were dumbfounded. They had heard about Lin Su facing the wave of corpses alone, but very few had actually seen it with their own eyes. Thus, it always felt exaggerated. However, after witnessing this scene, facing the wave of corpses alone was nothing compared to this. Had they ever seen monsters being farmed like this? The sound of someone swallowing hard broke the dead silence. Han Mingyu's face twitched as he asked the calm and collected Su Luo beside him, "Senior, big shot, has he always been this fierce?" Su Luo originally didn't want to pay attention to Han Mingyu, but seeing his respectful address, she disdainfully snorted and retorted, "Do you know why the big shot took 3 hours to clear the medium difficulty vampire mansion? 3 hours, just?" Han Mingyu felt his mind go blank. 3 hours was already more than twice as fast as the current record, and this was still considered just? Looking at Han Mingyu's naive expression, Su Luo sneered with pride and explained, "That's because the dungeon monsters respawn too slowly. All the monsters, including the last one, were one-shot killed, with no dialogue or plot throughout." In an instant, Han Mingyu felt his worldview shatter, and after a long pause, he managed to squeeze out, "Awesome, really awesome." However, as soon as he said this, he heard a collective gasp from those around him. Han Mingyu hurriedly followed their gaze, and his mind went blank again. Because in the time he had been talking to Su Luo, all 13 elites had already been taken down by Lin Su. Successfully killed Skeleton Warrior Elite Experience. Successfully killed Skeleton Warrior Elite Experience. A series of kill records appeared, and Lin Su looked at his experience bar, which had directly increased by half, and couldn't help but smirk. This experience, this leveling speed. So, one should be a good person and do more good deeds, especially mediating fights. With that thought, his eyes narrowed as he looked at the 2 5-man teams across from him, who were now dumbfounded. What kind of monster is this? Where did he come from? In the European team, a burly man dressed just like Captain America looked at Lin Su with trepidation and asked his companion beside him. He knew that the armor on the skeleton warrior was not just for show. To be able to one-shot an opponent with over 10,000 health points, the damage had to be at least 10,000. A novice dungeon had actually produced such an explosive damage freak. What else could it be but a monster? He is a transmuter from the Huaxia region, a level 10 blade demon. The team from the Kimchi region was likely wiped out by him. Next to the American captain, a stunning blonde with a staff reminded him. Taking advantage of Lin Su's battle with the skeleton warriors, she used a detection spell on him. The American captain was taken aback. Although he didn't know what a blade demon was, Lin Su's strength was evident, and he was definitely not someone to provoke. Thinking this, he decisively ordered, "Retreat! Leave this monster to those monkeys from the Sakura region, quickly retreat!" As he spoke, he turned to leave. However, he had just taken a step when a sharp sound of wind broke out, and a gleaming flying knife shot through the layers of air, aiming straight for his neck. Captain America's pupils suddenly constricted, and he hurriedly raised his shield to block. With a loud clang, the flying knife struck with tremendous force, sparking against the shield and forcing him to stagger back repeatedly. "Did I let you go?" Lin Su's indifferent voice rang out. The broken cloud sword returned to its sheath in his hand. As he spoke, he cast a disdainful glance at the Sakura squad. "And you guys, take one more step back." Before Lin Su could finish his sentence, a vague black shadow suddenly appeared behind him. In the next moment, a dagger gleaming with cold light slashed toward Lin Su's neck. "Watch out, big guy." On the city wall, Su Luo exclaimed in shock. As she said this, she pushed off with her feet, mimicking Lin Su, and jumped down from the wall. The distance from the wall to where Lin Su was fighting was too far, exceeding the range of her healing spell. However, unlike Lin Su, Su Luo's physical attributes were pitifully low. The moment she landed, her health dropped by a third, and the sharp pain in her feet rendered her unable to get up. Just when she thought Lin Su was in grave danger, a strange scene unfolded. Lin Su seemed to have a premonition, suddenly bending down. The dagger, accompanied by a whoosh of wind, swept past his head. The assassin, seemingly caught off guard, was momentarily stunned that this seemingly certain strike had missed. However, in that instant of distraction, Lin Su's right arm, which had been resting on the hilt of the broken cloud sword, suddenly exerted force. Whoosh! The blade wailed as it sliced through the assassin's neck at a very tricky angle. Successfully killed a Sakura District Class Changer experience. Successfully killed a Sakura District Class Changer. Gained a killing badge, received a killing chest. The assassin's form froze beside Lin Su, his pupils gradually dilating, his face forever etched with disbelief. It was only then that Lin Su noticed the assassin was actually a cute girl with a bun hairstyle, looking adorably innocent. "What a pity, you look good, but you're a bit foolish. You've lost a living person in your team, and you think I can't see it?" he said, feigning regret as he patted her shoulder. But as soon as he touched her, thud, the cute girl's body collapsed, her head instantly falling off, blood gushing from her neck, and the ground was immediately a mess. Lin Su curled his lips, disdainfully saying, "To be honest, I respect every enemy who dares to face me, but you guys are the exception, huh? So just now, I did it on purpose." With that, he grinned and lifted his foot, stepping on the cute girl's head, then giving it a gentle kick. The head rolled toward the Sakura squad. "Baka, kill him, charge." A man from the Sakura squad, wielding a katana and with a grim expression, shouted furiously. As he roared, he charged forward, swinging his katana sharply toward Lin Su. Lin Su scoffed. After 10 years of hard training, he had never backed down in close combat. Just as the katana was about to strike him, he slightly turned to the side. Clang! The katana sliced through the air, striking the ground and shattering a large section of the bluestone slab. How is this possible? The gloomy youth gasped in shock, his face turning ashen as he realized something was wrong. However, the wailing of the blade had already reached his ears. "So, are you an idiot? Look at what your companions are doing?" Lin Su's indifferent voice echoed. The gloomy youth was startled and wanted to turn around. But in the next moment, he felt a wave of dizziness wash over him. A sense of helplessness enveloped him, and as his eyes closed, what he saw was his own headless body and his companions standing still, not moving at all. The gloomy youth's lips twitched, but his eyes ultimately could not close, dying with them wide open. Successfully killed a Sakura District Class Changer experience. Successfully killed a Sakura District Class Changer. Gained a killing badge, received a killing chest. 2 notifications arrived. Lin Su smiled in satisfaction, just as before, with a face full of disdain. He kicked the gloomy youth's head away and casually asked, "So, can we talk now?" The remaining 3 members of the Sakura team were already terrified. This was also why they chose to stand by when the gloomy young man attacked Lin Su. With a thud, one of the girls dressed as a sharpshooter was hit by Lin Su's emotionless, cold gaze and couldn't hold it any longer, collapsing to the ground. At that moment, she had only one thought in her mind. Pervert. This man in front of her was definitely a pervert. Thinking this, she immediately looked at Lin Su with tear-filled eyes and pleaded, "Okay, as long as you don't attack us anymore, we'll tell you whatever you want to know." Getting the answer he wanted, Lin Su nodded in satisfaction and turned to the Eagle Craftsman team, who had been restless not far away. "What about you? Do you want to try resisting as well?" He glanced at the scattered pieces of armor on the ground and the 2 headless corpses that still hadn't closed their eyes. After a moment's hesitation, the burly man dressed as the American captain simply put away his weapon and raised his hands above his head. "I believe you have the strength to wipe us out. We surrender. Spare us, and I'll tell you the whereabouts of the world." Hearing the American captain say this, Lin Su's eyes narrowed. After running around all afternoon, he had a rough understanding of the dungeon map he was currently in. Unlike the small area of the vampire mansion, this was a whole medieval European city. As a child, not to mention finding and killing the world, it was hard to even run through the entire map without some strength. If the other party really knew the whereabouts of the world, and if Li Xinrui was indeed in the dungeon at that moment, then finding the world and then deciding their fates would actually be the fastest way to end the current awkward situation. However, even though Lin Su thought this in his heart, he did not agree immediately. Instead, he took out a sketch as usual, waved it in front of both teams, and asked, "Have you seen this girl? She's a priest. I'm looking for her." After just a glance, the American captain shook his head directly. "No, I haven't seen her." However, as soon as he finished speaking, the tearful sharpshooter girl from the Sakura team brightened up and pointed at the American captain. "He's lying. We've seen this girl. She was killed by them." Hearing the sharpshooter from the Sakura team say this, the American captain's face instantly turned pale, and he hurriedly explained to Lin Su. "She's lying. Among all the Huaxia district transmuters we've killed, there was none." Put. A throwing knife instantly pierced through the sharpshooter girl's chest. Successfully killed Sakura District Transmuter experience. Successfully killed Sakura District Transmuter. Gained the killing badge, gained the killing chest. Lin Su curled his lips, not even glancing at the dead sharpshooter girl. His gaze shifted to the American captain, and he said meaningfully, "I hate liars. My friend is not a priest, right?" The American captain swallowed hard, ready to nod. Just then, the big guy behind him changed color and quickly pulled his captain, interjecting, "We really haven't seen the girl in the picture. I swear on my character, really." Saying this, he raised his hand to swear. It was only then that the American captain realized. He understood that this was another linguistic trap. He had just narrowly escaped death, and cold sweat broke out on his forehead. This strength, combined with this mentality, was terrifying. The man in front of him was truly terrifying. Thinking this, he could no longer muster the will to oppose Lin Su. He hurriedly imitated the big guy and swore, "Yes, yes. I swear, we really haven't seen her." Seeing the sincerity in their words, Lin Su decided not to make things difficult for them anymore and turned to the remaining two members of the Sakura team. "You haven't seen her either?" "No, we really haven't seen her." The two almost spoke in unison, shaking their heads. Lin Su sighed, nodded in disappointment, and shifted his gaze back to the American captain. "Tell me the world's whereabouts, and then I'll let you go." In the church at the center of the city, the world is named Akasha. She is the vampire queen, and today is her wedding. Captain America said directly. Lin Su raised an eyebrow, a wave of doubt rising in his heart. Both he and the others were transmuters, and the time they entered the instance was roughly the same. He had also spent an entire afternoon in this instance, yet he hadn't gathered a single piece of information on this matter. But then he thought, since Sakura and the Eagle Craftsman team could encounter the same elite monsters at the same location, it was highly likely that both sides had received similar clues. With this in mind, he asked the remaining two members of the Sakura team, "Tell me what you know, and then I can let you go as well." Upon hearing Lin Su's words, the two members of the Sakura team immediately felt as if they had been granted amnesty and began recounting their team's search for clues. After a moment, confirming that neither side was lying, Lin Su waved his hand. "Let's go." You really intend to let us go?" The ocean horse beside Captain America looked at Lin Su in disbelief. Lin Su nodded seriously and explained, "Of course, it's a lie." As he spoke, a cold glint flashed in his eyes, and the long-prepared breaking cloud suddenly shot out. Whoosh! The brilliant crescent-shaped blade light swept past everyone's waists. Successfully killed the Eagle Craftsman Area Transmuter experience. Successfully killed the Eagle Craftsman Area Transmuter. Gained the killing badge, obtained the killing chest. The kill record began to flood the screen. Announcement: Sakura Area World Team, total annihilation. Announcement: Eagle Craftsman Area World Team, total annihilation. 6 consecutive announcements appeared. Immediately, a golden light shot up into the sky from Lin Su. Congratulations, successfully promoted. Name: Lin Su. Occupation: Blade Demon. Unique, level: Health 2A50, Attack 2926, Attributes 57, Any, controllable flying knife, Quantity 8, Skill slightly. You are not trustworthy, you will die very badly. The ocean horse's blue eyes widened, fear, regret, and resentment intertwining in its gaze. Lin Su smiled indifferently and closed his attribute panel. "Alright, I'll be waiting." After saying that, he turned and walked toward Su Luo, who was below the city wall. Killing the group of enemies who had already surrendered before him, Lin Su felt no psychological pressure at all. Not for any other reason, but because if the two sides met today, it was Lin Su himself who was at a disadvantage, and the other side would never hold back. Any hint of mercy towards the enemy would be cruelty and irresponsibility towards oneself. With this thought in mind, Lin Su walked to Su Luo's side and helped her up from the ground. "Can you still walk?" Lin Su asked lightly. He had heard Su Luo shout just now, but at that moment, he had no time to pay attention to the situation here. He roughly guessed what she intended to do by jumping down. "Big shot, you killed them all." Without answering Lin Su's question, Su Luo knowingly asked, her expression very unnatural. Anyone who had seen Lin Su's methods and expressions while killing would not be free from psychological shadows. Now, the way Su Luo looked at Lin Su was no different from looking at a great villain. In fact, the moment Lin Su's palm touched her body, she involuntarily shivered. Noticing Su Luo's abnormality, Lin Su smiled faintly and made a rare joke. "Yeah, otherwise, would I keep them for the new year?" In his previous life, Lin Su was a cold-blooded killer. Those fierce and brutal methods used against enemies had been deeply imprinted in his soul. He couldn't forget, because failing to do well would mean death. However, after Lin Su crossed into this world and experienced 8 years of a warm family life, he was able to treat others kindly like an ordinary person. The two states coexisted within Lin Su without conflict. He knew in his heart that those cruel methods, when used on enemies, could only be considered cold-blooded. But if used on unrelated people, they would become perverse. Even though he was eager for revenge, Lin Su did not want to fall to that level. He believed that if there were spirits in the sky, it was his deceased family who would not want to see that. Well, that's true. Realizing Lin Su's attitude towards him, which was always mixed with disdain and a hint of warmth, Su Luo felt relieved and quickly forced a smile. "Boss, where are we going next?" As the battle ended, Han Mingyu also came down from the city wall, asking somewhat nervously. Lin Su didn't waste words and said directly, "To find the world." The world, boss, do you already know its whereabouts?" Han Mingyu asked, dumbfounded. He had been wandering around with Lin Su for an entire afternoon without finding any clues about the world. How did the other party find it all of a sudden? Knowing what Han Mingyu was puzzled about, Lin Su explained, "I forced it out of the other two groups." Han Mingyu's mouth twitched, feeling speechless. It turned out that those two teams not only lost their lives but also worked for the boss all afternoon. However, after a moment's thought, he felt it was reasonable. This method of clearing the game was very boss-like. Just as he was thinking this, Lin Su asked with some uncertainty, "Do wild monsters really have dialogue? Why have I never heard it even once?" Han Mingyu stumbled, feeling that the boss was being quite pretentious. He thought to himself, "Why didn't they have dialogue in front of you? Don't you have any awareness?" In the central district church, the sky was heavy with dark clouds. The scarlet moonlight shone through the clouds, illuminating the pale faces of all the job changers. Hint, entering the world territory, due to rule suppression, all active skills of job changers are temporarily sealed and cannot be used. Looking at this blood-red hint in his mind, Su Luo swallowed hard and stammered, "BB boss, have you really decided to solo the world?" "What else?" Lin Su shot Su Luo a glance and stepped directly onto the scarlet carpet, walking towards the interior of the church. The ceiling of active skills did affect him, but not significantly. Su Luo wanted to say something more, but was stopped by Han Mingyu. "Senior, forget it. In this situation, anyone joining us would just be a burden and would distract the boss." Indeed, with active skills sealed, professions like mages and priests that relied entirely on active skills would be rendered useless. Even tanks and warriors, who primarily focused on constitution and strength, would see their combat effectiveness greatly reduced. To put it bluntly, if they wanted to gang up on the world, they could, but it would cost them their lives, and it might not even work. But there are so many of us. Are we just going to watch him alone?" Su Luo argued. Han Mingyu smiled casually. "Don't worry, when the boss can't hold on anymore, it will be our turn." After saying that, he waved his hand to signal the other job changers from the Huaxia region behind him. "Let's go, watch the battle. When the boss can't hold on, we'll go in directly. The Huaxia region has no cowards. If we die together." "Okay. Right, no cowards." The crowd responded in unison. On Lin Su's side, he walked along the scarlet carpet and directly arrived at the main hall of the church. Strangely, he encountered no enemies along the way, yet the smell of blood in the air grew stronger. By the time he reached the main hall, the stench of blood was almost palpable. He was certain that this smell was emanating from inside the main hall. Glancing at the tightly closed door of the main hall, he maintained his grip on the knife, raised his foot to brace against the iron door, and then pushed down hard. Creak! The sound of metal grinding was grating to the teeth. The iron door was much heavier than he had imagined. Even using 80% of his strength, it only opened slowly. As the iron door opened, the ghostly blue candlelight on the walls of the church suddenly lit up. At this moment, the benches in the church hall were densely packed with thousands of people, no, to be precise, with mummified corpses. The moment Lin Su clearly saw the scene before him, his pupils suddenly contracted, and he immediately assumed a defensive posture. However, the image he had imagined of the corpses surging towards him like a tide did not appear. The corpses remained quietly seated, but they all turned their shriveled heads in Lin Su's direction in unison. Crack, crack, crack. The sound of thousands of corpses turning their heads echoed like a tidal wave, sending chills down his spine. Hee hee, hee hee hee. A charming laugh came from the end of the hall. A woman in a pure white wedding dress, stunningly beautiful, covered her mouth and chuckled. Outsider, are you here to attend my wedding? What's wrong, scared? Afraid to come in, hee hee hee. Lin Su squinted, ignoring the beautiful woman's taunts, and gently touched the faint red barrier that appeared after the main hall's door opened. Tip. This is the world's absolute domain. Entering the domain will subject you to world attacks. Tip. The world cannot move outside the domain. Within the domain, the world can automatically restore 200 health and mana points every second. After reading the 2 tips, Lin Su's lips curled into a smirk. He thought to himself, those corpses clearly saw him, so why didn't they attack? And that vampire woman, why was she trying to provoke him to enter? It seemed they couldn't come out at all. Come on, outsider, you look so fierce, you're not scared, are you? Hee hee hee. The beautiful woman's taunts reached their peak as she playfully beckoned Lin Su with her hand. Lin Su sneered inwardly. Fine, then, I'll send you on your way. With that thought, he pushed off the ground with great force. With a loud bang, the blue stone floor beneath him shattered, and he shot towards the church hall like a cannonball. Since the opponent could automatically recover within the domain, he had to end this quickly. As for the thousands of corpses, to Lin Su, they were simply his supplements. The moment Lin Su charged into the main hall, the corpses stirred and began to rise from their seats. However, Lin Su's speed was too fast. By the time any corpses lunged at him, he was already less than 20 meters from the woman. With a crack, the first corpse to leap at Lin Su had its shoulder crushed under his foot. Using that momentum, he leaped into the air, maintaining his speed. The wind howled in his ears as Lin Su held his knife high. Die! He shouted. The blade whistled as it swung down towards the woman. It seemed she hadn't expected Lin Su's ferocity. Her blocking motion clearly lagged for a moment. Just as her arm, with its sharp nails, was raised, the blade had already descended. With a crisp clang, Lin Su felt his arm go numb instantly, and the long knife nearly slipped from his grip. 2 striking numbers appeared above the woman's head. Since he hadn't struck a vital point, Lin Su's blow did not deal maximum damage. This was the real world. Even if a professional's attack power was high, if they hit a clearly non-lethal area like a finger, the damage could not be full. Ah! She screamed in agony, retreating repeatedly as 2 slender fingers fell to the ground. Looking at the chip the size of a fingernail on the blade of his knife, Lin Su was astonished. He had thought this strike would at least sever half of her hand, but he hadn't expected her bones to be so tough. While shocked, Lin Su's movements did not stop. The moment he landed, he flicked his long knife, preparing to charge at the woman again. However, the vampire Queen Akasha, who had suffered a significant loss in their first encounter, did not give Lin Su that chance. She suddenly opened her mouth wide, revealing her fangs, and her originally stunning face turned grotesque. Roar! A wave of air surged as a scream erupted from her mouth, high enough to pierce eardrums. The moment the wave of energy hit Lin Su, he felt a buzzing in his head. His entire body was sent flying as if struck by a truck. Instinctively, Lin Su glanced at his health bar, which showed 7 remaining. He had almost been killed in an instant. And this was with a 50 damage immunity. Get him, tear him apart. The furious Akasha covered her injured palm, her face twisted, and ordered directly towards the direction Lin Su was falling. The corpses lunged at Lin Su like madmen. As he fell to the ground, Lin Su swung his long knife, severing several corpses in half. At the same time, under the effect of the skill, greed, his health was fully restored. However, before Lin Su could get up from the ground, dozens of tentacles suddenly emerged from the half-congealed, finger-deep plasma on the ground, directly attaching themselves to his limbs. In the next moment, they tightened violently. Just as Lin Su struggled, one corpse after another pounced on him. In the blink of an eye, the spot where Lin Su was located was piled high with corpses. Agonizing pain surged from all over his body, biting, scratching. Lin Su could even hear the crunching of bones. Ah! He roared, using all his strength to swing his arms, but the corpses were too densely packed, leaving no room for movement. Watching his health drop to less than a fifth, Lin Su felt a chill in his heart. Little Su, promise mom, live well, don't seek revenge, don't. Run fast, little Su. Boss, let's fight them. In a daze, the cries of his loved ones echoed in Lin Su's ears over and over again. Death? No, he couldn't die. Their revenge had not been taken. He absolutely could not just die like this. Stand up, stand up. Kill them, kill. Thump, thump. Lin Su's heartbeat began to accelerate, and at the same time, his eyes gradually turned crimson. Just as Lin Su roared in his heart to stand up, the skill bar he had never paid attention to lit up, and a number began to rise rapidly. Big shot! Outside the hall, Su Luo, who had just arrived, saw Lin Su being overwhelmed by the corpses and instantly broke down in tears. Damn it! I'm going for it! She cursed, a wooden staff appearing in her hand as she charged into the hall. Boss, what do we do? A classmate beside Han Mingyu asked nervously. What the hell are you talking about? Are we worse than a little girl? Grab your weapons and fight. Saying this, he also dove into the hall, swinging his staff towards a corpse's head. Under the command of the vampire queen Akasha, all the corpses continued to pounce on Lin Su without hesitation. They paid no mind to the newly appeared class changers. Interesting, so many more have come to die, go, tear them apart too. Boom! Before Akasha could finish her sentence, the mountain of corpses where Lin Su had fallen suddenly exploded. There stood Lin Su, bloodied, using the tip of his knife to prop himself up, struggling to stand. Many parts of his body were already exposed with stark white bones, and his eyes were a deep crimson. Akasha's pupils suddenly constricted. He was still alive? He was actually still alive. Get him, kill. Before Akasha could finish her command, Lin Su let out a furious roar, his figure instantly transforming into a blur as he charged directly at Akasha. Stop him, block him. With deep apprehension in her red eyes, Akasha ordered while retreating. However, in his frenzied state, Lin Su's speed had more than doubled. Clang, clang, clang. The sound of the blade slicing through the air was like a wail of ghosts. All the corpses daring to stand in front of Lin Su were instantly sliced into pieces. Until he charged right in front of Akasha, Lin Su's speed showed no signs of slowing down. Ahaha, kill. Wah! Lin Su grinned savagely, wielding his knife with one hand, the blade slicing through layers of air, striking at Akasha's neck from a very tricky angle. Akasha's delicate face twisted in response, quickly raising her hand to block again. Another loud clang echoed as the blade shattered the clouds. The half of the knife that flew off severed half of a corpse's head before embedding itself into the wall. Ah! A heart-wrenching scream erupted as half of Akasha's arm fell to the ground. Roar! Akasha opened her mouth wide again, intending to use her sonic attack to blast Lin Su away once more. However, Lin Su stood still, his eyes red like a beast, breathing heavily. A flicker of panic crossed Akasha's eyes as she quickly realized where the problem lay. Her thousands of points of blue had been completely drained by Lin Su in just 2 strikes, completely gone. Kill! Lin Su grinned fiercely, letting out another roar as he lunged directly at Akasha. Akasha's pupils constricted. She realized that Lin Su had lost all reason, resembling a wild beast. Thinking this, a cold smile appeared at the corner of her mouth as she sidestepped while her remaining arm reached straight for Lin Su's chest. Poochie! Poochie! The sound of her palm piercing his chest coincided with the sound of the blade stabbing into his heart. A string of crimson numbers floated above Akasha's head. Lin Su's health instantly dropped to 0. However, strangely, she did not die. Her recently depleted health surged back up by 200 points. Her skill, Absolute Domain, activated, automatically increasing her health by 200 points after reaching 0, but this mechanism could only trigger once. If she were attacked again and the damage exceeded 200 points, she would die instantly. However, she thought such a thing was impossible now, because Lin Su's heart was currently in her hand. Thinking this, she suddenly exerted force, intending to crush Lin Su's heart. At that moment, a prompt appeared in her mind. Prompt: the attack is ineffective due to the opponent being in a sealed state. Akasha was stunned. A beast-like scream erupted from Lin Su's mouth. Instinctively, Lin Su exerted force, trying to pull out the broken knife that had already pierced Akasha's heart. Akasha jolted, and the moment she withdrew her hand from Lin Su's chest, she grabbed his hand tightly. She absolutely could not let Lin Su stab her again, or she would die immediately. Gripping Lin Su's wrist, Akasha's stunning face revealed fangs as she bit down on Lin Su's neck. She wanted to drink blood. A sharp pain shot through her neck. Lin Su, with his eyes blood red, let out another howl. He had completely lost his reason and instinctively opened his mouth in the same way, biting down on Akasha's neck. Unlike Akasha, who merely wanted to drink blood, Lin Su's bite was truly like that of a beast, aimed at killing her outright. Ah! The veins on Lin Su's neck bulged. Akasha's skin appeared delicate, yet it was exceptionally tough. A tremendous tearing force came from her neck. Akasha's pupils suddenly constricted, her heart turning cold. No matter how hard she thought, she could not fathom that Lin Su had gone mad to such an extent. He actually wanted to bite her to death. With a poochie, blood sprayed from Akasha's neck. Lin Su had directly torn off a large chunk of flesh from her neck. A minuscule number floated above Akasha's head. Her body stiffened, and her pupils shrank to the size of a pinprick. Although the number floating above her head was small, it represented all the health she had left. The air seemed to freeze at that moment. All the corpses that had been roaring simultaneously halted their movements, and the main hall fell into a deathly silence. Su Luo and Han Mingyu turned their heads in shock. Just as Lin Su had a large chunk of flesh from Akasha's neck in his mouth, Han Mingyu's eyes nearly fell out, and he started to stutter. What the hell, big guy, did he bite Akasha to death? He won, the big guy won, ha ha, woo woo woo. Su Luo cried tears of joy. However, as soon as her words fell, with a thud, Lin Su and Akasha fell into each other's embrace. In the next moment, all the dry corpses in the hall collapsed. Big guy! Su Luo exclaimed, limping towards Lin Su. At the same time, a notification popped up in Lin Su's mind. Successfully killed World Akasha, experience, successfully killed World Akasha, obtained World Treasure Chest, successfully cleared the World Instance Vampire Queen's Wedding, obtained Clearance Treasure Chest, successfully cleared the World Instance Vampire Queen's Wedding, experience. A golden light shot up from Lin Su's body. Congratulations, successfully promoted big guy, you can't die, big guy. Seeing the gaping wound on Lin Su's chest exposing his white bones, Su Luo's face instantly turned pale. Healing potions, who has healing potions? Han Mingyu was equally shocked, opening a potion bottle and pouring it into Lin Su's mouth while loudly asking his companions nearby. Impossible, how could this be? Other teams in different regions have been wiped out for 2 hours, how could there be no movement in the instance? In the Vampire Manor instance hall, Zhang Kai nearly smashed the table in front of the staff, loudly questioning. The staff looked aggrieved, explaining with a stiff neck. Sir, I have refreshed the list of student casualties 800 times, if there are no new additions, there are no new additions. The instruments in the region cannot be faulty, this is the result. How would I know what happened in the instance? You. Zhang Kai was taken aback, wanting to speak but finding no way to refute. Old Zhang, calm down, can you calm down? Chen Tianming, annoyed by Zhang Kai's shouting, pulled him away from the staff. Calm down? How can you expect me to calm down? The number of students trapped in the instance exceeds 200, if they all perish, do you know what kind of impact this will have on the Huaxia region? Just as Chen Tianming and Zhang Kai were about to come to blows, Li Xinruwei hurriedly prepared to intervene. However, at that moment, a flash of white light filled the hall, and over 100 people appeared, the first batch of students being teleported out of the instance. Zhang Kai was stunned, and after a while, he started to laugh foolishly as if he had lost his mind. They came out, the students are out, the world instance is over, so many students are still alive. And our region's instance is also safe, it won't close, Chen Tianming didn't have time to deal with Zhang Kai's craziness and immediately began searching for his students among the newly teleported group. Li Xinruwei also wasted no time, grabbing a classmate who had just come out of the instance and directly asking, Classmate, have you seen Lin Su? Upon seeing Li Xinruwei, the student clearly froze for a moment. Then, instead of answering her question, he excitedly pointed at her and exclaimed, Li Xinruwei, you are Li Xinruwei. Everyone knew that Lin Su was looking for Li Xinruwei in the instance, and that sketch had been seen by everyone. This led to the fact that none of the students coming out of the instance didn't know who Li Xinruwei was. Seeing the boy's reaction, Li Xinruwei was completely confused. However, just as she was about to ask others, the same boy who recognized her pointed at her and loudly declared, The Li Xinruwei that the big guy is looking for is here, I found her, she's fine. Instantly, all the students who had just come out of the instance turned their gazes toward Li Xinruwei, followed by a burst of cheers. It is no exaggeration to say that the students before us owe their escape from the dungeon entirely to Lin Su. Therefore, upon learning that Li Xinruwei was safe and sound, everyone felt happy for Lin Su. With her classmates causing such a commotion, Li Xinruwei was even more confused. But soon, her eyes lit up as she spotted a student from Jiangdu High School in the crowd. Where's Lin Su? Have you seen Lin Su? Li Xinruwei asked directly. I saw him, he should be coming out soon. The girl's expression became somewhat awkward at such a question. After all, Lin Su had saved their lives. However, when they were criticizing Lin Su, all the students from Jiangdu High School had been the main players. Thinking back to the disdainful look she had when she first saw Lin Su's team formation message, and then comparing it to her own performance in the dungeon, she realized that after tonight, Lin Su would undoubtedly become a hero in Jiangdu City, or even in the entire Huaxia region. In that instant, she felt a dual blow to her conscience and her sense of capability. Noticing the girl's strange expression, Li Xinrui immediately became anxious. Just as she was about to ask more, a flash of white light appeared in the center of the hall again. "Doctor, where's the doctor? Hurry and help the injured." Su Luo appeared, supporting Lin Su, who was covered in blood. There were always medical teams stationed outside the dungeon, ready to treat the injured as they emerged. Lin Su's appearance was truly frightening. 4 or 5 doctors immediately rushed over with a stretcher. Seeing the wound on Lin Su's chest, Li Xinrui's face turned pale, and she nervously asked the doctor, "Doctor, my classmate, he won't be in danger, will he?" Confirming that Lin Su still had vital signs, the doctor wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. Even though he was used to seeing all kinds of situations, this was the first time he had seen someone come out alive after being injured like this in a dungeon. He thought for a moment and said, "There's no immediate danger to life, but he needs to be hospitalized for observation." As he spoke, he looked around and asked, "Who can help take care of the hospital procedures?" "I will," Li Xinrui and Su Luo said in unison. Then, they exchanged a glance. In that instant, it felt as if sparks were flying in the air, and the atmosphere became strange. Seeing that his casual remark had led to 2 top-tier beauties engaging in a silent battle, the doctor's mouth twitched involuntarily. It seemed that Lin Su, despite his severe injuries, had managed to survive for a reason. "Ahem, let me go. I am the principal of this student." Noticing the awkward atmosphere, Chen Tianming quickly stepped in to ease the tension. Then, to change the subject, he immediately pointed at Lin Su and began to scold him. "You little rascal, you really are something. You insisted on entering the dungeon even when I told you not to, and now look at you, all injured like this. This time, I want to see you." Just as Chen Tianming was getting more and more into it, all the students in the dungeon were teleported out, and then a world announcement appeared abruptly before all the players. Announcement: the world Akasha has been conquered. Conqueror, Huaxia region, Blade Demon Lin Su, teammate, Priest Su Luo. Gah! Chen Tianming's unfinished words were instantly swallowed back, and he looked as if he might faint at any moment. He pointed at Lin Su and stammered, "The world. He did it?" Having been listening to Chen Tianming scold Lin Su, Su Luo felt somewhat displeased and pouted, saying, "Of course, otherwise, do you think I, a priest, could conquer the world?" Completely oblivious to the teasing in Su Luo's words, Chen Tianming felt another wave of dizziness coming on. At that moment, a cold voice rang out. "So, you are Su Luo?" Li Xinrui looked Su Luo up and down. Su Luo showed no signs of being intimidated. She smiled lightly and replied, "Yes, nice to meet you." Instantly, the air was filled with tension. However, just as this war without gunpowder was about to begin, Zheng Kai, who had already inquired about the general situation from other students, walked over with an excited expression and punched Chen Tianming right in the chest. "Damn, I told you, old man, you have good eyes. Do you know who wiped out the teams from other districts entering the dungeon?" "Who?" Chen Tianming looked confused. To him, even if someone could wipe out the other district's job changers, how could they directly wipe out the world? "It's your monster student, Lin Su." And all 3 teams were wiped out by him alone. Zheng Kai answered without hesitation. "What?" Chen Tianming's mouth dropped open in surprise. Not only did he wipe out the teams from other districts, but all the students present were under his protection, which is why they safely came out of the dungeon. So Lin Su has made a great contribution this time. I'm going to report to Senior Nangong now. Damn, this kid is going to get rich. Seemingly not satisfied yet, Zheng Kai dropped another bombshell. Finally, with a crack, Chen Tianming clutched his chest and gasped. When Lin Su woke up, it was already noon the next day. As he groggily opened his eyes, he vaguely saw a round face swaying in front of him. "Hey, you're awake. Luo, go call the doctor." Chen Tianming's excited voice came. Su Luo responded and went straight out. "What about Li Xinrui? Did she come out of the dungeon?" Without checking his own injuries, Lin Su asked directly. She came out a long time ago. She didn't even go through the world dungeon," Chen Tianming explained with a slightly strange expression. After a night of fermentation, Lin Su's act of cutting through the world dungeon to find Li Xinrui had gone viral. In no time, Lin Su became a role model for countless lovesick men and women. "So where is she?" Lin Su asked, somewhat puzzled. "Normally, she should be in the hospital room looking after him." She got stimulated by you and went back into the dungeon," Chen Tianming replied, somewhat speechless. In reality, when Li Xinrui saw Lin Su teaming up with Su Luo, she felt a bit displeased. After all, Su Luo was just too beautiful, and the way she cared for Lin Su clearly didn't seem like that of ordinary friends. However, upon learning everything Lin Su had done for her in the dungeon, she was instantly moved to tears. Without saying a word, she turned around and went back into the dungeon. Not for any other reason, but because Lin Su was already level 12, while she was only level 6, and even Su Luo was 2 levels higher than her. Worried about holding Lin Su back, she angrily started leveling up like crazy. At that moment, Su Luo came in with a doctor to check on Lin Su. It was then that Lin Su realized that all his injuries, including the one on his chest, had completely healed. The hospital simply didn't have that level of capability. Thinking about it, he looked at Chen Tianming in surprise. Chen Tianming hurriedly explained, "It's the top-tier healing potion given by Senior Nangong. The effect is immediate, and it definitely won't leave any aftereffects." Lin Su asked in surprise, "Which Senior Nangong?" "Ha, with such generosity, it must be our military sword saint, Senior Nangong Yun. Who else could it be?" Zhang Kai pushed the door open, looking very pleased with himself. Upon seeing Zhang Kai, Chen Tianming's expression immediately turned sour, and he said directly, "Don't you dare set your sights on Lin Su, he's going to college." Zhang Kai snorted coldly, looking disdainful. "Humph, with Lin Su's performance in the World Dungeon, do you think joining the military or going to college is something you or I can influence? I'm here to represent the military to give Lin Su the rewards for this incident." Saying this, he took out a badge and an ancient redwood box. Zhang Kai first pointed to the badge and explained, "This badge can randomly generate false information to feed back to others when they use detection spells on you. It is equally effective when placed in your personal space and is exclusive to the top commander, so consider yourself lucky." Seeing that the first reward from the military district for Lin Su was this kind of item, Chen Tianming looked at Zhang Kai in disbelief. He felt that this badge was utterly useless. The military was indeed being stingy. Knowing what Chen Tianming was thinking, Zhang Kai completely ignored him and instead looked at Lin Su, saying seriously, "Your performance in this world instance was too eye-catching. Whether from other major districts or those from the Abyss, there are many who want to either recruit you or eliminate you. Taking this will help you avoid a lot of trouble." "Okay, got it." Lin Su nodded and directly put away the badge. Although he felt that clearing a world instance might not be as severe as they said, it was always better to have less trouble. Seeing Lin Su put away the badge, Zhang Kai smiled in satisfaction and pointed to the wooden box. "As for the reward, this is the real deal. Also, let me remind you, this thing is quite rare. You'd better use it here directly, otherwise, once you step out that door, there will definitely be people eyeing it." Seeing Zhang Kai's mysterious demeanor, Chen Tianming scoffed. "TCH, it's just a broken wooden box, what's so special about it?" As Lin Su opened the wooden box, an incredibly vast and pure life energy instantly rippled out. In the blink of an eye, the wooden hanger actually began to sprout. Chen Tianming's mocking words were abruptly cut off, and he exclaimed in shock, Wood dragon crystal, the military actually used this as a reward? Are you all out of your minds?" Name Wood dragon crystal type enhancement item effect after consumption, permanently increases life and mana limits by 2500 points each, ineffective upon second use. After reading the item information in his mind, Lin Su's eyelids twitched, and he glanced at Zhang Kai. The effect of the Wood Dragon Crystal could only be described as terrifying. An increase of 2,500 points in both life and mana limits was equivalent to a 50-point boost in his constitution and spirit. A total of 100 points in attribute enhancement. Even if he had top-tier qualifications, it would take him 7 levels to gain that many attribute points. However, now, he could simply swallow this item and achieve it instantly. Such a precious item could not be measured by money. Thinking this, Lin Su looked at Zhang Kai with a questioning gaze. Zhang Kai understood and smiled broadly. "Don't worry, our military isn't as pathetic as you think. You can use this without any additional conditions. In fact, just for saving so many students in the instance, I have to thank you on behalf of the military." Having received the answer he wanted, Lin Su smiled faintly. If it weren't for searching for Li Xinrui, he wouldn't have cared about those students' lives. But now that the benefits were in hand, there was no reason not to accept them. With that thought, he decisively tossed the Wood Dragon Crystal into his mouth. The vast life energy began to resonate within him, and the prompt soon arrived. But the next moment, Lin Su's expression became strange. Zhang Kai was startled and quickly asked, "What's wrong? Is something off?" Glancing at his life and mana values, which had nearly doubled, Lin Su shook his head slightly and pondered for a long time before saying, "There's no problem, but I feel like my teeth are loose." Zhang Kai's face twitched, and he rolled his eyes. He thought to himself, "You did something to yourself, and you don't even realize it." With that, he quickly changed the subject. "Ahem, don't mind those details. Anyway, the item is handed over to you, and my task is complete. Lastly, Senior Nangang asked me to tell you that if you have time, he would like to chat with you about your family matters." Lin Su's heart skipped a beat, and his eyes narrowed instantly. Sure enough, this incident had escalated too much. I had already been investigated, and the matters at home had been dug up. As for others, I have time now, Lin Su said directly. Zheng Kai waved his hand. Senior Nangong said there's no need to rush. When it's time to meet, we will naturally meet. After saying this, he greeted Chen Tianming and Su Luo and decisively left. Watching Zhang Kai's figure disappear, Lin Su's heart was instantly in turmoil. Since his mother never mentioned the enemy's affairs until her death, Lin Su knew even less about them. 10 years had passed, and the most vivid memory he had was of the scarlet long sword that pierced his father's chest, and a woman shrouded in black mist, wielding a short-handled sickle, who nearly cleaved him in two. He was now eager to know what Nangongyan would tell him, regardless of whether the outcome was good or bad. Just as Lin Su's mind was in a flurry, thinking about all sorts of chaotic matters, Chen Tianming's round face leaned in again, asking ingratiatingly, "Hey, little Su, are you hungry? Is there anything you want to eat? Uncle will get it for you right now." Lin Su curled his lip, recalling how the other had puffed up his cheeks and glared at him at the school gate, instantly feeling a surge of anger. With that thought, he flipped his wrist and took out the bicycle key he had borrowed from the gatekeeper, handing it to Chen Tianming. "I left the gatekeeper's bicycle at the copy entrance yesterday. You walk over and ride it back. Is there a problem?" Chen Tianming's face twitched, immediately understanding that Lin Su wanted revenge, and quickly tried to back out. That bicycle of old Zhang's is so broken, it's not worth much. How about I just buy him a new one?" Lin Su smiled slightly and nodded. "That's fine, but you see, I suddenly feel like joining the military might not be a bad idea." Chen Tianming's face turned pale, and he gritted his teeth with a forced smile. Alright, it's just riding a bicycle, no big deal." With that, he slammed the door and left. Finally getting rid of Chen Tianming, Lin Su breathed a sigh of relief and turned to Su Luo. "Why didn't you go home? Do you still have something to find me for?" Su Luo nodded and took out a treasure chest from her personal space. "This is for you." Lin Su glanced at it and found it was a treasure chest from the world of killing, but unlike his red one, this chest was golden. "Does everyone else have one?" Not taking the treasure chest Su Luo handed over, Lin Su asked thoughtfully. Su Luo shook her head. "Only you and I have one, but I think I should give this to you. Besides, those who didn't enter the main hall didn't even get the treasure chest for clearing the world copy." Lin Su smiled faintly, feeling that this copy was relatively fair. With that thought, he pushed the treasure chest back. "This is what you deserve. Consider it a thank you for being willing to rush in to save me at the end." As he said this, he seemed to suddenly remember something and asked Su Luo, "How did I end up killing the world?" After being pinned down by the corpse, as his health decreased, Lin Su's consciousness gradually became hazy. Vaguely, he only remembered that he seemed to have stabbed the heart of that world. Su Luo's lips twitched as she tentatively asked, "Big shot, you really can't remember at all?" Lin Su decisively shook his head. "I really can't remember." Looking at Lin Su's confused expression, Su Luo racked her brain to organize her words and finally said with hesitation, "The opponent was bit to death." Lin Su's face stiffened, instantly understanding why Zhang Kai had looked at him with that monster-like gaze when he said his teeth were loose. "Alright, got it. Don't let this out. You go home first. I'll contact you if there's anything." Saying this, Lin Su stood up and walked towards the washroom in the hospital room. His only thought now was to brush his teeth. No need to keep it a secret, it's already trending," Su Luo said weakly. Lin Su's forehead twitched, rubbing his face, and waved his hand helplessly. "Okay, got it." After saying that, he sent Su Luo to the door and slammed it shut. Although he didn't care much about his persona, directly stating that he could bite the world to death was indeed a bit frightening. Lin Su felt that the label of being a monster was probably something he couldn't shake off. After a simple wash-up, Lin Su first opened his skill list, and upon seeing it, his eyes instantly narrowed. Sure enough, the originally 6-slot passive skill bar had now changed to 7. Skill 7, Frenzy, passive, when health drops below 5, enter a frenzy state, losing rationality, all attributes increase by 50, immune to all fatal attacks. For each level the host increases, the duration of the frenzy state extends by 1 second, currently lasting 12 seconds. Skill cooldown time, 24 hours. After reading this, Lin Su couldn't help but gasp. This skill was invincible with locked health and high burst damage, definitely a counter-kill divine skill. As for falling into a weakened state after the burst, that didn't happen. In fact, if combined with his skill, Greed, for lifesteal and mana absorption, as long as he landed a solid hit on the opponent, both health and mana would be fully restored. If he really encountered a tough opponent, it would definitely give them a big surprise. Thinking of this, Lin Su licked his still slightly loose teeth and felt that Akasha's death was truly not unjust. Sitting cross-legged back on the hospital bed, Lin Su glanced at his personal space. Inside lay 19 treasure chests, plus 15 kill badges, and a level 5 vampire cloak. Not knowing whether Nangongyan's visit was a good or bad thing, he decided to convert all the gains from this dungeon into strength in the shortest time possible. By then, even if the negotiation with Nangongyan fell through, his self-defense capability would increase. With this in mind, Lin Su first took out the 2 treasure chests obtained from clearing the vampire manor and refreshing the record, and opened them directly. Among all the treasure chests, these 2 had the lowest value. Acquired, Skill Scroll, Advanced, Eye of Detection, Acquired, Mage's Boots, Quality, Bronze. Acquired, Vampire Manor, Advanced Difficulty, Invitation, Acquired, Warrior Bracers, Quality, Silver. Glancing at these items, Lin Su first took out the Eye of Detection skill scroll and crushed it. Prompt, due to the host's profession, Blade Demon qualification, skill scroll usage failed. Acquired, Blade Demon exclusive skill, Eye of Magic, category, detection skill, active, level, effect, can be used on targets not exceeding 50 levels above oneself to obtain all information. If the target exceeds 50 levels, only basic information can be obtained, ignoring deceptive items. Lin Su gasped. It was yet another exclusive skill for the Blade Demon, and the level was. If he had this skill back then, how could he have been beaten so badly by the world Akasha? Thinking this, Lin Su felt that the Blade Demon profession was indeed a bit perverse in its power. After briefly checking the attributes of the remaining items, Lin Su directly tossed them into his personal space. He didn't care for the 2 pieces of equipment. As for the advanced difficulty dungeon invitation, Lin Su was already level 12, and he couldn't enter that dungeon anymore. He decided to take these items to the guild auction later. They could at least fetch 500,000. This was why so many people wanted to switch to combat professions. Even if you might have been so poor yesterday that you couldn't afford a meal, as long as you had strength, a single dungeon run would definitely fill your pockets. With this thought in mind, a row of 15 blood-red treasure chests appeared neatly in front of Lin Su. Open! He had no hesitation and said directly. Acquired, Withered Wood Staff, Quality, Gold, Acquired, Helm of Courage, Quality, Silver, Acquired, Black Stockings, Original Flavor, Lifestyle Item, No Rank. Acquired, Healing Necklace, Quality, Gold. The item list scrolled rapidly, leaving Lin Su dazzled. He wasn't very familiar with the selling price of equipment at this stage. But in terms of quality, these pieces of equipment were all above silver. They definitely couldn't be cheap. Confirming that this was a huge profit, Lin Su's frustration from the strange items mixed in with the equipment vanished completely. He tossed the stockings into the trash can, stored the equipment in his personal space, and took a deep breath as he pulled out the last 2 treasure chests. One was for killing in the world, and the other was for completing the world dungeon. Hint, due to the loss of world health exceeding 100 caused by the practitioner, opening the killing treasure chest this time will definitely yield a profession-exclusive weapon. Hint, due to the practitioner's personal contribution exceeding 99 and completing the world dungeon, opening the completion treasure chest this time will definitely yield a diamond level set. Lin Su raised an eyebrow. He had wondered why the color of his treasure chests was different from Su Luo's, and now he understood. It seemed that the biggest beneficiary of this world dungeon would be none other than himself. Suppressing his excitement, Lin Su chose to open them directly. 2 beams of light, one red and one white, shot up into the sky, and the prompts immediately arrived. Acquired, Blade Demon exclusive weapon, Sky Splitter, acquired, set, Phoenix of Immortality. Lin Su squinted his eyes as he gripped the long knife, which was pitch black and as deep as the night sky, in his hand. Name, Sky Splitter, Blade Demon exclusive, category, weapon, long knife, wearing level, none, attack, effect, all attributes plus 50, trait, immortal. Note, Sky Splitter will not be damaged when colliding with any other armor or weapon. Skill, equip Sky Splitter to perform spatial teleportation within a 100-meter range, skill cooldown time, 3 seconds. Level, brilliant. Note, Sky Splitter can be fused with other Blade Demon exclusive weapons to enhance its quality. Lin Su grinned, silently laughing. This equipment's attributes were truly monstrous. The attack directly increased by 1000, and with an additional 50% attribute bonus, combined with his 5 times damage, a single strike would deal nearly 28,000 damage. Of course, this was without hitting the opponent's vital points and without the flying knives participating in the battle. If he unleashed all his means and hit a single enemy, the damage would definitely reach hundreds of thousands. This combat power, and he was only level 12. Thinking of this, Lin Su immediately began to check the attributes of the Phoenix of Immortality set. He wanted to know just how explosive his combat power would become with the Sky Splitter and the Phoenix of Immortality set equipped. Name, Phoenix of Immortality, set components, necklace, cloak, arm guards, shoes, wearing level, set effect, all attributes plus 10, defense plus 1000, skill, Phoenix shield, can generate a shield equal to one's own health, which can be activated at any time. The shield resets 12 hours after breaking. Quality, diamond. Equipping the Phoenix of Immortality set directly, Lin Su decisively opened his attribute panel. Name, Lin Su, profession, Blade Demon, unique, level, health, 7500, mana, 7500, attack, 6000, defense, 6000, shield, attributes, 100, all, controllable flying knife quantity, 8, active skills, Blade Light, Blade Control, Eye of Magic. Passive skills, Blade Demon, Heart of Magic, Greed, Smile of Magic, Will of Magic, Magic Body, Mad Demon. Looking at his attributes, which had nearly increased tenfold since he first entered the dungeon, Lin Su couldn't help but smile. Now, he had a feeling that below level 50, any profession's transmuter would likely not be his opponent. With this thought in mind, he wanted to check the uses of those killing badges in his personal space. However, at that moment, a card fell out from the dissipating white light above. Acquired, World Dungeon Invitation. Lin Su raised an eyebrow and picked up the black card adorned with intricate patterns. Name, World Instance Invitation Letter, level, difficulty, nightmare, instance content, randomly generated after using the invitation letter, entry requirements, the level of the practitioner must be less than or equal to 20, with only one team allowed per major region, consisting of 5 members. After reading the content of the invitation letter, Lin Su's expression became strange. This thing, if used well, could definitely boost his strength again, and even the entire Huaxia region would owe him a favor. But if used poorly, this thing would not only be hot to handle but could very well send him away directly. Since it was a level 20 instance anyway, he decided to wait until he reached level 20 to use it. With this thought in mind, Lin Su stored the invitation letter in his personal space. He took out the slaughter badge obtained from the instance. Name, Slaughter Badge, category, decoration, symbol of honor, function, can be exchanged at the Regional Practitioner Guild for high-level equipment, skill scrolls, potions, etc. So it was for this purpose. He just needed to go to the Practitioner Guild to buy equipment. With that in mind, he also stored the Rift Blade in his personal space and walked out of the hospital. However, not long after leaving the hospital, an unusual feeling surged in his heart. Was he being followed? Turning around a corner again, confirming that his judgment was correct, he seemingly casually glanced back. The Eye of the Demon activated. 2 people had been tailing him, one a level 27 archer and the other a level 25 assassin. With such a combination, who would believe they weren't up to no good? Lin Su smirked and headed straight out of the city. Due to the Abyss's arrival, there were many wild monsters outside the city. Naturally, this became a training ground for many practitioners. Of course, in the unregulated wilderness, public order was generally chaotic, and incidents of murder and robbery were common. After a simple registration at the military checkpoint, Lin Su successfully left the city. He pretended to kill 2 roadside wild monsters, confirming that the 2 behind him had followed, and began to walk quietly into the depths of the dense forest. This should be good, right here. The level 25 assassin flipped his wrist, revealing a dagger, signaling his companion. The archer scanned the surroundings, confirming no one was nearby, and nodded decisively. Creak creak. The sound of a bowstring tightening echoed as a cold energy arrow shot straight towards Lin Su's chest from dozens of meters away. At the same time, the assassin's feet glowed, and he charged towards Lin Su at high speed. However, just as the archer was about to release his finger, he felt a blur in front of him, and Lin Su's figure had vanished. At the same time, a cold voice rang in his ear. Looking for me? The archer's heart sank, and he immediately turned to flee. But a pitch-black long knife was already pressed against his neck, halting all his movements. Lin Su smiled faintly. This was his first time using the space traversal skill, and the effect was indeed explosive. In the past, at such a distance, wanting to rush into the archer's face would have required dodging the arrows and shaking off the assassin's entanglement, which was quite troublesome. But now, he felt that within 100 meters around him was a death zone for any squishy class. Suppressing the excitement in his heart, Lin Su pointed at the assassin, who was equally startled by the loss of his target, and coldly said, "Come, say goodbye to your companion." As his words fell, puff, a glimmering throwing knife instantly shattered the assassin's head. Thud. The headless corpse of the assassin fell directly. Looking at the kill record that appeared in the mere 1 point of experience gained, Lin Su disdainfully curled his lips. TCH, so killing a practitioner from your own region gives no experience, the archer thought, cold sweat breaking out on his forehead, realizing he had definitely kicked a steel plate today. However, strangely, the information he had indicated that the opponent's level was only 12. How could this possibly be a level 12 newbie? Realizing he had been tricked, the archer cursed his employer's ancestors while quickly forcing a smile to explain, yes, I have no experience, so just let me go, you set the terms. Lin Su nodded and asked directly, how did you find me with the deception detection equipment on me? Compared to who the employer was, this was Lin Su's biggest confusion at the moment. Because if the badge Zhang Kai gave him was ineffective, then the troubles he would face next could be endless. We have your photo, we even know which hospital you were in before, and your ward number. Lin Su raised an eyebrow, his expression growing more surprised. Judging by Zhang Kai's performance, they could not possibly have leaked his information. Yet, the fact that they knew so many details showed they had significant connections. With this thought, Lin Su decided not to guess anymore. He retracted his blade and asked the other party directly, tell me who the employer is, then get lost. Seeing that Lin Su truly had no intention of attacking him again, the archer was overjoyed and hurriedly said, the employer is Yi Hao, the eldest son of the Yi family, his father. Put. The archer's expression of joy froze as he stared blankly at the flying knife embedded in his heart. The kill record was confirmed. Lin Su suddenly understood, Yi Hao, the deputy mayor, everything made sense now. With that thought, he patted the archer's shoulder in a comforting manner and said lightly, being a killer isn't easy. Even if I don't kill you, Yi Hao won't let you go, really. So, it doesn't matter who you die at the hands of, right? As if he understood, the archer collapsed with a thud. Lin Su smiled, checked the attributes of the archer's bow, level 20, silver quality, and felt even better, directly putting it away. After thinking for a moment, he decided to retrieve the assassin's dagger as well, also level 20, but its quality was surprisingly gold. In an instant, Lin Su felt that this trip into the wild was truly worthwhile, and even Yi Hao didn't seem so annoying anymore. However, just as Lin Su's figure disappeared at the edge of the dense forest, there was a pop. The archer's already lifeless eye burst open, and a small flower with pupils sprouted from his eye socket. The flower turned, gazing in the direction Lin Su had left for a long time, and a man's mocking voice echoed, TSK, an interesting little guy. Akasha is quite unlucky, hee hee. But as he laughed, the strange little flower seemed to get tangled up again, murmuring, but, such an interesting little guy, should I kill him or keep him as a slave? Jiangdu City Professional Association. Sir, how can I assist you? A sweet-looking staff member approached Lin Su and asked, I want to consign some equipment. Lin Su got straight to the point. Alright, sir, this way please. The girl's attitude became noticeably warmer as she spoke, leading Lin Su directly to a private room. Helping professionals consign items was the most profitable project for the association, bar none. The hall was crowded, and high-value items, once they appeared, could easily attract unwanted attention, making them unsuitable for trade. However, just as Lin Su reached the door of the private room, the sweet-looking staff member used a detection spell on him, causing her steps to pause. Sir, if the equipment you are consigning is limited in quantity and generally of low quality, you can also use the automatic vending machine over there. Lin Su was speechless, deducing that it must be the badge on him that was causing this. Even though he didn't know the specific information the other party had detected, it must have been quite low. Since he still needed to use the kill badge to exchange for items, he didn't want to deal with the hassle of the vending machine, so he said directly, I have a total of 18 pieces of equipment for consignment, except for one level 5 bronze piece, the rest are all at least level 10 silver quality. The girl's face stiffened, and she turned around directly. Then, she raised her arm and bowed, saying, Sir, please wait in the private room upstairs. I will notify our union leader right away. She had seen people selling equipment before, but to pull out 18 pieces at once, with 17 of them being silver or above, was something she had never encountered. After a moment of waiting, a middle-aged man in a suit with a small mustache pushed open the private room door and walked in, introducing himself. Hello, I am Xia Jishuan, the head of the Jiangdu City Workers Union. Is it convenient for you to show me the equipment? Convenient, Lin Su nodded, and without further ado, he raised his hand. With a clink-clink, nearly 20 pieces of equipment landed on the coffee table, instantly filling it up. In fact, since the coffee table wasn't very large, a few pieces of equipment fell directly to the floor, illuminating the entire room with the glow emitted by the gear. Xia Jishuan's mouth twitched as he began to examine the equipment one by one, his expression changing repeatedly. Noticing the other party's unusual reaction, Lin Su discreetly used the Eye of Magic on Xia Jishuan. Level, Holy Light Warrior, very strong, with an abnormally high defense. It's just a pity that I ignore defense. Thinking this in his heart, Lin Su simply asked the other party, what's the matter? Is there a problem? After a moment of contemplation, Xia Jishuan stroked his chin and tentatively asked, well, there isn't really a problem, but could you conveniently tell me where you got so much equipment? Seeing the wary look in Xia Zhishuan's eyes, Lin Su immediately understood what he was thinking. Indeed, anyone who suddenly produced so many high-quality novice equipment would be suspected of having obtained them through improper channels. Moreover, Han Mingxuan's guess was not wrong at all. These pieces of equipment were indeed dropped from killing. Lin Su felt a bit conflicted. He wanted to clarify things without coming off as arrogant. However, seeing Lin Su hesitate, Han Mingxian coldly smiled and discreetly pressed an alarm button on the leg of the coffee table. Although Xia Zhishuan's movement was small, as a killer, Lin Su was exceptionally sensitive to such matters. His expression turned cold as he looked at Han Mingxian and asked, "What do you mean?" Seeing his small action exposed, Xia Zhishuan didn't feel embarrassed at all. Instead, he smiled at Lin Su and praised, "Good kid, you're quite alert. Alright, then I'll play with you a bit before the military arrives." Saying this, he slowly stood up, stretching his limbs, and as his joints cracked, an overwhelming aura surged forth. Lin Su's pupils constricted, and as he summoned his figure instantly vanished. Spatial skill? Xia Zhishuan was taken aback. However, just as his astonished expression appeared, with a bang, he received a solid kick to his abdomen. Knowing that the situation was likely a misunderstanding, Lin Su chose not to go all out. However, dissatisfied with Xia Zhishuan's immediate aggression without asking for clarification, he put all his strength into that kick. The floor beneath Lin Su cracked, and Xia Zhishuan was sent flying like a cannonball, crashing into the wall behind him. Although their levels were vastly different, after using the Eye of Magic to detect, Lin Su found that their total attributes were not far apart, which gave him the confidence to act boldly. Xia Zhishuan, rolling like a ball into the next room, was momentarily stunned. He had used a detection spell on Lin Su, a level 7 priest. How could a level 7 priest kick him from the next room? The other party's strength attribute should clearly be higher than his. Moreover, which priest uses a knife? In an instant, Xia Zhishuan concluded that Lin Su must have equipment that deceived detection spells. He even felt that Lin Su's level was possibly higher than his own. Thinking this, he no longer dared to underestimate the situation. As he rose from the rubble of the wall, a broadsword appeared in his hand, along with a half-height shield. In the next moment, a red circular barrier enveloped his entire body as he charged fiercely towards Lin Su. Xia Zhishuan activated his strongest defensive skill, Iron Blood Barrier. Lin Su curled his lip, seeing that his opponent was already in a desperate stance. He felt no need to hold back any longer. The sound of slicing air suddenly erupted. 8 gleaming flying knives shot towards the light shield in front of Xia Zhishuan. With a crack, a sound like shattering glass echoed. The shield generated by Xia Zhishuan was pierced through as if it were made of paper in front of Lin Su's flying knives. Fortunately, those knives were not aimed directly at Xia Zhishuan, merely brushing past him. Even so, Xia Zhishuan stumbled, nearly falling flat on his face. He knew very well that his shield had a defense of 50,000 points, and it was so casually broken? Little did he know, Lin Su's 8 flying knives together dealt damage close to 250,000. Just as Xia Zhishuan's brain momentarily crashed, Lin Su did not give him any respite. The blade howled as it suddenly slashed towards the shield in Xia Zhishuan's hand. With a clang, sparks flew, and a gash several dozen centimeters long appeared on the shield in an instant. Xia Zhishuan's face twitched. Before he could even feel sorry for the shield, he was kicked away by Lin Su again. "Are you coming again?" The tip of the knife pressed against Xia Zhishuan's throat, Lin Su asked coldly. Xia Zhishuan also sneered. "Het, the military is here, you can't escape." As soon as he finished speaking, chaotic footsteps echoed in the corridor, and soon, the door was kicked open, with a large group of military personnel rushing in. "Drop your weapons, hurry up," shouted a soldier who was the first to enter the room. Activating the Eye of the Demon, Lin Su glanced at the military personnel. The leader was a level 52 warrior, and none of the others were below level 30. Lin Su did not resist. He moved his foot off Xia Zhishuan's chest and retracted the blade into his spatial pocket. "I notified the military. I reported that this person is carrying a large amount of high-quality novice equipment, and I suspect he obtained it through illegal means. Additionally, he has equipment for deceiving detection." Seeing the reinforcements arrive, Xia Zhishuan immediately perked up and began to babble. However, before he could finish, Lin Su directly handed his class change certificate and the deception badge that Zhang Kai had given him that morning to the leading officer. Zhang Kai had once said that this item was used by high-ranking military officials and should prove his identity. Thinking of this, he explained, "This badge was given to me by Zhang Kai, you can verify it with him." After just a glance at the badge in Lin Su's hand, the leading officer's expression changed immediately. He opened Lin Su's certificate to take a look, and his eyelids twitched, his tone softened considerably. "This is a serious matter, please wait a moment, we need to verify." Saying this, the officer whispered a few words to a companion beside him, and that person turned and left. After a moment, the officer's companion returned, standing at attention in front of Lin Su and saluting. Thank you for everything you have done for the Huaxia region in the world instance. Additionally, Senior Nangong said he wanted to meet you. Lin Su frowned slightly. Earlier that morning, Zhang Kai had been rambling about how they would meet when the time was right. How could it be that just one afternoon had passed, and the other party had come looking for him directly? Although puzzled, Lin Su was eager to find out what Nangongyan wanted to say to him, so he decisively nodded in agreement. Alright, then wait a moment, I'll prepare over here. Saying this, the officer's companion directly pulled the dazed Xia Jishuan up from the floor and said, Let's go, Manager Xia, help find a spacious office. Xia Jishuan was confused, his mind still somewhat in a daze, and he groggily asked, What world instance? Who is Senior Nangong? What are you talking about? Why don't you arrest him? Did I just take this beating for nothing? The officer glanced at Xia Jishuan with exasperation. His equipment was dropped from killing other region class changers in the world instance. It's compliant and legal. Why should we arrest him? You, the dignified head of the Jiangdu City Professional Union, a level 43 Holy Light Warrior, being pressed to the ground and rubbed by a mere level 12 newcomer, how can you have the face to complain? Xia Jishuan was taken aback by the retort, his face alternating between green and red. But soon, he seemed to remember something and exclaimed, You are the one who directly bit the world to death, Lin Su? Lin Su, speechless, turned his face away, indicating that he was not familiar with the person Xia Jishuan mentioned. Come on, we'll talk about your matters later, let's find the office first, the officer urged, directly pulling Xia Jishuan away. When Xia Jishuan learned that the senior Nangong they spoke of was the Sword Saint Nangongyan, he hurriedly ran off, and the office was quickly arranged. The moment Lin Su pushed the door open, he saw an elderly man dressed in white already waiting in the office. Although the old man had kind eyes, his aura was exceptionally sharp, even giving off an unapproachable feeling. Seeing that Lin Su could look at him without changing his expression, a hint of appreciation flashed in Nangongyan's eyes as he chuckled and asked, Child, do you still remember me? Lin Su was taken aback, confused by Nangongyan's sudden question. He quickly searched through all his memories from the past 18 years. He was certain he had never seen this person before. Noticing Lin Su's bewildered expression, Nangongyan smiled even more kindly. This time, he rolled up his sleeves, extended his hands, and spread his fingers. How about this? Do you remember these two arms? Looking at the dense, centipede-like scars on Nangongyan's arms and the missing pinky on his left hand, a thunderclap suddenly rang in Lin Su's heart. Why you are Uncle Nine Fingers? He whispered, hardly believing what was in front of him. Back then, his grandfather, who was the vice president of Jing University, often invited a taciturn middle-aged man to their home for drinks and conversation. That middle-aged man had been saved by Lin Su's grandfather during an abyss invasion, and afterward, they became close friends. The middle-aged man was quite foolish. The scars left from that abyss invasion and his missing pinky could have been healed with a high-level healing spell. But he refused, allowing those scars to grow, even disregarding the missing finger. He said he wanted to use these to remind himself of his weakness and to motivate himself to grow stronger. He also said he wanted to remember his savior through these marks. At that time, Lin Su, with a child's understanding of his past life, thought the middle-aged man was not only eccentric but also that his scars were truly unsightly. He often mocked the man and resolutely refused to let him hug him, even though the man cared for him deeply. Because of this, he often got beaten. However, Lin Su never expected that years later, that peculiar middle-aged man would become the war god of the current Huaxia region. Just as he thought this, Lin Su couldn't help but feel puzzled. He stared intently at Nangongyan. But your face. Seeing that Lin Su actually recognized him, Nangongyan laughed heartily, patting Lin Su's shoulder with satisfaction, and explained, I was disfigured in a later battle. As a war god, for political reasons, they just reshaped my face. If it weren't for this world instance, I really wouldn't have known you were still alive, child. Lin Su opened his mouth, his feelings suddenly becoming incredibly complex. After a long while, he asked Nangongyan, what exactly happened to my family back then? A trace of pain appeared in Nangongyan's eyes as he pondered for a long time before slowly saying, that was a long-planned assassination targeting all the core high-level combatants of the Huaxia region. In that assassination, more than half of the top combatants of the Huaxia region perished, and even I was not spared. Fortunately, I survived. What about the murderer? Who was the murderer? Lin Su asked directly. Nangongyan let out a long sigh, a fierce look flashing in his eyes. The Abyss, along with all the regions hostile to Huaxia, were all involved. Their goal was to make the Huaxia region fall and become the territory of the Abyss. And indeed, the day after that assassination attempt, the Abyss army directly invaded. Even without Nan Gongyun elaborating, Lin Su already had a rough understanding of what happened next. Then came the uprising of the practitioners in the Huaxia region. Nan Gongyun single-handedly faced hundreds of thousands of Abyss troops, achieving legendary status in battle. All of this was written in textbooks. However, as Lin Su thought about it, he couldn't help but feel puzzled and directly asked, what happened after that? Did the Huaxia region not retaliate? Nan Gongyun shook his head with a bitter smile. In recent years, the frequency of Abyss invasions and infiltrations through dungeons has increased significantly, leaving our government and military overwhelmed and unable to attend to other matters. Lin Su's lips curled into a smirk, not angry but rather pleased, and he coldly laughed. So, that means my enemies are still alive? Seeing Lin Su's expression, Nan Gongyun patted his shoulder with concern. Good kid, I understand your desire for revenge. Don't worry, I will do my utmost to help you. But for now, your top priority is to improve your strength. At this point, he seemed to suddenly remember something and asked, I heard you are resistant to joining the military, why is that? Lin Su stared intently at Nan Gongyun for a moment before meaningfully saying, I'm not afraid of death, but I fear dying without understanding. Nan Gongyun's expression stiffened, and he hurriedly asked, Child, what do you mean by that? Lin Su coldly smiled and explained, the scale of that assassination attempt was so large that there could be traitors within the military. I'm worried they might come after me. Upon hearing this, Nan Gongyun's expression instantly turned anxious, but he quickly calmed down and said with guilt, Don't worry, with me around, no one will dare to lay a finger on you. After hesitating for a moment, Lin Su awkwardly explained, So you mean you want me to join the military, but I want to go to Jing University, the place where my grandfather spent most of his life. Nan Gongyun waved his hand. That's not a conflict. I can directly recruit you into the Shadow Blade unit, which is a special forces team made up entirely of Huaxia's elite. There, you will have access to the best resources from the military, and you won't even need to carry out missions regularly, just return to the team when the region needs you. As for Jing University, you can go whenever you want, it won't be affected at all. Seeing that the conversation had reached this point, Nan Gongyun still didn't relent, so Lin Su simply nodded. Alright, when do I report? Seeing Lin Su finally agree, Nan Gongyun laughed heartily. Good boy, I've been waiting for this. Saying this, he directly threw a shiny ring towards Lin Su, explaining, Take this as a reward for joining the military, and tomorrow morning go find Zhang Kai, he will take you to report. The moment Lin Su caught the ring, the item information appeared in his mind. Name, Starfall Ring, Type, Equipment Ring, Effect, Attack, Skill, Paralysis, Passive. Note, when worn, each attack carries a 50 paralysis effect, lasting 1 second, and can stack. Quality, Brilliant, Wearing Level, None. After reading the item information, Lin Su's eyelids involuntarily twitched in surprise. This is too precious. A brilliant level piece of equipment, it was not far from being a divine artifact. Moreover, it had no wearing level and came with the immobilization effect. The key point was that Lin Su could now control 20 flying knives. If he unleashed them all on a single enemy, without purification skills, that enemy would definitely be immobilized to death. Nan Gongyun waved his hand. I heard you can control multiple flying knives, while I only have one sword. This item will have a greater effect in your hands. Lin Su was taken aback. He never expected that Nan Gongyun would actually give him his own equipment. Alright, take this jade pendant as well. If you encounter danger, just crush it, and I will appear immediately. That's all there is to it, let's go. Seemingly worried that Lin Su would refuse, Nan Gongyun directly began to urge him to leave. Looking at the ring and jade pendant in his hand, Lin Su's expression was somewhat complicated. He thanked him and turned to leave. With a click, the office door closed, and the room fell silent once more. Staring at Lin Su's already departed figure, Nan Gongyun stood there for a long time, his expression equally complex. At that moment, slurp. A blood hole suddenly opened in Nan Gongyun's neck, and a small flower with pupils densely packed in its petals emerged from within. The moment the flower appeared, a barrier formed, isolating the office from the outside world. Hee hee, what an interesting little guy. I feel like he has discovered something, or maybe. A hoarse voice came from the flower, sounding eerie. However, before it could finish speaking, Nan Gongyun was furious. He grabbed the flower by its neck and squeezed hard. Another pf sound echoed. The flower let out a miserable owl. Its root and bits of flesh were directly pulled out by Nan Gongyun. Blood gushed from Nan Gongyun's neck, but he didn't even glance at it, his grip on the flower tightening. Ah, you can't kill me. If you kill me, you'll die too. Don't forget our agreement. As Nan Gongyun was about to strike, the flower flailed and cried out in terror. However, Nan Gongyun ignored it, only stopping just before he was about to crush it. Like a drowning person suddenly surfacing, the flower flailed and gasped for breath. Nan Gongyan glared at it, gritting his teeth. Remember what I'm telling you now, if you dare to lay a finger on him, even if I die, I will absolutely not let you have it easy. The bloodied root of the flower retreated repeatedly, trying to explain. Have you thought about it? This kid is a level 12 newbie, and he can already crush level 40 professionals. If he grows up, how terrifying would that be? And once he learns the truth about what happened back then, do you think he will let you go? Shut up, you despicable worm. My affairs are none of your business. Not wanting to get entangled in this topic any further, Nan Gongyan stepped forward and vanished. On Lin Su's side, the moment he left the office, his brows furrowed. Name, Nan Gongyan Moros, occupation, Sword Saint Abyssal Monster, level, 79, status, symbiotic, attack, unknown, defense, unknown. He looked at the information detected by the Eye of Magic and felt a chill run down his spine. Abyssal Monster, symbiotic, such words truly pierced his nerves. It was precisely because he saw these that he tentatively fabricated a reason for not wanting to join the military, claiming it was due to concerns about traitors within. Sure enough, he clearly saw the momentary panic in Nan Gongyan's eyes, and his heart sank. Back then, his grandfather really did have a close friend with scars all over his arms and missing a finger. But after 10 years, was he still the same? However, after seeing Nan Gongyan's information, although he lost trust in him, Lin Su was not worried about his own safety. Because if Nan Gongyan wanted to eliminate him, with his current strength, it was impossible for him to survive and see him again. This was good news. But this also left him puzzled about what Nan Gongyan wanted to achieve by getting close to him. So, he decided to follow Nan Gongyan's suggestion and join the military to see what he was up to. As for the story Nan Gongyan told about the events at home back then, Lin Su just listened. The truth still had to be discovered by himself. He had to go to Jingda. Just as Lin Su was thinking this, Xia Zhishuan approached him with a beaming smile. Boss, your batch of equipment has already been appraised. After deducting the 5% handling fee, the total price is 7.5 million. It can be transferred to your card right now. Lin Su glanced at Xia Zhishuan, a bit surprised as he asked. Isn't the handling fee for consignment equipment 10%? Why am I only being charged 5%? Xia Zhishuan rubbed his hands together and smiled as he explained. Because you helped the Huaxia region retain a dungeon, your contribution level in the Adventurers Guild has reached level. This is your benefit. In addition, you also have the right to prioritize buying and selling equipment. Lin Su raised an eyebrow, not expecting that clearing a world dungeon would come with such perks. With that in mind, he took out the 15 killing badges he had prepared earlier. What about this? What can I exchange it for? He opened the bulging bag, and just one glance made Xia Zhishuan shiver. Even though he was already over level 40 and the president of the Jiangdu District Adventurers Guild, he had never seen so many killing badges before. It's crowded here, let's talk in the private room. Entering the private room, Lin Su glanced at the dazzling array of items on the computer screen and shook his head slightly. Aside from that forced return scroll, I'm not interested in anything else. Unlike regular return scrolls, this one could be used without leaving combat. It would immediately teleport the user to the nearest main city, a lifesaver in critical moments, worth 1 killing badge. Xia Zhishuan nodded. We have this scroll in stock, we can help you exchange it right away. As for the remaining badges, if you want to cash them in, that's fine too, 3 million each. Lin Su clicked his tongue, secretly lamenting the outrageous value of the killing badges. But it made sense, as the items they could be exchanged for were hard to buy with money on the market. Calculating in his mind, Lin Su directly asked, do you have flying knives? Preferably of high quality, I need 20. Indeed, given the current situation, Lin Su felt that to further enhance his strength, he could only focus on those few novice flying knives in the short term. Upon hearing that Lin Su wanted this, Xia Zhishuan suddenly found it difficult. Flying knives were not only niche but also classified as consumable items. Few people would bother to make them high quality for no reason. Moreover, Lin Su wanted so many at once, even if he managed to gather them, their performance and style would vary, making them unusable once obtained. As he thought this, Xia Zhishuan's eyes suddenly lit up, and he suggested, if you're not in a hurry, how about a custom order? The Adventurers Guild has blacksmiths, but the cost might be a bit high. Without any hesitation, Lin Su nodded directly. Sure, transfer 500,000 to my card, and the remaining 7 million, plus all 14 killing badges to you. 20 flying knives must be completed within half a month. With only 20 days left until the college entrance examination, that 500,000 was for Lin Su's living expenses. He chose to use the remaining money entirely to forge flying knives. He had to go to Jing University, so before the exam, he would spare no effort to improve himself. Startled by Lin Su's boldness, Xia Zhishuan felt the time was indeed tight but still gritted his teeth and nodded. Alright, No problem. After saying that, he hurriedly walked out the door. Soon, the 500,000 was transferred, and the return scroll was delivered. After hesitating for a moment, Lin Su chose to buy 20 ordinary quality flying knives first. After all, he would eventually use them as his level increased, so it wasn't a waste. With this in mind, Lin Su prepared to leave the Adventurers Guild. However, just as he was about to step out, he was stopped by Xia Jixuan. What's up? Is there something else? Lin Su frowned, looking at Xia Jixuan, who seemed hesitant to speak. Xia Jixuan rubbed his hands together like a fly, a big smile on his face as he suggested, that fight earlier wasn't satisfying. How about we find a place to spar a bit more? As he spoke, seemingly worried that Lin Su might overthink, he hurried to explain. Boss, don't misunderstand, I didn't mean anything else, it's just that, I lost too quickly just now, and I want to try again, to see. Not interested. Confirming that Xia Jixuan really had no intention of seeking revenge, Lin Su decisively refused. Quick! Ha! Just now he had held back, and even the hadn't been drawn, otherwise, with just one encounter, Xia Jixuan would definitely have knelt down. Why not? Boss, give me another chance, please. In front of everyone, Xia Jixuan, the president of a professional guild, actually started to act cute. Fighting you is exhausting, really. Lin Su tugged at the corner of his mouth, patiently explaining. Thinking Lin Su wanted to give him pointers, Xia Jixuan immediately got excited and asked, Why? Is it because of my super high defense, or my indomitable fighting spirit? Lin Su was speechless, rubbing his face, feeling a bit embarrassed. Mainly because I'm afraid I might accidentally kill you. In an instant, Xia Jixuan felt darkness before his eyes, nearly fainting on the spot. The next morning, Lin Su first found Chen Tianming and handed him the high-difficulty invitation to the vampire manor. He couldn't use this thing himself, and selling it wouldn't fetch much. He knew that what Chen Tianming needed most right now was this. Upon seeing the invitation, Chen Tianming was indeed so happy that he nearly burst into tears, saying that his entire afternoon of writing wasn't in vain. Lin Su simply explained that joining the military wouldn't affect his college entrance exam. He asked Chen Tianming for Zhang Kai's contact information and directly reached out to Zhang Kai. A military green SUV soon stopped in front of the school, heading straight for the Jiangdu military district. After passing through several checkpoints, the SUV finally stopped in front of an ordinary two-story building in the military district. Before getting out, Zhang Kai adjusted his military uniform and reminded Lin Su, be sharp when you meet the military district commander later, keep your attitude proper, and just answer whatever he asks you. Got it. Lin Su nodded and got out of the car. Along the way, he used the Eye of Magic to scan all the soldiers he encountered. There was no sign of a symbiotic situation like with Nangongyun, which eased his mind a bit. Zhang Kai brought Lin Su to the front of an office, explained the situation to the guard by the door, and the guard knocked on the door. Come in. A deep male voice sounded from inside. Upon entering the office, Lin Su saw a middle-aged man in military uniform standing next to a large sand table, with sharp brows and tiger-like eyes, his temples slightly graying. While Lin Su was using the Eye of Magic to scan the man was also sizing Lin Su up. You're the kid who cleared the world instance and has been trending online recently? Before Zhang Kai could report, the middle-aged man directly asked, the disdain in his tone unmistakable. Seemingly not expecting such an opening, Lin Su was taken aback, only managing a faint smile without speaking. This question was impossible to answer. Report, sir, Lin Su is here. Realizing the atmosphere was off, Zhang Kai quickly stood at attention and saluted. He waved his hand at Zhang Kai, signaling him not to interrupt. The middle-aged man's gaze returned to Lin Su. Old Jun has told me about your situation. He means to let you directly enter the Shadow Blade Special Forces. Shadow Blade is the most elite special forces in our Huaxia region, bar none. That's right, in terms of treatment, the resources of Shadow Blade are indeed the best in the Huaxia region. But, all members of Shadow Blade not only need exceptional qualifications and powerful strength, but they also must possess willpower far beyond that of ordinary people. Do you think you can handle that? Zhang Kai opened his mouth, wanting to say something, but ultimately could only close it. Indeed, this was not a place for him to speak. Thinking this, he couldn't help but cast a sympathetic glance at Lin Su. Yet, he saw Lin Su still smiling faintly. At this point in the conversation, Lin Su had already understood. It seemed the other party was directly giving him a soft nail from the start. That was because the other party simply looked down on him and wanted to chase him away. As for the other person's question, can you do it? It was still a question that didn't require an answer. Not to mention that the other party already had an answer in mind. Moreover, once he argued, it would prove that Lin Su was arrogant. But if he directly drew his sword to show the other party, that would be reckless. In short, this question had no solution. Just thinking this, Lin Su couldn't help but glance at the middle-aged man again. Nan Gongyun was the god of war of Huaxia, and he didn't even give him face. The other party was really stubborn. However, this was good news. At least it proved that the military in Jiangdu was fine. With that thought, Lin Su directly closed the information detected by the Eye of the Demon regarding the other party. Tang Dingbang, level 72, Berserker, no abnormalities. Got it. Seeing the atmosphere becoming increasingly awkward, Lin Su simply responded and prepared to turn around. After all, he hadn't intended to join the military in the first place. Even after discovering Nan Gongyun's situation, he wished to stay as far away from the military as possible. This was a perfect opportunity to slip away. Hey, kid, wait a moment. Realizing he had said a lot, and the other party not only didn't get angry but was about to leave, Tang Dingbang panicked and hurriedly called out to Lin Su. What, is there something else? Lin Su stopped, confused. Realizing the situation had turned in an instant, Tang Dingbang's eyelids twitched. He found that although Lin Su was young, his composure was terrifyingly steady. Clearing his throat a couple of times to suppress the awkwardness, Tang Dingbang suddenly changed his tone and said, "Young man, it's good to be aware of your own shortcomings, but you still need to have the necessary drive." As he spoke, it seemed he made a very difficult decision, pondering as he handed a dark-colored card to Lin Su. "Well, since old Jun has spoken, I can't just refuse to give you face. Here, take this, it's an invitation to the Abyss Dungeon." "Sir, is this appropriate?" The words Abyss Dungeon fell into Zhang Kai's ears, and he finally couldn't help but exclaim. Lin Su looked at Zhang Kai in confusion. Zhang Kai hurriedly explained, "The Abyss Dungeon is an extremely rare instance in the Huaxia region. The entire military can only send 200 people to enter for trials each year. But with the enormous benefits that come with it, the difficulty of this instance is insane." Feeling that Zhang Kai had said too much, Tang Dingbang coughed a couple of times, directly interrupting him, and looked seriously at Lin Su, saying, "It's decided then. You can take this invitation as a test or compensation. In any case, if you can't last more than 2 hours in this instance, don't mention joining Shadow Blade again." 2 hours? Hearing the condition Tang Dingbang had set, Zhang Kai's face instantly turned pale. Giving Zhang Kai a glare, Tang Dingbang waved his hand. "Go, arrange a few teammates for him, and pay attention to safety." Outside the door, Lin Su looked at the invitation in his hand, the corners of his mouth involuntarily curling up, secretly sighing that Tang Dingbang was truly a cunning old fox. He had said that with Nan Gongyun's status in the military, the other party shouldn't be so stubborn. It was clear that he had been waiting here for him all along. Obviously, even though Nan Gongyun had spoken, Tang Dingbang was unwilling to give him this backdoor to join Shadowblade directly. But, out of respect for Nan Gongyun, he couldn't refuse outright. So, he thought of a very tactful way. He directly bled out and gave the trial quota of the dungeon to him. Moreover, he set the condition that he had to last at least 2 hours inside to join Shadowblade. Perhaps in Tang Dingbang's mind, it was simply impossible for him to last 2 hours in the instance. This way, his refusal for Lin Su to join Shadowblade would be justified. As for not being able to join in the end, that could only be blamed on his lack of strength. Having thought through all this, Lin Su checked the information on the invitation in his hand. Name, Abyssal Dungeon Invitation Letter. Effect, allows entry into the Abyssal Dungeon for trials. Requirement, level must be less than or equal to 25. Trial maximum time limit, 72 hours. Difficulty, Nightmare. Note, each practitioner can only enter this dungeon once. After reading the contents of the invitation letter, Lin Su looked at Zhang Kai in confusion and asked directly, "Isn't this just a regular dungeon invitation letter? Aside from the extra restrictions, how can this be considered a treasure by the military?" Zhang Kai rolled his eyes and explained, "Nonsense. The reason for the 3-day time limit is that the monsters in this dungeon respawn infinitely. And the reward for clearing this dungeon is a class enhancement stone. Have you heard of it? It's a divine item." Lin Su's pupils contracted. No wonder there were so many restrictions. They were worried about farming enhancement stones in the dungeon. Indeed, if that were the case, then Tang Dingbang was really putting in a lot of effort by giving this to him. This invitation letter was truly a good item. Thinking of this, Lin Su said to Zhang Kai, who still looked constipated, "What are you still dawdling for? Let's go." "Where to?" Zhang Kai scratched his head, confused. "To the Abyssal Dungeon, where else?" Lin Su retorted, feeling speechless. He wasn't part of the military, so how could he know where the dungeon entrance was? Zhang Kai was taken aback and exclaimed, "You really want to go now? You're only level 12. That's a level 25 nightmare dungeon, and do you know how precious this invitation letter is?" According to Zhang Kai, Lin Su's best choice right now was to level up in other dungeons first. Once he reached around level 20, he could come back to farm this dungeon. By then, he could find a few strong teammates for himself. Although the gains would be a bit less, it would still be stable for 2 hours of persistence. Guessing what Zhang Kai was thinking, Lin Su nodded firmly. Yes, I'm going now. You. Zhang Kai was speechless. Just as the two were talking, a large group of young faces in military uniforms surrounded them, all eyes fixed on Zhang Kai. A black line appeared on Zhang Kai's forehead. While lamenting the speed at which news spread, he knew without thinking that this group of red-eyed recruits was after the remaining 4 teammate slots from the invitation letter in Lin Su's hand. What are you doing? Go train. I don't have an invitation letter, and the slots aren't in my hands. Zhang Kai chose to take the initiative. The recruits' faces immediately fell, and someone pleaded, Instructor Zhang, do you know how rare the slots for this trial dungeon are? Just give us a chance. Right. I was first in the new recruit competition. I can absolutely guarantee the safety of that connection. Exactly. And me too. Having forcibly taken a trial slot from Lin Su, the recruits were dissatisfied and labeled him as having connections. They even acted as if they didn't see Lin Su, directly exchanging words in front of him. Bringing teammates into the dungeon would mean sharing experience points. Moreover, he couldn't trust any teammates with his back. Thinking this, he simply stated, sorry, I'm going solo, I don't need teammates. As soon as he said this, the scene fell into dead silence. Including Zhang Kai, everyone looked at Lin Su as if he were a fool. At that moment, Lin Su realized that he really seemed like a fool. The invitation letter clearly stated that using it would allow direct entry into the dungeon, yet he was foolishly asking Zhang Kai where the entrance was. With that thought, he focused his mind and chose to use the invitation letter. A beam of white light appeared beneath his feet. Zhang Kai's eyes widened in shock. Holy crap, kid, you really are going solo? Watching Lin Su disappear after the white light faded, his face twitched. Meanwhile, the surrounding recruits were instantly in an uproar. What the hell, level 12 going solo in a level 25 nightmare dungeon? Has he lost his mind? He clearly doesn't want to live anymore. Cut it out. Do you really think the second generation are all fools? This is a trial dungeon. Before dying, they'll be teleported out. How could anyone actually die? Damn, the key is this is such a waste. I bet he definitely won't last half an hour. No, he'll be teleported out in 10 minutes. Listening to the new recruits' discussions, Zhang Kai's face darkened as he hurried towards Tang Dingbang's office. What? He actually went into the dungeon alone? After Zhang Kai recounted the situation, Tang Dingbang slammed the table in anger. At that moment, he felt his heart bleed. In this military district, there was only one invitation letter a year, with a maximum of 5 slots. He originally thought that by using the team mechanism, he could at least get 4 people into the dungeon. But now, all of them had been wasted by Lin Su. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became, and Tang Dingbang slammed the table and cursed, I knew it. I knew that none of these backdoor people were any good, they're all troublemakers. Get lost. After he gets kicked out of the dungeon, tell him to get lost. Zhang Kai shivered and quickly stood at attention. Yes, on Lin Su's side. After the white light disappeared, he found himself teleported to a dim and secluded valley, with a massive cave entrance standing before him. At the entrance, several burly orcs wielding weapons stood on either side. Meanwhile, a countdown appeared in the lower left corner of his vision. The countdown was only 72 hours, and a sense of urgency surged in his heart. After scanning the attributes of the orcs, with a flash of his blade, Lin Su walked straight towards the entrance. Name Tauron level 20 health 3500 attack 2200 skills brutality, critical hit, savage charge name Lizardman level 22 health 4100 attack 2500 skills venom attack, bite, death roll. Lin Su gasped. No wonder when he heard that he was soloing, Zhang Kai and the others looked at him like he was a fool. The few gatekeepers here would definitely be considered high level in a novice dungeon. It's just a pity that he felt no challenge from this level of difficulty. The blade flashed and disappeared. Successfully killed Tauren experience. Successfully killed Lizardman experience. Stepping over the corpses of several gatekeeper orcs, Lin Su entered the cave. Inside, the cave was vast, with a complex network of smaller caves resembling blood vessels. To Lin Su's slight disappointment, although there were quite a few monsters in the cave, they weren't as densely packed as he had imagined. He unleashed his flying daggers, which buzzed as they scattered. The kill records flooded the screen. Lin Su watched as his experience bar increased by 1/5 in the blink of an eye, and the corners of his mouth involuntarily curled up. This leveling speed was unmatched. 2 hours later, a golden light shot up from Lin Su. Congratulations, successfully leveled up. Having absorbed the lessons from the last dungeon, this time Lin Su stored a large amount of supplies in his personal space. He twisted open a bottle of mineral water, took a couple of swigs, and began to venture deeper into the cave. Now, Lin Su's plan was to level up by fighting monsters while searching for the dungeon's objectives. The current cave was not only large but also had a very complex terrain, which would require considerable effort to navigate. Regarding leveling, Lin Su decided that before finding the objectives, he could only reach level 19 at most. He still had a ticket for a level 20 world dungeon. The maximum entry level was 20, and Lin Su had experienced how rich the rewards for a level 20 world dungeon could be. It was simply outrageous. Therefore, the world dungeon was absolutely not to be missed. If he cleared this dungeon and directly jumped to level 20, that scene would be quite embarrassing. Just as Lin Su was searching for the dungeon's whereabouts, in the Jiangdu Military District's playground, where Lin Su had disappeared, there were already hundreds of new recruits standing around. Damn, it's been 3 hours, and that connected person still hasn't come out of the dungeon. How could he be so strong? What? I heard that the terrain of that trial dungeon is particularly complex. If I had to guess, he's probably hiding in some corner and too scared to come out. Yes, absolutely, definitely. Listening to the discussions of the new recruits, Zhang Kai's expression changed. He had witnessed Lin Su's horrific appearance when he emerged from the world instance. With Lin Su's fierce style, he wouldn't believe that he had found a place to hide, no matter what. With that thought, he headed straight for Tang Dingbang's office. Report, sir, Lin Su has successfully persisted in the instance for over 3 hours. Zhang Kai stated directly, standing tall. Although Lin Su had disregarded advice and entered the instance alone, which was indeed quite extraordinary, as a friend of Chen Tianming, he decided to get involved in the matter of Shadowblade and seek an explanation for his beloved disciple. Tang Dingbang was still fuming at this moment. He shot Zhang Kai a sideways glance and questioned, "What do you mean? Are you trying to tell me that if he has lasted 2 hours in the instance, I should immediately agree to let him join Shadowblade, right?" Realizing that his words indeed suggested making a decision on behalf of the commander, cold sweat instantly broke out on Zhang Kai's forehead, and he hurriedly lowered his head. "Report, sir, no, that's not what I meant." Tang Dingbang sneered, throwing a document he held onto the table. "Get out, no organization, no discipline, wanting to join Shadowblade? Not a chance." After saying that, as if still not satisfied, he glared at Zhang Kai. "And you, don't come to me without my orders in the future." Time flew by, and 2 more days passed. With nearly 70 hours since Lin Su entered the instance, he still had not come out. At this moment, the military district's playground was packed with people. Everyone wanted to know how much longer the fierce individual who entered the level 25 nightmare instance at level 12 could hold on. 3, 2, 1, record-breaking, record-breaking. On the playground, a new recruit was timing, excitedly dancing around. The soldiers around him cheered as well. Since the establishment of the district, the longest record in this instance was 69 hours, 58 minutes, and 23 seconds, set by the previous military god, Wu Weigua. However, today, this record was actually broken. Moreover, when Wu Weigua entered this instance, he was already level 19, while Lin Su was only level 12. Now, no one doubted that Lin Su had used any tricks to last this long. It was simply impossible to continuously evade monsters for 70 hours. Now, everyone was convinced of Lin Su's strength, and their only thought about him was admiration. Some veterans were even so excited that their scalps tingled. They felt they might witness the birth of another military god, and it was happening in their military district. In Tang Dingbang's office, he smiled broadly and waved at Zhang Kai. Come, Xiao Zhang, sit down, don't be polite, just treat it like your own office." Zhang Kai's forehead twitched as he sighed at how quickly the commander changed his demeanor. "Well, the reason I called you here this time is mainly to inquire about some details regarding Lin Su's clearance of the world instance." Tang Dingbang chuckled, directly throwing out the topic of their conversation, as if the previous days of glaring and refusing to let Zhang Kai approach him had never happened. At that time, it was Zhang Kai who handled the follow-up of the world instance, and he was also the one who inquired about the students' specific situations. Therefore, apart from those who experienced it firsthand, he had the most authority to speak on the events of the world instance. Zhang Kai was taken aback by the question, unable to understand why the commander was asking these things now. However, military orders were as solid as a mountain, so without hesitation, he recounted everything he knew in detail. After a moment, Tang Dingbang's expression appeared somewhat strange. He solemnly asked Zhang Kai, "Can you guarantee that everything you said is true, with no artistic embellishments?" Zhang Kai stood at attention. "Report, sir, I guarantee it with my integrity." Tang Dingbang's expression stiffened. Suddenly, with a bang, he slammed his palm on the table. Zhang Kai jumped in fright, hurriedly trying to explain, but he only saw Tang Dingbang let out a long sigh, filled with regret. "Hey, I thought all those things online were fake, saying that Oljin shouldn't be so unreliable. Hey, let's go, hurry up, come with me to welcome our future war god. After saying that, he didn't care whether Zhang Kai reacted or not, and directly strode out the door. Zhang Kai stood there dazed for a moment before coming to his senses. Oh, it makes no sense for our leader to give Lin Su a hard time right after meeting him. He had always thought Lin Su was just a publicity stunt. Now he realized that Kid was the real deal. In the dungeon, Lin Su was running like crazy while cursing his bad luck. About 12 hours ago, he had been lucky enough to find the dungeon. But unfortunately, it was a dog. Yes, literally, a three-headed hellhound. A dog with an exceptionally keen sense of smell. After catching sight of Lin Su, it pounced on him without hesitation. Just hesitating for a moment, Lin Su turned and ran without a second thought. It wasn't that Lin Su was afraid of the creature's strength, but at that moment, his level was only 18, still a little short of 19. If he turned back now and killed it, the dungeon would end immediately. Wouldn't that waste the remaining hours of monster farming time? However, what Lin Su never expected was that a long and frenzied chase was about to begin. That damned three-headed hellhound was relentless in its pursuit. So, adhering to the principle of maximizing benefits, Lin Su fought back. He ran desperately to evade the chase while using throwing knives to kill the wild monsters along the way, busy to the point of being overwhelmed. Finally, just as there were less than 2 hours left before he would be forcibly kicked out of the dungeon, a golden light shot up from Lin Su. Congratulations, successful promotion. He stumbled to a stop, his whole body trembling uncontrollably. Finally, with a wow, Lin Su vomited, having run for 12 hours. Wiping the corner of his mouth, Lin Su turned around and coldly looked back. Thud! The relentless three-headed hellhound collapsed, its three tongues hanging out, panting heavily. Clearly, it was in no better shape than Lin Su. In fact, Lin Su could see that two of the three grotesque heads were already foaming at the mouth. With the blade of the rift drawn, Lin Su stared at this troublesome opponent, feeling speechless. The last one was killed by his own bite. This one wouldn't die from running, would it? As it turned out, he was overthinking. Just as that thought crossed his mind, the three-headed hellhound shook its head and stood back up, its three pairs of crimson eyes fixed intently on Lin Su. Very well, then, bring it on. Lin Su grinned savagely, holding his knife, ready to attack. Realizing the danger, the three-headed hellhound growled lowly, taking a cautious half-step back, all its attention focused on Lin Su. However, at that moment, a sound of air being sliced open erupted. In the next instant, put! 2 lines of explosive numbers floated above the three-headed hellhound's head. Kill record appeared randomly. Successfully killed the three-headed hellhound. Experience. Successfully killed the three-headed hellhound. Received profession enhancement stone. Successfully cleared the dungeon abyssal cave. Experience. Obtained three-headed hellhound egg. Obtained abyssal cave invitation. Another golden light shot up from Lin Su. Congratulations, successful promotion. Lin Su grinned, not having time to check his attributes and newly acquired items. First, he retrieved the throwing knives embedded in the three-headed hellhound. If he didn't collect them now, they would be as good as thrown away once he was teleported out. Glancing at the still unblinking three-headed hellhound, Lin Su helplessly tugged at the corner of his mouth. Don't blame me for being sneaky. You chased me for so long that I couldn't even hold my knife steady. You really didn't think I had the strength to fight you in close combat, did you? Reminder, you will be teleported out of the dungeon in 30 seconds. Please prepare in advance. Shifting his gaze from the three-headed hellhound's corpse, Lin Su opened his attribute panel. Name, Lin Su. Occupation, Blade Demon. Unique, Level, Health, 9900 Mana, 9900 Attack, 9400 Defense, 8400, Shield. Attributes, 143, Total, Controllable Flying Daggers, 28 Skills, TSK. It's only been 3 days, and my attributes have increased by nearly half. Awesome! Just as Lin Su was feeling exhilarated, a flash of white light appeared beneath his feet. Before he could assess his surroundings, cheers surged like waves, one louder than the other. Lin Su was stunned, overwhelmed by the sight of a sea of people before him. The playground was packed with soldiers, and he was instantly submerged in this green ocean. Enthusiastic soldiers tossed him into the air like a rag doll for 10 minutes before finally letting him down. Tang Dingbang smiled and gestured for the soldiers to calm down. Alright, the celebration ends here. I have something to discuss with classmate Lin Su, so everyone disperse. With that, he called over Zhang Kai and took Lin Su directly to his office. Let's get to know each other again. My name is Tang Dingbang, the head of the Jiangdu Military District. I apologize for my impolite behavior when we first met. Tang Dingbang got straight to the point, his tone very sincere. Understood, Lin Su nodded, not putting on any airs. He didn't feel any particular aversion towards Tang Dingbang, it was just part of his duty. Moreover, it was acceptable for a superior to speak to him in this manner. Seeing Lin Su remain so calm, Tang Dingbang couldn't help but feel even more favorable towards him. At just over 10 years old, his composure was remarkably rare. With that thought, he decided to change the subject and asked with interest, "What do you think about the difficulty of this dungeon?" Lin Su nodded and replied honestly, "It's very difficult." Of course, the difficulty Lin Su referred to wasn't just about the monsters and the dungeon itself, but also the terrain, rules, and the troublesome nature of the challenges. With so many factors at play, maximizing benefits was nearly impossible. Tang Dingbang nodded in agreement. A level 12 newcomer spending over 70 hours in a level 25 nightmare difficulty dungeon was hard to comprehend. Moreover, the monsters in this dungeon respawned infinitely. He couldn't fathom to what extent Lin Su's stamina, endurance, willpower, and combat ability must be abnormal to achieve this. Curiosity piqued, he asked Lin Su with interest, "Can you tell me the secret to lasting so long in the dungeon?" After a moment's hesitation, Lin Su pondered and said, "Well, I think to stay longer in this dungeon, you mainly have to endure." Tang Dingbang's eyes lit up as he focused intently on Lin Su and asked, "Endure what? Endure the wild monster's pursuit?" Lin Su shot him a look of disbelief and replied honestly, "You have to endure not killing them." Put. Tang Dingbang spat out his tea in shock. "So, you came out after killing them?" he exclaimed. "What else could it be?" Lin Su retorted, feeling as if they were speaking different languages. "Then that means you also got the profession enhancement stone?" Tang Dingbang rubbed his hands excitedly, starting to spin in place. "What, do I have to hand it over?" Lin Su asked warily. Tang Dingbang quickly waved his hand. "No need, everything you obtain in the dungeon is yours. Are you interested in joining Shadow Blade?" he asked, his gaze fixed on Lin Su. "What are the benefits?" Lin Su asked directly, not beating around the bush. Originally, he intended to join Shadow Blade to test Nan Gong-yun's intentions, but it was clear that he now had bargaining power. He wouldn't pass up benefits that fell from the sky. Tang Dingbang smiled confidently and said, "As long as you join, resources like equipment, potions, and dungeons will be maximally tilted in your favor. Even a training room that can simulate abyss monsters will be directly open to you. Even so, the military usually won't assign you any tasks, but there is one condition." "What?" Lin Su raised an eyebrow and asked directly. Tang Dingbang said seriously, "In times of crisis for the region, you must come when called, be ready to fight, and fight to the death." "Deal." Lin Su decisively nodded. "Damn, I knew you had some skills." Zhang Kai excitedly punched Lin Su on the chest and immediately took out the military uniform he had prepared. The uniform was quickly changed into, and Tang Dingbang looked at the imposing Lin Su with stars in his eyes. After a long while, he gazed at Lin Su and said loudly, "Now, let me introduce myself again. I am Tang Dingbang, the head of the Shadow Blade Special Forces in the Huaxia region." "Welcome to Shadow Blade." Lin Su's eyelids twitched, and he quickly stood at attention. At the same time, his doubts were swept away. How could the decision to join the Special Forces be made by a local leader? After a simple promotion ceremony, Tang Dingbang said to Zhang Kai, "Alright, Lin Su just came out of the instance. Find him a dormitory to rest in, and then introduce him to the military situation." The next day, Lin Su woke up to find it was already noon. Knowing he was truly exhausted after 3 days, Zhang Kai didn't come to disturb him even once. It was at this moment that Lin Su had the energy to check the 2 items he obtained in the instance. Soon, a stone shimmering with starlight and a giant egg, half the height of a person, appeared at Lin Su's bedside. The 3-headed hellhound actually laid eggs? He felt like Darwin's coffin lid was about to burst. But then he thought, this world didn't seem to have someone like Darwin, and he felt relieved. Out of curiosity, he placed his hand directly on the giant egg. Name, 3-headed hellhound hatching egg. Category, summoning creature hatching egg. Effect, can hatch into a 3-headed hellhound. Quality unknown. Usage method, drop blood to recognize the master, and it will hatch immediately. After reading the information about the hatching egg, Lin Su felt a bit uncertain. He had never heard of anyone getting a summoning beast from an instance. Of course, having a summoning beast as a helper was a good thing. But what made him hesitate was that as a non-summoner type profession, he could only contract one summoning beast in his lifetime, and if the summoning beast died, it would be gone forever. Heaven knows what the quality of this 3-headed hellhound would be. Moreover, Lin Su had a vague sense of foreboding. How high could the quality be from a level 25 instance? The key was that after recognizing the master, he would have to share a portion of his experience with it. If its quality was low, it would be a burden. With this thought in mind, Lin Su decided to contact Zhang Kai. In less than 3 minutes, Zhang Kai burst through the door. After checking the information of the hatching egg, his eyes widened, and he began to stutter. "What the hell, kid, you tell me, how did you get this thing?" Lin Su asked in confusion. "Aren't all those who clear this instance able to get it?" Zhang Kai's vision went dark, and he felt like smashing his head against Lin Su's face. "What are you thinking? I've been in the army for 30 years, and I've never even heard of anyone being able to bring this thing out of an instance. Wait, this is serious. I need to report this. I'll get back to you later." After saying that, he rushed out like he was being chased by a dog. Lin Su rolled his eyes and, while the other was busy reporting, grabbed the stone shimmering with starlight. Name, Profession Enhancement Stone. Category, Enhancement Item. Effect, can enhance one's profession once after use. Restriction, each profession can only be enhanced once every 20 levels. Quality, Lin Su's pupils constricted. It could actually enhance his profession. His profession had already reached such an abnormal level. If it was enhanced again, wow. Thinking this, he directly chose to use it. Notification, Profession Enhancement Stone used successfully. Profession Enhancement Degree. Lin Su was stunned. Seeing that the enhancement degree was only 25, his face twitched. In an instant, he felt like he had been severely scammed by a trashy pay-to-win game. A single awakening stone only enhanced it by 25? Does that mean he needs 3 more awakening stones for his profession to successfully strengthen? When Tang Dingbang gave him this dungeon invitation, it felt like cutting flesh. This shows how rare this dungeon is. Although he still had 1 invitation left, due to dungeon restrictions, he couldn't enter a second time. Where could he find the remaining 3 strengthening stones? Just as Lin Su was feeling a headache, Zhang Kai burst into the dormitory, pushing the door open. "Damn, you really hit the jackpot this time. I've already inquired with the most authoritative summoners in Kyoto. Cases like yours, where someone brings an incubation egg out of a dungeon, are rare, but they do happen. Usually, this occurs because the professional did something remarkable while clearing the dungeon, earning the respect of the creatures, who then willingly entrust their offspring to the professional. Moreover, unlike directly contracting with abyssal monsters, the summoned beasts hatched from these eggs generally have very high qualifications. So don't hesitate, quickly drop some blood to recognize it as your own." Hearing Zhang Kai say this, Lin Su felt relieved and was ready to let the incubation egg recognize him. However, just as he was about to act, Zhang Kai stopped him. "Wait, I have one last question. What exactly did you do in the dungeon to make it give you the incubation egg? If your method works, I want to try it next time I enter a dungeon." After a moment of contemplation, Lin Su succinctly replied, "It chased me for 12 hours without catching up, then I turned around and killed it. During those 12 hours, I leveled up by killing monsters, that's all." Zhang Kai gasped. "Damn, that's heartbreaking. This method is not something I can learn from at all." Zhang Kai waved his hand weakly, signaling Lin Su to continue. Soon, a drop of blood fell onto the huge incubation egg. A red light shot up into the sky. Notification, due to the host's profession as a blade demon, unique, the hatching of the 3-headed demon dog has failed and is mutating. Notification, the demon-eating 3-headed dog has successfully hatched and recognized its master. With a crack, the huge incubation egg split open, and a furry paw timidly poked out from inside. The moment Lin Su saw the paw, he felt a bit more at ease. Fortunately, the mutated 3-headed demon dog did not develop in an indescribable direction. Lin Su knew very well that his actions had already been quite villainous. If another terrifying summoned beast appeared, TSK, that combination would clearly be off-putting. Soon, a 3-headed dog, about half a person tall and looking adorably fierce, crawled out of the incubation egg. It looked about 80% like the one in the dungeon. The moment the little guy appeared, it rubbed each of its 3 heads against Lin Su's palm, then all 3 pairs of big, watery eyes looked at Lin Su pitifully. After recognizing its master, Lin Su and the 3-headed dog were already in sync. Lin Su understood immediately, the creature was hungry. He quickly took out food from his spatial storage and told Zhang Kai to grab something to eat from the cafeteria. In less than 5 minutes, all the food stored in Lin Su's spatial storage was devoured. Fortunately, Zhang Kai was quick. He brought over a large bucket of raw meat. Seeing the food wrappers scattered on the ground, Zhang Kai was stunned, exclaiming, You just fed it this? Can't dogs eat this?" Lin Su looked confused. Zhang Kai was exasperated. "Boss, what kind of dog is born the size of a calf and has 3 heads? You're raising a summoned beast, a fierce beast. Do you understand? Fierce beasts eat meat." Sure enough, as soon as the bucket of meat was placed on the ground, the little guy dove in headfirst, 3 heads directly plunged in, feasting heartily. Lin Su was speechless, recalling why the creature had been eating while shedding tears earlier. He thought it was moved. With that thought, he quickly checked the creature's attributes. Name, demon-eating 3-headed dog, unnamed, category, summoned beast, qualification, level, 1, life, 1050, magic, 1400, attack, 1400, strength, 18, agility, 23, constitution, 21, mentality, 28, skill, demon eating, passive, can devour high-level life flesh to enhance its own qualifications, with a certain probability of acquiring the opponent's abilities. After looking at the three-headed dog's attribute panel, Lin Su couldn't help but gasp. The basic attributes of this level 1 creature were leagues ahead of his own at that time. Of course, this was because it was a beast. Moreover, summoned beasts are different from humans. They cannot allocate free attribute points. When they level up, the attribute points gained are distributed randomly. Therefore, to judge the strength of a summoned beast, one can only look at their qualifications. This was what truly shocked Lin Su. The current qualification of the three-headed dog is, but it has a simple way to grow to a higher level qualification, which is to devour the flesh of high-level life forms. Moreover, during this process, the three-headed dog might even gain the abilities of its opponents. Judging solely from this point, the three-headed dog is definitely a potential stock. And once it grows, its combat power will surely astonish everyone. Noticing that Lin Su was checking the attributes of the three-headed dog, Zheng Kai nervously asked, "So, how's the qualification?" Lin Su nodded. It's okay. Damn, you kid, your luck is really something. Wait, I'm going to report this right now. Just like you, this little guy needs to be prioritized for training, must be prioritized. Zheng Kai excitedly jumped up and dashed out. Lin Su felt a black line appear on his forehead, as if someone was scolding him. Not long after Zheng Kai left, the smiling Tang Dingbang walked in with him. Wow, what a majestic summoned beast. As soon as he saw the three-headed dog, Tang Dingbang couldn't help but exclaim. After devouring a large bucket of raw meat, the three-headed dog had grown even larger. Its dark, shiny fur had grown to palm length, and with its three big, fierce heads, it looked incredibly intimidating. By the way, have you named it? It definitely needs a powerful name, Zheng Kai suggested. Lin Su thought for a moment, looking at the three-headed dog that was nudging him with its head. Since it eats so well, let's call it Fan Fan. The dormitory fell silent instantly, including the three-headed dog, all looking at Lin Su with shocked expressions. Tang Dingbang's mouth twitched, wanting to say something, but ultimately held it back. Indeed, naming a summoned beast is a personal freedom. After all, it's just a name. Thinking this, he cleared his throat and smilingly handed a bottle of elixir to Lin Su. This is a leveling elixir for summoned beasts, consider it a reward for you. If you give it to Fan Fan, it should be able to level up directly to level 20, so you can take it into dungeons right away. Lin Su's eyelids twitched. Leveling elixirs for summoned beasts are not cheap, especially one that can jump straight to level 20. He had been worried about how to level up Fan Fan, and now it was all solved. Thanks, Lin Su said to Tang Dingbang, taking the elixir and directly feeding it to Fan Fan. Roar! Golden light surged from Fan Fan, and its body began to swell rapidly, hitting the ceiling in the blink of an eye. Damn, it's still growing. Lin Su quickly put Fan Fan away. Zheng Kai's exclamation came a bit too late. Tang Dingbang moved his feet, teleporting Lin Su and Zheng Kai outside. Boom! Dust flew up, and the ceiling was directly smashed by Fan Fan's three massive heads. Roar! Feeling the surroundings were too cramped, Fan Fan let out another roar, shaking its head and vigorously shaking off the debris from its body. Rumble! The original two-story dormitory was reduced to ruins. Alarms blared throughout the military district. My God, it ran out of the dungeon. All personnel assemble, quickly. A large number of fully armed soldiers quickly gathered towards this side. Zheng Kai's face twitched, quickly stopping the soldiers who were about to take action. Finally, Fan Fan's size stopped growing. Just standing on the ground, it was already over 5 meters tall. Looking at its owner, who was only as tall as its front legs, Fan Fan appeared confused and trotted over to nudge Lin Su with its head, causing the ground to shake. Tang Dingbang patted the dirt off his body with a pained expression. Ahem, this dormitory has indeed been around for quite a while. Tearing it down is fine. Yes, it's fine. Without time to comfort Tang Dingbang, Lin Su checked Fan Fan's attributes again. Name, Fan Fan, demon-eating three-headed dog, category, summoned beast, qualification, level, 20, life, 8470, mana, 8120, attack, 7420, strength, 101, agility, 130, constitution, 121, spirit, 116. Looking at the attributes that were not much different from his own, Lin Su couldn't help but gasp. Even without skills for the time being, Fan Fan's strength could already crush a large number of level 30 professionals. With a thought, Lin Su watched as Fan Fan transformed into a red light and merged into his body. Fan Fan was too large. If it started rampaging in the military district, it would be no different from a moving bulldozer. Seeing Lin Su put Fan Fan away, Tang Dingbang felt relieved and prepared to turn and leave after giving a few instructions. Just then, Lin Su took out an invitation letter and handed it to Tang Dingbang. "Chief, take this." Tang Dingbang's pupils constricted, and he exclaimed, "This is an invitation to the Abyssal Demon Cave? You actually managed to get this thing?" Lin Su nodded. "Good kid, tell me, what reward do you want?" Tang Dingbang was not polite, holding the invitation letter and asking directly. Lin Su smiled wryly, secretly lamenting that anyone who could mix with someone of Tang Dingbang's level was certainly not simple. The other party saw through his thoughts at a glance. The value of this invitation alone is definitely not enough for what I want, and I have a request. Just say what you need, we're on the same side, no need for pleasantries, Tang Dingbang said straightforwardly. Lin Su nodded and explained, I have a friend, and I want to help her secure a spot to enter the Abyssal Demon Cave trial. Tang Dingbang was taken aback for a moment, then his eyes narrowed as he suddenly understood. You're talking about that girl from the Li family, your little girlfriend? Lin Su felt a bit choked, unsure whether to nod or shake his head. He did want to use this spot to return a favor to Li Xinrui, but she was not his girlfriend. Seeing Lin Su hesitate, Tang Dingbang laughed heartily. I knew it was her. That girl has military connections, letting her into the instance is a special case but not against the rules, that's no problem. Seeing Tang Dingbang agree so readily, Lin Su nodded gratefully. Thinking of this, he took out another invitation letter from his personal space and handed it to him. This is for you too, but I want to be included in this instance. Tang Dingbang was puzzled, checked the contents of the invitation letter, and his face instantly turned pale as he exclaimed, World Instance? Logically, among all types of instances, World Instances had the highest rewards. Lin Su thought that upon seeing the invitation to the World Instance, Tang Dingbang would be very excited. However, at that moment, worry was clearly greater than joy on Tang Dingbang's face. What's wrong? Lin Su asked, puzzled. Tang Dingbang first shook his head, then nodded. Seemingly feeling that the outside was not a place to talk, he directly called Lin Su into his office. After arranging for the guards to stand outside and ensure no one disturbed them, he slowly began to explain. You've entered a world instance before, you know how brutal these instances can be. Rather than saying the teams participating in the instance are there to kill the world and obtain the world treasure, it's more accurate to say this is a gladiatorial arena specifically opened up for various regions, where everyone can air their grievances and seek revenge. Even a team with no grudges or enmity will fight to the death for kill rewards, so. At this point, Tang Dingbang fell into contemplation, his gaze complex as he looked at Lin Su. After a long while, he said meaningfully, so are you really sure you want to participate in this world dungeon? Realizing that Tang Dingbang was actually worried about him, Lin Su smiled faintly and nodded firmly. Good lad, I knew you were a good one. With a heavy fist on Lin Su's chest, Tang Dingbang's face was full of admiration. Little did he know, Lin Su was purely after the rewards from the world dungeon. Excitedly spinning around in place, Tang Dingbang looked at Lin Su with burning eyes and asked, Come on, what exactly do you want? By this time, he had already figured it out. For Lin Su to present the invitation letter for the Abyssal Dungeon along with the World Dungeon, what he wanted was definitely not simple. In fact, he was prepared for a significant expenditure. However, with the World Dungeon invitation letter Lin Su provided, the Huaxia region could prepare thoroughly in advance, claiming a significant advantage would not be an exaggeration. This was undoubtedly a great achievement, so as long as Lin Su spoke up, whatever the Huaxia region had, he would definitely help him obtain it. I want 3 profession enhancement stones, Lin Su stated directly. Tang Dingbang's eyelids twitched, staring at Lin Su in astonishment. The rarity of profession enhancement stones could not even be described as priceless, because no one was willing to part with them. They were absolutely available in the market but without a price. Of course, this was not the point that surprised Tang Dingbang. What puzzled him was that this item could only be used at level 20, and he couldn't understand why Lin Su wanted so many at this moment. But after a moment's thought, he couldn't be bothered to delve into Lin Su's intentions and gritted his teeth, saying, Alright, no problem, I'll head to the military district headquarters warehouse to get them now. Also, regarding the World Dungeon, I need to inform the higher-ups, you should be ready to enter the World Dungeon at any time. At this point, Tang Dingbang suddenly remembered something and asked Lin Su, Alright, there's one more thing I need to consult you about. Do you have any requirements for the teammates who will enter the World Dungeon with you? Understanding that Tang Dingbang was going to recruit people, Lin Su pondered for a moment and replied, Less nonsense, just don't be too dramatic. In reality, according to Lin Su's character, he wanted to solo the World Dungeon. However, after handing the World Dungeon invitation letter to Tang Dingbang, things became complicated. The World Dungeon was indeed dangerous, but it was clearly also an opportunity, and in the eyes of some, it was an excellent gilding chance. Therefore, as soon as Tang Dingbang spread this news, those looking to use connections, pull strings, or exchange benefits would immediately come knocking. Of course, Lin Su was not interested in the intricacies of this matter. He was happy to give this favor to Tang Dingbang. He only wanted what he desired. Thus, when Tang Dingbang said he would help him recruit teammates, he couldn't refuse and just needed to be prepared to clean up afterward. After Lin Su finished speaking, Tang Dingbang was about to nod but paused for a moment. What kind of ridiculous request was this? Speechless, he shot Lin Su a glance and turned to leave. 2 days later, in Tang Dingbang's office. Here, this is what you wanted. It took a lot of effort to gather them, so take good care of them. Saying this, Tang Dingbang directly handed 3 enhancement stones to Lin Su. Got it. When do we enter the world dungeon? After putting away the enhancement stones, Lin Su directly asked the question he was most concerned about. Unable to level up any further, he had been training with Fan Fan in the training room for the past 2 days, which was quite boring. Knowing what Lin Su was thinking, Tang Dingbang nodded. This time, I brought back the teammates who will enter the world dungeon with you. They are all top-notch talents from the Huaxia region. You will get to know each other shortly, and then spend a few days familiarizing yourselves with each other's combat styles, after which you can enter the dungeon at any time. Lin Su nodded. Leaving Tang Dingbang's office, he didn't go to meet his teammates right away but first headed to his dormitory. Sitting cross-legged on the bed, 3 enhancement stones shattered simultaneously. Specks of starlight merged into Lin Su's body. Prompt, enhancement stone used successfully, profession enhancement level reached 100, enhancing. Prompt, skill, blade mastery, blade aura, active, enhancement successful. Prompt, skill, blade demon, smile of magic, magic body, passive, enhancement successful. Prompt, new skill acquired, necromancer puppet, active. Watching the long string of prompts pop up, Lin Su felt his breath quicken and immediately opened the skill panel. Blade Mastery, active, level allows control of flying knives with mental power to attack targets within a 200-meter range. For every 5 points increase in mental attribute, the number of controlled flying knives increases, consuming 1 mana point per flying knife per second. Blade Aura, active, level allows slashing out blade auras to attack targets within a 200-meter range. Attack power is the same as using a long knife. Blade Demon, passive, level allows attacks with knife-type weapons to ignore defense, dealing 1000 damage. Smile of Magic, passive, level. Using knife-type weapons, hitting the enemy's vital points has a 20% chance to produce a killing effect. Magic Body, passive, level reduces all types of damage by 70. Necromancer Puppet, active, level allows the transformation of defeated enemies into necromancer puppets, imprisoning them within oneself. Necromancer puppets retain all abilities from their previous life and can be released at any time, obeying their master's commands absolutely. Puppets have an undead characteristic. If they fall, they can be resummoned after 24 hours. After reviewing his enhanced skills, Lin Su felt a tingling sensation on his scalp. The level of enhancement was nothing short of a complete overhaul. First, the attack range of Blade Aura and Blade Mastery had doubled, and the mana consumption for Blade Mastery had significantly decreased, greatly improving his sustainability. Secondly, the damage of the passive skill Blade Demon skyrocketed to 1000. This meant that his normal attacks dealt 10 times the damage and ignored defense. A single strike could deal nearly 100,000 damage. Even a level 60 professional would struggle to withstand that. Then, the effect of Smile of Magic had directly transformed into a killing blow, and the damage reduction of Magic Body increased to 70. With the support of the Wood Dragon Crystal, his health was already extraordinarily high. If he added damage reduction, wow, a level 60 main tank would be nothing compared to this. Finally, there was the newly acquired skill. Lin Su could only describe this skill as monstrous. Although the enemies he could defeat likely had lower combat power than him, the accumulation over time could lead to a qualitative change. Over time, he could control an army of undead. Moreover, Lin Su had a vague feeling that this might be the true combat style of the Blade Demon. When Lin Su pushed open the training room door, Tang Dingbang and the teammates he had recruited were already waiting inside. 4 people, 2 men and 2 women. Among the boys, one had a neat buzz cut, stood nearly 1.9 meters tall, with dark skin and an exceptionally strong build. The other was slightly slender, with an arrogant expression, looking at Lin Su with a half smile. The remaining 2 girls, one appeared exceptionally quiet, even a bit timid in expression. The other had a high ponytail and a bright, sunny smile. Come on, Xiaosu, these are your teammates for this world instance. Let's all introduce ourselves and get to know each other, Tang Dingbang said, casually gesturing. He glanced at Lin Su, clearly indicating that it was his turn to start. Lin Su, Blade Demon, Damage Dealer, Level 20. Lin Su stated directly without hesitation. I'm Xiong Zhuang, Holy Shield Warrior, main tank, level 20. The buzzcut guy immediately followed up after Lin Su's introduction. Yueling, AOFA, output, level 20, said the girl with a high ponytail. After speaking, she gave Lin Su a faint, enigmatic smile. Seeing that the three people in the group had finished their self-introductions, the arrogant boy glanced at the timid girl. The girl's face instantly turned red, and she hurriedly lowered her head, signaling the others to start first. The arrogant boy snorted disdainfully and said, I am Long Yichen, a Thunder Dragon Warrior, output, level 20. After saying this, he continued to look at Lin Su with a half-smile. Lin Su felt confused. He clearly didn't know any of these people, so why were they looking at him? Suppressing his doubts, he shifted his gaze to the last girl in the group. The girl turned even redder and said awkwardly, I am a priest, an elf priest, level 20. My name is Chu Jing. Once everyone had introduced themselves, Tang Dingbang summarized, alright, now that everyone knows each other, let's take some time to familiarize ourselves with each other's combat styles. He added, when you feel like you've gotten to know each other well enough, let me know. With that, Tang Dingbang left, leaving the five of them staring at each other. Hey, what are you all standing there for? Come on, the chief said to get to know each other's combat styles, so let's get started. Xiong Zhuang was the first to break the silence and suggested directly. All eyes turned to him, and Long Yichen still wore that half-smile, shaking his head. No rush, we should first choose a team leader among the five of us, otherwise, who will we listen to during battles? As he spoke, he provocatively glanced at Lin Su. Lin Su smirked slightly. So this guy had a problem with him right from the start. It seemed he wanted to be the team leader and viewed Lin Su as a competitor. I agree, I choose Lin Su. Just as Lin Su was lost in thought, Yueling raised her hand to vote. After that, she quickly pulled Chu Jing along, and Chu Jing, realizing what was happening, timidly raised her hand. I agree, I also choose Lin Su. Lin Su was taken aback, confused by the sudden actions of the two girls. However, this was exactly what he wanted. Lin Su had already used the eye of magic to detect the attributes of the few people. To be fair, among level 20 professionals, they were indeed exceptionally talented. But in front of him, none of them were capable fighters. Therefore, for the upcoming World Dungeon, Lin Su directly categorized them as support characters. For support characters, what is the most important thing to ensure survival? Obedience. Yes, that's right. So, Lin Su decided he would be the team leader. Thinking this, he looked at Long Yichen. Sure enough, Long Yichen's face darkened. But before he could speak, Xiong Zhuang interjected, Hey, what do you two girls mean? We can't just let the handsome one be the team leader. Do you know how dangerous the World Dungeon is? If you want to be the leader, you need to show your strength first. Right, that's what I mean, so I recommend myself. Long Yichen crossed his arms and immediately echoed. At that moment, with a snap, Yueling clapped her hands and said with a smile, how about this, you three can have a match, and the winner will be the team leader. Agreed. No problem, let's do it. Long Yichen and Xiong Zhuang said simultaneously. Seeing that the two agreed right away, all eyes turned to Lin Su. Lin Su smirked, glanced at the instigating Yueling, and nodded. Alright, but I have a request. What is it? Speak, Long Yichen said, looking at Lin Su with a disdainful expression. Lin Su smiled lightly, glancing at the others. I want all four of you to come at me together. What? Long Yichen's eyes widened in shock. Yueling's smile also froze on her face. Xiong Zhuang, the most honest, looked at Lin Su in disbelief and said seriously, brother, we're all level 20. Do you know what you're saying? Lin Su smiled faintly, too lazy to explain. He clapped his hands, and a red light floated out from his body. In the next moment, a mountain-like creature named Fan Fan appeared, its three pairs of crimson eyes glaring fiercely at the group, fangs bared. It had sensed its master's intent, waiting for orders, ready to attack. A gasp of shock echoed as Chu Jing instinctively covered her eyes in terror. Let me introduce you, Fan Fan, my summoned beast, your new teammate, Lin Su said with a smile, nodding towards the others and giving Fan Fan a command. 5 minutes, subdue them and leave one alive, otherwise, there will be no dinner tonight. Roar! Realizing that the fate of its dinner was at stake, Fan Fan's eyes turned blood red, and with a roar, it lunged at the group. Damn, bro, are you serious? Xiong Zhuang's face twitched, and as he exclaimed, a massive metal shield appeared in his hands. But before he could raise the shield, Fan Fan's paw, as large as a round table, came crashing down towards his face. An unexpected scene unfolded. The main tank, known for its defense and strength, was directly flattened to the ground by Fan Fan's single kick, utterly defenseless. Even before Xiong Zhuang could get back up, Fan Fan raised a paw and sent him flying. Seeing Xiong Zhuang taken down in one blow, Long Yichen's pupils constricted. He vanished in a flash, reappearing midair, swinging a hammer crackling with lightning down towards Fan Fan's head. As if sensing danger, Fan Fan tilted its head, and the hammer grazed past its ear. Long Yichen was stunned. Fan Fan was furious. It felt that if it took that hammer hit, it would at least end up with a huge bump on its head. Roar! Fan Fan roared, fangs bared, and lunged at Long Yichen, who was suspended in the air, ready to bite down. Long Yichen's pupils suddenly contracted, his blood running cold. He clearly saw that Fan Fan's mouth was filled with sharp teeth, the smallest of which were as long as his calf. If he got bitten, he would either die or be severely injured. Just when he thought he was doomed, a loud clang echoed. The sound of metal colliding rang out. Fan Fan's massive mouth closed just 10 centimeters away from Long Yichen. Fan Fan didn't bite him, or rather, it let Long Yichen off the hook. However, before Long Yichen could land, a gigantic paw swooped down and struck him. Bang! Long Yichen crashed into the alloy wall of the training room like a cannonball. No, don't come near me. As Fan Fan lunged towards her, Yuling's face turned pale, and her staff glowed. Hundreds of arcane missiles rained down on Fan Fan. In a bizarre turn of events, as it ran, Fan Fan's form shrank dramatically, instantly becoming the size of an ordinary pet dog. After shrinking, Fan Fan moved like lightning, its speed creating afterimages. In just a few elegant dodges, it was already in front of Yuling. Without any hesitation, Fan Fan leaped, and Yuling felt a blur before realizing her staff had vanished. Then she saw a massive shadow of a paw descending from above. Confirming that Yuling had lost her combat ability, Fan Fan's 3 pairs of crimson eyes turned towards Chu Jing. Chu Jing instantly slumped to the ground. She had been trying hard to restore her teammate's status just moments ago. However, Fan Fan's movements were too swift, leaving her no chance to act. Thinking this, Chu Jing timidly raised her hand. I concede, I. Before she could finish her sentence, the massive shadow of a paw enveloped her. Fan Fan lazily shook its enormous head and stepped over her, happily trotting towards Lin Su. Half an hour later, Lin Su glanced at the group, who had mostly recovered but looked dejected, and spoke calmly. Does anyone still have objections to me being the team leader? No, no objections. Yuling was the first to raise her hand. And, me too, Chu Jing quickly added. Xiong Zhuang, though still looking reluctant, thought for a moment and nodded. I give up. I can't even defeat a summoned beast. I have no right to be the captain. As he spoke, he suddenly became curious again and looked at Lin Su, asking, how on earth do you raise this summoned beast? Why is it so abnormal? Upon hearing Xiong Zhuang mention this, the other 3 all turned their gazes toward Lin Su. It was clear that this was also their biggest question. Lin Su scoffed, glancing at Long Yichen, and said, among all of you, the one with the highest aptitude is level 20. With the equipment bonuses, the attribute points barely exceed 300. Fan Fan's total attributes exceed 450 points, and since it's a summoned beast, it can control its form. When you fight it, what chance do you have? The group fell silent. They were not only amazed by Fan Fan's strength but also surprised that Lin Su could figure out their details so clearly in such a short time. It should be noted that even the military does not have such detailed personal profiles. Isn't it just relying on having a powerful summoned beast? What's so impressive about that? Long Yichen shot Lin Su a sidelong glance, pouting. Lin Su smiled faintly inside. He had thought that letting Fan Fan give them a good beating would likely make them behave, but he forgot that these people were all top figures in their respective circles, like stars surrounding the moon. The intimidation he had given was simply too light. Thinking this, he focused his mind, and a test dummy for damage appeared. Everyone looked at Lin Su in confusion. Lin Su glanced at Long Yichen and asked, do you know what the health limit of the test dummy is? 1 million, why? Long Yichen replied, puzzled, with his neck stiff. Buzz! Dozens of gleaming flying knives sliced through the air, shooting toward the dummy like meteors. In the next moment, boom! The dummy exploded into countless fragments. Silence, a deathly silence. A drop of cold sweat slid down Long Yichen's forehead. The test dummy had been blown up, which meant that Lin Su's attack had exceeded 1 million damage. Level 20, 1 million damage. In an instant, he felt utterly ridiculous. Just a moment ago, he had been thinking of finding an excuse to have a fair fight with Lin Su. Now it seemed that a fair fight was out of the question. Being obliterated would happen in the blink of an eye. Lin Su smiled faintly, ignoring the stunned Long Yichen, and turned his gaze to Yuling, asking lightly, so, now you know why I don't want to fight you personally? Struggling to swallow, Yuling's gaze was dazed, and after a long time, she said, because even with a normal attack, your damage exceeds our health limit. You might accidentally kill us. Having received the answer he wanted, Lin Su chuckled and suddenly turned cold, continuing to ask, then please tell me, why did you stir things up and insist that the 3 of us fight when we first met? As a stranger, Yu Ling had directly supported him in becoming the captain, which initially surprised Lin Su. But after seeing Xiong Zhuang and Long Yichen's attitudes, he understood. Supporting him was a facade. This little girl was clearly trying to create trouble. As for her purpose, it was to have them spar. Lin Su just couldn't understand why she would do this without any enmity. Reminded by Lin Su, Long Yichen and Xiong Zhuang also reacted, looking at Yu Ling in disbelief. Yu Ling's face turned pale. She hadn't expected Lin Su to be so perceptive. It seemed he had seen through her little scheme from the start. No wonder he had let Fan Fan beat her up too. Just as she was thinking this, she hurriedly explained to Xiong Zhuang and Long Yichen, I'm sorry. I really just wanted to use you to test the boss's strength, but I had no ill intentions, really. The key is, how could I have imagined that the boss's strength would be exaggerated to this extent? After speaking, Yu Ling looked at Lin Su. Boss, your story of killing through the world dungeon just to find a girlfriend is super popular. I'm your fan. I just wanted to test the waters a bit. Lin Su was speechless, coldly patting Yu Ling on the shoulder. No, next time. Yu Ling felt a chill all over and quickly nodded like a chick pecking at rice. Okay, I promise. Taking a deep breath, Lin Su glanced at the various expressions of Long Yichen and Xiong Zhuang, and asked, now, do you have any objections to me being the team leader? Long Yichen's face twitched, a sense of despair rising in his heart. He realized that not only was there a huge gap in strength between him and Lin Su, but even in terms of mentality, he was far behind. With that thought, he resigned himself. No objections, I'm convinced. Xiong Zhuang scratched his head, admiringly saying, boss is amazing, from now on, whatever you want me to do, I'll do it. Lin Su nodded in satisfaction. Very good, then let's talk about what happens after we enter the world dungeon. At 2:30 in the morning, Tang Dingbang was awakened from his sleep. He looked at Lin Su and the others, who were already geared up with a face full of confusion. Why are we setting off at this time of night? Also, have you all gotten familiar with each other's fighting styles so quickly? None of the four, including Long Yichen, spoke, all looking at Lin Su in unison. A black line appeared on Lin Su's forehead. He had only told them to talk less in the dungeon, who told them to act like mutes now. While cursing inwardly, Lin Su nodded. Yes, we've already familiarized ourselves. Noticing that everyone was clearly looking to Lin Su for guidance, Tang Dingbang shot him a surprised glance and asked in a low voice, you managed to get them to submit so quickly? Well, sort of, Lin Su replied nonchalantly. Good kid, you really have a way with this. Now tell me, why are you setting off at this time? Tang Dingbang continued to ask. To prevent other regions from gathering manpower, Lin Su explained. In this world, there was no time difference between regions. When it was daytime everywhere. At this time, most professionals in various regions should be fast asleep. If the world dungeon were open now, all regions would definitely be caught off guard, and it was even possible that some notifications would be missed. Lin Su was aiming for the rewards of the world dungeon, not to kill professionals from other regions, so this timing was just right. After pondering for a moment, Tang Dingbang chuckled and punched Lin Su lightly on the chest, sighing, I really didn't see this coming. You're quite cunning, but this timing is well chosen. Saying this, Tang Dingbang directly handed the invitation to the world dungeon to Lin Su, then his expression changed, and he sighed, saying thoughtfully, I'll only say this to you, if possible, bring everyone out of the dungeon alive. Of course, I'm only saying if possible, remember not to force it. Also, after this matter, regardless of the outcome, the Huaxia region owes you a favor. Alright, got it, Lin Su nodded decisively. The reason he chose to go through the trouble of gathering Long Yichen and the others and then bringing these burdens into the dungeon was precisely for Tang Dingbang's words. Otherwise, he could have easily separated from them after entering the world dungeon and left without a trace. After noticing Nangon Yun's abnormality, Lin Su had been feeling uneasy, especially since Nangon Yun was a witness to the catastrophe from years ago. This made Lin Su feel a chill down his spine. Therefore, under the circumstances, Lin Su planned to prepare some protective talismans for himself. Undoubtedly, the favor from the Huaxia region counted as one. Seeing Lin Su agree so readily, Tang Dingbang patted Lin Su on the shoulder with satisfaction, reminding him, also, Old Yun already knows about your upcoming entry into the world dungeon. He's currently at the Abyss frontline and can't come to see you off. However, he asked me to tell you that if you encounter danger, just crush the jade pendant he gave you, and he will appear immediately. Alright, I will. Lin Su agreed verbally, but in his heart, he made up his mind that unless it was a matter of life and death, he would not touch the jade pendant at all. Suppressing the chaotic thoughts in his mind, Lin Su's gaze fell on the invitation letter in his hand, and he chose to use it directly. Prompt, World Instance Invitation Letter Nightmare difficulty used successfully. Prompt, Instance Content Selection in progress. Prompt, selection completed. This world instance name, conflict of the insect race. Objective, within 7 natural days, find and kill the world Yila, insect queen. Prompt, the teleportation channel for other regions to the world instance has been opened. Limited time 5 minutes, countdown begins. Prompt, each region can only dispatch 1 team to enter the world instance, fully staffed with 5 people. Once inside the world instance, practitioners cannot leave in any form before clearing the instance. Prompt, if not cleared within 7 natural days, practitioners will be detained in the world instance. Prompt, teleportation will begin in 30 seconds, please prepare in advance. Watching the white light gradually rising from beneath Lin Su's feet, Tang Dingbang waved his hand and said, "Wish you all a smooth journey, I will be waiting for your triumphant return." Okay. Lin Su responded, and as he nodded, the sensation of weightlessness from the teleportation hit him, and the surroundings began to change. A damp and hot feeling enveloped him, the scent of decaying plants filled the air, and everything around was eerily silent. Once his vision cleared, Lin Su quickly scanned his surroundings. It was a vast primitive forest, with huge shrubs thick enough for several people to hug scattered everywhere, and the ground was covered with fallen branches and leaves up to his calves. Wow, what a big forest, so hot, so stuffy. Upon seeing the environment clearly, Yu Ling was the first to exclaim. As expected, all eyes turned to her. The rules for the Huaxia region's World Instance team, no startling reactions after entering the World Instance. Realizing her mistake, Yu Ling quickly covered her mouth. Lin Su frowned and reminded, "Be alert, it's too quiet around here, something's not right." Saying this, he directly launched 4 flying knives in 4 different directions. At the same time, Fan Fan, now shrunk to the size of a normal dog, was also released. As soon as he landed, Fan Fan immediately sniffed the air twice, then let out a low growl and dashed off in one direction. Just as Fan Fan bolted out, the sound of slicing air erupted. Several spears glowing with green light whistled through the air, shooting towards the group in the clearing. Enemy attack! Xiong Zhuang's pupils constricted, and as he warned, a huge metal shield appeared in his hand, blocking in front of Chu Jing and Yu Ling. Long Yichen rolled to dodge a spear aimed at him, then pushed off the ground with force, ready to charge towards the direction from which the spear came. But before he could even start, the kill records appeared. Successfully killed insect race sentinel, experience. Successfully killed insect race sentinel, experience. Dozens of kill records flooded the screen. The ambushing spears suddenly stopped. Long Yichen stumbled, turning to look at Lin Su in disbelief. He saw Lin Su casually catch a spear aimed at him and play with it, and his heart was filled with mixed feelings. Unbelievable. This is truly a case of the stronger you are, the more you die. Noticing Long Yichen's complex expression as he stood there, Xiong Zhuang was about to remind him, but was pulled back by Chu Jing, and only then did he notice the kill records, gasping in shock. The 3 behind the shield exchanged glances, their eyes unanimously falling on Lin Su, filled with astonishment. At this moment, their thoughts were surprisingly aligned. So this is what it feels like to be carried by a big shot, exhilarating. Realizing that everyone was looking at him with strange expressions, Lin Su raised an eyebrow and asked, "What are you looking at me for?" "Damn!" Long Yichen cursed, making a gesture with 2 fingers. Rules for the World Instance in the Huaxia region, Part 2. Any form of exclamation, admiration, or praise regarding the combat power and fighting style of the team leader, Lin Su, is strictly prohibited. Coincidentally, the other 3 also gestured a 2 towards Lin Su. Just then, the sudden sound of branches snapping echoed from all directions, and the nerves of Long Yichen and the others immediately tensed up again. "Be careful, we're surrounded," Long Yichen exclaimed as he prepared for battle. Lin Su smiled faintly and explained, "It's fine, there are people." "Our people? Boss, this is a world instance. Where do we get our people from?" Everyone looked at Lin Su in confusion, with Yu Ling directly asking the question. Just as they were speaking, a grayish-white hand pushed through the dense foliage. A creature, about the size of a normal human, with a human-like upper body but an abdomen and limbs resembling those of an ant, emerged. This creature had a dozen long spears strapped to its back, identical in style to those that had attacked Lin Su and the others. However, just as Long Yichen and the others were on high alert, the creature did not attack. Instead, it obediently walked up to Lin Su and directly prostrated itself on the ground, as if Lin Su were its master. With the appearance of the first insectoid sentinel, more than a dozen sentinels gathered from all directions, all prostrating at Lin Su's feet. When Lin Su had just killed these insectoid sentinels, he used his newly acquired skill, Necromancer Puppet. He transformed all the defeated sentinels into puppets. "Stand up!" Lin Su attempted to give the command. With a swish, all the puppet sentinels stood up in unison, like a military parade. "Lie down!" This time, Lin Su used his mind to command without speaking. Again, with a swish, the puppets all lay down simultaneously. Lin Su's eyelids twitched. This actually works? Number 1, stand at attention. Number 2, lie down. Number 3, spin in place. Lin Su began to experiment with different commands for the group of sentinels. Soon, he concluded that mental control was surprisingly effective, working well for both groups and individual commands. What surprised Lin Su even more was that he could not only control the puppets but also gain their perspective. The only downside was that these puppets could not convey any emotions back to him. In other words, the puppets merely retained their abilities and combat instincts from when they were alive, unable to provide any useful information. However, this was already enough for Lin Su, far exceeding his expectations. On the other side, realizing that Lin Su was actually controlling the insectoid sentinels, Long Yichen and the others were stunned. If Lin Su's earlier display of spiritual power had shocked everyone, now they felt their scalps tingling. Controlling insectoid sentinels, what an incredible ability! Finally, Long Yichen could no longer hold back. He gestured a 2 with his left hand and a 3 with his right. Rules for the world instance in the Huaxia region, Part 3, any form of inquiry or probing regarding the skills of the team leader, Lin Su, is strictly prohibited. If an event occurs that exceeds personal understanding, one should fill in the gaps with their imagination. Knowing that Long Yichen wanted to ask Lin Su what kind of skill this was, the other 3 merely gestured a 2 and shook their heads. Just as they were using sign language to communicate, a miniature version of Fan Fan came rushing back, clutching a half-dead insectoid sentinel in its mouth. Unlike the puppet sentinels summoned by Lin Su, this insectoid sentinel had green skin and was difficult to spot hiding in the bushes. Fan Fan came to a sudden stop and dropped the nearly lifeless sentinel at Lin Su's feet. Can it talk? Lin Su kicked the insectoid sentinel, which was covered in green blood, and asked. Having learned from the previous world instance, Lin Su wanted to communicate with the creature first to see if he could obtain any useful information. Given the current situation, the map of this world instance was extraordinarily vast, making it challenging to find the world. Gee! The insect soldier let out a piercing roar. Lin Su frowned slightly. Although the creature had a mouth, its structure was clearly more like a mandible, making it impossible to produce sounds that humans could understand. Realizing this, Lin Su shrugged helplessly. Sorry, my foreign language isn't good. With that, he lifted his foot. With a crunch, the sentinel's head was crushed underfoot. Another kill record appeared. Without any hesitation, Lin Su glanced at Fan Fan and said, Fan Fan, eat it. Seemingly unable to wait any longer, Fan Fan momentarily grew larger and swallowed the sentinel, which was now just a torso, in one gulp. Good, now for the final experiment. With that thought, Lin Su focused his mind, activating the skill necromancer puppet. Black mist rose from where the sentinel had just been crushed, and in the blink of an eye, it coalesced into a puppet with grayish-white skin, indistinguishable from the other puppet sentinels. This works? Lin Su was momentarily stunned, then overjoyed. The previous puppets had all been transformed from corpses, while this one was summoned out of thin air. This meant that as long as he defeated an enemy, regardless of whether a corpse was left behind, he could turn it into a puppet. It was known that for Fan Fan to enhance its qualifications, it needed to devour the flesh and blood of other advanced life forms. In this case, there was no conflict between Fan Fan eating and him summoning puppets. Understanding this, Lin Su called everyone to set off. At the same time, an announcement appeared. Announcement, countdown ended, this time entering the World Dungeon Team, 7 teams. Boss, where are we going next? Yuling asked, a bit stammering after being startled by Lin Su's ruthless methods. Lin Su smirked, glancing at Fan Fan, who instantly returned to the size of a small mountain. With a leap, Lin Su jumped onto Fan Fan's back and called out to everyone. Get on! We're going to recruit soldiers now. Recruit soldiers? Everyone was puzzled. But soon, when they recalled the insect soldier whose head had been crushed and then reappeared, instantly obedient to Lin Su, they suddenly realized. Oh crap, this is going to be a big deal. Quickly, everyone climbed cautiously onto Fan Fan's back. Fan Fan was large enough that 5 people sitting on it felt no crowding at all. Lin Su patted Fan Fan's head and commanded, follow the scent of those insects from earlier and find their lair. Woof! Fan Fan understood, lowering its head to sniff the trail and then sprinting off. As for the insect puppets that had just been transformed, their numbers were too few to form any combat power, and they couldn't keep up with Fan Fan's speed. Therefore, Lin Su sent them off in various directions to explore the terrain. Meanwhile, dozens of images appeared in Lin Su's mind. About 4 hours later, Lin Su noticed that the tall shrubs around them began to thin out dramatically. At this moment, behind Fan Fan, dozens of insect puppets were following along, albeit sparsely. These insect forms varied. Some were like the ones they had encountered before, carrying long spears on their backs, while others were also semi-humanoid. Their arms evolved into sharp blades. There were even some that had completely lost their humanoid shape, the size of cars, resembling beetles, with mandibles capable of spraying strong acid. These insects had encountered Fan Fan along the way and had been easily dispatched by Lin Su. Of course, the number of defeated insects was far more than these. Fan Fan was running too fast for any puppets to keep up, stretching the front line quite long. Lin Su chose not to release these puppets because he sensed that a fierce battle was likely ahead. Just as this thought surged in Lin Su's mind, Fan Fan let out a low growl. Lin Su understood immediately, frowning as he looked into the distance, his pupils suddenly contracting. In the originally dense jungle, a patch of grassland had appeared quite abruptly. At the center of that grassland stood a massive mound nearly 100 meters in diameter, towering like a 20-story building. On top of the mound, countless insect holes dotted the surface, too numerous to count. What made Lin Su's scalp tingle even more was that, without exception, all the openings were teeming with all sorts of strange and bizarre insects coming in and out. There was no need to count. Lin Su estimated that the number of insects he had seen so far was definitely over 1,000. If he were to consider the space within the insect holes, that number would at least multiply tenfold. Thinking of this, Lin Su squinted his eyes and directly called for Fan Fan to stop, then jumped down from Fan Fan's back. "Everyone, get down!" Lin Su ordered. "What's wrong, big boss?" Yueling asked curiously while climbing down from Fan Fan. "Wait for the teammates, we're about to go into battle," Lin Su explained. As he spoke, he walked to the base of Fan Fan's tail and pulled out several long spears that were stuck in Fan Fan's rear. Fan Fan shivered in pain but managed to hold back a cry. Without waiting for Lin Su's command, Chu Jing clasped her hands together, and a green light rippled from Fan Fan's body. The wounds on its rear immediately stopped bleeding and began to heal. Fan Fan was indeed fast, but its target was simply too large. Coupled with the numerous insectoids encountered along the way, it inevitably sustained some minor injuries. Fortunately, it did not affect the battle. Upon hearing Lin Su say to wait for teammates, Xiong Zhuang scratched his head in confusion and asked, "Boss, we're all here, not a single one missing. Who are you waiting for?" Lin Su smiled but did not explain. Long Yichen rolled his eyes at Xiong Zhuang and pointed to the insectoids that had begun to arrive one after another, those that Lin Su had killed along the way and then transformed into puppets. His meaning was clear, the teammates the captain referred to were them, not us. We are just accessories, understand? Xiong Zhuang understood and instantly felt as if he had slapped Lin Su's hand hard with his own face. Just as he thought of this, Long Yichen became curious again. He asked Lin Su, "Captain, who are you planning to fight?" Earlier, they had not noticed the insect nest in the distance because Fan Fan's head was blocking their view. Lin Su raised his chin and pointed in the direction of the insect nest. The others followed Lin Su's gaze and immediately turned pale. "BB boss, you, this, we." After just one glance at the insect nest, Xiong Zhuang became tongue-tied. He wanted to persuade Lin Su but didn't know how to start. Pushing Xiong Zhuang aside, Yueling directly said, "Big boss, are you joking? Do you know how many insects are in that nest? I understand you're powerful, but this is just two." As she spoke, Yueling realized she couldn't continue. Because Lin Su's idea could no longer be described as arrogant, it was clearly outright madness. "Captain, Yueling is right. Don't joke around. Normally, I believe you could take on 10 of me. But if you want to lead over 100 insects to attack the insect nest, it's impossible, really." Among everyone, Long Yichen was the calmest and finally said a complete sentence. Even after Long Yichen finished speaking, the team member with the lowest presence, Chu Jing, looked at Lin Su and firmly shook her head. Seeing that everyone thought he was crazy, Lin Su smiled faintly and did not explain. Based on the images transmitted back from the batch of puppets he transformed when he first entered the instance, as of now, he knew that there were already 3 insect nests with specific locations. Moreover, the one in front of them was not even the largest. Lin Su now clearly understood where the difficulties of this world instance lay. First, it was the exaggeratedly large map. Heaven, not to mention killing the world boss or clearing the world instance, just traversing the entire map would be difficult. Secondly, there was the number of insect nests. Even the smallest insect nest Lin Su knew of would be a death sentence for an ordinary level 25-person team. Finally, according to the announcement, the identity of the world was the Insect Queen. Even without considering whether it had the ability to control other insect nests, just thinking about the scale of the nest it resided in was enough to make one's scalp tingle. Considering all these factors, for any other team in the region, clearing the world instance would be utterly impossible. However, these difficulties were relative to ordinary practitioners. As for Lin Su, after acquiring the skill of the undead puppet, he became an unstoppable war machine. Moreover, even if we take a step back, if one doesn't dare to fight in such a small scene, then there's no hope of clearing the world dungeon, just wait to die. With this thought, Lin Su checked the last remaining image in his mind. The leaves swayed, and the view fluctuated. The puppet was moving quickly. At that moment, a bug resembling a dragonfly, but with sharp hooks all over its abdomen, suddenly swooped down. The image shook violently again, and the view began to rise sharply. In a hurried glance, Lin Su saw the headless corpse of the puppet. The puppet's head had been removed, and his vision started to blur. Lin Su looked into the distance. Another abrupt clearing appeared, and the building in the center resembled the one the few of them had encountered. Soon, the last set of images disappeared. Lin Su instinctively touched his unscathed neck, a smirk forming at the corner of his mouth. Good, now the known number of insect nests had increased to 4. It wasn't because of the true insect race. The puppet summoned by Lin Su would also be attacked by the insect race. The disappearance of this last set of images marked the complete annihilation of the first batch of reconnaissance teams he had sent out. But it didn't matter. After 24 hours, Lin Su could summon them again. While the few were talking, the puppets transformed by Lin Su along the way had basically gathered. Counting the numbers, 168, a very good figure. Thinking this, Lin Su patted Fan Fan's head and instructed, "Keep an eye on these bottles of soy sauce. Including you, no matter how the battle unfolds, do not approach, and be ready to retreat at any time." Fan Fan shook its head, whimpering softly, constantly rubbing against Lin Su, seeming to act cute but more like begging. Feeling warmth in his heart, Lin Su patted Fan Fan's head and said sternly, "Be obedient, this is an order." After that, he glanced at Long Yichen and the others. "I won't say much, I only have one request for you, don't make things worse." As his voice fell, the originally scattered puppet army began to quickly form ranks. For fire-breathing bugs with hard shells took the lead, followed closely by bugs with arms turned into blades, and at the back were insect sentinels carrying spears. Once the formation was adjusted, Lin Su leaped onto the back of a giant centipede. This centipede was the fastest among all the types of bugs Lin Su had seen so far. Although it couldn't compare to Fan Fan, it was barely qualified as a cannon fodder mount for charging. "Prepare," Lin Su commanded. "Rustle, rustle." The adjusted formation moved quickly, and in the blink of an eye, they all followed Lin Su. Seeing that Lin Su had no intention of listening to advice, and with Fan Fan glaring beside him, Long Yichen and the others looked grim, exchanging glances. Wait! Just as Lin Su was about to give the order to charge, he was suddenly called to a halt by Chu Jing. Lin Su turned his head, puzzled, to look at her. Still wearing that timid expression, Chu Jing raised her arm, fingers spread towards Lin Su. A golden light instantly rippled from Lin Su's body. Crack! The bracelet on Chu Jing's wrist shattered. Hint, received teammate skill, Elegy Enhancement. Temporary increase of 30 to health and mana. Temporary increase of 20 to all attributes. Temporary increase of 50 to movement speed. Temporary reduction of 50 to skill cooldown time. Effect lasts for 1 hour. Looking at the long list of buffs that appeared, Lin Su gazed deeply at Chu Jing and nodded slightly. Thanks. After that, he drew the Sky Splitter blade, pointing the tip directly at the insect nest, and commanded, "Kill them all." Roar! All the insect puppets behind Lin Su roared in unison, then, like arrows released from a bow, charged straight towards the insect nest. Without the cover of bushes, the speed of the insect puppets surged. The sound of wind began to howl in their ears. 2,000 meters, 1,500 meters. Just as the insect puppets led by Lin Su were about 1,000 meters away from the insect nest, they were discovered. The insect nest began to stir. 800 meters. Hundreds of large wasps, the size of adults, gathered and charged straight towards the puppets led by Lin Su. 500 meters. The ground forces of the insect tribe responsible for guarding the nest were in position, a dark mass. Squeak! An insect resembling a human, but with a beetle shell on its back, pointed at Lin Su from a distance. Roar! The ground forces of the insect nest surged forward, roaring towards Lin Su. 300 meters. Long hairs and poisonous stingers intertwined in the air, weaving into a giant net. Puff, puff. The giant centipede beneath Lin Su was almost instantly shot into a porcupine. Yet, its forward momentum did not diminish at all. Meanwhile, dozens of large wasps from the insect nest were pierced by spears, falling directly from the sky. Clang, clang. A layer of white shield appeared around Lin Su. The shield of the phoenix set activated. All the spears and poisonous stingers that hit him were deflected without exception. With point defense plus 70 damage reduction, along with a long list of buffs from Chu Jing, the strength of the phoenix shield had reached an abnormal level. The insect tribe's attacks could not break through, the shield's points just dropped slightly. 200 meters. Lin Su officially encountered the insect soldiers guarding the nest. With a thud, the giant centipede fell over. Under the immense inertia, its massive body was dragged far away, crashing down on a group of insect soldiers. Behind the insect soldiers, the beetle commander was momentarily stunned. Although the previous rain of arrows had directly caused half of the inexplicably charging alien soldiers to be casualties, the human who had just been standing on the centipede was now nowhere to be seen. Just as he was lost in thought, buzz! A circular blade of light suddenly exploded in the densest area of the insect soldiers. Every insect soldier hit by the blade was split in two without exception. In the next moment, dozens of flying knives, dragging silver streaks, shot up into the sky. Following that, the flying insect guards began to plummet from the air. The beetle commander was horrified, because in just the blink of an eye, the hastily assembled insect soldiers had already suffered over half casualties. However, what terrified it even more was that all the insect soldiers killed by the human would soon rise again. Then, as if controlled by an invisible force, they began to charge fearlessly towards the nest. On Lin Su's side, while running, he used spatial traversal again. His figure appeared over 100 meters away. Again, there was a buzz. The second circular blade of light exploded. The kill record flashed across the screen again. A golden light shot up from Lin Su. Congratulations, successfully leveled up. Just 2 blades, and he leveled up directly. What speed? Just as Lin Su was filled with joy, squeak! A piercing roar unique to the insect tribe suddenly exploded in his ear. Lin Su's head buzzed, and his consciousness momentarily lagged. At that moment, a light green fist broke through a wave of air and slammed towards his head. With a bang, Lin Su was sent flying, and the already halved Phoenix shield instantly dropped by a third. Human, why do you invade my territory and slaughter my people? It was still the characteristic chirping of insects, but this time, Lin Su understood the meaning. Shaking his still somewhat dazed head, Lin Su looked in the direction of the voice. There, in the place he had just appeared, stood a female insect tribe member. Unlike the other insect tribes that looked as they pleased, this female insect's appearance was almost indistinguishable from that of a human. Standing about 1.7 meters tall, her skin was a light green, with long dark green hair, and an extremely cold beauty. Her only 2 insect-like features were the slender antennae on her forehead and the 3 pairs of transparent wings on her back. Lin Su even felt that her wings were probably optional, as they remained still while she stood in mid-air. Calm and collected, Lin Su activated the Eye of Magic against his opponent. Name an art category Insectoid Queen, Tier 3 Elite, Level 27 Health 116425 Mana 14691 Attack 15724 Defense 11629 Skills Mental Roar, Soul Shock, Mental Piercing, Mental Shield. After reading the information about his opponent, Lin Su raised an eyebrow. That punch from earlier clearly hadn't even broken his shield. Why did his head feel so heavy? It turned out that the opponent focused on mental attacks. Realizing this, Lin Su decided not to waste any more words. He aimed the tip of his void blade at Inar and asked directly, in 3 seconds, tell me the location of the insect nest where Eiler is. Inar, already wary of Lin Su's abilities, instinctively took a half step back upon seeing him endure 2 of her attacks without a scratch, and angrily retorted, you haven't answered my question, why should I tell you? Annihilate them. Seeing that Inar had no intention of cooperating, Lin Su issued the command before she could finish her sentence. Screech! Thousands of puppets roared and launched another attack on the insect nest. Human, the number of my insect army far exceeds your imagination, you are simply overestimating yourself. A hint of panic flashed in Inar's eyes as she scolded, her bravado faltering. Is that so? Lin Su scoffed. As he spoke, his figure suddenly vanished. Inar was startled and instinctively prepared to fly into the air. But just then, with a clang, 2 exaggerated numbers floated above Inar's head. Green blood splattered as one of Inar's arms was severed. Screech, a wave of excruciating pain hit, twisting Inar's face in agony. Before she could react, Lin Su pushed off the ground with his foot. Bang! A powerful kick landed squarely on Inar's abdomen. She didn't even have time to scream before she was sent sliding over 10 meters across the ground. Want to try again? Lin Su asked with a faint smile, stepping down on Inar, who was trying to get up. He then pressed the tip of his blade against her neck. Human, move your foot, or you will die a terrible death. Is that so? Lin Su chuckled, applying pressure with his foot. Wow, Inar spat out a mouthful of green blood. Come, take a look at what your so-called subjects are doing right now. As he spoke, Lin Su shifted to the side, granting her a view. Just a glance behind Lin Su made Inar's pupils constrict, an overwhelming fear engulfing her, causing her to tremble uncontrollably. In the brief time she had been fighting Lin Su, the insectoid soldiers who had already fallen began to rise again, charging towards the insect nest without hesitation. This led to a battle that appeared to have a significant numerical disadvantage for Lin Su, yet the enemy suffered almost 0 losses. Those pale-skinned aliens, who had just been torn apart a moment ago, would rise again the next second, continuing to fight. Moreover, the pale-skinned aliens coordinated exceptionally well. Their strength was clearly on par with the insectoid soldiers, yet they consistently managed to achieve a 1-4-2 or even 1-4-3 exchange due to their superior teamwork. Thus, a terrifying scene unfolded. The pale-skinned aliens grew more and more courageous in battle. Their numbers not only did not decrease but began to increase at an alarming rate. Stop, cease the war, I can answer your question, Inar pleaded desperately. Lin Su smiled and nodded. All right. With that, he focused his mind, and all the puppets simultaneously halted their attack. Realizing that Lin Su could control those aliens with mental power, Inar felt even more fear and directly stated, from here, head northwest at the speed of ordinary insectoids for about 2 days and nights, then you will see the largest insect nest, that is where the Queen Mother Isla resides. Lin Su raised an eyebrow, astonished by the vastness of this world's instance. According to Inar, the location of the world is at least 200 kilometers away from here. This nightmarish difficulty world instance is simply not meant for normal humans to complete. While cursing inwardly, Lin Su changed the question and continued, how many insect nests are there in this land? Seemingly caught off guard by Lin Su's question, Inar thought for a moment and replied thoughtfully, the exact number is unknown, but there are 7 third-tier insect nests like mine, 2 fourth-tier, and only 1 fifth-tier, which is the mother nest where Queen Ilara resides. Surprised by the numbers revealed by Inar, Lin Su couldn't help but gasp. With only 7 days, even if he had the ability to transform puppets, it would be impossible to annihilate all the insect nests in one go. There simply wasn't enough time. Therefore, the wisest choice now was to first eliminate those 2 fourth-tier insect nests and then directly engage Ilara in battle. Having made up his mind, Lin Su continued to ask, tell me the locations of the other 2 fourth-tier insect nests. One is to the northwest, about a day's journey, and the other is directly north, just a day's journey away. Seeing that Lin Su didn't seem to have any intentions towards his own insect nest, Inar felt much more at ease and spoke directly. Lin Su recalled the information sent back by the reconnaissance team he had previously dispatched and nodded to himself. There indeed was a larger-scale insect nest to the north. Inar was not lying. Thinking of this, Lin Su smirked and curiously asked, don't your insect race lie? After pondering seriously for a moment, Inar furrowed her brows and asked in confusion, the weak submit to the strong. This is the survival rule of our insect race. Why would we lie? Looking at the adorably foolish Inar, Lin Su couldn't help but laugh out loud. Very well, a powerful reason. So, you are of no use to me. Put. The void blade instantly pierced through Inar's throat. Successfully killed the insect queen. Inar, experience gained, obtained the insect queen pendant, name, insect queen pendant, category, equipment necklace, level, effect, reduces spell skill cooldown time by 50% for mental attribute points. Increases mental recovery speed by 100%. Skill, Shield of the King can generate a mental shield equivalent to its own health, cooldown time 24 hours. Quality, Diamond. After reading the information about the pendant, Lin Su curled his lips. This item was useless to him, so he directly tossed it into his personal space. After doing this, his gaze returned to Inar's corpse. With a thought, Inar stood up again, her severed arm restored, and her originally light green skin turned grayish-white. Can you still speak? Lin Su asked tentatively. Inar's eyes were hollow, and she did not respond. Lin Su frowned and changed his experimental method. He ordered Inar, say hello to me. Hello. Inar replied directly, her expression blank, her eyes hollow, and her voice devoid of any emotional tone. Lin Su realized. The other party could speak, but did not possess the ability to communicate, meaning she could not think independently. In other words, if he asked Inar any questions now, she would not answer at all. She was just a puppet. Understanding this, Lin Su simply ordered the extermination of all insect soldiers within the nest. After Inar's death, it seemed the soldiers sensed their queen was gone, and they immediately began to show signs of collapse, their resistance much weaker than before. This greatly accelerated the harvesting speed of the puppet army. 3 hours later, the battle ended, and the once lively insect nest fell silent. Everywhere he looked, there were grayish-white puppet soldiers. With his eyes slightly closed, Lin Su counted the number of puppets. There were still over 2,000 alive, and just over 1,000 that had fallen and would have to wait until tomorrow to be summoned. This was already the full combat strength of this third-tier insect nest. This number was far less than he had imagined when he first encountered the insect nest. Of course, Lin Su had now figured out the reason. Not all the insect race within the nest had combat capabilities. The vast majority of them were ordinary insectoids responsible for transportation, digging tunnels, chopping down trees, leveling the ground, and other miscellaneous tasks. They were of low rank, had virtually no combat power, and killing them yielded no experience. Even if they died and transformed into puppets, they were useless. Thus, Lin Su adopted an indifferent attitude towards these insectoids. Inside the insect nest, Lin Su entered an oval-shaped room that emitted a pungent sour smell. His fingers touched the wall, and a prompt appeared. Prompt: this is a Stage 3 insect nest decomposition room, capable of decomposing biological entities or corpses and retransforming them into insectoid energy crystals. Lin Su raised an eyebrow. For several hours, he had been exploring the insect nest. He discovered that the structure of the nest was exceptionally complex, containing various rooms of all shapes and sizes with peculiar uses. For instance, there were hatching rooms, egg-laying rooms, and the decomposition room before him. Lin Su spread his palm, and a light green crystal appeared. Name: Insectoid Energy Crystal. Effect: can be used to hatch insectoid individuals or enhance the rank of insectoid leaders. Energy value: 2,000 points. Prompt: after the rank of the insectoid leader is enhanced, their combat power will significantly increase, allowing for the hatching of higher combat power insectoid soldiers. This stone was found in the most luxurious room within the insect nest, which should belong to Anar. It was the discovery of this stone that prompted Lin Su to begin a large-scale search within the nest. Of course, Lin Su did not expect Anar to hatch more high-combat insectoids for him, as that would be too slow and far less direct than transforming puppets through warfare. What Lin Su truly cared about was the so-called significant increase in combat power. The world was merely a Stage 5 insectoid queen, and now that he knew the origin of this stone, Lin Su could easily elevate Anar to Stage 5, or even higher. A powerful ally was being offered for free. The question was, would he take it or not? The corner of Lin Su's mouth curled up. The answer was naturally yes. Puppets could be taken out of the world instance. Elevating Anar would be beneficial for Lin Su with no drawbacks. Moreover, the materials for transforming energy crystals were readily available, those ordinary insectoids used for wood eggs. With this in mind, Lin Su checked Inar's rank progress. Name: Inar. Rank: Stage 3, 1427 units, energy points. No wonder she was so weak. It turned out she had just recently advanced to Stage 3. Next, eat this. While internally complaining, Lin Su directly tossed the energy crystal to Inar. He didn't know how to use the energy crystal, so he opted for the most primitive method. Inar didn't even blink, catching the energy crystal and swallowing it whole. Prompt: Inar's advancement progress. Seeing the prompt, Lin Su grinned. Very good, effective. He then ordered Inar to operate the decomposition room at full capacity. After that, he instructed the puppet soldiers to send all those ordinary insectoids to the decomposition room in batches. Once that was done, Lin Su sent a few puppets to call for Fan Fan and Long Yichen. Lin Su clearly saw that when they entered the insect nest, Yuling's legs were trembling, and she stuttered as she asked, "BB boss, tell me, how did you do it?" "Why yeah, boss, did you really just conquer this entire insect nest?" Xiong Zhuang followed up, his voice trembling. Without waiting for Long Yichen and Chu Jing to speak, Lin Su shot them a glare, and they promptly shut their mouths, swallowing the words that were on the tip of their tongues. Seeing Chu Jing, Lin Su remembered the insectoid queen pendant he had thrown into his personal space, took it out, and handed it directly to her. "Thanks for before, this is for you, consider it compensation for your bracelet." Lin Su had noticed that when he used enhancement skills, Chu Jing's bracelet had shattered, likely due to being sacrificed. Since the pendant was of no use to him, he might as well return the favor. Upon seeing the pendant radiating the unique brilliance of diamond quality, Yuling exclaimed, "Wow, it's actually diamond quality." "Boss, you're being too biased. No way, I want one too." Hearing Yuling say this, Chu Jing's face instantly turned red, and she hurriedly waved her hand. "No need, Captain, this is too precious. Take it, just hold on to it," Lin Su said seriously, and after speaking, he directly stuffed the pendant into her hands. "Alright, everyone has been tired all day, and I'm hungry too. Take out all the ingredients from your spatial storage, let's get ready to eat. Also, this place is very safe, so everyone can rest here tonight. Find a room you like, and I'll arrange for someone to keep watch." After Lin Su finished speaking, everyone exchanged glances. In a world dungeon with nightmare difficulty, they could actually rest, choose any room, and even have someone keeping watch. At this moment, everyone had the same thought. That is, Lin Su's strong support was truly worth it. "What's wrong? Is there a problem?" Seeing everyone hesitating, Lin Su asked in confusion. No problem, then let's practice," Yu Ling said happily. Moments later, a small round table was set up, a barbecue grill was erected, and all kinds of meat skewers were sizzling and oozing oil. Compared to the damp heat outside, the inside of the insect nest was very cool. Lin Su took a sip of ice-cold beer, accepted the meat skewer handed over by Chu Jing, took a bite, and lay back in the rocking chair, too lazy to say anything. After more than 10 hours of rushing and fighting, Lin Su was indeed a bit tired. Xiong Zhuang fanned the grill with a fan while sprinkling seasoning on the meat skewers, grinning. Hee hee, I feel like I'm dreaming right now. Can someone tell me, is this really a nightmare difficulty world dungeon? Yuling took out her phone, took a selfie, and organized her words. Isn't it all thanks to the big boss? Come on, let me take a few pictures of you too. I want to post on moments when we get out of the dungeon. I guess we are the first to have this kind of treatment in a nightmare difficulty world dungeon. Right, send me a copy too, I want to post. Xiong Zhuang chimed in eagerly. I, the proud son of the dragon family in Kyoto, have now ended up as a mere bystander. The key is, I actually feel quite good about it, so guilty. After downing a large gulp of beer, Long Yichen felt a wave of melancholy. As he spoke, he directly handed the half-eaten meat skewer to the nearby diminutive Fan Fan. As a result, Fan Fan rolled its eyes at him and pointed at the grill with its paw. Long Yichen's forehead darkened, feeling as if he had taken 1,000 points of damage to his heart. He exclaimed, "What the hell, Fan Fan, you actually look down on me, you look down on me." Fan Fan was completely speechless and didn't want to stay with this fool for even a second. Thinking this, it scampered over to Lin Su's side and began to nuzzle against Lin Su's leg. Lin Su understood its intention in an instant, but he was too lazy to get up, so he snapped his fingers. Soon, the tall Anar walked in, picked up the grilled meat skewers from the small round table, and handed them to Fan Fan one by one. The four people in the room all focused their gaze on Anar, and everyone's eyes widened in shock. They had never seen an insectoid that looked so close to a human. Especially with Anar's exquisite appearance, combined with her cold and ethereal aura, it instantly stunned everyone. "Wow, big boss, the lady is so beautiful," Yu Ling exclaimed. "Captain, who is this?" Long Yichen asked, his eyes nearly popping out. Hee, boss, can you introduce her?" Xiong Zhuang asked with a silly grin as he noticed the skewers were starting to burn. Lin Su was speechless and quickly told Anar to flip the skewers before explaining. "Her name is Anar, the queen of the insect nest, but she can't understand what you say, so save your thoughts." Although Anar was beautiful, she was a puppet, just a puppet, lacking even the most basic thought. Even setting aside the issue of species isolation, just the fact that Lin Su could share Inar's vision and hearing meant that if Long Yichen and Xiong Zhuang, these two infatuated fools, pursued Inar, it would be no different from pursuing themselves. Just thinking about it made Lin Su's skin crawl. In order to avoid such a melodramatic situation, Lin Su chose to be straightforward. Put. When the words insect nest queen fell into Long Yichen's ears, he was either shocked or scared, and the beer in his mouth was immediately sprayed out. In fact, compared to Anar's identity, what shocked Long Yichen even more was Lin Su. Having the insect nest queen feed him like a dog. He instantly felt that the disdain from Fan Fan just now was completely justified. As for Xiong Zhuang, he had a similar reaction. He likely associated it with the image of male bees lining up to find the queen bee, and his expression turned ugly as he hurriedly focused on grilling skewers. What he didn't know was that the insect race didn't even have a species called male bees. The larvae were raised in what was called an incubation chamber. On the contrary, after learning about Anar's identity, Yu Ling and Chu Jing became excited. They grabbed their phones and started taking a flurry of pictures with Anar, saying they would post them on social media when they went out into the world instance. Their classmates would definitely be left in shock. After a while of commotion, the dinner finally came to an end. Once everyone dispersed, Lin Su closed his eyes, and an image appeared in his mind. In a bright green field of vision, thousands of insect puppets were charging forward with murderous intent, heading straight for the fourth-tier insect nest to the north. This image was transmitted back by a flying insect puppet. Long before Long Yichen and the others entered the insect nest, Lin Su had already used his mind to order the puppet army to assemble. He left 200 puppets to guard, and released the rest. Among these puppets, more than 300 had flying capabilities, while the rest were all ground troops. Time was tight, and he was too lazy to wait. After all, the puppets wouldn't get tired, and even if they died, it didn't matter, he could just summon them again the next day. So, he directly issued the command, and the war against the first fourth-tier insect nest began. About 2 hours later, the fourth-tier insect nest came into view, its scale several times larger than the insect nest Lin Su was currently in. The area around the fourth-tier insect nest was also a vast grassland, with no trees obstructing the view. All the insect nests Lin Su had seen were like this without exception. It was clear that this terrain had been carefully designed. The purpose was to facilitate observation of the surrounding environment of the insect nest and to detect intruders at any time. Thus, there was no need to worry about concealment. With this thought, Lin Su focused his mind. The vanguard troops, equipped with rapid sprinting capabilities, surged forward directly towards the fourth-tier insect nest. The remaining puppet army slowed down, approaching the insect nest at a steady pace. The vanguard troops were discovered when they were about 1,000 meters away from the insect nest. The fourth-tier insect nest began to stir. Hundreds of insect soldiers responsible for guarding the nest charged towards the vanguard troops, and the distance between the two sides quickly closed. However, just as the vanguard troops were about to enter the attack range of the insect soldiers, even as the guards raised their spears, the puppet vanguard suddenly turned around without any warning, the rear becoming the front, and they sprinted away just as swiftly as they had come. The insect guards were instantly baffled by this mysterious maneuver. After being stunned for a few seconds, they decided to pursue, turning the encounter into a chase. However, the guards of the insect nest had not chased for long when the strangely moving puppet vanguard suddenly turned back again. But by this time, the puppet vanguard was no longer just over 200, but had grown to more than 1,800. They successfully merged with the large army behind them. A rain of spears fell from the sky. The pursuing insect guards, including aerial units, had no chance to escape and were instantly pinned to the ground, dead beyond recovery. A thick, ink-like black mist quietly spread across the battlefield. Moments later, the fallen insect soldiers rose, their eyes hollow, pulling out the spears that had pierced their bodies. Some insect creatures without arms relied on their companions to assist them, creating an extremely bizarre scene. Watching the number of puppet soldiers surge to over 2,100, Lin Su couldn't help but smirk. With such a speed of conscription, if a few more waves come, wouldn't this fourth-tier insect nest just kneel on the spot? Thinking this in his heart, Lin Su decisively gave the order. It was still the feigned attack tactic from before, increasing the number of vanguard troops to 500, attack, continue. An hour later, after experiencing 3 waves of forced conscription, the number of puppet troops exceeded 3,500, and the corners of Lin Su's mouth almost reached his ears. At this number, there was no need to dally with the opponent, it was time to test their bottom line with a strong attack. With this thought in mind, Lin Su prepared to give the order. Just then, a visible and extremely piercing sound wave suddenly erupted from within the insect nest. With a buzz, Lin Su's ears fell into silence, and the emerald green vision quickly plummeted, turning pitch black in an instant. His heart sank. This meant that the insect race's flying puppets, which had just transmitted images back to him, had fainted or been killed. Shaking his somewhat dazed head, Lin Su quickly switched his vision. An unexpected scene appeared. After that sound wave, nearly 1/3 of the puppets lost contact with him. The flying puppets were all affected, with none escaping. Damn! Lin Su cursed, finding a ground puppet positioned relatively far back, and the image was transmitted back again. A horrifying scene emerged. Around the insect nest, the originally vast and flat grassland seemed to boil, with the soil surging. In the next moment, countless vines, as thick as adult arms and covered in sharp barbs, burst forth from the ground. They twisted and turned like tentacles, binding any living thing they touched in an instant. Lin Su's heart chilled, and he immediately ordered a retreat. Just then, an even more unexpected scene unfolded. In the distance, on a hillside, over 100 emerald green light points shot up into the sky. Those light points traced an exaggerated parabolic arc, directly crashing down towards the side. Lin Su's pupils constricted. Due to the distance, those light points were actually not small at all. When they crashed to the ground, each was as large as a car. Boom boom boom. The ground trembled violently, and the shockwave from the explosions instantly tore apart the vines and the insect race entangled within, indiscriminately. Emerald green flames soared, turning everything caught within into ashes in the blink of an eye. Looking at the remaining 800 puppets that had escaped, Lin Su's face twitched. He truly did not expect that the queen of this fourth-tier insect nest would be so ruthless. It should be noted that there were still nearly 2,000 enemy insect soldiers engaged in battle with the puppet army. The opponent didn't even blink, directly launching a wave of artillery fire to cleanse the area. So you want to compete in ruthlessness, huh? Fine, then let's be even more ruthless. With this thought in mind, Lin Su gave the order. He left behind dozens of puppets to spread out, hiding outside the grassland, observing the movements of the insect nest at any time. The remaining puppets began to rush towards the hillside where the green light points had just emerged. While the puppets were on the move, Lin Su focused on the movements of the insect nest and summarized the lessons from this battle. Currently, his biggest shortcoming was his lack of understanding of the insect nest, especially the opponent's means of attack. When attacking the Anar insect nest, he had not encountered those strange vines that could emerge from the ground. As for the green light points launched from the distant hillside, he still had no idea what they were. It seemed that these should be means possessed only by high-tier insect nests. Lin Su smiled wryly. There was no way around it. It was impossible to grasp the insect nest in detail in such a short time. However, the good news was that he seemed to have discovered the weaknesses of these two methods. First, the vines did not distinguish between friend and foe, When activated, any living creature within the range of the grass would be attacked. This meant that the remaining puppets on Lin Su's side had retreated far away, but the insect nest had not sent any soldiers to pursue. Like a circular green belt, the vines directly surrounded the insect nest. Although the green belt had just been breached by those green artillery fire, it had already healed completely in this short time. This meant that inside the insect nest, apart from the flying insect species, all were trapped inside, unable to pursue, at least for the time being. As for the things that could fire green artillery, Lin Su felt that they probably couldn't attack enemies that got too close, because if they could, they would have opened fire long ago when Lin Su employed a feigned attack tactic. With these thoughts clarified in his mind, a scene appeared in Lin Su's mind. A shimmering green vision swayed. Not far away on the hillside, dozens of giant insects, the size of heavy trucks, with 3 to 5 appendages that resembled artillery barrels, were struggling to move forward. Beside them, there were hundreds of insect soldiers guarding them. Lin Su squinted his eyes. Found it. With a gnashing of teeth and hatred, he decisively ordered, "Kill them." Lin Su's speculation was correct. Although those giant insects with artillery barrels attacked fiercely, they were truly helpless against enemies that approached them. Moreover, their movement speed was also very slow. Thus, the battle quickly came to an end. In less than an hour, 36 giant insects with artillery barrels, along with the hundreds of insect soldiers responsible for protecting them, were all eliminated. After this battle, the number of puppets attacking the 4th-tier insect nest once again surpassed 1,200. Name Giant Artillery Beetle Level 28, Elite, Health 79624 Mana 156254 Attack 14345 Skill Hellfire Heavy Artillery, can fire heavy artillery at enemies within a 2-kilometer range, causing a series of area damage including explosion, burning, and corrosion. After reading the information about the artillery beetle, Lin Su couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. This thing was indeed abnormally powerful. Its attack power was not much different from Inar's. However, its weaknesses were also very obvious, namely its confusing attack range and its outrageously slow movement speed. If it came to close combat, not to mention Inar, even an ordinary insect species could easily deal with these insects. Rubbing his face, Lin Su sneered. Alright, you think you can bombard me? Fine, let me show you how this thing is really played. The next day, Lin Su woke up in the afternoon. Normally, he could stay in the training room for 3 days straight, but due to the mental strain of controlling the puppets in battle, he was extremely exhausted. After just 1 day, he could hardly bear it, which was why he slept for so long. He took some water from his personal space and washed up briefly. Lin Su first went to the decomposition room of the insect nest to take a look. After more than 10 hours of full operation, all the ordinary insect species in Inar's nest had been completely decomposed. Summoning Inar with his mind, Lin Su pointed to a funnel-shaped container on the wall and instructed, "Take out the crystals inside and eat them all." Inar promptly complied. Notifications of increased advancement values appeared one after another. Until Inar stuffed the last crystal into its mouth, Lin Su checked its advancement level. Name Inar Tier 3rd Tier, 47427, Unit, Energy Points. Still lacking over 2,000 points, not bad, this speed is good, it will definitely advance to the 4th tier today. With this thought, Lin Su couldn't help but feel a bit curious about what changes would occur when Inar advanced to the 4th tier. Boss, why are you here? Here, lunch. Just as Lin Su left the decomposition room, he ran into Yuling and the others. While speaking, Yuling handed a lunchbox to Lin Su. Lin Su didn't stand on ceremony, opening the lunchbox and eating while instructing, "Clean up, we're getting ready to set off." "Boss, where are we going next?" Xiong Zhuang asked curiously. "We're going to take over another insect nest," Lin Su said without hiding anything. "Take over?" Hearing the profound meaning in Lin Su's words, Long Yichen exclaimed in surprise. Lin Su nodded. "Yes, I conquered another insect nest last night, and there are some things I need to deal with, so I have to go over." Long Yichen felt a chill run down his spine and stammered, "Captain, are you saying that while we were sleeping last night, you conquered another insect nest?" Xiong Zhuang scratched his head, confused. "Boss, weren't you sleeping last night? How did you conquer the insect nest?" This question was too long to explain, so Lin Su simply gestured a 3. The others turned pale and decisively fell silent. Yuling, the most astute, didn't continue to question Lin Su, instead, she directly opened the kill record. Upon seeing it, she gasped in shock, because in just one night, the team's kill record had increased by thousands. However, after taking a closer look at the kill record, Yuling's expression became strange, and she raised her hand tentatively. Big shot, can I ask a question unrelated to your abilities?" "Sure, go ahead," Lin Su replied directly. "Have you looked at our team's kill record?" Yuling pondered as she asked. No, Lin Su said, completely unaware of the seriousness of the issue. Would it be convenient for you to take a look? Yu Ling cautiously suggested. Lin Su frowned, feeling that the other party's reaction was odd, so he directly opened the kill record to take a look. Afterward, he was stunned. Successfully killed the insect race dragonfly hunter, experience. Successfully killed the insect race wasp shooter, experience. Beneath it were densely packed thousands of entries, all similar to this, with experience increases of dozens or even a few points. Lin Su's mind instantly turned to mush. He thought to himself, after such a big haul last night, how could he not have leveled up even once? Realizing this, Lin Su quickly opened the summoning list. Sure enough, he found the answer. A significant portion of the experience gained from killing monsters had been distributed to the puppets. Of course, it wasn't that all the puppets shared equally, because if that were the case, he might not even get a single point of experience for each insect race monster killed. Therefore, Lin Su speculated that the experience gained from killing a monster should be shared among all the participating puppets, plus Lin Su and the 5 others, along with a dog named Fan Fan, and then distributed. The weight of this distribution was unknown to Lin Su, but he assumed he had taken the lion's share. Understanding all this, Lin Su's expression began to fluctuate. The good news was that since he could gain experience, the puppets he summoned could level up. As they experienced more battles, they would become stronger. The bad news was that the number of puppets Lin Su currently possessed had already begun to count in the thousands. If he wanted to level them up together, well, the amount of experience required was no longer a mathematical problem but a metaphysical one. Of course, there were ways to escape this situation. That was to control the number of puppets participating in battles or simply not use them. But then, Lin Su felt too constrained. It felt like possessing unparalleled martial arts but never being able to spar with anyone. Just as Lin Su was caught in this dilemma, a light suddenly shone before him. To his surprise, there really was a place where he could grind monsters endlessly, day and night, and that was the Abyss battlefield. Thinking of this, Lin Su instantly felt refreshed, quickly finished the food in his lunchbox, and commanded, "Prepare to set off." Yu Ling's question was even longer, and he was too lazy to answer. Moments later, on the open ground in front of the Yanar insect nest, black mist surged, and over 1,000 gray-skinned insect puppets appeared. These were the puppets that had fallen during the conquest of the Yanar insect nest, and they could now be summoned. As for the remaining ones, they hadn't reached the 24-hour mark yet, so summoning them would have to wait until night. Glancing at the ready Long Yichen and the others, Lin Su put away Fan Fan, and then with a thought, the 200 puppets stationed at the insect nest last night merged with the newly summoned puppets and began to line up. "Everyone, come up," Lin Su instructed. As he spoke, he was the first to jump onto the back of the giant centipede from yesterday, with Anar following closely behind. A few people preparing to board were stopped, and Yu Ling quickly took out her phone, snapping pictures rapidly. The 9-grid layout was soon filled. Caption, World Instance, Nightmare Difficulty, Barbecue, Beer, Bug Tribe Hut, and the man who conquered the Bug Queen, Lin Su the Great. Let's go! Once Long Yichen and the others were seated, Lin Su decisively gave the order, aiming straight for the 4th-tier bug nest. As dusk approached, Lin Su and his group barely arrived at the 4th-tier bug nest where he had sent his puppet army to battle the night before. At this moment, the 4th-tier bug nest was unrecognizable. The originally several dozen meters high structure had been blasted down by half. Huge craters pockmarked the ground. The air was thick with the smell of charred remains. Broken limbs and shells of ordinary bugs were scattered everywhere. "B-boss, did you do all this last night?" Yu Ling asked in shock, staring at the hellish scene before her. "Well, sort of," Lin Su nodded in acknowledgement. "Then what about the soldiers responsible for guarding this bug nest?" Long Yichen asked immediately after. The bug nest was eerily silent, and apart from the corpses of ordinary bugs, there was not a single living creature in sight. "They're coming," Lin Su said, tilting his chin towards the distant dense forest. Just as he finished speaking, all the trees around the bug nest began to sway simultaneously. The rustling of leaves created a cacophony. Moments later, thousands of bug soldiers with grayish-white skin and weapons emerged from the forest. At the same time, thousands of flying bug soldiers, also with grayish-white skin, buzzed into the sky. However, these bugs merely watched from a distance and did not approach the bug nest. After last night's experience, Lin Su realized that the sound waves or mental attacks emitted by the bug nest were evidently more lethal to flying bugs. To avoid unnecessary casualties, he did not let them get closer. With nearly 10,000 bug soldiers appearing both on the ground and in the air, the scene was truly overwhelming. Long Yichen and the others couldn't help but turn pale. They had only speculated about Lin Su's abilities and did not fully understand them. Suddenly seeing so many bugs made it hard to distinguish friend from foe. In fact, there was a vague feeling among everyone that these bugs were more likely to be enemies. Because if Lin Su could control so many bug soldiers at once, he had completely surpassed the realm of humanity. He was definitely a moving disaster. Just as everyone was thinking this, Xiong Zhuang's face twitched, and he asked in despair, "Boss, we're surrounded. Is there any point in resisting?" Faced with nearly 10,000 bug soldiers, he couldn't even muster the will to fight back. "Same old rule, stay put and don't cause trouble," Lin Su said with a faint smile, patting Xiong Zhuang's shoulder in a comforting manner. With that, he turned and walked straight into the bug nest, with Anar following closely behind. Just as the two were leaving, the bug puppets began to shift their formation, subtly protecting Long Yichan and the others within. Seeing this scene, the expressions of the group froze on their faces. After a moment, Xiong Zhuang, blushing, chuckled foolishly, "They're all our people, ha 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 ha." Boss, 666. On Lin Su's side, after entering the bug nest, he headed straight for the deepest bug hole. He had already familiarized himself with the terrain while strategizing the previous day, so he moved with ease. Squeak! A piercing roar suddenly erupted. It was not as fierce as when they first encountered it yesterday. Now, the sound wave attack seemed weak and merely sounded grating to the ears. Rubbing his slightly itchy ears, Lin Su frowned slightly. He hadn't expected that after nearly a day, the opponent still had the energy to make noise. Thinking this, he glanced at Inar and commanded, "Counterattack, tell her that if she keeps calling, I'll kill her." Roar! Inar complied. A wave of visible sound waves rippled out, and the piercing cries abruptly ceased. Lin Su smiled with satisfaction. Good, knowing to fear death is enough. With that thought, he couldn't help but quicken his pace. 10 minutes later, a wormhole the size of a football field appeared before Lin Su. In the center of the wormhole lay a gigantic creature that was half human, half insect. Unlike Inar, who retained only a few insect-like features as a nest queen, this one had a human shape only in the upper half, of normal size. The lower half was a massive abdomen that occupied a third of the football field. It was this exaggeratedly disproportionate body that rendered the creature completely immobile without the assistance of its insect kin. Lin Su looked at it with disdain and activated his Eye of Magic. Name Idinisha type insect queen, tier 4, elite, level 30 health 166425 mana 39234 attack 7249 defense 2327 skills mental storm, rapid breeding, quick hatching, gene fusion. After reading the information, Lin Su frowned immediately. A tier 4 queen, is this it? What a pathetic warrior. If Anar evolved to tier 4 and ended up like this, wouldn't that be a complete waste? Just as he was pondering this and about to ask, unexpectedly, the creature roared first. Upon seeing Inar, Idinisha's expression twisted, and she broke down defensively. It's you, Inar, it's actually you, you despicable aberration. Why did you attack my nest and slaughter my people? Why, tell me why. As a puppet, Inar remained expressionless and did not respond. Lin Su raised an eyebrow, knowing that she had likely misunderstood, and reminded her, "You're mistaken, it was me who attacked your nest last night." Hearing this, Idinisha finally noticed Lin Su. She looked him up and down, furious. "Human, it's you, this detestable and despicable human. You came to save your kind, didn't you? Very well, you succeeded. Your kin are in the decomposition chamber. If you're lucky, they should still be alive. Take them and get out of my nest." Just like when he first met Inar, the insect creatures, having never experienced the harshness of society, had an exceptionally simple mindset. One could even say they were straightforward. Their emotions were written on their faces. They said whatever was on their minds. Realizing that this trip had an unexpected benefit, Lin Su thought for a moment, and Inar received the command, heading straight for the decomposition chamber. Lin Su speculated that the kin Idinisha mentioned were likely other professionals from different regions. Who would he go to for reasoning about the benefits that fell from the sky? Just as Lin Su was feeling pleased with himself, Idinisha began to roar again. "Human, you've gotten what you wanted, why don't you leave? Get out of my nest. I never want to see you again." Lin Su's lips twitched. He had long been mentally prepared for Idinisha to treat him with such a nearly frenzied attitude, because just last night, he had made the remaining 1,000 or so insect puppets drag 36 heavy artillery armored insects across the mountains, engaging in an exceptionally flamboyant and gorgeous guerrilla warfare until this one was left as a mere figurehead. Anyone trapped in a situation where they couldn't fight back, couldn't escape, couldn't catch their enemy, and didn't even know who the enemy was from the beginning would feel despair. With that in mind, Lin Su smiled generously, drew his sky rift blade, and said, "Alright, answer me a few questions, and I'll leave your nest." "Detestable human, I have already," squeak. Before Idinisha could finish her sentence, a flash of blade light instantly severed one of her arms, and her unfinished words turned into a scream. "My patience is limited. Think carefully before you speak. This is your first warning. Next time, I will sever your neck, Lin Su said coldly. Idanisha's expression twisted, and after a moment, she suppressed her anger and spoke. Alright, ask whatever you want. An hour later, confirming that there were no more questions to ask Idanisha, Lin Su struck down with his knife. Successfully killed the elite bug queen Idanisha. Experience surged like a golden light from Lin Su, shooting into the sky. Congratulations, successfully promoted, successfully killed the elite bug queen Idanisha, received the queen's staff, quality, diamond. The corner of Lin Su's mouth curled up, although a considerable portion of the experience he gained was shared, due to the sheer number of monsters killed. Overall, the leveling speed was not slow. With that thought, Lin Su directly tossed the newly acquired staff into his personal space. Since he had no use for it, he couldn't even be bothered to check its attributes. After doing all this, Lin Su glanced at the unblinking Idanisha, dismissing the idea of turning her into a puppet. He only needed high combat power, not a tool that could produce combat power. It was like making money. Lin Su's current methods were akin to robbing with open blades, while Idanisha was like a small printing press. Given that the efficiency of robbery far exceeded that of a printing press, Lin Su unhesitatingly chose the former. Clarifying these thoughts, he directly ordered the puppet army stationed on the outskirts to begin occupying the bug nest. He also sent all the bug corpses, including Idanisha, to the decomposition chamber. Through his earlier conversation with Idanisha, Lin Su's concerns were dispelled, and the plan to strengthen Inar continued. According to Idanisha, Inar was an anomaly among all the bug nest leaders. She chose to evolve in a direction most similar to humans, and after evolving, primarily enhanced her combat power. This evolutionary direction was decided when she became a first-tier bug nest leader, which is why Inar was not well received in the bug nest. However, this suited Lin Su perfectly. As for Idanisha, she chose to enhance her reproductive capabilities. It was precisely for this reason that her combat power was weak. Just as Lin Su was thinking this, Inar and several puppets brought over a few indistinguishable masses that barely resembled humans. The few humans had clearly been in the decomposition chamber for a while, their hands and feet had completely melted, and their torsos were a sight to behold. This was still under the condition that they were all wearing armor, otherwise, there would be nothing left but bone fragments. Wow, boss, what are these things? They're disgusting. Yu Ling and the others came over with the puppet army entering the bug nest. As soon as they entered, they were greeted by this horrifying scene and nearly vomited. Lin Su smirked, ignoring Yu Ling's question. He was also curious about which major district these practitioners were from, to be so unfortunate as to fall into the hands of the bugs. So, to answer his curiosity, a flash of the knife, and the kill record was logged. Successfully killed major district practitioners, experience gained, received a slaughter chest, received a slaughter badge. A series of 5 kill records appeared, followed by an announcement. Announcement, Major District Raid World Instance Team, wiped out. Captain, how did these major district practitioners end up like this? Longi-chan asked in horror. The bug nest threw them into the decomposition chamber, wanting to obtain their genes to synthesize stronger bugs, Lin Su explained. This was not his guess, but what Idanisha had told him directly. That's too cruel. Yu Ling said, feeling a chill, genuinely moved. Yeah, it is quite cruel, Lin Su nodded in agreement, then directly ordered the puppets. Take them away, throw them back into the decomposition chamber, and Inar, let the decomposition chamber operate at full capacity. As the bug nest queen, Inar had the ability to control the bug nest, and even the current 4th-tier bug nest was under her control. Hearing Lin Su say this, Yu Ling and the others felt a black line appear on their foreheads. Who was truly more cruel? Boss, do you really not have any sense of this in your heart? Just as they were thinking this, the black mist swirled, and 5 human puppets with grayish-white Asian faces appeared, 3 men and 2 women. They observed each other with interest for a while before turning to leave. Boss, what are they up to? Xiong Zhuang asked curiously. Lin Su took out a rocking chair, found a comfortable position, and said leisurely, since we have nothing to do, I sent them to each bring 1,000 insectoids to hunt down the professionals from other districts. Also, if they encounter other insect nests, they can deal with those too. Since we can't leave for now, we might as well find something to do. Oh, by the way, what are we having for dinner? Ignoring Lin Su's abrupt change of topic, the others broke into a cold sweat. Find something to do? This is just brutal, alright. Too brutal. Right, the boss is right. Boss, can we have hot pot tonight? Yu Ling suggested with a smile. Sure. Lin Su nodded, and as he spoke, he snapped his fingers. Soon, a half-human tall beetle engulfed in flames and another beetle entirely ice blue, exuding a chilling aura, crawled in. The others looked at Lin Su in confusion. The one on fire is for boiling water, and the blue one is for air conditioning. Eating hot pot can make you sweat, Lin Su explained. Oh. The others hurriedly nodded. Driven by intense curiosity, Long Yichen used a detection spell on the two beetles. Name Blazing Holy Beetle level 30 health, mana. Name Frost Holy Beetle level, health, mana. Rubbing his face, Long Yichen no longer wanted to speak. The reason the information couldn't be displayed was simple. The opponent's attributes were already 50 points higher than his own. Indeed, one must die when comparing with others. He had to admit that he couldn't even compete with the household appliances in the captain's home now. Misery loves company, he thought, and directly sent the detected information about the holy beetles to the team chat. Of course, Lin Su was not in the team chat. The sound of gasps soon echoed. As night fell, everyone dispersed, and Lin Su closed his eyes slightly. The black mist swirled, and over 2,700 insectoid puppets appeared out of thin air before the dilapidated fourth-tier insect nest. These were all puppets that had perished during the attack on the fourth-tier insect nest yesterday, and now they could be summoned again. Thinking this, Lin Su counted the number of puppets he currently had. Excluding the 5,000 puppets out hunting professionals from other districts, there were still over 4,000 left to guard the insect nest. Adding the newly summoned over 2,700, the puppet army officially exceeded 10,000. Of course, these were just the puppets that could be summoned at the moment. Due to battles occurring almost every moment, there were still scattered puppets, probably over 1,000, that couldn't be summoned. After a moment's contemplation, Lin Su dismissed the idea of attacking the next fourth-tier insect nest tonight. A strong assault was indeed fast, but it also wasted a lot of resources. For instance, in this current strong assault on the fourth-tier insect nest, a large number of ordinary insectoid corpses were directly reduced to rubble, making recovery impossible. These were all energy points. With this in mind, Lin Su decided to rest for the night and aim to take down the next fourth-tier insect nest tomorrow at the least cost. Just as he was pondering this, an image was transmitted back. In a bright green view, a dragon with a wingspan of at least 50 meters soared through the air, rapidly heading towards the insect nest where Lin Su was currently located. Lin Su frowned and immediately ordered all the puppets stationed at the insect nest to prepare for battle. Yesterday, they had suffered significant losses due to underestimating the opponent. Today, while inquiring about the fifth-tier insect nest with Yadina Shah, he had specifically asked many questions regarding it. Among them, the other party had mentioned that the fifth-tier insect nest housed the most terrifying war creature, the Hellfire Dragon. It was clear that the dragon now flying towards his insect nest was that very creature. So quickly noticed by the fifth-tier insect nest? Lin Su was somewhat astonished. However, thinking about it, it makes sense. Last night, he bombarded the insect nest with the giant cannon armored bug for an entire night, and the commotion was indeed quite significant. If they discovered it, so be it. It was bound to happen sooner or later. If they came for a fight, he would take them down one by one, saving him the trouble of searching for them. Perfect. With that thought, Lin Su simply walked directly to the outside of the insect nest. After switching his view a few times, Lin Su looked up at the sky in the northwest direction. The hazy moonlight made visibility poor. In the distance, a black dot began to grow rapidly larger. Lin Su smirked, drawing the sky splitter blade. However, just as he calculated the distance and prepared to order the giant cannon armored bug to fire, the opponent's speed showed no signs of slowing. It merely circled above the insect nest for a moment before immediately turning and flying away. Not here to cause trouble? Then it must be reconnaissance? Quite cautious, it seems their intelligence is on point. Complaining in his heart, Lin Su couldn't be bothered to pay them any more attention. If they wanted to stir things up, let them come. He was ready for both verbal and physical confrontations. With that thought, he reclined back into his rocking chair. A night passed, and nothing happened at the insect nest. The next morning, after waking up, Lin Su took an hour directly to the decomposition chamber. The efficiency of the decomposition chamber for the fourth-tier insect nest was very high. In just over 10 hours, all the bodies of the insect race, including Adina Shah, had been completely decomposed. Lin Su glanced at a funnel-shaped container on the wall and raised an eyebrow. Among a pile of green crystals, there were indeed some different items mixed in. He took out a pink crystal and a yellow crystal, checking their attributes. Name Insect Queen Energy Crystal Category Energy Crystal Energy Value 46 points Effect after use. The user can possess all abilities of the insect nest Adina Shah. Lin Su's eyelids twitched as he chose to check the other yellow crystal. Name Insect Race Gene Advancement Crystal Category Gene Enhancement Item Effect after use. It can advance the genes of all subordinate insect races once, with advancement directions being defense, physical attack, healing, spell attack, or assassination, one of which. Note the advancement direction for individual units is random. This item is only effective for the insect race. After reading the information on the two items, Lin Su couldn't help but smirk. This first crystal was clearly tailor-made for Anar. As long as he used this item, she would possess all the abilities of a Dina Shah. Just thinking about this made Lin Su's expression become conflicted. God knows what Anar's figure would look like after gaining a Dina Shah's abilities. Ugh, it could be a sight too terrible to behold. Shaking his head, he dismissed the bizarre images in his mind. Lin Su glanced at the second yellow crystal and directly stored it in his personal space. He speculated that this crystal was most likely produced by the decomposition chamber after decomposing the 5 other professionals from different regions. Its effect was quite explosive. It could allow the puppets to start developing towards the direction of professionals. This meant that in the future, his puppet army would not only have coordination between air and ground, close range and long range, they could even be refined into various professions, and these different professional puppets could cooperate with each other. In this way, what he commanded would no longer be just an insect nest puppet army, it would definitely be a reinforced version of a professional insect race puppet army. However, although this item was good, using it now would indeed be a bit wasteful. Currently, his puppets barely numbered just over 10,000, and recruitment was still in full swing, so using it now was not cost-effective. Therefore, Lin Su decided to wait until he exited the dungeon to use it. He would use it as soon as he got out. With that thought, Lin Su excitedly rubbed his hands together, his gaze falling on Anar, and directly ordered her to consume the remaining energy crystals in the vessel first. Soon, a green beam of light shot up into the sky from Anar. Her form began to change. The wings on her back disappeared, her figure slightly elongated, and the armor-like carapace on her neck and limbs began to shed, revealing the slightly grayish-white skin underneath. Soon, the carapace on her neck completely disappeared, revealing her collarbone, which now bore a peculiar tattoo. As for the carapace on her limbs, it also retreated to her torso and stopped there. Her legs were straight and long, her arms slender yet exuding a sense of strength. As Lin Su looked up and down at the evolved Anar, he couldn't help but click his tongue in amazement. After her evolution, the cold and stunning aura she possessed had unexpectedly gained a touch of sensuality. Name Anar category Insectoid Queen, 4th stage puppet, evolution degree 36272 level 30 health 186425 mana to 16914 attack 20724 defense 16629 skills mental roar, soul shock, mental piercing, mental shield. Seeing Anar's attributes nearly surge by a third, Lin Su burst into laughter. Damage had directly exceeded 20,000. Moreover, she possessed the ability for large-scale attacks. Lin Su now had no doubt that even if the remaining 5 teams from other major regions attacked Anar together, she could wipe them out with just one roar. Thinking of this, Lin Su suddenly remembered that he had a staff in his personal space. Just in time, Anar had reached level 30. He handed the staff to Anar and called over a puppet with high health, ordering Anar, use your strongest attack on it. With a wave of her staff, a conical energy body instantly pierced through the puppet. Lin Su's eyelid twitched. Damn, equipment can be used? Remembering the thousands of puppets he had left under his command, Lin Su felt that he might never escape the fate of being poor in his lifetime. After doing all this, Lin Su hesitated as he looked at the pink crystal in his hand. He didn't care much for Edina's skills. However, this crystal contained 46,000 energy points. After a moment of hesitation, Lin Su ultimately threw the crystal to Anar. Eat it, he ordered directly. It seemed that Anar's evolution direction had already been fixed. Even if she gained Edina's abilities, her size might not change significantly. Anar didn't even blink, catching the crystal and swallowing it whole. Another green light shot up from Anar. A prompt immediately appeared. Prompt Anar gained new abilities: mental storm, rapid breeding, rapid hatching, gene fusion. Not wanting to bother with the messy prompts, Lin Su kept his eyes fixed on the changes in Anar's form. He saw that within the green light, the carapace covering her torso began to change again, starting to retract inward. Damn! Lin Su exclaimed, his brows furrowing instantly, and he turned to leave. Moments later, a confused Yu Ling and Chu Jing walked towards the disassembly room with their change of clothes. The moment they saw Anar, both of them gasped in unison. What the hell, Captain? What did you do to Anar? Chu Jing asked, her face flushed. Lin Su's brows knitted tightly as he coldly replied, what the hell? She wasn't wearing clothes to begin with. She transformed like this right after evolving. I didn't touch her at all. As an insectoid queen, Anar could never wear clothes. It was just that she previously had a layer of carapace that looked like armor, making it seem as if she was dressed. Who would have thought that after using Edina's energy crystal, her form didn't change, but all her carapace disappeared, revealing her female features directly. Now, the only insectoid trait left on Anar was the 2 very subtle slender antennae on her forehead. Is this for real? Big shot, you can't possibly have a problem, right? Facing such a beautiful lady, you really managed to hold back and do nothing? While Chu Jing began helping Inar put on clothes, Yu Ling looked Lin Su up and down, asking in shock. Lin Su narrowed his eyes. Yu Ling immediately backed down. Yes, I believe you, 1000% believe you. Don't worry, I will definitely keep it a secret for you, absolutely. Lin Su suppressed the urge to spit blood and decisively turned to leave. However, he had barely taken 2 steps when the puppets stationed outside the insect nest sent back a visual feed. In the distant sky, a black dot was rapidly approaching the insect nest. Here it comes again. Lin Su narrowed his eyes and went directly outside the insect nest. At this moment, the Hellfire Dragon had already closed the distance to the insect nest significantly. Lin Su could clearly see that on the back of the enormous dragon stood a person, a woman. After several quick shifts in perspective, confirming that no ground troops were approaching the insect nest, Lin Su's gaze returned to the Hellfire Dragon. Only one person and one dragon were coming. It was obvious that the other side did not intend to engage him directly, at least not for now. Just as Lin Su was thinking this, the Hellfire Dragon flapped its wings and descended straight onto the open ground in front of the insect nest. Once the Hellfire Dragon steadied itself, the woman with the Caucasian face slowly stepped down from its back. She glanced around and quickly fixed her gaze on Lin Su. Human, did you attack the insect nests of Inar and Adina Shah? The woman looked at Lin Su with a half-smile, her tone haughty. Without answering her question, Lin Su also looked at her with a half-smile and retorted, You are Ilara? Just moments ago, he had used the eye of magic on the woman. The information he detected was strange. She turned out to be just an ordinary practitioner. However, in her status bar, Lin Su saw the term mental control. It was certain that the woman had come with the Hellfire Dragon from a Tier 5 insect nest. In a Tier 5 insect nest, the ability to command a Hellfire Dragon and possess mental manipulation skills could only belong to Ilara. He couldn't think of a second possibility. As for this so-called practitioner, it was highly likely that she had accidentally fallen into the hands of the insect nest and was then used as a tool. Sure enough, upon hearing Lin Su's words, the woman chuckled and praised, What a clever human, I am becoming more and more curious about you. Although I don't know what means you used to control so many insectoids, even conquering the insect nest of Adina Shah. But please believe me, the number of insectoids on this continent far exceeds your imagination. And I, as their queen, can command all the insectoids, so you cannot be my opponent. Now, I give you a chance to survive, which is to join my insect nest and submit to me. Lin Su's lips curled slightly as he looked at her with interest. Are there any other benefits? Seeing Lin Su's reaction, the woman smiled faintly, satisfied. There are many humans on this continent. If you submit to me, I can grant you territory, and you will have the right to mate preferentially with all the beautiful human females. Of course, if you want to change your taste and try the flavor of insectoid females, that's also not a problem. Bang! The woman was sent flying. Before she could finish her sentence, Inar's figure flickered, breaking through a wave of air and delivering a powerful punch to her chest. Realizing that the woman's mind was filled with inappropriate thoughts, Lin Su had no mood to listen to her nonsense any longer and directly ordered Inar to take action. Kill them for me! Completely ignoring her already collapsed chest, the woman glared angrily at Lin Su and issued a direct command. Following her order, the Hellfire Dragon opened its mouth, ready to unleash its breath. But just as its mouth opened, buzz! Dozens of gleaming flying knives sliced through the air, instantly piercing through it. 2 lines of gruesome numbers floated above the Hellfire Dragon's head. It fell to the ground, sparks flying from its mouth. The kill record immediately appeared. Successful kill, Hellfire Dragon, experience gained, obtained Hellfire Dragon treasure chest. You. Seeing her powerful weapon being taken down in one move by Lin Su, the woman stared wide-eyed in disbelief. What? Are you really stupid enough to think that bringing a big bug over here will scare me? Lin Su scoffed, curling his lip in disdain. The woman was so furious that the veins on her forehead throbbed as she pointed at Lin Su. Ignorant human, that is not a bug, that is a Hellfire Dragon with noble dragon blood. Is that so? Lin Su smiled with satisfaction, and a red light floated out from him. Fan, it's time to eat. Let's see what that dragon tastes like. Woof woof. Fan responded excitedly and pounced directly at the Hellfire Dragon. Seeing Lin Su actually using the Hellfire Dragon to feed a dog, the woman was momentarily stunned, her eyes nearly popping out. Human, despicable human, now I, representing the entire insect race, officially declare war on you. The woman was completely enraged, gritting her teeth. Lin Su smiled, drew the skysplitter blade, and slowly walked towards the woman. Alright, I accept the challenge. As soon as he finished speaking, there was a clang. The woman's head flew off in response. Successfully killed a regional professional experience gained, received a slaughter treasure chest, obtained a slaughter badge announcement regional strategy world dungeon team, total annihilation. Hin summoned beast fan, consuming high-level life form flesh and blood, power, agility, spirit, constitution, and aptitude advancement, gained new skill, flame dragon breath. Seeing the last hint, Lin Su couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. Wow, are the insect races this naive? He had only wanted to provoke Eiler a bit, never expecting that what the other party said was actually true. With that thought, he focused his mind. The black mist surged, and the Hellfire Dragon and the female professional's injuries instantly healed as they rose from the ground. Name Hellfire Dragon Category War Beast Life 1236549 Mana 78654 Attack 24263 Defense 18739 Skills Dragon Might, Flame Dragon Breath, Sky Dominator. Wow, it's even more powerful than Eiler. Watching another strong fighter join his ranks, Lin Su's smile was hard to suppress. At this moment, he had only one thought. Eiler is actually quite good, really. However, this thought had just emerged in his mind when dozens of unusual images suddenly flooded his brain. He saw that after he killed the professional controlled by Eiler, all observable insect nests stirred almost simultaneously. Following that, all combat units within the nests quickly assembled and surged out. The target was directly aimed at the insect nest where he currently was. Are they going for a full-scale attack? Feeling a bit excited, Lin Su rubbed his face, glanced at the Hellfire Dragon, then at Eiler, and broke into a grin. He knew Eiler was foolish, but he really didn't expect her to be this foolish. With that in mind, he sent a puppet to call over Long Yichen and the others, instructing them, I will be leaving the insect nest for a while, possibly until the world dungeon ends. I will leave all these insect soldiers here to protect you, stay in the deepest part of the nest, and don't run around. Saying this, Lin Su raised his hand and tossed the jade pendant that Nangon Yun had given him to Long Yichen. Also, this is for you, crush it in a life and death situation, it can save your life. What he was about to do was very dangerous, and carrying a few bottles of soy sauce was indeed a burden. So, he handed over the jade pendant from Nangon Yun to them. After all, he had no intention of using it. At this moment, it was just right to add a final layer of insurance for these bottles of soy sauce. Just think, if Nangon Yun were to shatter the void and find out that it wasn't him who crushed the pendant, that expression would be quite something. Chuckling dryly, Lin Su recalled Fan, called for Eiler, and jumped onto the back of the Hellfire Dragon, ready to give the order to set off. Captain, where are you going? Long Yichen asked, somewhat conflicted. After a moment's hesitation, Lin Su explained, to attack the next Tier 4 insect nest. Yu Ling's eyes widened in shock, worriedly asking, is it just you, Eiler, and a dragon? Isn't the number a bit too small? Lin Su smiled confidently, interrupting the unfinished words of the other party. It's enough. As his voice fell, the Hellfire Dragon let out a roar, its wings flapping, soaring into the sky, heading straight for the northwestern horizon. Lin Su thought Ira was foolish because he realized that Ira was completely trying to gauge him with the mindset of the insect race. He was not an insect, he had no obsession with the insect nest or territory. The reason he wanted to conquer the insect nest of Indonesia was for two purposes. First, to forcibly recruit puppets, and second, to obtain energy points to help in our advance. However, this behavior, in Ira's eyes, clearly suggested a desire to shake her ruling position over the insect nest. Thus, there was the earlier meeting that Lin Su found quite enjoyable on his own. As for Ira ordering all insect nests to attack his own, that was clearly her shooting herself in the foot. He was not an insect queen, there was no need to protect his insect nest, nor did he have an obligation to protect his subjects. Moreover, the ones under him were merely puppets, if they died, they died. He could just summon them again the next day. He could go wherever he wanted. Of course, Lin Su did not intend to use Long Yichen and the others as bait. Ira's target was him, she was unlikely to be interested in Long Yichen and the others. He believed that after he resolutely left the insect nest, Ira would definitely find herself in a dilemma. What she truly wanted to eliminate was him. If she continued to attack the insect nest, who would she show her strength to if he wasn't there? But if she ordered a pursuit after him, they would have to catch up first. Thinking of this, Lin Su's lips curled into a smirk. The Hellfire Dragon roared, its wings flapping, suddenly breaking through a wave of red energy. The skill, Sky Overlord, was activated. Flight speed increased by 100, defense and flight state increased by 30, immune to any slowing effects. The skill effect lasted for 1 hour. Closing the skill panel of the Hellfire Dragon, Lin Su checked the images sent by several frontline puppets. Since he had been planning to launch an attack on the next 4th tier insect nest since last night, he had already sent out the scouting puppets early in the morning. He saw that the once bustling 4th tier insect nest now appeared somewhat desolate. At the various entrances of the insect nest, the vast majority of those coming and going were ordinary insect creatures, with only a small number of insect soldiers responsible for guarding the nest. Lin Su scoffed, silently giving Ira a thumbs up again. Now, under her furious command, the second drawback of ordering other insect nests to attack him was becoming apparent. That was, after dispatching a large number of insect soldiers, the defensive strength of the insect nest was weakened, making it easy to be raided. And he was here to raid. With that thought, Lin Su looked into the distance and saw a small round dot slowly enlarging among the lush green forest at the end of his vision. That was his target for this raid, another fourth-tier insect nest. The wind howled in his ears, and just as the Hellfire Dragon approached about 5,000 meters from the insect nest, hundreds of green light spots shot up from the nest, heading straight for the Hellfire Dragon. There were even heavy artillery beetles guarding the nest. Lin Su sneered, giving the order, and the Hellfire Dragon arched its body, shooting straight up like a rocket. Having had experience with heavy artillery beetles engaging in guerrilla warfare across the mountains, Lin Su now felt that he might understand them better than they understood themselves. The maximum range of the artillery beetles was only 5,000 meters, and that was under a 45-degree launch angle. As for shooting straight up, sorry, they didn't have that capability, because relative to their own movement speed, such an action would be akin to suicide. Feeling that the height was sufficient, Lin Su controlled the Hellfire Dragon to adjust its form and glided forward a distance. Confirming that he was directly above the insect nest, Lin Su focused his mind, and the Hellfire Dragon folded its wings, suddenly flipping over, its head pointing down, shooting like an arrow towards the insect nest. Sure enough, this time, the heavy artillery beetles were all rendered useless. Boom! Smoke and dust rose as the Hellfire Dragon landed on the main structure of the insect nest in a somewhat awkward manner. Although it had spread its wings long ago to slow its descent, the impact was still too great, and it decisively smashed a section of the insect nest's roof. As for Lin Su and Inar, they were clearly much better off. Inar also had the ability to fly. When Lin Su realized that the Hellfire Dragon's landing method might be a bit rough, he quickly switched to Inar. Start! Releasing Inar's hand, Lin Su landed on the top of the insect nest and issued a direct order. Roar! A visible wave of sound rippled out from Inar as the center. Inar's skill, Spirit Roar, was activated. After advancing to the fourth tier, Inar's Spirit Roar attack range expanded to 3,000 meters. Coupled with her over 20,000 attack points, it was a surefire area of effect recruitment skill. Just as the insect nest soldiers, who could fly, began to react and converge towards Lin Su and Inar, they fell like raindrops. The kill count was instantly flooding the screen. Roar! Another sound wave spread out, and the insect nest fell into an instant silence. Lin Su dug at his ears and glanced at Inar, whose blue bar was less than half full, and smiled cruelly. Roar! Inar let out another roar. Successfully killed the insect nest queen. Irabel experience gained, obtained queen's arm guards, quality, diamond. A golden light shot up from Lin Su. Congratulations, successfully promoted. Lin Su's expression froze, and he looked speechlessly at Inar beside him. The other party, she didn't even greet him, directly roared the insect nest queen to death, to death. Was this a kill steal or what? But then he thought, Inar didn't seem to have a greeting function, so he could only remain speechless. Black mist surged, and the recently fallen insect nest soldiers rose one after another. In the next moment, they scattered and began to search the insect nest thoroughly, slaughtering all surviving combat units. 10 minutes later, the insect nest fell silent once more. Lin Su counted the spoils from this wave. Over 3,000 puppets, plus 41 giant cannon-armored insects. These were basically all Inar's achievements. Lin Su smiled with satisfaction. It was clear that the area of effect artifact he had carefully nurtured was exceptionally explosive. However, in terms of harvest, what he had now was just a small part of this operation. From the images transmitted back by the frontline observation posts, Lin Su discovered that right after Inar killed the queen of this insect nest, the insect soldiers dispatched by the queen quickly scattered. For this large wave of potential allies, Lin Su had already sent the 5,000 puppets hunting other regional professionals to receive them. Of course, in terms of harvest, it was still not over. With this in mind, Lin Su ordered the insect nest decomposition chamber to operate at full capacity, and to send the bodies of the insect nest queen and all ordinary insect soldiers to the decomposition chamber. Inar was still over 60,000 energy points away from advancing again. Lin Su was eager to know what effect Inar, who was already powerful enough, would have if she advanced once more. Thinking this, Lin Su simply released the Hellfire Dragon to keep watch while observing the movements of other insect nests nearby. Compared to ordinary puppets, the Hellfire Dragon had an exceptionally wide field of vision. Just one circle allowed it to see everything happening within hundreds of kilometers. To the northwest, near a fifth-tier insect nest, a rather amusing scene unfolded. Shortly after Lin Su forcefully settled into the current 4th-tier insect nest, the expeditionary army dispatched by the 5th-tier insect nest immediately turned around and returned to guard their nest. The bloody example was right before them. It was clear they were worried that Lin Su would also come to steal their home. Lin Su smiled indifferently, controlling the Hellfire Dragon to turn around, his gaze falling to the northeast. The situation was just as he had expected. The Zerg soldiers that had already been dispatched were briefly thrown into confusion due to the loss of their attack target, but they quickly changed direction and began advancing towards the nest where Lin Su was currently located. However, these Zerg soldiers were all sent out from nearby 3rd-tier nests, and their scale was quite ordinary. In fact, if they really dared to attack the nest where Lin Su was, what would surprise them was definitely still to come. As for the nest where Long Yichen and the others were, it had not been attacked at all. Confirming that the current situation was very favorable, Lin Su moved a lounge chair out, stretched lazily, and comfortably lay down on it. He soon realized that as the number of puppets he controlled increased, the mental strain he was under had reached a terrifying level, making him easily fatigued and increasingly drowsy. Sure enough, as soon as Lin Su's eyes closed, his consciousness quickly fell into a haze. Waves, beach, sunset, and the cool sea breeze. He lay comfortably on the beach chair, the chair gently swaying, a slight feeling of weightlessness washing over him, all his tense nerves completely relaxed, as if he were floating on clouds. Taking another greedy deep breath of the air tinged with a hint of coconut fragrance, Lin Su felt so comfortable that his eyes squinted. Just then, quite inopportunely, a faint barking sound came from the distant horizon. Shaking his head, he tried to block out the annoying barking. What was he supposed to do when he woke up? Lin Su pondered, his thoughts slightly sluggish. Right, he seemed to want to check the situation around the nest. Nest? Wasn't this a beach? Where did the nest come from? Just as Lin Su's thoughts became inexplicably chaotic, a delicate, white arm gently wrapped around his neck from behind. A faint fruity fragrance wafted over, refreshing and pleasant, with a few soft strands of hair falling down. Lin Su shifted his gaze to the owner of the slender white arm. It was a breathtakingly beautiful girl's face. Her star-like eyes sparkled slightly, set in a face so exquisite that it was flawless. Charming, passionate, pure, shy, sexy. Lin Su marveled at how someone could perfectly blend all these seemingly unrelated qualities into one person without any sense of incongruity. Even just a glance at the girl confirmed for Lin Su that she could absolutely fulfill all a man's fantasies about the opposite sex. Awake? The girl blinked her eyelashes, her eyes smiling as she asked, her voice crisp and melodious. The barking grew more urgent, and Lin Su smiled awkwardly, nodding as he asked, "Yes. I just woke up, and you are?" "Selena," the girl replied directly. "Do you like it here?" Before Lin Su could continue asking, Selena mischievously smiled and asked first. Glancing around at the picturesque scenery, Lin Su sincerely nodded. "I like it. Hee hee, that's good. What about me?" Selena smiled with relief, her starry eyes gazing intently at Lin Su, her gaze burning with curiosity. Lin Su felt a bit shy and scratched his head. Do I have to say I like you? Guess." The girl pretended to be angry, pouting her lips. The next moment, taking advantage of Lin Su's unpreparedness, she playfully kissed him on the cheek. Lin Su was stunned, not expecting such a sudden attack to catch him off guard. Seemingly enjoying Lin Su's silly expression, Selena giggled and turned to face him. Under the crimson sunset, Selena wore a white dress, neither seductive nor enchanting, but the curves it outlined were nearly perfect. Like a light little cat, Selena gently leaned into Lin Su's embrace. Resting her head on his chest, she dreamily said, "Promise me, will you stay with me forever?" The barking from the horizon rose again, becoming unprecedentedly irritable and angry. Lin Su smiled faintly, gently patting Selena's back, and said coldly, "Compared to how you look now, I still prefer you with horns on your head, right, succubus, Selena? Why you, when did you wake up?" Selena, who was deeply leaning on Lin Su, suddenly sat up with a face full of horror. Lin Su scoffed. From the first time you asked me, my answer has been literal." As he spoke, Lin Su's gaze sharpened, and he stomped the ground fiercely. With a crack, it sounded as if a mirror had shattered, and all the scenery in the dream began to crack and fall apart. In the next moment, the dark and confined insect nest reappeared in Lin Su's view. Announcement: this world instance has been invaded by the abyss. Announcement: the invading abyss in this world instance is, the succubus Selena has just returned from the dream, and two blood-red announcements immediately appeared before Lin Su's eyes. How is this possible? How could you so easily escape from the dream I wove? In a corner of the insect nest, Selena, who had horns like a ram and looked about 80% like the girl Lin Su had seen in the dream, exclaimed. Lin Su smiled disdainfully. Buzz. In response to her, dozens of flying knives with bright silver slashes were dragged out. In fact, long before Selena began to invade Lin Su's dream, Lin Su's passive skill, Will of the Demon, had already activated. Selena was level 75, and even without equipment bonuses, her total attributes far exceeded Lin Su's. Therefore, Lin Su was inevitably pulled into the dream. However, the Will of the Demon allowed Lin Su to exempt half of the dream's effects, which left him in a half-dreaming, half-awake state. Coupled with Fan's constant reminders, Lin Su was fully awake. With a loud boom, dozens of flying knives pierced through the insect nest. However, Selena's figure dissipated like foam. She didn't get hit? Lin Su was astonished. This was the first time he encountered an enemy that flying knives couldn't hit. As the sky splitter was drawn, a blade of light swept across, and Lin Su directly commanded. Inar broke through a wave of air and attacked Selena, who reappeared, like a cannonball. But in the next moment, there was another boom. Inar's attack missed and directly broke through the wall. At the same time, Selena's figure appeared strangely beside Lin Su. She swung a red dagger gleaming with cold light towards Lin Su's neck. With a clang, Lin Su staggered back repeatedly. The phoenix shield in front of him was struck by the dagger, sparking a shower of sparks. Watching the shield points drop by 2/3 in an instant, Lin Su's eyelids twitched involuntarily. He had a 70% damage reduction. With such an attack intensity, if it landed on him, wouldn't it mean he would be knocked into madness with just 2 hits? While he was horrified, Lin Su tightly gripped the sky splitter, and all the flying knives he had sent out quickly returned, beginning to circle around him, blocking all possible directions of attack. Realizing that the odds of winning in a confrontation with the opponent were extremely low, Lin Su's mind shifted, and he coldly asked Selena, "Tell me your purpose for coming to find me." At this point, Lin Su had already realized that if Selena was here to take his life, she could have attacked him the moment she pulled him into the dream. However, she didn't, so it seemed she had other intentions. While Lin Su warily scrutinized Selena, she also looked at him in disbelief. Although she was a succubus, that was merely her race. According to human classifications of professions, she should belong to the assassin category. Among all normal professions, assassins had one of the highest burst damage outputs. Her previous strike had clearly shown no mercy, yet it hadn't even broken his shield. He was only level 23. What kind of freak was this? No wonder Moros insisted on having her take him down. Forcing down the shock in her heart, Selena smiled charmingly and said with a hint of grievance, TSK, just now I had the upper hand in the dream, and as soon as I come out, you turn your back. Men, really, are all so heartless. Seeing Selena still pretending to be confused, Lin Su coldly smiled and replied, "Alright, if you really want to fight, fine. Let's go outside. I promise I'll let you have a good time." With that, Lin Su turned and walked straight out of the insect nest. Although he felt that going head-to-head with the other party had little chance of success, it didn't mean Lin Su was afraid to let loose and have a go. The space inside the insect nest was confined, and the advantage of numbers couldn't be utilized. On the other hand, the decomposition chamber inside the nest was operating at full capacity. Making a move here could very likely damage the chamber and affect Inar's advancement. Okay, I was just teasing you. At such a young age, where does all this anger come from? Can we talk about serious matters now? With a lingering glance at Lin Su, Selena pouted. Lin Su paused, turning to look at her. Selena smiled sweetly and got straight to the point. "Are you interested in joining the Abyss?" Upon hearing this, Lin Su grinned widely, still fixated on Selena, neither agreeing nor refusing. "What kind of expression is that?" Selena asked, somewhat confused. Lin Su's smile grew wider as he explained, "I'm waiting for you to finish your sentence. Like what benefits would there be if I agree? And what would happen to me if I don't?" Selena gasped and covered her mouth, praising him. "What a clever little guy. TSK, Moros was right, you really are interesting." With that, she giggled to herself. Lin Su's pupils constricted. When the name Moros reached his ears, a thunderclap echoed in his mind. Moros, the abyssal creature. Lin Su clearly remembered that when he checked Nangong Yun's attributes, it was Moros that coexisted with him. Selena had heard about him from Moros. Didn't that mean that at the same time Lin Su discovered Moros, Moros had actually noticed him too? Moreover, it was highly likely that Selena came to find him under Moros's orders. Not noticing the subtle change in Lin Su's expression, Selena's tone became more serious. "Back to the point, if you agree to join the Abyss will spare no effort in training you, making you the next, who was it again?" "Nangong Yun," Lin Su reminded expressionlessly. Right, Nangong Yun, the war god of the Huaxia region. TSK, just imagine, when you become the war god of the Huaxia region, how many beautiful girls will be fighting to climb into your bed. That scene, wow. Gratefully glancing at Lin Su, Selena's eyes narrowed, excited as if that scene had already appeared before her. It felt like Selena wasn't very familiar with her lines. This further confirmed Lin Su's speculation that she was acting under Moros's orders when she came to find him. Thinking this, Lin Su kindly asked, "What if I don't agree? Then I'll kill you, personally." Without any hesitation, Selena looked at Lin Su with a smile, her voice cold. Lin Su shrugged and shook his head. "Sorry, as a messenger, your performance is quite average, and there are some things you are unaware of. If you can bring Moros here, I might consider your request, but for now." With that, Lin Su gripped the rift blade, ready for battle. What he referred to as Selena being unaware was naturally about the tragedy that had occurred in his family years ago. She didn't even know about Nangon Yun, so it was impossible for her to know these things. Moros and Nangon Yun had a symbiotic relationship, and Nangon Yun was a witness to that incident. Thus, Lin Su wanted to obtain some information about that event from Moros. Seeing that Lin Su was ready to fight at the slightest disagreement, Selena was speechless and helplessly waved her hand. Alright, I don't know how your brain works, it seems like nothing can be hidden from you. You want to see Moros, right? Fine, no problem." With that, she flicked her wrist and directly threw a seed to the ground. The moment it landed, the seed split open, and root-like veins pierced into the earth. In the next moment, a small flower with densely packed pupils broke through the soil. Lin Su's pupils constricted as he activated the Eye of Magic. Name Moros category Abyssal Creature, Avatar, Level Life 193 Mana 112 Attack 1. He, who is calling me? A harsh, unpleasant voice came from the small flower's mouth filled with sharp teeth. As it spoke, the flower rotated, and Moros surveyed the surroundings, quickly grasping the current situation. "Kid, you looking for me?" He locked his gaze on Lin Su, grinning as he asked. "Yes, tell me everything you know about what happened in my home back then, and I promise to join the Abyss." Lin Su cut straight to the point without any small talk. Moros seemed taken aback by Lin Su's directness. He paused, the flower rotating as he looked towards Selena for help. Selena shrugged, indicating she knew nothing. After a moment's thought, she nodded, confirming that things had indeed progressed to this point. Moros looked confused and turned back to Lin Su, asking directly, "Is your request really that simple? Nothing else?" "Of course, the premise is that you can't stop me from taking my revenge," Lin Su added. After a moment of contemplation, as if making a significant decision, Moros nodded. "No problem, it's a deal." As he spoke, his mouth filled with sharp teeth opened wide, and he spat out a seed. "Here, take this seed in your hand and crush it, and I will immediately tell you everything I know. Name Seed of the Abyss category enhancement item effect after use. The host will join the Abyss faction. This is a hidden status. All attributes will permanently increase by 50 points. If the host performs actions that severely harm the interests of the Abyss, all attributes will be reduced by 100 points. The Seed of the Abyss can judge this itself, and the Seed of the Abyss will forcibly detach. Hint: the Eye of Magic has corrected the item information. Completed. Name Moros Magic Vine Seed category parasitic organism effect after use. The Magic Vine Seed will take root within the host, with its roots implanted in the heart. Effect 1, Symbiosis. If the Magic Vine Master Moros dies, the host's heart will be instantly torn apart. Effect 2, Enhancement after use. All attributes will permanently increase by 50 points. The enhancement effect will disappear once the vine is removed. Effect 3, Control. The Magic Vine Master Moros can control the vine's roots to attack the host's heart at any time. Watching the Eye of Magic detect two completely different pieces of information, Lin Su's lips curled slightly. It was clear that Moros intended to set a trap for him. Once he used this Magic Vine Seed, his life would be directly in the other party's hands. Even if the other party died, he would have to accompany them in death. Truly a clever tactic. But having the roots pierce the heart, how terrifying. Then let's see who is more sinister. As he chuckled coldly in his heart, Lin Su smirked at Moros. Do you take me for a fool? What if I crush the seed and you don't tell me, or lie to me? Then we will sign a contract. The Abyss contract cannot be violated by anyone. But I must clarify that I can only tell you what I know and have seen, Moros replied. Lin Su raised an eyebrow. Alright, let's sign the contract, but I have an additional condition. Seemingly having anticipated that Lin Su wouldn't agree so easily, Moros chuckled dryly and asked, what condition? Let's hear it. I want Selena to help me clear the world dungeon, and I want to maximize the benefits, Lin Su stated directly. What? Kid, you actually want me to be your muscle? Selena exclaimed in disbelief. It seemed she hadn't expected Lin Su to still be concerned about the world dungeon. Moros's densely packed pupils were filled with confusion. Seeing their expressions, Lin Su scoffed. Didn't you just say the Abyss would spare no effort to cultivate me? How is it that you can't even agree to this small request? Provoked by Lin Su's words, Moros instantly felt a bit awkward. After pondering for a moment, he nodded at the flower's stamen and said, "Alright, tell me what you want Selena to do. Have her go control the world of Eiler right now, and make Eiler start using the decomposition chamber to break down all the ordinary insect species within its nest," Lin Su replied. "Is that it? Kid, you're not thinking of sending Selena away and planning to escape, are you? To be honest, I know Nangongyan gave you a jade pendant, but he's currently trapped in the abyss battlefield and can't come to save you," Moros said, seemingly seeing through Lin Su's thoughts. Lin Su scoffed dismissively, his gaze returning to the seed of the magic vine. "Contract." Moros understood, and with a flick of his hand, a parchment contract appeared. Lin Su glanced over it. The gist was that after using the abyss seed, Moros, the clone, would truthfully inform him of everything he knew about Lin Su's family from back in the day. Confirming that the contract was fine, Lin Su touched it with his finger, and a drop of blood instantly spread across it. Moros followed suit immediately. The next moment, a notification confirming the contract's establishment arrived. After completing this, Lin Su took out a bottle of mineral water and disdainfully rinsed the magic vine seed repeatedly before holding it in his hand. Hey, kid, I feel like you're insulting me," Moros said irritably. Lin Su shook his head expressionlessly. "No, I just genuinely find you disgusting. I didn't mean to insult you." You. Moros was speechless with anger. Just then, with a crunch, Lin Su crushed the magic vine seed in his hand. Dense, blood vessel-like roots emerged, suddenly piercing into Lin Su's palm. The next moment, realizing that Lin Su was not resisting, the magic vine roots began to burrow into his body like leeches tasting fresh blood. Soon, Lin Su's palm returned to normal, and the blood vessel-like roots of the magic vine vanished. Notification: you have been parasitized by the magic vine seed, all attributes permanently increased by 50 points. Can you believe me now? Lin Su looked at Moros with disdain. Yes, of course, I do. I love how you act so decisively. Good. I really didn't misjudge you. Seeing Lin Su directly use the magic vine seed, Moros was overjoyed. Lin Su couldn't be bothered to respond, his gaze shifting to Selena. He reminded her, "I'm in a hurry, you should get going." Right, Selena, go. Hurry, Moros urged from the side. "Good kid, you really have it. You can have a level 75 help a newbie like me in a dungeon. Not to mention the Huaxia region, you probably can't find a second one like this in the whole world." Selena stood up in anger, and as her words fell, her figure vanished. "Alright, it's your turn now," Lin Su looked at Moros and instructed. "Ha!" Moros felt a black line appear on his forehead, instantly feeling as if he was under Lin Su's control. But just thinking that Lin Su's life was now in his hands, he quickly felt relieved. After a while, he organized his thoughts and said, "Actually, what Nangongyan told you was basically the course of events, but there's one thing he lied to you about." "What?" Lin Su raised an eyebrow and asked. Moros rubbed his leaf-like hands together, pondering as he said, "There are traitors within the Huaxia region. The entire assassination operation succeeded under the collusion of the traitors. Otherwise, think about it, how could such a large-scale operation not have any wind of it beforehand in the Huaxia region? Moreover, the vast majority of the core combat power at the higher levels is confidential, yet the targets of the entire assassination operation were exceptionally clear. If there were no insider, how could this information have been leaked?" Feeling that this logic was quite sound, Lin Su pondered and asked, "So who is this traitor you speak of?" "Nangongyan." Without any hesitation, Moros replied directly. Lin Su raised an eyebrow, feeling that the whole matter suddenly became a bit suspicious. Nangongyan and Moros were symbiotic. No, wait. Thinking of this, Lin Su suddenly realized. He had already used the abyss seed and had a sufficient understanding of it. It was true that Nangongyan and Moros were in a symbiotic state. However, this symbiosis was one-sided. In other words, if Moros died, then Nangongyan would also die. But if Nangongyan died, it would have no effect on Moros at all. At this moment, Moros did not hesitate to betray Nangongyan. Therefore, aside from the matter of revenge itself, his intentions were very clear. He wanted to deal with Nangongyan himself. Although he currently did not possess that strength, he would definitely have it in the near future. If that were the case, there must be a conflict between Moros and Nangongyan. In fact, Moros had already thought about wanting to eliminate Nangongyan. Just as Lin Su was thinking this in his heart, Moros continued, "Rest assured, although you currently do not have the strength to deal with Nangongyan, with our help from the abyss, you will grow quickly, and by then, you will definitely be able to take him down yourself. Moreover, Nangongyan's strength is not as exaggerated as the outside world claims. Facing 300,000 abyss troops alone? How is that possible? That was just a show put on by our abyss to support him to rise to power. Hearing Moro say this, Lin Su's eyelids twitched, looking at him in confusion. So you admit that Nangon Yun is one of the abyss? Seeing Lin Su's knowing attitude, Moro snorted disdainfully and said, "Kid, no need to pretend. I feel like you already noticed something was off with Nangon Yun the first time you saw him." At this point, Moros let out a long sigh and explained, as for Nangon Yun, he can only blame himself. After we in the abyss supported him to rise to power, he began to act recklessly. Alright, now I will ask you one last question. Not interested in hearing the other party's nonsense, Lin Su directly interrupted him. Ask. Moros replied straightforwardly. Coldly looking at Moros, Lin Su calmly said, "Did the abyss have any involvement in my family's matters?" Moros shivered and hurriedly explained, "Yes, but that was planned by the previous generation of abyss monarchs. He is already dead, and even if you want to seek revenge on him now, you won't be able to find him, right?" Lin Su sneered, retracting the killing intent from his body, and turned to leave. "Hey, where are you going? Selena has already taken care of it, she's urging you to go over." Moros bounced after Lin Su. "Let her wait. If she has nothing to do, tell her to gather all the practitioners from other regions and bring them to the 5th level insect nest." Lin Su did not look back and directly ordered. After saying that, he headed straight for the decomposition room. You are giving me orders again?" Moros said indignantly. In the insect nest decomposition room, all the insect corpses had been completely decomposed. Lin Su called for Inar and instructed her to swallow all the energy crystals obtained. Since they had not been subjected to artillery fire, almost all the ordinary insect corpses in the nest had been preserved intact, resulting in a significant harvest of energy points. Soon, a green light rippled from Inar. The 2 antennae on Inar's forehead disappeared, and she advanced again. Name Inar category Insect Queen, 5th level puppet, advancement degree 26272 level 30 life 326425 mana 29691 attack 30724 defense 24629 skills Queen's authority, mental roar, soul shock, mental piercing, mental shield. Hint: due to Inar advancing to the 5th level Queen, she gained a new skill, Queen's authority, which allows her to control all insect units of 5th level and below in the insect nest. Looking at Inar's new ability, Lin Su felt a surge of joy. With this skill, capturing the 5th level insect nest would save a lot of trouble. Thinking of this, Lin Su quickly took another look at Inar's advancement degree. Realizing that the other party needed another 470,000 energy points to advance again, he instantly felt a chill. Under normal circumstances, dismantling all the ordinary insect species within a nest would yield at most 50,000 to 60,000 energy points. Needing over 400,000 this time meant that Inar had basically no hope of advancing again in this instance. However, with this situation, even if he and Inar, along with the Hellfire Dragon, were counted. Suppressing the chaotic thoughts in his mind, Lin Su closed Inar's attribute panel. "Follow me to the 5th tier nest." Glancing at Moros, who had just run over due to his short legs, Lin Su directly commanded. With that, he took Inar and walked straight towards the outside of the nest. "Hey, you!" Moros was once again speechless. How long can Selena stay in this instance? Grabbing Moros by the body, he threw him onto the back of the Hellfire Dragon and coldly asked. Thinking Lin Su wanted to use Selena to help him gain benefits in the instance, Moros replied irritably, "About another 6 hours." After a moment of contemplation, Lin Su continued to ask, "Can she leave at any time during this period?" "No, she can only leave when the time is up." "Why are you asking this?" Moros asked warily. Lin Su smiled and explained, "It's nothing, I just want to know how much longer you can help me work." "Humph." Moros snorted disdainfully. Soon, the Hellfire Dragon landed in front of the 5th tier nest without facing any attacks. At this moment, Selena was already waiting in the open space. Glancing at the nest soldiers standing around like wooden carvings, Lin Su curiously asked Selena, "How did you do it?" Selena curled her lip dismissively. "Humph, it's just a level 20 world. Just catch her and give her a beating, and she'll listen to me." Lin Su was taken aback, not expecting Selena to use such a brutal method against a world. Ira, as the world, couldn't have imagined it either. Just as she had declared war on him, a level 55 abyss had come knocking. Thinking of this, Lin Su asked Selena, "Have the ordinary insect species started to be dismantled?" "Yes, they have." Selena nodded directly. At this point, she suddenly felt a bit speechless, glancing at the densely packed insect soldiers around. "With so many insect species, you're not planning to kill them all to level up, are you? How long will that take?" "I can't stay here that long." Indeed, according to Selena's thoughts, the current insect soldiers had already exceeded 10,000. Even if they had all lost their ability to resist, Lin Su would still have to kill for quite a while. and she could only stay in this world instance for less than 6 more hours. Hearing Selena say this, Lin Su smiled nonchalantly and shook his head. No need, it will be done quickly. Saying this, he summoned an image in his mind. In the lush forest, tens of thousands of insect puppets were rapidly advancing towards the 5th tier nest. With this thought, Lin Su focused and directly let Anar take control of all the insect soldiers in the 5th tier nest. Indeed, if he personally sent these insect soldiers away, the experience would be considerable. But that would take too long. However, if he let the puppets do it, it would be a matter of minutes. Just as this thought emerged in Lin Su's mind, a sudden flash of inspiration struck him. The nest soldiers could also be sent to the dismantling room for disassembly. So if he dismantled all the insect soldiers from the 5th tier nest, he wondered if he could gather enough energy points for Anar to advance. With this in mind, Lin Su directly went to the dismantling room of the 5th tier nest. Compared to the 4th tier nest, the efficiency of the 5th tier nest's dismantling room was more than 10 times higher. In just a short while, the ordinary insect species of the 5th tier nest had dwindled to less than 1/10. With this thought in mind, he decided to conduct an experiment. First, he dismantled an ordinary insect species from a nest. Lin Su's finger touched the wall of the dismantling room. As soon as the energy point reacted to his thoughts, Anar controlled a Zerg sentinel to enter the decomposition chamber. Seeing this, Lin Su's eyes instantly narrowed. The energy points obtained from the decomposition of the two were surprisingly different. Did this mean that Anar had a chance to advance to the 6th tier? With this thought, Lin Su decisively issued an order for Anar to control all the soldiers from the 5th tier Zerg nests to immediately enter the decomposition chamber. Moments later, watching the rapidly increasing energy points, Lin Su smirked. Although he would lose quite a few puppets by doing this, he was currently not lacking in ordinary combat power. What he needed now was high-level combat power, urgently. Hey, kid, what are you doing? You're just going to waste all this free experience? Moros, confused by Lin Su's actions, asked hoarsely from behind him. Lin Su scoffed and completely ignored him. Moros, feeling a bit dissatisfied, became more serious and said, Fine, you don't want to answer that question, but you must tell me how you controlled so many Zerg soldiers? He had noticed from the moment Moros was summoned that Lin Su could control Zerg soldiers, and the number he could control was extremely large. Undoubtedly, this was very important intelligence for the Abyss. Seeing Moros's determined attitude, Lin Su pointed his chin at Anar and explained, It's not me, it's my summoned beast controlling them. My summoned beast happens to be a Zerg and is of a high tier. Is it really that coincidental? Moros looked at Lin Su with suspicion. Entering a dungeon filled with Zerg, and he just happened to have a high-tier Zerg summoned beast, this coincidence was simply absurd. However, after thinking it over, Moros couldn't make sense of it, so he chose to remain silent. Meanwhile, on Lin Su's side, as he was busy decomposing the Zerg soldiers from the 5th tier nest, in the Huaxia region, at the Abyss frontline, Nangong eyes were bloodshot as he looked at the two blood-red world announcements. Moros. While roaring in his heart, he swung his longsword fiercely. A wave of sword energy instantly rippled out, forcing back the two lava giants he was fighting. The next moment, a flash of white light appeared beneath his feet, and he was about to teleport away. However, at that moment, a massive barrier of light flashed in the sky, and the white light vanished, leaving Nangongyan standing still. Seeing Nangongyan's failed teleportation, one of the lava giants cackled, Ha, I know what you want to do, but give up on that thought. This entire space has been sealed off. If you want to teleport out to save that kid, don't even think about it. Moros, I'm going to kill you. Nangongyan roared and charged directly at the two lava giants. Meanwhile, in the Jiangdu military district, Zhang Kai had just hung up on Chen Tianming's call and rushed urgently to Tang Dingbang's office, only to be stopped by the guards. Zhang Kai glared, furious, Get out of the way. I have urgent matters to report to the commander. Seeing Zhang Kai's almost desperate demeanor, a guard explained, The commander is not here, he has already left for the military district headquarters. Also, he said that if you came looking for him, we should tell you not to worry. That kid is under his protection. Even if it means risking his position as commander, he will definitely get the Stone of Eternal Oblivion. Zhang Kai's body stiffened, and his eyes instantly turned red. The Stone of Eternal Oblivion, a precious treasure of Huaxia, could directly end any dungeon, allowing those inside to return instantly. While everyone was busy and anxious about Lin Su's situation, within the 5th tier Zerg nest, a green light shot up from Anar, and at the same time, a crystal-clear green gem grew in the center of her forehead. Name, in our category, Insectoid Queen, level 6, Puppet, advancement level, 6272 level, 30 health, 516625 mana, 396916 attack, 42724 defense, 36629 skills, Matriarch's Authority, Mental Roar, Soul Shock, Mental Piercing, Mental Shield. Watching Inar's attributes surge by nearly a third in an instant, Lin Su grinned. The odds of victory had indeed increased significantly. After a moment's hesitation, Lin Su finally took out the gene enhancement crystal he had been reluctant to use from his personal space. With the situation having developed to this point, the world dungeon had essentially been breached by him, and large-scale recruitment of puppets would not happen again. With this thought, Lin Su exerted force in his hand. The pale yellow crystal shattered with a crack, and a prompt immediately followed. Prompt: the gene evolution of the insectoid under your command is in progress, evolution successful. As this prompt appeared, nearly 10,000 insectoids that had just arrived outside the nest flashed with green light, and many of their human characteristics became more pronounced. Quickly checking the attributes of several insectoid puppets, Lin Su indeed found one that had evolved healing abilities. With a thought, a large number of insectoid puppets began to gather towards the open space outside the nest. Hey, kid, what are you doing? Noticing that Lin Su neither killed the nest soldiers for experience nor directly sought out the world he had controlled, Selena asked with confusion and dissatisfaction. God knows what this kid is doing. He always acts indifferent when you ask him something. TCH, so boring. Moro shook his flower petal, speaking irritably. Lin Su smiled slightly. Glancing at Moros and Selena, he called out, "That's about enough, you can come with me now." Saying this, he took an hour and walked directly towards the outside of the nest. Hey, kid, clarify what you mean, what do you want us to do? Selena asked, puzzled, chasing after him. You'll know when we get out, Lin Su replied coldly, not even turning his head. After a moment, looking at the large number of insectoid puppets gathering near the open space, Selena snorted disdainfully. TCH, kid, you're not thinking of getting rough with me, are you? With that, a dagger appeared in her hand. Lin Su shook his head, coldly drawing the sky-rending blade, and said lightly, "Of course not, I just want to kill you." As soon as the words fell, his figure vanished in an instant. What the hell, he has spatial abilities. Seeing Lin Su disappear, Selena's pupils constricted sharply. Undoubtedly, among all abilities in close combat, spatial abilities are the most troublesome. And when Lin Su had fought her before, he clearly hadn't shown this ability, he had been hiding his strength. A level 23 newcomer deliberately concealing his power while fighting a level 75 assassin. This kid before her was definitely not just a madman but a freak. Just as Selena was shocked in her heart, she instinctively prepared to retreat. However, at that moment, the whistling of the blade reached her ears. Lin Su suddenly appeared behind Selena, the sky-rending blade aimed sharply at her neck, slashing down. Damn, how is he so fast? Selena was horrified and quickly rolled on the ground, narrowly dodging Lin Su's strike in a very awkward manner. Kid, are you serious? Bang! Selena's words were only half finished when Inar broke through a wave of air, and a conical energy attack instantly struck her. Selena was sent flying. A line of crimson numbers floated above her head. Selena was horrified to discover that compared to their first encounter, even Inar's strength had increased significantly. Are you serious? She wiped the blood trickling from the corner of her mouth, glaring angrily at Lin Su. Otherwise? Lin Su grinned, his tone chilling. Just as his words fell, buzz! Dozens of flying knives, dragging silver streaks, shot towards Selena at high speed. Boom! Selena's figure vanished like a bubble, and the spot where she had just stood was instantly blasted into a pit several meters wide by Lin Su. Kid, are you crazy? I've already told you everything you wanted to know, and Selena helped you control the 5th-tier insect nest. Why are you attacking her? At that moment, the short-legged Moros arrived just in time to witness the battle between Lin Su and Selena, shocked as he asked. Lin Su sneered coldly. Damn it, I told you there's not a good thing in the abyss. Don't you know what you gave me? Besides, you think you can trick me with a contract that doesn't even have a punishment? Do you really think I'm a fool? But speaking of which, I have to thank you two idiots. Without your help, Inar wouldn't be able to advance to the 6th tier, and I wouldn't get those 200 attribute points for free. As his words fell, Lin Su suddenly exerted force under his feet, shooting towards Selena like an arrow released from a bow. With a clang, the moment Selena appeared, before she could steady herself, Lin Su slashed her away over 10 meters. Looking at the obvious notch on the dagger, Selena's eyelids twitched, and she angrily shouted, Moros, we've been played by this kid. He never intended to join the abyss, nor did he believe your nonsense. Attack, kill him, damn. Just as Selena was furious, Inar appeared beside her like a ghost. Immediately, a grayish-white fist broke through a wave of air and slammed towards her head. Put! Blood splattered. 2 lines of menacing numbers floated above Selena's head. Just as she dodged Inar's attack, Lin Su suddenly appeared beside her, swinging his long knife down, instantly slicing off a large chunk of flesh from her shoulder. Lin Su, stop! Or do you believe I'll kill you? Seeing Selena injured, Moros shouted from the side, his ferocity evident. At this moment, he had completely realized that Lin Su had known all along that what he gave him was not some abyss seed. And the reason he had been acting with him and Selena for so long was clearly to use this time to help Anar advance and increase his combat power. He had been played, completely played. Thinking of this, Moros trembled with anger. As his thoughts moved, the magic vine rooted in Lin Su's heart instantly contracted. At the same time, Lin Su, who was leaning back to dodge Selena's furious dagger aimed at his neck, suddenly froze. Crack! The phoenix shield shattered instantly. Selena's dagger barely grazed his jaw, leaving a wound that bled immediately. Moros sneered. Kid, consider this a little lesson. If there's a next time, I will directly rip your heart out. However, just as the smug Moros finished speaking, a scene appeared that nearly made his eyes pop out. After Lin Su was injured, nearly 1,000 colorful spells emerged from the surrounding insect creatures. All those spells, without exception, had healing abilities, and they all landed on Lin Su. Lin Su's health was instantly restored, and his wounds healed directly. Seeing such an astonishing scene, Selena shuddered all over, nearly dropping the dagger from her hand. What the hell? How could the insect race have priests? This was the first thought that popped into her mind. However, the reality was too overwhelming to deny. The answer was not only yes, but there were nearly 1,000 of them. Although the healing spells these insect creatures provided were very basic, the sheer number was overwhelming. So many priests were restoring the state of just one person. Forget about a lively person, even if the opponent was a corpse already lying in a coffin, they could probably bring it back to life. How could this kid dare to directly fight against her with a bunch of bizarre insect creatures? This was all premeditated, everything was premeditated. Thinking this, Selena instantly lost the desire to continue fighting Lin Su and cursed at Moros. Damn it, Moros, what are you waiting for? Kill him. This kid is a freak. This fight is impossible. A flicker of conflict crossed Moros's eyes. Lin Su's talent was truly extraordinary, and it would be a pity to just kill him like that. Moreover, if Lin Su was really killed, Nan Gongyun would undoubtedly come after him. Just as he hesitated. Caught in a pincer attack from Lin Su and Anar, Selena was caught off guard and struck in the back by Anar. Damn it, make your move. Selena urged, now fully awake. The seductive charm she relied on was no match for Lin Su and Anar. If this continued, there would only be one outcome, death. Alright, Lin Su, this is all you're doing, Moros said with a twisted expression. As he thought this, his densely packed pupils suddenly tightened. Boom! A wave of red energy erupted from Lin Su, and his health plummeted to 0. Lin Su spat out a mouthful of blood, his eyes instantly turning crimson. His skill, Frenzy, activated. All attributes increased by 50, immune to any fatal attacks. At the same time, a notification appeared in Moros's mind. Notification, due to unknown reasons, this attack is ineffective. What the hell, how is this possible? Moros's body shook with coldness, his pupils filled with shock. Hee. Lin Su, with blood-red eyes, let out a cold laugh, a sickly cruel smile on his face. Pfft, he plunged his hand directly into his own chest. What the hell is he doing? Seeing Lin Su's hand piercing his own heart, Selena exclaimed. Moros's expression twisted as he suddenly realized. Damn it, he's gone mad. He wants to pull out the seed of the magic vine from his heart. Stop him. A normal person would have died 100 times over for daring to remove the seed of the magic vine this way. Yet Lin Su stood there unharmed. Connecting this to the earlier ineffective fatal attack, Moros suddenly understood that Lin Su must possess a skill that could lock his health. In that case, forcibly pulling out the seed of the magic vine was not impossible. Once the seed was removed, Lin Su would completely break free from its constraints. Such a terrifying individual with incredible growth potential, if released alive into the world instance, would undoubtedly pose a lethal threat to the abyss given time. Selena understood, her figure flickering as she dodged Inar's attack while her dagger aimed straight for Lin Su's neck. Roar! Lin Su roared. He yanked hard on the vine, piercing his heart with his left hand. At the same time, the void blade struck down towards Selena. Selena's scalp went numb instantly. How could he react so quickly? This freak had become even stronger. Just as Selena gasped in shock. Clang! The void blade sliced past her cheek at an incredible speed. One of her horns and half an arm fell away with a thud. 2 lines of exaggerated numbers floated above her head. Bang! Before the fragments on Selena could hit the ground, Lin Su kicked her away. The next moment, pfft, the seed of the magic vine was forcibly pulled out of Lin Su's heart. Notification, the seed of the magic vine has been removed. enhancement attributes are now ineffective. In the next instant, with a splat, the seed of the magic vine exploded, turning into a pool of blood. Hee hee. Lin Su laughed cruelly, his blood-red gaze returning to Selena. Looking at his depleted health and completely zeroed mana, Selena's face twisted. Now, she felt as if Moros and Lin Su were in cahoots, trying to set her up to die. It was Moros who nodded, prompting her to help Lin Su with the dungeon. As a result, Lin Su directly cultivated his insect race summoned beast into a high-level combat force, one that could even engage him in a back-and-forth fight. Afterwards, Moros gave Lin Su the seed of the magic vine, which boosted his overall attributes by 200 points, causing Lin Su's strength to surge on the spot. Now, with the combined power of Lin Su and his summoned beast, he was no longer a match for anyone. At this point, Moros was loudly proclaiming his intent to kill the opponent, but after one strike, not only did Lin Su not die, his strength actually doubled. What the hell, who was really the teammate here? He was just a level 75 succubus skilled in charm. Why did he have to endure all this? With such thoughts in mind, Selena couldn't be bothered with Moros's fate anymore and simply got up and ran. Damn it, Selena, you. Realizing that Selena was ignoring him and making a run for it, Moros instantly looked speechless. Although he was just a clone, and dying wouldn't affect the overall situation, the pain of dying would be no less. Just as he was thinking this, Lin Su, with his scarlet eyes, directly stomped down on his body. Put! Moros was instantly crushed. Don't come over. On Selena's side, she had just turned around when she was blocked by Anar. Of course, it wasn't just Anar that terrified her. There were also the countless insect race puppets behind Anar, all eyeing her hungrily, and above her head, the magic dragon was circling, ready to launch an attack at any moment. Hee. Lin Su's cold laughter came from behind Selena. Swallowing hard, Selena turned around numbly. Clang! The sky splitter instantly slashed through. A line of blood slowly appeared on Selena's delicate neck, and she stared at Lin Su in disbelief, struggling to say, You little brat, you're ruthless. Next time we meet, I will definitely kill you. As her voice fell, her form once again dissipated like foam. Announcement: for unknown reasons, Abyss Selena was forcibly removed from the world instance, with a deduction of 30 points from all attributes. Since she hadn't sustained serious injuries this time, Lin Su's mental state quickly recovered. Additionally, with nearly 1,000 insect race priest puppets assisting in recovery, the wound on his chest had basically healed. Glancing at the announcement, Lin Su smirked. He hadn't expected to scheme to this extent and still not be able to take down Selena. It made sense, though, at her level in the abyss, how could she not have any means of self-preservation? With that thought, Lin Su felt relieved. He had already profited immensely from this world instance and didn't care about the little experience from Selena. With that in mind, Lin Su turned and walked into the insect nest. The world Ilara was still alive, and he needed to take her down. Letting the insect race puppets guarding Ilara leave, Lin Su smirked and teased, The world has fallen to this extent for you, truly tragic. You're the most miserable I've ever seen, no exceptions. Ilara's physique was no different from that of a normal human, with human features and limbs, but her torso was insect-like, specifically resembling a bee. Originally, with her figure paired with delicate features, she looked quite elegant. However, now her hair was disheveled, her body covered in blood, and half of her wings had been torn off. God knows what cruel methods Selena had used on her. You are also the most despicable human I've ever seen among all the humans, no exceptions, we're quite alike. Ilara coldly glanced at Lin Su and replied. Lin Su smiled faintly, too lazy to argue with a dying insect, and simply changed the subject. He asked Ilara, Can you still hatch Hellfire dragons over there? The attribute panel of the Hellfire dragon was indeed impressive, and this creature was a war beast, born for battle. If possible, Lin Su really wanted to hatch a few more and take them all away. It was only when Lin Su took over the 5th level insect nest that he realized there were no other Hellfire dragons. Hearing Lin Su's intention to deal with the Hellfire dragon, Yila scoffed coldly. What kind of dream are you having? Each 5th level insect nest can only have one Hellfire dragon in its lifetime. Once it dies, it can never hatch again, so you might as well give up on that idea. Lin Su curled his lips and mentioned that when he occupied the 2nd 4th level insect nest, the other side hadn't sent a Hellfire dragon to attack, which was probably the reason. Thinking of this, he felt a bit disappointed. He glanced at the pitiful Yila again and said helplessly, Alright, since you say so, there's no need for you to keep living. As he spoke, his eyes narrowed, and the void blade was instantly unsheathed. Successfully killed world Yila experience gained, obtained a world treasure chest, a beam of golden light shot up from Lin Su. Congratulations, successfully promoted. Successfully cleared the world dungeon, insect race conflict obtained the dungeon completion treasure chest. Notice the world dungeon has ended. You will leave the world dungeon in half a minute. Please prepare in advance. Glancing at Yila's lifeless body, Lin Su focused his thoughts. Black mist surged, and a pale-skinned Yila quickly flew back up. Alright, everyone come back, it's time to leave. As Lin Su's voice fell, all the insect puppets instantly transformed into black mist, rushing rapidly into Lin Su's body. Damn, they're back, huh, they're back. Medical team, rescue, quickly, check their bodies, treat them. After leaving the military district, Zhang Kai had been waiting with the medical team at the spot where Lin Su and the others entered the world dungeon. Seeing the white light of the teleportation appear, he was overjoyed and immediately began directing the medical team to prepare for rescue. The casualty rate in ordinary world dungeons was already high, and the nightmare difficulty was even worse. Moreover, this time the world dungeon had also been invaded by the abyss. Zhang Kai had mentally prepared for the possibility of casualties among Lin Su and the others, even preparing medals for martyrs. However, upon seeing Lin Su and the others, he gradually found it hard to continue speaking, because he discovered that not only did everyone who entered the world dungeon return, but they all came back unharmed. Aside from Lin Su, none of the others were injured. As for the wound on Lin Su's jaw, if the medical team hadn't acted quickly, they might not have even had the chance to put on a band-aid. Not only that, but at that moment, Long Yichen was still holding a half-finished bottle of beer, and Xiong Zhuan was grabbing a handful of barbecued meat. Although Yuling and Chu Jing looked a bit better, the grease on their mouths was clearly not wiped clean. Who among you got injured? The medical team, already rushing in with a stretcher, was also confused, and a doctor pushed up his glasses and asked in disbelief. These people looked nothing like they had just come out of a world dungeon. They clearly looked like they had gone camping for a barbecue instead. Lin Su, are you alright? Are there any other injuries? Zhang Kai approached with concern. No, I'm fine. At this point, Lin Su had already changed into a new shirt, and the wound on his chest was not visible at all. The matter of the demon vine seed was related to Nangong Yun, and he didn't want to make it public. Just then, Xiong Zhuan weakly raised his hand. Instructor Zhang, I have a situation I'm not sure if I should mention. It's just that, recently I've been having hot pot and barbecue back to back, and I'm feeling a bit overheated. Oh. Before Xiong Zhuan could finish, Zhang Kai kicked him in the butt. Damn it, am I discussing your heat issues with you? Glaring at Xiong Zhuan, Zhang Kai directly asked, what did you all experience in the world dungeon? Why did the abyss forcibly detach from the dungeon, and how did you all get out in the end? Faced with Zhang Kai's series of questions, Xiong Zhuan awkwardly shrugged his shoulders. Surprised, I also want to know the question you asked, but I've just been idly watching the entire world instance, with only the boss fighting. Why don't you just ask him? As soon as Xiong Zhuan finished speaking, Long Yichen and the others immediately echoed, idlers. Again. Me too. Zhang Kai's forehead twitched, looking at them speechlessly. Idling in a world instance? What kind of international joke is this? However, just as this thought crossed his mind, a world announcement appeared. Announcement, the conflict of the Zerg in the world instance has ended. World Slayer, Huaxia region, Knife Demon Lin Su. Seeing that the announcement didn't even mention Long Yichen and the others, Zhang Kai's face couldn't help but twitch. Kid, how did you do it? Glancing at Long Yichen and the others, whose acting was somewhat exaggerated, Lin Su was equally speechless. They couldn't have missed the notification about leaving the world instance. The reason for their current behavior was simple. They were afraid of losing credit for clearing the world instance. Thinking of this, Lin Su helplessly explained, I just killed the world and came out, didn't do anything else, really. Zhang Kai stumbled, damn, this reason is a bit too powerful. Just as they were talking, a flash of white light appeared in the military camp's teleportation array, and Tang Dingbang, slightly disheveled, walked out. As soon as he emerged, he saw Lin Su and the others, who were perfectly fine, and was instantly overjoyed. Good kid, I knew you could do it. It was worth my trip to Kyoto for you. Chief, what's with your clothes? Looking at the two missing buttons on Tang Dingbang's chest and the large tear in his clothes, Zhang Kai asked with concern. Tang Dingbang waved his hand dismissively, had a fight with a few old men guarding the general headquarters warehouse. They said my paperwork was incomplete and refused to give me the end of Oblivion Stone, so I just took it. At this point, Tang Dingbang couldn't help but feel a bit awkward. Because just after he snatched the end of Oblivion Stone, the world instance ended, making his fight completely pointless. Thinking of this, he glanced at Lin Su and the others. Alright, everyone go back and rest. I'll look into the details of what happened in the instance later. Just as Lin Su was about to turn back to the dormitory, Tang Dingbang patted Lin Su's shoulder and reminded him, Kid, well done. You made a great contribution this time. Later, tell me in detail what happened in the world instance. Also, Old Yun said he would like to meet you when he finds the time. Okay. Lin Su nodded decisively. Just as Lin Su was about to turn and leave again, Zhang Kai pulled him back. What's wrong? Lin Su asked, turning back. Take a moment to call Chen Tianming and let him know you're safe. That old guy has been asking about you in the hospital. Zhang Kai explained. Lin Su raised an eyebrow. As a professional, getting sick was impossible. The only reason to go to the hospital would be due to injury. Moreover, ordinary injuries could be easily handled with a healing spell. If someone was in the hospital, they were at least seriously injured. The only thing that could have seriously injured Chen Tianming, aside from going into an instance, Lin Su couldn't think of another possibility. But that didn't make sense either. The college entrance examination was just around the corner. Chen Tianming should be busy helping the senior students level up, so how could he have the time to go into an instance? Thinking of this, Lin Su directly asked, why did he go to the hospital? Seeing that Lin Su had grasped the key issue immediately, Zhang Kai's eyes flickered, and after hesitating for a moment, he sighed and waved his hand. Don't say I told you to call. Just do it. With that, he turned and left. Watching Zhang Kai's departing figure, Lin Su's brows furrowed instantly. Zhang Kai's mention of Chen Tianming being in the hospital was clearly meant for him to hear. And Chen Tianming had most likely run into some trouble and had strictly forbidden Zhang Kai from telling him. Thinking of this, Lin Su didn't bother waiting to return to the dormitory and directly took out his phone to make the call. However, he didn't call Chen Tianming but instead called his homeroom teacher. Seeing Zhang Kai's evasive demeanor, it was clear that calling Chen Tianming wouldn't yield any results. So, he simply called the person most likely to be in the know. Hello, Teacher Wang, this is Lin Su. I want to ask about Principal Chen Tianming. Once the call connected, Lin Su directly stated his intention. Oh, little Su, a woman's voice quickly came from the other end of the line. It seemed she had just been jolted awake from sleep, and her thoughts were clearly a bit sluggish. After a moment, once she had gathered her thoughts, she sighed and said regretfully, you mean Principal Chen Tianming? He has already been dismissed and is no longer the principal of Jiangdu High School. What? When did this happen? Hearing his homeroom teacher say this, Lin Su's brows instantly furrowed. Chen Tianming had been the principal of Jiangdu High School for nearly 10 years, and the school's teaching quality had always been among the best. He had at least worked hard for it. Moreover, among this year's students, there were 2 qualified professionals, himself and Li Xinrui, so how could he just be dismissed like that? Sensing the surprise in Lin Su's voice, the homeroom teacher spoke with some reluctance. It happened just a couple of days ago, and it actually has something to do with you. You could say Principal Chen is really a good person. Related to me? Lin Su was even more confused. He had been in the military district these past few days. How could it possibly be related to him? Thinking this, Lin Su decided to ask directly. Soon, the homeroom teacher recounted the events of the past few days. It turned out that after Lin Su left the hospital for the military district, Chen Tianming immediately began to help him apply for city and provincial rewards. With the college entrance examination approaching, every student could benefit from a little more resources before the exam, which would help improve their abilities. However, under normal circumstances, the city and provincial rewards would have already been issued without needing to apply, just like Li Xinrui. But for some unknown reason, Lin Su's reward had not been issued. Because of this, Chen Tianming made several trips to the Jiangdu Professional Association, but after 2 days, there was still no news. It wasn't until then that the president of the Jiangdu Professional Association, Xia Zhishuan, could no longer bear to watch and inform Chen Tianming of the whole situation. It turned out that Lin Su's reward had already been issued, but before it reached the professional association, it had been withheld by the city. The order to withhold Lin Su's reward had come from the vice-mayor, Yi Pingju, who was, in fact, Yi Hao's father. With the situation having developed to this point, it was clear whose hands Lin Su's reward had fallen into. Chen Tianming was furious and directly confronted Yi Pingju. Just then, an announcement about the Abyss Invasion World instance appeared. Yi Pingju boldly declared, "What if Lin Su is an orphan? Just because he has a bit of talent, what's the big deal? I can take his reward and give it to my son, so what? Moreover, now that the Abyss has invaded the world instance, that kid is destined to die in there. Giving him the reward would be a waste. This is fate, understand?" Perhaps because he had a similar experience to Lin Su, Chen Tianming instantly exploded with rage, his eyes turning red. Damn it! What's wrong with my student being an orphan? He still has me, damn it! Cursing, Chen Tianming directly fought with Yi Pingju. Chen Tianming was a level 42 warrior, while Yi Pingju was a level 56 fire mage. Unsurprisingly, Chen Tianming ended up in the hospital. However, that wasn't the worst part. Less than 2 hours after Chen Tianming was admitted, a dismissal document relieving him of his position as principal of Jiangdu High School was delivered to him. After recounting all this, Teacher Wang earnestly said to Lin Su, "Little Su, Teacher Wang knows you have a good relationship with Principal Chen, but I don't want to see you do something foolish because of him. But on the other hand, Xiao Su, you have made something of yourself now and should have met some important figures, so Teacher Wang hopes that, within your capacity, you can speak a few fair words for Principal Chen on appropriate occasions." Upon hearing this, Lin Su felt as if his heart was being cut with a knife. He clenched his fists tightly, blood dripping from between his fingers. "All right, I understand. Thank you, teacher, for telling me this. Thank you." After saying this, Lin Su hung up the phone and headed straight for Tang Dingbang's office. It was already 1 in the morning, and Tang Dingbang was once again roused from his sleep. "What's the urgent matter? Can't it wait until tomorrow? You just came out of the world instance. Can your body handle this?" Tang Dingbang asked with concern. Lin Su shook his head expressionlessly and said directly, "It's nothing serious. As a member of Shadow Blade, there's something I feel I need to inform you about before I proceed." "What is it?" "If you need the military district to intervene, I can provide you with the greatest assistance within my responsibilities." Noticing that Lin Su's expression was off, Tang Dingbang asked seriously. Lin Su raised an eyebrow. He sighed inwardly, realizing that Jiang was indeed still sharp. Even without saying anything, Tang Dingbang had already given the answer. After a moment of hesitation, Lin Su said directly, "Alright, I want to kill someone, 2 people. One is the vice mayor of Jiangdu, Yi Pingju, and the other is his son, Yi Hao." As he spoke, Lin Su recounted how he had a grudge with Yi Hao and how Chen Tianming had been beaten into the hospital by Yi Pingju. Of course, this also included the matter of Yi Hao hiring a hitman to assassinate him. After listening to Lin Su's account, Tang Dingbang's face darkened to the point where it seemed he could wring water from it. He truly hadn't expected that right under his nose, the Yi father and son had become so audacious as to dare bully the Jiangdu military district. Logically and emotionally, Lin Su's choice at this moment was completely justified. However, thinking this, Tang Dingbang wanted to test Lin Su's character, so he pretended to be troubled. "I'm sorry, the vice mayor is not within my jurisdiction. I can't help you with this." Lin Su smiled faintly and explained, "I didn't expect to receive help from the military district. The reason I'm telling you my plans is that I don't want to implicate you, Shadow Blade, or even Chen Tianming." Currently, Lin Su had the strength to directly assassinate the Yi father and son. However, if he did so, as the head of Shadow Blade, Tang Dingbang would inevitably have to explain himself. Moreover, since he had just had a conflict with Yi Pingju, Chen Tianming would also be implicated. None of this was what he wanted to see. Just as Lin Su was about to walk out of Tang Dingbang's office, there was a loud bang. Tang Dingbang slammed his hand on the table and said coldly, "What if I order you not to go?" "Heh, then I'll withdraw from Shadow Blade, and we'll go our separate ways." Lin Su stopped in his tracks and turned to look at Tang Dingbang coldly. Seeing that Lin Su's attitude had become so resolute, Tang Dingbang suppressed the corners of his mouth that were about to curl up and questioned, "Give me a reason why you must do this." Just for Chen Tianming's words, "Although he has no parents, he still has me." Lin Su narrowed his eyes and said directly, "What if I send someone to arrest you right now?" Tang Dingbang's tone was icy, and the threat was evident. Lin Su also smiled coldly, and Wang Chuan appeared directly in his hand. "Heh, then you can certainly try." Another loud bang echoed as Tang Dingbang slammed his palm on the desk, laughing heartily, "Good kid, you're loyal and righteous. Old Jun really didn't misjudge you. Damn it, I'll do this job with you. Tell me, how many people do you need, and how should I help?" Realizing that Tang Dingbang was merely testing him, Lin Su felt a bit embarrassed. To be honest, the old fox's acting skills were truly impressive. Putting away the void blade, Lin Su pondered, "If possible, I hope you can help Chen Tianming restore his identity as the principal of Jiangdu Middle School. I can handle the rest myself." Tang Dingbang snorted coldly. "Is that all? He Yi Pingju, a level 53 fire mage, can you beat him?" Lin Su scoffed, grinning disdainfully. "I've taken down a level 75 abyss, a level 53 fire mage is just a little star." Tang Dingbang was taken aback, asking in shock, "You drove Abyss Selena away?" Lin Su nodded and directly showcased his skill, the necromancer puppet, to him. A gasp of astonishment escaped Tang Dingbang as he watched. He was instantly stunned. This was definitely a moving disaster. Connecting this to Lin Su entering the Zerg dungeon, he nervously asked, "So, how many puppets did you convert in this world dungeon? Was it 2,000? Lin Su nodded. "A little over 2,000. Tang Dingbang was immediately overjoyed. "Good lad, you really have it. Over 2,000 puppets from just one dungeon. If given time, how could the abyss not be destroyed? Ha 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 ha." But as he laughed, Curiosity struck him again, and he directly asked, "So, how many more than 2,000 puppets did you bring back this time?" Lin Su pondered for a moment, glancing around uncertainly. "About 18,000 more, a total of around 20,000. With a loud crash, Tang Dingbang stumbled, nearly falling off his chair. 18,000 more is just a little bit? Hitting an elderly man's psychological defenses so hard, kid, does your conscience not hurt? After a long while of internal complaints, Tang Dingbang calmed down and directly threw a vial of potion to Lin Su. "This is for that Principal Chen, it will heal his injuries quickly. Also, come to me tomorrow morning to pick up the documents for restoring his principal identity." At this point, Tang Dingbang thought for a moment and called for his guard. After whispering a few words, the guard turned and left. In less than 10 minutes, the guard returned with a stack of documents and nodded at Tang Dingbang. Glancing at the documents, Tang Dingbang's expression instantly turned serious. "Shadow Blade Special Forces, Lin Su, take your orders." "Yes." Lin Su stood at attention decisively. Tang Dingbang smirked slightly and continued, "Our unit has received a report that in the Imperial Capital Garden Villa area, there is suspected espionage hiding in Villa No. 1. Now, you are specially assigned to lead the barrier team to check the situation. If you encounter resistance, treat them as spies and eliminate them directly, no need to report. Do not harm the innocent, and do not disturb the surrounding residents. Can you do that?" Lin Su's expression stiffened. Gratitude for Tang Dingbang surged in his heart. There were no spies at all. He was clearly informing him of the specific location of the Yi family father and son. He had even prepared an excuse for him. Even more so, Tang Dingbang had arranged for helpers for him. Thinking this, Lin Su immediately stood at attention and decisively said, "I guarantee to complete the mission." After saying that, he turned and left. Outside the office, several military green SUVs with Jiangdu Military District license plates were ready to go. "Commander, everything is ready, we can depart at any time." A soldier stood at attention and said to Lin Su, "Let's go." Lin Su nodded and directly got into the lead vehicle. The engine roared, and the convoy sped towards the Imperial Capital Garden. Without any obstacles, the convoy passed through the gate of the Imperial Capital Garden. Soon, a semicircular barrier silently enveloped a 3-story villa, completely isolating it from the surrounding buildings. As the most luxurious villa in the Imperial Capital Garden, Villa No. 1 was situated on a hillside, a considerable distance from other villas, making it feel spacious as a battlefield. Receiving a token from a member of the barrier team that allowed free passage through the barrier, Lin Su smirked and walked straight up the hillside. Glancing at the time, it was already 2 in the morning. What surprised Lin Su slightly was that the villa number 1 was brightly lit at this moment. As footsteps approached, Lin Su quickly heard voices coming from inside the villa. "Why should I, Dad? Why should I keep a low profile? That wild kid Lin Su came out of the world instance, so what? Isn't it just that he's a bit luckier? What's so great about it? At worst, we can just send someone to kill him again." A crisp sound of a slap interrupted Yi Hao's roar. Immediately after, a middle-aged man's voice shouted in exasperation, "Kill, kill, kill. You think about killing this and that all day long. I beat Chen Tianming yesterday and dismissed him from his principal position. Things are already very troublesome, do you know that? Do you really think Chen Tianming has been a principal for so many years for nothing? Because of what happened yesterday, do you know how many people have started to pressure me? Damn it, the most infuriating thing is that the Union President Xia Zhishuan pointed at my nose and told me to wait. Although that second-generation heir doesn't have a high position, he has the entire Xia family backing him, you know? Plus, now that Wild Kid has come out of the world instance, he will definitely be prioritized for training by the military district. If he reports us to the military district's higher-ups, with those old geezers' protective nature, we won't be able to handle it." Perhaps stunned by the middle-aged man's shouting, the villa fell into a brief silence. After a moment, a loud cry broke out, followed by Yi Hao's sobbing voice. I don't care. Dad, you must kill Lin Su for me. As long as he is around, Li Xinrui will never look at me properly. And what if Chen Tianming pressures you? Just kill him too, and then there will be no problem. Once Lin Su and Chen Tianming are dead, who would still go against you, a mayor, for 2 dead people? When Lin Su was about 50 meters away from the villa, he stopped with a cold smile. Through the villa's large floor-to-ceiling window in the living room, he could already see the scene inside. There were 3 people in the living room, Yi Hao, the slightly plump Yipingju, and a slightly older man who had been silent with a gloomy face. Seemingly moved by Yi Hao's suggestion, Yipingju was obviously taken aback, but he quickly calmed down and cursed. Lin Su is currently in the Jiangdu military district. Who the hell is crazy enough to run to the military district to kill someone? Noticing Yi Pingju was clearly tempted, Yi Hao immediately proposed again. Then let's kill Chen Tianming first. At worst, we can let Uncle Wang take action, ensuring it's foolproof. As for Lin Su, he can't possibly hide in the military district forever. With Uncle Wang's strength, it would be easy to take him out when he's alone. Yi Pingju opened his mouth, instinctively wanting to refute, but for a moment he couldn't come up with a reason. At that moment, the man who had been standing silently with a gloomy face spoke up. The young master is right. Lin Su has incredible potential. If we let him grow, he will definitely pose a fatal threat to our district in the future. It's indeed better to eliminate him sooner rather than later. As for that Principal Chen, he has already posed a serious threat to Mr. Ye's reputation, which is very unfavorable for your future entry into the more core departments of the Huaxia district. In my opinion, there's no need to keep him either. Hearing the gloomy man say this, Yi Pingju's eyelids twitched, and he asked, then when does Uncle Wang plan to take action? Uncle Wang coldly smiled. The longer the night, the more dreams. Let's act now. I'll go deal with that Principal Chen first. Saying this, he directly got up from the sofa. Just as he reached the door, he paused, and his eyes met Lin Su's, who was smiling. Amidst the swirling black mist, Lin Su's smile grew wider as he joyfully asked, from the district? Uncle Wang was taken aback, and after seeing Lin Su's appearance, his eyes narrowed, equally surprised as he said, Lin Su. Although he had never seen Lin Su in person, he had long memorized Lin Su's photo, confirming he would never mistake him. Yes, it's me. Lin Su nodded, his tone unusually calm. Wang Bo was overjoyed, looking at Lin Su as if he were a fool, and burst out laughing. Ha, I was just about to find you, and here you are, delivering yourself right to my door. Truly a case of searching for what? Lin Su's smile faded as he coldly asked Wang Bo, whose face was twitching. At that moment, outside the villa, within the formation's barrier, everywhere he looked, there were countless insectoid puppets glaring hungrily. Lin Su curled his lip and curiously asked, you wouldn't be saying I'm looking for death, would you? Wang Bo's forehead broke out in a cold sweat, and he hurriedly waved his hands. No, absolutely not. I meant to say it's been quite difficult to find you. I now represent the district and sincerely invite you to join. With a loud bang, Inar broke through a wave of air and delivered a powerful uppercut to Wang Bo's abdomen, interrupting his unfinished sentence. Although Inar was only level 30, her true combat power was already close to that of a level 75 assassin, Selena. Struck by her heavy punch, Wang Bo's eyes bulged, and he bent over, flying into the air. However, before he could land, Inar suddenly appeared above him. A razor-sharp sidekick came crashing down towards him. Another loud bang. Wang Bo plunged into the ground like a cannonball. As the dust settled, Lin Su looked at Wang Bo, who was bleeding from his mouth and nose, gasping for breath, and sneered. Just a level 61 mage, and you speak without thinking? Saying this, he stepped over Wang Bo's face with a smile and walked towards the villa. Just then, with a crack, the huge floor-to-ceiling window shattered instantly. Yi Pingju's terrified voice came through. Son, run fast. I'll hold him off. Although the battle outside the villa was brief, it was anything but quiet. Seeing Wang Bo defeated in just 2 exchanges, Yi Pingju trembled in fear. He couldn't fathom that Lin Su's movements could be so swift, and that he had directly attacked their home. What shocked him even more was that the opponent had only gone through 2 world dungeons and had already grown to such a level. Just as his words fell, Yi Hao, who was about to jump out of the window, froze in his tracks. At that moment, more than a dozen gleaming spears were pointed at his neck. Son, run. Seeing Yi Hao standing still, Yi Pingju urged anxiously. Almost peeing himself from fear after seeing the scene outside the villa, Yi Hao cried out, Dad, we can't run. There are monsters everywhere. Following his son's gaze to look outside, Yi Pingju's pupils suddenly constricted, and his heart turned to ice. Ignoring the Yi family father and son who were lost in their own drama, Lin Su comfortably sat on the sofa in the living room, sneering. Weren't you going to kill me? Now that I'm here, come on, make your move. Lin Su smiled at Yi Pingju, mocking him. Glancing at Yi Hao, who was being forced back into the living room with a spear at his neck, Yi Pingju's face twitched as he pleaded, let my son go. You were classmates after all, spare him, and I will agree to any condition. Hearing the phrase classmates after all, Lin Su scoffed, and after a moment, he regained his composure and coldly said, kneel. Yi Pingju was taken aback. I am from Jiangdu City. Put. Before he could finish, an insectoid sentinel's spear pierced through Yi Hao's abdomen. Yi Hao fell to the ground, wailing. Yi Pingju's face turned pale. Lin Su smirked, tilting his head to ask, say again what you are. With a thud, Yi Pingju knelt on the ground. No, I'm nothing, please don't hurt Xiao Hao. I can agree to anything. Seeing Yi Pingju so obedient, Lin Su nodded in satisfaction and placed a card on the table, the very one that Chen Tianming had distributed as a school reward. 5 minutes, transfer all your available savings to this card. Since he had decided to help Chen Tianming seek justice, it couldn't be as simple as just taking down the father and son. There had to be compensation for mental anguish, and material compensation couldn't be lacking either. Soon, Yi Pingju wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and put down his phone. Alright, it's all transferred. I swear, not a single cent is left. Looking at the notification on his phone showing over 250 million received, Lin Su's eyelids twitched involuntarily, and his mood improved significantly. With that thought, he lost the desire to continue entangling with the Yi family and stood up directly. Fine, considering your compensation is so thorough, let's skip the apology part and let this matter go. With that, Lin Su turned and started walking towards the door. Seeing Lin Su actually turn to leave, Yi Pingju let out a sigh of relief and slumped to the ground. It seemed that in the end, it was his identity as the mayor that saved his life. The other party ultimately didn't dare to kill him. Just as Yi Pingju was thinking this, Lin Su, who had reached the door, suddenly stopped, as if he had remembered something. He turned back to glance at Yi Pingju and said meaningfully, "By the way, there's one thing I forgot to remind you." "What?" Yi Pingju's expression tensed up again as he asked directly. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Su sneered, "If you reincarnate in your next life, remember not to provoke me again, or you'll die." You. Ah! The insectoid puppet surged forward, and Yi Hao instantly turned into a porcupine. As for Yi Pingju, his furious roar was quickly drowned out by the puppets. Successfully killed a professional, experience. Looking at the 2 kill records, Lin Su smiled indifferently and directly put the bank card into his personal space. In the Jiangdu military district, seeing Wang Bo, who had been brought back by Lin Su and was half dead, Tang Dingbang was in a bad state, even stuttering while speaking. "Why, you actually caught a spy?" Lin Su curled his lips, looking at Tang Dingbang with suspicion. "You really didn't know?" At first, Lin Su thought Tang Dingbang was just making up a reason to help him vent his anger. But after seeing Wang Bo, he instantly felt that Tang Dingbang must have known something that led him to go. However, it seemed that wasn't the case. Hearing Lin Su say this, Tang Dingbang's nose almost crinkled in anger as he slammed the table and cursed, "I don't know a damn thing. If I really knew, I would have acted long ago. How could it be your luck? Who knew you would actually bring back a spy? This makes the follow-up much easier, ha 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 ha. So, this time you've made a great contribution again. Plus, with the previous world instance, I'll promote you 3 levels, with a monthly salary of 800,000. How about that? Pretty generous, right? Ha ha ha." Lin Su curled his lips and decisively left Tang Dingbang's office. Back in the dormitory, without even taking a shower, Lin Su collapsed directly. With the world instance and the matter of the Yi family, he was already exhausted. He really had no energy left for the world treasure or anything else. The next morning, Lin Su received Chen Tianming's appointment documents from Tang Dingbang and headed straight to the hospital where he was located. After inquiring at the front desk about Chen Tianming's ward number, Lin Su hesitated for a moment but ultimately took out his phone and dialed. "Damn, kid, you finally remembered to call me, huh? Impressive, you actually killed a world again, awesome, haha." As he said this, he seemed to suddenly remember something and quickly changed the subject. "By the way, was the injury from this world instance serious? The college entrance examination is coming up, you can't go into the exam room injured." Lin Su smiled knowingly, walking upstairs while responding, "Yeah, got it. Where are you now? I have something to give you." Hearing Lin Su say this, Chen Tianming on the other end of the phone immediately became a bit flustered, stammering as he quickly expressed his regret. "This won't do, the work pressure has been quite high lately. I just wanted to take my wife and daughter out for a little fun, and now they are already out of town." With a creak, the hospital room door swung open, and Lin Su appeared before Chen Tianming with a smile. Glancing at Chen Tianming, who was wrapped in bandages with one leg suspended in the air, Lin Su couldn't help but smirk and teased, "Looks like the roads out of town aren't easy, huh? You've ended up like this." Blinking, Chen Tianming confirmed that it was indeed Lin Su standing before him, and his expression instantly turned awkward. Just as he was about to come up with an excuse to brush it off, he suddenly realized the deeper meaning behind Lin Su's words. With the only hand not bandaged, he grabbed Lin Su tightly and said nervously, "Xiao Su, promise me, don't do anything foolish. Really, the college entrance exam is coming up soon. Don't let this little matter affect you, and don't even think about causing trouble for the Yi family. Seriously, even if I have to beg you." Seeing Chen Tianming getting so agitated that he was about to sit up from the bed, Lin Su quickly stopped him and comforted, "Alright, I know everything. This matter is over. Saying that, he directly handed the appointment document to Chen Tianming. Chen Tianming was taken aback, filled with confusion as he took the document and glanced at it, exclaiming in surprise, "What the hell, kid, how did you do this?" Lin Su scoffed, rolling his eyes, and said, "You're just a little middle school principal. With my current military rank, appointing 7 or 8 of you is just a matter of a word. Get lost, ha 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 ha." Thinking Lin Su was joking, Chen Tianming cursed and laughed heartily. However, at that moment, with a loud bang, the hospital room door was pushed open again. Zheng Kai burst in, and as soon as he entered, he shouted loudly, "Damn, old Chen, do you know that your student Lin Su, hello, sir." Realizing Lin Su was also in the room, Zhang Kai's face twitched, and he quickly stood at attention and saluted. With the Shadow Blade Special Forces rank already high, plus Lin Su's promotion last night, Zhang Kai could only address him as sir now. Lin Su shot Zhang Kai a somewhat annoyed glance. He clearly could have clarified Chen Tianming's situation with him yesterday, but he chose not to. Although Lin Su understood that Zhang Kai definitely meant well and didn't want to affect his college entrance exam, he wondered what Zhang Kai thought of him. How could such matters be resolved with just a phone call? With that thought, Lin Su snorted coldly and directly ordered, "Get out, stand guard at the door." Zhang Kai's face twitched, and he stood at attention with a dark expression. "Yes." After saying that, he turned around and left. "What the hell, ha ha ha, what the hell?" Seeing Zhang Kai's embarrassment, Chen Tianming couldn't help but laugh out loud, though he accidentally pulled at his wound and winced in pain. Lin Su flipped his wrist and handed a bottle of medicine to Chen Tianming. Chen Tianming glanced at the item information, and his pupils suddenly constricted. "Wow, top-tier healing potion, kid, you've really made it big?" Lin Su grinned and teased, "Not exactly big, but covering for you, a little principal, is no problem. Get lost." Chen Tianming cursed at the smug Lin Su, but he didn't hold back and downed the healing potion in one go. Soon, Chen Tianming was able to get out of bed, and all the bandages were removed. "Damn, refreshing." He tried moving his hands and feet and praised. However, after the excitement, he looked at Lin Su with some concern and advised, "Xiao Su, I know you care about me, but don't go looking for trouble with the Yi family. That's not something you should be involved in at your age, understand?" "Yeah, got it. I definitely won't cause them trouble in the future," Lin Su replied coldly, and as he spoke, he glanced at the time and turned on the wall-mounted TV. A news report was being broadcasted. An emergency news bulletin was being interrupted. The vice mayor of Jiangdu, Yi Pingju, and his only son, Yi Hao, colluded with personnel from other districts to sell important intelligence from our district. The evidence is conclusive, and both were killed by our military at 2 o'clock yesterday morning. Chen Tianming was stunned, his mouth agape enough to fit an egg. Lin Su smiled faintly and explained, "They're dead now. If you want to trouble them again, you'll have to wait until the next life." You. Chen Tianming's eyes began to redden. He knew in his heart that this matter was definitely orchestrated by Lin Su. He clearly remembered that the world instance ended just after midnight, and yet at 2 o'clock, something happened to the Yi family. Moreover, his appointment documents were delivered this morning. This meant that Lin Su had been busy for him all night after coming out of the world instance. It was evident how significant his position was in Lin Su's eyes. More crucially, the energy required to accomplish all this was immense. Chen Tianming found it hard to believe that the person standing before him was still the same problem student who couldn't even afford beginner gear. Realizing this, Chen Tianming quickly turned aside and rubbed his eyes. "Alright, it's all in the past. Here, this is for you, the 30,000 you sponsored me for gear." Saying this, Lin Su directly returned the card to Chen Tianming. Seeing that Chen Tianming did not refuse, Lin Su smiled faintly. "I have some matters to attend to at the military district. After I'm done, I'll come back to school to find you." Just as he was about to leave, he heard someone knocking at the door, and then Zhang Kai awkwardly poked his head in. "Report, sir, Principal Chen's wife and daughter want to visit him." Zhang Kai only got halfway through his sentence when Lin Su punched him in the chest, saying irritably, "Alright, I was just messing with you. Next time, tell me about such things right away." Zhang Kai's eyes widened, and he returned the punch. "Damn, you really are something." Lin Su chuckled and pulled open the hospital room door. He saw a dignified woman in her 30s standing outside, holding a little baby in a diaper. Lin Su's eyelids twitched as he recalled that Chen Tianming had mentioned wanting to introduce his daughter to him. He turned back to Chen Tianming in shock. "Is this the daughter you wanted to introduce to me?" Chen Tianming straightened his neck. "Yeah, what's wrong? Just say my daughter is pretty." Lin Su gave Chen Tianming a thumbs up in disbelief, greeted the woman, and decisively turned to leave. Seeing that Chen Tianming's injuries had completely healed, the woman was overjoyed. After learning that it was Lin Su who provided the healing potion, she looked gratefully in the direction Lin Su had left and curiously asked, Tianming, who was that kid just now? Chen Tianming grinned proudly. That was the best student I've ever taught. Then why do you still have his card? It's nothing, I helped the kid out before, there are only 30,000 in the card. Feeling that something was off, the woman took the card to check it and her face instantly turned pale. Tianming, this card has over 250 million. You said it only had 30,000? With a loud thud, Chen Tianming fell directly off the bed. What? What did you say? In the Jiangdu Military District dormitory, Lin Su sat cross-legged on the bed, a row of treasure chests lined up in front of him. Lin Su counted them, since he hadn't deliberately killed other district professionals, the number of treasure chests obtained from this world instance was not many, only 8. Among them, 6 were slaughter chests, and the remaining 2 were world chests obtained from killing the world and completing the world instance. Without any hesitation, Lin Su first took out the 6 slaughter chests and opened them directly. As the information about the obtained items appeared, Lin Su glanced over. Aside from 1 diamond quality item, the rest were all gold. Feeling that his luck was decent, Lin Su directly stored several items in his personal space. After doing this, he decisively picked up the world chest obtained from killing the world. Tip: due to the abyss invasion of this world instance, the difficulty of defeating the world has significantly increased. Upon opening the treasure chest, you are guaranteed to receive a class-specific weapon, and you may choose one of the following options as compensation. Skill Enhancement Scroll, can enhance any skill below level once. Class Enhancement Stone, the level required for the class enhancement is indicated in the treasure chest description. Lin Su couldn't help but smirk at the corner of his mouth. It seems the abyss invasion isn't without its benefits. Thinking of this, he instantly felt that Selena and Maros were even more wronged. His gaze returned to the 2 options. Hesitating for a moment, Lin Su decisively chose an option. This class enhancement already required 4 class enhancement stones for level. Heaven knows how many would be needed for the level 40 enhancement. As for the options, although equally tempting, they could only enhance skills below level, making their effect relatively limited. Confirming the option, Lin Su decisively chose to open the treasure chest. The chest disappeared, and a blood-red vortex appeared immediately after. In the next moment, a red light shot up into the sky, and a long strip of black mist slowly rose from the vortex. Congratulations, you have obtained the Blade Demon exclusive weapon Soul Blade. Name, Soul Blade, Blade Demon exclusive, category, weapon, long sword, non-physical, wearing level, none, attack, effect, all attributes increased by 50, traits, 1, non-physical, note, the Soul Blade is non-physical, with no fixed form. 2. Soul Severing. After equipping the Soul Blade, the wielder's attacks will inflict soul damage. Note, soul-type injuries are extremely difficult to heal. Skill, Soul Control. After equipping the Soul Blade, all defeated enemies will have their souls imprisoned by the Soul Blade and forcibly implanted with a soul mark, forever loyal to the Soul Blade's master. The Soul Blade's master can also directly erase the soul using the soul mark. After reading the information about the Soul Blade, Lin Su squinted his eyes. The basic attributes of the Soul Blade were no different from those of the Void Blade. The difference was that the Void Blade had the ability to traverse space, while the Soul Blade had the ability to control souls. If one were to consider the soul control skill alone, it might not seem significant, as souls do not possess combat power. But once this skill is used in conjunction with the necromancer's puppets, wouldn't that mean he directly possessed an army of undead with independent thinking capabilities and absolute loyalty? Moreover, if he wanted, he could even combine souls and puppets at will. Just as Lin Su was thinking this, a prompt appeared. Tip: a new exclusive weapon has been detected for the host, which can be fused with the Void Blade. Would you like to fuse? Taking out the Void Blade, Lin Su decisively chose to fuse. In the next moment, the Void Blade floated up, and the Soul Blade transformed into a wisp of black mist that merged into the Void Blade. Congratulations, you have obtained the Blade Demon exclusive weapon Soul Void Blade. Acquired, Soul Void Blade, category, weapon, long sword, wearing level, none, attack, effect, all attributes increased by 100, traits, immortal, soul severing, skills, void, soul control, level, starry radiance. Tip: due to the quality enhancement of the Soul Void Blade, the skill void space traversal distance has increased to 200 meters. Looking at the attributes of the fused Soul Void Blade, Lin Su raised an eyebrow. The damage increase of the Soul Void Blade had directly reached 5,000 points. Moreover, all attributes increased by 100%. TSK, doesn't that mean that as long as he equips the Soul Void Blade, it would be equivalent to doubling his level? Perverse, truly unparalleled perversion. With this thought in mind, Lin Su's gaze fell on the last treasure chest for clearing the world instance. Tip: due to the abyss invasion of this world instance, the difficulty of clearing has sharply increased. As compensation, upon opening the treasure chest, you are guaranteed to receive a brilliant level set Advanced World Instance invitation. Open. Lin Su said directly. Congratulations on obtaining the brilliant level set Aurora, set components, chest armor, arm guards, belt, leg guards, battle boots, wearing level, set effect, movement speed, attack speed, skill cooldown time reduced by 50, defense, skill, Aurora, after activation, the body becomes elemental, immune to physical attacks, movement speed increases to 500, effect lasts for 3 minutes, skill cooldown time 24 hours. Lin Su squinted his eyes, completely different from his current Phoenix defense set. This was actually an attack speed set. If he had this set during his previous encounter with Selena, he wouldn't have had to fight so hard. With this thought in mind, Lin Su directly replaced the Phoenix set with the Aurora set. After doing this, Lin Su opened his attribute panel to take a look. Name, Lin Su, Profession, Blade Demon, Unique, Level, Health, 14,300, Mana, 14,300, Attack, 16,800, Defense, 14,800, Attributes, 216, All, Controllable Flying Knife Quantity, 28, Skills, Blade Demon, Heart of Magic, Greed, Smile of Magic, Will of Magic, Magic Body, Frenzy, Blade Light, Knife Control Technique, Necromancer Puppet. After looking at his attribute panel, Lin Su couldn't help but grin. With his current attributes, he hardly seemed human, he was definitely a humanoid. Starting with 168,000 damage, plus mana absorption, lifesteal, paralysis, and his large group of puppets. TSK, this combat power, let alone the college entrance examination, could easily take him to the Abyss battlefield without any hesitation. Just as Lin Su was thinking this, a black card with intricate patterns floated down from the air and landed in his hand. Hint, obtained a 40-level Nightmare difficulty World Dungeon invitation. It was actually level 40? Lin Su instantly felt a bit regretful, he would have to wait some time before he could enter. After putting away the black card, Lin Su stood up and headed straight for the Adventurers Guild. As agreed, the flying knives he had asked Xia Zhishuan to custom make should be ready. At the Adventurers Guild, Lin Su received a flying knife from Xia Zhishuan. Name, Flying Knife, Category, Weapon, Sub, Attack, 550, Quality, Golden. After looking at the attributes of the flying knife, Lin Su nodded in satisfaction. For a disposable weapon that would seem to disappear once thrown by an ordinary person, achieving this level of attack power was quite impressive. Alright, this is good. I'm very satisfied with the flying knife. So, how much more do I owe you? Lin Su said, directly putting away the 20 flying knives on the tray in front of him and looking up to ask Xia Zhishuan. In terms of attack power, the flying knife Xia Zhishuan crafted for him was already comparable to a level 40 whiteboard weapon. Moreover, flying knives were quite niche, and he needed 20 of them, which only took a little over 10 days to complete. According to normal market conditions, the 7 million he had given plus 14 killing badges should not be enough. Although he had a general impression of Xia Zhishuan, considering Chen Tianming's matter, the other party had indeed put in some effort. Since he already knew this, it wouldn't make sense to take advantage of the other party. Hearing Lin Su say this, Xia Zhishuan waved his hand generously. No need, no need. Although our guild did lose a bit on this order, and I had to use some connections at home, you really don't need to pay. Compared to their last meeting, Xia Zhishuan was clearly much more familiar with Lin Su this time. Lin Su also noticed that the other party often smiled at him intentionally or unintentionally. So what do you want? Picking up on the implied meaning in the other party's words, Lin Su asked directly. Xia Zhishuan snapped his fingers and praised, I just love talking to smart people. It's simple. How about you fight me again? I beg you, I really want to experience how fierce a big shot who has killed 2 worlds can be. Lin Su's forehead was marked with a dark line. If before he was only worried about accidentally killing Xia Zhishuan, now, after the upgrade of the Sky Splitter blade, he was even more concerned about directly scaring Xia Zhishuan's soul out of his body, making it impossible for him to reincarnate. However, just as he was thinking this and preparing to refuse, Xia Zhishuan interjected, Don't worry, the newly upgraded fighting arena on the top floor of the guild simulates real combat 100%. Death during the fight won't have any consequences. Glancing at Xia Zhishuan, who was eagerly looking at him, Lin Su hesitated for a moment before turning to walk towards the top floor. 2 minutes later, looking at Xia Zhishuan, whose forehead was covered in cold sweat and whose eyes were vacant, Lin Su could only smile wryly. He had never seen someone so eager to seek out suffering, even refusing money. Of course, Xia Zhishuan didn't last 2 minutes under Lin Su's hands. The two took 1 minute and 36 seconds to go upstairs. Xia Zhishuan took 8 seconds for his opening remarks, and at 1 minute and 45 seconds, Xia Zhishuan was down. The battle ended. What are you laughing at? Seeing the mix of helplessness and disdain in Lin Su's smile, Xia Zhishuan's mouth twitched as he coldly asked. Nothing, I'm leaving now, Lin Su said lazily, waving his hand as he prepared to leave. Wait! Xia Zhishuan blocked Lin Su. What now? Lin Su frowned and asked. Even though you took down Yipengju, he was just a dog raised by someone else. His master is the Wang family from Kyoto, so be careful of their revenge. Lin Su squinted and nodded. Thanks, he said, then stepped away. A week later, in the Jiangdu military district, skill training room, Lin Su, drenched in sweat, stepped out of the training scene. He downed a bottle of mineral water in one go and opened his skill panel, his gaze landing directly on the blade control technique. Blade control, active, level allows the use of mental power to control flying knives, performing rapid attacks on targets within a 500-meter range. The flying knife's speed increases by 200 for every 5 points of mental attribute. Controlling the number of flying knives, each flying knife consumes 1 point of mana per second. Looking at the results of his relentless training over the past 7 days, Lin Su smiled with satisfaction. Ever since he came out of the world instance, he had wanted to improve his blade control technique. After all, no matter how powerful the technique was, if he couldn't hit a high agility enemy, it meant nothing. Now, not only had he increased the control distance of the flying knives to 500 meters, but their speed had also tripled. Lin Su felt that if he were to face Selena again now, he would be confident in taking her down in one blow. Just as Lin Su was lost in his thoughts, the door of the training room was pushed open. Zhang Kai barged in. Dude, the college entrance exam is tomorrow, and you're still training? Chen Tianming is going crazy looking for you. Lin Su nodded. Yeah, I'll head over right now. On one hand, he was worried that Chen Tianming would want to return the savings card to him, and on the other, he was eager to improve his skills. After leaving the hospital, Lin Su hadn't contacted Chen Tianming at all. Jiangdu High School, principal's office. Damn, the card you gave me. As soon as they met, Chen Tianming was ready to return the card to Lin Su. But before he could finish, Lin Su interrupted. If you don't want it, just throw it away. Knowing how stubborn Lin Su was, Chen Tianming's face twitched. He was certain that if he forced Lin Su to take the card back, Lin Su would just throw it away. After pondering for a long time, he sighed and changed the subject. The college entrance exam is tomorrow. Turn off that confusing detection gear you have on, and by the way, what level are you now? 24, Lin Su replied calmly. What? Chen Tianming spat out his tea on the spot. How much did you say? Lin Su rolled his eyes and decisively turned off the badge Zhang Kai had given him for confusing detection. He had used it before to avoid being targeted by those with ill intentions. Now, he couldn't wait for trouble to come knocking every day. Seeing Lin Su turn off the badge, Zhang Kai immediately used a detection spell on him. He was instantly dumbfounded, then started grinning like a fool. Since the establishment of the college entrance examination system in the Huaxia region, there had never been a graduating student whose level exceeded 20. After all, there was only a month of leveling time. Yet Lin Su had directly charged to level 24, breaking the record for graduating students taking the college entrance examination. Chen Tianming had already begun to fantasize about the expression of shock and disbelief on the faces of other school principals when this fierce student appeared in the examination hall. In the past 2 years, the students from Jiangdu High School had generally not been very capable, which led to Chen Tianming being mocked by his peers. This year, with Lin Su and Li Xinrui, it would definitely wipe away the shame and allow him to hold his head high. Ha. Just as Chen Tianming was thinking this, there was another knock on the office door. Li Xinrui walked in. Lin Su, you are already level 24? She instinctively used a detection spell on Lin Su, covering her mouth in surprise. Lin Su nodded calmly. While feeling happy for Lin Su, Li Xinrui suddenly felt a bit disappointed. That's amazing. Thank you for letting me participate in that military instance, but I'm only level 19. Lin Su smiled faintly. Remembering the set of beginner equipment Li Xinrui had left for him in the instance hall, he directly took out the Phoenix set. This is for you. Good luck on the college entrance examination. Chen Tianming's eyes lit up immediately. Wow, a diamond quality set. Kid, you're being too generous. No, this is too precious. Li Xinrui immediately wanted to refuse, but Chen Tianming waved his hand and accepted it for her. This kid is quite wealthy now. Why are you being polite with him? Just take it. Just as he finished speaking, he seemed to suddenly remember something and said with a hint of regret, well, kid, seeing your performance today, I've seriously considered that maybe you and my daughter could work out. You just have to wait another 10 or 20 years. How about you call me father-in-law in advance to try it out? Get lost. Lin Su rolled his eyes and cursed. The three of them laughed heartily. After the laughter, Chen Tianming's expression became serious as he said, alright, the reason I called you here today is just to say one thing: good luck on the college entrance examination tomorrow. The next morning, in the square of Jiangdu City, the super-large teleportation array dedicated to the college entrance examination was ready. Thousands of combat class candidates from Jiangdu City were all set to go. The examination venue was located in a super-large secret realm, capable of accommodating hundreds of thousands of candidates at the same time. And the teleportation array before them was leading to that secret realm. Chen Tianming counted the number of candidates from his school and distributed the admission tickets one by one. After confirming everything was correct, he turned to Lin Su and Li Xinrui, speaking earnestly, "I am honored to have such outstanding students like you too. Keep a calm mindset, don't think about unnecessary things, just perform normally. No matter the outcome, I will always be proud of you." "Thank you, Principal." "All right." Li Xinrui and Lin Su nodded in agreement. "Okay, let's set off," Chen Tianming said with enthusiasm, waving his hand. The staff controlling the teleportation array understood and activated it instantly. As the white light faded, Lin Su found himself and a group of students in an exaggeratedly large coliseum. This coliseum could easily accommodate hundreds of thousands of people, and it even felt a bit spacious. Above the coliseum, several huge virtual screens were floating, facing all directions. The screens were scrolling with information about all the candidates. "Wow, level 24, I'm not seeing things, someone is already level 24. Damn, that's already the level of a third-year student in a regular university, and I'm only level 12, how am I supposed to compete? Stop joking, do you even see who that level 24 is? Lin Su, the world butcher Lin Su, you're not even in the same league as him." Glancing at the few people shouting, Lin Su realized they weren't looking at him but at the large screen above the arena. He felt speechless and quickly moved a bit further away from them. At that moment, in an inconspicuous corner of the arena, a girl with a somewhat dull expression was also staring at Lin Su's information on the big screen. Then she tilted her head and smiled strangely, directly crushing a ring in her hand. "Silence!" At this moment, a man's authoritative voice echoed across the arena. All the candidates felt a chill in their hearts, and the whispers abruptly stopped. Seeing that no one was speaking in the arena, the authoritative voice continued, "I am the chief examiner and overall supervisor of this college entrance examination, Bai Jingting. I will now announce the rules for this examination. First, this college entrance examination uses a points ranking system, with a total of 216,537 candidates participating. The top 50 candidates can enter university for further studies. Candidates ranked between 50 can enter second-tier universities for further studies. The top 20 can enter first-tier universities for further studies. The top 50 in this college entrance examination can directly enter Jing University." Hearing this, the candidates in the arena instantly stirred. Lin Su raised an eyebrow, amazed that this world's college entrance examination was no easier than the previous Blue Stars. Silence. Just as this thought crossed his mind, Bai Jingting's voice rang out again. "Now I will announce the specific details of this college entrance examination. This examination is divided into two parts. The first part is a basic skills test, with different test items based on the candidates' professions. The output mainly tests damage for fighters, while priests mainly test healing abilities, and so on. The second part is a practical advanced test, where candidates can choose different difficulty scenarios. The higher the difficulty of the scenario, the more points earned upon completion. Additionally, one last point, during the examination, all candidates are prohibited from using any enhancement items, potions, etc. If discovered, their examination results will be immediately cancelled. Alright, the examination details have been announced, and the exam officially begins. With Bai Jingting's words, all students holding their admission tickets were simultaneously enveloped in white light and teleported into their respective testing scenarios. Meanwhile, in the monitoring room beneath the arena, over 200,000 surveillance screens lit up simultaneously, displaying the performance of all candidates in the examination. At that moment, a staff member hurriedly approached Bai Jingting and respectfully said, "Mr. Bai, the military called and requested to hide all information about a certain candidate." "Which candidate?" Bai Jingting raised an eyebrow and asked. "It's that Lin Su from Jiangdu City who chose the unique profession and then consecutively killed 2 worlds." Bai Jingting did not respond immediately. He pondered for a moment and continued to ask, "What reason did the military give?" The staff member nodded. "They said this candidate once repelled a level 75 abyss and is worried he might face retaliation from the abyss, which could also affect the college entrance examination." Bai Jingting chuckled, unconcerned. "It's fine, I'm here in the examination room, it won't be a problem. You can go back to your work." Knowing that Bai Jingting didn't take the military's words seriously, the staff member could only leave in silence. In Bai Jingting's view, a level 24 newcomer being able to repel a level 75 abyss must have relied on some extraordinary item. Moreover, it was rumored that this young man had a close relationship with Nan Gongyun. This made it even more understandable that he could consecutively kill 2 worlds with a rare unique profession. As for the abyss possibly sending someone to disrupt the examination, Bai Jingting didn't believe it at all. Given the current defense level of this secret realm, anyone the abyss sent would be walking to their death. Shaking his head and casting aside the chaotic thoughts, Bai Jingting simply had someone pull up the surveillance footage of Lin Su's testing scene. After just a glance, Bai Jingting exclaimed in surprise, "What is that? Why is there such a large area of black mist in the footage?" The staff member turned to look at Bai Jingting, equally puzzled. "I don't know, it should be some kind of skill. After all, no one understands the Blade Demon class, but we can clearly see that the candidate isn't showing any signs of cheating." Just as the two were speaking, Lin Su looked at the first test content presented in the testing scene, his brows involuntarily furrowing. Test content: attack the dummy in the center of the arena, with a time limit of 5 minutes. The higher the cumulative damage, the more points earned. Not daring to waste a single second, Lin Su immediately drew his Soul Void Blade, and the flying knives shot out directly. However, he didn't rush to attack. At the same time he made these moves, the black mist surged, and the puppets Inar, the Flame Dragon, Zerg Sentinels, Dragonfly Hunters, and the Giant Cannon Bug quickly assembled, adjusting their positions and angles of attack to ensure their attacks wouldn't interfere with one another. 3, 2, 1, fire. Lin Su's pupils suddenly constricted as the Soul Void Blade unleashed a blade of light, and dozens of flying knives shot out rapidly. Simultaneously, the Zerg puppet army opened fire, a barrage of thousands of shots ringing out like firecrackers. With a loud boom, a massive mushroom cloud rose from one corner of the arena. At the same time, alarms blared in the monitoring room. A highly complex precision instrument emitted wisps of black smoke, signaling that its life had come to an end. Glancing at the smoking instrument, all the examiners' gazes involuntarily fell on Lin Su's testing footage. Gasps of astonishment followed. Hiss, he broke through. That kid actually penetrated the spatial barrier of the testing scene? What the hell? What kind of monster is that? How is this possible? No, this is definitely a mechanical failure. The strength of the testing space's barrier, while not as strong as a normal space, shouldn't be so easily breached by a novice candidate. This is impossible. As he spoke, seemingly to validate his claim, the skeptical examiner pulled a companion beside him and asked, "Professor Wang, you said your research is in this area, do you think this is impossible?" Adjusting his thick glasses, Professor Wang rationally analyzed, well, purely from a data perspective, to achieve this, one would need to concentrate the attack on a single point in an extremely short time, and the damage would have to exceed 100 million. For a freshman, I personally think it's unlikely. Listening to the discussions among the examiners, Bai Jingting directly ordered, move Lin Su to a new testing space, double the spatial strength, and try again. As his words fell, all the examiners' eyes were fixed intently on Lin Su's monitoring footage. On Lin Su's side, looking at himself reappearing in the arena and the large pit with a radius of several dozen meters on the ground, his expression darkened instantly. Where's my testing ground? Where's my dummy? Where's the remaining 4 minutes of my testing time? If I fail the college entrance exam, who am I going to complain to? Just as this thought surged in his mind, the white light on his examination card flashed again. Lin Su found himself back in the previous testing scene. The test questions were redistributed, identical to before. Realizing the time had reset, his expression improved somewhat, thinking that the college entrance exam was indeed very rigorous. With a thought, the black mist reappeared, and this time, the puppets' positions were already adjusted. Boom! A second mushroom cloud rose in the arena, and Lin Su's figure reappeared in the Colosseum, alongside a precision instrument emitting smoke. Clang! Professor Wang stumbled and fell directly to the ground. Even so, his hand still pointed at Lin Su's monitoring screen, trembling as he said, "My God, the space has indeed been breached, 200 million. This candidate's instantaneous output has already surpassed 200 million, a miracle." Ha! I actually witnessed a miracle today. As a towering figure in the field of science, Professor Wang's words left everyone in awe. A level 24 newcomer, with damage exceeding 200 million, this research topic had clearly ascended to the realm of metaphysics. In an instant, the eyes of the professors from various universities in the monitoring room began to shine with excitement as they looked at Lin Su. From this moment on, the research on professionals in the Huaxia region had a brand new field, and that was Lin Su. However, just as the professors from various universities began to secretly calculate how to get Lin Su on their side, a staff member weakly spoke up. "Professor Bai, this won't do. Although Lin Su's damage is indeed explosive, he doesn't have a test score. If we wait a bit longer for the first round of test results, if it's still like this, he'll be directly eliminated. Upon hearing this reminder, Bai Jingting's face instantly turned pale. Damn, it really seems to be the case. Just as he was at a loss, a supervising teacher suggested, why don't we assign Lin Su a few more dummies and add some defense to them? Before the supervising teacher could finish, Professor Wang waved his hand. That's not possible. When damage accumulates at a point and exceeds a certain limit, the first thing that can't withstand it will definitely be the space there. In other words, before Lin Su's attack even lands on the dummy, that testing space will shatter, and there will still be no score. Then what should we do? Hearing Professor Wang's words, the supervising teachers from various universities simultaneously scratched their heads. All the teachers racked their brains trying to limit a candidate's attack. This was the first time since the establishment of the Huaxia region. Just as everyone was at a loss, Bai Jingting smiled slightly. This time, I'll take care of it. I'll personally assign the test content for Lin Su. In the next moment, Lin Su, who was already on the verge of cursing, disappeared again, finding himself in yet another identical testing space. Damn, here we go again? Lin Su had already developed a psychological shadow from the scene before him. Although he had given his all in the previous two tests, he had not received any points. In other words, he had completely failed to score. Just as Lin Su was anxiously thinking, the new test content was released. Test content, please attack the scene dummy very gently, with a time limit of 5 minutes, and you may only attack the dummy once. The higher the damage dealt to the dummy, the more points you will earn. Hint, the scene dummy records a damage cap of 100,000 points and has an additional defense of 2,000 points. Hint, if the damage exceeds the dummy's recorded cap, the dummy will be destroyed, and the test score will be voided. After reading the test content, Lin Su's brows furrowed instantly. What does it mean to attack the dummy very gently? If I casually hit it, the damage will directly exceed 100,000. Is this testing my control over output? This is so difficult. The test items for this year's college entrance examination are really tough. In the monitoring room, seeing Lin Su at a loss, a teacher immediately began to speak up for him. Professor Bai, for a student whose explosive damage exceeds 200 million, isn't it too much to only give him a space of 100,000 points to work with? As soon as this was said, another teacher stood up to support. Yes. This is like asking an elephant to gently step on an ant without killing it. How is that even possible? Bai Jingting waved his hand. Don't worry, I know everything you said. I'm just curious about Lin Su's control over his output. No matter the result of this test, I guarantee he will definitely advance to the next round. Hearing Bai Jingting say this, the supervising teachers finally felt relieved. At that moment, on the surveillance screen, Lin Su, who had been deep in thought for a long time, opened his eyes. He could control the damage of his blade aura at will, but to be precise to a point was almost impossible. Thinking of this, he took a deep breath and shot a blade aura towards the test dummy. A number extremely close to 100,000 floated above the dummy's head. Buzz! The supervising room instantly erupted in chaos. With a heart like a fierce tiger, delicately sniffing roses, this kid, no matter how he performs in the second exam, we at Jiang University want him. Oof! What's so great about your Jiang University? We at High University have more beauties. I bet Lin Su will definitely choose us. All of you, step aside. Our Chang University hasn't even spoken yet. What are you fighting for? Your Qing University has one more star, but our Wu University won't back down. If you want Lin Su, you have to get through me first. Cough cough, everyone, stop arguing. The second exam hasn't even started, and you're all fighting over one student. What kind of order is this? What about the other students? Seeing a group of older experts and professors about to come to blows over Lin Su, Bai Jingting scolded with a dark face. Everyone fell silent, suddenly remembering that there were other candidates participating in the exam, and hurriedly shifted their attention to them. However, at that moment, taking advantage of everyone's distraction, Bai Jingting quietly instructed a staff member, after the exam, invite Lin Su immediately, in the name of Jing University. What the hell? The staff member's vision went dark, nearly crashing into the virtual screen in front of him. Moments later, the results of the first exam were announced. Lin Su, Blade Demon, scored 300, ranking first. Long Yichen, Thunder Dragon Warrior, scored 250, ranking second. Yuling, Arcane Mage, scored 232, ranking fifth. Li Xinrui, Elemental Mage, scored 218, ranking 10th. In the Jiangdu City Square, looking at the results displayed on the big screen, Chen Tianming was overjoyed, grabbing the principal of Lingnan High School beside him, excitedly saying, did you see? Did you see? 2 out of the top 10 in the National College Entrance Examination are from Jiangdu High School, 1/5. Haha, impressive, right? Just asking if it's impressive? The principal of Lingnan High School shot Chen Tianming a speechless glance and coldly replied, "Don't celebrate too early, this is just the first round of testing. The second round of practical tests is the real scoring opportunity. Moreover, our school's Han Mingyu performed well too. And I'm not afraid to tell you, practical tests are Han Mingyu's strong suit, so, hee." Giving the principal of Lingnan High School a disdainful glance, Chen Tianming grinned and asked, cough cough, "Then could you tell me, what was you ranked in the first round?" You? The principal of Lingnan High School was speechless with anger. As a school that ranked equally with Lingnan, Jiangdu and Lingnan were in constant competition and friction. Seizing this opportunity to humiliate the other side, how could Chen Tianming let it go? "What do you mean you? If you're not convinced, we can bet." Chen Tianming provoked. "Bet on what?" The principal of Lingnan High School gritted his teeth and asked. Chen Tianming chuckled. "Let's bet on the college entrance exam results of Lin Su and Han Mingyu. What's the stake?" The principal of Lingnan High School's eyes nearly spat fire as he asked. After a moment of contemplation, Chen Tianming proposed, "Whoever loses has to work in the other school cafeteria for a year, including cleaning the cafeteria." Deal. I don't believe that a student who chooses a single profession can be stronger than our school's prodigy Han Mingyu. Just as the two were exchanging barbs, a very dignified-looking female principal nearby let out a cold snort. "Cut, a bunch of stinky men, all they know is fighting and killing." Our Su Luo from Jiangdu Girls' School has also made it into the top 10 of national auxiliary professions. In the arena, looking at his score from the first round of testing, Lin Su let out a long sigh of relief, then wiped the cold sweat from his forehead as if still haunted by the moment. Thankfully, he had been gentle enough. If he had been a bit stronger, that dummy would have exploded, and he would have gone home with a big fat 0. Who would he even complain to about that? While lamenting his good luck, Lin Su noticed that many familiar names were on the current college entrance examination leaderboard. Just as he was thinking this, Bai Jingting's voice echoed again from the arena. "Now, the first exam is completely over. Regardless of whether each candidate performed ideally, I hope everyone can continue to work hard. Next, I will announce the specific content of the second exam. The second exam is a practical advancement test. After entering the testing scenario, each candidate will be attacked by simulated abyss monsters. Since each candidate has different professions, you can choose 4 teammates to assist in the testing scenario. Of course, the fewer teammates you choose, the more points you will earn for killing the same monsters. Additionally, the number and difficulty of the abyss monsters can also be freely chosen. Finally, based on each candidate's different choices, as well as the difficulty and number of abyss monsters killed, the system will provide a score for the second phase of the test. As Bai Jingting's words fell, several prompts appeared in Lin Su's mind. Prompt, please select the number of items to carry for the second test. Prompt, please select the strength of the abyss monsters. Simple, ordinary, medium, nightmare. Prompt, please select the number of abyss monsters. The specific content of the second test was released, and the examination room was once again in an uproar. An excited proctor rubbed his hands and asked, Professor Wang, what do you think Lin Su will choose for this round? Yeah, I'm really curious about how this guy with over 100 million damage will clear the second test. Another proctor chimed in. After a moment of contemplation, Professor Wang adjusted his glasses and said, from my estimation, the Blade Demon should be a profession with extremely high single target damage, which means its defense is relatively low and health is limited. Therefore, I estimate that Lin Su will most likely choose to bring a tank and a priest. As for the difficulty and number, I feel that around 10,000 enemies at medium difficulty would be suitable for him. After all, if the difficulty is too high and he performs poorly, it would be a loss. After hearing Professor Wang's explanation, all the proctors couldn't help but nod repeatedly. Indeed, if they were Lin Su, they would likely make such a choice. However, just as everyone was thinking this, a message came through Lin Su's monitoring screen. Carrying number, difficulty, nightmare. Number, 15,000. Damn, this kid is crazy. He actually chose the highest difficulty for all options. Doesn't he know that no one has ever cleared this kind of test? It's meant for the staff to test the upper limits of the scenario. Just as these words left his mouth, his expression instantly fell. Because Lin Su was just an ordinary candidate, how could he possibly know this? With this thought, he immediately looked at Bai Jingting and said, Bai Lao, what should we do? In a testing scenario of this difficulty, Lin Su not only can't pass, but he might even be in danger. Bai Jingting frowned and said directly, keep a close watch on Lin Su's testing scenario, and be ready to terminate his test at any moment. We absolutely cannot let such a gifted individual encounter an accident. Then what about Lin Su's score? The other person quickly asked. After thinking for a moment, Bai Jingting replied coldly, if he fails, we will directly cancel his score for the second test. For a genius like him, giving a little setback is a good thing, at least it will let him know what it means to act within his limits. Okay, fine. Although still a bit reluctant, the proctor agreed. However, just as everyone was sweating over Lin Su's future, a strange scene appeared on the surveillance screen. In the dark, isolated valley, terrifying abyssal beasts were everywhere. Yet Lin Su stood there, unmoving, and his expression looked quite dejected. Sigh, I said it, a level 24 newbie, no matter how high his attack, he can't possibly face tens of thousands of abyssal beasts at once. Now he's regretting it, right? One proctor lamented, thinking Lin Su had realized the gravity of the situation and was starting to regret his earlier choice. Yeah, but there's nothing to be done about it. Young people, who hasn't been reckless in their youth? Another proctor chimed in, preparing to terminate Lin Su's test. Just as this teacher's finger was about to press the end test button, a strikingly beautiful girl emerged from the swirling black mist behind Lin Su. Roar! A visible wave of sound radiated from the girl, rapidly spreading outwards. Name Abyssal Wolf Level 18 Attack 3423 Defense 2109. Before Lin Su could finish reading the information detected by the Eye of Magic, a prompt appeared. Congratulations, you have successfully cleared the second round of testing. Due to the candidate choosing all options at the highest difficulty, you have received a perfect score of 450 for the second round. Congratulations, your current total score ranking is first. Looking at his reappearing self in the arena, Lin Su felt a black line form on his forehead, utterly speechless. Is this it? I haven't even made a move yet? Is this appropriate? Now, he felt as if he had just casually written his name on the exam paper, and the teacher immediately exclaimed, wow, classmate, your name is just too cool, unprecedented, you must get a perfect score for this paper. But soon, Lin Su shook off this absurd feeling. Although the second round of testing was indeed a bit boring, it couldn't be helped. After all, the college entrance examination faced all candidates from the Huaxia region. Making the difficulty too high would not only be dangerous but also deviate from the original intention of selecting talent. With this thought, Lin Su could only sigh helplessly, then pulled out a rocking chair, stretched lazily, and comfortably lay back, waiting for the other candidates to finish their tests. Silence, the proctor room was dead silent. However, moments later, it erupted. Wow, he cleared it, in less than a minute, how is that possible? How did that kid do it? I saw it clearly, it seems his summon released a super large area attack with a radius of at least 3,000 meters, directly wiping out all the wild monsters in the testing scene in one go. Right, if we don't count the time he was dazed, he probably cleared the second round in less than a second. Hiss, damage over 100 million, and with such a powerful summon, this kid is too abnormal. Tisk tsk, Lin Su is only level 24 now, if he is carefully trained by us at Wu University for another 2 years, he will definitely become another Huaxia war god. Right, wait, why should it be you from Wu University? It should be us from Qing University. Nonsense, it's us from Hai University. Just as the group of teachers in the proctor room was about to start arguing over Lin Su again, the results of the second round of testing began to be announced one after another. 3 hours later, the second round of testing was completely over. Lin Su's total score was 750, full score, ranking first. Lan Yichen, the Thunder Dragon Warrior, scored 702, ranking second. Yu Ling, the Arcane Mage, scored 685, ranking 13th. Li Xinrui, the Elemental Mage, scored 677, ranking 49th. In the square of Jiangdu City, watching the exhilarating news broadcast on the big screen, Chen Tianming was so excited he was dancing with joy. Ha! Full marks, full marks. My students scored full marks. This year's National College Entrance Examination champion is from our Jiangdu High School. Ha! This is impossible. Throughout history, even the national champions have never scored full marks in the college entrance examination. There must be a system malfunction. This is definitely a system malfunction. Principal Lingnan's eyes widened, his face full of disbelief. Saying this, he immediately called the National College Entrance Examination Admissions Office. But soon, his expression darkened. The only reply he received was a single sentence. This is not a system malfunction. Lin Su, the student in question, is indeed this year's college entrance examination champion, and his exam results are authentic. Looking at Principal Lingnan's face, which was as dark as a pot bottom, Chen Tianming burst into laughter. Come to my school for lunch, starting tomorrow, and make sure to clean the cafeteria. At this point, seemingly worried that Principal Lingnan might back out, Chen Tianming hurriedly reminded him. It's settled, okay? Whoever goes back on their word is a turtle bastard. Principal Lingnan's gums nearly bled from clenching his teeth, forcing himself to say, Fine, I'll go. Just so you know, it's just that you got lucky and found this freak Lin Su. Just wait until next year, I will definitely cultivate a national champion too. Just as Principal Lingnan was cursing, a flash of white light appeared in the square, and most of the candidates who participated in the exam were teleported out. Principal, I squeezed into the top 400 in the nation this time. How about that? I didn't embarrass our school, right? As soon as they met, Han Mingyu excitedly said to Principal Lingnan. Wiping away a tear, Principal Lingnan sighed. Yes, you didn't embarrass us, didn't embarrass. The exam results were already out, and saying anything at this point was pointless. Although he found Shen Tianming's smug expression extremely displeasing, Principal Lingnan did not vent his anger on his own student. Wow, Principal, why are you crying? That's not necessary, I just performed normally. Han Mingyu looked puzzled. Principal Lingnan waved his hand in silence and turned away. Han Mingyu's eyelids twitched, and he asked even more confused, Hey, Principal, where are you going? That's not the direction of our school, is it? It's almost time for lunch, I'm going to Jiangdu High School for lunch. Principal Lingnan replied dejectedly without looking back. Lunch? What kind of lunch? Just as Han Mingyu was filled with confusion, Chen Tianming leaned over and nervously asked, Classmate, didn't all the students come back? Why haven't I seen our school's Lin Su and Li Xinrui? Before Chen Tianming could explain who Lin Su and Li Xinrui were, Han Mingyu directly said, Oh, them? All the students ranked in the top 200 in the nation were kept behind. They said they needed to participate in the final extra selection competition. Selection competition? Chen Tianming scratched his head. On Lin Su's side, after a flash of white light, the once bustling arena suddenly calmed down, leaving only 200 candidates present. At this moment, a teleportation array lit up. Dozens of middle-aged men, who looked quite elegant but whose clothes were obviously a bit disheveled, walked out of the array. These men were generally older, with a few even having gray hair. At this time, a dignified man dressed in a Zhongshan suit with a head full of silver hair stepped forward and said loudly, I am Bai Jingting, and the people behind me are the invigilators for this college entrance examination. They are all professors from top universities. In order to allow everyone to better showcase their abilities, we have decided to add an additional selection competition after discussion. Including myself, all professors have priority admission quotas, so I hope everyone can perform well in the upcoming selection competition and strive to be chosen by these university professors. Alright, I won't say much more. Now, I will directly announce the rules of the selection competition. First, this selection competition will adopt a team battle mode, with 10 people in each team, free to choose teammates. The last team standing wins. Once the chaotic battle begins, teammates cannot be changed midway, and no enhancement or recovery items may be used. As he said this, Bai Jingting seemed to recall something and glanced at Lin Su, waving him over. Lin Su raised an eyebrow, confused, and walked over. After a moment's thought, Bai Jingting lowered his voice and said, Can you hold back a bit later? Lin Su was taken aback, looking at Bai Jingting in silence. Bai Jingting hurriedly explained, Ahem, we've all seen your strength. If you go all out, the other students won't have to do anything, right? So I wanted to discuss this with you in advance. What about my grades? Lin Su frowned and asked. You're going to Peking University with me, and I'll get you admitted right now, okay? Bai Jingting said directly. Just as he finished speaking, boom, boom, boom. A powerful aura erupted behind Bai Jingting, and all the professors looked at him with eyes that seemed ready to devour him. The students were shaken and retreated. Lin Su's eyelids twitched as he witnessed an elderly professor, whose hair was completely white and who had been thin, suddenly bulking up with muscles, tearing his shirt apart. Wow, even at this age, his hearing is still so sharp. Bai Jingting complained, then quickly coughed and changed his words. Let me rephrase that. What I actually meant to say is, you can choose any university within China, and I'll get you admitted right away, okay? Okay, I'm going to Peking University. Lin Su said with burning eyes. TCH. Hey, damn, really lacking in taste. Yeah, no vision. Good kid, well done. After the selection competition ends, come with me. Ignoring the barrage of complaints behind him, as well as the old professor who was now deflating like a punctured ball, Bai Jingting patted Lin Su on the shoulder, excitedly saying, how much should I hold back later? After a moment of contemplation, Lin Su asked, somewhat troubled, I can't use summon beasts, and I see your knife is of pretty high quality, right? That can't be used either. Oh, you seem to have throwing knives, how's their attack power? Bai Jingting asked. About 100,000, ignoring defense. Lin Su replied weakly. Bai Jingting gasped, decisively shaking his head. No, that absolutely cannot be used. Lin Su was speechless. If he couldn't use this or that, would he just run away when others attacked him? Just as he was thinking this, Bai Jingting slapped his thigh. I've got it. How about this? When others attack you, just run, drawing aggro without fighting back. Lin Su was speechless, feeling like he might spit blood. Bai Jingting smiled awkwardly and said, it's just how it has to be. At worst, after you receive the top scorer's reward, we'll compensate you with another reward from Peking University. Alright, deal. Lin Su nodded decisively. Seeing Lin Su agree, Bai Jingting was overjoyed and announced, now we will begin the free selection of teammates, limited to 10 minutes. Countdown, start. As Bai Jingting's voice fell, the 200 candidates instantly stirred. Big shot, take me with you. Yu Ling was the first to rush over. Captain, I'm here too. I'm first in the defense group, take me along. Xiong Zhuang followed closely. I'm also first in the healing group, Captain, can you take me too? Chu Jing approached somewhat shyly. Seeing this scene, the other candidates were instantly dumbfounded. It had just begun, and Lin Su's team already had the first place in output, defense, and healing. Moreover, it was obvious that these people knew each other well. If they really formed a team, how would the others compete? At that moment, a beautiful girl gently tugged at the sleeve of the proud Long Yichen and suggested, Hey, big brother, you're ranked second in output, not much worse than first. Why don't you lead a team? I can join you, I'm an assassin, ranked 6th in output. With a faint glance at the girl, Long Yichen curled his lip in disdain and said, repeat the first half of your sentence. The girl was momentarily confused, but thinking time was limited, she hurriedly replied, I said, big brother, you're ranked 2nd, not much worse than first. What's the problem? With a face full of enjoyment, Long Yichen squinted his eyes and said, no problem, but ideals are full, and reality is too stark. The gap between me and first place is not just a little bit, so, Saying this, Long Yichen didn't even look at the girl and directly patted his butt as he ran towards Lin Su. Hey, Captain, take me with you. Little long requests to join the team. Pfft, are you crazy or what? The girl's confusion at Long Yichen's cheeky demeanor made her curse and decisively turn away. With Long Yichen's addition, the candidates in the arena were once again in an uproar. 5 people, 3 firsts, 1 second, 1 fifth, how are we supposed to fight like this? With a somewhat speechless glance at Long Yichen and the others, Lin Su said, just a heads up, if you insist on teaming up with me, be mentally prepared. In this match, I'm going to take it easy. If you expect me to take action, don't hold your breath. The others exchanged glances. Yu Ling was the first to make a gesture. No problem. If you, the big shot, take action, we won't even have a chance to show ourselves. Right. I wasn't expecting you to help me, Captain. I mainly just don't want to be your opponent. That feeling is too terrifying. Xiong Zhuang followed up. As time passed, more and more candidates, adhering to the principle of joining if they couldn't win, wanted to join Lin Su's team. Lin Su, not liking the look of it, directly refused, and soon 3 more people joined. At that moment, a tall lowly approached Lin Su and the others, weakly saying, Big shot, my ranking is too low, and no one wants me. Can I hug your thigh one more time? Lin Su turned his head and realized the speaker was Su Luo. You made it into the top 200? He asked in surprise. Lin Su clearly remembered that Su Luo's qualifications were from a level 1. For a level 1 professional to enter the national top 200 was almost impossible. Su Luo scratched her head, feeling a bit shy, and explained, thanks to the world treasure chest you gave me back then, I opened a very powerful skill scroll inside. Lin Su nodded. Alright, join the team. Thank you, big shot. Su Luo immediately became excited. But the next moment, she hesitated and said, big shot, I also saw Li Xinrui, her situation is similar to mine, and no one wants to team up with her either. Following Su Luo's gaze, Lin Su saw Li Xinrui talking to a few people, looking somewhat troubled. Just as Lin Su was about to walk over to Li Xinrui, a girl tilted her head and gave Lin Su a strange smile. Lin Su's heart skipped a beat, and his pupils suddenly contracted. In the next instant, his figure vanished from the spot. Put! The girl's head flew off with a sound. However, it was still too late. The girl's flying head laughed gleefully as her headless body suddenly smashed a black crystal. Boom! A black ripple instantly spread out, sweeping over all the candidates present without exception. In the next moment, as the black ripple swept over them, a flash of white light appeared on all the candidates, and they simultaneously disappeared. What the hell is going on? Where is everyone? Where are my people? Looking at the empty arena, Bai Jingtian's forehead was covered in cold sweat, his eyes wide with rage. To avoid affecting the candidates' team formations, all the supervising teachers kept their distance from the students, even moving directly to the stands of the arena. The sudden turn of events just now happened too quickly. In an instant, all the candidates in the audience vanished without a trace. This is a large-scale spatial teleportation device, Professor Wang exclaimed as he picked up a shard of crystal from the ground. And look at this girl, she has clearly been dead for a long time. Another professor pointed at the headless corpse of the girl, equally shocked. Following the direction of the teacher's finger, everyone took a glance and immediately felt their eyelids twitch. They saw that several areas on the girl's body, which had been covered by clothing, had clearly developed livor mortis. Upon seeing this, Bai Jingting felt as if struck by lightning, his vision darkening as he nearly fainted. The teleportation array in the secret realm not only had teleportation capabilities but could also scan the personal spaces of all candidates. Large-scale lethal items could never be brought in. However, teleportation items were not restricted. They had fallen into a trap. This scene before him was undoubtedly a meticulously planned decapitation operation targeting all top-tier combatants of the new generation in the Huaxia region. Just thinking about this, Bai Jingting couldn't help but feel puzzled. Based solely on the opponent's methods and the information currently available, it was impossible to determine which faction had launched an attack on the Huaxia region. The abyss, hostile regions, all were possible. Just as Bai Jingting was lost in thought, a staff member hurriedly found him, saying anxiously, "Well, Bai, we received news from the Jiangdu military district that a spy they captured a couple of days ago suddenly confessed about a top-secret operation targeting the Huaxia region's college entrance examination. Commander Tang Dingbang instructed us to respond with caution." Hearing this, Bai Jingting's face twitched uncontrollably. That damn spy didn't confess earlier or later, but waited until things had already gone wrong to start talking. The other side likely already knew their operation had succeeded, and now they were releasing this information, clearly signaling to the Huaxia region. They captured the person, if they wanted them back, they should go find them. With this thought, Bai Jingting narrowed his eyes and directly asked, "Which region is that spy from?" After a moment's thought, the staff member replied, "It seems to be from the Great Region." The words Great Region hit Bai Jingting's ears, and he couldn't help but laugh in anger, gritting his teeth as he cursed, "Damn it, the Great Region, fine. Just because I haven't been on the battlefield for years, do they really think I can't wield a sword anymore?" Saying this, Bai Jingting issued a direct order to the staff member. "In the name of Peking University, sound the assembly call. Gather all those guarding the secret realm, all the old-timers above level 75, and also, all other universities, anyone above level 70, come with me to the Great Region to retrieve our people." The staff member was taken aback by Bai Jingting's almost declaration of war against the Great Region, but after a moment's thought, they realized that those who had been taken were all top talents from the Huaxia region. To say they were the foundation of the Huaxia region in the future would not be an exaggeration. To dare touch the foundation of Huaxia would surely make the other side pay a painful price. With this thought, the staff member responded and immediately began to relay the orders. On Lin Su's side, as the sensation of teleportation faded, he found himself and a group of candidates in a vast Japanese-style courtyard. The courtyard featured crisp bamboo groves, flowing streams over small bridges, and towering rock formations, exuding in extreme elegance. "Wow, big shot, what is this place? Why did you kill that girl just now?" As soon as she saw the surrounding environment, Yuling immediately voiced the biggest question in everyone's hearts. After scanning the area and realizing there was no danger, and that there were no other people besides the candidates, Lin Su frowned and directly ignored Yuling's first question. He didn't know where this was. As for why he killed that girl, it was because when he used the Eye of Magic to probe the opponent's information, he saw the words, "Corpse Puppet Great Tengu," in her status bar. Lin Su wasn't very familiar with what a Great Tengu was, but he was clear about what a corpse puppet meant. It indicated that the opponent was not a living person at all. Of course, if Lin Su had only seen these, he wouldn't have been so quick to kill the other person. What truly made Lin Su decide to take action was the item the girl was holding at that moment. Name, Forced Teleportation Crystal, range, radius of 500 meters, effect, can forcibly teleport all practitioners within a 500-meter radius to a designated location. An obviously malicious corpse puppet was nothing to worry about, but with that item in the other person's hand, it became disgusting. If he were teleported to a place where no practitioner could survive, wouldn't that mean certain death? With this thought in mind, Lin Su acted immediately. However, even though he managed to sever the other person's head in the first instance, the teleportation crystal was still activated. Realizing this, Lin Su checked his kill record. Perhaps it was because the other party was just a corpse, the soul binding blade failed to capture the other's soul, which derailed his interrogation plan. Although he couldn't obtain any useful information from the corpse puppet, judging by everyone's current situation, the person who teleported them here was at least not intending to kill them outright. The fact that they didn't attack immediately proved there was something to discuss. Since that was the case, Lin Su decided not to rush and simply waited for the other party to make an appearance. The truth would eventually come to light. While Lin Su was lost in these chaotic thoughts, he noticed that many candidates were looking at him with strange expressions since he hadn't answered Yu Ling's question. Some even began to distance themselves from him with wary faces. For Yu Ling and the others, there was absolute trust in Lin Su, knowing he was likely just too lazy to explain. Xiong Zhuang shot a glare at those people, dissatisfied, and said, "Hey, what do you mean by that? What's wrong with killing someone? My boss has killed plenty. I kill people every day when I follow him into dungeons. What's with those expressions?" Realizing that Xiong Zhuang was only making things worse, Yu Ling quickly pulled him back, signaling for Long Yichen to step in. Long Yichen understood, glanced at the wary candidates, snorted disdainfully, and said, "Humph, my boss has killed countless people in his life, why should he explain to you? Get out of the way." Seeing that Long Yichen was even less reliable, Yu Ling directly pushed him aside, preparing to step in herself. But before she could speak, Lin Su stopped her with a hand. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Su smirked and said, "Alright, someone will come to explain to you later. What follows is the real content of the third test, so remember to perform well. That's all I can say." As soon as Lin Su finished speaking, the expressions of everyone looking at him, including Long Yichen, turned strange again. Wow! No wonder Bai Jingting took Lin Su aside for such a long time. It was for this reason, this was the real content of the third test. Thinking back, the scene of Lin Su killing someone earlier was clearly an act. It was hard to believe that a top student in the college entrance examination would directly kill someone in front of so many invigilators. With this thought, enlightenment shone in the eyes of all the candidates. So you mean the boss was arranged by Bai Lao to be inside with us? Before Yu Ling could finish her sentence, Lin Su patted her shoulder and made a shushing gesture. Yu Ling understood, quickly covered her mouth, and then gave Lin Su a thumbs up. This was the college entrance examination. If Lin Su told them this, it was definitely a huge risk, and he could easily face consequences. With this in mind, the earlier strange atmosphere dissipated, and all the candidates looked at Lin Su with gratitude. One after another, everyone gave Lin Su a thumbs up. Watching the candidates who had been so easily fooled by him, Lin Su was speechless. The so-called third test was just a lazy excuse he made up to avoid trouble with this group of people. But surprisingly, that excuse turned out to be incredibly effective. After a moment of self-reflection, the previously oppressive atmosphere was instantly swept away, and the eyes of all the candidates became resolute, some even eager to try. The feeling was that, no matter what happened next, they would give it their all. Watching everyone now energized like they had been injected with adrenaline, Lin Su couldn't help but smirk. Just then, with a creak, the courtyard gate was pushed open. A refined man in a crisp kimono, around 50 years old, holding a feather fan and wearing wooden clogs, stepped in with a smile. Behind him, dozens of fully armed professionals dressed as ninjas, wearing masks, surged in. Lin Su raised an eyebrow. There was no doubt this was from the regional faction. Thinking this, he directly used his magic eye on the middle-aged man. Name Ryomuku level 76 occupation Onmyoja life unknown mana 2138777 attack unknown defense 31277 Shikigami Atengu, unknown, skills unknown. Looking at the pitifully little information he had gathered, Lin Su's eyelids twitched involuntarily. There was no doubt that this seemingly gentle man was definitely a tough opponent. With this thought, he glanced again at the masked ninjas. Without exception, none of them were below level 50. TSK, very good. This setup was definitely enough for him to have a good time. Just as Lin Su was thinking this, Ryomuku gently waved his feather fan and politely said, "Esteemed talents of the Huaxia region, I apologize for keeping you waiting. I am Ryomuku, the president of the Black Dragon Guild." At this point, Ryomuku's smile became even more amiable, and he sincerely continued, "The reason for gathering all of you here today is to sincerely invite you." Stop. Before Ryomuku could finish, a sudden voice interrupted him. All eyes turned to Xiong Zhuang. He curled his lip and disdainfully said, "Old man, are you trying to say you want us to join your region, or some nonsense about the Black Dragon Guild? To be honest, there's no way in hell I'd agree, even if you killed me, absolutely not." With the information Lin Su had revealed earlier, Xiong Zhuang immediately pieced together the core of this third test, loyalty, yes, loyalty. Faced with such a cliché tactic, Xiong Zhuang had no intention of playing along and directly refused. Of course, he didn't know that this so-called act was entirely one-sided. If necessary, Ryomuku would definitely take him out on the spot. Just as Xiong Zhuang's words fell, the other candidates, who also thought this was just a test, were unwilling to be outdone and immediately expressed themselves. Yeah, me too. Exactly, count me in. What a load of crap about the region. I was born a Huaxia person and will die a Huaxia ghost. Dream on if you think I'll join you. This scene made Lin Su's eyelids twitch wildly. He sighed inwardly, thinking these candidates were practically dancing on their graves. It seemed that Ryomuku also didn't expect the Huaxia region's professionals to be so fierce. His expression turned cold, and he looked at the leading Xiong Zhuang with a half-smile. Xiong Zhuang, the second son of the Northwest Military District's commander, a pleasure to meet you. You guessed correctly, the purpose of inviting you all here is indeed to invite you to join our region. Humph. Xiong Zhuang snorted disdainfully. It was perfectly normal for the other party to know his information as part of the test. However, this time, he had lost all interest in responding. Since they knew he was the second son of the Northwest Military District's commander, how could he bring shame to the Northwest Military District? Yes, he had to maintain his momentum. With this thought, Xiong Zhuang's expression became even more dismissive. Feeling unsatisfied, he even gave Ryomuku the middle finger. Lin Su's forehead twitched, speechless as he rubbed his face. Ryomuku was directly infuriated, and his expression suddenly turned cold. Very good. Your integrity is truly admirable. Xiong Zhuang proudly lifted his chin, nostrils flaring, his face clearly displaying his arrogance. Kill him. Liang Mutuo ordered directly. As his voice fell, the closest ninja to Xiong Zhuang drew his long knife in an instant, aiming to slash down at Xiong Zhuang's neck. With a clang, the ninja staggered back. Lin Su, holding the soul void blade, appeared beside Xiong Zhuang. A very shallow wound slowly emerged on Xiong Zhuang's neck, a drop of blood sliding down. Xiong Zhuang was stunned, unable to believe he touched his neck. Damn, was the act really that convincing? If my boss had been just a moment slower, I would have been done for, really done for. Let's talk it out. There's no need to rush into action, right? Lin Su said with a faint smile. Seeing that the ninja's attack had been blocked by Lin Su, Liang Mutuo's gaze instantly fell on Lin Su, his eyes brightening as he praised, Lin Su, clearing 2 world dungeons in a row and killing 2 worlds, truly a young hero, indeed a skilled hand. Hearing Liang Mutuo's words, Lin Su's smile deepened as he replied, You're too kind, but I think you might not know that it was also me who wiped out the regional professionals in the previous world dungeon. Liang Mutuo frowned, sizing Lin Su up, and sneered, if that's the case, then I suppose my plan to recruit you into the Black Dragon Guild is off the table? Lin Su smirked, said nothing, and directly displayed an old system record to him. Just a glance, and Liang Mutuo immediately changed his expression as if he had seen something terrifying, instinctively taking half a step back. His eyes fixed on Lin Su, a mix of fear, astonishment, and realization began to swirl in his gaze. Watching Liang Mutuo's dramatic expression, Lin Su felt a surge of joy. Good, the gamble paid off. With that thought, he glanced at the still confused and eager candidates behind him, then turned back to Liang Mutuo and said, Keep an eye on them, find a place where we can talk. Liang Mutuo's lips twitched, but after a moment's hesitation, he ordered, Bring him to me. Saying this, he walked directly toward a loft in the Japanese-style courtyard. Tell me, what exactly does your abyss want? As soon as the wooden door closed, Liang Mutuo immediately lowered his voice and asked warily. Just now, the system information Lin Su had shown him was about the seed of the abyss and the hint that he had been parasitized by the demon vine. Although Lin Su had since removed the demon vine seed, Liang Mutuo believed that removing the demon vine seed was impossible. Moreover, the system information could not be faked by anyone, so in Liang Mutuo's eyes, Lin Su was undoubtedly a person of the abyss. What Lin Su was betting on was that Liang Mutuo dared to offend the Huaxia region but did not dare to offend the abyss, which could contend with all humanity. As for Liang Mutuo, what truly shocked him was not just Lin Su's identity. He was even more amazed by the speed at which the abyss acted. Lin Su was only level 24 and had already joined the abyss. Moreover, as far as he knew, Lin Su had close ties with the Huaxia military, and it was not an exaggeration to say he had directly infiltrated the military's upper echelons. This showed how far the abyss had laid its plans in the Huaxia region. Furthermore, with the entire abyss backing him, it seemed all of Lin Su's incredible achievements suddenly became reasonable. With the support of the abyss, not only could he kill worlds and clear world dungeons, he could even take off from the ground. Just as he thought this, Liang Mutuo couldn't help but feel puzzled again. Before Lin Su could answer his previous question, he quickly asked, Since you are a person of the abyss, then why did the abyss invade the previous world dungeon? After a moment's hesitation, Lin Su shrugged and replied honestly, Well, the Zerg dungeon was too boring. Selena helped me conquer the last Zerg nest in the world, and Moros came too, but he was just a clone. Liang Mutuo's face twisted in shock as he exclaimed, Are you saying they went to help you clear the dungeon? As a powerful player who had dealt with the Abyss for many years, the names Moros and Selena were absolutely thunderous to him. To have two significant figures in the Abyss take action, and at such a great cost, just to help this kid clear a level 20 world dungeon showed how much weight Lin Su carried in the Abyss. Seeing Liang Mutuo's naive expression and his lack of intent to turn against him, Lin Su scoffed, too lazy to waste more words, and coldly said, "Your region has overstepped its bounds and affected my plans. I want an explanation for today." Liang Mutuo's face twitched, looking at Lin Su felt like staring at a hot potato. He indeed wanted to set a trap for the Huaxia region, but who would have thought the Abyss had already taken the lead? Moreover, in his carelessness, he had inadvertently brought the Abyss's nail into the Huaxia region. As for Lin Su, killing him to silence him was certainly doable, but then what? The truth would eventually come to light. The news of the Huaxia region's college entrance exam incident had already spread. By the time Lin Su was dead, the Abyss would definitely hold the region accountable. For someone like Lin Su, the Abyss would send people to personally assist in the next dungeon. Killing him would surely provoke a fierce retaliation from the Abyss. Furthermore, seeking revenge on their region was far easier than invading a world dungeon. But if they just let Lin Su go, not to mention what others would think, Lin Su himself would probably never agree. If he returned alone, it would definitely raise suspicions in the Huaxia region. Realizing this, Liang Mutuo was completely flustered and angrily said, "How could I possibly know that you Abyss already had plans targeting Huaxia region candidates? This is just a misunderstanding. What do you want me to explain?" Lin Su chuckled coldly, "Fine, then don't explain. Just wait for the Abyss to go to war with your region." Do you believe I can kill you right now?" Liang Mutuo's face turned purple with anger. Being so easily manipulated by a level 20-something newcomer was a first for him. Lin Su narrowed his eyes and grinned. I don't believe it." The moment his words fell, his figure suddenly vanished. In the next instant, the blade whistled as the soul void blade struck down fiercely at Liang Mutuo's neck. Liang Mutuo's pupils suddenly contracted. With a wave of his feather fan, a handsome spirit with wings on his back and a bone flute in hand appeared. With a clang, the bone flute blocked Lin Su's charged attack and immediately thrust upward toward Lin Su's throat. Bang! Before the bone flute could pierce Lin Su, Inar appeared and directly punched Liang Mutuo's spirit back. Just then, blood splattered. A ninja who had just drawn his long knife had his head severed. Lin Su chose not to continue entangling with Liang Mutuo but suddenly turned and decapitated a ninja. Successfully killed a regional professional, experience, notification, soul void blade confinement soul kill record credited. Lin Su's eyelids twitched. He was surprised to find that killing other regional professionals outside the dungeon also granted experience. Seeing that other ninjas were about to continue attacking, Lin Su coldly smiled, and dozens of flying knives began to swirl around him. "Enough, everyone stop!" Liang Mutuo shouted in a fierce but weak tone. He had the courage to intimidate Lin Su, but he truly didn't dare to injure or kill him. Moreover, seeing Lin Su's current fearless demeanor made him even more uncertain. At Liang Mutuo's command, all the ninjas simultaneously halted their actions. "Very well, Lin Su, you win. Speak, what do you want me to explain?" Liang Mutuo glared at Lin Su, gritting his teeth as he asked. "Besides me, how are you going to get that bunch from the Huaxia region back here? Now, just send them back to me," Lin Su said without hesitation. Liang Mutuo narrowed his eyes. "You want to save them? That doesn't sound like your Abyss's style." But as soon as he said this, he immediately noticed Lin Su looking at him as if he were an idiot. After a moment, having listened to Lin Su's account, cold sweat broke out on Liang Mutuo's forehead as he looked at Lin Su like a monster. Considering the terrifying backgrounds of those candidates, he instantly felt that if the Abyss could pull Lin Su into their ranks, it would definitely mean that the ancestral graves of the Abyss Lord's family were smoking. It was no exaggeration to say that as long as Lin Su performed well in the upcoming act, he would definitely soar in the Huaxia region. But having realized all this, Liang Mutuo suddenly felt unwilling. Calculating in his heart, he directly said to Lin Su, "If I really do as you say, then our region's operation will be directly declared a failure. We have meticulously planned for so long, invested a lot of manpower and resources, and in the end, all the benefits will be yours. Who will compensate for our region's losses?" Lin Su raised an eyebrow, thinking that this old man was not so easy to fool. After a moment's thought, he simply said, "As long as you cooperate with me, I can represent the Abyss and promise you that within 3 years, we will not invade your region in any form." Since he didn't have to fulfill it anyway, Lin Su just blurted it out. Liang Mutuo narrowed his eyes, pondering for a moment, then said, "Alright, it's settled then. But just a verbal promise won't do. I want to sign a contract with the Abyss." Lin Su frowned. Where the hell am I going to sign that damn contract with you? Although he was complaining in his heart, he still agreed. No problem, but you have to help me first. After the matter is settled, I'll call Moro's. Feeling that Moro's status was clearly a bit higher than Lena's, Lin Su ultimately mentioned Moro's name. But who he would actually call in the end, alright, it's a deal. Seeing Lin Su so straightforward, Liang Mutua didn't hesitate and decisively agreed. Moments later, with a loud bang, the wooden roof of the loft where Lin Su and Liang Mutua were located was directly blown off by the shockwave from the explosion. At the same time, Liang Mutua, with a shocked expression, was sent flying out. Lin Su gripped the soul void blade tightly, also retreating repeatedly, crashing through the loft's wall. In midair, Liang Mutua waved his feather fan, and a green light enveloped his body, stabilizing him as he slowly landed. Good kid, I didn't expect that the Huaxia region would produce such a once-in-a-century genius like you. Not even level 30 and you already have the strength to fight me. Since you are unwilling to join my Black Dragon Society, then I can only leave you here. After saying this, he pointed his feather fan at Lin Su and ordered, go, kill him. In the next moment, the ninjas drew their long knives, dragging them on the ground with a clash that sparked, rushing towards Lin Su. Seeing this scene, Lin Su couldn't help but tug at the corner of his mouth, feeling that Liang Mutua was trying to flatter him. Moreover, it must be said that these ninjas were a bit over the top in their acting. At the same time, seeing Lin Su surrounded by ninjas, the eager candidates rushed forward in a swarm. But as soon as they engaged, they were horrified to discover that those ninjas, who seemed as fragile as paper in front of Lin Su, became like gods of war when facing them. Often, just 3 punches or 2 kicks would take them down. However, thinking this was just a test, the candidates, despite their eagerness to perform, didn't really fight for their lives. This led to their resistance being strong but not bloody. As for the ninjas, Lin Su strictly prohibited them from causing any fatalities. Therefore, the ninjas also did not go for the kill. This instead made the candidates even more convinced that this was indeed just a test. Thus, the two groups, both deceived by Lin Su, fought in an exceptionally coordinated manner. As the opportunity approached, Lin Su let out a fierce shout, and a blade of light, stretching 100 meters long, slashed down towards Ryomuto. With a loud clang, as expected, Ryomuto was once again sent flying by a single strike, blood spurting from his mouth as he shouted in horror, "Retreat! This kid is too strong, the plan has failed, retreat, hurry!" After saying this, he flickered and quickly disappeared from sight. As his voice faded, the ninjas began throwing smoke bombs to the ground, and soon, not a single one was left behind. Damn it, really fighting? I lost a tooth. Xiong Zhuang spat on the ground, cursing as he covered his face. The reason he was so disgruntled was that during the fight, Ryomuto's subordinates had specifically targeted him, and now his entire face was swollen like a pig's head. Lin Su curled his lips, secretly lamenting that if it weren't for him, Xiong Zhuang wouldn't even know where his head had been kicked to at this moment. Alright, that's enough, let's go, the test is over, I'll take you all away. With that, Lin Su began to usher the group of beaten and bruised students out of the courtyard. It's over, I could have just hammered that guy into the ground, or at least used some beauty to distract him, this ended way too hastily, right? Xiong Zhuang stared wide-eyed, looking speechless. Lin Su merely twitched the corner of his mouth, too lazy to respond. No one was surprised that Lin Su could repel the level 76 Ryomuto, nor did anyone care how Lin Su knew the way or why he could lead them out. Upon exiting the courtyard, they were greeted by a crisp bamboo forest, nestled by mountains and water, a picturesque scene. Looking at the beautiful surroundings, Yu Ling couldn't help but exclaim, "Big shot, where are we? I want to come back next time." A secret realm, Lin Su smiled and explained. Moments later, he led the group of candidates to a teleportation array, raising his chin. Go in, the teleportation point is the Colosseum. Also, tell Bai Jingting to save a spot for me at Qingda, I'll be back later. Hearing Lin Su's strange words, Long Yichen couldn't help but ask curiously, "Captain, are you going to stay here for a long time? What are you doing here?" Without answering Long Yichen's question, Lin Su hesitated for a moment and said, "Return the jade pendant I gave you last time from the world instance." "Oh, right, I almost forgot." Long Yichen quickly took out the jade pendant and handed it back to Lin Su. After coming out of the world instance last time, he had kept the pendant in his personal space, and since Lin Su hadn't asked for it, he simply forgot about it. Alright, let's go. After counting the number of candidates and finding that none were missing, Lin Su activated the teleportation array. In the Huaxia region's secret realm, a flash of white light appeared in the Colosseum, and 198 candidates materialized all at once. Wow, we graduated. Ha, vacation, la 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 la. Ha, don't leave right away, let's all gather later. I'll treat. As the sensation of teleportation faded, the candidates erupted into cheers. Even though the results of the final exam hadn't come out yet, it did nothing to dampen their excitement and joy. "Shut up! What are you making noise for? Are you crazy? If you ruin the scene, you'll have to bear the responsibility." Professor Wang, who was surveying the scene, nearly had his glasses fall off when he saw the group of Huaxia prodigies who had just been teleported away. Now, the incident of the regional invasion of the Huaxia College entrance examination site, directly abducting all the top 200 candidates, shocked the entire nation and incited national outrage. Not only had Bai Jingting's academic faction gathered and headed straight for the region, but the military was equally furious. All 8 military districts were on high alert, rapidly mobilizing towards the southeast. Even the Huaxia Region's Practitioners Union, the Huaxia Region's Veteran Alliance, and other grassroots organizations began to riot, spontaneously gathering towards the southeast. At this moment, the people of the Huaxia region were united with a single goal: those who offend Huaxia shall perish, their clans extinguished. However, just at this critical juncture, these students actually managed to teleport back themselves. "Why you? How did you come back?" Professor Wang stammered. We finished the test and came back, right?" Yu Ling replied, somewhat speechless. "The test? You were taken away before the third round even started. What test did you participate in?" Professor Wang asked, utterly confused. After a moment, once he fully understood the situation from the candidates, Professor Wang's eyes turned red, murmuring Lin Su's name, and immediately began to notify Bai Jingting and other parties in the Huaxia region. Meanwhile, the candidates who learned the truth exchanged glances. "No, the third test hadn't even started. The boss, he tricked us all." Why? Remembering his reckless behavior earlier, Xiong Zhuan felt a chill run down his spine. He grabbed his hair, his face twisted in confusion. Lan Yichen's face was ashen, tears already welling in his eyes. After thinking it over, he couldn't contain his anger and punched Xiong Zhuang in the chest. "Damn you! You were so cocky. If it weren't for the boss, you'd be dead by now, you know?" The boss was worried we would fight to the death, so he staged a play with Liang Mutua. He must have used himself to exchange all of us out. I was wondering why the boss didn't leave with us, and why he asked me for that life-saving jade pendant. It turns out he had everything planned. Yu Ling said, wiping her tears as she sobbed. "The big guy, he took on everything for us behind our backs. Why did he save me this way? I feel so indebted to him, it's so hard, woo. Meanwhile, in the secret realm of the region, looking at the 198 bottles of soy sauce that had just disappeared before his eyes, Lin Su let out a long sigh. Last time, bringing 4 was already a hassle. This time, nearly 200 appeared at once. How could anyone survive this? Just as Lin Su was complaining in his heart, Liang Mutuo's figure appeared not far away. He scrutinized the jade pendant in Lin Su's hand and asked warily, "Lin Sukuan, what is that thing you have?" Lin Su curled his lip and decisively displayed the information of the pendant to him, explaining, "Aren't you going to sign a contract? This is for summoning morals later." Liang Mutua squinted his eyes, thought for a moment, and praised, Right, Lin Sukuan indeed has good methods. This thing is much safer in someone else's hands than in your own, and even if discovered, it can be pinned on someone else." Lin Su shot a glance at Liang Mutua, who was flattering him, and interrupted, "How many guards did you arrange in this secret realm?" "Why do you ask that, Lin Sukuan?" Liang Mutua immediately became alert at Lin Su's question. Lin Su scoffed. "There has to be an explanation when we return to the Huaxia region, right? What, are you worried I might break out of this secret realm or directly call someone to dismantle it?" Liang Mutuo's expression turned awkward as Lin Su hit the nail on the head. But after a moment's thought, he felt it was indeed unlikely, so he quickly laughed it off. How could that be? There are over 400 guards in this secret realm, all of them the backbone of our Black Dragon Guild. With a ratio of 20,000 to 400, Lin Su smirked and walked back toward the courtyard. "Hey, Lin Sukuan, weren't you going to sign the contract?" Seeing Lin Su turn to leave, Liang Mutua hurriedly caught up to ask. "Wait, find me a room. I need to rest first," Lin Su instructed without looking back. Liang Mutuo's face twitched, but he had no choice. The room was quickly arranged. Lin Su took out the soul void blade, and with a thought, a colorless, transparent energy body was released from the blade, floating in midair. "Is this the soul?" Lin Su squinted as he examined the mass of energy. Similar to the feeling when summoning a puppet, Lin Su could clearly sense the connection between himself and this soul. He attempted to manipulate it, and the energy mass began to float back and forth in the room. Just like when controlling a puppet, Lin Su could access the other party's vision and hearing at any time. Moreover, he could even sense the emotions of the entity: submission, fear, and confusion. However, one thing was clear, the soul lacked any combat power. With this thought, Lin Su focused his mind again, and the black mist surged, bringing forth the ninja he had just slain. "Enter!" Lin Su commanded the soul. The two quickly merged. In the next moment, the skin of the ninja puppet actually turned to a normal color. Wow! Lin Su's eyelid twitched. Watching the puppet transform to look just like an ordinary person, his eyes gradually brightened. If that were the case, it meant that the puppets he summoned in the future could easily blend in among humans? With this thought, he focused his mind, and a flying knife made a shallow cut on the back of the puppet's hand. No blood flowed, only a faint black mist wafted from the wound. Lin Su's eyes narrowed. If this was the extent of the difference, it was completely acceptable. Just then, before he could continue issuing commands to the ninja directly knelt on one knee and respectfully addressed Lin Su. "Master." Lin Su smirked and directly instructed the ninja to remove its mask with his mind. The ninja complied without hesitation. It was a very beautiful young girl. "Name?" Lin Su asked. "Yamada Reina." "What is this place?" "The Black Dragon Guild's secret realm." "How many members of the Black Dragon Guild are stationed here?" "As far as I know, about 400. Moments later, Lin Su was overjoyed. He asked all the questions he wanted to know, and Yamada Reina answered without reservation. Lin Su realized that his assumptions were completely correct. By using the Soul Void Blade's skill to control souls, he could easily extract all the information they knew from the souls marked with a spiritual imprint. Moreover, once the soul was infused into the puppet's body, the puppet gained the ability to act autonomously. While its combat power soared, the mental energy consumed by Lin Su significantly decreased. With this in mind, Lin Su decided to conduct one final experiment. He focused his mind, and Inar appeared. "Enter this body." "Yes, master." Yamada Reina knelt down, her eyes once again becoming vacant. Soon, Inar's eyes lit up, her skin color restored, and she knelt on one knee, respectfully saying, "Master, can this really work?" Lin Su felt as if he had become a creator. The ability to freely combine puppets and souls was undoubtedly a divine skill. After testing the capabilities of the Soul Void Blade, Lin Su was satisfied. After returning Yamada Reina's soul to her original body, he directly stored her away. "Lin Su-kun, have you recovered so quickly?" Seeing Lin Su reappear in the courtyard, Ryomoku Taku asked in surprise. Lin Su nodded and said, "Yes, you can let Moros come over now." As he spoke, he decisively took out the jade pendant. "Great, great." Ryomoku Taku was overjoyed. He hurriedly tidied his clothes. Once this contract was signed, not only would no one pursue him for the failure of this operation, but he would also achieve great merit for the district. Just as Ryomoku Taku felt inexplicably excited, with a crack, the jade pendant in Lin Su's hand shattered, and the fluctuations of spatial power rippled out. With a clang, just as the spatial rift appeared, a sharp sword energy slashed toward Ryomoku Taku's face. Ryomoku Taku's pupils suddenly contracted, and he instinctively raised his feather fan to block. Bang! The sword energy was overwhelmingly powerful. Ryomoku Taku didn't even have time to see who had attacked him before he was sent flying like a cannonball, crashing through the courtyard wall. "Child, are you alright?" Nangong Yun appeared beside Lin Su, holding a long sword and asking nervously. As the top combat force of the military, he naturally knew about the incident where the Huaxia Tianjiu was captured by the district. In fact, the military's retaliation against the district was led by Nangong Yun. However, strangely enough, before they could engage in battle with the district, all the captured students, except for Lin Su, were inexplicably teleported back. Soon, a message spread within the military that Lin Su had used his own abilities to exchange for the others. While feeling moved, Nangong Yun was also anxious. Just then, the teleportation jade pendant he had given to Lin Su reacted. Without needing to ask, Nangong Yun immediately guessed Lin Su's current situation, and as soon as the spatial rift appeared, he acted decisively. Gratefully glancing at Nangong Yun, Lin Su shook his head. "I'm fine, just keep an eye on Liang Mutua and don't let him escape. Today, I want him dead here." Having absorbed the lessons from his previous encounter with Selena, Lin Su was confident he could deal with Liang Mutua, but he wasn't entirely sure he could kill him on the spot. If Liang Mutua escaped, his subsequent plans would be ruined, so to ensure everything went smoothly, he called Nangong Yun over. On Nangong Yun's side, having been played by the district, he was already seething with anger. Hearing Lin Su's words, he smiled cruelly and nodded decisively. "Alright, no problem." As he spoke, he flicked his wrist. Dozens of longsword phantoms fell from the sky, violently piercing the ground, instantly forming a massive circular sword formation. Tip, affected by the sword formation's barrier, all spatial items and skills within the sword formation's range became ineffective. Seeing the system prompt, Lin Su smirked. This was secure. "And Nangong Yun, kid, are you messing with me?" It was only at this moment that Liang Mutua rose from the ruins. Upon seeing Nangong Yun, his expression twisted, and he exclaimed in shock. Lin Su smiled faintly, too lazy to bother with this idiot. Black mist surged, and a dense army of insectoid puppets appeared. How is this possible? How could you have so many summons? Liang Mutuo was once again left speechless with shock. Kid, what are these? Looking at the terrifying scene before him, Nangong Yun couldn't help but ask in surprise. Puppets, leave the ninjas to me, and let Liang Mutuo have a breath. I want to kill him myself. Lin Su replied casually, then directly ordered the puppet army to engage the ninjas. After thinking for a moment, to ensure not a single survivor, he simply released the Hell Flame Dragon as well. Watching the puppet army surge towards the ninjas like a tide, Nangong Yun's eyelids twitched involuntarily. At this moment, he had a feeling that even if he hadn't come, Lin Su would still be able to handle the situation. A level 24 newcomer, who had just changed jobs a month ago, had reached such a terrifying level of power. If given time, how could the abyss not be extinguished? With this thought, he decided not to waste any more time. Shaking his long sword, he rushed towards Liang Mutuo. Lin Su did not participate in the battle between Nangong Yun and Liang Mutuo. He realized that ever since he gained the ability to control puppets, he had become increasingly lazy. He would not engage in battles that he could avoid. On the other hand, although the puppet army outnumbered the ninjas, the vast difference in levels made it not easy to handle, and the battle was exceptionally brutal. Often, losing a dozen or 20 puppets was needed to take down a single ninja. However, the good news was that such a brutal battle did not last long. In the bamboo forest, a blood-soaked ninja was directly pinned to the ground by several insectoid sentinels wielding spears. Blood gushed from the ninja's abdomen, and as his life was about to end, he roared, swinging his long knife. 2 insectoid sentinels had their heads severed, their bodies and heads turning into black mist and disappearing. Seemingly moved by his own heroic act before dying, the ninja laughed heartily, smiling into the afterlife. Meanwhile, the surrounding ninjas cast admiring glances at this brave warrior. However, in the next moment, the valiant warrior who could not be more dead suddenly opened his eyes. Help, help me, he gasped, seeking aid from a companion not far away. The companion's face, hidden beneath a mask, twitched. It was incomprehensible that the other had been so gravely injured yet still had the strength to call for help. The battlefield was changing rapidly, and without time to think, the companion instinctively reached out to the valiant warrior, wanting to help him up. In the next moment, their hands tightly clasped together. However, what awaited that companion was not a grateful acknowledgement of survival. Put! With a sound, the short knife pierced through his heart, and the companion's eyes widened in disbelief. Yet, before he could scream or cry out, the valiant warrior thrust the second and third knife into his chest. Similar scenes unfolded continuously within the secret realm, and the number of ninjas sharply decreased. Gradually, the ninjas began to retreat in disarray, their eyes bloodshot, filled with terror, on the brink of collapse. The horror was simply too overwhelming. No one knew when a teammate, who had just fought side by side, would suddenly stab them in the back. The sense of trust among teammates crumbled in an instant, and the ninjas began to deliberately distance themselves from one another, fighting individually. And this was the perfect opportunity for the puppets to counterattack. In less than 10 minutes, over 400 ninjas were annihilated. A golden light shot up into the sky from Lin Su. Congratulations on successfully leveling up. Lin Su's lips curled slightly. Unlike the previous battles controlling the puppets, this time, Lin Su simply ordered all ninjas to kill without mercy. As for the subsequent actions, they were all the result of the puppets' free play after having their souls infused. Undoubtedly, the effect was explosively effective. Lin Su couldn't help but smile. Indeed, the most powerful weapon for killing was never blades, but the human heart. With this thought, Lin Su's gaze fell on Ryumotaku, who was locked in a fierce battle with Nangong Yun. At this moment, Ryumotaku was no longer the elegant figure he once was. His hair was disheveled, and his once pristine kimono was stained with blood and slashes, looking utterly disheveled. It was clear that, even according to Moros, Nangong Yun's combat power was far from the exaggerated rumors, yet Ryumotaku was still no match. Even though he had summoned all 5 of his Shikigami to join the fight. Lin Su's lips curled as he found an opening and focused his thoughts. The Hellfire Dragon dove sharply towards Ryumotaku, unleashing a dragon's breath with a diameter of several meters right above Ryumotaku and his Shikigami. A scream erupted, and the beleaguered Ryumotaku was thrown into a frenzy. In the next moment, one Shikigami opened a half-circular shield to block the dragon's breath. Ryumotaku rolled awkwardly on the ground, trying to escape the attack range of the dragon's breath. However, at that moment, an extremely cold and beautiful girl suddenly appeared behind Ryumotaku. With a bang, the sound of an explosion echoed as the girl delivered a sharp kick that broke through a wave of air, striking Ryumotaku. Like a soccer ball, Ryumotaku was instantly sent flying. Before he could land, he spat out a mouthful of old blood. Bastard, bastard, Lin Su, I will kill you, ugh. Ryumotaku's eyes were bloodshot as he struggled to get up from the ground. But before he could rise, a foot pressed down on his head, forcefully driving it into the ground. The words Ryumotaku had yet to finish turned into incomprehensible whimpers. Lin Su disdainfully curled his lip and sneered, "You've already said that twice today. Let me tell you quietly, aside from that one who runs faster than a rabbit, Selena, everyone else who dared to speak to me like that is dead." Put. As Lin Su's words fell, the soul void blade instantly severed Ryumotaku's neck. However, strangely, Ryumotaku did not die on the spot. Instead, a red light flashed from his body. As the power of space emanated, with a crack, a pendant around his neck shattered. However, at the moment the power of that space erupted, the sword formation that Nangong-yun had set up around him flashed with light. Liangmu Tua remained rooted in place. Lin Su raised an eyebrow and said, "At this level of practitioner, there must be some hidden life-saving means." Fortunately, he had been wise to call Nangong-yun, otherwise, Liangmu Tua would definitely have escaped this time. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but glance at the already shattered pendant. The value of equipment like rebirth and space teleportation was absolutely astronomical. While secretly lamenting the worth of his previous strike, Lin Su raised the soul void blade again. Successfully killed a regional practitioner. Watching the experience bar surge by 1/5, Lin Su couldn't help but smirk. Killing practitioners from other regions was far faster for leveling up than running dungeons. As for not being able to obtain the kill treasure chest and kill badge, there was nothing to regret. Because if one died outside of a dungeon, all the equipment remained on the corpse, and one could simply go and loot it. Moreover, not only the equipment on the corpse, but since the puppets retained all their abilities from life, they could also access their personal space. This meant that even the items in the ninja's personal spaces could be taken away by Lin Su in one go. The gains from this were far more ferocious than opening kill treasure chests. Switching his view back and forth, the dazzling array of items made Lin Su feel dizzy. Suppressing his excitement, his gaze fell on Liangmu Tua. With a thought, black mist surged, healing the wound on Liangmu Tua's neck, who then slowly rose and knelt on one knee before Lin Su, respectfully saying, "I greet my master." "Child, this." Seeing Liangmu Tua resurrected and kneeling respectfully before Lin Su, Nangong-yun gasped in shock. "The targets I kill, I can transform them into puppets," Lin Su explained simply. Nangong-yun was astonished, pointing at the tens of thousands of puppets around them, exclaiming, "So all these puppets were killed by you?" After thinking for a moment, Lin Su shook his head. "Most of them were killed by the puppets. Being killed by the puppets also counts as being killed by me, and they can be transformed." Nangong-yun nodded thoughtfully. How could a newcomer in their 20s possibly kill so many? Suddenly, Nangong-yun froze. No way! This was even more terrifying. This meant that as long as Lin Su used the puppet army in battle, his puppets would be endless. Hiss! This ability was simply against the heavens. Knowing what Nangong-yun was thinking, Lin Su smiled faintly and said nonchalantly, "It's not as terrifying as you think. My mental power is limited, so the number of puppets I can control is naturally limited. This scale is already the maximum I can control." Lin Su told a direct lie. Although it seemed that Nangong-yun was genuinely sincere towards him, he was still parasitized by the demon vine seed. Such a life and death core secret could not be revealed to others. On the other hand, once the Abyss truly realized the terror of his necromancer puppet control, it would definitely stop at nothing to kill him. Revealing this to someone he couldn't fully trust before he became truly powerful was tantamount to courting death. "Oh, I see," Nangong-yun nodded thoughtfully, his expression unreadable. At this point, he seemed to suddenly remember something and asked Lin Su, "So, last time when you repelled Abyss Selena, you relied on these puppets?" "Yes," Lin Su nodded directly. Nangong-yun frowned and tentatively asked, "So the only one who came to find you was Selena, no one else?" "That's right," Lin Su replied matter-of-factly. "What did Selena say to you?" Nangong-yun pressed. "She asked me to join the Abyss, I refused, then we fought, and she ran away," Lin Su said without any hesitation. He had already prepared this set of responses when he came out of the Last World dungeon. Nangong-yun would never admit that he knew about the coexistence with Maros. Whether Nangong-yun was an enemy or a friend was still uncertain, and before he had enough strength to contend with the other party, he would never acknowledge that he held any leverage over them. Hearing Lin Su say this, Nangong-yun's brows instantly furrowed. "What's the problem?" Lin Su asked innocently. "Oh, no problem," Nangong-yun hurriedly replied, realizing he had been lost in thought. After saying that, he seemed to relax a bit and directly called out to Lin Su. Alright, let's consider this matter settled. You've made a great contribution to the Huaxia district this time. Come on, I'll take you back to receive your reward. With that, Nan Gongyun prepared to grab Lin Su and teleport away. However, Lin Su directly refused. No, I still have some matters to handle in the district. You go back first. What? You want to stay in the district? No way, absolutely not. That's too dangerous. Nan Gongyun frowned and firmly rejected him. At this moment, the downside of calling Nan Gongyun for support became apparent. Lin Su had guessed early on that the other party would never agree to him staying in the district. However, he had already prepared his counterarguments. Thinking of this, Lin Su smiled faintly and explained, earlier, when I was in the college entrance examination venue, I was teleported here just like that. Now, going back to the Huaxia district is safe? Upon hearing this, Nan Gongyun's face twitched, and he was left speechless. It was well known that this incident was orchestrated by spies planted in the Huaxia district. The ability to manipulate events during the college entrance examination showed how deeply the other party had rooted themselves in the Huaxia district. In other words, there were definitely still spies from the district in the Huaxia district. Even if Lin Su returned, as long as they wanted to act against him, it would be impossible to guarantee complete safety. Seeing Nan Gongyun's grim expression, Lin Su softened his tone and continued, another point is that the incident with the Black Dragon Guild's secret realm can't be hidden for long. If you leave, normal people will think I went back with you, which would actually make me safer. Nan Gongyun frowned, pondering for a moment, and tentatively asked, so what do you want to do by staying in the district? After a brief pause, Lin Su replied directly, I want to infiltrate the district to gather intelligence and try to root out those rats. As he spoke, he took a ring from the puppet Liang Mu Tuwa and displayed the information to Nan Gongyun. Name Sakura Ring Category Identity Type Item Effect. After wearing it, the wearer will possess all rights of a district practitioner, such as entering district instance trials, joining district guilds, etc. Note: after wearing it, the practitioner's personal information can be self-defined. After reading the information Lin Su displayed, Nan Gongyun's eyelids couldn't help but twitch. Without a doubt, this was a highly professional spy type item. Where did you get this? Nan Gongyun couldn't help but ask curiously. Lin Su smiled faintly and pointed to the dazed Liang Mu Tuwa beside him. He prepared it for us. Nan Gongyun opened his mouth, wanting to say something more, but ultimately closed it. Indeed, if this item was available, then Lin Su's situation was not as dangerous as he had imagined. Moreover, with Lin Su's strength and intellect, whether for self-protection or infiltrating the upper echelons of the district, it would not be a big problem. In that case, it was not impossible for him to root out those despicable rats. With this in mind, Nan Gongyun simply nodded and said, alright, then be careful. After that, he took out 2 jade pendants and handed them to Lin Su, explaining, one is the same as the one you used before, if you crush it, I'll come immediately. The other is for teleportation, which can directly send you back to the Huaxia Military District headquarters. Okay, thanks. Lin Su politely thanked him as he took the jade pendants. Silly boy, why are you being so polite with me? When you get back to Huaxia, I'll make sure to commend you. Nan Gongyun scolded with a laugh, giving Lin Su's shoulder a hearty pat before disappearing from sight. After Nan Gongyun left, Lin Su let out a long sigh of relief. At the same time, with a thought, all the ninja puppets, including Ryomotaku, regained clarity in their eyes. We greet our master. The group of ninja puppets knelt in unison before Lin Su. Glancing at Ryomotaku, Lin Su spoke directly, compile a detailed list of all the spies from the major districts that are embedded in the Huaxia district. Yes, master. Ryomotaku responded and immediately began to work on it. A smirk appeared on Lin Su's lips. Finding spies? What a joke! With the enhancement of the soul control skill, it would be a simple matter for him to root out the spies from the major districts embedded in Huaxia. The real reason Lin Su chose to stay in the major district had 3 purposes. First, to level up and enhance his combat power. Of course, this so-called leveling up was not about grinding monsters but about killing practitioners from other major districts. This method of leveling could not be achieved within the Huaxia district, as killing practitioners from his own district yielded no experience. Second, to plunder resources from the major districts. Just like the ninja forces that raided the Black Dragon Society. Each time he killed a practitioner from a major district, it was equivalent to looting all their equipment and items, even those in their personal space. This was beyond mere robbery, it was outright plundering. Moreover, if Lin Su wanted, with just a thought, those puppets from the major districts would willingly offer everything they had, including but not limited to themselves. However, according to the habits of practitioners, all valuable items were usually stored in their personal spaces. Therefore, Lin Su did not plan to expend energy on that for the time being. Combining the above 2 points, for Lin Su, the entire major district was like a dungeon he was currently experiencing. And it was a super luxurious dungeon that required no entry ticket, had no time limit, and offered rewards so generous they made one's scalp tingle. As for the third purpose, Lin Su intended to uncover the truth behind the events that transpired in his home years ago. With his past experience as an assassin, Lin Su instinctively held a skeptical attitude towards information obtained directly from others. Therefore, whether it was Nangon Yun or Moros's accounts, Lin Su did not fully believe them. He only trusted what he heard, saw, and deduced. However, with the ability to control souls, things suddenly became simpler. Since the events at his home involved the major district, whether it was for revenge or to gather intelligence from the puppets, the more practitioners from the major district he killed, the closer he would get to the truth. Realizing this, Lin Su smirked and directly put on the cherry blossom ring. Tip: the practitioner now possesses the same rights as practitioners from the major district. Tip: please draft your personal information. Tip: once personal information is confirmed, it cannot be modified again. Please fill it out carefully. Immediately, a dialog box appeared in Lin Su's view. Name? Lin Su squinted, a black line appearing on his forehead. Given his naming skills, he was stunned. But then he thought, it was indeed necessary to change his name. After all, he had been mentioned in the world announcements twice. Sticking with the name Lin Su was like looking for trouble. Rubbing his head, adhering to the principle of taking what was useful, Lin Su decisively wrote down Lin Xiongyichen in the name field. Looking around, he felt this name was acceptable, and he quickly selected confirm. The second dialog box appeared right after. Occupation? Similar to the reason for changing his name, the Blade Demon occupation was unique to him worldwide, so being detected would be equivalent to exposing his identity. There was no hesitation here. Lin Su decisively chose Summoner. After confirming this, the basic information was completely filled out. Name, Lin Xiongyichen, occupation, Summoner, level, 25. Tip: the cherry blossom ring will restore information after being removed. Looking at his brand new identity, Lin Su couldn't help but laugh out loud. Very well, District, I, Lin Xiongyichen, am coming to kill. About half an hour later, Liang Mutuo respectfully handed a thick stack of documents to Lin Su. Lin Su took it and casually flipped through it. The information was very detailed, with a considerable portion handwritten. Good, once I return and hand this over to the Huaxia district, I can exchange it for a reward. After putting away the documents, Lin Su pondered for a moment and asked Liang Mutuo, about 10 years ago, there was an assassination attempt targeting the high-ranking officials of the Huaxia district. Do you know about this? Liang Mutuo looked puzzled, thought for a moment, and nodded. I know, but I only have a general idea. I was not an eyewitness to that incident. Lin Su raised an eyebrow, and Liang Mutuo continued, according to the intelligence collected by the Black Dragon Guild, the cause of that incident seemed to be a struggle for the divine fragment. A struggle for the divine fragment? Lin Su's brows immediately furrowed. Sure enough, after the conspiracy of Nangon Yun and the traitor theory of Moros, a third version of the events at his home emerged. A struggle for the divine fragment. Liang Mutuo couldn't possibly be lying to him. Compared to the first two theories, Lin Su decisively chose to believe Liang Mutuo. What is the divine fragment? With this thought, Lin Su directly asked. Soon, with Liang Mutuo's patient explanation, Lin Su understood what the divine fragment was. Divine fragment, the key for a level 99 practitioner to advance to level 100. According to Liang Mutuo, practitioners encounter two insurmountable bottlenecks during their level up process. The first bottleneck is between level 79 and level 80. Practitioners below level 80 are all considered ordinary practitioners. Practitioners who reach level 99 are called pseudo-gods. And for a level 79 practitioner to advance to level 80, not only is sufficient experience required, but also an item, which is the divine fragment. Of course, the divine fragment referred to here is the pseudo-divine fragment, a truncated version of the true divine fragment. As for a level 99 practitioner wanting to reach level 100 and become a true god, they need the complete version of the divine fragment. Moreover, according to Liang Mutuo, the incident in the Huaxia district back then erupted precisely to compete for a complete version of the divine fragment. However, whether it is the pseudo-divine fragment or the complete divine fragment, they are exceedingly rare, and Liang Mutuo had never seen either. So in his narration, the divine fragment seemed both like an equipment and like an item. Having clarified this, Lin Su glanced at his own skill panel, which was only level 25, and scoffed. No wonder Nangon Yun had been stuck at level 79 for so long, and who knows when he himself would be able to use the divine fragment. With this thought, Lin Su decided not to dwell on this topic any longer and asked Liang Mutua, "So, who personally participated in that incident in the district?" "All 3 elders of the Elder Council were involved," Liang Mutua replied directly. Lin Su narrowed his eyes. Unlike the structure of the Huaxia district, the management of the district is handled by 3 guilds: the Black Dragon Guild, primarily responsible for intelligence gathering, espionage, and assassination; the Qingmu Guild, responsible for managing ordinary life practitioners, maintaining social order, and city operations; and the Luoxia Guild, responsible for managing the district's military and all combat practitioners. Above these 3 guilds is the Elder Council. The Elder Council consists of 3 elders who collectively decide on all major events in the district. They are the core of the core. In other words, seeking revenge against the Elder Council is akin to declaring war on the entire district. With this thought, Lin Su smirked and asked Liang Mutua, "What is the personal strength of the elders?" Liang Mutua pondered for a moment and replied, "As far as I know, without exception, they are all pseudo-gods." Lin Su was speechless and rubbed his face. Great, the enemy's strength has reached a new level. With that in mind, he decisively dismissed the idea of assassinating a few of them. Not to mention the actual strength of the pseudo-gods, Lin Su had witnessed Nangongyan's power. It is no exaggeration to say that Lin Su felt that even if he used all his means, along with an army of puppets, he would still basically not be a match for the opponent. Moreover, even if the other party was determined to escape, he wouldn't be able to stop them. Now, suddenly, 3 false gods had appeared, haha. With this thought, Lin Su turned to Liang Mutaku and asked, "I want to annihilate the regional guild. Do you have any good suggestions?" Currently, Liang Mutaku, aside from being completely loyal to Lin Su and having no regard for kin, was just as capable in terms of thinking as he had been before. Although it seemed that as the president of a guild, Liang Mutaku was a bit simple and easy to fool, he was still more knowledgeable about the regional guild than anyone else, so Lin Su wanted to see what ideas he had. Upon being asked by Lin Su, Liang Mutaku glanced around the secret realm, where the puppet army was already methodically cleaning up the battlefield, and pondered, "I believe that with the master's current strength, it would be difficult to take down the entire regional guild in one go, so I suggest that the master adopt a method of gradual encroachment." Lin Su nodded and smiled as he patted Liang Mutaku on the shoulder. "Very good, that's similar to what I was thinking. So, let's start with the Black Dragon Guild. Now, in your name, order all members of the Black Dragon Guild to gather in the secret realm." Currently, only a portion of the Black Dragon Guild's members were in the secret realm. Compared to the other 2 guilds, the Black Dragon Guild had the fewest members, totaling only about 5,000. However, since their main responsibilities were espionage and assassination, the quality of personnel in the Black Dragon Guild was the highest compared to the other 2 guilds. Those below a certain level were simply not qualified to join. "Yes, master, I will start gathering the personnel right away." Without any hesitation, Liang Mutaku began to take action upon receiving the order. However, just as he turned around, Lin Su called him back with his mind. "Master, do you have any other instructions?" Liang Mutaku respectfully asked as he turned back. Lin Su stuffed a cookie that could choke a person into his mouth, chewed a couple of times, and frowned slightly. After hesitating for a moment, he simply spat out the cookie and asked Liang Mutaku, "Find me a woman, with good cooking skills and emotional intelligence. Combat ability and looks are not a requirement." Liang Mutaku was taken aback for a moment, then revealed a knowing smile between men. Lin Su rolled his eyes in exasperation, too lazy to explain. He wasn't looking for a woman to solve that kind of problem, he was looking for someone to solve the food problem. Every time they went into a dungeon, it was either bread in mineral water or cookies in instant noodles. Honestly, the food was worse than a school cafeteria. As for buying some already cooked dishes, Lin Su didn't have the time or energy for that. So he wanted to find a cook, or rather a maid. As for why not a man, wouldn't it be strange to find a man? "Alright, master, as your companion, I actually have an excellent candidate." After thinking for a moment, Liang Mutaku said meaningfully. Lin Su frowned and glanced at Liang Mutaku, who decisively stopped being cryptic. Akiyama Sakura, a dancer, level 79 life profession, president of the Aoki Guild. Lin Su paused in his action of unwrapping the bread. A life profession could actually become the president of the Aoki Guild. How high must her emotional intelligence be? With this thought, Lin Su asked a question he was slightly worried about. "How old is she?" 21 years old, Liang Mutaku replied. Lin Su narrowed his eyes. At this age, with such maturity, he just didn't know how her cooking skills were. With this in mind, Lin Su decisively said, after clearing the Black Dragon Guild, "Invite her to the secret realm and kill her." Once Liang Mutaku left, Lin Su looked at the bread in his hand in silence. After thinking for a moment, he called out Fan Fan. Ever since the last time Fan Fan had devoured the Hellfire Dragon in the World Dungeon, its condition had become unusual. The whole dog seemed listless and drowsy. At first, Lin Su thought it had an upset stomach, but later discovered that the system would occasionally pop up a notification about Fan Fan's attribute growth. Confirming that Fan Fan's attribute panel showed no abnormalities, Lin Su speculated that it was most likely just that it had overeaten and was feeling sleepy. Until recently, it felt like Fan Fan was becoming active again, so Lin Su let it out. As soon as Fan Fan appeared, it immediately started running around Lin Su joyfully. Lin Su smiled slightly and handed a piece of bread to Fan Fan. Fan Fan first sniffed it excitedly, but then its three dog faces drooped simultaneously, shaking their heads like a rattle drum. Lin Su's lips curled slightly. Very well, what you mean is, if I eat it, then I'm worse than a dog, right? Thinking of this, he had a thought, and a ninja puppet immediately walked towards the attic. Moments later, a slender, fair-haired girl walked out of the attic and approached Lin Su. She was Yamada Reina, the first ninja Lin Su had killed. In fact, it would be absolutely incorrect to refer to Yamada Reina as a girl, given the usual advancement speed of combat-type professionals. With her qualifications, reaching level 53 would require at least 30 years. However, this world offers preferential treatment to women, especially female combat professionals, as their aging process is unusually slow. Therefore, judging someone's age based on appearance is not accurate. Of course, Lin Su was too lazy to care about how old she actually was. He just wanted her to act as a guide, so it wasn't that complicated. Lead the way, Fan Fan and I are going out to eat, Lin Su ordered Yamada Reina. After saying this, he retracted Inar into his body and walked directly towards the teleportation array. As a powerful fighter, Lin Su was used to keeping Inar by his side. As for the upcoming battle in the Secret Realm, with an army of 20,000 insect puppets, plus the Hellfire Dragon, 400 puppet ninjas, and Ryomaki, dealing with a few thousand members of the Black Dragon Society would not be a problem. In such a large-scale battle, having one more or one less wouldn't make a difference, so Lin Su simply decided to be a hands-off manager. At worst, when the battle started, he could control the situation with his mental power. Even if he took 1,000 steps back and made the worst assumption, even if all his combat power was wiped out, he still wouldn't care. He could just summon them again the next day. On the bustling streets of Shijing, in a ramen shop filled with voices, Lin Su pushed aside the third empty ramen bowl, squinting his eyes in satisfaction. The battle scene from the Secret Realm came through, with hundreds of ghostly green light points forming a brilliant galaxy in the starless, moonless night sky, rapidly converging towards a certain area. This was the heavy artillery bug vehicle focusing fire in one direction. After the explosion, the breath of the Hellfire Dragon lit up, followed by the roars of the insect army. Ryomaki was quite cunning and did not teleport all the members of the Black Dragon Society into the Secret Realm at once. The first batch of Black Dragon Society members that entered was about 1,000. Little did they know that the one trying to trap them now was their own guild leader. An utterly predictable battle, no, a massacre, began unexpectedly for these members of the Black Dragon Society. After a round of concentrated fire, more than half of these members were instantly wiped out. The Hellfire Dragon had just unleashed one breath and had to withdraw from the battle because before it could unleash a second breath, the remaining members of the Black Dragon Society had already been overwhelmed by the tide of insects. Congratulations, promotion successful. A golden light shot up from Lin Su. All the diners in the ramen shop were momentarily stunned. They had never seen anyone level up while eating ramen in their lives. Realizing this, everyone's gaze instantly fell on the shop owner. The shop owner was equally confused and hurriedly looked at Lin Su. Boss, give me another one, 50 servings of char siu. Ignoring the shop owner's strange look, Lin Su pointed at Fan Fan, which had returned to a normal dog size. In fact, Lin Su wanted to order 100 more servings for Fan Fan, but saying that would clearly seem like asking for trouble. Moreover, if he really let Fan Fan eat to its heart's content, Lin Su felt it could eat until tomorrow morning. Glancing at the three heads, with the eyes of Fan Fan glowing crimson, it was unclear whether he was hot or scared. The boss wiped the fine beads of sweat from his forehead and smiled in response. Hey, alright, your summoned beast is really cute, huh? After receiving a glare from Fan Fan, the boss decisively stopped talking and got busy. While Lin Su was waiting for his meal, the door of the ramen shop was suddenly pushed open with a loud bang. A man in a jacket stormed in. Comrades, shocking news. In the Huaxia region, a large number of professionals are spontaneously gathering, preparing to attack our region. I call on all comrades to unite and face the enemy together. As soon as he entered, the man raised his voice passionately. The once lively ramen shop fell silent in an instant. Everyone continued to eat their noodles or add vinegar, completely ignoring the man. The unspoken rule in this world was that wars between regions had nothing to do with ordinary people, that is, those in life professions. Even if the army from the Huaxia region broke through Xijing, they would never harm ordinary people. At this moment, most of the people in the ramen shop were ordinary life professionals. Of course, the war between the abyss and the regions was not included in this category. Unlike the Huaxia region, where everyone shared a common enemy, ordinary people in the region showed indifference to conflicts that wouldn't affect them. Seeing that no one was paying attention to him, the man in the jacket felt a bit awkward. His gaze swept around the ramen shop and quickly landed on Lin Su, who was with Fan Fan. At the same time, Lin Su glanced at him. Lin Su curled his lip, immediately dismissing the thought of killing the man. Such trash, killing him would be a waste of experience, and summoning him as a puppet would also waste spiritual energy. However, upon seeing Lin Su glance at him, the man became excited. He grabbed Lin Su and said eagerly, "Brother, comrade, I see you have a summoned beast. You must be a summoner, right? In this critical moment for the region, you really should." Lin Su frowned. At that moment, Yamada Reina silently entered the shop, coming up behind the man, and in her hand appeared a gleaming short knife. Lin Su felt that killing such a person would simply dirty his hands. Just as Lin Su was about to give the order to take him down, the man suddenly changed his tone, producing a box as if by magic. Brother, look, even if for some reason you can't rush to the front lines, you can always donate a little spare change, right?" Yamada Reina put away the short knife into her personal space. Lin Su rubbed his face in exasperation. It was clear that this man was not a true supporter of the region. He was just a scammer trying to use the Huaxia region's attack on the region as an excuse to swindle some money. Get lost. Lin Su's lips curled slightly, his gaze shifting away from the man, no longer wanting to look at him. The man's face twitched, and he resorted to provocation. He scanned the ramen shop's patrons again, his voice suddenly rising by 8 degrees. Brother, so many people are watching. As a professional, the region raised you, provided you with resources to enhance your strength. You can't possibly be unwilling to part with this little bit of money, right? Lin Su sneered, his anger gradually rising. This is the last warning, get lost. Seemingly not expecting Lin Su to stand firm, the man's stubbornness flared up, his face reddening. Fine, then tell me, in the war between the region and the Huaxia region, which side are you on? Put. The man's head exploded, his headless body collapsing to the ground. Lin Su shook the blood off his fist and sneered, I stand with Huaxia. Ah, murder! After a moment of silence, screams erupted in the ramen shop, instantly throwing it into chaos. The Black Dragon Guild is handling official business. Everyone shut up and kneel, or face immediate execution. Without waiting for Lin Su to give orders, Yamada Reina stepped forward, blocking the exit of the noodle shop. She displayed the short knife in her hand, intricately carved with cherry blossom patterns, to everyone present. The commotion instantly subsided, and several diners who were about to flee stopped in their tracks. The sound of difficult swallowing filled the air, and without any resistance, everyone, including the shop owner, knelt obediently on the ground. Lin Su smiled as he took the towel offered by Fan Fan. Wiping the blood from his hands, he glanced at the middle-aged owner, who looked like he was about to cry and dared not even breathe. Pack up what I ordered, and do it quickly. Saying this, he placed a stack of cash on the table. Why yes, right away. The middle-aged owner, as if granted a reprieve, immediately began to hustle with all his might. 3 minutes later, Lin Su held the soft drink generously given by the owner, called out to Fan Fan, and left, satisfied. Master, those are just some lowly commoners. Why didn't you order to kill them? Just as Lin Su was about to take action, Yamada Reina also drew her short knife, targeting those commoners. Stopped by Lin Su's thought, she quickly changed her strategy. In response to Yamada Reina's question, Lin Su merely rolled his eyes and did not answer. I'm neither a murderer nor a pervert. Why would I commit such a beastly act of slaughtering commoners? While he silently complained, he ordered Yamada Reina, take me to the nearest dungeon hall, level 30, the higher the difficulty, the better. Yes, master. Yamada Reina replied and decisively opened the door of an off-road vehicle. Since the conscription activities within the Black Dragon Guild's secret realm had already begun in full swing, Lin Su also had no intention of idling. He could ignore commoners because it was meaningless, but if it were professionals, then sorry, they would be killed without mercy. And where are the most professionals? Clearly, the dungeon hall counts as one. As for why he only chose a level 30 dungeon hall, it was because, at Lin Su's current level, the highest level dungeon he could enter was 30. His plan was to enter the dungeon hall and eliminate all combat-type professionals who could still breathe. After that, he would use this extreme and dire event to attract the attention of the Aoki Guild. Meanwhile, he would recruit puppets within the dungeon. By the time he emerged from the dungeon, he would be ready to engage in a thrilling battle with the Aoki Guild, killing multiple birds with one stone. While contemplating these plans, Lin Su took the passenger seat of the off-road vehicle, his eyes slightly closed, as images from the Black Dragon Guild's secret realm came to mind. Inside the secret realm, the insect race and ninja puppets were busy, having already entered the stage of cleaning the battlefield and collecting loot. With a thought, black mist surged, and nearly 1,000 members of the Black Dragon Guild, who had just been wiped out, appeared in the open space of the secret realm, immediately starting to work. For the location of summoning the puppets, Lin Su had two choices. One was the spot where they fell, and the other was to summon them directly to his side. The matter of the Black Dragon Guild's betrayal in the southern region could not be made public for now, otherwise, it would be easy to be besieged by the Aoki Guild and the Rakshasa Guild. Therefore, given the current situation, Lin Su's choice was to develop cautiously and not take unnecessary risks. However, if necessary, he could directly recall all combat units within the secret realm back into his body and then release them by his side. At that time, the scene would definitely be shocking. An hour later, Lin Su stepped into the dungeon hall. The hall was slightly noisy, and Lin Su instinctively scanned the surroundings. Perhaps due to the difficulty of the dungeon, the number of professionals was not many, just a little over 100. While feeling a bit regretful, he focused his thoughts, and Yamada Reina discreetly blocked the entrance of the dungeon hall. She was doing this to prevent anyone from escaping in the chaos when the fighting started. Ignoring Yamada Reina's unnecessary actions, the Soul Void Blade appeared in Lin Su's hand, and with a thought, Yamada Reina immediately crouched down, pretending to tie her shoelaces. However, just as Lin Su's right hand was about to grip the hilt of the Soul Void Blade, a man's exclamation suddenly rang out. "Oh wow, look, 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 guess what I found?" In the innermost part of the hall, where the crowd was densest, a delinquent with a nose ring exaggeratedly approached Lin Su. Lin Su halted his motion of drawing the blade. A level 26 kid actually wants to challenge the notoriously difficult level 30 dungeon. This is just too funny. The delinquent stood 2 meters in front of Lin Su, laughing so hard he nearly doubled over, as if he would die if he didn't laugh today. As the delinquent's words fell, laughter erupted, and the surrounding onlookers pointed and jeered at Lin Su. The corner of Lin Su's mouth curled up, and the Soul Void Blade was drawn. "What do you want? You're not thinking of attacking me, are you? Ha ha ha." Seeing Lin Su draw his blade, the delinquent laughed even more wildly. He waved a card in his hand at Lin Su. "Come on, kid, if you dare to touch me today, I'll give you this nightmare difficulty invitation." Lin Su couldn't help but laugh out loud, sincerely thanking the delinquent's ancestors. However, just as Lin Su was about to make a move, a girl in a staff uniform squeezed into the crowd, timidly saying, "To esteemed adventurers, please don't cause a conflict in the dungeon hall, or I will be punished. Please." Saying this, the girl bowed deeply to Lin Su and the delinquent. Glancing at the girl, Lin Su scoffed. "An ordinary person?" Of course, Lin Su was asking knowingly, as he could see the other party's information directly. The girl didn't respond to Lin Su's somewhat nonsensical question and continued to explain nervously. "Esteemed adventurers, fighting in the dungeon hall is considered very bad behavior and will immediately attract the enforcers of the Aoki Guild. I'm sure neither of you wants to face the enforcers, so, get down." Before the girl could finish her sentence, Lin Su laughed out loud. He pointed to the ground with his chin, indicating for the girl to lie down. He found the people in the district simply adorable. They were either rushing to offer themselves as sacrifices or eager to assist. The girl's face instantly turned red. Conflicts between combat-type adventurers often resulted in them venting their frustrations on the life-type adventurers. Unfortunately, combat-type adventurers were the backbone of the district, and the guild openly and secretly favored them. Even if they were bullied, they could only swallow their anger. She thought Lin Su was acting on his primal instincts and wanted to. 3 seconds. If you don't do as I say, you'll face the consequences. 3. Lin Su's gaze turned cold as he began to count down, and at the same time, his right hand, holding the blade, started to gather power. In the next moment, the girl's eyes turned red, and she lay on the ground with a face full of grievance. Glancing at the girl, Lin Su felt a vain throb on his forehead. If time allowed, he really wanted to kick her hard on the backside and then shout, "Damn it, lie down properly." Clang! Just as Lin Su was internally complaining, a circular blade light shot out from him as the center, sweeping past the head of Yamamoto Reina, who was squatting at the door tying her shoelaces. Successfully killed a district adventurer experience. Successfully killed a district adventurer experience. The kill record flooded the screen. A golden light shot up from Lin Su, followed by a second one. Congratulations, successfully leveled up, advancing 2 levels? Lin Su was slightly surprised. Although the battle puppets hadn't participated this time, and only Fan Fan had taken a portion of his experience based on the number of adventurers he had just killed, it clearly shouldn't have been this quick to level up. Thinking of this, Lin Su switched his view. Sure enough, within the Black Dragon Guild's secret realm, the second wave of cleanup against the remnants of the Black Dragon Guild had already begun. Perhaps feeling that the last battle was too lacking in challenge, this time, Yashiki Taku directly teleported around 2,000 guild members. With nearly 1,000 puppets joining in the last wave, this battle still lacked excitement, and the one-sided situation was quite obvious. Thinking of this, Lin Su simply delegated command to Ryomoku, then his gaze fell on the delinquent boy. You. The delinquent boy's pupils began to dilate. With a ding, the Soul Void blade returned to its sheath, and Lin Su smiled as he took the nightmare difficulty invitation from the boy's hand, sincerely saying, "Thank you." The girl lying on the ground was stunned. She never expected that instead of facing Lin Su's frenzied assault, she would witness a reconciliation between the two who had just drawn their weapons against each other. However, just as she turned to look behind her, blood gushed forth, and she saw the upper half of the delinquent boy slowly sliding to one side, having been severed in half. Yet, what shocked the girl even more was that not only the delinquent boy, but also the previously living professionals, without exception, were all having their upper halves slide off to one side. The girl widened her eyes in terror, nearly fainting from the horrifying scene before her. However, after being given a slap by Fan Fan, she immediately regained her senses. Lin Su calmly looked at the other party and said with a smile, "Call the police, notify the Aoki Guild to send someone." The girl's face twisted in distress as she instinctively raised her hands, swearing to the heavens, "My lord, rest assured, I absolutely won't." Lin Su scoffed, his mind moving, too lazy to bother with her anymore. Soon, Yamada Reina walked towards the girl. After a friendly exchange, the girl had several bright red handprints on her face, and she immediately called for help from the Aoki Guild, making 3 consecutive calls. At that moment, the way the girl looked at Lin Su was as if she were staring at a ferocious beast. In the blink of an eye, he had killed over 100 professionals and insisted that she call the police, letting the Aoki Guild come to capture her. How arrogant, how presumptuous, how could such a monster exist in the world? However, as the girl muttered to herself, black mist surged in the instant's hall. Those professionals who had already died could not die any further, yet they all crawled back to life, their previous injuries healed as if they had never existed. "Master!" All the transformed professional puppets knelt before Lin Su. Lin Su glanced at Yamada Reina and instructed, "Take them with you, and make sure to entertain the friends from the Aoki Guild later. Also, if they are in a hurry to find me, just tell them I entered the instance and will be out shortly." "Yes, Master," Yamada Reina replied. The girl gasped, instantly feeling that this group of people was absurdly putting on a show for her. Lin Su's gaze then fell on the nightmare difficulty instance invitation. Category, Instance Invitation, Instance Name, Hidden Evil, Difficulty, Nightmare, Entry Level, 25, Hint, this instance is of extremely high difficulty, and there are no clear records of completion for nightmare difficulty. Professionals should enter with caution. Realizing that there was no useful information on the invitation, Lin Su rolled his eyes. After thinking for a moment, it was just a level 30 instance. He couldn't be bothered to ask those professional puppets and directly chose to use the instance invitation. A sense of weightlessness hit him during the teleportation. As his vision cleared, Lin Su scanned his surroundings. He was in a somewhat simple wooden bedroom. At that moment, he was lying on the bed, and upon seeing the style of the furniture and items in the room, Lin Su frowned. It was obvious that these items were not modern. In fact, he even saw an unusually ancient oil lamp on a nearby table. Ancient? Moreover, he hadn't immediately entered a battle. Damn it, I don't want this. Lin Su instantly felt an impulse to spit blood. Originally, he had thought to finish quickly, to enter the instance and start a chaotic slaughter, then smoothly clear it. But what he didn't expect was that this instance had given him a relatively safe environment right from the start. There is usually only one explanation for this situation. That is, what I am currently experiencing is a mystery-solving type of dungeon. Of course, this is the last kind of dungeon that Lin Su wants to go through in his current environment, without exception. For a straightforward guy like Lin Su, not to mention how troublesome it is to collect those trivial clues, he simply cannot afford the time. Typically, such a dungeon can take several days or even more than 10 days to complete. The people from the Aoki Guild are still waiting for him to engage in a thrilling battle. Not only that, but the Black Dragon Guild's secret realm is also waiting for him. If at that time, Ryumotaku calls the president of the Aoki Guild, who is also his designated chef, and he is unable to go for the interview, how awkward would that be? Just as Lin Su was thinking this, there was a knock on the door. Lin Su squinted his eyes, and Inar appeared, directly walking over to open the door. As his puppet, Lin Su had her take the lead without any psychological pressure. He didn't even bother to ask who was knocking outside. In any case, if the visitor had ill intentions, then they could just leave their lives behind. Creak. The old wooden door opened, and a shy girl in a kimono peeked her head in. Name Fujita Mihue, status cursed, inactive, level 35, category plot character elite monster cat girl, health 15238, mana 13578. Seeing the girl's attribute panel, Lin Su's eyes narrowed. Unlike Nan Gonyun, who was in a parasitic state, this girl was actually cursed. Moreover, her identity switched between a plot character and an elite monster. Does this mean that when the girl's curse is inactive, she is a plot character, and once the curse is activated, she becomes an elite monster? Just as Lin Su was pondering this, the girl's soft voice came through. Icheng-kun, you're awake. Here, I brought you food. Saying this, she pushed the door open, holding a food box in one hand, while a fluffy tabby cat followed her from behind. Hearing someone call him Icheng for the first time, Lin Su felt a bit uncomfortable, and he didn't even react immediately. After hesitating for a moment, he suddenly realized and pointed to the table with his chin, saying, put it down. Since the curse on her was inactive, she temporarily belonged to the plot character category, so Lin Su chose not to act immediately. As for asking her questions, Lin Su was considering whether it would be easier to ask if the plot character was dead or alive. Just as he was hesitating, a prompt appeared. Prompt detected that the practitioner has engaged with a plot character. Now, the first ring task is released. Task 1: find out the reason why the town's residents go mad at night. Task deadline 24 hours. Task reward experience 130,000. Second ring task important clue item. Failure penalty stuck in the dungeon. Prompt: as night falls, the town's residents will fall into a state of mad slaughter, their combat power soaring as they brutally kill all outsiders. Currently, all practitioners stuck in the dungeon have died. Please find clues as soon as possible. After reading the warning-laden prompt in his mind, Lin Su's forehead twitched. Leveling up to level 45 is called a surge in combat power? What's the difference between a one-hit kill and a one-hit kill? And being stuck, tisk, that's really terrifying. However, despite thinking this, Lin Su still pinched his nose and connected the known clues. Town, residents, night, madness, slaughter, secrets. After pondering for a moment, Lin Su felt speechless. He felt that this so-called 30-level dungeon, which was said to be the hardest to clear in the region, truly lived up to its reputation. Because apart from thinking that the town's residents were cursed, he couldn't come up with any other clues. But this reason is too simple. It couldn't possibly be the first rings. Congratulations, the first ring task has been completed, taking 7 seconds, breaking the first ring clearance record, and receiving double experience rewards. Congratulations! Experience! Lin Su was stunned on the spot upon receiving the old pipe. What have I done? Is this appropriate? The first ring's task is this simple? The answer is clearly written on the face of the cat girl, Fujita Miho. Anyone who isn't blind can see it at a glance. And this is supposed to be the hardest dungeon. Are the people in this region all idiots? But then Lin Su realized, right, the people in this region don't have the eye of magic, so they can't see the cat girl's hidden attributes. To know these things, they can only explore bit by bit. With this thought, Lin Su went to the bed and pushed open the bedroom window. The bedroom was at least on the 3rd floor of the attic, with a good view, revealing an ancient town surrounded by green mountains. In the distance, the sunset was about to fall, and the soft red sunlight illuminated the faces of the bustling residents, making everything seem particularly peaceful and serene. Glancing at the remaining sliver of the setting sun, Lin Su estimated that there were about 3 minutes left before nightfall. In other words, the time for slaughter was about to arrive. How many residents are there in the town? Lin Su asked the cat girl while observing the pedestrians not far down the street. He took out the food from the box and arranged it on the table. The cat girl thought for a moment and smiled lightly. There are probably a little over 2,000, maybe not quite 3,000. The exact number might only be known by the village chief. Why are you asking this, Icheng-kun? Lin Su nodded and withdrew his gaze from the pedestrians. No wonder no professionals in this region could clear the nightmare difficulty of this dungeon. Not to mention before the curse was activated, even now, those seemingly inconspicuous residents on the street all had levels between 26. Even the infants in their cradles were no exception. Even a fully equipped level 35 5-person team would definitely be wiped out if they angered these residents without running away quickly, let alone after these residents activated the curse. Those professionals from this region who came to tackle this dungeon must have died peacefully. Having thought this through, Lin Su decided not to waste any more time. With a thought, Inar appeared silently behind the cat girl. control her, and after night falls, kill her, Lin Su directly ordered Inar. In the next moment, the cat girl, with a face full of shock and fear, was pinned to the ground by Inar. Seeing this scene, the tabby cat following the cat girl instantly fluffed up, hissing and clawing at Inar. Lin Su chuckled, and a red stream of light floated out from his body, releasing Fan Fan. The moment it landed, Fan Fan slapped the hissing cat into the corner of the room and then pinned it to the ground with the same paw. After a while, these two would transform, and Lin Su was curious about what their forms would be. Moreover, killing them later should yield higher experience. Icheng-kun, I rescued you from the mountain when you were gravely injured. Why are you doing this to me? What do you want? The cat girl questioned Lin Su loudly, tears welling in her eyes, looking aggrieved. Lin Su glanced at the cat girl calmly, too lazy to explain, and directly shifted his gaze to the obtained clue item. Name, old pipe, category, plot item, effect, find the owner of the pipe to obtain useful information from him, and if lucky, gain his protection. Hint, second ring task activated. Task content, find the owner of the pipe and obtain the next ring task clue from him. Task deadline, none. Hint, in 2 minutes and 27 seconds, night will fall, all villagers will activate the curse, entering a state of slaughter, extremely dangerous. Please professionals find the owner of the pipe as soon as possible. Task reward, experience, obtain diamond treasure chest, failure penalty, professionals will be detained in the dungeon. Lin Su raised an eyebrow. According to the hint, there was only a little over 2 minutes of safe time left. In other words, if one does not want to be beaten by the villagers after entering a state of slaughter, one needs to find the owner of the pipe and gain their protection within these 2 minutes. Glancing at Fan Fan, Lin Su was speechless. 2 minutes, isn't that a bit too much to ask? Even if Fan Fan's nose is sensitive enough, and this small village does indeed look small, the time is really tight. Confucius once said, as long as you lie flat, life will never be able to press you down and rub you into the ground. Yes, absolutely no flaws there. With this thought in mind, Lin Su smirked and exerted force in his hand. With a crack, the pipe shattered. Why, you actually broke the village chief's pipe? The cat girl stared wide-eyed at Lin Su's action, her face filled with disbelief. Lin Su scoffed, brushing off the wooden splinters from his hands. Time passed second by second, and he fixed his gaze on the cat girl without blinking. Soon, the sky was completely dark. As if someone had pressed the pause button, the entire village fell into an instant silence. The tabby cat that Fan Fan was holding transformed into a wisp of blue smoke and merged into the cat girl's body. Crack, crack, crack. The sound of dislocated joints made one's teeth ache. The cat girl's pupils gradually turned green, with slitted irises. At the same time, her fangs protruded, her limbs twisted, and bone blades pierced through her skin at the joints. However, even after transforming, the cat girl was still no match for Inar. After all, Inar could take on a level 75 Selena. Realizing she still couldn't break free from Inar's grasp, the cat girl glared at Lin Su, her mouth opening and closing, producing an extremely unpleasant sound. Giggling, giggling, outsider, you will end up like those who came to the village before, torn apart bit by bit and buried on the back mountain, ha ha, ha ha ha. The transformed cat girl was neither human nor beast, completely different from what Lin Su had imagined. Lin Su curled his lips, losing all interest in the spectacle, and said with a faint smile, is that so? Thank you for remembering to bury me after you kill me. With that, he directly signaled Inar to take action. Inar's slightly grayish fist instantly broke through a wave of air and smashed down onto the cat girl's head. Thud! The cat girl's head was directly pierced through. Successfully killed the cat girl. Elite, experience kill notification received. A faint green light rippled around Inar. Lin Su raised an eyebrow and checked Inar's attribute panel. Name, Inar, category, Insectoid Queen, level 6, puppet, level 36. Lin Su was speechless. He thought Inar's original damage of over 43,000 shouldn't be able to one-punch the cat girl, who also had over 40,000 health. It turns out the other party had quietly leveled up to 36. But there was nothing to be done. After all, the other party's area attack skills were fierce, and with one shout, the experience skyrocketed. With this in mind, Lin Su looked out the window at the street not far away. The corpse infant climbing the wall and the night wanderer holding its own head made the street look like a procession of 100 ghosts. With the plot items destroyed, there was no way to find the pipe owner anymore. With this thought, Lin Su simply ordered Inar to unleash full firepower. Roar! Inar let out a furious roar. A visible sound wave rapidly spread outwards. The walls and windows of the wooden loft exploded instantly. Lin Su experienced a ringing in his ears, and Fan Fan transformed into a streak of light, directly entering Lin Su's body. This high-decibel noise was unbearable for it. Scattered kill records began to appear. Roar! After Inar's second roar, the kill records flooded the screen. After the third roar, the kill records all had suffixes like elite added. A golden light shot up from Lin Su's body. Congratulations, successfully promoted. Glancing at Inar's remaining mana, which was nearly 1/5, Lin Su smirked. Inar decisively let out a fourth roar. This time, after a few more sporadic kill records increased, there was no further movement. At the same time, a system notification arrived. Notification: important plot character has been killed, second ring task failed. Seeing this notification, Lin Su couldn't help but scoff. You say dead and just die, did I approve your death? Thinking this in his heart, he directly activated the skill Soul Control, Necromancer Puppet. Black mist began to spread in every corner of the village, and the villagers, whose deaths were tragic, rose from the ground one by one. Warning: if the number of souls forcibly extracted or detained exceeds 1/3 of the total souls in the instance, this instance will permanently disappear after leaving. Looking at this blood-red notification, Lin Su's eyes lit up instantly, and the corners of his mouth involuntarily curled up. Wow, there's such a good thing? Then there's no need to think, extract, must extract to the limit. As this thought appeared in Lin Su's mind, a large number of villagers' puppet eyes gradually brightened. Notification: you have currently extracted more than 75 souls from the instance. This instance will permanently close after leaving. Only 75? Lin Su frowned and immediately released the villagers' puppets he had just transformed, leaving no living thing in the instance. Who did you say that pipe belonged to just now? Lin Su glanced at the cat girl, who had also risen, and asked. Reporting to the master, it belongs to the village chief. The cat girl replied truthfully. Glancing at the cat girl's current appearance, Lin Su felt it was awkward, so he quickly waved his hand to let her go out. He then directly used his mind to order all the villagers to summon the village chief to come find him quickly. About 10 minutes later, a thin old man surrounded by black mist floated into the already dilapidated attic. As soon as he entered, the old man immediately knelt down before Lin Su. Notification: for unknown reasons, important plot character has been resurrected. Congratulations, the second ring task has been completed, time taken 12 minutes and 25 seconds. Breaking the record for the second ring with no one clearing it, reward increased to 3 times. Congratulations, experience gained, received diamond treasure chest. Looking at the experience bar that had increased again, Lin Su couldn't help but smile. This is the proper way to clear a level. Notification: final ring task activated. Task content: defeat the village chief, gain the village chief's recognition, then take the village chief's head to resolve the curse support. Task deadline: none. Task reward level: skill scroll failure penalty, stay in the instance. After reading the third ring task notification, Lin Su's eyelids twitched involuntarily. Defeat the village chief? How to defeat him? Didn't I just kill him directly? After thinking for a moment, it seemed that it really didn't count, so Lin Su simply didn't want to think too much. He raised his eyelids, and the village chief immediately stood up, respectfully saying, I am at your service, my lord. Lin Su didn't waste words and directly showed his third ring task to the village chief. The village chief took a glance, and his face instantly twitched. But the next moment, without any hesitation, he let out a scream and collapsed to the ground. Lin Su's forehead twitched. Looking at the village chief's utterly terrible acting, he almost spat out a mouthful of old blood. However, the next moment, notification: successfully defeated the village chief and gained the village chief's recognition. Stunned, Lin Su was speechless. Indeed, as long as you are not embarrassed, the one who is embarrassed is others. Confirming that Lin Su had received the notification, the village chief scrambled up from the ground, respectfully saying, reporting to the master, the situation is as follows. Seeing that the village chief was about to tell a story at the slightest disagreement, Lin Su hurriedly waved his hand. Just tell me where to go and who to kill. I'm not interested in anything else. The cave in the back mountain, the eternal night cursed witch Qianyuing. Understanding Lin Su's meaning deeply, the village chief spoke extremely concisely. As soon as he finished speaking, a short knife appeared in his hand, and without saying a word, he directly slashed at his own neck. Watching the head drop to the ground, Lin Su was taken aback. TSK, this attitude, this efficiency, must be praised. Half an hour later, Lin Su, along with Anar and the cat girl holding the village chief's head, arrived at the back mountain. In the distance, Lin Su spotted the cave on the hillside. What felt eerie, however, was that the entire slope was densely populated with hundreds of wooden plaques. What are those wooden plaques? Lin Su asked the cat girl. Reporting to the master, those are the tombstones of the practitioners we have killed. Lin Su nodded, surprised that the villagers had indeed taken the bodies to bury them in the back mountain. Just as Lin Su was about to move forward, he suddenly thought of a question and hurriedly asked the cat girl, did they bury their equipment with them? The cat girl nodded, not understanding. Yes, we always collect them very carefully. Looking at the dense array of tombstones, Lin Su squinted. If they could dig out the equipment inside, TSK TSK, TSK TSK TSK. With that thought, Lin Su directly commanded with his mind. All villagers, grab your hose and gather at the back mountain, immediately. Concerned that the so-called cursed witch might not be very tough and that killing her would force them to leave the dungeon, Lin Su waited at the foot of the hill for quite a while. Although the villagers were all cursed now, appearing in various forms and not very pleasant to look at, one had to admit that their hoe-wielding skills were top-notch. In less than half an hour, over 2,000 puppet villagers had almost completely dug through the entire mountain, leaving human limbs and bones scattered everywhere. As for the harvest, it was astonishingly impressive. Lin Su's mouth almost stretched to his ears. In front of Lin Su, various pieces of equipment had piled up to nearly 2 people high. He roughly counted and, excluding those that were completely damaged and irreparable, there were still over 1,000 usable pieces of equipment. Although the levels of these pieces were generally not high, those who dared to challenge the notoriously difficult dungeon naturally had decent gear. Among these, less than 1/10 were of silver quality, while 60% were gold, and the rest were all diamond or above. Just as Lin Su was contemplating whether to distribute this batch of equipment directly to the insectoid puppets, an old farmer with a large hole in his chest, clearly hollowed out, excitedly approached Lin Su. He held in both hands an object the size of an egg, radiating a shimmering starlight like liquid metal, and respectfully placed it at Lin Su's feet before immediately turning to continue his work. The moment Lin Su saw the liquid metal, his eyelids twitched. Judging by the luster emanating from it, it was definitely of starry quality. A half-step artifact? While shocked, Lin Su tossed a bottle of mineral water to Anar. After Anar cleaned the liquid metal, she returned it to Lin Su. Name Forgotten Time Category Equipment, Mask Set Component, 1, Effect 1, Mental Recovery Speed increased to 300, Reaction Ability and Dynamic Capture Ability increased to 300. Effect 2, after equipping, the mask will not obscure the user's face, allowing them to forget their appearance and voice when seeing someone they have met before. Skill not activated. Wearing level none quality starry. After reading the attributes of this equipment, Lin Su couldn't help but laugh. He truly hadn't expected such an unexpected gain in this level 30 dungeon. The key was that, although this mask was just a component of a set, the attributes it added were not inferior to his current Aurora set. Moreover, the parts of the two sets did not conflict at all. Enhancing reaction ability and dynamic capture ability by 3 times in actual combat was terrifying. His combat power would absolutely increase geometrically. With that in mind, Lin Su decided without hesitation to equip Forgotten Time. A slight dizziness washed over him, as if everything around him had slowed down. The movements of everyone around him instantly slowed to 1/3 of their speed. The droplets of water sliding off Anar's fingertips, the soil fragments kicked up by the old farmer's hoe in the distance, the breeze brushing over the hillside, the grass swaying gently. Everywhere he looked, the trajectories of all moving objects were laid bare. Slow, truly slow. The whole world felt so slow. At this moment, Lin Su had only one thought in his mind. Lin Su closed his eyes and shook his head, the discomfort fading somewhat. Glancing at the mountain of equipment that had piled up, he focused his thoughts, and 10 ninja puppets were summoned from the Black Dragon Guild's secret realm. There was too much equipment, his personal space simply couldn't accommodate it all. These ninja puppets had also been professionals and had their own personal spaces. Once the puppets finished storing the equipment, Lin Su headed straight for the cave on the hillside. He kicked down the rusted iron gate that blocked the cave entrance, which fell with a crash, and a notification appeared. Notification: you have entered the domain of the Eternal Night Cursed Witch, Xianyuing. You are under curse suppression. Due to carrying the village chief's head, suppression is reduced by 50, and all attributes are temporarily deducted. Notification: due to location reasons, the curse suppression effect is invalid, and the attributes of the professional are not reduced. Seeing the 2 notifications that came in succession, Lin Su's forehead twitched. Damn, so the village chief's head is used to reduce curse suppression? But he had the passive ability of the will of the demon, which immunized him from the suppression after a round of judgment. In simple terms, the total attributes of this cursed witch were not as good as his, and the village chief had died for nothing. However, it wasn't a big deal. He could summon the opponent again tomorrow. Just a damn witch, making such a fuss, and causing him to lose a subordinate for nothing. Damn, she really deserved to die. To appease the spirit of the village chief, he had to strike the opponent a couple more times. Fuming with anger, Lin Su surveyed his surroundings, and the soul void blade emerged. The cave was dark, enclosed, and filled with a strong stench of decay. On the rock walls, he could occasionally see large areas of twisted writing. Those words seemed to have been written in blood, long dried and blackened, blurred to the point that Lin Su couldn't understand them. All the way, he encountered no attacks and no forks in the path, arriving directly at the deepest part of the cave. This was an exceptionally simple stone chamber, with shabby furniture covered in dust, as if someone had lived here long ago. Strangely, this stone chamber not only had furniture but also torture devices covered in dried blood. Considering the large iron door at the cave entrance, Lin Su realized that calling this a stone chamber was inaccurate. It should be a prison cell. He shrugged dismissively and focused his gaze on the center of the cell. A massive iron coffin lay on the ground. It was clear that the seams of the iron coffin had once been sealed with molten iron. However, judging by the scattered metal fragments on the ground, the coffin lid had been forcefully opened from the inside. Glancing at the motionless coffin, Lin Su was speechless. This was it? This was the exploration? This was a bit too simple. Just as Lin Su was astonished, he suddenly noticed that the cat girl was no longer there, and the village chief's head lay on the ground in the distance. As for Inar, her health had already dropped by a third. Lin Su's eyelid twitched. Inar had over 500,000 health. How could this happen in such a short time? With a thought, Lin Su directly recalled Inar into his body. He quickly checked the summoning list and indeed saw the notification that the cat girl had died due to being subjected to a large amount of curses. What the hell? So it was because of his passive ability that he was immune to the curse of the vengeful spirit witch, but the cat girl and Inar were not. He had said this damn dungeon shouldn't be this simple. The cat girl was at level 45, with over 40,000 health. In such a short time, she hadn't even reached the end of the cave before she was killed. If it had been an ordinary professional team, they wouldn't even have had the chance to see the end. He thought that people in such a small place were quite treacherous, and they had quietly killed one of his puppets. Damn, how could he tolerate this? With this thought, his brows furrowed tightly, and he stomped on the ground, kicking the iron coffin with all his might. Bang! Rumble! Like being hit by a truck, the massive iron coffin spun and crashed into the rock wall. A piercing scream erupted from the iron coffin. The coffin, which had crashed into the rock wall, instantly shattered into pieces, and several fragments of human bones rolled out. A thick black mist surged from within the coffin, gathering in the air of the stone chamber. Soon, a girl dressed in a black kimono, with snow-white skin, floated in midair. Perhaps having never encountered such a fierce greeting, the girl's beautiful face twisted in anger as she shouted, "Considering you brought the village chief's old head, outsider, I'll give you a way out. Leave my territory, now." Lin Su raised an eyebrow. A way out? If she hadn't realized that her curse ability was useless against him, how could she possibly let him leave? With that thought, the sound of breaking wind surged. A flying knife instantly pierced the girl's chest. However, strangely, the knife did not harm her at all. Lin Su was somewhat puzzled. He glanced at the girl and activated his demon eye. Name Eternal Night Cursed Witch Qian Yuing Category Ultimate Dungeon, Spirit Level 1, note spirits are immune to all attacks except those with attached soul damage. Level 45 Soul Strength 2137 Mana 52138 Attack 7677, with Soul Damage, Soul Defense 1358 Skills Eternal Night, Curse Domain, Weakening, Curse. After reading Qian Ying's attributes, Lin Su suddenly understood. No wonder her attributes were so weak. How could she still hold an ultimate title? It turned out she was a spirit, and as long as the attack did not include soul damage, it was completely ineffective against her. In this world, soul attacks were recognized as exceptionally powerful. However, whether in equipment, skills, or among practitioners, those with soul attack capabilities were few and far between. Now you know my power, right? Your attacks are useless against me. If you don't want to die in pain like your summon creature, you better leave my territory. Seeing Lin Su at a disadvantage, Qian Yuing instinctively began to taunt. But before she could finish her sentence, Lin Su suddenly appeared behind her and kicked her hard in the lower back. With a loud bang, Qian Yuing crashed into the rock wall like a rag doll, rolling into a heap. Noticing that Qian Yuing did not pass through the stone wall, Lin Su smirked. Good, it seemed that spirits did not possess the ability to phase through walls, which meant she couldn't escape. Why you? How could you possibly attack me? Qian Ying's face turned pale in disbelief. Lin Su coldly smiled and faced her with another kick, then a second, a third. He had to admit that the elasticity of spirits was quite impressive. After kicking the wall, she actually bounced back, like a rubber ball. Lin Su certainly did not have the ability to harm spirits, but the Soul Void Blade did. Not to mention spirits, with the Soul Void Blade equipped, Lin Su could even play with pure soul entities in his hands. This meant that Lin Su could easily touch Qian Yuing, but it was just a touch. Although it looked like Lin Su was beating her badly, he had not actually caused any harm. As for why Lin Su didn't use the Soul Void Blade, which had soul damage capabilities, against her, it was because he was worried that with her small frame, a single strike might kill her outright. For targets with physical protection, Lin Su could chop away without worry, without using soul damage. But for Qian Yuing, without soul damage, he couldn't hit her, and with it, he might kill her in one blow, causing her soul to scatter and losing a puppet for no reason. It was precisely for this reason that Lin Su had to negotiate with her in this manner. Moments later, after having comfortably stayed in this dungeon for over 100 years without encountering an opponent, the ultimate Qian Yuing completely broke down, crying uncontrollably. Lin Su's actions perfectly illustrated what it meant to inflict minimal damage but maximum humiliation. Qian Yuying's entire spirit was stunned. She had already suffered enough in her past life and couldn't understand why she had now become a plot creature in a dungeon. Heaven still wants to send such a vicious man, treating himself so brutally. Woo-woo, stop, please, you just want to eliminate the curse on those beasts, right? I promise you, is that enough? Woo-woo. Qian Yuing got up, wiping non-existent tears while speaking to Lin Su. Lin Su slowly lowered his foot, which he had raised again, and frowned in response. Who told you I wanted to lift the curse on the villagers? Then why did you come to find me? Qian Yuing was instantly filled with confusion. After thinking for a moment, Lin Su said directly, can you curse them again, so they remain in a state of slaughter during the day? What? Qian Yuing was instantly flustered, her eyes nearly popping out. At that moment, when she looked at Lin Su again, it was clear that her expression said, wow, boss, you're even more ruthless than I am. You must be a demon. Lin Su smiled faintly, too lazy to explain. The villagers' normal state during the day was 10 levels different from their slaughter state at night, with combat power being worlds apart. If possible, it would naturally be best to keep the puppets in the latter state forever. Is that not possible? Seeing Qian Yuing stunned and silent for a long time, Lin Su asked with some regret. After thinking, Qian Yuing smiled sadly. It is possible, I can do it, but I can't get out of here. Lin Su raised an eyebrow, feeling that Qian Yuing was starting to act up again. As he scoffed, he gently touched her skin with the soul void blade, which had already opened the soul wound. Sizzle! With a sound like a red-hot iron touching skin, Qian Yuing immediately let out a scream. You don't really think I can't kill you? Tip: using the soul void blade to touch a spirit body for 3 seconds will forcibly mark the spirit with a soul imprint. Seeing the sudden prompt, Lin Su's unfinished words got stuck in his throat. So it was like this, then there was no need for further nonsense. What do you want to do to me? Realizing that Lin Su hadn't finished speaking, she inexplicably started to laugh. Qian Yuing looked at the man before her, who resembled a ferocious beast, and slowly retreated while sitting on the ground. After a moment, a mysterious rune embedded itself into Qian Yuying's forehead. I greet you, my lord. Qian Yuing knelt before Lin Su with utmost respect. Answer my previous question. Lin Su said directly. Devour the souls of those beasts, and they will maintain their current state. After thinking for a moment, Qian Yuing replied. Lin Su squinted, hesitating for a moment. Devouring the souls within those villagers was merely a thought. But if those puppets lost their souls, their combat power would increase, yet he would still have to exert effort to control them, which felt somewhat troublesome. With this in mind, Lin Su simply changed the subject and continued to ask, how do you increase your rank? While checking Qian Yuying's attributes, Lin Su discovered that, similar to Yinar, her skill panel displayed a rank. Since there was a rank, it was undoubtedly possible to elevate it. If he could create another super fighter like Yinar, and one that was immune to all attacks except soul damage, wow, his invincibility index would surely soar again. Devouring other spirit bodies or souls is fine, but the best is still pure souls, Qian Yuing explained. He. My lord, what are you laughing at? Did I say something wrong? Seeing Lin Su grinning foolishly, Qian Yuing asked in confusion. No, you are absolutely right, what I lack the most right now is this. As he spoke, the soul void blade pierced the ground, and the next moment, a chilling wind howled. In the next moment, all the transformed villager puppets simultaneously released a colorless, transparent energy from within. After this energy dispersed, the villagers' eyes, like 100 ghosts walking at night, dimmed once more. My lord, this. Seeing the pure souls rushing in from the cave entrance, quickly filling the stone chamber, Qian Yuing covered her mouth in astonishment, her face filled with disbelief. Lin Su grinned, his smile slightly cruel. You didn't want to kill those villagers, did you? Their souls are all here, not a single one missing. Now, they all belong to you. The moment he saw Qian Yuing, the emotions transmitted back from the villagers' puppets were surprisingly unified. Fear, despair, disgust, hatred, and guilt. Lin Su didn't care what had happened between these villagers and Qian Yuing. Who was he to judge from a moral high ground? He didn't have that kind of time. Justice? Whoever's fist was big enough to smash a pit, that was justice. Compared to a super fierce thug, these 2,000 soulless puppets were just a bit more work. This deal was incredibly worthwhile. Now, Lin Su's fist was the biggest, so these villagers were guilty, and their crimes were heinous. Ha 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 ha, didn't expect this, did you? Didn't expect you would end up like this, ha, woo woo woo. Watching the souls around him tremble in fear, Xian Yuing laughed maniacally, but as she laughed, she suddenly began to cry loudly. Alright, stop wasting time, hurry up and devour them, then I'll take you away. Seeing Xian Yuing acting crazily, Lin Su frowned and reminded her. Yes, my lord. Xian Yuing responded, her eyes slightly closed, arms outstretched, slowly floating into the air. The next moment, a powerful soul-attracting force erupted from Xian Yuing. The screams and wails of souls immediately followed. Notification: Xian Yuing's advancement progress. Notification: Xian Yuing has been promoted to the 4th tier. Name: Xian Yuing. Category: Puppet Spirit Master Tier 4th tier. Advancement progress 17264. Level 45. Soul Strength 38137. Mana 92738. Attack 21855. With soul damage, soul defense 19322. Skills: Eternal Night, Curse Domain, Weakening, Curse of Resentment. Moments later, Xian Yuing devoured all the villagers' souls. Looking at the significantly increased attributes, Lin Su couldn't help but smirk. This damage would definitely give the Qingmu Guild a big surprise. Thank you, my lord. Thank you for avenging me. Xian Yuing knelt respectfully before Lin Su, sincerely saying. How large is the coverage of your curse domain? Lin Su asked casually. It can probably cover the entire village, Xian Yuing replied after a moment of contemplation. Lin Su was astonished as he silently calculated. Wow, this range is even larger than Inar's area attack. Alright, let's go, I'll take you away. Saying this, Lin Su directly took out a return scroll from his personal space. The reason he dared to destroy the second ring's task item was because of this scroll. Even if the task couldn't be completed, he could just teleport out. As for now, although he had already taken Xian Yuing for himself, she was still alive, and the third ring's task was likely impossible to complete. This was evident from the lack of a task completion notification. My lord, wait. Noticing Lin Su was about to use the scroll, Xian Yuing quickly stopped him. What's wrong? Lin Su looked up at Xian Yuing and asked. My lord, please give me your hand, Xian Yuing pleaded. Lin Su, confused, directly extended his hand to her. Xian Yuing held Lin Su's hand, closed her eyes, and slowly pressed her forehead against the back of his hand. Notification: received the blessing of the Spirit Master Xian Yuing, permanent soul defense. Lin Su smiled indifferently, preparing to retract Xian Yuing back into the soul blade. However, at that moment, Xian Yuing's body transformed into sparkling starlight, gathering on the back of Lin Su's hand. The next moment, a feather-shaped black tattoo appeared on Lin Su's hand. He could clearly feel that it was Xian Yuing. Congratulations, third ring task completed, breaking the record of no one completing the third ring. Reward: skill scroll quality upgraded to level. Notification: you can choose one from the following skill list as a reward for completing the third ring. Rift/Swift Shadow. After quickly scanning through the skill list of about 40 to 50 options, Lin Su decisively made his choice. Name: Forbidden Space Domain. Category: skill scroll level effect. After mastering, it can confine the space within a radius of 1000 meters, rendering all space-related skills and scrolls ineffective, with no impact on the practitioner themselves. The effect lasts for 1 hour, this skill has no consumption, and a cooldown time of 24 hours. Upon obtaining the skill scroll, Lin Su directly chose to use it. Hint: skill scroll used successfully, gains skill, Forbidden Space Domain. If I had this skill earlier, I wouldn't have needed to call Nangongyun when killing Liang Mutua. Just as Lin Su was thinking this, the completion prompt for the dungeon appeared. Hint: the practitioner has cleared the dungeon, Hidden Evil of the World. Teleportation will begin in 3 seconds. Please prepare in advance. The sensation of teleportation quickly enveloped him. When Lin Su opened his eyes again, he had already appeared in the dungeon hall. As soon as he landed, an announcement appeared. Announcement: due to unknown reasons, the dungeon, Hidden Evil of the World is permanently closed. Announcement: due to unknown reasons, the dungeon, Hidden Evil of the World is permanently closed. The blood-red announcement appeared 3 times in a row, and then a golden light shot up from Lin Su. Congratulations, promotion successful. After scanning the surroundings and finding no danger, Lin Su switched his view. Indeed, over at the secret realm, the operation to eliminate the last wave of remnants from the Black Dragon Guild was nearing its end. It was still a slaughter without suspense. In less than half a day, Liang Mutua, the president of the Black Dragon Guild, had already betrayed most of his original subordinates. Retracting his gaze, Lin Su glanced at the blood-soaked Yamata Reina and asked, "What's the situation here?" Earlier in the dungeon, Lin Su hadn't paid attention to the outside situation. Now, dozens of corpses had appeared on the floor of the dungeon hall. Yamada Reina did not possess the ability to bleed, so undoubtedly, the blood on her was someone else's. The more than 100 puppets that had been transformed from those killed by Lin Su had now lost more than half, leaving fewer than 30. Reporting to the master, we have annihilated 2 waves of enforcers from the Aoki Guild. They should have called for reinforcements. Good, well done. Lin Su praised Yamada Reina, then with a thought, the black mist surged, and the dozens of enforcers' corpses quickly stood up. After a moment's thought, Lin Su also summoned the 10 ninja puppets he had collected equipment from in the dungeon. Glancing at those puppets, Lin Su ordered, using your previous connections, inform the Aoki Guild and the Rashasha Guild that the monsters from the hidden evil dungeon have escaped, and tell them to send people over to clean up. Yes, master. The puppets responded and turned to leave. And you, go ahead, remember to relay everything that happened here, as well as what I just said, to the Aoki Guild, and they should start evacuating civilians, and it's best to act quickly. Lin Su glanced at the staff girl who had been scared pale and was hiding under the table. Okay, thank you for not killing me, but if I really notify the Aoki Guild as you said, will they believe me? The girl trembled as she crawled out from under the table, looking somewhat worried. Caught off guard by the girl's question, Lin Su took a moment to react. What she meant by the Aoki Guild probably not believing was likely about the monsters escaping from the hidden evil dungeon. After all, an announcement had just been made stating that the dungeon was permanently closed. Moreover, up until now, not a single hair of the monsters from the dungeon had been seen. Glancing at the girl, who clearly had some Stockholm syndrome, Lin Su thought again, and the black mist surged. The next moment, various terrifyingly dead villagers roared out from the black mist, charging directly towards the outside of the dungeon hall. Seeing this scene, Thud, the girl, who had just mustered the courage to stand, sat back down in shock. Is it good now? Lin Su asked with a cold smile. Alright. In the end, the girl crawled out of the instance hall. After sending away the girl with Stockholm syndrome, Lin Su didn't linger in the instance hall. Charging into battle was something the puppets were meant to do. His personal involvement held little significance. With that thought, Lin Su called for Yamada Reina and headed straight for the teleportation array leading to the Black Dragon Guild's secret realm. On the way, Lin Su saw a large number of law enforcement vehicles beginning to gather towards the instance hall, the sirens blaring, and the entire West Capital was in chaos. Reporting to the master, all members of the Black Dragon Guild that can be recalled in the short term have been slaughtered. In the secret realm, Ryomoku Taku respectfully reported to Lin Su. Lin Su nodded. Understood, find a room. I need to rest. Having fought from day until midnight, Lin Su was truly exhausted at this point. Alright, when should I call President Aoki over, master? Ryomoku Taku asked as he led Lin Su towards the attic. After a moment's thought, Lin Su chuckled dryly. Tomorrow, she should be unable to get away at this hour. The next morning, in the urban area of West Capital, a battered Raisha Guild cleanup team stumbled into a large supermarket. Count the numbers. A burly man with a bloodied bandage on his face commanded in a deep voice. Captain, we have 17 left. We only have 17 left. A companion behind him replied, his voice already tinged with tears, clearly on the verge of a breakdown. It was no wonder his companion reacted this way. Although they called themselves a team, it was merely a name. In reality, their small team had 500 members, all of whom were level 45 advanced professionals. As for their captain, he had already reached level 62. Yet even so, in less than an hour, they were down to just 17 people, and one of the captain's eyes was blind. Captain, should we retreat? These monsters are not something from a single instance. If we stay any longer, we'll all die here. As soon as the previous companion's words fell, another team member immediately echoed in agreement. Ignoring the discussions of his team members, the bandaged man glanced back. Noticing that the monsters had not pursued them, his expression improved slightly as he slumped against a row of shelves. Strange, it was all too strange. According to the information he had received, the chaos had first started from a level 30 instance hall. Initially, it was said that some professionals were causing trouble in the instance hall, killing over 100 professionals in a row. The Aoki Guild immediately sent people to check the situation, but after sending 3 groups, there was no news. Then, for unknown reasons, the level 30 instance was closed, and the monsters inside escaped. This time, the Aoki Guild directly dispatched 2,000 elite enforcers to suppress it, but after several hours, the enforcers also went silent. At first, the Raisha Guild did not believe the Aoki Guild's claims at all. How could a dungeon that a 5-man team could clear, even if the monsters escaped, be beyond the control of 2,000 elite enforcers, to the point of going missing? However, to find out what had actually happened, the Raisha Guild still sent out 2 cleanup teams. And then, there was no further news. One team had already gone missing, and their team was on the brink of annihilation. The burly man was horrified to discover that the enemies they faced were not just the monsters that had escaped from the instance but also a large number of enforcers. What made him feel even more uneasy was that their enemies were exceptionally cunning. Without gathering an advantageous force, they would never engage in a direct confrontation with the cleanup team. Once pursued, they would immediately hide in nearby buildings. However, as soon as the cleanup team entered those buildings, a large number of enemies would surge out, instantly surrounding them. Unbeknownst to them, it seemed there was a vast, omniscient puppet master manipulating the entire battlefield. Just as the strong man was thinking about these things, his companion beside him suddenly exclaimed in surprise, "Captain, Captain, look! Look quickly, that's the captain of Team 1, and To and the others, they're all still alive and coming towards us." At that moment, nothing was more uplifting than the news that comrades who had already gone missing were still alive. As he shouted, this companion was about to rush towards those teammates. However, the strong captain turned pale and directly stopped him. "Don't go over there, those people are dead, all dead, I saw it with my own eyes." "Impossible, how could this be?" The teammate struggled free from the captain's grip and headed straight for his comrades. But the next moment, with a thud, a long knife pierced through this teammate's heart. The captain of Team 1 smiled eerily and coldly said, "Welcome to the team." Saying this, he didn't even look back and directly ordered the nearly 1,000 puppets behind him, "Kill them all." Watching the remaining 17 members of the Rakshasa Guild fall, Lin Su withdrew his gaze and spat out the mouthwash. After thinking for a moment, he focused his mind. Nearly 5,000 puppets in the Shijing city area vanished without a trace. The next moment, those puppets appeared in the secret realm. "These Aoki and Rakshasa Guild members were all recruited by you last night, my lord?" Looking at the large number of puppets that appeared before him, Ryumotaku asked in shock. Lin Su nodded indifferently and instructed, "Call the president of the Aoki Guild over, she should be free now. As for the reason, just say you have investigated and found out the mastermind behind the whole incident, she won't be able to refuse that." An hour later, inside the secret realm of the Black Dragon Guild, a flash of white light from the teleportation array revealed two figures. One was a man in his 40s, unremarkable in appearance, looking as if he had just woken up. The other was a tall young woman, around 20 years old, dressed exceptionally smartly. It was clear that the young woman was Aoki Guild President Akiyama Sakura, as mentioned by Ryumotaku. The moment Lin Su saw Akiyama Sakura, he immediately understood why Ryumotaku said that if choosing a partner, she would be the absolute first choice. She exuded extreme elegance with a hint of gentleness and nobility, making it hard for one to feel distant from her, especially with her nearly flawless face, truly a gem. However, at this moment, Lin Su's brows slightly furrowed. He was worried that such a delicately crafted girl, like a work of art, could really cook? Just as this thought crossed Lin Su's mind, Akiyama Sakura slowly walked out of the teleportation array, slightly bowing to Ryumotaku, who had been waiting beside the array, and elegantly said, "Ryumo-senpai." Ryumotaku smiled faintly, not keeping her in suspense, and directly said, "I asked President Akiyama here to inform you about the events that occurred in Shijing last night. I have received some intelligence." Akiyama Sakura showed gratitude and bowed slightly again to Ryumotaku. "I am very grateful." Lin Su raised an eyebrow, finding Akiyama Sakura quite interesting. Her speech was exceptionally concise, yet the meaning was complete. It was easy to imagine that what happened last night in Shijing must have left her in a state of distress. Yet, her demeanor remained as elegant as ever. Seeing this, Lin Su was too lazy to waste more time. He leaped down from the rooftop of the loft and walked straight towards them. "President, be careful." Perhaps sensing the chilling killing intent emanating from Lin Su, the originally lazy man suddenly tensed up, instinctively blocking Akiyama Sakura. Akiyama Sakura glanced at Lin Su in surprise and asked Ryumotaku, "Ryumo-senpai, who is this?" Without answering Akiyama Sakura's question, Ryumotaku knelt respectfully before Lin Su and said reverently, "My lord." "My lord?" Startled by Ryumotaku's address, Akiyama Sakura furrowed her brows and looked at Lin Su in shock. "You should know that even when facing the elders of the council, Ryumotaku wouldn't have to be so humble." Lin Su replied, his gaze falling on Akiyama Sakuna, and he smiled slightly. With a bang, the forbidden space domain activated. An invisible energy erupted from Lin Su as the center, signaling that the next prompt had arrived. Prompt: the space within a radius of 1,000 meters has been sealed. Any spatial type skills or items will be ineffective for 1 hour. Seeing this prompt, the sleepy man felt a heavy sinking in his heart. Once the space was sealed, Lin Su's intentions became crystal clear. He was going to make a move on Akiyama Sakuna. "Ryumotaku, are you crazy? What do you want?" the sleepy man shouted loudly. At the same time, a short knife was drawn in his hand, aimed at Lin Su's neck, and he slashed fiercely. He didn't intend to kill Lin Su, rather, based on the current situation, he believed the only way to safely take Akiyama Sukuna away was to take Lin Su hostage. However, facing the sudden attack from the sleepy man, Lin Su merely tilted his head slightly. With a swish, the short knife missed completely. So fast. Is this a summoner? And only level 30? Recalling the information he had previously detected about Lin Su, the sleepy man felt speechless. Lin Su also looked at the sleepy man in disbelief. Is this what level 30 looks like? That move was a bit slow. Of course, Lin Su knew that being able to easily dodge the opponent's sneak attack was not only due to his upgraded attributes but also thanks to the enhancement from that star-level equipment. The effect was so explosive, if given the chance, he would definitely gather the entire set. With this thought in mind, Lin Su directly issued a mental command. Ryumotaku waved his feather fan, and his 5 Shikigami appeared, all charging towards the sleepy man. At the same time, Inar broke through a wave of air and slammed a punch down towards the sleepy man's head. After thinking for a moment, feeling that Chiyu Sakura was also idle, Lin Su simply released her as well. Prompt, Cursed Effect Suppression, loses 5 health points per second from maximum health. Prompt, Cursed Effect Suppression, attack weakened by 20, movement speed weakened by 20, defense weakened by 50. Watching a long string of debuffs pop up, the sleepy man's face turned green. Damn it, 8 against 1 is one thing, but this comes with such a perverse debuff. Just as he was lost in thought for a moment, pfft, blood splattered. A wind blade released by Ryumutaku's Shikigami, the Great Tengu, instantly pierced through his lower abdomen. At the same time, the sound of wind breaking arose again. Inar's slightly gray fist slammed hard into his back. Pfft. The sleepy man spat out a mouthful of old blood and flew more than 10 meters away. There's still a chance. There's still a chance. The sleepy man struggled desperately in his heart, immediately taking out a bottle of recovery potion, ready to drink it. However, the next moment. Prompt, Cursed Effect Suppression. The effect of using recovery items is weakened by 50. What the hell? The sleepy man cried out in despair. Was the riot in Shijing last night planned by you? Akiyama Sukuna looked at Lin Su, incredulously asking. Just a short while ago, thousands of monsters causing the disturbance had disappeared simultaneously. As soon as she had a moment to breathe, Ryumotaku immediately found her, leading her to the mastermind behind the entire incident. It was obvious this was a trap, but what she couldn't believe was that the mastermind behind it all was a young boy with such a cold demeanor. With such terrifying means, combined with an extremely meticulous mind, how could this possibly be something a boy could achieve? Shifting his gaze away from the struggling sleepy man, Lin Su looked at Akiyama Sukuna, who was speaking, and nodded. It was me. Successfully killed a regional professional. As soon as Lin Su's words fell, the sleepy man was instantly defeated. Akiyama Sukuna smiled sadly. Very well, I admit defeat, but no matter what you want to get from me, don't think you'll succeed. As she spoke, a dagger suddenly appeared in her hand, and she lunged it toward her own chest. Wait! Lin Su vanished from his spot and instantly appeared beside Akiyama Sukuna, grabbing her hand that tightly held the dagger. Although she was already level 79, she was merely a lifestyle practitioner, and in front of Lin Su, Akiyama Sukuna had no power to resist. Her slender, pale arms could not advance even a fraction. Casting a disdainful glance at Lin Su, Akiyama Sukuna coldly said, "Man, keep your filthy thoughts to yourself. Even if I die." Put. Lin Su exerted force, and the dagger instantly pierced Akiyama Sukuna's heart. The sudden turn of events was truly unexpected. Akiyama Sukuna's eyes widened in disbelief as she looked at Lin Su. If it were possible, at that moment, she really wanted to scream at Lin Su. What the hell is wrong with you? You're the one who stopped me from dying, and now you stab me right in the heart without even blinking? Are you insane? Deji understood the resentful look in Akiyama Sukuna's eyes, and Lin Su helplessly tugged at the corner of his mouth. There's no choice, you were going to die, but I had to do it myself. Successfully killed a regional lifestyle practitioner, experience. Lin Su glanced at the slightly mocking experience notification, a black line appearing on his forehead. The next moment, with a thought, the already deceased sleepy man and Akiyama Sukuna both stood up. My lord! Akiyama Sukuna smiled lightly and said respectfully, "Can you really cook?" Lin Su finally asked the question he had been holding back after glancing at Akiyama Sukuna. "Yes, it would be an honor to serve my lord," Akiyama Sukuna replied with delight. Lin Su raised an eyebrow, dismissing the idea of having her demonstrate her skills right away. After thinking for a moment, he called over Yashiki Takuya and asked, "Why hasn't the Elder Council reacted at all until now?" According to the information relayed by the few ninja puppets sent out earlier, which were former members of the Black Dragon Society, all civilians in Shijing City had evacuated, and those still wandering the streets were all law enforcers and small squads from the Rasha Guild. However, even though the situation had developed to this extent, Lin Su had not received any information regarding the Elder Council. The reason for his harsh actions in the region, aside from plundering resources to enhance his own strength, was ultimately to confront the elders of the Elder Council. Although he felt that with his current strength, he was unlikely to be a match for them, he still couldn't let go of the idea of confronting them. Hearing Lin Su's question, Akiyama Sukuna pondered for a moment and explained, "I think I know the reason." After Akiyama Sukuna finished speaking, Lin Su had a rough understanding of the current situation. It turned out that before Akiyama Sukuna left the Aoki Guild to come here, she had already received orders from the Elder Council. They instructed the Aoki Guild to fully cooperate with the Black Dragon Society in suppressing the uprising. As for why they were to cooperate with the Black Dragon Society instead of the Rasha Guild, it was somewhat amusing. The reason was that right after the Black Dragon Society kidnapped those students from the college entrance examination, the Huaxia region was furious, rapidly mobilizing troops, and was ready to flip the table. This forced the Rasha Guild to respond immediately, standing ready to face the wrath from the Huaxia region. Thus, the Rasha Guild had very limited forces available to support Shijing. However, at this critical moment, the president of the Black Dragon Society, Yashiki Taku, went missing. This was also why Yashiki Taku could summon Akiyama Sukuna as soon as he appeared. Akiyama Sukuna not only wanted to know who was behind the whole incident, but she also needed the help of the Black Dragon Society. As for why the elders of the Elder Council did not personally intervene to resolve the Shijing uprising, it was because the situation had not yet deteriorated to that extent, and they were also wary of the top-tier forces coming from Huaxia, thus they did not dare to act recklessly. Understanding all this, Lin Su narrowed his eyes. Is that so? It seems that the current situation is still not bad enough. Very well, let's make it a little worse. My lord, what shall we do next? Seeing that Lin Su seemed to have an idea, Akiyama Sukuna seized the opportunity to ask. Lin Su smirked and asked Akiyama Sukuna, how much combat power can the Aoki Guild gather in Shijing right now? After thinking for a moment, Akiyama Sukuna replied directly, about 5,000. Lin Su nodded. Good, have them assemble and prepare for battle. 2 days later, in the Huaxia district, at the headquarters of the Kyoto Military District, Tang Dingbang adjusted his military uniform and gently knocked on the door of an office. Come in. A deep voice, age indiscernible, quickly rang out from within. Chief. As soon as he entered, Tang Dingbang immediately saluted the elderly man with white hair and a kind face sitting behind the desk. Seeing Tang Dingbang's slight nervousness, the old man smiled and waved his hand, calmly saying, the reason I called you here is mainly about that young man from the Lin family under your command. Tang Dingbang's expression turned serious, and he was about to speak, but at that moment, the old man waved his hand again, saying, no need to rush. His situation is something I want to know, and we old fellows are all curious. Just say as much as you know later, no need to be nervous. When the phrase we old fellows fell into Tang Dingbang's ears, he couldn't help but shiver. The person before him was none other than Wu Weigua, the commander of the Huaxia District Military District, a legendary military god. And the old fellows he mentioned were undoubtedly the core decision-making body of the Huaxia District, the 5 national elders. Hearing that all 5 national elders wanted to know about Lin Su, Tang Dingbang felt a chill run down his spine. Although he had heard some rumors about the commotion Lin Su had recently caused in the district, the news was so exaggerated that even novels wouldn't dare to write it, so he hadn't taken it too seriously. Just as Tang Dingbang was thinking this, Wu Weigua lightly tapped the table with his fingers, and the scene in the office changed. Soon, the surrounding scenery settled again. It was still an office, decorated in the same style as the previous one, only slightly larger. At this moment, the original square desk in the center of the room had transformed into a round table, with 5 elderly men sitting at it. Chief, esteemed national elders. For a moment, Tang Dingbang was so nervous that he didn't even know how to greet them. Wu Weigua smiled faintly and spoke first. My people, I will take on this villain. I will ask the tough questions, he said, his gaze fixed intently on Tang Dingbang. From your perspective, based on that young man's character, do you think he has the potential to become an enemy of the Huaxia district? Faced with such a sudden first question, Tang Dingbang's face turned pale, but he quickly straightened his back and said loudly, I guarantee with my life that there is absolutely no possibility of that. Wu Weigua chuckled, but his expression immediately turned serious. Why? Just because his principal was dismissed and injured, and you used your power to help him illegally? As soon as the words fell, Tang Dingbang's heart sank. He had thought that today would be a smooth and easy discussion, but he never expected Wu Weigua to directly hold him accountable right from the start, and he hadn't shown any signs of it beforehand. As a chill ran through him, Tang Dingbang's anger began to rise. After a moment of stunned silence, he held his head high and said, "Yes, I admit that I abused my power before, but that young man Lin Su is loyal and righteous. I still dare to use my ahem, old Wu, that's enough. If you're happy, just smile, stop pretending. Your acting is too fake, it's really hard to watch." At that moment, a very dignified elderly woman sitting opposite Wu Weigui interrupted Tang Dingbang's unfinished words with annoyance. Glancing at Wu Weigui instinctively, Tang Dingbang's face twitched. When reminded by the elderly woman, he finally noticed that although Wu Weigui's expression was serious, the corners of his mouth were already twitching, clearly trying to suppress a laugh. With some dissatisfaction, he shot Wu Weigui a glance and continued, "What man who has fought on the battlefield lacks a bit of blood and guts? We can all understand that. Fortunately, the outcome of this matter is good. After all, we caught a spy, didn't we? Additionally, based on the intelligence we currently have, given Lin Su's character, the possibility of him betraying the Huaxia region is minimal. So, the first question is settled." Hearing the elderly woman say this, Wu Weigui burst into laughter. "Ha ha, I said there's not a single coward among soldiers. If this were me, I'd do the same, ha." But just as he said this, Wu Weigui suddenly changed his tone and glared at Tang Dingbang. "But wrong is wrong. Write me a self-criticism later, and I'll deduct a month's salary from you. Moreover, as a reward for your Jiangdu military district catching a spy, since your dormitory is old, I'll allocate 5 billion to improve the living conditions for the officers and soldiers." Tang Dingbang felt a surge of joy and stood at attention. "Thank you, Chief." Seeing Wu Weigui taking advantage and immediately trying to ingratiate himself, the elderly woman waved her hand impatiently and shifted the topic. "Alright, let's talk about Lin Su now. Do you know the details of Lin Su's related skills? I mean, the one where he can control a large number of professionals?" the elderly woman asked directly. "I know." Tang Dingbang nodded and recounted in detail the skills Lin Su had demonstrated to him last time, mentioning that Lin Su already had 20,000 puppets at that time. As soon as he finished speaking, the 5 elders exchanged glances, and from each other's eyes, they could see shock and excitement. "Unbelievable, truly unbelievable." At that moment, Tang Dingbang hesitated for a moment before finally saying, It was probably yesterday morning. I heard from an instructor in our military district that the number of puppets under his command has exceeded 30,000. Of course, I know that number is a bit exaggerated, but I think it's still possible if we take it down by 20%. After Tang Dingbang finished speaking, one of the elders chuckled dryly, his expression strange. "The 30,000 you mentioned was already the case 2 days ago. According to the intelligence we've gathered, the most recent count shows that the number of puppets under his command is now approaching 50,000. Tang Dingbang gasped. The elders had extensive connections and sources of information. If that number was what he said, it could not possibly be wrong. 50,000, an army of 50,000 puppets. To think that Lin Su had only been in the region for 3 days, adding 10,000 each day. At this rate, the blades would surely be dulled, a definite nightmare for the region. Meanwhile, the region had to endure losses of nearly 10,000 professionals every day. Who could withstand that? They might even be on the verge of tears. Just as Tang Dingbang was shaken to the core, the elder who had just spoken shifted his tone, somewhat regretfully saying, "However, that kid later opened some inexplicable cursed domain, making it nearly impossible to observe his movements. Now, Xijing has become a complete death zone." At this point, the elder seemed to remember something and curiously asked Tang Dingbang, "Where did you get this information about Lin Su?" Tang Dingbang scratched his head, thought for a moment, and spoke honestly. I heard it from an instructor in the military district. This instructor has a good relationship with Principal Lin Su. He's the one Lin Su helped out before. This principal occasionally contacts Lin Su now." Hearing this, a glimmer of interest flashed in the elder's eyes, and he continued to ask, "What about the news regarding Akiyama Sukuna and Yashiki Taku? Have you heard anything?" Tang Dingbang smiled awkwardly and explained, "I heard my subordinate, that instructor, bragging that Lin Su has already recruited the union leaders of these 2 districts, and that Akiyama Sukuna is still Lin Su's personal life assistant. Moreover, my instructor also mentioned that he reminded Lin Su, since the badges of the other 2 unions have already been taken over, why not just take over the badge of the Rakshasa Union as well?" As he spoke, Tang Dingbang found himself unable to continue, as it clearly sounded like something said after a few drinks. However, upon hearing this, the elderly woman nodded and exclaimed with surprise, "That explains why Akiyama Sukuna has been absent, and how the president of the Rakshasa Union suddenly got seriously injured. It turns out that kid really took the advice." At this point, the elderly woman glanced at Wu Weigui. Wu Weigui's mouth began to twitch again. He shot a look at Tang Dingbang and said approvingly, tell your instructor not to give random advice when he has nothing to do. This time, let's give him a first-class merit. Tang Dingbong's face twitched. Damn, really, it's actually true. Thinking this, he quickly stood at attention and saluted. Thank you, Chief. Seeing that Tang Dingbong's information was indeed comprehensive, the elders became interested, and questions began to come one after another. Do you know what method Lin Su used to close the district's copies consecutively 5 times? And also, where are his puppets stationed now, and what are his next plans? An hour later, in the office of Jiangdu Middle School. With a loud bang, Zhang Kai pushed open the door to Chen Tianming's office. Pointing at Chen Tianming, who looked completely bewildered behind the desk, Zhang Kai turned to his fully armed companions and said, it's him. Control him and transfer him quickly. With a whoosh, all the soldiers stood at attention facing Chen Tianming. Apologies, said the leading officer with a cold smile. Suddenly, all the soldiers rushed forward and surrounded Chen Tianming, lifting him up. Chen Tianming instantly exploded in anger, shouting, Hey, Zhang Kai, you've gone too far. I know you're here for Lin Su's matter. What's wrong with bragging? Is it illegal to brag? Besides, you wouldn't really take me down, would you? Upon hearing Chen Tianming directly mention Lin Su's name, a soldier immediately leaned in and reminded him, Comrade Principal, bragging is indeed not illegal, but if your bragging turns out to be true one by one, then you would be suspected of leaking district secrets. Also, please do not directly call Lin Su by his name. His current code name is Natural Disaster. Furthermore, please do not resist. For your safety, we need to transfer you to a more secure location. The soldier's information was overwhelming, and Chen Tianming couldn't react in time. After a moment of daze, he found himself being pushed into a specially designed armored vehicle downstairs, and only then did he realize, damn, was Lin Su not just bragging to me? Zhang Kai turned the steering wheel and slammed on the gas. Of course not. And that kid's information to you is already quite euphemistic. What he has really done in the district is even more explosive. With the wind rushing past, Zhang Kai took Chen Tianming to the deepest part of an underground building. Chen Tianming was secretly shocked. What on earth had Lin Su done in the district to warrant such treatment? Soon, Zhang Kai provided Chen Tianming with the answer. After arriving at a simply but warmly decorated 3-bedroom apartment, Zhang Kai handed a thick stack of documents to Chen Tianming. Chen Tianming didn't waste any time and began to read the documents seriously. After finishing the first page, his face instantly turned pale, and as he flipped through the pages, his shock only grew. With so many people available, why do you insist on having me be his liaison? After storing the documents in his personal space, Chen Tianming exhaled a breath of frustration and asked. Zhang Kai shrugged helplessly. Who told you to brag, and all about confidential matters? The key is that you know too much about Lin Su, and at this point in time, your situation is very dangerous. Anyway, we have to protect you, and since school is on break, you have nothing to do. Let's find you something to keep you occupied, so you won't be bored. Also, we've brought your sister-in-law and niece over, they're next door. Chen Tianming's face twitched, and he fell silent. This silence felt deafening, clearly indicating he was cursing inwardly. In Shijing, Kanagawa Prefecture, there was a Japanese restaurant that was exceptionally cozy yet eerily quiet, as if haunted. Akiyama Sakuna, dressed in a maid outfit, smiled gently as she placed a beautifully plated mapo tofu in front of Lin Su. Master. Lin Su responded calmly, taking a sip of juice and sampling the replica mapo tofu, his eyes immediately narrowing. After taking a deep look at Akiyama Sakuna, Lin Su sincerely remarked, your awakened profession should clearly be a chef. Why did you end up as a dancer instead? Because I'm pretty, Akiyama Sakuna replied confidently, stretching lazily, her curves becoming apparent. Fortunately, there was only Lin Su in the restaurant, otherwise, it would have definitely caused a stir. In reality, the entire Shijing had become a ghost town, with all life class professionals having long since evacuated. Even combat class professionals had turned this place into a forbidden zone for their lives. As soon as one entered the area of Shijing, a host of debuffs would immediately appear. Without a priest with purification skills, one would definitely perish within a minute. Not to mention the monsters hiding in the surrounding buildings, always ready to attack incoming professionals. Just as Lin Su was finishing off a bowl of rice, his phone rang. Glancing at the caller ID, Lin Su impatiently answered the call. I'm eating, if you wanna brag, call me back later. With that, Lin Su was about to hang up. However, upon hearing this, Chen Tianming on the other end immediately became anxious and hurriedly said, Damn it, kid, this is serious, don't hang up. Lin Su raised an eyebrow, unable to understand what serious matter could be worth discussing besides Chen Tianming's daily attempts to get him to call him father-in-law. What serious matter? Let's hear it. Taking the second bowl of rice from Akiyama Sukuna, Lin Su asked curiously. After listening to Chen Tianming's account, Lin Su frowned, uncertain. I can't promise you anything about this. Besides, if you put all your hopes on me, what if I fail? Chen Tianming chuckled, carefree. If we fail, then we fail. No one can guarantee anything in this kind of situation. However, I was told to pass a message to you, no matter the outcome, just ensure you come back safe. Lin Su frowned, pondering for a moment, then said, alright, I'll take this job. Also, inform the 5 national elders to keep one of the regional elders for me. I want to handle it personally. Damn, pseudo-god, are you crazy? Lin Su chuckled, confidently stating, this is the payment, it's settled, and there's no negotiation. With that, he hung up the phone. Akiyama Sukuna raised an eyebrow, curiously asking, Master, what's going on? Lin Su pondered and waved his hand, continuing to eat. Moments later, an announcement came through. Announcement, the Huaxia region has declared war on the regional area. Announcement, the regional area calls upon all combat class professionals above level 30 to participate in the battle. Announcement, if the regional area wins this war, the total number of dungeons in the Huaxia region will decrease by 30, and the difficulty of all dungeons will increase by 20, with a 30% reduction in rewards. Additionally, the total number of dungeons in the regional area will increase by 55, the difficulty of all dungeons will decrease by 40, and the rewards will increase by 30. Announcement, in this regional war, if the Huaxia region achieves victory, the total number of dungeons in the region will decrease by 55, the difficulty of the dungeons will increase by 40, and the rewards from the dungeons will decrease by 30. Additionally, the total number of dungeons in the Huaxia region will increase by 30, and all dungeon difficulties will decrease by 20, with rewards increasing by 30. Announcement, in this regional war, there is no limit to the number of participants. If one side concedes, the regional war will end. Regional war? Upon seeing the prompt in her mind, Akiyama Sukuna was incredulous, exclaiming in shock. Unlike ordinary wars, initiating a regional war requires the unanimous consent of all regional leaders and incurs a tremendous cost to obtain the fairness of the world's heavenly path. Once a regional war is initiated, it becomes a situation of no retreat. Conceding? Only a fool would concede in a regional war. The total number of dungeons in the region decreases, the difficulty of the dungeons increases, and the rewards decrease. Not to mention that even one of these conditions alone is something no region can bear. Each of these conditions significantly restricts the speed at which practitioners can enhance their strength. If the regional war fails, it means that all combat practitioners in that region will experience an exceptionally slow increase in strength. Over time, that region will undoubtedly decline, perhaps even being submerged in the long river of history. Taking out a napkin, Lin Su wiped his mouth and nodded thoughtfully. Yes, regional war. My lord, small. Just as Lin Su finished speaking, Akiyama Sukuna's face turned pale, and she gasped in shock. At the same time, the space behind Lin Su twisted, and a bright blade of light suddenly slashed towards Lin Su's neck. Seeing the change in Akiyama Sukuna's expression, Lin Su's figure instantly became ethereal. This was a precursor to spatial traversal. The person who struck with the blade had an exceptionally tricky angle and an astonishing speed, making the probability of successfully dodging or blocking nearly zero. In this situation, the optimal solution was to utilize spatial traversal. However, even though Lin Su had used his fastest speed, he was still a fraction too slow. Blood light flashed. A line of crimson numbers floated above Lin Su's head, who was outside the restaurant. Lin Su squinted. The knife he had just taken was still some distance from the major artery in his neck, and the wound wasn't very deep. However, the damage from this strike made Lin Su's heart sink. He had a 70% damage reduction, yet this strike still dealt nearly 2,000 points of damage. If that blow had landed solidly, wouldn't he have gone mad? While shocked, Lin Su's gaze sharpened, and dozens of flying knives shot towards the restaurant. With a loud bang, dust rose. Half of the restaurant was directly collapsed by Lin Su's furious strike. At the same time, the soul void blade was drawn. Lin Su warily surveyed his surroundings. That previous strike had not hit the enemy. He hadn't even seen who had attacked him. The opponent was not only fast but also seemed to possess the ability to conceal their presence. With this thought, Lin Su focused his mind, and both Anar and Akiyama Sukuna's previous bodyguard, the Sleepy Man, appeared simultaneously. However, just as the Sleepy Man appeared, before the black mist around him dissipated, the space beside him twisted, and a bright blade of light swept through. The Sleepy Man instantly transformed back into black mist. Lin Su's eyelids twitched. What the hell, he was taken out in an instant? With a loud bang, an invisible energy exploded outward from Lin Su as the center. Prompt: the space within 1,000 meters has been sealed, rendering all spatial skills and items ineffective, with the effect lasting for 1 hour. Accompanying this prompt, the space not far to Lin Su's left twisted, as if something was being squeezed out of the space. Lin Su squinted, and suddenly a blade of light struck down towards that area of space. Immediately after, dozens of flying knives broke through the waves of air from the ruins of the Japanese restaurant, shooting towards that space. Clang, 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 crack. It seemed he had anticipated this all along. Lin Su would definitely attack while he was being pushed out of the space. When he appeared, he was directly facing an extraordinarily exaggerated defensive light shield. However, that shield could not withstand the pressure after blocking Lin Su's blade aura and a dozen flying knives, and it shattered completely. The moment the light shield broke, the man in the dark outfit leaped back sharply, dodging a punch from Manor that created a sonic boom. Good kid, your attack power is surprisingly strong. No wonder the Rakshasa almost died at your hands. With no intention of entangling with Lin Su, the man in the dark outfit warily glanced at Lin Su and prepared to leave the battlefield. However, just as he turned around, a scene that sent chills down his spine unfolded. At that moment, the entire street, both the ground and the air, was completely sealed off by a dense array of various puppets. His steps to escape halted, and he turned back to Lin Su with a hint of panic. You. Lin Su smiled faintly, nonchalantly curling his lips. Since you're here, then don't leave. If you have the ability, just kill your way out 1,000 meters. Once the spatial item recovers, you can swagger away. As Lin Su's words fell, a dozen healing spells landed on him, instantly stopping the bleeding from the wound on his neck and beginning to heal it. Looking at the street that was now completely surrounded, the man in the dark outfit's face twitched. Kill his way out 1,000 meters? What a ridiculous joke. If any one of these puppets lightly touched him, he would definitely be done for. Thinking this, he steeled his heart and coldly looked at Lin Su. Fine, then let's have a fair duel. Saying this, he raised his long knife, pointing it directly at Lin Su. A fair duel? It was you who ambushed me, and now you want a duel after being surrounded? Isn't that a bit shameless? Thinking this, Lin Su scoffed and vanished from his spot. The man in the dark outfit's pupils constricted, thinking Lin Su was about to attack. However, the next moment, he found Lin Su had appeared on top of a building 100 meters away, leisurely sitting by the window and coldly looking at him. Lin Su pointed at the man in the dark outfit and directly ordered, "Kill him." With a howl, the puppets launched their attack. You shameless, untrustworthy. The man in the dark outfit's furious roar was quickly drowned out by the sounds of battle. 10 minutes later, as the black mist surged, the man in the dark outfit, who had been nearly obliterated, reappeared. Name, Satoyu. Occupation, Spatial Assassin. Level, 77. Health, 173,549. Mana, 145,903. Defense, 48,907. Attack, 63,345. Skills, Spatial Stealth, Shadow Kill. Glancing over Satoyu's skill list, Lin Su slowly asked, "Who sent you?" Reporting to the master, it was the Elder Council, Satoyu answered directly. So they finally couldn't hold back? Lin Su raised an eyebrow. Satoyu nodded. Yes, the events in Shijing have had too severe an impact. If it weren't for the sudden outbreak of regional war in the Huaxia region, the Elder Council was prepared to send an elder specifically to deal with you. Then how did you find me? Lin Su raised an eyebrow and continued to ask. Now, the entire Shijing had turned into a ghost town. Although most of the puppets occupying Shijing were non-human races like the insect tribe, there were still quite a few human puppets like the Aoki Guild, Black Dragon Guild, and Rakshasa Guild. It should have been difficult for him to be discovered while mingling among these various puppets. However, Satoyu had directly found him without encountering any other puppets along the way. I have a tracking skill that can detect fluctuations in mental energy. This skill is specifically used to search for summoners with stealth abilities. Of course, the place with the strongest mental energy fluctuations is most likely where you are, so I successfully found you, Satoyu explained in detail. So that's how it is. Lin Su pondered and nodded. Given the current situation, if the elders of the Elder Council could easily find him, then his position would be extremely dangerous. Thinking this, Lin Su decided not to hesitate any longer. With a thought, the black tattoo on the back of his hand fell away, and Xian Yuing appeared. Glancing at Xian Yuying's depleted mana, Lin Su handed her a potion to restore mana. Xian Yuing took it and drank it down in large gulps, her mana starting to recover rapidly. The large-scale forbidden spell domain consumed a tremendous amount of energy, and Xian Yuing couldn't hold on for too long. Lin Su usually waited until he discovered the purging teams of professionals entering Shijing before allowing her to activate. Fortunately, in the past couple of days, aside from a large number of puppet recruits, he had thoroughly looted all the potion shops and equipment stores within the Shijing city limits. He felt that the potions those puppets carried could last him a lifetime. With this in mind, Lin Su summoned dozens of puppets filled with restorative potions from his spatial storage. We're going to engage in a protracted battle soon, so activate the forbidden spell domain to its maximum. They will be responsible for providing you with restorative potions. He glanced at Qian Yuing and instructed. Understood, Master. Qian Yuing nodded. Strictly speaking, Qian Yuing was not the same as a puppet. She was a spirit, merely branded with his soul imprint, absolutely loyal to him. Lin Su did not possess the ability to resurrect souls. In other words, if Qian Yuing died, it would be truly fatal, much like Fan Fan. Although only soul-type attacks could harm her, Lin Su still felt it was unsafe and decided to call over Inar and Sato Yuan to have them simultaneously ensure Qian Yuing's safety. Just as he finished making these arrangements, his phone rang. Hello, are you ready over there? Chen Tianming's voice came from the other end of the line. I'm ready, I can set off right now. Also, what did you say about the matter I asked you to relay? Hearing Lin Su's words, Chen Tianming hesitated for a moment before responding. The higher-ups say they will do their best, but your safety comes first. They can't guarantee there won't be any mishaps. After thinking for a moment, Lin Su decisively nodded. Alright, then you can set off now. I can provide support at any time. After hanging up, Lin Su released Akiyama Sakura, whom he had recalled into his body during the spatial transit. Take me to the teleportation array. Where does the master want to go? Akiyama Sakura asked. To the front lines. Lin Su ordered without looking back. The off-road vehicle quickly arrived at a large teleportation array in the square of Shijing City. Once the district war began, teleportation arrays leading to the front lines would appear directly in various regions. Moreover, the battlefield was not within the territories of the two major districts but in a secret realm. Looking at the empty teleportation array in Shijing City, Lin Su couldn't help but smirk. He wondered how the professionals from the major district would react when he directly appeared in the enemy camp. With this thought, Lin Su commanded with his mind to recall all the puppets within the Shijing range back into his body. In an instant, the entire Shijing was shrouded in black mist. White light appeared, and the sensation of weightlessness during teleportation washed over him. Warriors, grip your weapons tightly, now step out of the teleportation array, quickly, prepare to line up. Before Lin Su could take in his surroundings, a rough voice reached his ears. Instinctively scanning the area, he found himself in a vast grassland, teeming with people, all dressed in the uniforms of the Rakshasa Guild, along with free combat professionals in a variety of outfits. Bro, what are you standing there for? Quickly take out your weapon and step out of the teleportation array. Seeing Lin Su standing still, a member of the Rakshasa Guild urged him. The Soul Void Blade appeared, and Lin Su quickly stepped out of the teleportation array. Dude, are you crazy? Just hit level 30 and you're here to participate in the district war? Using a detection skill to check Lin Su's attributes, the member of the Rakshasa Guild immediately gasped. A black line appeared on Lin Su's forehead as he frowned and said, What? Although my level is low, I want to contribute to the region. Is that not allowed? Stunned by Lin Su's righteous words, the Rakshasa Guild member looked at him with newfound respect. Thinking of this, the member couldn't help but use the detection skill again to examine Lin Su, firmly remembering the name Lin Xiong Yicheng. However, he soon found himself staring at the long knife in Lin Su's hand, scratching his head and asking, Brother, do summoners use knives? Well, I was a bit rushed when I came, and my financial situation isn't great, so I just grabbed a knife to make do, Lin Su replied casually. Oh, I see. Brother, I admire you, you're a good man. After hearing Lin Su's words, the burly man from the Rakshasa Guild looked at him with even more admiration. After thinking for a moment, he directly said, How about this, brother? I know it might not be appropriate for me to say this, but honestly, at your level, you're just cannon fodder on the battlefield. Why don't you help me distribute supplies to the newly teleported professionals here? As he spoke, the burly man handed Lin Su a palm-sized bag, explaining, Inside are 5,000 red potions and 5,000 blue potions. Just give one to each professional coming out of the teleportation array. It's that simple. Name, space storage bag, capacity, 97286. After checking the attributes of the space bag, Lin Su glanced at the burly man in surprise, his eyelids twitching involuntarily. He was actually given a space storage bag and asked to help distribute supplies. At that moment, he felt as if the other party had gone mad. Brother, don't look at me like that. I know you want to go to the front lines, but your level is really too low, you'll be dead for sure. I find you quite likable. Listen to your older brother's advice, staying alive is better than anything else, really. Holding the space bag in his hand, Lin Su nodded silently. Just then, in the distance, at the edge of his vision, a red light shot up into the sky. Seeing that red light, the burly man's expression changed immediately, urging Lin Su, brother, hurry up and distribute the supplies. The enemy is about to launch an attack. Lin Su was speechless, patting the burly man's shoulder and explaining, no, that's not an attack signal, that signal is for me. For you? The burly man looked at Lin Su with a face that said, what are you talking about? Lin Su smiled nonchalantly and patted the burly man's shoulder again. Remember what you just said, staying alive is better than anything else. So, don't resist, otherwise, you'll die. Hey, brother, you what the hell? The burly man looked at Lin Su in disbelief, but before he could finish his sentence, it turned into a scream. Because he noticed that at the moment Lin Su finished speaking, black mist surged within a radius of several thousand meters. Roar! A loud dragon's roar echoed through the sky as the Hellfire Dragon appeared first. After circling around and getting a rough view of the surroundings, it unleashed a breath of fire towards the area with the highest concentration of professionals from the region. Screech! The unique roar of the insect race followed, and the sounds of spears and poisonous stingers slicing through the air came one after another, accompanied by screams. Black feathers fell as Qian Yuing and her supply and escort teams appeared. Lin Su pointed at the burly man and casually threw the storage bag to Qian Yuing, instructing, expand the curse domain to the maximum, leave him one life. Yes, my lord. Qian Yuing responded, her eyes slightly closed. In an instant, a circular domain expanded, enveloping an area of nearly 5,000 meters. Thud! Seeing this scene, the burly man finally couldn't hold back and sat down on the ground, stammering, why you are the West Capital Butcher? Glancing at the burly man, Lin Su smiled and nodded. Well, more or less, I still prefer the name from the Huaxia region, they call me Natural Disaster. With a loud crack, the burly man rolled his eyes and fainted. Ignoring the man who had started to show off his acting skills, Lin Su took out a jade pendant from his personal space and crushed it. A wave of spatial fluctuation followed, and in the next moment, Nangon Yun appeared. Wow, kid, you're impressive, making such a big fuss. Glancing at the chaotic scene of the transmission point, filled with screams, Nangon Yun raised an eyebrow. It's just average, it's a bit tight on time, otherwise I could have summoned more puppets, Lin Su replied with a faint smile, being modest. Alright, enough chit-chat, I'll take you back to our side now. Saying this, Nangon Yun prepared to pull Lin Su and start the teleportation. Wait! Lin Su refused. What else do you want to do with things already in such chaos? Nangon Yun asked, puzzled. Lin Su shook his head, not explaining. After a moment of thought, he summoned a half-human, half-bee female puppet. It was the final Ira from the second world instance. What are you bringing this thing out for? Noticing that Ira's combat power was quite average, Nangon Yun asked in confusion. Still ignoring Nangon Yun, Lin Su directly ordered Ira, create a bug nest decomposition chamber. As he spoke, he focused his mind, and hundreds of insect race puppets disengaged from battle, gathering in one place to start digging holes in the ground. Yes, Ira responded and flew towards the area where the insect race was digging. Nangon Yun wanted to ask again, but seeing that Lin Su had no intention of answering, he opened his mouth and ultimately closed it. However, this time, Lin Su explained, I want to decompose the bodies of the regional professionals on the battlefield into energy crystals to strengthen the insect race. Compared to the ordinary insect race bodies from the previous world instance, the bodies of the professionals from the regional battle were worth their weight in gold. After decomposing those professionals' bodies, the energy crystals obtained could not only be used to elevate Inar's rank but might even produce insect race enhancement crystals like before. Hearing that Lin Su wouldn't spare even the bodies of regional professionals, Nangon Yun gasped in shock and praised, wow, kid, you're ruthless. After settling Inar, Lin Su turned to Nangon Yun and said, alright, there's nothing else. Good, then let's go. Saying this, he grabbed Lin Su, and white light flashed beneath their feet. Damn, he's back, that kid is back. In just 2 days, that kid managed to wreak such havoc in the region, a freak, really a freak. As soon as Lin Su steadied himself, the voices of Tang Dingbang and Bai Jingting immediately reached his ears. Chief, old Bai. Lin Su quickly greeted the two. As he spoke, he scanned the surroundings. The busy scene was similar to that of the regional side, but there were no ordinary combat professionals here, only soldiers, and the discipline was much better. Good, it's great that the kid is back. Tang Dingbang patted Lin Su's shoulder heavily, his face full of approval. Due to his ability to remotely control puppets, Lin Su didn't need to stay with his puppets all the time. Just as the few were talking, a golden light shot up from Lin Su's body. Congratulations, successfully promoted, name, Lin Su, profession, Blade Demon, unique, level, life, 16,400, mana, 16,400, attack, 18,900, defense, 16,900, attributes, 258, all, controllable flying knife quantity, 48, skills, blade demon, heart of magic, greed, smile of magic, will of magic, magic body, frenzy, blade light, blade control technique, necromancer puppet, forbidden space domain. Watching Lin Su stand still and directly level up, Nan Gongyun's face twitched involuntarily. Wow, kid, you're already level 31? How is that even possible? Lin Su nodded and explained, well, the fighting at the regional teleportation point is quite intense, so my experience is growing quickly. Hearing Lin Su say this, Bai Jingting's face involuntarily twitched, exclaiming in surprise, you can gain experience from your puppets killing practitioners in the main district? Lin Su raised an eyebrow, looking at Bai Jingting with a speechless expression, and replied in astonishment, aren't you supposed to be curious about why the puppets can also gain experience? After hearing this, Bai Jingting was momentarily stunned, then his voice suddenly rose by 8 degrees, oh wow, right. Why can your puppets gain experience after killing practitioners in the main district? Based on the number of practitioners Lin Su had killed in the main district, the experience he gained was already astronomical, yet he had just barely reached level 31. This indicated that a significant portion of his experience had been absorbed by the puppets. This meant that Lin Su's puppets could actually level up, which was an incredibly terrifying prospect. Ahem, alright, I brought this kid over just to let you know we're safe. The battle is about to begin, so you all should command the fight well, and we need to go do what we have to do, said Nan Gongyun, not waiting for Lin Su to greet everyone. He crushed a crystal ball in his hand, and a random teleportation sensation came over them. Where is this? Upon seeing the surrounding environment, Lin Su frowned and asked in confusion. Main district, Qingmuyuan Forest Sea, Nan Gongyun explained with a smile. The words Qingmuyuan Forest Sea made Lin Su's heart skip a beat. Knowing the connections he had with Liangmu Tuan Xiao Shaning Nai, Lin Su realized that Qingmuyuan Forest Sea was the location of the main district's Elder Council. According to the original plan, they were indeed supposed to come here to destroy the Elder Council and kill the elders. However, after scanning the area, he found that it was just him and Nan Gongyun, so he asked in bewilderment, just the two of us? They were about to face 3 pseudo-gods, beings above level 80, with just the 2 of them. This situation should be called a lamb entering a tiger's den. Seeing Lin Su's shocked expression, Nan Gongyun chuckled and teased, I didn't expect you to be scared too. Just as his words fell, the sensation of spatial teleportation came again. 2 elderly figures, a man and a woman, appeared. Elder Wu, Elder Lang. Upon seeing them, Nan Gongyun greeted them respectfully. Lin Su's heart tightened. Anyone referred to as elder by Nan Gongyun must surely be the legendary national elders. Realizing this, Lin Su quickly greeted the 2 as well, discreetly using the Eye of Magic. Name Wu Weigua Occupation Dragon Soul War God Level 91 Health. Mana 493743 Attack. Defense 680357. Name Lun Yu Occupation Thunderbolt Archer Level 89 Health 723534 Mana 943204 Attack. Defense. Looking at the attributes of these 2 big shots, which could easily overpower him, Lin Su subtly twitched the corner of his mouth. He had truly never seen a practitioner above level 80, and here he was boasting about wanting to kill an elder from the main district. Now it seemed, that thought was really a bit naive. While Lin Su was quietly observing the 2 national elders, they were also sizing him up. The burly Wu Weigua stared at Lin Su for a long time, grinning as he said, not bad, kid. You have loyalty, courage, and spirit. I see a bright future for China in you. Right, the young man looks spirited too. Do you have a girlfriend? At this moment, Elder Lang, who had been smiling and observing Lin Su, also spoke up. Lin Su's forehead was covered in black lines. Was this really the time to discuss whether I have a girlfriend? Realizing the atmosphere was off, Nan Gongyun also felt speechless and quickly cleared his throat, reminding them, Elder Lang, we need to focus on the important matters. That's right, Lang Yue, stop trying to introduce your granddaughter to every promising young man you see. To be honest, with your granddaughter's temperament, no one would want her. Seeing that he had finally caught Leng Yue's weakness, Wu Weigua immediately began to chatter on. However, before he could finish his sentence, Leng Yue's expression darkened, and she coldly said, shut up, the important matters come first. After saying this, her expression straightened, her aura erupted, arcs of electricity surged, and a set of bright silver armor instantly covered her body. Her previously aged face transformed in the blink of an eye to that of a woman in her 30s, exuding an extraordinary arrogance. Bow! Leng Yue called out softly, and a longbow, seemingly crafted from crystal and half a person tall, appeared out of thin air, crackling with lightning yet lacking a bowstring, which she grasped firmly in her hand. Moon! Leng Yue called out again. As her voice fell, surging lightning gathered, instantly forming a dazzling crescent-shaped blade of light before the longbow. Creak! The sound of an invisible bowstring being drawn reached everyone's ears, and the veins on Lin Yue's hand stood out. Nangong Yun, keep an eye on Lin Su after the battle starts, you are only responsible for watching. After reminding Nangong Yun, Lin Yue's gaze sharpened, and her fingers suddenly released. The crescent-shaped lightning shot out, leaving behind a twisted black streak, instantly vanishing into the mountaintop without making a sound. After a moment, a loud boom echoed. Above the Qingshu Forest Sea, a massive, soap bubble-like circular area trembled violently. That was the secret realm where the district elders were located. The place struck by the crescent-shaped lightning had its spatial barrier shattered, revealing another landscape behind it. This directly shattered the spatial barrier? Lin Su's eyelids twitched, incredulously saying. He recalled why the black lines had appeared when the crescent lightning shot out. It turned out that the space couldn't withstand the immense power of that lightning and was torn apart. Seeing Lin Su's naive expression, Nangongyan scoffed, disdainfully saying, "Kid, there's no need to be so surprised, it's just like visiting someone else's home. Senior Lang is merely saying hello." Lin Su's mouth twitched, speechless. If seeing Wu Weigua and Lin Yue's attributes earlier made him feel that wanting to kill a pseudo-god was overestimating his abilities, now he found it laughable. It was precisely because of the constraints from the Huaxia district that the elders dared not act against him easily. Moreover, he had always kept a low profile, spending most of his time in the instance. Otherwise, if an elder really came to deal with him as Sato Yuan said, he probably wouldn't even have a chance to escape. Guessing what Lin Su was thinking, Nangong Yun sighed and said earnestly, "So you understand why practitioners below level 80 can only be called ordinary practitioners, right? Also, your future path is long, be cautious. It's only a matter of time before you grow to a pseudo-god, so there's no need to push yourself in everything." Knowing that Nangong Yun was genuinely considering his well-being and fearing he might aim too high, Lin Su nodded. "Yeah, I understand." Just as Lin Su's words fell, another loud boom resounded. The second crescent-shaped lightning had struck the barrier of the secret realm. "It's coming, retreat," Wu Weigui reminded, and without a second thought, Nangongyan pulled Lin Su and teleported them 1,000 meters away. At the same time, 3 figures shot out from the secret realm. The 3 figures stood still, and among them, an old man dressed similarly to Liang Mutaku, also holding a feather fan, spoke first, glaring at Lin Yue and Wu Weigua, his tone unfriendly. "Friends from the Huaxia district, you are being a bit too overbearing." Wu Weigua scoffed, clad in golden armor, and at the same time, a dragon-headed spear appeared in his hand. "Stop wasting time with them, just go for it." Before Wu Weigua could speak, Lin Yu took the lead. After saying that, she pulled her longbow taut once more and shouted, "Falling stars." As her voice fell, the colors of the world suddenly changed. Immediately, hundreds of massive meteors, ablaze with fierce flames, crashed down towards the spot where the 3 appeared. The earth trembled, and the sound of rising smoke and thunderous roars filled the air. Once the meteors had fallen, Wu Weigua flicked his spear, which instantly transformed into a golden dragon several meters long, charging towards the others. Roar! Amidst the thick smoke, a gigantic serpent-like monster, towering several meters tall with 8 heads and 8 tails, wielding a massive sword, appeared and swung its sword directly at Wu Weigua's golden dragon. Watching the scene before him, a battle that seemed to shake the very foundations of the world, Lin Su couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth and asked with some concern, "I checked the attributes of those 3, one is a yin-yang master, one is an assassin, and the other is an arcane mage. Are we really okay with 2 against 3? He recognized the 8-headed serpent as a regional divine beast, the Yamata no Orochi, and the sword in its hand was the semi-artifact, Kozunaji. "Who told you it was 2 against 3? Nangongyan rolled his eyes at Lin Su and chuckled. "No, isn't it?" Stunned by the earlier battle scene, Lin Su stammered. At this moment, he had fully opened his senses, and with Nangongyan included, he could only feel the presence of 6 individuals. However, just as this thought crossed his mind, a massive crescent-shaped slash appeared out of thin air several dozen meters away from Lung Yu. The surrounding space was also torn with black cracks. With a dull thud, a man wielding a long knife grunted and was sent flying, crashing through several thick trees. With a loud clang, a gigantic sword, as tall as a person and half a person wide, was thrust into the ground by a muscular old man. Looking at the assassin he had just sent flying, the old man stroked his beard and laughed heartily, declaring, "Ha, I am Su Meng from the Huaxia region, the great swordman, and I have arrived." With the old man's appearance, a new phenomenon occurred in the sky. A golden stream of fire fell from the heavens with lightning speed, landing at the center of the battlefield, sending golden ripples spreading out instantly. Hint, received a spell bonus, movement speed increased by 40, attack increased by 30, skill cooldown reduced by 30. Hint, enemy units received the same degree of debuff effect. Seeing the two hints in his mind, Lin Su couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. One move directly granted 3 buff states, and the enemy received debuffs. This skill was indeed a bit overpowered. At that moment, from the place where the golden stream of fire shot down, someone called out loudly, "Hehe, I am Si Tianyu from the Huaxia region, the spellcaster, and I have arrived." With Su Meng and Si Tianyu joining the battle, the situation suddenly reversed. Wu Weigua, who could barely hold his own against the regionally Nyang master and arcane mage, felt his spirits lift, and the female arcane mage was immediately sent reeling, spitting blood. Meanwhile, with the assassin no longer a nuisance, Lang Yu's attacks became even more ruthless, and in no time, 2 of Yamada no Orochi's heads had been smashed. Noticing Lin Su staring blankly at the distant battlefield, Nangong Yun chuckled. "Kid, how about it? With just one word from you, 4 of the 5 national elders have mobilized, and 2 of them are over level 90. Tell me, is this enough face for you?" Lin Su nodded numbly. "Enough, definitely enough. Then why are you still standing there? Your battlefield isn't here. Shouldn't you go check on the situation of your puppets?" Nangong Yun reminded. "Alright," Lin Su responded with a sound, and his mind was filled with a fantastical vision. Just a glance made his eyes narrow instantly. The place where the puppets were stationed was right next to the teleportation array of the district, and the battle was exceptionally brutal. At this moment, the Hellfire Dragon had lost more than half of its health with its lower abdomen charred and a network of wounds from which a few arrows could still be seen. These were inflicted by mages and archers with long-range attack capabilities. The good news was that in the center of the puppet army, the core area, Shen Yuing and Inar were unharmed. Shen Yuing still maintained the state of the forbidden spell domain fully open. Seeing this, Lin Su counted the total number of puppets, which had dwindled to less than 20,000. Most of the fallen puppets were insectoids and wild monsters that Lin Su had recruited from various dungeons. Due to the limitations of their ability to enter dungeons, the levels of these monster puppets were generally low, and their strength was weak. Therefore, in such large-scale, high-intensity battles, their casualty rate was the highest. As for the human puppets recruited from the Black Dragon, Greenwood, and Rakshasa guilds, their combat power was clearly a step higher. Their casualty rate was relatively low, and they had now become the main force on the battlefield. Meanwhile, the district professionals who were currently fighting against the insectoid puppets were also suffering heavy losses. Inar's forbidden spell domain was exceptionally exaggerated, and the damage was incredibly high. Any district professional within the forbidden spell domain, as long as there was no priest nearby to provide purification, would soon perish. Because of this, a rather comical scene unfolded on the battlefield. Those district professionals began to scramble for priests with purification skills, often surrounding a single priest with a dozen professionals. Some overwhelmed priests were even left foaming at the mouth. Of course, this action also pointed out the focus of the puppet army's attack, the priests. Often, once a priest was taken down, the professionals around them would soon follow suit. Understanding the basic situation on the battlefield, Lin Su focused his attention on the central area, the insect nest decomposition chamber. At this moment, the insect nest decomposition chamber had been completed, and hundreds of insectoid puppets were busily transporting a large number of district professionals' corpses to the decomposition chamber. Just then, the battlefield changed again. The shouts of battle were deafening as the main force of the Huaxia district arrived, with a dazzling array of colorful skills illuminating the sky. After considering, feeling that the timing was about right, Lin Su concentrated his thoughts. Black mist began to spread across the battlefield, and the recently fallen district soldiers reappeared, quickly dispersing. Since the puppets infused with souls looked no different from normal people on the outside, the newly arrived Huaxia district soldiers were momentarily confused. The enemy's numbers had suddenly surged. "Damn it, we're ambushed! Those cunning district professionals!" Seeing the sudden increase in enemy forces, a soldier from the Huaxia district gritted his teeth and cursed. "So what if we're ambushed? Think about the consequences of losing the district war. Think about the brothers and sisters supporting us from behind. Follow me and let's take them down." The captain glared at the rookie who had just spoken, scolding him. After that, he shook his spear and prepared to charge. However, before he could take a step, the district professionals' ranks fell into chaos. "What the hell, Captain? What's going on? Is there infighting in the district?" Seeing the district professionals in the same uniform start attacking each other, the rookie paused and exclaimed, "What the hell? If you ask me, who should I ask? God knows what got into them." Even though he was used to seeing great storms, the captain was also stunned to see the battlefield turn into a mess in the blink of an eye. He had never witnessed infighting right before a battle. "Then, Captain, who do we help now?" the rookie asked anxiously. At this moment on the battlefield, the situation could be described as chaotic and confusing. The professionals from the regional district, the Zerg, and the wild monsters were fighting. They fought against the Zerg and their own people. Even the regional professionals, who seemed to be doing just fine, were still fighting. The actions of the regional district at this time perfectly illustrated what it meant to be ruthless enough to fight even against one's own. Yet, amidst this chaotic battle, the clear-headed captain quickly pieced together the clues. The Zerg and the wild monsters were undoubtedly their own, and thus the situation became clear in an instant. The captain's eyes lit up as he pointed to a regional professional engaged in battle with a Zerg puppet and commanded, "We fight whoever the Zerg and wild monsters fight, there's no mistake about it, charge." With the captain's shout, many warriors instantly reacted and surged towards those regional professionals. Gradually, as they fought alongside the puppets, the warriors quickly summarized a second piece of experience. Those who emitted black smoke after being injured and did not bleed were all their own. In an instant, the regional professionals found themselves surrounded, and the number of casualties began to increase exponentially. Feeling that the situation on the battlefield had become clear, and that victory was only a matter of time, Lin Su withdrew his gaze from the images in his mind and looked back towards Lin Hai. "How's the situation over there?" Noticing that Lin Su had come back to his senses, Nan Gongyan asked nervously. He did not possess the ability to monitor the battlefield like Lin Su, so he could only ask Lin Su about the situation in the secret realm. "It's alright, the situation on my front is good, the casualties in the Huaxia district are not significant. As for the situation with Commander Tang Dingbang and Elder Bai, I don't know." Depending on the level of the professionals, the battlefield areas they were teleported to in the secret realm varied. When entering the teleportation array, Lin Su was only level 30, which was the minimum standard for participating in the district battle. Therefore, the area he was sent to was also the one with the lowest combat intensity. However, although the professionals in this area were relatively low in level, their numbers were the largest. This was also the reason why several national elders chose to use Lin Su and arranged for him to be placed here. "What about over here? How's the situation?" Glancing at the already devastated Lin Hai, Lin Su also asked nervously. If he could really manage to turn a regional elder into his puppet as he had initially envisioned, not to mention the extent to which his puppet army's strength would increase, just the intelligence obtained from the other party would be invaluable. "It's 4 against 3, there's no suspense, the Yamata no Orochi has already fallen, and it's only a matter of time before the 3 old geezers on the other side are defeated," Nan Gongyan confidently replied, glancing at the meteor shower falling in the distance. Following Nan Gongyan's gaze, Lin Su's eyelids twitched. Sure enough, after another round of the frenzied meteor shower from Cold Moon and Cold Elder, the elder from the regional district holding a feather fan was blasted away on the spot. The female holding a staff was also staggering, covered in blood. As for the last assassin, he was the most miserable. His right hand, which had originally held a knife, was now missing half an arm. Several golden streams of fire fell from the sky. The 3 regional elders, already in a state of disarray, were caught off guard by the golden ripples that spread out instantly. Crack! The protective item on the regional female mage shattered first. The elder with the feather fan followed suit, his body flashing with white light, yet the next moment, he still collapsed helplessly on the spot. "How is this possible? How could my teleportation item fail?" he roared to the sky. In midair, a male elder who looked ethereal slowly descended. He was the spellcaster, Si Tianyu, one of the 5 national elders from the Huaxia district. Looking at the elder with the feather fan, who was hoarse from shouting, Si Tianyu sneered. "Ha, with me here, you think you can escape? Dream on." However, as soon as his words fell, the wretched assassin from the regional district transformed into a cloud of mist and quickly fled into the distance. With a loud bang, Wu Weigwa scoffed, slamming his long spear down onto the ground. In the next moment, a faint red light enveloped the swirling black mist. The black mist collided with the red barrier, making a series of loud thuds, yet the barrier remained completely unmoved. Seeing this scene, Nan Gongyan chuckled. "Alright, you can go now." Saying this, he grabbed Lin Su, and with a flash of white light, they appeared directly beside several elder statesmen of the Huaxia region. Having a few elder statesmen personally come to help him capture a puppet was an immense honor, so much so that it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say it was unprecedented. "Greetings, esteemed elders." With this thought, Lin Su quickly greeted them politely. TSK, this kid is interesting. I heard you insisted on personally killing one." Su Meng was the first to speak, sizing Lin Su up. As Su Meng's words fell, the 3 elders of the region all turned their gazes toward Lin Su. Upon realizing that Lin Su was merely a level 31 practitioner, a look of shock flashed in their eyes simultaneously. To personally kill someone, what kind of grudge could that be? Moreover, it was a necessity. This proved that this young man clearly had the qualifications to negotiate terms with the elder statesman. Only level 31. To negotiate terms with an elder of a major region, what kind of extraordinary background must he have? No, that was simply impossible. Because in Huaxia, these few before him were like the heavens. As thoughts raced through his mind, the yin-yang master in the region pointed at Lin Su in disbelief. You were the one who instigated the chaos in the Western capital's instance? Setting aside all other impossible factors, this was the only plausible explanation. To be able to use unknown means to directly close an instance and even convert the slain enemies for his own use. If this young man possessed such a disaster-level ability, then everything made sense. However, this only left the three elders of the region even more horrified. They had originally thought that a practitioner capable of creating such a large-scale incident in the Western capital would at least need to be level 70 or above, yet they never expected it to be a mere level 31 newcomer. Lin Su glanced at the three elders, who had clearly not seen much of the world, and scoffed, ignoring them. Instead, he sincerely looked at the old man Su Meng who had asked him and explained, well, I did want to kill one to use as a puppet. He couldn't tell anyone about trying to extract information from the elders, so he simply didn't mention it. Alright. Kid has some guts. You can choose, pick any one of these three. Seemingly fond of Lin Su's straightforward nature, Su Meng laughed heartily and casually pointed at the three. Just as Lin Su was about to choose the yin-yang master among them, the previously silent Si Tianyu shot a glare at Su Meng and said irritably, Old Su, what nonsense are you talking? After that, he turned his gaze to Lin Su and explained, let's take that sorceress, she's the most injured and has no ability to resist. As for the other two, we need to bring them back for some questions. Si Tianyu's reasoning was sound, and Lin Su had no way to refuse, so he nodded. All right. With that, he drew the soul void blade from his sheath and walked straight toward the female sorceress. I really didn't expect that I would end up dying at the hands of a level 31 summoner. How ridiculous, simply ridiculous. As an elder, she had imagined countless ways she could die, whether in battle or through cunning schemes. However, she never expected that she would ultimately die at the hands of a novice practitioner. Cut it out, Lin Su, stop wasting time with her, just kill her. Lang Yu snorted disdainfully, urging him on. Lin Su smirked, equally disinterested in wasting words with her. He raised his long knife and swung it fiercely toward the sorceress's neck. Just then, a loud boom echoed, and an invisible wave of spatial energy rippled out. Be careful! Wu Weiguo shouted, shaking his spear and suddenly using the shaft to fling Lin Su away. At the same time, a sharp crack pierced the air, the sound of shattering glass painfully striking the eardrums. A sharp plant vine suddenly pierced through the space, lunging directly at Lin Su's head. With a flick of Wu Weiguo's gun, the sharp vine grazed Lin Su's cheek. Meanwhile, Lin Su's long knife slashed through the air, barely severing a strand of hair from the opponent's neck. Damn it, this technique is from the abyss. As the three elders of the district were about to be captured, someone suddenly jumped out to cause trouble, and Su Meng's eyes were filled with rage. As he shouted, he swung his heavy sword fiercely at the vine that had just attacked Lin Su. However, as soon as his words fell, bang, crack, another loud noise erupted, and hundreds of vines shot out from the 5 national elders, as well as the 3 elders of the district who were already on the brink of collapse. In the next moment, the space where the few of them stood collapsed. Upon seeing the vines clearly, Lin Su was stunned. He was all too familiar with those vines. If nothing unexpected happened, their master was Moros. And the only one with countless connections to Moros was Nangong Yun. When the word traitor popped into Lin Su's mind, bang, he was sent flying backward, crashing into a large tree before falling to the ground. Retreat, follow me. Just as Lin Su steadied himself, a flash of white light appeared, and a figure directly grabbed his wrist. It was Nangong Yun. Let go. Lin Su frowned and broke free. Nangong Yun was taken aback by Lin Su's cold attitude and explained, don't worry, the national elders will be fine. The most important thing now is to take you. Before he could finish, a glint of cold light flashed in Nangong Yun's eyes. Suddenly, he flicked his wrist, and a long sword gleaming with cold light slashed toward Lin Su's neck. Lin Su frowned, his figure instantly disappearing from the spot. At the same time, a buzzing sound erupted as dozens of flying knives shot toward Nangong Yun's back. However, the next moment, crack, a sharp vine suddenly shot out from where Lin Su had just stood. Clang! Nangong Yun's long sword collided with the vine, producing a sound like metal striking metal. Seeing this scene, Lin Su's pupils suddenly constricted, and in a flash of inspiration, he thought, boom! Dozens of flying knives grazed past Nangong Yun's side, directly creating a large pit several meters in diameter in the ground. With a single sword, Nangong Yun deflected the vine that had just tried to attack Lin Su, realizing that Lin Su intended to attack him, and he turned in shock. However, after locking eyes with Lin Su's emotionless gaze for a moment, he maintained his composure and urged, stop dawdling. Another crack sounded. Before Nangong could finish his sentence, hundreds of vines shot out directly from the sides of the two. The vines were so dense that there was no time to dodge. One vine pierced through Lin Su's thigh. In the next moment, as if trying to crush Lin Su, the vines wrapped around his entire body and tightened violently. Boom! A red shockwave erupted, and Lin Su spat out blood, his eyes turning crimson. He had entered a frenzied state. Kill! Lin Su roared, and dozens of flying knives trailing silver slashes severed large sections of the vines. However, in an instant, more vines lunged toward Lin Su. Tip: the frenzied state has granted you immunity to one lethal attack. Tip: the frenzied state has granted you immunity to one lethal attack. Tip: remaining time in frenzied state, 28 seconds. A flood of notifications began to fill Lin Su's mind. Lin Su roared again. However, this time, even the flying knives had no space to maneuver, getting stuck between the vines and unable to move. At that moment, a hoarse and unpleasant voice echoed from all directions around Lin Su. Ha ha ha, kid, weren't you supposed to be tough and cunning? Come on, show me your resistance again, ha ha ha. So what if it's the national elder? Once pulled into the void, it'll take a while to break free. What good is your immunity skill? I want to see how long you can hold out. Since you're so determined not to join the abyss, then just go die, ha ha ha. As Moros's words fell, an angry roar came from not far away from Lin Su. Moros, you're asking for death. As Nangong shouted, his deep sword energy surged, and a large number of vines were instantly shattered. In the next moment, a scarred, blood-stained arm grabbed Lin Su. A flash of white light appeared. However, Moros was clearly prepared. The moment the teleportation sensation emerged, it vanished. Nangong teleportation skill failed. Moros was instantly furious. Nangong, do you believe I'll kill you? Kill me? Then come on, ha ha ha, sword path break. Nangong laughed loudly, swinging his sword fiercely, and the vines binding Lin Su were immediately severed by more than half. Ah! Lin Su's veins bulged on his arm, and with a bang, a vine that had bound his arm was torn apart on the spot. Swish! The soul void blade drew a bright silver slash, cutting through dozens of vines. Just as Lin Su was about to break free, Moros laughed in anger. Good, good, good. You Nangong, then go, die. Put. In the next moment, a large number of vines suddenly pierced out from all over Nangong body, and in the blink of an eye, he was almost unrecognizable. His sword-swinging motion paused, and droplets of blood splattered onto Lin Su's face. Gurgle, gurgle, a large amount of blood oozed from the corners of Nangong mouth. He opened his mouth, but only meaningless syllables came out. Glancing at Nangong arm, which still tightly gripped him and was covered in scars, Lin Su's pupils trembled. Sword path, annihilate, a muffled voice came from Nangong mouth. His hand, missing a finger, clutched Lin Su's arm, still exerting force. Buzz! An incredibly powerful sword intent erupted from Nangong. Clang, 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 countless vines were directly reduced to powder. Ah! Moros let out a painful howl. Turning his neck, the blood-soaked Nangong looked at Lin Su, whose eyes were blood-red, and said with relief, I owe your Lin family this, now it's settled. Child, don't let hatred blind your eyes, live well, live well. As his words fell, Nangong's gaze gradually lost its color. Ah! Lin Su's furious roar echoed throughout the heavens and earth, and in the next moment, boom, crack, a golden stream of fire shattered the spatial barrier, and Si Tianyu's figure appeared from the broken spatial gap. Upon seeing Lin Su, his expression visibly brightened, but upon seeing Nangong's condition, his brows instantly furrowed. Found it, it's definitely here, something happened to Nangong. He shouted towards the shattered space behind him. Saying this, he flicked his wrist, and a golden talisman instantly fell onto Lin Su. Hint, effect of the talisman applied, killing state lifted. Hint, effect of the talisman applied, health regenerates 5 per second. As the two hints appeared, Wu Weigua, Lungyu, and Su Meng successively rushed out from the shattered spatial barrier. After just a glance at Nangong, Su Meng exploded. Damn it, where's Moros? That son of a dog Moros? Looking at Nangong's corpse, which still stood in place until death, Lin Su shook his head. Just then, after Nangong unleashed his final strike, the vines that had pierced out from the shattered space quickly retracted, and then there was no more movement. Looking at the now silent surroundings, Su Meng stomped the ground in anger. Damn it, that son of a dog Moros, when we meet next time, I will definitely kill it, absolutely. Kid, this is for you, to speed up your recovery. Glancing at the corpse of Nangong, Lungyu handed a vial of potion to Lin Su, her expression grave. After speaking, she added angrily, also, the matter I promised you before has fallen through. In the recent conflict, 2 of the 3 elders from the district died, and the other was rescued by Moros. We'll compensate you for this later. Lin Su shook his head indifferently, remaining motionless. Seeing that Lin Su was lost in thought, Wu Weigua directly opened the potion and handed it to Lin Su. Only after Lin Su took the potion did he ask, "How did old Yun die?" Lin Su's heart sank, and he explained, "He was ambushed by Moros while trying to protect me. The vines pierced into his body and then came out again." In reality, if someone were to examine closely at that moment, they would find that all the wounds on Nangong Yun were, without exception, caused from the inside out. This was quite strange. Thus, Lin Su planned to gloss over the matter. Whether Moros intervened during the killing of the district elder or if it was due to Nangong Yun's leak of information. Now that Nangong Yun was dead, and it was to save him that he died, Lin Su no longer wished to delve deeper. As for the fact that Nangong Yun was parasitized by the demon vine seed, he had no intention of telling anyone. Hearing Lin Su's words, Wu Weigua looked at him with a complex expression and nodded. Just then, an announcement appeared. Announcement: the Huaxia district has won the district battle. The district battle is over. Announcement: due to the victory in the district battle, the total number of instances in the Huaxia district has increased by 30, all instance difficulties have decreased by 20, and instance rewards have increased by 30. Announcement: due to the defeat in the district battle, the total number of instances in the district has decreased by 55, instance difficulties have increased by 40, and instance rewards have decreased by 30. 3 announcements appeared simultaneously before everyone in this world, rolling through 3 times. Seeing such uplifting news, the entire Huaxia district erupted in excitement. However, at this moment, the Aoki forest was still eerily silent. After a long while, Wu Weigua finally spoke slowly. "Alright, Lin Su and I will stay behind to handle the remaining matters here in the district. The others should take Nangong back and properly handle his funeral." Surprisingly, this time Lang Yu did not refute but instead meaningfully patted Lin Su on the shoulder and turned away in solitude. "Kid, see you in Huaxia." Su Meng said goodbye to Lin Su, then directly carried Nangong Yun on his back. "Sai, let's go," Si Tianyu sighed and turned away as well. After a flash of golden light, the figures of the few disappeared. After watching them vanish for a long time, Wu Weigua solemnly said, "Thank you." Lin Su raised an eyebrow, confused. "Thank you for what?" With a faint smile, Wu Weigua made it clear, "Thank you for helping Nangong conceal the secret on him." After a moment of contemplation, Lin Su continued to play dumb. "I don't know what you're talking about." Seeing that Lin Su was determined to hide Nangong Yun's matter, Wu Weigua couldn't help but laugh. "Ha, alright, no need to pretend. Nangong really didn't misjudge you. We all know about his parasitism by Moros, me, Lung Yu, Si Tianyu, and Su Meng." Hearing this, Lin Su's brows immediately furrowed. If only Wu Weigua knew about Nangong Yun's parasitism but, for some reason, hadn't told others, Lin Su could barely accept that. But if everyone knew Nangong Yun's secret, yet they still brought him along at the start of the district battle, and kept him by their side throughout, even during the killing of the district elder, that was indeed thought-provoking. After sorting through everything in his mind, Lin Su narrowed his eyes and looked at Wu Weigua with a cold smile. "So, you all set up today's situation specifically to test me?" Regardless of whether Nangong Yun was willing, the fact that he was parasitized by Moros had already been established. In other words, as long as it was something he experienced, even if he didn't want to disclose it, Moros would still know. At this critical moment in the district war, the elders decided to keep someone like Nangong Yun, a deep abyss monitor, close at hand. This way, even if Nangong Yun were to cause any trouble, it would be right beside them and wouldn't affect the internal affairs of the district. Lin Su said that the current situation was to test him. This was because during the Second World instance, his instance was also invaded by the abyss, and he managed to come out of it unscathed. Just this alone gave them ample reason to suspect that he too was parasitized by the seed of the demonic vine. As for the testing, they had been probing him from the very beginning. The first step was the district station. Lin Su did not deny that his ability to summon targets he had killed as puppets was quite abnormal, making him nearly invincible on the battlefield. However, that was under the premise that he was alive and that the enemy's strength could not overwhelm his puppets. Initially, Lin Su thought the elders were genuinely interested in his ability to summon puppets. But after witnessing their combat power, he realized that both he and his puppet army were insignificant in front of them. In other words, with his current strength, he had no decisive role in the district war. Yet, despite this, he was still entrusted with an important task. Thus, the elders' intentions became quite clear. They were testing him to see if he would pull any tricks during the district war. Fortunately, he had not done anything detrimental to the Huaxia district. On the other hand, if he truly were a person of the abyss and had done something, the arrival of 4 elders would no longer be a matter of saving face for him. Thinking of this, Lin Su finally understood why, when he proposed the ridiculous request to personally kill a district elder, the other party readily agreed. Noticing Lin Su looking at him with an unkind expression, Wu Weigua smiled apologetically and confessed, "You're quick on the uptake, you figured it out so fast." "Well, we did have the intention to test you. After all, with your determination, potential, and that nearly invincible ability to summon puppets, if you are a person of the abyss, then the day you grow strong will be the day of doom for the Huaxia district. Of course, I believe Moros has similar thoughts, otherwise, he wouldn't want to kill you under these circumstances today." Lin Su shrugged nonchalantly and asked, "And the result?" Wu Weigua spread his hands. "The result is that you passed the test. We can fully trust you now." Lin Su smirked and retorted, "Aren't you worried this is all a play between me and Nangongyun?" Wu Weigua shook his head decisively, looking somewhat melancholic. "Nangongyun is a man of misfortune. Although he was parasitized by Moros, in our hearts, he is not a traitor but a man of great integrity, even a hero of the Huaxia district." "Ha, how could someone who risks his life to protect others possibly be a traitor to the Huaxia district?" At this point, Wu Weigua curiously scrutinized Lin Su and asked, "When the world instance was invaded by the abyss last time, did you really not see Moros?" "I did." Lin Su replied honestly, recounting his experiences in the world instance in detail. He even explained how he was parasitized by the seed of the demonic vine and how he managed to remove it, sharing everything without holding back. After listening to Lin Su's account, Wu Weigua couldn't help but chuckle. "You kid, that ability is truly abnormal, and I feel like you might be the only one in the world who could pull something like that off." Lin Su shook his head dismissively and said, "Alright, now that I've told you everything you wanted to know, can we talk about Nangongyun now?" After a moment of contemplation, Wu Weigua waved his hand. "Let's go find a place to drink and chat." An hour later, they met in Yamanashi Prefecture. Lin Su and Wu Weigua stepped into a simply decorated izakaya. Inside, the lighting was dim, smoke swirled in the air, and the smell of tobacco and alcohol hit them immediately, creating a stifling atmosphere. Lin Su glanced around. The tables and chairs were packed with all sorts of people. Strangely, there was no noise at all. Everyone was quietly drinking, absorbed in their own thoughts. In the large izakaya, the only sounds were the occasional clink of glasses against the tables. Under the dim light, the expressions of the patrons were half hidden, making it hard to see clearly, but from their drooping brows and tightly pressed lips, it was easy to tell that everyone was in a terrible mood. Seeing this scene, Lin Su couldn't help but smirk. Most of the people in the izakaya were low-ranking combat professionals. It made sense. Anyone who was told that from this moment on, all dungeon difficulties would increase, rewards would decrease, and the number of dungeons would sharply decline, would naturally feel downcast. If before, combat professionals in the region were envied by all, now, after the regional battle failure, they had clearly become a burden, as their efforts and rewards were completely disproportionate. Thinking this, Lin Su turned to Wu Weigua and suggested, "Old Wu, how about we change places?" The atmosphere in the izakaya was stifling to the point of suffocation, making it hardly a place for conversation. Wu Weigua waved his hand dismissively and chose a discreet corner to sit down, casually saying, "I'm getting old, I don't want to fuss about. Let's just make do." As he spoke, Wu Weigua prepared to call for the izakaya owner to bring drinks. However, before he could say anything, the owner directly placed 2 large bottles of alcohol and some snacks on the table, respectfully saying, "Gentlemen, your drinks are on the house today. Please don't harm the ordinary professionals, I beg you." After saying this, the owner bowed deeply to the two. Lin Su raised an eyebrow. Wu Weigua, however, calmly patted the owner's shoulder and reassured him, "It's fine, go ahead with your work. We're just here to chat, we won't cause any trouble." Thank you. The owner bowed deeply to Wu Weigua again and quickly left. Noticing Lin Su looking at him with a puzzled expression, Wu Weigua smiled faintly and explained, "Isn't this quite normal? The regional battle failed, 2 of the 3 elders were killed, and 1 ran away. The leaders of the Aoki Guild and the Black Dragon Guild are with you, as for the Rasha Guild." At this point, Wu Weigua seemed to remember something. He apologetically waved his hand at Lin Su, took out his phone from his personal space, and dialed a number. What Wu Weigua didn't notice was that at the moment he said these words, all the patrons in the izakaya were shocked and looking at their table. Just those few sentences Wu Weigua had spoken, even each word, were explosive news, top secret information. The call was quickly connected, and Wu Weigua got straight to the point. "What's the situation with the Rasha Guild?" Tang Dingbong's voice came from the other end, tinged with a hint of joy. "The Rasha Guild leader has been killed, and we've wiped out about a third of the remaining small fry." "Good, well done. This level is about right, don't push them too hard. It's meaningless to increase our soldiers' casualties over this." Wu Weigua replied and hung up the phone. His gaze returned to Lin Su as he continued the previous topic. "Alright, now that the Rasha Guild leader is dead, the regional high command has been wiped out. So, what happens next is only logical. The social order in the region will collapse, and this place will soon become uninhabitable. That's why that owner was worried we might cause trouble for no reason. As Wu Weigewa's words fell, a gasp echoed through the izakaya. All the guests looking towards Lin Su's table were filled with deep apprehension. It was clear they had realized that neither Wu Weigewa nor Lin Su were from the regional faction, and they were very likely high-ranking officials from the Huaxia region. However, Wu Weigewa chose to ignore this entirely. He poured himself a full glass and downed it in one go, but soon his brows furrowed tightly. What a strange taste this wine has, is it watered down? Seeing Wu Weigewa's despondent expression, Lin Su chuckled lightly. He was not interested in what the region would become after the war, he hadn't thought that far ahead, as he believed these matters had nothing to do with him. With that thought, Lin Su summoned Akiyama Sukuna. The izakaya erupted in surprise once again. Is that Akiyama president? A practitioner exclaimed on the spot. As the national goddess of the region and the president of the Aoki Guild, even those who had never seen Akiyama Sukuna in person were familiar with her news reports. The people in the izakaya quickly recognized her. Lin Su glanced at Akiyama Sukuna, and she immediately understood, heading straight to the owner. The izakaya soon closed its doors, and apart from Lin Su and Wu Weigewa, all the other guests were politely asked to leave by the owner. Once the closed sign was hung up, Akiyama Sukuna placed 2 bottles of regional white liquor on the table, then smiled lightly and went to the kitchen to busy herself. Watching the Aoki Guild president, who was as obedient as a maid, Wu Weigewa's face twitched, and he sighed, young people really know how to have fun. Saying this, he poured another glass of white liquor, downed it again, and finally let out a contented sigh. After finishing a glass, Wu Weigewa's gaze began to blur, and Lin Su quickly reminded him, I want to know about Nangong Yun. Right, I was just thinking I seem to have forgotten something. Hearing Lin Su say this, Wu Weigewa finally remembered the topic of their conversation. Gathering his thoughts, he began to speak slowly. Regarding Nangong, this is a long story, and it probably starts with the assassination targeting the Huaxia region 10 years ago. Upon hearing this, Lin Su's spirit jolted, and he looked up at Wu Weigewa. Seeing Lin Su's serious expression, Wu Weigewa nodded. Yes, it's about the assassination your family faced back then. I know you've already started investigating this matter privately, and I believe you've asked Nangong about it, right? Yes. Lin Su nodded decisively. After silently downing another glass of white liquor, Wu Weigewa asked Lin Su, did he tell you about what happened back then? Lin Su's pupils constricted, his face filled with disbelief. No, Senior Nangong never told me. How is that possible? It wasn't that he doubted the truth of Wu Weigewa's words, but the information contained within them was simply too astonishing for Lin Su to accept. The 5 national elders, those were 5 pseudo-gods. To annihilate all 5, how powerful would the enemy have to be? To Lin Su, this was almost unimaginable. Noticing Lin Su's truly shocked expression, Wu Weigewa chuckled. In that case, I can probably deduce what Nangong has told you. He only told me that this matter was planned by the Abyss, and all the opposing regions were involved, that's all. Before Wu Weigewa could ask, Lin Su spoke directly. Nodding thoughtfully, Wu Weigewa asked, what about the cause of this matter? How did he tell you? The Abyss attacking human regions, does that need a reason? Lin Su retorted. He did not reveal anything about the struggle for divinity. He had no intention of telling anyone that he could obtain information from a puppet. Nodding thoughtfully, Wu Weigewa admitted, actually, you're not wrong, but it's not entirely right either. Just as humans can level up by killing Abyss monsters can also enhance their strength by killing humans. However, it is obvious that the assassination operation 10 years ago was not aimed at enhancing their strength, but rather for a rule-type item, the Divine Fragment. As he spoke, Wu Weigewa recounted the function of the Divine Fragment, which was not much different from what Liang Mutaku had described back then. In fact, after reaching level 91, Wu Weigewa had already used a castrated version of the pseudo-divine fragment when he broke through level 79. As for the complete version of the divine fragment, Wu Weigewa had never seen it. After finishing this, he narrated the events that had occurred back then. The gist was that over 10 years ago, when the Huaxia region was exploring a secret realm, they inadvertently discovered a place where a god had fallen. The so-called place of divine fall refers to the location where a practitioner with a divine fragment died. When a practitioner who had used a divine fragment dies, their divine fragment does not disappear. Instead, it becomes an unowned item, just like their equipment. What was even more exciting was that through the equipment fragments found in that secret realm, they concluded that a true god, a practitioner over level 100, had fallen there. Thus, it became a certainty that the complete version of the divine fragment existed in that secret realm. Of course, the danger level of a place where a level 100 practitioner could fall was self-evident. Shortly after receiving this exhilarating news, the exploration team quickly encountered danger and was nearly wiped out. Fortunately, they managed to bring this news back. However, unfortunately, despite strict prohibitions, this news was still spread by those with ulterior motives. In no time, all regions, including the Abyss, were stirring restlessly. The birth of a true god was an irresistible temptation for any faction. In a desperate situation, the previous generation's 5 national elders, in a fit of anger, directly sealed that secret realm with a divine artifact. As for the key to opening the secret realm, they chose to shatter it and distribute the pieces to the core combat forces of all Huaxia regions. They thought such measures would be foolproof. However, the 5 national elders of the Huaxia region ultimately underestimated the various factions' desire for a true god. Hearing this, Lin Su interjected, asking Wu Weigua, how is it possible to annihilate 5 pseudo-gods at once? At this point, Wu Weigua was already somewhat intoxicated. He opened a second bottle of wine, filled his cup, and downed it in one go, smiling wryly as he said, "What's impossible? You have to know that the opponent back then included a true god and a 99-level half-true god." Lin Su frowned and asked, who were they working for? Wu Weigua wiped his face and sighed, from the Abyss, it was the previous emperor of the Abyss, and, the other bastard you must be familiar with, Moros. Moros? Lin Su exclaimed in surprise. Wu Weigua nodded with a smile. Yes, Moros's true body was already at level 99, didn't you know that? Lin Su frowned and asked, was it his true body that attacked us just now? Wu Weigua shook his head. No, that was still his avatar. If it were his true body, the 4 of us together wouldn't stand a chance, and you definitely wouldn't have survived until now. Lin Su frowned. Before he could ask, Wu Weigua explained, the previous generation's 5 national elders, although they were completely wiped out, directly killed the Emperor of the Abyss and even sealed Moros in that secret realm. As for Moros's current strength, if nothing unexpected happens, he has already advanced to a true god. After pondering for a moment, Lin Su asked, but what does this have to do with Senior Nangong? Wu Weigua sighed and lamented, so, Nangong Yun is truly a person of misfortune. At this point, Wu Weigua suddenly looked at Lin Su with intense eyes and smiled. Think about it, what we are doing to the regions now is so similar to what they did to the Huaxia region back then. According to the logic I mentioned when I first entered, can you imagine what the Huaxia region would have faced after such an event occurred back then? With Wu Weigua's question, Lin Su's heart sank. Indeed, if such a thing had truly happened in the Huaxia region, it should have led to chaos immediately. As a witness to that period of history, Lin Su was certain that it did not happen. Realizing this, he asked in shock, are you saying that all of this is thanks to Senior Nangong? Wu Weigua nodded. Yes, although we are still just speculating, I feel that this speculation is quite close to the truth. As the only high-ranking combat professional in the Huaxia region, he must have actively agreed to let Moros take over. This led to the glorious achievement of single-handedly repelling 300,000 abyssal troops the next day. Of course, we know this was just a play to support Nangong's rise to power. But if Nangong hadn't done that back then, the Huaxia region would have faced the absolute destruction of millions of families. Moreover, since that day, Nangong quickly distanced himself from the core of power. His qualifications are better than any of ours, yet he resolutely gave up the chance to become a national elder. I think this is probably why Moros made the decision to kill him. As a hero of the Huaxia region, he was branded a traitor. I really can't imagine how tormented he must have been in these 10 years. Although we wanted to protect him, none of us could do it. Perhaps your appearance gave him hope for the Huaxia region, and so, to protect you, he resolutely chose to leave. After listening to Wu Weigua's account, Lin Su fell silent for a long time. After a while, he furrowed his brows and asked, so how did you all escape that catastrophe back then? Wu Weigua sighed. Fate plays tricks on people. As you can see, we, Ling Yue and a few others, were originally a small team. When that assassination happened, we happened to be training in a dungeon, so we avoided disaster. When did you realize there was something wrong with Senior Nangong? Lin Su continued to ask. It was probably from the day he single-handedly repelled 300,000 abyssal troops. Of course, at that time, we didn't doubt the authenticity of this event. On the contrary, he was the hero of the entire Huaxia region. In that situation, if he wanted, all the power in the Huaxia region would have been at his fingertips. However, strangely enough, after that, he actively withdrew from the core of power and even rarely communicated with us. Looking back now, he was intentionally avoiding the leakage of more secrets from the Huaxia region. Nodding silently, Lin Su clenched his fists. Wu Weigua had no reason to deceive him. What he said was 99% true. Nangong Yun died for himself, and this debt must be repaid in blood by the Abyss. Thank you for telling me all of this, Lin Su said sincerely to Wu Weigua. What are your plans for the future? Wu Weiguo waved his hand, changing the subject, and asked Lin Su, "To increase my strength and take revenge for my family and Senior Nangong." Lin Su replied directly, without hiding anything. Hearing this, Wu Weiguo chuckled. "What about the current situation? Are you not planning to resolve it?" "What situation?" Lin Su asked, somewhat confused. "The region," Wu Weiguo said matter-of-factly. Lin Su frowned. Now that the regional war had ended, he didn't care at all about what would happen to the region afterward. Seeing Lin Su's indifferent attitude, Wu Weiguo thought for a moment and said directly, "According to our thoughts, the management of the region will be handed over to you." "What?" Lin Su was so shocked that he stood up. He had thought about taking advantage of the upcoming major reshuffle in the regional leadership, and that the Huaxia region might secretly send people to infiltrate the upper echelons of the region to manipulate its future. But what he never expected was that the elder's intention was to take over completely, and the person chosen for this takeover was actually himself. This was an entire large district, with over 100 million professionals. How could he possibly manage it? Just thinking about this, Lin Su quickly understood why the 5 elders would arrange it this way. Originally, the normal order of the large district was maintained by 3 guilds. Although the president of the Rakshasa Guild had already died in battle, the presidents of the Qingmu and Heilong guilds were all under his control. Not only them, but the influence of the Qingmu Guild in Shijing had been entirely absorbed by him, and the Heilong Guild had been completely taken over by him as well. If he released all these puppets and let them return to their previous positions, TSK, controlling the entire large district didn't seem like such a difficult task after all. Seeing Lin Su's expression quickly change, Wu Weiguo chuckled softly. "You really are quick-witted, there's no doubt about it. The choice for taking over the large district is none other than you." Even though he already had an inkling in his heart, Lin Su still shook his head. Controlling the entire large district isn't something that can be done in a short time. At this point, I can imagine that there are definitely other large districts eyeing a piece of the pie, and relying solely on my own strength, I can't compete with them. Indeed, when it came to controlling the large district, Lin Su was currently more worried about the threats from other large districts that were also coveting it, rather than internal resistance. A good tiger can't withstand a pack of wolves, and unfortunately, the large district could at most be considered a dog, and now this dog had been beaten half to death. If other large districts attacked the large district at this time, it wouldn't be impossible for the large district to be wiped out. Hearing Lin Su say this, Wu Weiguo laughed heartily and assured him, "Don't worry about that, you can go all out in the large district. As for the matters of the large district, no other district will dare to interfere." "Then what do you want from the large district?" Lin Su asked directly, not beating around the bush. In Lin Su's view, since the Huaxia large district had allowed him to take over, there must be some demands for benefits. However, upon hearing this, Wu Weiguo simply shrugged. The victory in the district war is what the Huaxia large district wants. As for anything else, we have no other demands. As a reward for this operation, we will fully assist you in taking control of the large district, and even after you take control, you can think of the large district as your personal property. We will not make any demands of you, nor will we interfere with your management of the large district in any way. Personal property? Controlling an entire large district? Lin Su was momentarily taken aback. Just thinking about it made his expression turn grim as he asked, "So according to you, does that mean I can never return to the Huaxia large district?" Wu Weiguo looked at Lin Su oddly and said, "Why wouldn't we let you go back? You don't think we are worried that you would replicate what you're doing now in the Huaxia large district and affect its safety, which is why we placed you in the large district, do you?" Lin Su felt a bit embarrassed when Wu Weiguo saw through his thoughts and smiled awkwardly. Wu Weiguo scoffed, "Come on, what do you take us for? If it weren't for worrying that you might be ambushed by the abyss again, to protect your safety, I would have gone home to soak my feet and sleep by now. Also, just to let you know, during your time in the large district, your safety will be my responsibility. And don't you have the ability to remotely control puppets? Once we help you completely resolve the issues here, I'll personally take you back to the Huaxia large district." At this point, it seemed that Wu Weiguo was reminded by Lin Su and quickly added, "But let me make it clear beforehand, once you return to the Huaxia large district, you need to rein in your powers. When you enter a dungeon, if you go in one by one, who can stand that? Also, once you return to the Huaxia large district, don't cause trouble, otherwise, be careful that we might personally come down to deal with you." After listening to Wu Weiguo's explanation, Lin Su couldn't help but grin. If this is the arrangement, then he would have no worries at all. With a level 91 super strong fighter by his side, he could walk through the district without a problem. Thinking of this, Lin Su decisively nodded in agreement. "Alright, no problem." The next morning, in Shijing, Shitian Ancient District. In front of the floor-to-ceiling windows of the villa, Lin Su watched the streets that were gradually regaining their liveliness, and an involuntary smile crept onto his lips. With the withdrawal of his puppet army, a large number of homeless citizens of Shijing quickly returned, and the entire city became lively again. However, unlike before, the once orderly streets now appeared chaotic. Due to the overwhelming number of people returning to Shijing in a short time, the roads were exceptionally congested, and the sound of honking cars was incessant, driving people to distraction. Bastard, try honking again, and I swear I'll smash your head into your stomach. Finally, one burly man in the front car could no longer stand it, angrily getting out of his car and slamming the hood of the car behind him, which was incessantly honking. At this moment, people noticed that the burly man was injured and was wearing the uniform of the Rakshasa Guild. It was clear that he had just come down from the battlefield. Under normal circumstances, seeing this uniform, 8 out of 10 people would choose to avoid trouble. The district openly favored combat professionals, and this was already an open secret. Not to mention just slamming the hood a couple of times, if the person in the car behind was an ordinary citizen, even if the burly man beat the other party half to death, the matter would just end there. However, unfortunately, today the burly man had provoked someone who was clearly not an ordinary citizen. The window of the car behind quickly rolled down, and a greasy middle-aged man poked his head out, his aura not any weaker. The Rakshasa Guild is impressive, huh? Are you blind? Can't you see this is a regulatory committee vehicle? At this point, Lin Su was somewhat puzzled. He had never heard of the regulatory committee, which seemed to be more powerful than the Rakshasa Guild. Thinking of this, he had a thought, and the girl beside him, Akiyama Sakura, immediately explained. It's a political necessity. The district always has to represent the interests of the vast majority. Thus, the regulatory committee came into being. The members of the regulatory committee are all ordinary people, that is, life professionals. Their duty is to supervise those combat professionals to prevent them from bullying ordinary professionals and other illegal behaviors, and they have law enforcement authority. Of course, this is just a trick to fool those ordinary citizens. It makes them feel that their district values them highly, creating an atmosphere of equality among all beings. But in reality, the combat professionals punished by the regulatory committee are merely scapegoats. However, it must be admitted that every time ordinary citizens see combat professionals much stronger than themselves being severely punished for various illegal acts, they become exceptionally excited. They will identify more with their district, believing that when they encounter similar situations, the district will also unhesitatingly protect them, hee hee. At this point, Akiyama Sakura laughed out loud, her face full of sarcasm. Realizing she had gone off topic, she quickly glanced apologetically at Lin Su and continued. In summary, the regulatory committee has a high prestige, but in reality, it is nothing. Nodding thoughtfully, Lin Su glanced at Wu Weigua, who was also watching the commotion with great interest. Wu Weigua's expression turned serious as he said, "Don't look at me like that. The Huaxia district has never had such an organization, never before, and it will never have one in the future." Just as Wu Weigua's words fell on the congested street, realizing that the greasy man was someone not to be trifled with, the burly man's expression changed, and he prepared to turn back to his car. However, at that moment, someone among the crowd of onlookers shouted, "Cut it out, you bunch of useless gluttons from the Rakshasa Guild. You can't even win a district battle, and all you know how to do is bully us ordinary folks. Do you even deserve the tax money we ordinary workers pay?" As soon as he said this, it stirred up a wave of outrage, and immediately some people began to echo him deeply. "Yeah, gluttons. You Rakshasa Guild are all a bunch of gluttons. Exactly, you combat professionals are nothing but a bunch of damned vampires. Right, supervisor. He's threatening the safety of ordinary workers. Punish him, punish him. Yes, punish him." Hearing the rising chorus of shouts, the greasy man who had been smugly retracting his head from the car window suddenly felt a rush of anger. At that moment, he felt he had transformed into justice itself. With a loud bang, the greasy man got out of the car and slammed the door shut. "You stop right there," he shouted, stepping forward and grabbing the collar of the bald, muscular man. "You're threatening the safety of ordinary people, you can't just walk away. Tell me your guild number." Seizing the opportunity, Akiyama Sakuna explained, although they have the power to punish, it's clear that this group of parasites from the regulatory committee doesn't have the ability to punish combat professionals. Their so-called punishment is just filing a report. Lin Su frowned, disdainfully curling his lips, and used his demon eye on the bald man. "A warrior." Lin Su smirked. He had already begun to speculate on 100 ways the greasy man could die. For a warrior of that level, trying to kill an ordinary person was no harder than squashing a bug. However, to Lin Su's disappointment, even when the greasy man had a hold of his collar, the bald man merely glared at him angrily, demanding he let go. Perhaps intimidated by the aura radiating from the bald man, the greasy man stumbled and nearly fell. Laughter erupted. The greasy man's face turned beet red. "Now, you have another charge against you, assaulting an inspector." As he roared, the greasy man, panting heavily, swung a fist at the bald man's face. The bald man didn't move an inch, only slightly turned his head. The greasy man, however, felt a sharp pain in his face. At that moment, no one noticed a frail little girl with tear-streaked cheeks struggling to get out of the bald man's car. The little girl leaned on a crutch, her right leg from the knee down was empty. "Bad man, why did you hit my daddy, why?" Without waiting for a response, she lunged at the greasy man, who still had a grip on her father's collar. Instinctively, the greasy man kicked at the little girl. With a thud, she fell backward, hitting her head on the ground, blood immediately oozing out. "Sakura, Sakura!" The muscular man's eyes widened in rage as he shoved the greasy man away and rushed to check on his daughter's injuries. You, I'm going to sue you for murder." The greasy man struggled to get up from the ground, shouting angrily at the muscular man. Just as his words fell, a crash was heard. Not far from the crowd, the glass door of a convenience store shattered, and several young people rushed out in a panic. "Robbery, robbery! Bastards, they took things without paying." A woman in her 50s chased out of the convenience store, grabbing the slowest young man by his clothes and refusing to let go. "Let go! Bastard, let go of me! The Aoki Guild is gone, the Rashasha Guild is gone, do you believe I'll kill you and no one will care?" The woman was quite stubborn, enduring the kicks and punches from the young man, her grip unwavering. Pft, pft, pft. Without any hesitation, the young man's dagger plunged into the woman's chest repeatedly. Kicking the woman, who was dying with her eyes wide open, to the ground, the young man laughed loudly. "Ha ha ha, idiot! The Aoki Guild's phone has been down since yesterday, you fool." Hearing this, the bald man's eyes narrowed, his gaze falling on the greasy man, whose face had turned ashen. Put! The red and white viscous liquid splashed, and the corpse of the greasy man with half a head fell backward. The sounds of gasps and screams instantly merged into one. "Whoever dares to stop me, I will kill them!" The bald, muscular man roared as he picked up his daughter, and the onlookers retreated in fear. He quickly squeezed through the crowd, his figure disappearing from sight. Seeing this, Wu Weigui couldn't help but frown and asked Lin Su, "It won't be long before the order in the district completely collapses. What do you plan to do?" After thinking for a moment, Lin Su's mind stirred, and black mist surged, revealing Liang Mutua. "Did you find what I asked you to look for?" Lin Su directly asked after glancing at Liang Mutua. Returning to the master, "I am incompetent. I have only gathered some clues about those two pieces of equipment. As for the equipment itself, I have not found it yet." After coming out of the instance last time, Lin Su had let Liang Mutua to help find the whereabouts of the time set. Lin Su nodded and instructed, "All right, understood. This is not urgent, now I have something more important for you to do." "Please give your orders, my lord," Liang Mutua replied respectfully. After glancing at Xiao Shaning Nai, Lin Su ordered the two of them. "Later, I will release all the puppets of the Qingmu and Heilong guilds. You two guilds will work together to first restore all the news media in the cities and report the current chaotic situation in the district. The more severe, the better." "Yes, my lord." Liang Mutua and Xiao Shaning Nai replied in unison. Wu Weigui raised an eyebrow, thought for a moment, and asked, "Aren't you going to restore the city's public order first?" Lin Su grinned and shrugged. "If this were Huaxia, I would definitely do that, but this is not Huaxia, this is the district." Fine, you kid, you're really ruthless." Wu Weigui was speechless, shaking his head with a bitter smile. With such an arrangement, he naturally understood what Lin Su meant. He wanted the district to descend into chaos first, the more chaotic, the better. At that time, those people suffering in the district, after being bombarded with overwhelming negative news, would definitely voice their grievances. If someone stood up at that moment to call for the election of a capable leader to take charge, it would undoubtedly resonate with many. And the one elected, if nothing unexpected happened, would naturally be Lin Su or Lin Su's puppet. Thinking of this, Wu Weigui couldn't help but look at Lin Su a few more times. At just 18 years old, to have such intellect, it would not be an exaggeration to call him a prodigy. While feeling emotional, Wu Weigui couldn't help but want to remind him. Lin Su's maneuver was indeed shrewd, but there were also drawbacks. That is, within the district, some practitioners who also had dreams of leadership might take this opportunity to form factions, rising under the banner of saving the suffering people. For these people, not only should they be guarded against, but they must also be eliminated at the earliest possible moment. Just as Wu Weigui was thinking this in his heart and was about to speak, the black mist surged, and a tall, thin man in nightclothes appeared. It was Sato Yuan, who had previously attempted to assassinate Lin Su at the Japanese restaurant. "I pay my respects to the master." Sato Yuan said respectfully. Lin Su nodded and directly ordered, apart from the puppets of the Qingmu and Heilong guilds, the remaining puppets will be managed by you. Anyone who takes this opportunity to form factions and gain prestige will be killed without mercy. Yes, my lord. Sato Yuan responded. Old Wu, what were you about to say just now? Noticing Wu Weigua seemed to want to say something, Lin Su turned to ask him. Wu Weigua's mouth twitched. What to say? What the hell? Everything I wanted to say has already been said by you. You still ask me what I want to say. I want to say you're a lotus root that is turned into a spirit, full of schemes. However, despite the internal complaints, Wu Weigua immediately changed his tone and said, your plan is good, very perfect. I just wanted to ask if you need any manpower support on your side. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Su decisively shook his head. No need, if this kind of thing is discovered by someone with ulterior motives, having people from the Huaxia region involved would be very troublesome. Besides, the ones I have are all puppets, if they die, they die. There's no need to cause casualties for the Huaxia region, Lin Su said sincerely. He was already grateful that Wu Weigua could stay to personally ensure his safety. There was no need to drag the military of Huaxia into such a mess. Seemingly concerned, Wu Weigua continued to ask, so how many puppets do you have at your disposal now? Currently, there are only about 40,000. By tomorrow, I can summon some more, bringing the total to nearly 100,000. After yesterday's district battle, the number of puppets under Lin Su's command had approached 100,000. Most of them were members of the Rakshasa Guild, with formidable combat capabilities, more than enough to handle the current situation. As for those that couldn't be summoned temporarily, they were the ones who had fallen on the battlefield yesterday, and their resurrection time had not yet arrived. Wu Weigua wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and nodded. Ahem, well, that number is indeed sufficient. After a battle, not only had there been no casualties, but the number of puppets had doubled. One might ask, what else could this be but a natural disaster on the battlefield? If one added the opponent's almost monstrous intellect, TSK. Just as Wu Weigua was lost in thought, Lin Su glanced at Ryomuto and ordered, pay attention to who Sato Yuan kills, and then report their dirt to me. If there's none, just fabricate something. In any case, the action must be quick, so the public won't develop a rebellious mindset. Understood, my lord, that's simple. Ryomuto readily agreed. Gathering intelligence was the Black Dragon Guild's specialty. In fact, even without gathering, he already had dirt on almost all the high-ranking officials in the district. After all, anyone who could rise to such heights couldn't possibly have a clean background. And those with leadership ambitions that Lin Su mentioned were likely high-ranking officials in the district. Old Wu, is there anything else to add? Feeling that everything had been arranged, Lin Su politely turned to Wu Weigua. Wu Weigua's lips twitched. He hadn't even thought of this last point that Lin Su brought up. Indeed, with Lin Su's arrangement, the entire plan had become seamless. In the current situation, anyone who wasn't in the know, like him, would definitely be left dumbfounded. In other words, Lin Su's actions clearly put everyone in the district in a bind, yet they wouldn't blame him. Instead, they would be endlessly grateful. At this moment, Wu Weigua began to deeply understand Moros and why he was willing to go to such lengths to eliminate Lin Su. He even started to feel fortunate that Lin Su was not an enemy of the Huaxia region. With this thought, his attitude towards Lin Su softened a bit, and he said somewhat sheepishly, very good. I see you've noted the points I wanted to remind you of. If you encounter any difficulties, feel free to mention them. The Huaxia region will fully support you. Gratefully glancing at Wu Weigua, Lin Su directly ordered, alright, then. Let's move. As his words fell, a black mist spread out from the center of Lin Su's villa, enveloping the surrounding kilometers. The 40,000 puppet army could not fit within Lin Su's villa. In the blink of an eye, the streets and alleys around the villa were filled with members of the Rakshasa, Black Dragon, and Aoki guilds. As for those non-human puppets, Lin Su did not release them. These puppets were of lower rank, and most had perished in the district battle. Their resurrection time had not yet arrived. The remaining ones were few in number, and even if summoned, they wouldn't be of much use. On the other hand, those puppets were too recognizable. Just a couple of days ago, it was precisely because of their appearance that the citizens of Shijing had fled en masse. If those puppets were released now, people would immediately associate him with the previous Shijing butcher. On the street, a young man who had just made a zero-cost purchase from a nearby store was about to take off running. In a moment of carelessness, he suddenly collided with a puppet that appeared out of nowhere and fell to the ground. Bastard, are you blind? The young man, looking fierce and menacing with a bloodied short knife in hand, got up from the ground while cursing at the puppet. However, when he saw the Black Dragon Guild uniform on the puppet, his face twitched. Among the three guilds, the Black Dragon Guild was the top in terms of individual combat power. With a clang, the young man threw away the short knife in his hand and turned to run. Yet, the next moment, his steps abruptly halted. Right behind him, he saw the enforcers of the Greenwood Guild and soldiers from the Rakshasa Guild. Not just one, but densely packed, filling the entire street. It was the first time he had ever seen such a large-scale joint enforcement by the three guilds. Realizing this, he discreetly glanced at the shop owner who had just died by his knife. His legs went weak, and with a thud, he knelt down on the ground. I confess, I surrender, and I will return the stolen goods. I request leniency. The young man began to tremble as he pleaded. However, before he could finish his words, the Black Dragon Guild member he had just bumped into not only didn't get angry but instead leaned down and gently patted his shoulder, whispering a few words in his ear. The young man's expression froze, disbelief written all over his face. Just as he was about to speak again, all the guild members quickly left, not even sparing him a glance. What the Black Dragon Guild member had whispered was, "Feel free to act as you wish, the current district is a lawless land. Don't worry, any illegal actions will not be punished. Also, help spread this message." It felt as if he had walked through the gates of hell. Watching the guild members' figures disappear, the young man collapsed to the ground. After a moment of daze, his spirit surged, and he laughed wildly. Ha ha ha, a lawless land, a lawless land. Meanwhile, after Akiyama Sakura and the others left, Lin Su summoned Yila. Before leaving the war zone, he had instructed Yila to build a bug nest decomposition chamber specifically for breaking down the bodies of fallen professionals from the district. However, after experiencing Moroz's ambush and Nangonyun's death, he hadn't had the chance to check the gains from the decomposition chamber. Thinking of this, Lin Su directly ordered Yila to take out all the previous gains from the bug nest decomposition chamber. Without a word, Yila decisively squatted down, her mouth slightly open. Seeing this scene, Lin Su covered his forehead. Sure enough, moments later, a large pile of green crystals, half a person tall, was spat out from her mouth. Although he found Yila's method of storing the bug energy crystals a bit disgusting, there was no other way. Yila wasn't a professional and didn't have a personal space. To preserve these crystals, she had to forcibly swallow them and control herself not to digest them. With this in mind, Lin Su quickly ordered Yila to clean the energy crystals and then tidy up the floor. After thinking for a moment, feeling that it would take too long for Yila to do it alone, Lin Su simply called out Anar and Shinyu Sakura. Watching the two girls and a bug queen suddenly appear in the living room, Wuegwa was momentarily at a loss for words. Wow, kid, one Akiyama Sakura isn't enough for you? What? This is actually a bug queen. Wow, there's even a bug girl. What? There's even a spirit body? Kid, you, in broad daylight, is your body able to handle this? Ugh. Perhaps feeling that it wasn't quite appropriate for an elder to speak to Lin Su like this, but Lin Su's collection truly left Wuegwa dumbfounded. It wasn't that Wuegwa was being lewd, it was just that the three before him, even Yila, all had extraordinary beauty. Lin Su's forehead twitched as he explained. Let them come out to clean, it's not as twisted as you think. Hearing Lin Su say this, Wuegwa rolled his eyes on the spot, wearing an expression that said he didn't believe a word. Not wanting to dwell on the topic, Wuegwa sized up Qian Yuing and curiously asked, Kid, ordinary spirit bodies are already rare. Where did you find this fourth tier one? As a national elder, Wuegwa naturally had extraordinary insight. He was quite knowledgeable about spirit bodies. In a dungeon in the big district, I brought it out, Lin Su explained. TSK, I really envy your luck, so you have means to attack spirit bodies now? Wuegwa asked with a face full of envy. Lin Su replied dismissively. After a moment's hesitation, Wuegwa said somewhat reluctantly, alright, considering the huge contribution you've made to the Huaxia district, come find me when you get back. I have a way to help you elevate this spirit bodies tier. Lin Su's heart leaped with joy. He had long wanted to elevate Qian Yuying's tier, but the number of souls she needed to devour was too vast. If he let Qian Yuying devour puppet souls to level up, too few would be ineffective, and too many would directly affect the combat power of the puppet army. Weighing the pros and cons, Lin Su had not elevated Qian Yuying. Thinking of this, he hurriedly asked Wuegwa, how much can it be elevated? After silently estimating, Wuegwa confidently said, I can't say too much, but 2 or 3 tiers is definitely not a problem. Among the same tier, spirit bodies are practically ordinary existences. With her by your side for protection, I can rest assured. But don't think that having a spirit body makes you invincible. As the level of the profession increases, the strength of the soul will also be enhanced. If the level difference is too great, the opponent can completely withstand the soul attack of the spirit body. At this point, Wuegwa glanced at Anar again and said regretfully, although I have a way to elevate the spirit bodies tier, I don't know about the insect race, you'll have to figure that out yourself. Hearing Wu Weigua say this, Lin Su immediately grinned. You don't need to worry about that. I have a way to elevate the insect race's tier, and I can show you right now. Saying this, Lin Su checked the energy crystals that had already been cleaned. Unfortunately, he did not find any evolution crystals that could allow the insect race's genes to evolve. What is this? Looking at the large pile of green crystals, Wu Weigua asked curiously. Handing one energy crystal to Wu Weigua, he checked its attributes and his eyelids jumped in surprise. Where did you find so many? Lin Su pointed at Eiler and roughly introduced the principle of energy crystal production by the insect nest. After hearing this, Wu Weigua gasped and exclaimed, does that mean as long as there are enough corpses to decompose, you can elevate all the insect race puppets to the level of Anar, or even higher? Unlike Lin Su, who wanted to exhaust resources to create a super combat force, Wu Weigua was thinking of turning all the insect race puppets into elites. Lin Su's eyelids twitched, shocked into a daze by Wu Weigua's extremely bold idea. He realized that as an elder of the Huaxia district, Wu Weigua's ambition was indeed much greater than his own. However, he had never tried whether ordinary insect race puppets could elevate their tier by devouring energy crystals. Thinking of this, he focused his mind, and a spear-wielding insect race puppet sentinel appeared. Eat this. Lin Su threw an energy crystal to it and gave the order directly. Without a word, the sentinel stuffed the green crystal into its mouth. The next moment, a green ripple spread across its body. The insect race sentinel, originally only 1.5 meters tall, surged to about 1.8 meters, its upper body muscles bulging, and its arms becoming thicker. Even the number of spears it carried on its back more than doubled. Hint, the insect race puppet sentinel has been promoted to first tier. Name, Insectoid Puppet Sentinel, Level, Rank, First Rank, Advancement Degree, 212, Life, 5325, Mana, 2188, Attack, 6129, Defense, 5948, Skills, Throwing Spear, Rapid Charge, Stealth. After reviewing the attributes of the Insectoid Puppet Sentinel, Lin Su squinted his eyes. Previously, even though the Insectoid Puppet Sentinel had reached level 37, its combat power could only be considered below average among level 30 professionals. However, after advancing to the first rank, its strength was directly at the average level of a level 40 professional. Wow, the combat power has actually increased so much. Wu Weigua, who had been observing closely, exclaimed on the spot. After thinking for a moment, he excitedly asked Lin Su, Kid, how many of these puppets do you have under your command? About 20,000, Lin Su answered truthfully. Ha ha. Kid, have you thought about it? If all these 20,000 puppets were advanced to level 6, what terrifying combat power they would unleash. Wu Weigua excitedly patted Lin Su's shoulder and laughed heartily. Lin Su squinted his eyes. Indeed, according to Wu Weigua's idea, even if these puppets' combat power after advancement was not as abnormal as Inar's, once they were promoted to level 6, they would only be at the entry level of a level 70 professional. But that was still the combat power of 20,000 level 70 beings without emotions, 20,000. Just relying on this force could directly wipe out some regions with poor combat power. However, just thinking about this, Lin Su shook his head helplessly and explained to Wu Weigua, no, it's not possible. To advance all the insectoid puppets requires too many energy crystals, we simply can't find that many corpses. Of course, if Lin Su wanted to, there were ways to solve this problem. The decomposition chamber could not only decompose corpses but also living beings, and even if the number of combat professionals was insufficient, ordinary life professionals would do. As long as he wanted, he could directly pull all living beings in the region to be decomposed. But that was not something a person could do. Lin Su decisively dismissed this idea. However, upon hearing that Lin Su was actually worried about this, Wu Weigua rolled his eyes at him and said disdainfully, are you stupid? Do you know how many abyssal monster corpses the Huaxia region has to deal with every year just to fend off the abyssal invasions? This doesn't even count those wild monsters killed in secret realms and the uninhabited areas on the outskirts of cities. Hearing Wu Weigua say this, Lin Su felt a chill run down his spine. Damn, it's really true that people's perspectives are different, and the levels of consideration are completely different. If Wu Weigua could really get those corpses for himself, no, even just 1/10 of them, hiss. Thinking of this, Lin Su trembled and asked, then, can those corpses be handed over to me for processing? Wu Weigua shrugged. Of course, no problem. After all, they would be burned anyway. Aside from those for research and those from which materials are obtained after dissection, the rest can all be given to you. But this matter can only be arranged after you return to the Huaxia region. Although they are just corpses, storing them in large quantities could still pose a danger. Alright, then thank you, old Wu. Lin Su expressed his gratitude to Wu Weigua. After that, he directly ordered Inar and Isla to begin absorbing energy crystals. Since he had the entire Huaxia region supporting him from behind, there was no need to concentrate resources solely on enhancing Inar. Inar and Isla had different evolutionary directions. After advancing, Inar would enhance personal combat ability, while Isla, theoretically, should be able to build higher-level insect nests and stronger insectoid soldiers after her advancement. What Lin Su could confirm at the moment was that the decomposition ability of a level 6 insect nest was definitely stronger than that of a level 5. As for what higher combat power insectoids Isla could produce, he was also very curious. Just as he was thinking this, a light green ripple spread from Isla, signaling her advancement. Name, Yila category, Insectoid Queen Puppet rank, level 6 advancement degree, 482 level, 30 life, 451,938 mana, 239,875 attack, 11,038 defense, 10,237 skills, rapid breeding, rapid hatching, gene fusion. Tip, since Yila has been promoted to level 6, the number of Hellfire dragons she can build has increased to 5. Seeing the prompt in his mind, Lin Su couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. Is that it? What happened to the more advanced insectoid soldiers? Opening Yila's attribute panel again and examining it carefully, he confirmed that there was indeed nothing new, and Lin Su couldn't help but feel a bit disappointed. After thinking it over, he couldn't find a reason for the lack of new soldier types, so he simply gave up. Fortunately, the increase in the number of Hellfire dragons made him feel a little better. Just as Lin Su was thinking this, a green light flashed on Inar's body. Her arms, thighs, and torso quickly grew a set of white armor that gleamed with a metallic luster. At the same time, 2 spiked gauntlets completely enveloped her forearms. After donning this armor, Inar's aura underwent a tremendous change. She now appeared not only proud but also fiercely wild. With this in mind, Lin Su quickly checked her attributes. Name, Inar category, Insectoid Queen Puppet rank, level 7 advancement degree, 72 level, 39 life, 716,625 mana, 596,916 attack, 62,724 defense, 56,629 skills, Queen's Authority, Mental Roar, Soul Shockwave, Mental Piercing, Mental Shield. After reading Inar's attributes, Lin Su turned to ask Wu Weiguo Vold Wu, how does Inar's combat power rank among level 70 characters? Lin Su noticed that, unlike human practitioners, the increase in rank for insectoids greatly surpasses the increase in level. Just a single rank up resulted in such a significant boost in power. Wu Weiguo was indeed a bit shocked by Inar's potential. However, he quickly grasped the key to this situation. As a character within a dungeon, Inar's growth mechanism was naturally different from that of human practitioners, and even different from summoned beasts. In a dungeon filled with tens of thousands, or even hundreds of thousands of wild monsters, the fact that she could become what she was proved her extraordinary qualifications. Even more astonishing was that Lin Su could actually claim an existence like Inar for himself from the dungeon. Thinking of this, he glanced at Lin Su with envy and said, this strength can already match that of an 80-level practitioner. If she levels up further, it's highly likely that no one below level 80 will be her opponent. Hearing Wu Weiguo say this, Lin Su couldn't help but grin. Glancing at the remaining energy crystals, which were less than a third full, Lin Su recalled Yila and Inar into his body. The remaining energy crystals were insufficient for either of them to level up, so it was better to use them to enhance the ordinary insectoid puppets. With this thought in mind, Lin Su simply stored the remaining energy crystals back into his personal space. 7 days later, in the morning, at the villa, Lin Su and Wu Weiguo finished the breakfast that Akiyama Sukuna had carefully prepared for them. Wu Weiguo sat on the sofa, bored, watching television. At that moment, every channel was broadcasting various violent incidents that had occurred in the region during this time. The images were gruesome and unbearable, and the host's expression was solemn, filled with deep sorrow. Moreover, it wasn't just on television, the internet, radio stations, and all media were collectively creating an atmosphere that the order in the region had completely collapsed. In reality, this atmosphere didn't need to be fabricated because the facts were just that. Nowadays, the streets of the regional city were eerily quiet, with no sign of the bustling pedestrians that used to fill them. Even if someone occasionally passed by, they would definitely do so cautiously, quickening their steps, not daring to linger on the street for even a second. On the ground, shards of glass, bloodstains, trash, and corpses were everywhere. Along the roadsides, whether shops or cars, not a single piece of glass was intact. The chaos had lasted for several days, and the first to suffer were the convenience stores. Realizing that the order in the district was beginning to collapse, all places where large amounts of daily necessities could be found were looted at the first opportunity. After all, To survive, food and water were essential. Among the looters, the biggest beneficiaries were naturally the combat-type professionals. They not only had high combat power but also possessed personal storage spaces. Of course, residential areas were also heavily affected. Some combat-type professionals, too lazy to walk far, kicked open their neighbors' doors. If the neighbor happened to be a pretty girl, it couldn't be more perfect. The robbery was swift and seamless. However, it was also possible that after kicking open the door of the beautiful female neighbor, they would find her boyfriend or parents present, making the situation instantly awkward. But it didn't matter. Once dead, there was no more awkwardness, and the smell of blood quickly began to spread. After satisfying their most basic living conditions, the combat-type professionals began to form gangs. After all, no one could guarantee when a combat-type professional with a stronger fist would appear and rob them clean. Various gangs began to spring up like mushrooms after rain. Conflicts, annexations, territorial divisions, trading beautiful female life professionals like the apocalypse. The district was suddenly filled with chaos. It is worth mentioning that during this time, some combat-type professionals did emerge, embodying justice and wanting to save the masses. However, such professionals often appeared only fleetingly. They would proclaim grand ambitions in the morning, and by the afternoon, their corpses would be tossed onto the street like garbage. Yet, in this situation where ordinary life professionals no longer dared to step out of their homes, the news media industry was still able to operate normally. After experiencing several bloody lessons, all the gangs reached a consensus: they could provoke anyone, but they must never provoke news professionals, otherwise, within 10 minutes, they would surely die. Come on, how about you practice with me again today? Lin Su glanced disdainfully at the program playing on the television and eagerly asked Wu Weiguo. Having finally caught a pseudo-god-level big shot, Lin Su would not let him go so easily. For the past few days, he had been pestering Wu Weiguo to be his sparring partner. Although he was beaten badly each time, Lin Su felt that his practical combat skills were improving rapidly. Remembering the long spear that had been slashed and left with a deep cut, Wu Weiguo's heart bled. He twitched his face and decisively refused. No way, I will never be your sparring partner again in this lifetime. Just as the two were talking, the scene on the television shifted, focusing on a delicate little girl with tear-streaked cheeks, looking dirty all over. Seeing such a cute girl crying like a rain-soaked pear blossom, the female reporter's maternal instincts surged, and she quickly hugged the little girl, anxiously asking, "Little one, have you encountered any difficulties? The streets are dangerous. Tell Auntie where your home is, and Auntie will take you back." Upon hearing this, the little girl burst into loud sobs, and after a while, she sniffled and said, "Woo-woo, I don't have a home anymore. I'm hungry. I haven't eaten anything for several days." Hearing this, the female reporter immediately rummaged through her bag and handed the little girl a loaf of bread and a bottle of mineral water. After wolfing it down, the little girl's pale face finally looked a bit better, but she continued to cry. Seeing this, the female reporter asked with concern, "Little one, where are your family? Why do you say you don't have a home anymore?" The little girl then began to wipe her tears while recounting her experiences over the past few days. 6 days ago, chaos erupted completely. Due to their parents being in service professions, a little girl and her family of 3 hid at home, afraid to go outside. 2 days later, their food supplies were completely exhausted. The girl's father went out to look for food and never returned. A day later, the girl's mother knocked on the neighbor's door. When she came back, her mother had a vacant look in her eyes, her clothes were disheveled, her body was covered in wounds, and she had a pack of biscuits in her hand. Another 2 days passed, and the girl's mother knocked on the neighbor's door again, but this time, she never came back. After hiding at home for a whole day, the little girl was both hungry and scared, so she mustered her courage and went to the neighbor's door. The door was slightly ajar, and she trembled as she pushed it open, only to see her mother's corpse. Seeing this, Wu Weiguo couldn't help but furrow his brow and sighed, "Alas, what a sin, kid, leave a line and everything, that's enough." Watching Wu Weiguo's compassionate demeanor, Lin Su frowned and said nothing. "Wait, old Wu, you don't actually believe what that little girl said, do you?" Wu Weiguo, who was just getting emotional, was taken aback and looked at Lin Su in confusion. Lin Su curled his lips and explained, "It's fake, just a script arranged by Akiyama Sakuna. That reporter is the little girl's mother, and their performance has just begun." As Lin Su's words fell on the screen, the little girl, stirred by sad memories, threw herself into the female reporter's arms and cried out loud, "Whoa, Auntie, I'm scared. I miss my mom and dad. I don't want to be without a home. Why? Why can't I wake my mom lying on the floor? Why hasn't dad come home yet? I miss them so much. I want us to live happily together like before." The 4 or 5-year-old girl couldn't articulate any profound truths, nor could she ask why our district suddenly became like this, or other deeper questions. But, it must be admitted, her innocent and simple words struck a chord. Finally, the female reporter broke down on the spot, crying together with the little girl. Seizing the moment, the cameraman zoomed out. The streets were a scene of devastation, with crimson bloodstains covering the ground, and the frail figures of the big and small embracing and weeping appeared so weak and helpless against such a wasteland-like backdrop. Sad background music suddenly rose, combined with the sound of sobbing, striking at everyone's psychological defenses. Just when Muegwa thought the report was about to end, suddenly, he saw a glimmer of stubbornness in the dim-eyed female reporter. Tears slid down her cheeks as she stared into the camera, speaking in an exceptionally emotional tone. I believe our district will never decline like this. There will definitely be organizations that will stand up for justice for us, definitely. As the news report came to a complete end, Lin Su smiled faintly and asked Wu Weiguo, "Want a spoiler? This matter has a follow-up, interested?" Wu Weiguo looked at Lin Su with a slightly strange expression and asked, "What follow-up? Tell me." Lin Su shrugged. In tomorrow's news report, a kind-hearted person will provide clues about the little girl's father, and then the reporters will start helping the little girl find her father. Wu Weiguo turned off the TV and curiously asked, "And the result?" Lin Su smiled faintly and confessed, "They found him, but the little girl's father had already become a corpse, and even the kind-hearted person who helped the little girl unfortunately died. In the end, only the little girl and the female reporter escaped the nightmare." Hearing Lin Su say this, Wu Weiguo frowned. It felt like the story shouldn't end here, so he continued to ask, "What happened next? Does it just end like this?" Lin Su curled his lips and gave a cold smile. "Of course not. At this time, the great leader of the district, Mr. Ryo Muki, should stand up." He raised his arm and began to purge those heinous combat professionals with a thunderous force. Hearing this, Wu Weiguo smiled slightly with amusement and continued Lin Su's words. Thus, the culprit behind the tragic incident involving the little girl and her family received the punishment they deserved. Later, in another news report, the little girl, with tears streaming down her face, presented flowers to Liang Mutuo, along with her most sincere gratitude. After that, news reports similar to the little girl's, showcasing Liang Mutuo's advocacy for the weak, flooded in. In no time, Liang Mutuo's prestige skyrocketed, earning the respect and support of almost all those in the service professions. It was the trend of the times, the will of the people, and the expectations of the masses. Liang Mutuo naturally became the greatest leader of the district. After Wu Weiguo finished speaking in one breath, Lin Su chuckled. Yes, one must say that the old man is indeed the old man. Such little tricks you can see through at a glance. Wu Weiguo scoffed, ignoring Lin Su's flattery, and said coldly, little tricks? With this set of actions, all the service professionals in the district have been played around, and it has caused them immense casualties without them even realizing it. Now I want to know, why did you choose to target the service professionals? Can your conscience really bear it? Although he had known Lin Su's general plan from the beginning, Wu Weiguo did not expect Lin Su's methods to be so ruthless. According to the current trend, it wouldn't be long before ordinary service professionals in the district might suffer casualties exceeding half. Glancing at Wu Weiguo in surprise, Lin Su replied expressionlessly, "The conflict between combat professionals and service professionals already exists. Is this something I caused? Did I turn those combat professionals into demons, treating ordinary service professionals as less than human? I am certain that even if I do nothing, these service professionals in the district will still be in their current situation. For them, being weak is the original sin. Moreover, to take a step back, this is not the Huaxia district. I did not directly order the massacre of them. This is already the limit of what I can do." Stunned by Lin Su's resolute words, surprisingly, Wu Weiguo did not get angry. His tone softened a bit as he continued to ask, "Alright, then let's change the topic. Why did you choose to help service professionals instead of combat professionals?" After a moment of contemplation, Lin Su smiled. He understood that Wu Weiguo was clearly testing him. Thinking of this, he replied directly, "There are many service professionals. Even if they are service professionals in this generation, what about the next generation? The generation after that? If you oppress them, their future resistance could be endless. But clearing out those who commit crimes is different. They deserve to die, and eliminating them has no side effects." After Lin Su finished speaking, the seriousness that had previously been on Wu Weiguo's face vanished. He smiled and patted Lin Su on the shoulder, exclaiming, "Good boy, I feel your ability to grasp people's hearts is no less than Tianyu's. We were worried that at your age, taking over a district, you might be too merciful or too ruthless. Now it seems our concerns were completely unnecessary. Alright, go ahead and do what you want." Lin Su smiled, feeling speechless towards the old man who constantly wanted to test him. He knew that the other party wanted to offer him some guidance, otherwise, he wouldn't bother to engage with him at all. Just as Lin Su and Wu Weiguo were conversing, a golden light shot up from Lin Su, soaring into the sky. Congratulations, successfully leveled up. What the hell, kid, you leveled up again? Wu Weiguo said in disbelief. Unlike them, who could only gain experience by killing monsters, Lin Su's method of leveling up while standing still was truly enviable. However, at that moment, Lin Su's brows were tightly knitted. What's wrong? Is there a problem? Noticing Lin Su's unusual expression, Wu Weiguo asked with concern. I shouldn't have leveled up so quickly, something must have gone wrong. Lin Su simply explained this to himself and immediately began to use his mental power to check the images transmitted back by the puppets he had sent out. He clearly remembered that his experience bar had only reached 93 before breakfast. In less than an hour, his experience had directly increased by 7, which meant that the puppets he sent out had definitely experienced a large-scale battle, killing a significant number of professionals. According to his plan, such a situation shouldn't have occurred at this stage. One image after another began to switch in his mind, and soon, Lin Su found the source of the problem. Somewhere in an unknown city, he saw a large area resembling a military camp. Blood was splattered everywhere, and the sounds of battle were deafening. Injured, Sato Yuan was leading hundreds of puppets from the Rakshasa Guild, charging left and right. They had been completely surrounded. The ones surrounding them were also members of the Rakshasa Guild, specifically the military of the district. Had they directly breached the enemy's military zone? Lin Su originally thought that after the district's defeat, the members of the Rakshasa Guild should have disbanded on the spot. After all, their guild leader was dead. What use was it to still be huddled together? Another point, and a more important one, was that after the district's defeat, everyone knew that the existing social order was about to collapse. At this time, if they didn't hurry home to protect their families and instead stayed in the military camp, that was a bit unreasonable, wasn't it? With this thought in mind, Lin Su wanted to check the enemy's numbers. At that moment, the drawbacks of human puppets became apparent. Since none of them had flying capabilities, Lin Su couldn't see the overall battlefield, all he could see were enemies densely packed. After switching perspectives several times and still being unable to determine the enemy's strength, Lin Su simply gave up. With this thought, he focused his mind, and including Sato Yuan, hundreds of puppets transformed into black mist and disappeared. Inside the villa, the black mist surged, and Lin Su released Sato Yuan, who had just been recalled into his body. I greet my lord, my subordinates have failed in their duties, and I request punishment. As soon as he appeared, Sato Yuan immediately knelt before Lin Su. Hearing this, Lin Su rolled his eyes. Who had the time to punish a puppet? Even if he killed it on the spot, it would just revive tomorrow. What a waste of effort. With that in mind, Lin Su got straight to the point. Tell me in detail about the reasons for your battle with the enemy, the location, and the name of their leader. Without any hesitation, Sato Yuan immediately began to recount. According to Lin Su's plan, Sato Yuan had been busy these past few days clearing out those professionals who wanted to stand out. Just last night, he received a piece of news. It was said that a military zone on the outskirts of the Great Version City had suddenly begun to gather a large number of Rakshasa Guild members, and the numbers were continuously increasing. He quickly contacted Ryomuki to investigate what was happening in that military zone. Ryomuki was highly efficient and provided Sato Yuan with accurate information just a few hours later. The current leader of that military zone was named Watanabe Junichi, the second in command of the former Rakshasa Guild. He had been fortunate enough to survive the district battle. He issued a gathering order to all his former subordinates, allowing them to bring their families into the military zone to live. The living supplies in the military zone were abundant, which not only solved the living problems of his subordinates' families but also ensured their safety. On the other hand, he made far-reaching plans for the future development of the military zone. The gist of it was that as the strongest guild in the district, as long as they united, it would be easy to unify the entire district. As for what would happen after unifying the district, naturally, there would be rewards for merit and so on. In short, after such a speech, almost all of his former subordinates were moved. Thus, in a very short time, that military zone had gathered tens of thousands of former Rakshasa Guild members. Moreover, this number was still continuously increasing. Under such circumstances, Sato Yuan directly gathered his forces to engage the enemy in battle. The result was obvious, including Sato Yuan. The puppets he brought nearly faced total annihilation on the spot. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Su couldn't be bothered to count and simply asked Sato Yuan directly, "How many people did you bring to fight them?" 5,000, that's all the troops my subordinates can mobilize in a short time, Sato Yuan replied honestly. Lin Su raised an eyebrow. Bringing 5,000 to fight 40,000, wasn't that foolish? However, even without asking, Lin Su knew where the problem lay. After 7 days of sporadic killings, the number of puppets he had stored but not summoned had already reached 70,000. only 40,000 puppets were currently active outside. This meant that Sato Yuan's subordinates totaled just over 20,000, and they were scattered across various districts, making 5,000 indeed the limit of what he could gather in such a short time. With this in mind, Lin Su continued to ask, "So how many did you eliminate in total?" After thinking for a moment, Sato Yuan replied uncertainly, "The exact number is unknown, but it should be around 7,000. Realizing that his side had not suffered losses, Lin Su nodded in satisfaction. "Alright, got it. I'll handle this matter personally, you don't need to worry about it." After saying this, he turned to Wu Weiguo with a smile and asked, "Old Wu, since you're free anyway, are you interested in getting involved?" Wu Weiguo shot a wary glance at Lin Su and replied discontentedly, "Kid, don't think about using me as free labor. I know you still have plenty of puppets that haven't been deployed, 40,000 is nothing, you can clearly handle it yourself." Lin Su rolled his eyes in exasperation and explained, "Right now, I can't deploy that many puppets. If the streets are filled with puppets from the Rakshasa Guild, and instead of maintaining order, they go around killing whoever they see as a savior, do you think that would be appropriate?" Hearing this, Wu Weiguo frowned. Indeed, Lin Su's reasoning was impeccable. After a moment of thought, Wu Weiguo relented, "Fine, let's go, quick in and out." With that, he prepared to get up. However, Lin Su stopped him, explaining, "Not yet, the earliest we can go is tonight." "Why?" Wu Weiguo asked, puzzled. Lin Su shrugged, "I'm waiting for Reuniting to expose their dirt." Wu Weiguo's face twitched, he instantly felt that Lin Su was truly a genius. After thinking for a moment, he suddenly brightened up and asked, "Is that why you supported Reuniting's rise to power?" After glancing at Wu Weiguo, Lin Su quickly understood what he meant and nodded, "Exactly. He holds almost all the dirt on the higher-ups of the original districts, so having him in power can avoid a lot of trouble." "Alright then, you win, genius," Wu Weiguo silently complained. In less than an hour, the news channels that had been broadcasting various violent incidents suddenly shifted their focus. They all pointed their arrows at the military district of Dabun City, urging all citizens to stay away from that area. After briefly introducing the current situation in Dabun City, the dirt on Watanabe Junichi was quickly exposed. It was reported that he had once abused and caused the deaths of several ordinary female workers. The specific identities of the victims and the details of the incidents were directly disclosed. In the news report, the military district of Dabun City was described as a den of slaughter for ordinary workers. Glancing at the television program, Wu Weiguo asked Lin Su, "Is there any point to all this?" Lin Su nodded, "Of course, this is called having a just cause, keep watching." With that, Lin Su tilted his chin towards the television screen. Soon, Reuniting, dressed in a crisp kimono, appeared. He politely bowed to the audience in front of the television screen and stated with righteous fervor, "Hello everyone, I am Reuniting, the former leader of the Black Dragon Guild. After the defeat in the regional war, I originally planned to retreat into the mountains, but the current situation in the region truly pains me. Although I am also a combat-type professional, I must admit that a significant portion of combat-type professionals in the region have released the demons within them. They trample on human lives, treating ordinary life professionals as items to be exchanged and ravaged at will. Their actions are appalling, and they spare no effort. Now, I feel it is time for someone to stand up. At this moment, I call upon all professionals in the region who have ideals and beliefs, who do not wish to see the region fall, to join my ranks. I will spare no effort to eliminate all irrational combat-type professionals and restore a safe, stable, and peaceful region for all citizens." After a brief and powerful speech, Reuniting turned and left. Immediately, the television screen shifted to a once glamorous, now devastated community. Dozens of members of the Black Dragon Guild, dressed in ninja uniforms, stormed into the community. After a thrilling battle, hundreds of life professionals, who had been ravaged beyond recognition, were rescued. Like a spark igniting a prairie fire, as this news was reported, similar incidents quickly began to occur throughout the region. Switching through several television channels, Wu Weiguo raised an eyebrow and asked Lin Su, "Are we about to take action?" Lin Su shrugged, helplessly replying, "There's no choice. Watanabe Junichi's appearance forced all plans to be advanced. I believe his next move will be along these lines." Wu Weiguo nodded inwardly. Indeed, given the current situation, the sooner they acted, the more favorable public sentiment they could gain. However, thinking this, he couldn't help but remind Lin Su, "Be careful with the radio station. If you let them smear Watanabe Junichi like this, he will definitely retaliate. Who knows, he might even want to control the news media." Hearing this, Lin Su scoffed, "No need. Even if he doesn't take action against the news media, I plan to." Just as Lin Su's words fell, a group of thugs suddenly burst into the live news studio, chaos ensued, and the television signal quickly cut off. Wu Weiguo frowned, shocked. Watanabe Junichi's actions are so fast. But as soon as he finished speaking, Wu Weiguo immediately realized something was off. If he were Watanabe Junichi at this moment, even if he wanted to control the news media, he would never directly send people to attack, especially during a live broadcast. Because in doing so, he would clearly be admitting guilt, confirming that the previous news reports smearing him were all true. Thinking of this, he looked at Lin Su as if he were a monster. Is this another one of your self-directed performances? Exactly. First, I was afraid he wouldn't send anyone over, and second, I was worried that the people he sent wouldn't be strong enough to fight against those law enforcers secretly protecting the news media, so I simply did it for him. Lin Su smiled and confessed. Wu Weiguo rubbed his face, decisively mourning for Watanabe Junichi for a minute. At night, on the outskirts of the city of Daban, Lin Su and Wu Weiguo walked along the desolate streets, quickly approaching the military district. The streets were littered with abandoned vehicles, completely blocking the road, making it impossible to drive to the military district. Kid, are we really going like this? Is it really okay? After taking a few more steps, Wu Weiguo asked Lin Su, somewhat uneasily. In his mind, the two of them should have stealthily infiltrated the military district of Daban City and then found Watanabe Junichi for a decapitation operation. But he didn't expect that after Lin Su ordered Ryo Mokutaku to send him an identification document, he would swagger toward the military district. Lin Su shrugged, indifferent. If you can enter openly and honestly, why sneak in? I don't want to create that trouble for myself. What about me? Am I just going in with you like this? Wu Weiguo asked, somewhat speechless. Lin Su nodded. Yes, you don't have to do anything, just follow me. Wu Weiguo frowned and fell silent. Soon, as they got closer to the military district's gate, they noticed a few pedestrians on the street. Using the eye of magic to scan those people, Lin Su found that they were just ordinary life-class professionals. It was clear that the closer they got to the military district, the better the public order, which is why life-class professionals dared to walk on the street here. However, after observing for a while, Lin Su noticed something strange. All these life-class professionals were young women. As a combat-class professional, Lin Su's strength far surpassed that of ordinary life-class professionals. It wasn't until they got a bit closer that the women saw Lin Su and Wu Weiguo, and immediately swarmed around them. Sir, are you going to join the military district? Take me with you, please. As long as I can get a meal, I'll do anything you want. Sir, why don't you take me? Look, this is my ID. I'm only 19, and I can do anything for you, really. Sir, how about you take a look at me? Although I'm a bit older, I have a good figure and more experience. Why not choose me? The girls chattered excitedly, trying hard to sell themselves. Lin Su and Wu Weiguo exchanged glances, quickly understanding why these people were here. The military district allowed members of the original Rakshasa Guild to bring their families in. Therefore, some female professionals wanting protection and a life in the military district made this choice. Kid, why don't you just pick one now to avoid trouble later? Wu Weiguo said with a smile, teasing Lin Su. Lin Su tugged at the corner of his mouth, but before he could speak, a woman who looked slightly older grabbed Wu Weiguo's arm. Sir, no, big brother, I see you're in good shape. Why not choose me? Although I'm a bit older, I understand men better and can take care of you. Really, just give it a try. Wu Weiguo's face darkened, and he quickly pushed the woman's hand away, clearing his throat. Ahem, no thanks. With a pft, Lin Su couldn't hold back and burst out laughing. Seeing Wu Weiguo's face turn pale, the woman glanced at Lin Su, as if she had found a lifeline, and quickly turned to him, pleading, young man, look, you're already so old. Finding someone to take care of you would relieve a lot of pressure, right? Please, persuade your father for me. Hearing this, Lin Su's smile froze on his face, and this time it was Wu Weiguo who laughed heartily. Coldly glancing at the woman, Lin Su said, if you can't speak properly, then shut up. Startled by the killing intent emanating from Lin Su, the woman stepped back repeatedly, and not just her. Even the other women who had been chattering before fell silent, instinctively distancing themselves from Lin Su. With a thought, a loaf of bread appeared in Lin Su's hand. He scanned the women around and asked, who can answer me a question? This bread is for you. Get away, it's me. After another round of chaos, Lin Su pointed to a girl who looked only about 15 or 16. Eat this, then answer my question. Saying that, he tossed the bread to her. He knew Lin Su was worried that once he left, someone would snatch the bread from her. The girl looked at Lin Su gratefully and quickly devoured the bread, nearly choking. Seeing this scene, Lin Su was speechless and quickly threw her a bottle of mineral water. Moments later, seeing that the girl had finally calmed down, Lin Su asked directly, did you see the news about this military district on TV today? I did. The girl replied immediately. Then why are you still here? Lin Su continued to ask. Now he wanted to know whether the reported behaviors had any real impact on these ordinary workers. After being asked like this, the girl thought for a moment and replied honestly, "We were starving and had no choice but to come here to try our luck. There are already fewer people here today than yesterday. Besides, dying of starvation is still dying. Even if this military district is truly a den of demons, we still want to take a chance, at least this way we can live a little longer." Glancing at the women in front of him with surprise, Lin Su asked, "You all have similar thoughts?" The women looked troubled and nodded one by one. Lin Su scoffed. It seemed his propaganda efforts were indeed effective. With that thought, he waved his hand, and dozens of boxes of bread and bottled water appeared. Seeing so much food, the women immediately became excited and rushed to grab it. Taking advantage of their scramble for food, Lin Su exchanged glances with Wu Weigua and quickly squeezed out of the crowd. "Stop! What are you doing?" At the entrance of the military district, soldiers in Roshan Union uniforms blocked Lin Su and Wu Weigua, asking warily. "We came to join the military district," Lin Su said, showing the identification he had obtained from Liang Mu Tua. As the former president of the Black Dragon Union, it was easy for him to get a Roshan Union officer's ID. "What about yours?" Without hurrying to check Lin Su's ID, the sentry scrutinized Wu Weigua and asked. Wu Weigua gave a simple smile and shrugged, and Lin Su quickly explained, "He's with me, he's my relative." Wu Weigua carried deception detection items, and aside from Lin Su, who had the eye of magic, anyone else using detection skills on Wu Weigua would see just an ordinary person, a regular worker. Hearing Lin Su say this, the sentry looked at Lin Su with a somewhat speechless expression and reminded him, "With so many beautiful girls outside, you didn't bring any, but instead brought an old man. Your taste is quite unique." An old man? Wu Weigua's face darkened again. How many years had it been since anyone dared to call him that? "Hey, you dare to glare at me? What do you want?" Noticing Wu Weigua's unfriendly expression, the sentry scolded. Lin Su quickly smiled and exchanged a glance with Wu Weigua. "Brother, don't be angry. You're right, my relative is old and stubborn, and his mind isn't quite right. Don't take it to heart." Saying this, he shot Wu Weigua a glare. Wu Weigua was taken aback, nearly fainting from anger. "Alright, the ID is fine. You can go in. Once inside, go directly to the supply office to collect your living supplies. Also, let me remind you, the rooms in the military district are limited, and family members are arranged to live outside the district." After checking Lin Su's ID and confirming there were no issues, the sentry said directly, "What, do you have a problem?" Seeing that Lin Su and Wu Weigua were still standing there, the sentry asked in confusion. Lin Su smiled and tentatively said, "Brother, could you take me to see Commander Watanabe? I have important intelligence to report to him." The sentry was taken aback and asked, "What intelligence?" Well, it's quite significant." Lin Su pretended to hesitate, then discreetly slipped 2 bottles of high-grade recovery potions into the sentry's hand. "Please, it's not that I don't trust you, brother, but the thing is, if this information gets out, I'll be held responsible. You see, if my intelligence is inaccurate and it implicates you, that wouldn't be good." Lin Su explained sincerely. The moment the sentry touched the potion bottles, his eyes lit up. After the collapse of order, aside from essential goods, healing potions had become the most sought-after hard currency, without exception. In the next moment, the potion vanished, and the sentinel grinned, waving at Lin Su and Wu Weigua. "Let's go, I'll take you there myself." The military district was vast, and after walking for a good 10 minutes, the sentinel finally stopped in front of a 5-story building. "I can only take you this far, go up. Commander Watanabe is in the room on the far east side of the 3rd floor, the sentinel said, tilting his chin towards the building. Lin Su raised an eyebrow. "What's wrong, brother? Aren't you coming with us?" "No, I have other tasks. I can only take you this far." The sentinel waved his hand and turned to leave. "Wait!" Lin Su suddenly called out to him. The sentinel turned back, puzzled, and asked Lin Su, "What is it? Is Commander Watanabe really on the 3rd floor?" Lin Su inquired. "Yes," the sentinel replied, confused. Lin Su nodded. "Good, then wait a moment, you don't need to go." "Why?" the sentinel asked, bewildered. "Because you should be dead." Lin Su grinned. With a whoosh, a flying knife instantly pierced through the sentinel's head. Successful kill of the district professional, experience Heiyu, enemy. Seeing what happened here, several other sentinels on duty nearby widened their eyes in shock, but before they could shout out about the enemy attack they were all struck down by the sudden flying knives. A series of kill records appeared. Lin Su's mind stirred, and the black mist surged. The soldiers who had just been slain quickly healed their wounds and got back up to return to their previous positions. If it weren't for the large patches of blood still on the ground, one would hardly notice that a battle had just taken place here. Wow, kid, your methods are too bizarre. Wu Weigui exclaimed in shock. Lin Su smiled nonchalantly and beckoned to the soldier who had just brought him over. The soldier immediately jogged over, respectfully saying, "My lord, why did you lie to me just now?" Lin Su asked expressionlessly. "I deserve to die. Commander Watanabe had instructed that anyone who deliberately tries to approach him should be brought here, and after being subdued, they would face severe torture to see if they intended to harm him." Lin Su waved his hand in silence. "Get lost." "Yes, my lord." Watching the soldier run off in a flash, Wu Weigui was astonished. "How did you know he was lying to us?" Lin Su pointed with his chin at the 5-story building in front of them and said coldly, "In this day and age, when order has completely collapsed, would the head of the largest gang in the district, with over 40 or 50,000 people under him, live in a place that looks like a collective dormitory?" As he spoke, Lin Su sneered and waved to several members of the Rakshasa Guild who were standing guard there. "My lord!" They immediately ran over, bowing respectfully. "Take us to find Watanabe Junichi," Lin Su ordered directly. "Yes, my lord." The leading member of the Rakshasa Guild responded and immediately began to lead the way. After winding through several turns and walking for about another 10 minutes, a 3-story villa that looked completely different from the surrounding buildings appeared before them. "Stop! What are you doing here?" A guard in front of the villa asked warily upon seeing Lin Su and the others. "Brother, we're looking for Commander Watanabe. We have urgent matters to report," one of the puppets said to the guard. It was clear that the guard recognized the speaking puppet. He hesitated for a moment, looking troubled. "Oh, it's you, brother, but you can't go in right now. Commander Watanabe is meeting with important guests, and it's already late at night. Why don't you come back tomorrow morning?" "Important guests?" Yes, it was already late at night. What important guests could he be meeting? But one thing was certain, Commander Watanabe was indeed in this villa. Thinking this, Lin Su and Wu Weigui exchanged glances, and Lin Su's lips curled into a smirk. A gleaming flying knife shot towards the guard. Soon, all the guards watching the villa were dealt with. "My lord." As the black mist swirled, these people all got up and bowed respectfully to Lin Su. "Let's go." Lin Su smiled faintly, greeted Wu Weigui, and pushed open the door of the small Western-style building, walking inside. Glancing at the puppets who instantly obeyed Lin Su, Wu Weigui's expression was complex as he followed Lin Su through the door. Although it appeared unremarkable from the outside, the interior of the small building was exceptionally luxurious, with a vintage ceiling, thick wool carpet several centimeters deep, and various gold-trimmed ornaments. After surveying the area and noticing no one on the first floor, Lin Su headed straight for the second floor. "Who is it? Didn't I say I was discussing matters with important guests? Don't come here to disturb me. How do you conduct business?" Just as he stepped onto the stairs, a man's reprimand came from upstairs. Lin Su curled his lips, surprised that the other party was not very capable but had quite the temper. Boom! An invisible shockwave exploded from Lin Su's center. Hint, within 1,000 meters, all spatial-type props and equipment are rendered ineffective, lasting for 1 hour. The moment the man upstairs received this hint, his voice immediately became flustered. "Who are you? What do you want?" As the man spoke, Lin Su had already ascended to the second floor and saw the scene there. In the second-floor reception room, a slightly overweight middle-aged man was sitting face-to-face with a woman in her 30s, dressed in an extravagant manner, at a huge conference table. They had clearly been discussing something just moments before. As Lin Su recognized the two, they simultaneously turned to look at Lin Su and Wu Weigui. Upon realizing that Lin Su was merely a level 32 summoner and the old man behind him was just an ordinary life-class professional, the two visibly relaxed. "Who are you? Who let you in?" Watanabe Junichi questioned loudly. Lin Su curled his lips, too lazy to waste words with the other party, and directly activated the Eye of Magic. Watanabe Junichi, level 72 warrior. Jin Xiuyan, level 76 fire mage. Jin Xiuyan? The moment Lin Su saw this name, his eyelids twitched. The name had a strong kimchi flavor, and it certainly didn't seem like someone from the major region. Thinking of this, he grinned and asked Jin Xiuyan, "Are you from the major region?" Having her identity exposed by Lin Su, Jin Xiuyan frowned, shot a glare at Watanabe Junichi, and coldly said, "Watanabe, what are you doing? Can anyone just walk into your room? They already know my identity, kill them." "Yes." Watanabe Junichi replied with a grim expression, equipping himself with a large sword in one hand and a shield in the other. "Two blind fools, consider yourselves." Before Watanabe Junichi could finish his words, Wu Weigui stood with his arms crossed and snorted coldly. Boom! An incredibly powerful aura erupted from him, followed by a faint red light curtain that enveloped the entire small building. Dragon Shield, this is the Dragon Shield. He is the national elder of the Huaxia major region, the gun god Wu Weigui. Watanabe, you idiot, how could you let him in? You've doomed me. In the end, it was Jin Shoyan's extensive experience that saved her. Feeling the aura from Wu Weiguo and seeing him take action, she immediately recognized his identity. Hearing Jin Shoyan's words, Watanabe Junichi, who was about to charge forward, flinched and nearly fell over. And National Elder? He exclaimed in shock. Wu Weiguo sneered, too lazy to pay attention to the two. He glanced at Lin Su and said, Kid, with the dragon shield, they can't escape. The rest is up to you. I was just insulted, and this is your territory, you handle it. Lin Su grinned savagely, drawing the soul hollow blade. All right. As his voice fell, he stomped hard on the ground. With a bang, the floor tiles shattered and flew out like bullets, while Lin Su's figure shot towards Watanabe Junichi like a cannonball. The moment Watanabe Junichi saw Lin Su make his move, his pupils suddenly constricted. What the hell, can a summoner use a blade? And at this speed? Just as he was at a loss for words, the soul void blade wailed and struck down towards his head. Damn! Watanabe Junichi exclaimed, stepping back and raising his shield to block. From the sound of the wailing blade, he could easily judge that Lin Su's strike was incredibly powerful. However, just as the soul void blade was about to hit the shield, Lin Su's figure suddenly vanished. With a whoosh, blood splattered. A slender arm, still gripping the staff, flew off. A few drops of blood splattered onto Kim Soo-yeon's face. She looked at Lin Su, who had suddenly appeared beside her, blinked in confusion. But in the next moment, cold sweat broke out on her forehead. She had been played. That kid's attack on Watanabe Junichi was a ruse. She was his true target. Realizing this, she immediately prepared to cast a spell, but at that moment, she found that she had lost connection with her staff. Instinctively looking down, her eyes widened in horror, and she screamed, because she discovered that her hand was gone. The blood that had splattered on her face was clearly her own. As she realized this, her face turned ashen, and she instinctively tried to dodge. However, at that moment, a wave of numbness swept over her body, and she felt her hands and feet no longer obeying her commands. Alert, due to unknown reasons, paralyzed effect suppression, unable to move, attack, or cast skills, paralysis remaining time, 2 seconds. Seeing this, Kim Soo-yeon felt a chill in her heart. At the speed Lin Su had just attacked, she felt he could kill her 10 times over. Just when she thought she was definitely done for, Lin Su merely smiled coldly at her and sneered, Are you an idiot? Your reflexes are so slow. Saying this, he kicked Kim Soo-yeon hard in the abdomen. Bang! The wall cracked, and Kim Soo-yeon was embedded into it. Are high-level professionals this week? Lin Su muttered, his figure leaving a blur as he charged towards Watanabe Junichi again. In reality, it wasn't that Kim Soo-yeon was weak, it was that after several days of sparring with Wu Weiguo, Lin Su's combat ability had reached an incredibly abnormal level. Additionally, the Aurora set was an attack speed set, providing a huge boost to movement speed and attack speed. Coupled with the triple reaction speed boost from the time mask, Lin Su's current speed was comparable to Wu Weiguo's. Moreover, he had just used his spatial ability for a sneak attack. It was this combination of factors that made his attack so devastating. Of course, if Lin Su wanted to, he could have easily taken Kim Soo-yeon's life with that last strike. But he chose not to, as that would be too easy for her. As for Inar and Chiyu Sakura, Lin Su had no intention of letting them out. He hadn't fought personally for quite a long time. Although puppets were indeed useful, he knew that enhancing his own combat power was equally important. With this thought in mind, Lin Su exerted force in his hand. The blade once again slashed towards Watanabe Junichi's head. Damn, how can he be this fast? Watanabe Junichi was horrified, realizing that it was impossible to dodge Lin Su's attack by moving, and could only raise his shield to block again. However, just as he lifted his shield, a buzz sound suddenly came from behind him, and Watanabe Junichi's face turned pale. Damn it, again, another sneak attack, monster, freak. Cursing in his heart, Watanabe Junichi swung his longsword towards the direction Lin Su was attacking from, using his shield to protect his back. Just then, as he saw Lin Su's long knife about to fall, the expected sound of blades clashing did not occur. The knife in Lin Su's hand was gone, replaced by a flying knife. With a whoosh, using the momentum from swinging the long knife, Lin Su suddenly hurled the flying knife. Clang, thud. The flying knife that had come from behind was blocked by Watanabe Junichi, while the flying knife Lin Su had thrown directly pierced through Watanabe Junichi's shoulder. Prompt, for unknown reasons, paralyzed effects suppressed, unable to move, attack, or release skills, remaining paralysis time, 3 seconds. 2 lines of grim numbers along with a prompt appeared in Watanabe Junichi's mind, and his face immediately twisted. He finally understood why Jin Shoyan had not come down from the wall until now. How is it possible for a mere level 32 practitioner, a summoner at that, to hold down 2 level 70 practitioners in melee. What kind of freak is this? Of course, what made Watanabe Junichi even more miserable was that Lin Su did not play by the rules. If he could sneak attack, he would never engage in a head-on fight, and the key was that he had many tricks up his sleeve. Thinking of this, Watanabe Junichi almost instantly lost the will to continue fighting. No, stop, I admit defeat, let me go, I can give you whatever you want. Watanabe Junichi pleaded, and if he could kneel before Lin Su right now, he would definitely do it on the spot. Hearing this, Lin Su laughed. He kicked the slender arm holding the staff away a bit and turned to look at Jin Shoyen, who had fallen to the ground like a broken doll, and asked, "What about you?" Stealing a glance at the expressionless Wu Weiguo, she hurriedly said, "I'm the same, just let me go, I'll tell you anything you want to know." Lin Su nodded with a smile, readily agreeing. "Alright, deal, I promise not to kill you." As he spoke, his figure suddenly vanished from the spot. 2 minutes later, Lin Su kicked the now unrecognizable Watanabe Junichi with his toe and asked, "I'll give you another chance, tell me who the blind fool is?" It's me. Watanabe Junichi struggled to say, curled up in a pool of blood like a worm. Satisfied, Lin Su nodded and asked Jin Shoyen, who had lost both arms, "What are you two doing in the main district?" Unlike Watanabe Junichi, who was spineless, Jin Shoyen was clearly more resilient. At Lin Su's question, she even chuckled. "Alright, go ahead, I know you won't let me go, so you can forget it." Put. The soul hollow blade pierced directly through Jin Shoyen's heart, and Lin Su smiled and praised, "Smart, I never keep my promises to enemies, so, goodbye." Successfully killed a main district practitioner. Experience, now, it's your turn. Without even looking at the lifeless Jin Shoyen, Lin Su turned to Watanabe Junichi. You will die a terrible death. Outside there are 60,000 troops from my Rakshasa guild, they will tear you to pieces. Perhaps realizing that death was imminent, Watanabe Junichi also grew bold. However, upon hearing this, Lin Su just laughed. "Is that so? Well, you just watch." Saying this, he directly yanked Watanabe Junichi up and looked out the window. Long before Lin Su activated the anti-air domain, the downstairs had already begun to stir. After all, once the skill to prohibit space-type spells and items was unleashed, it was obvious that a confrontation was about to happen. And in the small villa, it was clear that the target was Watanabe Junichi. Soon, a large number of Rakshasa guild members began to gather towards the small villa. But before they could get close, a layer of faint red barrier appeared, preventing them from entering the villa. In an instant, all sorts of colorful spells began to attack that faint red barrier. But the dragon shield of the national elder Wu Weiguo was not so easily broken. Unsurprisingly, the barrier remained unmoved. Watching the Rakshasa guild members downstairs, who were panicking like ants on a hot stove, Lin Su scoffed. "With such a bunch of rotten fish and stinky shrimp, you actually expect them to tear me to pieces? Ha, it's simply ridiculous." Glancing downstairs, Watanabe Junichi, however, excitedly said, "Run, you can't run away, ha ha ha." Hearing Watanabe Junichi say this, Lin Su's smile grew even wider as he retorted, "What a joke, why would I run?" As he spoke, a thought crossed his mind, and the black mist surged in the place where Sato Yuan had fought Watanabe Junichi during the day. In the next moment, over 7,000 members of the military district's Rakshasa guild, who had perished in battle, appeared. Without a word, they immediately began to engage in combat with the members of the Rakshasa guild within the military district, and the scene instantly descended into chaos. Seeing this bizarre spectacle, Watanabe Junichi's pupils contracted, and he looked at Lin Su with some fear, asking, You are the legendary butcher of Shijing? And you were the one who messed up the lower-level battle zones during the war?" Lin Su nodded. "Yes, that's me. What's wrong? Hee hee. Watanabe Junichi laughed self-deprecatingly. No matter how hard he tried to think, he could not fathom that the one who had thrown the entire district into disarray was this kid who looked to be under 20. Realizing this, he seemed to see a glimmer of hope and quickly changed his tone. "Stop. Although my Rakshasa guild members suffered some losses today, there are still at least 50,000 left. Dealing with your mere thousands is not a problem. Aren't you trying to take over the entire district? If you let me go, I can promise to help you deal with Yashiki Takumi." At this point, Watanabe Junichi was certain. At the current rate, Yashiki Takumi will soon gain a large number of users from the lifestyle professions, and by then, he will definitely be your greatest enemy. If you and I fight to the bitter end, the one who benefits in the end will be Yashiki Takumi. Watanabe Junichi's unfinished words were quietly interrupted by Lin Su. Noticing that even Wu Weiguo was looking at him as if he were a fool, Watanabe Junichi asked in confusion, "What are you laughing at?" Lin Su glanced at Watanabe Junichi and scoffed, "Are you an idiot? You still can't see that Yashiki Takumi is mine? Do you think I would stick my neck out for him? Hearing Lin Su say this, Watanabe Junichi was momentarily speechless. After a long pause, he incredulously said, "So, everything, including controlling the media, was done by you? What else could it be?" Lin Su shrugged, then pointed his chin out the window. "Now, let's address your first question. Didn't you say my 7,000 couldn't possibly match your 50,000? What about now?" As Lin Su's words fell, the entire military district seemed to plunge into a sea of black mist, with a large number of Rakshasa guild puppets appearing. By estimation, there were no less than 50,000. Seeing such a terrifying scene, Watanabe Junichi trembled like a leaf. With the addition of this batch of puppets to the battle, the situation on the battlefield instantly reversed. The defending troops of the military district were thrown into chaos. In the black mist, the recently fallen members of the Rakshasa Guild rose one after another, suddenly pouncing on their former comrades. In an instant, screams and cries filled the air, and the stationed troops of the military district quickly lost their ability to resist. An hour later, the vast military district was silent. The defending forces had been completely slaughtered. A golden light shot up from Lin Su. "Congratulations, successfully promoted." Lin Su's lips curled into a smile. This upgrade speed was unmatched, and another 50,000 puppets had arrived. With this thought, he concentrated, and the black mist surged, pulling all the puppets back into his body. Seeing this scene, Wu Weiguo curiously asked Lin Su, "How many puppets do you have now?" After roughly estimating, Lin Su replied, including those waiting to be revived, about 180,000. Hiss! Wu Weiguo gasped. 100,000. He felt that at the rate Lin Su was expanding his puppet army, it wouldn't be long before Lin Su could assemble an army of 1,000,000. With this in mind, he glanced at the barely conscious Watanabe Junichi and asked Lin Su, "Why haven't you killed him yet? What do you plan to do with him?" Realizing that Lin Su had not yet taken action against Watanabe Junichi, he quickly understood that Lin Su might want to use Watanabe Junichi for something. Without answering Wu Weiguo's question, Lin Su pondered for a moment, and amidst the swirling black mist, Ryomoku and Akiyama Sakura appeared. At the same time, Jin Shoyen, who had just been killed by Lin Su, also stood up. "My lord!" Ryomoku, Akiyama Sakura, and Jin Shoyen spoke in unison to Lin Su. Lin Su nodded and looked at Jin Shoyen, asking, "Tell me your purpose for coming to the district with Ryomoku." Jin Shoyen nodded and quickly explained the situation. It turned out that after the defeat in the district war, the district discovered that Huaxia had not begun to station troops in the district. Thus, the district was excited and wanted to extort a sum from the district. The gist was that the district could support Watanabe Junichi in taking power at this critical juncture. In return, Watanabe Junichi would need to pay an astonishing amount of resources to the district every year. Of course, Watanabe Junichi could refuse, but if he did, not only would he die, but the district would also launch a second district war against the district. After listening to Jin Shoyen's account, Lin Su smirked, glanced at Ryomoku and Akiyama Sakura, and asked, "Do you know what to do next?" After pondering for a moment, Ryomoku tentatively said, "Does my lord mean we should always be on guard against the district's infiltration and surprise attacks?" Lin Su rolled his eyes and glanced at Akiyama Sakura, who understood immediately and said, "If my lord wants to use this matter to his advantage, I think we can orchestrate a trial and execution conference against Watanabe Junichi, making him the scapegoat for the entire district. In this way, we can not only suppress Watanabe Junichi's supporters but also divert the current public attention in the district and incite their hatred towards the district." After hearing Akiyama Sakura's proposal, Lin Su nodded in satisfaction. "Alright, let's do as you say." Seeing that Lin Su had actually adopted her suggestion, Akiyama Sakura smiled happily, but soon she became somewhat worried. "However, my lord, if the district really starts attacking us, given our current strength, it might be difficult to withstand." Akiyama Sakura was unaware that Lin Su already had an army of 180,000 puppets. Her concern was that if they experienced another defeat in a district war, not only would the order of the district collapse, but even the confidence of the district's populace would be completely shattered. "Old Wu, how many people did the Huaxia district mobilize in the last district war?" Knowing what Akiyama Sakura was worried about, Lin Su asked Wu Weiguo. Wu Weiguo understood Lin Su's character, and upon hearing this, he was immediately shocked. "What? You don't mean to confront them head-on, do you? I advise you to stay calm." In the last district war, the Huaxia district had 270,000 directly participating in the battle, with over 100,000 in reserve. The district war is not as simple as you imagine. The number of troops is just one factor in determining victory. In reality, the quantity of high-end combat power is the key to winning a district war. Although you currently have a considerable number of puppet troops, I feel that relying on them to launch a district war is ultimately lacking in foundation. Just as he said this, Wu Weigua changed his tone. But you don't need to worry about the district. As long as they dare to act against the district, the Huaxia district will not stand idly by. After thinking about it, feeling that Wu Weigua's words made sense, Lin Su quickly glanced at him and said, "Thank you, old Wu." Wu Weigua smiled freely and patted Lin Su on the shoulder. A week later, in the morning, Lin Su had just awakened from his sleep when a golden light shot up from his body. Congratulations, promotion successful. Due to the continuous efforts in eliminating those combat-oriented practitioners who committed crimes, the slaughter had been almost non-stop, and Lin Su's experience was rapidly increasing. In contrast, the number of violent incidents targeting ordinary life professionals began to decrease rapidly. Even some combat professionals who had previously engaged in illegal activities fell silent. This was because Ryomoku would ruthlessly expose their past misdeeds and then execute them decisively. As a result, the social order in the region was restored to normal in a very short time. Additionally, the trial and execution conference for Watanabe Junichi had concluded. Unsurprisingly, Watanabe Junichi was firmly nailed to the region's pillar of shame as a traitor. On the other hand, after a round of exaggerated brainwashing, the public's hatred for the region had reached its peak. Now, if a regional war were to break out, Lin Su believed that even without the media hype, the people of the region would contribute money and effort. "My lord, breakfast is ready. Would you like to get up now? Also, here are the clothes I prepared for you today," Akiyama Sukuna said respectfully, holding out several pieces of clothing as she noticed Lin Su waking up. "Aren't you supposed to be at the Aoki Guild?" Lin Su asked curiously as he took the clothes from Akiyama Sukuna. As the new president of the Aoki Guild, Akiyama Sukuna had a lot of matters to handle every day, and Lin Su was curious why she was still at home at this hour. In response to Lin Su's question, Akiyama Sukuna smiled lightly and explained, "Now that the order in the region has been restored, there aren't many matters that truly need handling. Additionally, I want to arrange for someone else to take over the position of president of the Aoki Guild. I have already selected a candidate." "Why?" Lin Su asked, somewhat puzzled. After a moment of contemplation, Akiyama Sukuna replied honestly, "I feel that once you finish dealing with matters in the region, you will return to the Huaxia region. I don't want to stay here. I want to be by your side and serve you." Lin Su was taken aback. According to his thoughts, after dealing with matters in the region, he intended to leave key figures like Ryomoku and Akiyama Sukuna behind. After all, with them around, the region would be much more stable. In fact, he didn't even plan to take the human puppets he had created in the region with him. If he took those puppets away, the region's defense would undoubtedly become hollow. At that time, if the region were to launch a surprise attack, there would be no chance to resist. On the other hand, if needed, Lin Su could summon these people to his side at any time. Thinking of this, Lin Su glanced at Akiyama Sukuna, who was looking at him eagerly, and asked, "Are you sure you really want to come with me? Isn't it good for you to stay in the region? Being second to none, why must you follow me and be a cook?" Without answering Lin Su's question, Akiyama Sukuna knelt down pitifully. "My lord." Lin Su frowned, her intentions were already quite clear. After hesitating for a moment, feeling that her departure might not have much impact, he sighed and nodded, "All right, then come with me." "Thank you, my lord." Akiyama Sukuna immediately broke into a smile, delighted. After finishing breakfast, Lin Su secretly glanced at Wu Weigua, feeling that he was in a good mood, and quickly said, "Old Wu, how about?" "No way, don't even think about it." As soon as Lin Su opened his mouth, Wu Weigua decisively refused. Due to the increased difficulty and reduced rewards of the region's dungeons, and ultimately, the dungeons had become his own, Lin Su had completely lost the desire to enter the region's dungeons to level up. Therefore, he tried every means to drag Wu Weigua into training with him. However, after using the Soul Void Blade to leave a cut on Wu Weigua's spear last time, he clearly resisted sparring with him. Until yesterday, when Lin Su used throwing knives along with the Soul Void Blade and nearly damaged Wu Weigua's dragon shield, Wu Weigua completely ignored him. Rubbing his head, Lin Su felt a bit awkward, but soon, he had a bright idea and said nonchalantly, "Well, since we're about to leave the region, I want to taste as much of the local cuisine as possible in these last few days. How about we have salmon sashimi for lunch?" Upon hearing Lin Su's suggestion, Wu Weigua immediately frowned. "I'm getting old, I can't eat raw food. I want to have carp fillet with rice for lunch, and let Akiyama Sukuna make it. Her cooking is excellent." As he spoke, it seemed he recalled Akiyama Sukuna's astonishing culinary skills, and he unconsciously swallowed. Lin Su grinned and said apologetically, "Well, Wu Lao, that's not going to work. Akiyama said she's busy, and she mentioned that sashimi is the essence of regional cuisine. For the next few days, we'll be having sashimi." "What did you say?" Wu Weigua's brows knitted together, looking at Lin Su in disbelief. Lin Su pretended to chuckle awkwardly. Well, Wu Lao, when in Rome, do as the Romans do. It's just how it is. Alright, fine, you little rascal, you're something else, Wu Weigua thought to himself, knowing full well what Lin Su was up to. Seeing Lin Su daring to threaten him with his meals, Wu Weigua trembled with anger. But then he thought again. This kid, Lin Su, was quite cunning, with over 7,800 schemes in mind. If he really didn't accompany him for practice, it might not just be a meal issue. With that in mind, he gritted his teeth and said, fine, then I want an extra dish of cherry meat for lunch. Sure, no problem. Without any hesitation, Lin Su replied. After saying that, he headed straight for the training room. However, he had barely walked a short distance when he suddenly stopped, and with a thought, dark mist surged, and Ryamokotaku appeared. What is it? Lin Su asked directly. Ryamokotaku knelt on one knee, excitedly saying, my lord, the other two components of the time set have all been found. Saying this, he handed Lin Su two masses resembling liquid metal, one large and one small. Acquired, time set component, time cloak, acquired, time set component, time ring. Glancing at the attributes of the two pieces of equipment, Lin Su immediately equipped them without hesitation. Name, time, category, set, full, mask, cloak, ring. Effect, defense increased by 100, mental recovery speed increased to 500. Reaction speed, dynamic capture ability increased to 500. Skill cooldown time reduced by 100. Skills, Skill 1, Shadowless. After equipping, the user can make all observed targets completely ignore them as needed. Skill 2, Skyward. After equipping the set, the professional can fly in the air, with aerial movement speed equal to ground speed. Skill 3, Time Reversal allows the user to select a target and revert their state to any moment within the last 5 minutes. Note, this is the ultimate skill of the time set. Once activated, the time set will completely shatter and cannot be repaired. Wearing level, none, quality, starry. After reading the attributes of this equipment, Lin Su's eyes narrowed. His time in the region had not been wasted. If it weren't for waiting for Ryamokotaku to collect this set, he would have returned to the Huaxia region long ago. Now it seemed that this so-called half-step divine artifact was indeed monstrous. The mental recovery speed was doubled, attack speed was 5 times faster, defense was increased by half, and skill cooldown time was halved. Any one of these attributes could easily drop jaws. Healer equipment skills, TSK. Thinking of this, Lin Su felt the urge to test it out. So, with a thought, he activated Shadowless. The moment the skill was activated, Lin Su felt an invisible energy enveloping him. Hey, where's your master? Where did he go? Wasn't he just here looking at the equipment? How did he suddenly disappear? Wu Weigua asked first. I don't know, Ryamokotaku replied, getting up from the ground, equally confused as he looked around. Is this it? Isn't this just like invisibility? But the equipment's attributes clearly stated ignore. Ignoring. With such thoughts in mind, Lin Su's eyes lit up, and he tried to speak. Hey, I'm right here. Sure enough, upon hearing Lin Su's voice, Liang Mutua and Wu Weigua both turned to look in Lin Su's direction. However, they merely glanced and immediately shifted their gaze away, still confused. That feeling, they clearly saw someone just now, but it was not Lin Su, it was air. Seeing this scene, Lin Su was overjoyed. Yes, ignoring, this is what it means to be ignored. This means that if he wanted to assassinate someone, he didn't need to be cautious at all, he could just swagger in without a shadow. With this thought, Lin Su raised his hand and slapped Wu Weigua on the shoulder. Who is it? Just as Lin Su's palm was about to touch Wu Weigua's body, Wu Weigua sidestepped and narrowly avoided Lin Su's strike. In the next moment, he equipped his gear and prepared to fight. Lin Su quickly said, wait, don't fight. It's me, I'm right here. It wasn't that he didn't want to spar with Wu Weigua, but if they started fighting here, this villa would definitely turn into ruins within a minute. What the hell? What kind of strange ability do you have? Just now, I clearly saw you, but instinctively treated you as air. Wu Weigua exclaimed in shock as he looked at Lin Su. In the past, it would have been nearly impossible for Lin Su to attack him. But just now, Lin Su almost succeeded. Yes, my lord. I felt like you just disappeared. No, to be precise, I could see you, but I just overlooked your existence, Liang Mutua quickly added from the side. Lin Su grinned and explained to Wu Weigua, it's a skill from my new gear. Saying this, he decisively displayed the attributes of the time and space set to him. Hiss! Wu Weigua gasped at the terrifying attributes of the time and space set. After pondering for a moment, he asked Lin Su, what about the last skill of this set? Lin Su shook his head and explained, from what I can see, I feel that the main function of this skill should be to save people, but it seems like it's not that simple. Hearing Lin Su say this, Wu Weigua nodded thoughtfully, non-committal. A day later, in the secret realm of the district elder meeting, Akiyama Sakura politely pushed open the door to a huge office, and Lin Su and Wu Weigua stepped inside. My lord! As soon as they entered the office, the dozen or so people at the large round table knelt respectfully. I will be leaving the district soon, and from now on, all matters here will be your responsibility. If there are any major events you are uncertain about, you can consult me, Lin Su said directly, glancing at the familiar and unfamiliar faces in the room. These people were all puppets and also the current high-ranking officials of the district. Yes, my lord. Everyone replied in unison. Good, then let Akiyama Sakura assign your tasks, Lin Su instructed, looking at Akiyama Sakura. Without hesitation, Akiyama Sakura immediately began to take action. In fact, Lin Su had long since planned the future development of the district. He decided to continue using the previous management model of the district. After Liang Mutua was elected to the position, he became the only elder of the district, overall responsible for all matters, while the Black Dragon Guild would still be under his charge. As for the Rakshasa Guild, Lin Su handed it over to Sato Yuan. Regarding the Aoki Guild, Akiyama Sakura had already found her successor, still a female life class professional. As for the more detailed trivial matters, Lin Su couldn't be bothered to manage. Of course, these divisions were ultimately just for show to the people of the district. In reality, the one who controlled the entire district was Lin Su himself, and if he wanted to manipulate things here, it was merely a matter of thought. After arranging everything, Lin Su withdrew Akiyama Sakura into his body, and then a flash of white light occurred. When he saw the surroundings clearly, Lin Su found himself in a simply decorated office. Without saying a word, Wu Weigua leisurely sat down behind the desk. Old Wu, where is this? Huaxia District, Military District Headquarters, my office, Wu Weigua explained. As soon as he finished speaking, there was a knock at the door. Come in, Wu Weigua said directly. Old Wu. Tang Dingbang pushed the door open and greeted Wu Weigua. The district matters are settled, you can take your people away now. Wu Weigua waved his hand at Tang Dingbang. Yes, Tang Dingbang replied, unable to hide the excitement on his face, and directly punched Lin Su in the chest, exclaiming, Kid, I heard you were ambushed by the abyss in the district. How did it go? Are you okay? I'm fine, but Senior Nangong sacrificed himself to protect me, Lin Su explained, his eyes filled with sorrow. Mentioning Nangong Yun, Tang Dingbang also looked regretful. After a long silence, he sighed, Nangong was a good man, it's just, alas, what a pity. At this point, Lin Su seemed to suddenly remember something and took out a thick stack of documents from his spatial storage, handing it to Wu Weigua. Old Wu, this is the information on all the spies arranged by the original district within Huaxia. Wu Weigua squinted his eyes and immediately took the documents to look through them. Soon, he let out a cold laugh. Good, leave it to me. Don't worry, I won't let a single one escape. Lin Su nodded and continued to ask, then about the promise you made to upgrade Anar and Xianyueying. Tang Dingbang grinned and said with a hint of annoyance, I knew you came here with that in mind. Alright, I'll arrange it for you right now. Saying this, he picked up the phone on the desk and made a call. In less than 10 minutes, a young man dressed in military uniform and looking very capable brought over a small pocket the size of a palm. Wu Weigua nodded towards the bag. Open it and take a look. Lin Su took the cloth bag, opened it, and found it filled with colorless, transparent crystals. At first glance, the crystals looked somewhat like diamonds, but they were clearly much larger than diamonds. Holding one crystal in his hand, a prompt quickly appeared. Name Soul Crystal Category Enhancement Item, Recovery Item, Material Effect After Hiring, can enhance spirit rank, or recover soul injuries, curses, etc. Seeing this item description, Lin Su couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. Before this, Lin Su had always thought that spirits could only advance in rank by devouring souls, but now it seemed that absorbing soul crystals was also a viable option. In that case, he thought, he looked at Wu Weigua with burning eyes. Wu Weigua understood, his face twitched as he immediately waved his hand. Kid, enough already. I'm already paying to give you this much. Items that can heal soul injuries are extremely rare, and this soul crystal is among the best. What I've given you is already half of the military district's stock. If you want more, I really can't help you. TCH, stingy. Looking at the few crystals in the bag, Lin Su muttered under his breath. But then, he suddenly had a bright idea. He directly ordered Liang Mutua to collect soul crystals as quickly as possible. After doing this, he lightly tapped the black feather tattoo on his arm, and Xianyueying appeared. At ease. Xianyueying knelt respectfully before Lin Su. Lin Su, what is this? Just like when Wu Weigua first saw Xianyueying, Tang Dingbang exclaimed in surprise upon realizing that Xianyueying was a spirit. A summon entity, found in a dungeon in the district, Lin Su briefly explained. After that, he directly ordered Xian Yueying, consume it. Without any hesitation, Xian Yueying decisively complied. Congratulations, Xian Yueying evolved to levels 5, 6, and 7. 3 waves of transparent ripples erupted from Xian Yueying's body in succession. Wow, is it really this easy for a spirit to level up? Seeing Xian Yueying advance 3 levels in a row, Tang Dingbang's eyes nearly popped out. But this was not the end. Just as Xian Yueying had completed her promotion, Lin Su's mind stirred, and amidst the swirling black mist, a ninja puppet appeared beside him. Master! The ninja puppet bowed respectfully to Lin Su and then directly handed him a storage bag. In just a few minutes, Lian Mutua had already collected all the soul crystals that could be mobilized. After receiving the storage bag, Lin Su checked Xian Yueying's current advancement level. Advancement level, 468618. He roughly counted the number of soul crystals in the bag and the energy points contained within. Lin Su felt that evolving Xian Yueying to the 8th tier should not be a problem. With this thought, he decided not to hesitate any longer and ordered Xian Yueying to absorb the soul crystals in the bag completely. Moments later, as if a volcano was about to erupt, the energy contained within Xian Yueying began to fluctuate violently, and she appeared to be in pain. What's wrong? Lin Su asked, puzzled. Master, I feel unwell, it feels like I'm about to explode. Hint, due to the lack of a pseudo-divine status, the summoned Xian Yueying cannot be promoted to the 8th tier. If forced to promote, she will die immediately. Seeing the hint, Lin Su was instantly speechless. It was the first time he had heard that a spirit needed a pseudo-divine status to advance from the 7th to the 8th tier. The key was that he had never even seen a divine status, let alone know where to find one. Thinking of this, he quickly called to stop Xian Yueying, who was absorbing the soul crystals. Kid, what's wrong? Seeing Lin Su's strange expression, Wu Weigua asked with concern. Lin Su frowned and spoke honestly. Xian Yueying needs a pseudo-divine status to advance to the 8th tier. What? Upon hearing this, Tang Dingbang exclaimed in shock. At the same time, Wu Weigua's brows furrowed. After a moment of hesitation, as if he had made a significant decision, he sighed and threw an object that glowed red like a bodhi fruit to Lin Su. Take this, consider it a favor for you. I got it from killing a regional elder. Item name, pseudo-divine status, category, advancement item, effect, can break through the bottleneck to become a pseudo-divine upon use. Seeing this item, Lin Su's pupils suddenly constricted. Thank you, old Wu. After expressing his gratitude, Lin Su decisively handed the pseudo-divine status to Xian Yueying. Boom! The moment Xian Yueying used the pseudo-divine status, a colorless and transparent beam of light shot up into the sky from her. Congratulations, Xian Yueying has advanced to the 8th tier. Congratulations, Xian Yueying has been promoted to pseudo-divine, significantly increasing her combat power. Seeing this, Lin Su felt a surge of joy and quickly opened her attribute panel. Name, Xian Yueying, category, Puppet Spirit Emperor, tier, 8th tier, advancement level, 17264, level, 48, soul strength, 218137, mana, 192438, attack, 69857, with soul damage, soul defense, 79322, skills, eternal night, curse domain, weakening, curse. After reading Xian Yueying's attributes, Lin Su couldn't help but smile. Nearly 70,000 damage was slightly less than Wu Weigua's, but the gap was not large. Additionally, due to Xian Yueying being a spirit, she was immune to attacks without soul damage. Analyzing from this aspect alone, her defense was stronger than Wu Weigua's, making her more difficult to deal with in battle. This was a genuine pseudo-divine level super fighter. With her around, even in the Huaxia region, he could walk with confidence. Just as Lin Su was thinking this, Xian Yueying knelt respectfully before him. Thank you, master. Lin Su nodded and looked Xian Yueying up and down, noticing that her appearance had not changed, but a small black crystal had appeared in the center of her forehead, and her body had solidified considerably. Curious, Lin Su gestured to the ninja puppet that had brought the soul crystals. Xian Yueying understood, glancing at the puppet with her pitch-black eyes. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. With a bang, the puppet transformed into a cloud of black mist and vanished. Lin Su smirked. That puppet was already level 60, and it took just 3 seconds to deal with it. This combat power. Just thinking about it made Lin Su feel a bit pained. If advancing from tier 7 to tier 8 required a pseudo-divine core, then it was highly likely that Inar would also need this item to ascend to tier 8. But if that were the case. With this thought, Lin Su's gaze turned fiery as he looked at Wu Weigua. Wu Weigua's face twitched, and he nervously said, Kid, what do you mean by looking at me like that? What are you planning? No way, don't even think about my divine core. Hearing Wu Weigua say this, Lin Su awkwardly rubbed his hands together, feeling a bit embarrassed. Well, old Wu, you see, Inar is about to advance to tier 8 soon, and besides, we just killed 2 elders, and you also promised to help me boost the combat power of the insect race. Wu Weigua's eyelids twitched, and he immediately waved his hand. Don't start with that. I did promise to help you boost the insect race's combat power, but that's a completely different matter from Inar's advancement. Everything should be based on the bigger picture. The pseudo-divine core is crucial for every major region. I can't possibly give you this second pseudo-divine core, so you might as well give up on that idea. Seeing Wu Weigua's unexpectedly firm attitude, Lin Su's smile faded from helplessness to regret. Sighing, he said, alright then, since you've said that, I won't take the pseudo-divine core. Hearing this, Wu Weigua nodded in relief, about to speak, when Lin Su seemingly casually added, I was actually planning to have Inar take the remaining tens of thousands of puppets under my command to guard the Abyss front after her advancement to tier 8. That would be an army of tens of thousands of immortal puppets, plus an 8th tier pseudo-divine being stationed there. TSK, I can imagine it would definitely reduce casualties for our Huaxia region. But now, hearing you say this, what a pity. After saying this, Lin Su didn't waste any more words, exchanged a glance with Tang Dingbang, and turned to leave. As for the promise to help the insect race puppets boost their combat power, he didn't even mention it again. Hey, kid, stop right there. Just as Lin Su was about to push open the office door, Wu Weigua suddenly stood up from behind the desk. What's wrong, old Wu? Do you have something else? Lin Su smiled, looking innocently at Wu Weigua. Wu Weigua squinted at Lin Su and said seriously, what did you just say? Repeat that for me. After thinking for a moment, Lin Su spread his hands and said, I said you were right, old Wu, I should prioritize the bigger picture. Wu Weigua's mouth twitched, feeling an impulse to give Lin Su a good slap, but after a moment's thought, he felt that if he did that, Lin Su would definitely cause trouble again, so he forcibly suppressed his anger and said with a friendly tone, No, what I meant was about your plan to have the puppet army guard the Abyss front. Are you serious about that? Seeing Wu Weigua's serious expression, Lin Su didn't dare to joke anymore and replied earnestly, of course I'm serious. Currently, I have about 40,000 non-human combat units, of which 20,000 are insect race, all of which can be sent to the front lines. In terms of combat power, this batch of puppets is average, but their advantage lies in the fact that they can resurrect 24 hours after being killed, and as their levels increase, their strength will grow stronger. In fact, Lin Su had always had this idea of sending his puppet army to the Abyss front. Since these puppets were pulled from dungeons, their levels were generally low, and the best place to level them up was undoubtedly the Abyss front. After listening to Lin Su's explanation, Wu Weigua hesitated for just a moment before directly tossing the second divine core to Lin Su. Good kid, here, take this. By the way, when do you plan to head to the Abyss frontline? I can have someone deliver the corpses of those Abyss monsters directly to you. Lin Su smiled gratefully as he accepted the divine fragment. I'll go see Senior Nangong first, then I'll set off immediately. Alright, it's settled then. Wu Weigua stared at Lin Su and waved his hand. After leaving the military district headquarters, Lin Su was taken by Zhang Kai, heading straight for the Martyrs' Cemetery. As the head of a military district, Tang Dingbang couldn't accompany Lin Su for long. After a brief catch-up, he handed Lin Su over to Zhang Kai. Damn, kid, it's only been a few days, and you've already reached level 35. Are you on a rocket to level up this fast? Once Tang Dingbang left, Zhang Kai relaxed a lot, patting Lin Su on the shoulder in shock. Hee, just lucky, Lin Su replied with a faint smile, being modest. So, how was this trip to the district? Quite a harvest, right? Zhang Kai glanced at Lin Su while driving, enviously. This time, Lin Su merely smiled faintly and did not answer. Harvest? Damn, I made a killing this time. The entire district is now under my control. The number of my puppet army has jumped from 20,000 to 180,000. Moreover, I even got someone like Qian Yuing, a definite demigod-level fighter. As for equipment and items, Lin Su had become numb. With the entire district backing him, what kind of equipment couldn't he get? An hour later, at the Martyrs' Cemetery, Lin Su placed a bouquet of flowers before Nangongyan's tombstone, then opened a bottle of white liquor and poured it on the ground. Staring at the photo of Nangongyan on the tombstone for a long time, Lin Su clenched his fists and whispered, Don't worry, I will never let Moros go, and the revenge against the Abyss has already begun. You once advised me not to let hatred blind my eyes and to live well. If I can't even protect the people I care about, if I can't avenge those who died for me, then living like that is worse than dying. Alright, that's it. Next time I come to see you, I will bring Moros's head. I swear. After saying that, Lin Su walked directly towards the entrance of the cemetery. Just as he reached the entrance, his eyelids twitched involuntarily, and he cautiously scanned his surroundings. He vaguely felt that a dozen gazes were secretly watching him, and without exception, the owners of these gazes were exceptionally powerful. In the next moment, Lin Su narrowed his eyes, and the soul void blade appeared in his hand. Seeing Lin Su's tense demeanor, Zhang Kai looked around. What's wrong? This is the martyr's cemetery. Anyone daring to cause trouble here either wants to die or is looking to be reborn early. Feeling nothing unusual around, Zhang Kai dismissed it. Just as his words fell, a figure suddenly poked its head out from a nearby bush. The person didn't rush towards Lin Su but instead picked up a walkie-talkie-like device and said urgently, "The plan's been compromised, execute the plan, oh wow." As soon as he spoke, it was as if he had activated surround sound. His voice immediately echoed from all directions through the walkie-talkie. "The plan's been compromised, shush, oh wow, oh wow. Received, oh wow. Received, oh wow." The responding voices came one after another. Then, a dozen figures suddenly rose from the surrounding bushes. After seeing the faces of those ambushing him, Lin Su's lips twitched, and the soul void blade in his hand vanished. "Be careful, I'll hold them off. You go first." After just a glance at these people, cold sweat immediately broke out on Zhang Kai's forehead because he realized that he couldn't detect any of their information. This meant that each of these people's attributes was at least double his, all above level 70. After saying that, Zhang Kai immediately assumed a desperate stance. Lin Su quickly stopped Zhang Kai and explained, "It's fine, don't be nervous, I know all these people." Indeed, Lin Su had seen all the people who suddenly appeared in front of him during the college entrance examination. They were the old professors behind by Jingting. Leading the group was an old man who looked emaciated but could actually burst his shirt with his muscles. "What did you say?" Zhang Kai was taken aback. Just as Zhang Kai and Lin Su were talking, the vigorous old man rushed to Lin Su's side. Fearing that Lin Su might run away, he immediately grabbed Lin Su's left arm and said, "Kid, long time no see, come with us for a bit. Don't worry, we mean no harm. As long as you come with us, the benefits will be huge." As soon as he finished speaking, another old man arrived and, without saying a word, also grabbed Lin Su's left arm. Yes, he's right. Don't resist, hurry up and come with us, or you'll be in big trouble." After saying this, he exchanged a glance with the vigorous old man, and they both exerted force, directly lifting Lin Su up. In the next moment, their legs moved as if they were on fire, quickly alternating. Realizing that the two old men had whisked Lin Su away in the blink of an eye, Zhang Kai was momentarily stunned. Just as he thought about chasing after them, the other old men surrounded him, trapping him in the middle. "Young man, I know you're from the Jiangdu military district. Don't worry, we mean no harm to Lin Su. Also, inform Tang Dingbang that we're borrowing Lin Su for a while. Once we finish our business, we'll return him to you." After speaking, the old man patted Zhang Kai on the shoulder and then addressed the crowd around him. "Mission accomplished, retreat, let's go." With that, everyone turned and ran without giving Zhang Kai another glance. Damn, what a powerful aura. Zhang Kai was so shocked that his hands were trembling. It wasn't that he didn't want to resist, it was just that the old men and women had all released their imposing presence. Zhang Kai was certain that none of those people were below level 75. Just as Zhang Kai was lost in thought, a white streak of light shot towards him along the path at an unbelievable speed. Damn, that speed. Realizing that the white streak was about to collide with him, Zhang Kai hurriedly dodged to the side. However, as soon as he moved, the direction of the white streak also subtly changed, still heading straight for him. Zhang Kai's heart sank. "Oh no, I'm done for this time." Screech! A sharp sound like brakes echoed. The white streak stopped abruptly 2 meters away from Zhang Kai, revealing a person. It was another old man with a head full of white hair. The airflow created by the old man's running blew against Zhang Kai, causing his face to ripple like waves as he staggered back. "I'm Bai Jingting, the president of Jing University. Where is Lin Su? Where is he?" Looking around and realizing he was alone, Bai Jingting asked anxiously. Although Zhang Kai had never seen Bai Jingting in person, he quickly recognized him from frequently appearing on television. Confirming it was indeed him, he replied honestly, "He was taken away." Upon hearing this, Bai Jingting's expression changed immediately, and he shouted angrily, "Was Lin Su taken by a bunch of old geezers? Which direction did they go?" Zhang Kai nodded and pointed in the direction where the old men and women had disappeared. "That way, they went that way. Damn it, a bunch of old geezers, how dare they snatch my people? Just wait for me." Bai Jingting roared, and his figure transformed into a streak of light as he chased in the direction Zhang Kai pointed. After a while, Bai Jingting's voice came back from the direction he had disappeared. "Thanks, little brother." With a thud, Zhang Kai sat down on the ground. "What the hell, who did I offend, and why do I have to go through this?" Complaining in his heart, he quickly took out his phone to report Lin Su's abduction to Tang Dingbang. Meanwhile, Lin Su was watching as one car after another sped past him on the highway, leaving behind the two elderly men. A black line appeared on his forehead. "Gentlemen, can we find a place to sit down and talk? I can roughly guess what you want from me. Running around like this on the street isn't appropriate, is it?" As they were about to run out of the capital, Lin Su said somewhat speechlessly. Hearing this, one of the elderly men beside him had no response. "Kid, this is unavoidable. Do you know how high your security level is right now? It's really hard to meet you, and we had no choice but to resort to this tactic." As soon as he finished speaking, another elderly man immediately complained, Yes, the key is that old bastard by Jingting is too wicked. He just wants to monopolize you. He didn't even tell us about your return to the Huaxia region. If we hadn't arranged for informants in advance, we might not have known about this at all. The reason we're running around the streets with you is that if we stay still in the capital for even 5 minutes, Bai Jingting will definitely find us. That's why we came up with this plan to see how he can catch up with us. Watching a sports car that had just been overtaken start honking wildly, Lin Su felt a flock of crows fly over his head. If they kept running like this, they would definitely make the news. Lin Su simply said, "Gentlemen, are you trying to get me to join your school? Sorry, I really haven't considered any school other than Jingda." After saying that, Lin Su's figure flashed and disappeared, reappearing 100 meters in the sky. This was his first time using the air control ability of the time suit, and being in the air gave him a feeling of overlooking everything, which made Lin Su feel secretly pleased. "Hey, kid, what's so great about Jingda? What they have, we have at Wuda too. Why won't you give us Wuda a fair chance to compete?" Seeing Lin Su escape directly, one elderly man was immediately furious, pounding his chest in frustration. It felt as if Lin Su was a scoundrel bewitched by a ghost. Not just Wuda, but also Qingda. What Jingda can give you, Qingda can give too. What Jingda can't give you, Qingda can also provide. Why won't you give us Qingda a chance? The other elderly man who was running with Lin Su also spoke firmly, and Lin Su was undoubtedly confirmed as a scoundrel. As he leaped into the air, Lin Su noticed that, like a marathon, a few elderly men from the city discipline committee were trailing behind them, panting heavily. It seemed that they couldn't keep up with the two from Qingda and Wuda, each of them gasping for breath. Lin Su rubbed his face in exasperation. Just as he was about to organize his words to argue, no, to comfort these people in front of him, he saw a white streak of light appear at the end of his vision, approaching them at an exaggerated speed. Not good, Bai Jingting is coming. As if sensing Bai Jingting's arrival, the elderly man from Wuda's expression turned serious, and he shouted angrily. Just as his voice fell, with a whoosh, the white streak of light arrived, and a gust of wind suddenly appeared. After a loud screech of brakes, a dusty Bai Jingting appeared. He first spat out the dust from his mouth and then immediately scanned the area. Not seeing Lin Su, he frowned. "Where's Lin Su? Where did you take him?" Bai Lao, I'm right here," Lin Su weakly called out from the air. Bai Jingting was taken aback for a moment, then suddenly looked up at the sky, instantly overjoyed. "Good kid, you really have grown wings after coming back from the region, you can even fly now." At this point, he changed his tone and comforted Lin Su. "Don't worry, I will definitely seek justice for you regarding what happened today." After saying this, he glared at the professors around him and questioned, "Everyone, while I, am not here, you dare to abduct my student in broad daylight. What do you mean by that? What do you want?" Upon hearing Bai Jingtian's words, the dozen or so professors exploded in anger and immediately retorted, "Bai, how can Lin Su be considered a student of your school? Has he completed the enrollment procedures? Did he participate in military training? Since he hasn't done anything, on what basis do you claim he is your student?" "Right, on what basis? You from Jingda are really bullying people. For so many years, every good student has been taken by you without exception. Why is that?" In an instant, the professors began to argue passionately, and they not only debated the issue at hand but also launched personal attacks against Bai Jingtian. Bai Jingtian's face turned red and pale in succession. Seeing that a literary debate was about to turn into a physical confrontation, Bai Jingtian suppressed his anger and said, "Fine, you just want to compete fairly with us from Jingda, right? Today, Bai, will give you this opportunity." As he spoke, he waved to Lin Su in the air. "Lin Su, come down and stand by my side." Lin Su, confused, complied without hesitation. Just as Lin Su stood firm, it seemed he saw some important figure, and Bai Jingtian's expression changed as he joyfully exclaimed to the crowd behind him, "Great, old Wu, you're here. Then today's matter will be decided by you." Upon hearing this, the professors turned to look behind them. At that moment, as someone turned around, Bai Jingtian quickly grabbed Lin Su. With a crack, Bai Jingtian crushed a crystal ball in his hand, and white light appeared. However, behind those professors, there was not a single person. Realizing they had been tricked, the professors cursed angrily and turned to leave, but it was too late. Bai Jingtian had already disappeared with Lin Su in the white light. As the sensation of weightlessness faded, Lin Su found himself in a huge square. At that moment, Bai Jingtian laughed heartily. I told you, a bunch of old geezers, how could they possibly compete with me? A black line appeared on Lin Su's forehead as he felt Bai Jingtian's grand image and his mind collapse in an instant. He actually used a child's trick to escape with him. Lin Su glanced around. Unlike an ordinary square, the square before him had an ancient decorative style, clearly a building with a long history. However, despite its age, the square did not appear worn out. Instead, it had a sense of historical depth. The scene before him quickly overlapped with the memories in Lin Su's mind, bringing a familiar yet strange feeling. Just like the Yutong from many years ago. At this moment, the square was bustling with young people around 20 years old, full of vitality. This was Jingda, the place Lin Su had longed to return to. Kid, this is Jingda, and from now on, it will be yours. Don't worry, as long as you are here, those old geezers will definitely not dare to disturb you again. Lin Su glanced at Bai Jingtian but did not respond. It was clear that Bai Jingtian did not know about his past. Seeing the square before him instantly evoked many memories from his past. Noticing Lin Su standing there with a fluctuating expression, Bai Jingtian patted Lin Su's shoulder with concern and said, "What are you thinking? We agreed before, come on, I'll take you to collect the rewards for the college entrance examination top scorer." With Bai Jingtian's pat, Lin Su's thoughts were pulled back from his memories. Glancing at a familiar figure standing not far away, Lin Su smiled helplessly. "I'm afraid I can't collect the reward for now." "Why?" Bai Jingtian asked in confusion. As he spoke, he led Lin Su directly out of the teleportation array. Just as they stepped out of the teleportation array, Zhang Kai immediately approached Bai Jingtian with a dark expression and said helplessly, "Old Bai, the phone." Bai Jingting was taken aback, and it took him a while to recognize that the soldier in front of him was the one who had informed him about Lin Su's whereabouts. "Whose phone is this?" Bai Jingting asked, confused. Zhang Kai pointed upwards without saying anything directly. Seeing Zhang Kai's mysterious demeanor, Bai Jingting scoffed. Tang Dingbang had said it was Tang Dingbang, so what was the big deal? He had a good relationship with the other party and had just fought side by side. Even if he had snatched the other party's person halfway, the most they would do is complain a bit. With that thought, he took the phone from Zhang Kai's hand and got straight to the point. "Damn, old man, I just brought Lin Su over here, and you're already starting." Before he could finish, a strange and authoritative voice came from the other end. "Is this Bai Jingting? Hello, I am Wu Weigua." Wu Weigua. Cold sweat instantly broke out on Bai Jingting's forehead, and his hand trembled, almost dropping the phone. Sorry, old Wu, okay, I guarantee I will complete the task." After hanging up, Bai Jingting wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and looked at Lin Su in disbelief. Kid, you came out with a mission from the military district headquarters?" After thinking for a moment, he felt that the other party was probably talking about placing the puppet in the abyss, so he said directly, "Yeah, old Wu asked me to." Before Lin Su could finish, Bai Jingting's expression changed, and he hurriedly waved his hand. "Stop, I'm not qualified to know this level of secret. If you say one more word, I'll be taken for interrogation." Lin Su, speechless, decisively shut his mouth. Bai Jingting looked at Lin Su as if he were a monster and said irritably, "Kid, you came with a mission from the military district headquarters, why didn't you say so earlier?" "Did you ask me?" Lin Su shrugged, speechless. Fine, it's all my fault. Let's hurry up, and by the way, old Wu instructed me to accompany you and ensure your safety on the way." Saying this, Bai Jingting returned the phone to Zhang Kai and sincerely apologized. It's fine, the key is I didn't expect Lin Su to be so, popular." Zhang Kai had a constipated expression. Saying this, he decisively crushed a jade pendant used for teleportation. After a flash of white light, Lin Su scanned the surroundings, which were filled with large, simple military tents. Not far in front of the tents, a 10-meter-high city wall was already weathered, with soldiers stationed on top at intervals to keep watch. Estimating the length of the wall in front of him, Lin Su felt it was at least several thousand meters long. As for further away, it had already been obscured by the towering mountains. The sight of the city wall instantly reminded Lin Su of the Great Wall. Upon seeing the three of them, soldiers immediately came up to check. After Zhang Kai handed over his credentials, the soldiers inspected them and immediately stood at attention. "Good day, Commander." Zhang Kai coughed awkwardly and pointed to Lin Su. "Ahem, this is the commander who is here to take over your defense line, and he is also my superior." The soldier glanced at Lin Su, and his face turned awkward. After checking the credentials that Zhang Kai had shown for Lin Su, his expression changed, and he quickly stood at attention. "Good day, Commander." This scene left Bai Jingteng dumbfounded. It was known that the soldier had addressed Zhang Kai as commander, while Lin Su was addressed as superior. This proved that Lin Su's rank in the military was at least 3 levels higher than Zhang Kai's. 18 years old, Lin Su was only 18. If given time, it was simply unimaginable. On Lin Su's side, he roughly estimated the number of soldiers on this section of the wall. There were less than 10,000, with an average level of around 50. If he let his puppet army take over now, it wouldn't be a problem. With that in mind, he didn't beat around the bush and said directly, "Alright, let the soldiers on the wall come down. For the time being, this place is under my command, and you can take a break." Hearing Lin Su's words, the soldier glanced behind him and explained, "Chief, according to regulations, we cannot leave our post until the replacement troops arrive." After thinking for a moment, Lin Su nodded. "Alright, you inform the community that if anything happens within the city walls later, don't make a fuss, and definitely don't attack." "Yes." The soldier responded and decisively began to relay the orders in his area. "Report, Chief, the orders have been fully communicated." Soon, the soldier returned to report. "Good," Lin Su replied, and then his mind moved. The black mist quickly enveloped a large section of the city wall. In the next moment, all kinds of monsters and plenty of soldiers appeared. "Chief, are you a natural disaster?" Seeing the iconic black mist and the strange puppets of various kinds, the surrounding soldiers were instantly in an uproar, with some recognizing Lin Su on the spot. "Hee, my name is Lin Su, just call me by my name," Lin Su said, feeling speechless. Being called a natural disaster in front of others was indeed quite awkward. With Lin Su's identity exposed, the soldiers erupted in cheers, and many rushed over to take pictures with him. After all, during the district battle, Lin Su's puppet army's achievements were simply dazzling. All the soldiers were curious, and what amazed everyone was that such a brave and skilled army was controlled by a seemingly young boy. However, just as everyone was rejoicing, a horn sounded from a distance. Hearing this sound, all the soldiers' expressions changed simultaneously, and they immediately rushed to the city wall. "What's going on?" Lin Su asked in confusion. "Stand guard. This is the signal for an abyssal attack. Once the horn sounds, they will gather a large force and charge. They must have seen us changing shifts, which is why they launched the attack." Lin Su's lips curled up. "Good, this is great." Thinking this, he directly appeared on top of the city wall. Looking into the distance, Lin Su noticed that at the end of his line of sight, dust was rising, and a large number of abyssal monsters were beginning to gather. Judging by the scale of the monster nest, the number was at least over 50,000. He loved this kind of large-scale team battle, and with this thought, Lin Su focused his mind, and both Yinar and Xian Yuing appeared simultaneously. "Open the city gates, all soldiers stay in place, and do not step out of the city walls," Lin Su ordered. This was both to test the combat power of his puppet army and to reduce casualties among the soldiers of the Huaxia region. For this first battle against the abyssal invasion, Lin Su planned to face it alone. "Chief, the soldier delivering the message looked troubled. When Lin Su summoned the puppet army, he had already used a detection skill to check. Although the number of puppets Lin Su summoned was large, the vast majority were between level 40 and 50. In contrast, the abyssal monsters were generally around level 50, with some high-level elite monsters reaching level 60. He thought Lin Su was unfamiliar with the battlefield situation and was somewhat underestimating the enemy. "Do as I say, this is an order." Lin Su's expression turned cold as he said sternly, "Yes." Ultimately, the soldier did not go against Lin Su's wishes, responding with concern and began to relay the orders. Creak! The massive solid iron gates slowly opened, and the puppet army surged out, quickly forming ranks. Having spent the most time with them, Lin Su commanded this group of puppets as if they were an extension of his own body. In less than a minute, along a front line of several thousand meters, the puppet army was already neatly lined up. At that moment, Bai Jingtian gently patted Lin Su's shoulder and whispered, "Don't worry, I'll help you sweep the formation later. This is your first battle taking over this defense line, and it must be a beautiful victory." Bai Jingtian had known about Lin Su's ability to summon puppets for a long time. However, he did not expect that old Wu Weiguo would actually trust Lin Su with a section of the defense line. Bai Jingtian naturally noticed the concerns that the previous soldier had pointed out. After all, Lin Su was his own student, and he felt a desire to help him. "Thanks," Lin Su said politely, glancing gratefully at Bai Jingting. As soon as his words fell, the black mist surged again. Hundreds of enormous beetles with massive cannons on their backs, along with a hellfire dragon with a wingspan of several dozen meters, appeared. It was the giant cannon armored beetle and the hellfire dragon. Due to their long range, the giant cannon armored beetles opened fire the moment they appeared. A massive fireball, several meters in diameter, traced a graceful parabolic arc as it shot towards the distance. "What the?" Bai Jingting exclaimed, his eyes widening in surprise as he checked the attributes of the giant cannon armored beetle. He had heard a little about the hellfire dragon, but this bug with such an absurd attack range was something he had never seen before. Lin Su smiled faintly, offering no explanation, and the next moment, Yila appeared. "Start building the insect nest decomposition room and hatching room, and hatch the remaining 5 hellfire dragons first," Lin Su ordered Yila, handing over the leftover insect energy crystals from the last time. The energy points needed to build the insect nest were relatively few, and Yila had enough stored within herself. However, hatching insect puppets required a large amount of insect energy. Holding the energy crystals, Yila immediately began to get busy. "Kid, the beast tide from the abyss is almost upon us. What are you doing with all this?" Bai Jingting asked, confused, noticing that Lin Su's attention was completely off the battlefield. The giant cannon armored beetles firing meant that the beast tide was less than 5 kilometers from the defense line. At such a short distance, they could arrive in the blink of an eye, and he couldn't understand why Lin Su was doing this now. He also noticed that after Yila turned to leave, a large batch of insect puppets was dispersed and began gathering around Yila to dig. "It's fine, I want to let those beast tides get a bit closer before making a move, otherwise, it would be a shame if they got away," Lin Su said truthfully, but this made Bai Jingting curl his lip. The appearance of the hellfire dragons and giant cannon armored beetles had indeed amazed everyone for a moment. However, after a round of volleys, everyone's brows furrowed. Due to the significant level gap, although the attacks of the giant cannon armored beetles and hellfire dragons were spectacular, they were not lethal. Anyone with a bit of command ability should have ordered the ground troops to charge and stop the enemy's advance. After all, once the enemy was at the gates, the defense line they were currently holding would likely be breached on the spot. Just as Bai Jingting was thinking this, a soldier with a tense face approached Lin Su and resolutely said, "Sir, I request to go into battle." Lin Su looked at the soldier expressionlessly and said nothing. He could roughly guess what the soldier was thinking. With Xiao Shanning Nai around, those abyssal monsters would die in droves. But now, he couldn't explain, nor could he. This was his first battle at this defense line, and he had to establish his authority, otherwise, he wouldn't be able to lead this team in the future. However, just as Lin Su was thinking this, more soldiers stepped forward. "Sir, all members of the Falcon Squad request to go into battle." "Yes, and we from the Flying Dragon Squad too. And us." Watching one soldier after another step forward without hesitation, Lin Su frowned and said coldly, "Do you know what the consequences of disobeying orders on the battlefield are?" "We know, but..." Bang! Before the soldier could finish, Zhang Kai suddenly kicked him. The soldier was caught off guard and fell to the ground. "If you know, then why waste words? Do you want to die?" Zhang Kai shouted, interrupting the soldier's unfinished words. His anger was genuine, but Zhang Kai did this more to protect the soldier. He understood Lin Su's character. In the current situation, if anyone else opposed him, Lin Su would definitely dare to, and could only make an example of one to warn the others. You all don't understand anything at all. This defense line is guarded by our blood and lives. Do you know how many brothers we have lost to hold this line? Behind us are countless civilians. Do you know how serious the consequences will be if this line breaks?" The soldier roared, his eyes reddening, but before he could finish, Zhang Kai's second kick landed on him again. "Damn it, I told you to shut up." Zhang Kai's nose was also stinging, but he had to do this. If he let the soldier continue, he would most likely die. "Sir, don't stoop to the level of this rookie." While covering the soldier's mouth to prevent him from speaking, Zhang Kai turned to Lin Su and pleaded. Lin Su coldly smiled, glancing over the soldiers who were also on the verge of exploding, and said lightly, "You are all something else. I am honored to witness the first large-scale collective defiance in the history of the Huaxia region. Very well, if nothing unexpected happens, you will be recorded in history. Today, I, Lin Su, declare that I will share the fate of this defense line." After saying this, he shot a cold glance at Bai Jingting and said, "Bai Lao, disarm them and have them all go up to the city wall. I want them to see how I, Lin Su, resist the beast tide." Seeing Lin Su's confident demeanor, Bai Jingting didn't hesitate, and his aura erupted instantly. "Everyone, put down your weapons and go up to the city wall." He coldly commanded the soldiers in front of him. Lin Su's words were extremely heavy. Collective defiance on the battlefield could lead to the revocation of their unit number. Dying was a small matter, but this could truly be recorded in history, and they would be ridiculed by all the people of Huaxia. With this in mind, all the soldiers had no choice but to comply. Once everyone was on the city wall, the giant cannon armored insect quickly ceased fire, indicating that the beast tide was now less than 3,000 meters from the car wall defense line. They had entered the blind spot of the giant cannon armored insects range. Sir, are we not ordering a charge yet? Unfazed, Zhang Kai tugged at Lin Su's arm to remind him. Lin Su smirked and shook his head. Not yet, let them get a little closer. Taking this opportunity, Lin Su used the Eye of Magic to check the attributes of the Abyss monsters. Name, Abyss Demon Wolf. Category, Abyss Monster. Level, 52. Health, 12370. Mana, 6382. Name, Abyss Lava Monster. Category, Abyss Monster. Level, 55. Health, 14870. Mana, 7386. Besides these two most numerous monsters, the beast tide also mixed in sporadic wild monsters of other races. Before Lin Su could check their attributes one by one, a lava giant troll, significantly larger than its kin, suddenly let out a furious roar. A red ripple surged out from it as the center. Any abyss monster swept by this ripple had its speed suddenly increased significantly, as if a charge signal had been sounded. Red ripples exploded one after another from the beast tide. In the blink of an eye, the overall movement speed of the beast tide was more than doubled, and in an instant, they were less than 1,000 meters from the city wall. Lin Su glanced over at Yila. The huge earth mound had already piled up 4 to 5 meters high, and neither the decomposition chamber nor the incubation chamber had taken shape yet. 800 meters. Lin Su. Bai Jingting was also getting restless. He now suspected that with such a fierce beast tide, it was very likely that a single wave would directly crash through the defense line Lin Su had already constructed. After all, the huge level difference was right there. Lin Su nodded at Bai Jingting, giving him a reassuring look, and then he ordered Qian Yuing and Yinar, go. Yes, my lord. Qian Yuing smiled faintly, her figure transforming into a streak of light, reappearing already a kilometer away. Wow, what speed! At this moment, Bai Jingting finally noticed Qian Yuing, his eyes widening in shock. He felt that in terms of speed, Qian Yuing was even a bit faster than himself. A summon creature at level 40-something, not yet 50, faster than him, how could that be possible? Just as he was thinking this, Qian Yuing floated in midair, her arms slowly spreading open. In the next moment, her gaze sharpened, and she coldly commanded, Curse Domain, activate. Boom boom boom. As her words fell, hundreds of thousands of black lightning bolts, as thick as water barrels, descended from the sky. Wherever the lightning struck, all abyssal monsters within a 100-meter radius would instantly perish. At the same time, the overall charging speed of the beast tide suddenly slowed down, as if time had been slowed. However, it didn't stop there. After the beast tide's speed decreased, inexplicably, large numbers of abyssal monsters collapsed on the spot. These wild monsters had already suffered significant damage from the artillery attacks of the giant cannon bug vehicles. Once they entered Qian Yuing's cursed domain, they could barely hold on for less than a second before dropping dead. In just a few dozen seconds since Qian Yuing made her move, the number of fallen abyssal monsters had already exceeded 10,000. Yet they hadn't even seen the puppet army that Lin Su had arranged to guard the city walls in the rear. This led to Anar, who had rushed to the battlefield half a beat late, finding no opponents in a short time. What, is this a demigod? Seeing the devastating scene before him, all the soldiers on the city wall nearly had their eyes pop out, and Bai Jingting couldn't help but exclaim. The only thing that could have such power was a demigod, he couldn't think of any other possibility. Lin Su, unfazed, explained, just promoted. Saying this, he waved to Qian Yuing. Alright, come back. Why did you stop? Was that last wave of attacks too draining on your mana? Don't worry, I'll help you find some recovery items right away. Seeing Qian Yuing's sudden halt in attacks, Zhang Kai hurriedly said. Now was the perfect opportunity to capitalize on the beast tide setback. If they pressed the attack now, they could definitely wipe out the enemy completely. Thinking this, he handed over the recovery mana items he had to Qian Yuing while directly calling out, who has recovery potions? Bring them to me, quickly. At his call, the soldiers immediately snapped back to attention, one by one handing over their potions to Qian Yuing. What are you all doing? Qian Yuing blinked and asked Zhang Kai. Zhang Kai scratched his head, confused. You ran out of mana, so we. Before Zhang Kai could finish, Qian Yuing scoffed. Who told you I ran out of mana? With this little bit of trash, I can take them out in no time. The Lord is just worried that I might scare the enemy away with my heavy hand. After Qian Yuing finished speaking, the city wall fell into a dead silence. Everyone unconsciously looked at Lin Su, feeling their faces flush. However, before they could start imagining, a piercing roar erupted from below the city wall. Centered around Anar, a colorless, transparent ripple instantly spread out, causing thousands of abyssal monsters' heads to explode on the spot. Damn, This is also a half-step demigod? Finally, Bai Jingting couldn't help but curse. Lin Su shook his head. No, this is still far from a demigod. I brought her here this time to promote her to a demigod. Bai Jingting's face twitched, and he swallowed hard. There were only a little over 10 demigods in all of Huaxia. This kid had one in hand and was planning to create another. Zhang Kai also wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and pointed at the puppet army that had remained motionless since the battle began. Chief, shouldn't your puppet army be moving? We need to end this quickly. The director said this, and Lin Su glanced over at Yila, noticing that the insect nest decomposition chamber had been completed. He decisively nodded. Good. After saying this, he focused his thoughts. Instantly, tens of thousands of puppet soldiers surged forward. However, their target was not the abyss monsters, but the corpses of those abyss monsters on the ground. What are those puppets doing? Bai Jingting frowned and asked in confusion. Utilizing waste, Lin Su smirked and explained. Utilizing waste? Bai Jingting was still puzzled, only to see those puppets moving like ants carrying their load, starting to transport large numbers of abyss monster corpses towards the insect nest where Yila was located. Moments later, a loud dragon roar echoed through the heavens and the earth. Black mist surged, and another hellfire dragon shot up from the insect nest where Yila was, directly joining the battle. Seeing this scene, Bai Jingting's eyelids twitched, as if he had guessed something, and exclaimed, Are you saying that your insect puppets can decompose those abyss monster corpses and then hatch new insects? Lin Su replied lightly. Hiss. Bai Jingting and Zhang Kai both gasped in shock. If that were the case, it meant that as long as they continuously transported corpses to the insect nest, there would be a steady stream of new insects being born. This skill was truly monstrous. Just as Lin Su was observing the changes on the battlefield, 2 notifications arrived. Notification: the insect nest has analyzed a new gene sample, Abyss Coyote and Lava Giant. The insect queen Yila can initiate gene fusion to hatch new insects. Notification: due to the insect queen Yila establishing a 6th-tier insect nest, the level cap of the combat insects hatched from the insect nest has been raised to 50. Seeing these 2 notifications, Lin Su couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. No wonder Yila's promotion to 6th tier didn't produce new types of insect warriors. It turned out that new gene samples were needed. With this in mind, Lin Su immediately used his thoughts to stop Yila from hatching the Hellfire Dragon. Compared to ordinary insects, the Hellfire Dragon was extremely costly. Rather than exhausting all efforts to hatch a Hellfire Dragon, it was better to see if the insects hatched after gene fusion would bring any surprises. With this thought, Lin Su observed the battlefield situation again. Although Inar's mental storm attack had a vast range, her mana was limited and couldn't last long. After using the mental storm 4 times in a row, nearly 10,000 abyss monsters fell dead on the spot, and her mana was nearly depleted. Without other puppets to assist, she found it difficult to cope with the 30,000 abyss army alone. Seeing this, Lin Su glanced at Qian Yuing and instructed, "Let's go, we'll attack together and finish this quickly." After saying this, he flew straight towards the battlefield. "Yes, my lord." Qian Yuing seemed honored to fight alongside Lin Su, happily responding and following closely behind. This time, just as Qian Yuing appeared on the battlefield, an angry wolf howl echoed through the sky. Lin Su squinted and looked in the direction of the sound, only to see a snow-white coyote, several times larger than its surrounding kin, charging rapidly towards Qian Yuing from behind the beast tide. Name: Coyote King, level 63, health 51628, mana 32622, attack 19177. Looking at the attributes of the Coyote King, Lin Su couldn't help but curl his lip. The Coyote King possessed the ability to ride the wind. Even though Qian Yuing was currently in midair, it could still charge directly at her, and its speed was not slow. Of course, this speed could be described as lightning fast to others, but in Lin Su's eyes, it was merely not slow. After equipping the Shadow Light set, Lin Su had a 5-fold dynamic vision enhancement, and to him, the Wolf King looked like a husky running in slow motion. As for Qian Yuing, she had now advanced to a pseudo-god. Her speed was no slower than Lin Su's, and moreover, the Wolf King's attacks couldn't reach her at all, so she stood still without moving. The attack of the Coyote King arrived in the blink of an eye, roaring again from more than 10 meters away from Qian Yuing. Dozens of wind blades shot towards Qian Yuing, while it itself moved in a strange manner, lunging straight at Lin Su. Lin Su raised an eyebrow. This beast was truly cunning. It was merely feigning an attack on Qian Yuing, while its real target was actually himself. "Be careful!" Bai Jingting exclaimed, transforming into a streak of white light and rushing towards Lin Su. Just then, Lin Su's figure suddenly blurred, and a slashing light appeared. Put! Blood splattered as the Coyote King's head flew off. Holy crap, he took it out in one strike. How did he do that? Zhang Kai exclaimed in shock. The scene had unfolded too quickly for him to comprehend what had happened. However, just as he finished speaking, an even more shocking scene occurred. The wind blades released by the Coyote King passed straight through Qianyuing without causing any harm. Of course, it wasn't just Zhang Kai who was stunned. At that moment, all the soldiers watching from the city wall were dumbfounded. They could no longer determine which was more mind-boggling, Lin Su slicing the Coyote King in half or being immune to the Coyote King's attack. That was a level 63 Coyote King, the leader of the beast tide, and it was taken down in one blow. Moreover, their summoned beasts had instantly killed thousands of abyss monsters. No wonder the commander didn't let them take action. Damn, with that kind of power, they wouldn't have had a chance to intervene. As everyone was lost in thought, a golden light shot up from Lin Su. Congratulations, promotion successful. At that moment, a soldier rubbed his eyes and asked his companion beside him, Commander, what level is he? His companion trembled as he replied, 336, you heard right, and I heard the commander just finished the college entrance examination, he's this year's top scorer. Hiss. As the crowd buzzed with discussion, the Abyss Beast Tide, having lost its leader, immediately showed signs of collapse. There was no need for Lin Su to give orders. Qianyuing smiled slightly, and the cursed domain opened once more. There was no so-called pursuit. Seconds later, the abyss monsters began to fall in large numbers, meeting their end. Is it over? Bai Jingting, who had just arrived, looked at the decapitated Coyote King and the countless abyss monster corpses on the ground, stuttering. Glancing at the hundreds of abyss monsters fleeing with their tails between their legs, Lin Su smirked and made a gun gesture in their direction. Boom boom boom. Thousands of emerald green shells rained down, and in an instant, those already bloodied abyss monsters were blown to bits. Seeing this, Lin Su nodded in satisfaction. It wasn't over before, but now it counts as finished. How about that? Not a single one left. Is this the only small scale of abyss monster invasions? It feels like I haven't had enough killing. Cough cough cough. Hearing Lin Su say this, Bai Jingting's face twitched, nearly choking on his own saliva. Well, it's done. There was only this wave, no follow-up attacks, and I didn't see any abyss lords. On the city wall, Lin Su began to recount the battle to Wu Weiguo over the phone. Wu Weiguo's hearty laughter soon came from the other end. Ha! I knew you could do it, kid. Tell me, how did it feel to face the abyss? After pondering seriously for a moment, Lin Su replied honestly, I felt the number of abyss monsters was a bit low, their quality was lacking, and their intelligence was low, and the beast-tide leader was weak. Upon hearing Lin Su's insights, there was an immediate silence on the other end of the line. Bai Jingting, who was eavesdropping seriously, couldn't help but smirk. He felt that Wu Weiguo must be cursing quite harshly in his heart right now. Ahem, fine, then you stay there for a couple more days. Wait until Anar is promoted to the 8th rank and confirms he has the strength to guard a territory before you leave. After saying that, Wu Weiguo intended to hang up the phone. Lin Su hurriedly stopped him, anxious. Old Wu, what about the abyss monster's corpse you promised me? It's on the way, it should be arriving soon if nothing goes wrong. Having received the answer he wanted, Lin Su exchanged a few pleasantries with Wu Weiguo and decisively hung up the phone. At this moment, on the city wall, there was a complete silence, so quiet that one could hear a pin drop, and all the soldiers looked at Lin Su with various expressions. They knew that after this phone call, Lin Su would immediately hold them accountable. However, what gave them some comfort was that, although they didn't know who Lin Su was talking to, it was undoubtedly a big shot. And during Lin Su's conversation, he had not mentioned anything about the rebellion. Chief, since the battle is over, how about we? Zhang Kai glanced at the soldiers, all of whom were red-faced, and tentatively asked Lin Su. It was clear he wanted to plead for these soldiers. However, before he could finish his sentence, Lin Su, with a blank expression, glanced at those people and coldly said, who asked to go into battle just now, step forward. I'm sorry, Chief, it was me. A soldier immediately stood up. I'm sorry, Chief, it was me too. Our squad too. Us as well. Soon, over 1,000 soldiers stood up. Do you know why I didn't let you go? No one answered, everyone silently lowered their heads. Lin Su scoffed, poking at the soldier who had been the loudest earlier and had been hit by Zhang Kai. You tell me why. The soldier's face turned red with shame, and if there had been a crack in the ground, he would have immediately jumped in without a second thought. I'm asking you, speak. Lin Su reprimanded. Unable to withstand it, the soldier quietly said, because Chief, your strength is enough, we didn't need to intervene. I was wrong, I underestimated your abilities. Hearing this, Lin Su was both angry and amused, but as he laughed, his eyes gradually turned red. He suddenly grabbed the soldier by the collar, almost lifting him off the ground. Tell me, do you have family? Do you? Lin Su roared. Report, Chief, I do. Setting aside his rank, the soldier being lifted was already over 30 years old, and even though Lin Su was his superior, he was only in his teens. Treated this way, the soldier's blood surged, and his temper flared. He shouted back at Lin Su, "Haha, fine, then tell me, if you die, what will happen to your parents? What will happen to your children? Who will shield them from the wind and rain in the future? Your worthless metals?" Lin Su's eyes fixed on the soldier as he roared loudly. The soldier's gaze flickered, but after a moment, his expression became resolute again, and he declared, "Sacrificing the small family for the greater good is what we soldiers should do. Do you have any objections to that, Chief?" Seeing the soldier dare to retort, Lin Su curled his lip, refusing to back down. "You're right, sacrificing the small family for the greater good is what soldiers should do, but how many lives do you have? These puppets in front of you can die today and be resurrected tomorrow. Can you do that? Can you? Do you know what it feels like for a child to grow up without a father? Do you know what it feels like for a white-haired person to send off a black-haired one?" Faced with Lin Su's barrage of questions, the soldier lowered his head, tears streaming down his cheeks. After a long pause, Lin Su continued, "I don't care about the soldiers on the front line. Now, I order you, before all my puppets are dead, you all better stay alive, do you hear me?" "Yes, Chief. Yes." Knowing that Lin Su was thinking of them, one soldier after another began to stand at attention and salute him. In an instant, all the soldiers looked at Lin Su with eyes full of gratitude and respect. "Everyone, go now, clean up the battlefield for me, and take the corpses of those abyssal monsters to the decomposition chamber." As Lin Su's voice fell, all the soldiers immediately began to act quickly. Meanwhile, Yila started to control the decomposition chamber to operate at full capacity. Seeing this scene, Bai Gingting looked at Lin Su with a complex expression. Whether it was genuine or feigned, such a means of winning people's hearts was truly unimaginable. This was really something a mere 18-year-old, who had just taken the college entrance examination, could accomplish. Just as the soldiers were busy, hundreds of heavy trucks, shrouded in billowing dust, drove towards the defensive line where Lin Su was located. It was the corpses of the abyssal monsters arranged for transport by Wu Weigua, and of course, this was only the first batch. Watching the hundreds of giant trucks, Lin Su couldn't help but smirk. With such a number of corpses, given time, it seemed entirely possible to elevate all the insect race to the 7th tier. With this thought, Lin Su simply ordered all the puppets to help expand the scale of the nest. Once everything was arranged, Lin Su felt a stir in his heart and wanted to test what new types of insect combat units could be created through gene fusion. With that in mind, he directly called Yila over. As his thoughts moved, a prompt appeared. Prompt: Coyote Gene and Hellfire Dragon Gene Fusion successful, obtaining a new insect race, Wind Hellfire Dragon. Compared to the basic version of the Hellfire Dragon, it gains a new ability, Wind Control, and its flying speed increases by 30. Prompt: Lava Troll Gene and Hellfire Dragon Gene Fusion successful, obtaining a new insect race, Hell Rock Dragon. Compared to the basic version of the Hellfire Dragon, the Hell Rock Dragon's size increases by 40. And it gains a new skill, Rockification. After Rockification, the Hell Rock Dragon's defense increases by 50, but its speed decreases by 20. After reading these two prompts, Lin Su immediately grinned. He had originally thought that this might produce some strange and unusual things, but now it seemed that the gene fusion was all about combat-related genes, equivalent to a direct enhancement. The next morning, Lin Su woke up in the military tent. Akiyama Sukuna entered the tent, bowing respectfully to Lin Su. "My lord, the nest has finished decomposing all the corpses of the abyssal monsters, obtaining over 13 million energy points. We can now promote an R. Also, the person you asked Commander Zhang Kai to find has been located." Let him bring the person here," Lin Su replied, giving the order. Soon, Zhang Kai brought in two young girls along with several soldiers into Lin Su's tent. Strangely, one of the girls was sitting in a wheelchair, her lower body completely missing. The other girl was even more exaggerated. Although her body was intact, her face was pale, her eyes tightly closed, and she showed no signs of consciousness. Both girls were, without exception, ordinary life-class professionals. "Chief, the person you wanted has been brought here." After sending the other soldiers away, Zhang Kai reported to Lin Su. Lin Su waved his hand. "You can just call me by my name when there are no outsiders. Calling me chief sounds awkward." Okay. Knowing that Lin Su did not regard him as an outsider, Zhang Kai readily agreed with a grin. But soon, he looked at Lin Su with a puzzled expression, subtly glancing at the two girls he had brought. It was clear that he was asking what exactly he was supposed to do with these two. After thinking for a moment, Lin Su did not answer Zhang Kai's question but instead looked at the girl whose lower body was already missing. At the same time, the girl appeared slightly nervous as she observed Lin Su. In her mind, the so-called commander was at least in his 40s or 50s, but when she discovered that Lin Su was around her age, or possibly even younger, the tension on her face eased slightly. "Did you lose your lower body during the Abyss invasion?" Lin Su asked. The girl smiled sadly. "Yes, but it wasn't just my lower body that I lost, I also lost my parents and my 5-year-old brother." Lin Su nodded thoughtfully and continued, "So after that, you started setting traps to hunt the Abyss creatures?" "Yes, I want revenge for my family, even if I'd become like this now." Without any hesitation, the girl resolutely replied, still smiling, though her eyes were already reddening after she finished speaking. "Alright, I understand." Lin Su responded and shifted his gaze to another girl who had completely lost consciousness. With a thought, the black feather tattoo on Lin Su's arm floated down, and Xian Yuing appeared. "My lord!" Xian Yuing respectfully bowed to Lin Su. Lin Su pointed his chin at the unconscious girl. "Check if her soul is still there." As a pseudo-god specializing in souls, this was merely a glance for Xian Yuing. "It is, my lord." After a quick look at the girl, Xian Yuing immediately said, "Pull her soul out, I want to ask her a few questions." Lin Su instructed directly. "Understood, my lord." Xian Yuing replied, casually gesturing, and a transparent, colorless energy immediately peeled away from the girl's body. Realizing that the girl couldn't communicate with Lin Su in this state, Xian Yuying's eyes flashed with black light, and a black energy enveloped the girl's soul. Soon, the girl's soul gradually took on a human form, semi-transparent, resembling the unconscious girl. "Where is this? Am I still alive?" Like waking from a deep dream, the girl looked around in confusion. "My lord has questions to ask you." "No nonsense, answer my lord's questions." Seeing the girl's bewildered expression, Xian Yuing glared at her disapprovingly and said coldly. As a fellow soul, feeling Xian Yuying's power, the girl trembled in fear, standing still and no longer daring to speak, cautiously observing Lin Su. "You ended up like this while trying to help a warrior during a beast-tide invasion. So, do you regret it?" Lin Su asked straightforwardly. The girl looked tense and did not speak. After a long pause, seeing that no one was harming her, she weakly shook her head. Lin Su smiled faintly, pointing at the girl in the wheelchair and then at the seemingly timid soul of the unconscious girl. "Now you have two choices. First, I can heal your injuries, and then you can continue living as ordinary people. The second choice is that I can give you a new, more powerful body." As he spoke, Lin Su summoned Ilya and Inar into the tent. Coincidentally, both girls' gazes fell on Ilya and Inar. Lin Su pointed at the puppets and explained, "This is the new body I mentioned for you. As you can see, they are not human, so I hope you are prepared for that. Additionally, after I help you change bodies, you will be bound by irresistible forces to be absolutely loyal to me." Next, Lin Su detailed the differences between Ilya and Inar. Once he confirmed that both understood completely, he asked, "Alright, that's about all I can tell you. Time is pressing, you can make your choice now." Whether it was Ilya or Inar, Lin Su planned to place them on the front lines of the Abyss in the future. Due to the lack of souls, although Lin Su could give them orders, the puppets executed commands quite mechanically. As for strategies and tactics, that was out of the question. Of course, Lin Su could personally command them in battle, but that would require him to constantly allocate mental energy to observe the situation here, which was quite exhausting. What troubled Lin Su even more was Eiler. Unlike Inar, who was solely responsible for combat, Eiler needed to control an entire hive. If Lin Su were to take charge himself, he would have to manage everything from the structure of the hive to the number of each type of insect being hatched. This not only would be exhausting but also prone to mistakes. Thus, Lin Su thought of finding two souls to control Eiler and Inar. Although he wasn't worried about the loyalty of the puppets, he needed to choose someone he deemed suitable to control Eiler and Inar. After a brief understanding, he sent Zhang Kai to bring the two of them over. Additionally, while there were special potions to heal their injuries, they were extremely rare. If Lin Su hadn't found them, they would have to live the rest of their lives in their damaged bodies. "I've made up my mind, Chief. I want revenge, and I want a new body, even if it's not human." The girl in the wheelchair spoke first, her tone exceptionally firm. Compared to living a stable life as an ordinary person, she resolutely chose revenge. "Alright, you can choose one between Eiler and Inar." Lin Su nodded in approval. "I choose Inar," the girl said directly. "Okay." Lin Su responded, and a gleaming flying knife instantly pierced the girl's heart. "What the hell, Lin Su?" Zhang Kai exclaimed in shock. "Shut up. When my master is making decisions, you have no right to speak." Seeing Zhang Kai dare to question Lin Su's decision, Xian Yuying's aura erupted, glaring fiercely at him, ready to kill him on the spot if he dared to argue. Zhang Kai's face turned pale, and he swallowed hard. "Step back, and be polite to my friends from now on." Lin Su frowned and impatiently reprimanded Xian Yuying. "Yes, my lord." Xian Yuying looked aggrieved and quickly stepped aside. Ignoring her, Lin Su gestured for Zhang Kai to check on Inar. He saw that Inar, who had previously had dull eyes, gradually brightened, and her expression was no longer as stiff as before. This is great, thank you, my lord. After trying to move her limbs, Inar incredulously said, her tone mirroring that of the girl in the wheelchair. Get familiar with your new body as soon as possible. Also, from now on, to be precise, you belong to the undead. The downside is that you cannot go against my will, but the benefit is that you can resurrect within 24 hours after dying. Thank you, my lord. Inar said excitedly, expressing her gratitude to Lin Su once more. And you, have you made up your mind? Lin Su asked the other girl's soul. After a moment of contemplation, the girl firmly nodded. Moments later, Eiler's eyes regained their brilliance, and she exclaimed excitedly, I can move again, thank you, my lord. Lin Su waved his hand. From now on, the hive will be under your control. Get familiar with the abilities of your new body as soon as possible, and discuss the hatching of insects with the soldiers stationed at the defense line. After speaking, Lin Su pointed to the bodies of the two girls and said to Zhang Kai, you handle the follow-up matters. Seeing Lin Su directly assign the cleanup task to him, Zhang Kai's face twitched, but after thinking it over, he could only comply. He was already starting to regret that Lin Su considered him one of his own. After dealing with the two girls, Lin Su focused his thoughts, and several insect puppets laboriously brought over a dozen bulging sacks. When the sacks were opened, the insect energy crystals spilled out onto the ground. Lin Su glanced at Eiler and Inar and ordered, start absorbing until you advance. With over 14 million energy points, it was enough for both Eiler and Inar to advance simultaneously. As for promoting Eiler to the 8th rank, Lin Su didn't plan to do that for now due to the lack of divine essence, at least not in the short term. Additionally, Lin Su intended to focus on enhancing the combat power of ordinary insect species after Eiler and Inar successfully advanced this time. After all, tens of thousands of high-ranking insect puppets sounded quite tempting. Yes, my lord. Yaira and Inar exchanged a glance and immediately began to absorb. Moments later, a green light shot up into the sky from Yaira. The unique abdomen of the insectoid queen disappeared, and she began to resemble an ordinary person. Lin Su raised an eyebrow. It seemed that during the advancement, the insect queen could change her appearance according to her will. After a moment, when Yaira's form was completely stabilized, Lin Su opened her attribute panel. Name Yaira category insectoid queen puppet rank 7th rank advancement degree 45 level 46 life 731938 mana 536865 attack 18038 defense 20237 skills rapid breeding, rapid hatching, gene fusion. Hint since Yaira has advanced to the 7th rank, the number of hellflame dragons she can construct in the insect nest has increased to 10. Hint since Yaira has advanced to the 7th rank, she can now hatch the unique war creature of the 7th rank insect nest, the wood spirit dragon. Hint each 7th rank insect nest can hatch a maximum of 1 wood spirit dragon, and it cannot be hatched again after being defeated. Hint since the insect nest queen Yaira possesses necromantic attributes, the wood spirit dragon can be resurrected without restrictions. Seeing the series of hints that popped up in his view, Lin Su couldn't help but smirk. So this is how higher ranked war creatures come about. This would definitely be enough for the abyss to drink a pot of it. Just as he was thinking this, Inar showed a pained expression. Lin Su checked her advancement degree and decisively transferred his pseudo-divine rank to her. Soon, a green light shot up into the sky from Inar. Hint Inar has advanced to pseudo-divine, significantly increasing her combat power. Name Inar category insectoid queen puppet rank 8th rank advancement degree 372 level 46 life 1116625 mana 996916 attack 72628 defense 66725 skills queen's authority, mental roar, soul shock, mental piercing, mental shield. Closing Inar's attribute panel, Lin Su said to the two, so, are you satisfied with your new bodies? Very satisfied. Yaira and Inar replied in unison. Lin Su nodded, letting Yaira study the insect nest on her own while he took Inar outdoors. Yaira wasn't particularly skilled in combat, so there was no need to test her combat power. With this in mind, Lin Su said to Inar and Xian Yuing, you two should spar a bit. As soon as Lin Su's words fell, two streams of light, one black and one white, immediately intertwined, dazzling to behold. The speed of both was evenly matched. The sound of bang bang echoed in the air. Inar's mental attacks could also inflict damage on the soul, so there was no situation where Inar couldn't hit Xian Yuing. Lin Su squinted, carefully observing their battle. The wheelchair girl was not familiar with Inar's control and was initially being pressured by Xian Yuing. Xian Yuing's movements were graceful, making it difficult for Inar to catch her, while Inar's health was rapidly decreasing under Xian Yuing's curses. Stop! Seeing that Inar's health had entered a dangerous range, Lin Su decisively halted the battle. With a thought, hundreds of healing spells instantly fell upon Inar. Among the insectoid puppets, nearly 1/10 possessed healing abilities, and Inar's health quickly returned to full. The commotion from Inar and Qian Yuying's battle attracted a large group of soldiers to come and watch. Wow, kid, are you competing? Your summon creature is quite strong, but your combat experience is lacking. It's really underwhelming, Bai Jingting said, holding a bowl of porridge, slurping while pointing at Inar with his chopsticks. Indeed, the wheelchair girl had previously been just an ordinary life class practitioner, with almost no combat experience, especially now that she was controlling a completely unfamiliar body. Inar, this pseudo-god, could currently only exert about 30% of her power. Thinking of this, Lin Su smirked and pointed at Qian Yuying. Old Bai, I feel that Qian Yuying's combat experience isn't that great either. Why don't you go up and give her some pointers? Upon hearing Lin Su's words, Bai Jingting chuckled and was about to nod decisively, but in the next moment, he felt a chill in his heart. Damn it, this kid almost tricked me. A pseudo-god, how could I possibly defeat her? Moreover, just yesterday, Shen Yuying's performance on the battlefield clearly showed she hadn't used her full strength in the earlier fight. This kid is clearly trying to pick a fight with me because I said his summon was lacking. It's insidious, truly insidious. With this thought, Bai Jingting decisively shook his head. No, Shen Yuying is quite excellent, I just can't move her. But Inar could. Saying this, Bai Jingting put on a posture that suggested he wouldn't fall for the trick. Seeing Bai Jingting jump into his own trap, Lin Su smirked and said, alright, then I'll trouble you, old Bai. With that, he focused his thoughts, and Inar immediately gestured to Bai Jingting to invite him to fight. Well. After all, to outsiders, Inar was just a girl in her early 20s. Bai Jingting was already of considerable age and had been famous for a long time. He suddenly felt a bit awkward about having to fight a junior. Watching this scene unfold, a group of soldiers who loved to stir up trouble immediately began to cheer. Come on, old Bai. Yeah, go for it. Faced with such enthusiasm, and with everyone watching eagerly, Bai Jingting simply clasped his hands together. Then I shall comply. With that, he directly took up a fighting stance, and everyone stepped back to give him an Inar space. Lin Su smirked, focused his thoughts, and directly took control of Inar's body. He then communicated with Inar through his mind. Remember the details of my fight with old Bai. This body is best at close combat, but it also has long-range support capabilities. So my habitual strategy is to focus on close combat, with long range as a supplement. Understood, my lord. The wheelchair-bound girl obediently replied. Bang! A sound of breaking air suddenly erupted as Lin Su controlled Inar to unleash a wave of energy, launching a powerful punch towards Bai Jingting's head. Damn, that speed! Bai Jingting's pupils suddenly constricted. At this moment, Inar's speed had more than doubled compared to before. While he was shocked, Bai Jingting's movements were not slow. A flash of white light enveloped him as he prepared to dodge. Just then, an invisible wave of energy exploded outward from Inar's center. This invisible energy wave had a small range, but it perfectly enveloped Bai Jingting within it. It was Inar's signature skill, the mental wave. The moment this skill affected him, Bai Jingting felt a buzzing in his head. Although it didn't cause any substantial damage, his movements were momentarily delayed. It was in that brief moment of hesitation from Bai Jingting that, crack, Inar's fist stopped about 10 centimeters from Bai Jingting's head. The space in front of Bai Jingting cracked. Break the void, could it be another pseudo-god? Bai Jingting was left in a daze, murmuring softly, his forehead drenched in cold sweat. If Inar's punch had hit him just now, he would have definitely died on the spot, without any doubt. I concede. Bai Jingting shook his head with a bitter smile, feeling no resentment in his heart. Alright, everyone disperse. The fight, which had a dramatic start but ended abruptly, was over in less than 3 seconds. Most of the soldiers hadn't even seen how the two had exchanged blows. Bai Jingting looked at Lin Su, somewhat speechless, and asked, Good kid, you got me again. What do you plan to do about the defense line now? In Bai Jingting's mind, regardless of the defeated puppet army, just having Inar, this pseudo-god, guarding this defense line was already more than enough. He still had a lot to do at school, and if possible, he wanted to leave as soon as possible, not wanting to waste too much time here. Understanding Bai Jingting's thoughts, Lin Su explained, Yinar has just advanced and can't fully utilize her strength yet. The one you just fought was me, so I want her to participate in a few more battles until she gets familiar with her fighting style. Bai Jingting sighed and nodded, alright, then it can only be this way. Defending the line was a serious matter that allowed for no mistakes, so Lin Su's actions were understandable. Just as he was thinking this, he saw Lin Su's eyes slightly closed, and in the next moment, black mist surged outside the city walls. Soon, nearly 50,000 abyss monsters that Lin Su had eliminated yesterday appeared. What the hell, kid, this. Lin Su smiled faintly and explained, Don't worry, the puppets recruited yesterday are all self-monsters. Bai Jingting's face twitched. With 10,000 original assistant troops, 40,000 puppet troops, and now an additional 50,000 abyss monster puppets, the number of station troops on this not-so-long defense line had actually multiplied tenfold overnight. This. Just as Bai Jingting felt his worldview shatter, all the station's soldiers stood ready on the city walls, vigilantly surveying the abyss army below. Lin Su waved his hand nonchalantly and briefly explained to everyone. At this moment, Zhang Kai asked, "Chief, what do you plan to do with so many abyss monsters?" The length of the defense line was limited, and it was almost impossible to station so many abyss monsters. Moreover, the idea of the soldiers coexisting peacefully with the abyss monsters felt awkward no matter how one looked at it. Without answering Zhang Kai's question, Lin Su beckoned with his finger, and a huge white wolf ran towards him, crouching at his feet. "Take your subordinates back to where you came from, and kill without mercy any divine essence species." The Wolf King responded with a growl, a fierce look flashing in his eyes. The Wolf King scanned his subordinates and let out an angry roar, then led the charge into the distance. Is this even possible? Bai Jingting asked in disbelief. Lin Su's bold move truly left her stunned. Throughout history, resisting abyss invasions was not uncommon, but it was the first time she had seen someone dare to actively invade the abyss. A week later, in the morning, in Lin Su's tent, Akiyama Sakura entered with toiletries and reported, "My lord, the third batch of abyss monster corpses sent by Old Wu from Wu Weigua has been completely decomposed and distributed. Now all the insect race puppets have been promoted to the first level." Lin Su nodded and asked, "Oh, what about Yinar and Yila?" Lin Su continued to ask. Over the past few days, he had been observing the abyss monster army led by the Wolf King, while he had entrusted most matters on the defense line to Akiyama Sakura. Currently, the scale of the White Wolf King's team he controlled had reached over 80,000. They had wandered for 7 days without encountering any abyss army, and he hadn't seen a single high-ranking abyss creature. Yinar has been busy training in real combat with everyone, including Bai Jingting, and her strength has significantly improved. Now, with her own ability, although it's not as easy as it is for you, my lord, she can definitely defeat Bai Jingting in 15 seconds. As for Yila, she has built a complete insect nest in the past few days, and the nest is now functioning normally. However, due to the enormous amount of energy crystals required for the insect race puppets to advance, Yila hasn't started hatching new types of insect soldiers. Lin Su nodded. That's fine, let's focus on enhancing the strength of the existing insect race first. At this point, Lin Su asked Akiyama Sakura, "Has there been no movement from the abyss side until now?" Akiyama Sakura shook her head. "No, I feel like they might have been scared off by the previous defeat. Up until now, not only have they not launched another attack, but they haven't even tried to test the waters." Lin Su frowned, sensing that behind the seemingly calm surface of the abyss, something significant might be brewing. With this thought, he reported the current situation on his side to Wu Weigua. Wu Weigua didn't say much, pondering for a moment before telling Lin Su that he could leave the front line and return to Jingda, but the condition was to leave Anar and the puppet army behind. This was something they had agreed upon, so Lin Su naturally had no objections. After a simple farewell to the soldiers, Lin Su turned to Zhang Kai and asked, "What about you? Are you planning to go to Jingda with me, or are you going back to the military district?" After thinking for a moment, Zhang Kai replied, "I think I'll go back to the military district. I've been in the camp for too long, I feel uncomfortable being out." After considering it, Lin Su nodded. "Alright then, take this. You and Shen Tianming each get one." Saying this, Lin Su tossed 2 pendant-like objects to Zhang Kai. The light flickering on the pendants vanished in an instant. Bai Jingting's eyes widened in shock. "What the hell, this?" Just a glance, and Bai Jingting realized that the quality of the pendant was at least brilliant. 2 pieces of brilliant-level equipment, and Lin Su didn't even blink. How wealthy could he be? Unlike Bai Jingting, who had seen a lot, Zhang Kai initially thought little of it until he saw the attributes of the equipment. He shuddered, nearly sitting down on the ground. I can't believe this. You, kid, This isn't right, is it?" Zhang Kai was already stumbling over his words. Bai Jingting, watching from the side, was anxious. He was curious about the attributes of the equipment Lin Su had given Zhang Kai. Thinking this, he poked the pendant in Zhang Kai's hand, and information about the item flooded into his mind. My god, resurrection equipment? Among all types of equipment, resurrection-type gear held the highest value. After all, nothing was more important than one's own life. The equipment Lin Su provided could not only instantly heal most injuries and restore 80% of life when the user's health dropped below 3, but it could also teleport the user to a predetermined location. This was already the best of resurrection-type equipment, something priceless. Such an item, unless one was a life and death friend, How could anyone give it away? Realizing that Zhang Kai and Bai Jingting were looking at him as if he were a monster, Lin Su felt a black line form on his forehead and asked, "What kind of expressions are those? It's just 2 pendants, is it really that serious?" Right now, Lin Su could utilize all the resources of the entire region. Although resurrection-type items were rare, to him, they weren't anything significant. Just a pendant, that's all? Bai Jingting was instantly stunned by Lin Su's words. Coming to his senses, he hurriedly rubbed his hands together, feeling embarrassed. Well, Lin, you see, I still don't have a decent resurrection-type item. If you get more resurrection-type equipment in the future, could I trade something with you? As he said this, seemingly afraid Lin Su would misunderstand, Bai Jingting quickly added, "Don't worry, I definitely won't take advantage of you. If 1 piece isn't enough, I'll give you 2, in any case, I'll make sure you're satisfied." Bai Jingting thought that since Lin Su had already taken out 2 resurrection items, he surely wouldn't be able to produce a 3rd one in the short term, so he reserved a spot with Lin Su. Unexpectedly, as soon as he finished speaking, Lin Su flipped his wrist, and more than 10 resurrection pendants appeared in his hand. Zhang Kai and Bai Jingting were stunned, both swallowing hard in unison. Even Bai Jingting's breathing had become heavy. Roughly estimating, Lin Su now had about a dozen resurrection-type items in his hands. This was no longer a matter of wealth. Could it be that the other party had attacked the entire region? This was definitely abnormal, wasn't it? Lin Su smiled faintly, indifferent. Just pick one, the quality is all about the same. As for trading equipment, forget it, consider it a gift from me to you, Mr. Bai. You just need to agree to one simple condition. Bai Jingting's hand, which had been reaching out, paused in mid-air as he asked somewhat awkwardly, "What condition?" After a moment's hesitation, Lin Su replied honestly, "When I return to Jingda, I want to choose a villa in the staff area as my dormitory, a single dormitory." Is that all? Kid, that's actually a benefit for the top scorer of the college entrance examination. Upon hearing that Lin Su merely wanted to choose a dormitory, Bai Jingting decisively withdrew his outstretched hand. It was true that he wanted resurrection-type equipment, but he couldn't bring himself to take such a huge advantage from Bai Lin Su. Seemingly not having heard Bai Jingting's words, Lin Su smiled faintly and decisively tossed a pendant to Bai Jingting. "Alright, it's a deal." Moments later, ignoring the still conflicted Bai Jingting, a flash of white light appeared, and Lin Su and Wu Weigua vanished from the spot. When the two reappeared, Lin Su found himself back in the square of Jingda. "Come on, kid, I'll take you to claim the rewards for being the top scorer." With that, Bai Jingting began to lead Lin Su through the campus, turning left and right, while some students who recognized Bai Jingting came over to greet him. Glancing at the direction Bai Jingting was heading, Lin Su asked, "Are we going to the treasure pavilion?" Bai Jingting was taken aback, turning to look at Lin Su in astonishment. "How do you know about the treasure pavilion?" "That's a secret of Jingda, most students haven't even heard of it until they graduate." After a moment's hesitation, Lin Su replied, "My grandfather is Lin Kongding. I grew up in Jingda until I was 8. As Lin Su's words fell, Bai Jingting's face twitched in disbelief. Lin, the old principal is actually your grandfather, but your records clearly." Lin Su thought for a moment and explained, "Previously, Senior Nangon was worried I might be in danger, so he helped me create a false identity. Later, I joined the military, and old Tang directly classified my identity as top secret, which means that the records you found are all fake." After a long silence, Bai Jingting's expression began to darken, and after a while, he pondered, "So, you experienced that assassination attempt against the Huaxia region back then?" Lin Su nodded. "Yes, after that, my mother and I went into hiding and left Kyoto, until today, when I returned." Bai Jingting opened his mouth, tentatively asking, "And your mother, she has passed away," Lin Su answered honestly. Another long silence ensued, and Bai Jingting sighed, patting Lin Su's shoulder. "Alright, it's been tough on you all these years." While the two were talking, they soon arrived at a beautifully carved archway. At first glance, the archway looked ancient, and as soon as they got closer, Lin Su immediately felt several probing spiritual senses scanning over him. These should be the experts secretly guarding the treasure pavilion, assessing him. This feeling of being watched only disappeared when Bai Jingting took out a jade pendant and opened the protective barrier of the treasure pavilion. As Bai Jingting led Lin Su to the 3rd floor and entered a room, what greeted them was a row of shelves, resembling a supermarket. However, unlike a supermarket, the shelves were filled with various types of equipment and skill scrolls. Glancing at Lin Su, Bai Jingting introduced, "Come on, kid, choose for yourself. The worst equipment here is at the dazzling level, you can pick any one." After briefly examining a few pieces of equipment, Lin Su frowned. In terms of equipment, he had the Time set and the Aurora set for armor, and for weapons, he had the Soul Void Blade. Although the Aurora set was a bit lower in level, it not only perfectly complemented the attributes of the time set but also did not conflict with the wearing positions at all. This led Lin Su to have no intention of switching to the Aurora set at all. If Lin Su were to express his greatest dissatisfaction with his equipment, it would undoubtedly be with the flying daggers. The flying daggers he carried were only of golden quality, resulting in relatively low attack power. On the other hand, he carried a large number of them, dozens, in fact, which was quite inconvenient. However, high-level flying daggers were a rarity. As he pondered this, Lin Su finished checking another shelf, only to find no desirable equipment. Noticing Lin Su's lack of enthusiasm, Bai Jingting seemed to have anticipated this. He smiled faintly and pressed a spot on a recess in the wall. Click, click, click. A section of the wall slid open, revealing a large space behind it. Bai Jingting explained with a smile, "I knew you had high standards. There's more equipment here, and not just equipment, there are also skill scrolls. But as for what kind of equipment and skills you'll choose, that depends on your luck." After Bai Jingting finished speaking, Lin Su noticed that all the items on the shelves in this hidden compartment were protected by a layer of restrictions, preventing him from checking their specific attributes. Lin Su glanced at Bai Jingting, feeling somewhat speechless. Why put restrictions on the equipment in a treasure vault? If you didn't want to give it, then just don't. Why go through the trouble? Sensing Lin Su's thoughts, Bai Jingting explained, "It's not what you think. Unlike the equipment outside, these items show signs of having generated spirits. In other words, without the restrictions, these items might just run away on their own. As for the skill scrolls, the reason is similar. Some skill scrolls have the ability to manipulate minds, and if opened recklessly, it's hard to say whether the person is controlling the skill or the skill is controlling the person. In short, the items in this hidden compartment carry certain risks, and even with your strength, you should be cautious." After hearing Bai Jingting's explanation, Lin Su raised an eyebrow. His soul void blade had already reached the starry level, yet it showed no signs of generating a spirit. If that were the case, could it be that the items on these shelves were all divine artifacts? Of course, divine artifacts invariably generate spirits, but not all items with spirits are divine artifacts. However, any equipment with a spirit would undoubtedly be of high quality. Obtaining just one would be a guaranteed profit. With this thought, Lin Su's eyes gradually brightened as he began to pay attention to the numerous items on the shelves. As for the skill scrolls, he didn't even glance at them. His skills were already sufficient, and without certainty that those skills would suit him, there was no need to take the risk of using his one-time choice opportunity on skill scrolls. With this in mind, Lin Su's gaze locked onto a sharp object at the bottom of the shelf that resembled a crystal shard. He grabbed the shard and examined it closely. Name, unknown, category, equipment, damaged. Perhaps due to the severe damage, even the Eye of Magic couldn't check its attributes. The crystal shard felt icy to the touch, and from its appearance, it resembled a tip of a spear, sword, or knife. He just didn't know if this could be used as a flying dagger. Just as Lin Su was thinking this, his finger accidentally brushed against the edge of the crystal shard, sending a sharp pain through him. A drop of blood fell onto the crystal shard. In the next moment, the shard trembled. Buzz. A powerful mental wave rippled across the crystal shard. "Get away, you lowly mortal, let me go." Lin Su immediately felt a cold, youthful voice echoing in his mind. Bai Jingting also noticed the commotion from Lin Su's side. His eyelids twitched, and he hurriedly asked, "What's going on with you? Didn't you hear a child speaking?" Lin Su frowned and asked Bai Jingting. Bai Jingting looked completely bewildered. The spiritual fluctuation was felt by the Taoist, but as for what that child was saying, I didn't hear anything. Just as the two were speaking, another wave of spiritual energy rippled from the shattered crystal fragment. "Lowly mortal, I warn you for the last time. I will count to 3, and if you do not let me go, I will kill you." It was still the child's voice, but this time the other party was clearly starting to panic. Lin Su frowned and glanced at Bai Jingting. Bai Jingting shook his head, explaining, "I didn't hear anything. I didn't hear any sound at all." Feeling that this might be due to Bai Jingting's weaker spiritual power, Lin Su didn't dwell on whether the other could hear the child speaking. He narrowed his eyes and said directly to Bai Jingting, "I want this thing. Hey kid, listen to my advice. This thing has been here for many years, it's just a broken piece." Before Bai Jingting could finish his sentence, crack. Lin Su had already coldly smiled and crushed the layer of restriction surrounding the crystal fragment. This kind of restriction was hard to open from the inside, but from the outside, it was as easy as pie. The reason Lin Su resolutely chose this piece of equipment was that just as he was speaking with Bai Jingting, the child's voice from within the crystal fragment had realized that Lin Su was not scared and had started to curse. And it was quite unpleasant. Lin Su's anger immediately flared up. Not only was he threatened, but he also dared to be insulted. Very good. Good, kid, you brought this upon yourself. The moment the restriction was lifted, the child's voice rang out again. At the same time, the spiritual fluctuation emanating from within the crystal intensified tenfold. In the next moment, Lin Su felt a subtle pulling force, drawing his spirit into the crystal. But the pulling force was so weak that if Lin Su hadn't been carefully sensing it, he would have almost missed it. Is this trying to pull me in? Thinking this, Lin Su decided to relax his mindset and let the spiritual force drag him. After a while, realizing that the other party still couldn't pull him in, Lin Su simply focused his thoughts and directly sent his consciousness into the shattered crystal. Lowly mortal, you do have some strength, but your resistance seems so weak and powerless before me. Since you've come here, you can forget about getting out. As soon as his consciousness entered the crystal, Lin Su immediately heard the child's voice chattering in his ear again. Lin Su scanned his surroundings. It was a vast white space, devoid of anything. Except for a little girl about 4 or 5 years old, with a chubby face and 2 horned braids. Lin Su's gaze fell on the little girl, and with a cold face, he asked, "Was that you cursing me just now?" The little girl looked down at Lin Su with an air of superiority and replied proudly, "Yes, weak mortal, now you know fear, right?" Lin Su's mouth twitched. He really couldn't figure out what he was supposed to be afraid of. If what the other party meant was that she had pulled his consciousness, or spirit, into this space, then sorry, as long as Lin Su didn't want to, the little girl could pull him forever and wouldn't be able to budge his consciousness even a bit. Although Lin Su didn't know what level his spiritual power was at, being able to control over 200,000 puppets, his spiritual strength couldn't be too bad. With this thought, Lin Su simply didn't want to waste more words with the little girl and coldly said, "Tell me what you are." Seemingly not expecting Lin Su's tone to be so harsh, the little girl widened her eyes and angrily shouted, "Lowly mortal, my name is Broken Star, I'm not just anything." But as soon as she finished speaking, the little girl immediately realized something was off. She became even angrier, her chubby little finger pointing at Lin Su as she scolded, "Pa, you tricked me, you're the one who's not anything, looking for death." As she spoke, she waved her chubby little hand, and several chains made of condensed spiritual energy instantly bound Lin Su's limbs. Lin Su frowned and slightly raised his hand. With a crack, the iron chain wrapped around Lin Su's wrist snapped. Is that it? Lin Su felt that the strength he used to break the chain was no different from snapping a blade of grass. In the next moment, he disdainfully tore apart all the chains around him. "Why you? What kind of monster are you?" Seeing her strongest attack so easily dispelled, the little girl turned pale and immediately ran away. Lin Su frowned, pondering for a moment, and mimicked the little girl's gesture with a casual wave. Suddenly, the surrounding scenery changed. First, it was a starry sea, then a vast desert, and next, it transformed into the depths of the ocean filled with colorful fish. Lin Su quickly understood the principle behind the little girl's attack. The scenes before him were merely projections of his mental power. Soon, several sharks with gaping mouths rushed toward the little girl. She screamed in terror and ran back. "Why you, mortal, you've gone too far. I tell you it's useless, even if your mental power is strong, I am a spirit, your mental power cannot harm me." The little girl cried out, and perhaps out of sheer fear, she simply closed her eyes. In the next moment, the shark indeed swam straight through her. Lin Su raised an eyebrow. "A spirit, does that mean it belongs to the soul category?" Thinking this, Lin Su focused his mind. Xian Yuing appeared. "Little girl, is it you who insulted my master?" Xian Yuing sneered, reaching out. A mass of black energy instantly enveloped the little girl, tightening as if to crush her. With a wow, upon seeing Xian Yuing, the little girl burst into tears. "Lord Spirit, I was wrong, please don't kill me, woo. Perhaps the connection between spirit entities was far beyond that of humans, just one glance, and the little girl immediately sensed Xian Yuing's level. Knowing Lin Su had no intention of overly tormenting her, Xian Yuing sneered, her slender fingers brushing against the little girl's chubby face. The little girl shivered and hurriedly nodded. Okay, I'll tell you everything. Your name?" Xian Yuing asked directly, connected with Lin Su's thoughts. "Shattered Star. Are you a spirit?" "Yes." Shattered Star nodded. "What equipment were you before, what quality?" Xian Yuing continued to ask. Mentioning this, the little girl immediately looked proud. "I was a long sword, divine quality. What you see now is just the tip of my sword. I shattered after my master perished, turning from an adult into this 4 or 5-year-old form." Hearing that the other party was actually of divine quality, Xian Yuing couldn't help but raise an eyebrow and continued to ask, "What about your previous master? What level was he?" "My master was already level 98, just a little short of becoming a true god." Speaking of this, Shattered Star's face was full of pride, but as she spoke, she suddenly cried out, Woo woo woo, if my master were still alive, she definitely wouldn't let you bully me like this. Shattered Star is so pitiful. Level? Lin Su couldn't help but smirk. He glanced at Qian Yuing without showing any expression. Qian Yuing immediately asked Shattered Star, do you remember where your master fell? If they could find the place where Shattered Star's original master perished, not only would they obtain the equipment, but they might even find a divine essence. It was for this purpose that Lin Su decided to take the risk of collecting this equipment with awakening potential. Why do you want to find the treasures left by my master? Upon hearing Qian Yuing's words, Shattered Star immediately became alert. Qian Yuing smiled faintly, and the black energy binding Shattered Star suddenly tightened. Qian Yuing said coldly, what do you think? Kill me, just kill me. Even if you kill me, I won't tell you. Shattered Star struggled, refusing to show weakness. Lin Su scoffed and waved his hand at Qian Yuing. Alright, let her go. A loyal spirit like this is hard to come by. Let me handle it. As he spoke, Lin Su raised his wrist, and the Soul Void Blade appeared in his hand. One of the special abilities of the Soul Void Blade is that after touching a spirit for 3 seconds, it can directly mark the spirit with a soul imprint, ensuring their complete loyalty. Seeing that Shattered Star had no intention of speaking, he couldn't be bothered to waste words. As for why the other party suddenly seemed unafraid of death, Lin Su speculated it might be similar to his puppet. As long as the main body remained, that broken crystal could allow for revival, though it might take a long time. What do you want? Shattered Star, realizing Lin Su was approaching with the Soul Void Blade and a smile, asked with a wary expression. Lin Su smiled faintly and explained, nothing much, just inviting you to join the organization. With that, he decisively touched the blade to her forehead. 3 seconds later, Shattered Star's eyes became dazed, and when she looked at Lin Su again, her gaze was filled with reverence. Master! The black energy that had bound Shattered Star dissipated, and she knelt on one knee, respectfully addressing Lin Su. Lin Su waved his hand. Can you take me to the place where your previous master fell? Without any hesitation, Shattered Star nodded decisively. Yes, but I still advise against you going there, master. Why? Lin Su asked directly. Shattered Star suddenly seemed a bit uneasy, pondering for a moment before hesitantly saying, the secret realm where my old master perished is quite dangerous. I initially intended to trick you all into going there to die, which is why I revealed this information to you. Lin Su was speechless and exchanged glances with Qian Yuing. Qian Yuing snorted coldly and said, stop with the nonsense. Just tell us if you can take us to the place where your former master fell. After thinking for a moment, Shattered Star replied, it's been too long, and I can't remember the exact location, but I don't think it will be a problem. I can find that secret realm by searching for my own fragments. Good. Lin Su nodded in satisfaction at the affirmative answer. Just then, he felt someone pushing him. Hey, kid, why aren't you talking? Your eyes aren't even blinking, are you okay? Bai Jingting's voice sounded a bit anxious. Quickly pulling his consciousness away from that space, Lin Su said to Bai Jingting, I'm fine, just chatting with the spirit inside this fragment. What? A spirit? You mean there's really a spirit in this equipment fragment? Bai Jingting said incredulously. Lin Su raised an eyebrow at Bai Jingting. What? Didn't you say that before? You weren't trying to fool me, were you? Bai Jingting's face twitched as he explained, of course I wasn't fooling you. It's just that spirits can be quite temperamental, they rarely pay attention to anyone who isn't their master. Not wanting to dwell on that topic with Bai Jingting, Lin Su shrugged. Alright, I've claimed the reward for being the top scorer in the college entrance exam. What do I do next? Hearing Lin Su say this, Bai Jingting decisively waved his hand. No, you haven't fully claimed your reward for being the top scorer yet. Follow me. With that, Bai Jingting led Lin Su directly to the top floor of the treasure pavilion. Unlike the lower floors, which had many rooms, this top floor had only one room. Arriving at the door, Bai Jingting gently knocked and called out, Old one, I brought a student to claim his reward. There was no response from inside, but after a moment, the door creaked open. The room was very small and empty, with only a gaunt old man sitting in the center. Bringing Lin Su into the room, Bai Jingting respectfully explained, Old one, this young man is Lin Su, the national top scorer in this year's college entrance exam. I'm bringing him to receive the invitation to the Tower of Heaven. As Bai Jingting finished speaking, the gaunt old man slightly opened his eyes, glanced at Lin Su, and then returned his gaze to Bai Jingting. There are only 2 spots left to enter the Tower of Heaven. Are you sure you've thought this through? Without any hesitation, Bai Jingting clasped his hands and explained. This isn't just my idea, Lin Su's performance is evident to all. If it weren't for the fact that the military spot has already been used, I believe they would have given the spot to Lin Su as well. Hearing Bai Jingting say this, Old One raised his eyelids slightly, scrutinizing Lin Su with a discerning gaze, and asked, "So, young man, you have a military background?" "Yes, I am a member of the Shadow Blade," Lin Su replied candidly. "Ha, tang ding bang, I see. He has a good eye for people." Finally, a hint of a smile appeared on Old Wen's face as he nodded repeatedly. Suddenly, however, he waved his hand casually. A water arrow shot towards Lin Su with lightning speed. Lin Su's pupils constricted suddenly, his full attention on the rapidly approaching water arrow. In the next moment, the speed of the water arrow slowed down in Lin Su's vision. He stood still, and just as the water arrow was about to touch his body, his form suddenly became ethereal. As if it had hit a phantom, the water arrow passed straight through Lin Su's intangible body without causing any harm. At that moment, Bai Jingting finally reacted, his mouth agape in surprise. The water arrow continued its momentum after passing through Lin Su's illusion, disappearing just before it touched the wall behind him. "Ah, good, spatial ability, and your reaction is quick enough, very good." Old One smiled as he stroked his beard, a hint of appreciation in his eyes. After pondering for a moment, he looked at Lin Su earnestly and said, "Child, your aptitude is quite good, but there's one thing you need to know. True strength comes from within. Don't rely too much on external factors." Upon hearing Old Wen's words, Lin Su's heart sank. The joy of dodging the probing attack vanished instantly. Seeing the old man, Lin Su had already used the Eye of Magic to detect his attributes. The old man was a level 97 mage. Since he was 50 levels higher than Lin Su, his combat power was unknown. However, one thing was clear, the old man had just cast a spell with empty hands. Casting a spell with empty hands, and it was instantaneous, this was something Lin Su had never seen before. Just based on this, the old man's strength was definitely not below Wu Weigua's. Lin Su also understood the meaning behind the old man's advice. Spatial ability was a skill that came with the Soul Void Blade, and the quick reaction was due to the effects of the light and shadow set. In other words, his ability to dodge the old man's attack relied solely on his equipment. That's why the old man advised him to focus on self-improvement. Such insight was truly sharp. Just as Lin Su was shocked in his heart, Old One turned to Bai Jingting and asked, "Such a good seedling, who do you plan to hand him over to?" According to the layout, Jing University was divided into 5 colleges: Southeast, Southwest, Northwest, Northeast, and Central. The names of the colleges were based on the 5 directional divine beasts: Qinglong, Baihu, Zhuke, Xuanwu, and Yinglong. Among them, Qinglong belonged to wood, and the Qinglong College had relatively more healers. Baihu and Zhuke belonged to metal and fire, respectively, and these 2 colleges had relatively more damage-dealing professions. Xuanwu belonged to water, focusing on defense, with more tank-type professions. After thinking for a moment, Bai Jingting replied honestly, "I think, given Lin Su's situation, Baihu and Zhuke colleges are relatively more suitable for him." However, upon hearing this, Old One shook his head with a wry smile. "Let him go to Yinglong College," Old One suggested directly. Hearing this, Bai Jingting's face twitched, and he hurriedly said, "Old One, ever since that incident, Yin Tianxiu has been drinking like a fish, getting drunk every day, and is completely indifferent to matters in his college. As a result, there are no students in his college at all. If you let Lin Su go there, wouldn't that be wasting such a good seedling?" Upon hearing Bai Jingting's words, Old One smiled and waved his hand. After so many years, Yin Tianxiu's heart knot should almost be untied. Perhaps after Lin Su goes, he will be able to regain his spirits again? Moreover, looking at the other colleges in the school, there is no one stronger than Yin Tianxiu in terms of self-development. If Lin Su can truly receive Yin Tianxiu's genuine teachings, his strength will absolutely soar. And handing Lin Su over to other teachers, how could that not be leading him astray? Bai Jingting's face twitched, speechless as he looked at Lin Su, wanting to seek Lin Su's opinion. When the name Yin Tianxiu fell into Lin Su's ears, he remained expressionless, but a trace of killing intent flashed in his eyes. Because Yin Tianxiu was the owner of that crimson long sword in his memory. "Alright, I will go to Yinglong Academy." Without any hesitation, Lin Su said directly. Bai Jingting opened his mouth, wanting to say something, but ultimately closed it again. After a moment, having received the invitation to the Tongtian Tower, Bai Jingting took Lin Su and left the treasure pavilion. They walked a long way before Bai Jingting spoke to Lin Su. "Kid, are you really sure about going to Yinglong Academy?" "Yin Tianxiu, sigh." Looking at Bai Jingting's hesitant demeanor, Lin Su smiled faintly and said nonchalantly, "I know, but I think Old One makes a point. What I lack the most right now is the exploration of my own strength." With a look of regret, Bai Jingting glanced at Lin Su again and helplessly waved his hand. "Alright then, you can go to Yinglong Academy for a while. If you find that you can't learn anything from Yin Tianxiu, I'll transfer you to another college." As he spoke, Bai Jingting led Lin Su to the staff living area of Jingda. It resembled a tranquil residential area, with ordinary high-rise buildings on the outskirts. In the central area of the community stood a few independent villas. Those high-rise buildings were the rooms of ordinary staff, while the villas were the residences of higher-ups like the principal. Glancing around at the familiar scenery, memories surged in his heart. Grandfather, uncle, parents, walking, swinging, sitting on grandfather's neck for a stroll. I want that villa. Lin Su's gaze locked onto a slightly old-looking villa, sadness flowing in his eyes like a river. Lin Su, that is. Realizing that Lin Su had chosen their old house, Bai Jingting's expression turned grim, filled with heartache. Undoubtedly, Lin Su insisted, I want that villa, no negotiation. Guessing Lin Su's current mood, Bai Jingting comforted him, well, that's fine, but Lin Su, is there anyone living in that house now? Without continuing on that topic with Bai Jingting, Lin Su shifted the subject. No one. Since that incident, the house has been empty until now. But what? Lin Su asked nervously. But Nangon Yun comes by occasionally to clean. Okay, got it. Lin Su clenched his fists, feeling a mix of emotions. After saying that, he walked straight towards the villa. Not letting Bai Jingting help him get the key, Lin Su fumbled around a stone brick in the corner in front of the villa door, and a key appeared in his hand. With a click, the door opened, and the furnishings, unchanged from 10 years ago, instantly engulfed him in a torrent of memories, causing Lin Su's eyes to redden slightly. At that moment, Bai Jingting gently patted Lin Su's shoulder but ultimately couldn't find the words to say. He no longer knew how to comfort Lin Su. In the face of pain, some people choose to escape and forget the past. But Lin Su chose to confront it, even to remember. Watching Lin Su's almost self-torturous behavior, Bai Jingting remained silent for a long time and quietly left. As soon as the door closed, Lin Su was instantly ground by memories. Touching the prominent scars on the wall, Lin Su's heartbeat began to accelerate, a tearing pain coursing through him. From day to night, Lin Su wandered like a walking corpse through the various rooms of the villa, going around in circles. He touched every place in the room that held memories, his heart aching to the point of almost being unable to breathe. Black feathers fell, and Qian Yuing appeared. My lord, it's about time. Lin Su nodded, and the black mist surged, revealing Qiu Shaning Nai. My lord, the target's location has been found, and the other district is fully prepared and ready to provide support at any time. When Lin Su came to Jingda from the Abyss frontline, he did not retract the other party into his body. Instead, he let them arrive at Jingda first, intending to probe into Yin Tianqiu's exact location. It was nearly impossible to storm into Jingda with a large group, especially after realizing that Jingda had someone like Old One. However, if he directly brought his puppet army inside Jingda, no one could stop him. Of course, Lin Su did not want to make a big fuss unless necessary. Killing a dean of Jingda was nothing. He felt that based on everything he had done for the Huaxia district, the elders should not want his life over this matter. Naturally, even if they did, it was impossible for them to take it. Lin Su was already prepared for the worst. With this thought, he focused his mind, and Xiao Shaning Nai respectfully handed a crystal ball to Lin Su, explaining, if you encounter danger, my lord, crush it at any time. The teleportation location is in the original Black Dragon Guild's secret realm of the district. Lin Su nodded. Good, lead the way. After saying that, he directly stored the crystal ball in his personal space. My lord, the target is inside. Jingda, Yinglong Academy. Xiao Shaning Nai pointed inside and respectfully addressed Lin Su. Unlike the other academies that were grand and antique, Yinglong Academy was clearly neglected for years, in a state of disrepair and covered in dust. After retracting Xiao Shaning Nai into his body, Lin Su pushed the door open and walked straight to the backyard. Ding dang, ding dang. The unique sound of forging reached Lin Su's ears as he pushed open the backyard door, and a wave of heat hit him. In the corner, he saw a forge nearly half a person high, glowing with fire. A burly man with disheveled hair and a scruffy beard, bare-chested, was sweating profusely as he swung a hammer in front of the forge. Lin Su did not lighten his footsteps, nor did he use his stealth abilities. However, the man seemed oblivious to Lin Su's presence, not even turning his head. After striking the red-hot iron bar a couple more times, the burly man grabbed a nearly empty bottle of white liquor beside him, downed it in one go, and casually tossed the bottle aside. Lin Su raised an eyebrow at the 4 or 5 empty bottles on the ground, thinking that drinking during a battle was a sure way to find death. After hesitating for a moment, he abandoned the idea of a sneak attack and coldly called out the man's name. Hearing someone call his name, the burly man turned around with bleary eyes, slightly furrowing his brow, and coldly asked, "Get out, leave Yinglong Academy, I'm not recruiting." After saying that, the scruffy man couldn't be bothered to look at Lin Su again and turned back to continue hammering. The ding-ding-dang-dang sound filled the air once more. Lin Su smirked and used the Eye of Magic on Yin Tianqiu. Name Yin Tianqiu Occupation Refiner Level 77 Health 76254 Mana 65423 Attack 72211 Defense 71124. After reading the other party's attributes, Lin Su's eyelids involuntarily twitched. No wonder Old One had said that only Yin Tianqiu could develop his body to this extent in the entire academy. This statement was absolutely correct. Although Yin Tianqiu was only level 77, his attributes in both attack and defense were significantly higher than Bai Jingting's. But so what? Even if you were the king of heaven, I would still send you on your way today. With this thought in mind, Lin Su raised his wrist, and black feathers fell, summoning Qian Yuing. At the same time, Lin Su coldly said to Yin Tianqiu, I'm not here to join your Yinglong Academy, I'm here to inquire about the whereabouts of a sword. Yin Tianqiu's role as a refiner was not a lifestyle profession but a solid combat profession. Even his way of improving himself was quite special, as he forged weapons, creating all kinds of arms. The stronger the weapons he crafted, the greater his own strength would increase. Hearing Lin Su say this, Yin Tianqiu was clearly taken aback. When he turned to look at Qian Yuing, his eyelids involuntarily twitched. The aura emanating from Qian Yuing, who had already ascended to the level of a pseudo-god, was exceptionally powerful, even giving ordinary people a sense of something they could not directly face. A master, Yin Tianqiu chuckled self-deprecatingly, muttering something to Qian Yuing, before he turned his thoughtful gaze back to Lin Su. He still wore that drunken, indifferent demeanor. He waved his hand dismissively. If you came to ask me to help you forge a weapon, then I'm afraid you'll be disappointed. I haven't forged any weapons for anyone in years. Seeing that Yin Tianqiu was indeed a bit drunk and had completely misunderstood his meaning, Lin Su sneered and said directly, I'm not here to forge a weapon. I want to ask you about the whereabouts of a long sword called Blood Moon. Understand clearly, I'm talking about Blood Moon, the one that was your famous work back in the day. After the tragic incident at home, Lin Su had drawn the appearance of the long sword that pierced his father's chest from memory. Through various inquiries, he learned the name of that long sword and its owner at the time. It was the man before him. When the words Blood Moon fell into Yin Tianqiu's ears, his expression changed immediately, and he sobered up significantly. Why are you asking about that? With a clang, the iron hammer in Yin Tianqiu's hand fell to the ground as he warily scrutinized Lin Su in return. Lin Su sneered, the forgetting river appearing in his hand. Nothing much, just that a relative of mine died under Blood Moon, and now I'm here to collect a debt. As Lin Su's words fell, his figure instantly vanished from the spot, activating the stealth function of the time suit. At the same time, a fierce light flashed in Qian Yuying's eyes, and the curse domain was activated. In the next moment, Lin Su appeared behind Yin Tianqiu and suddenly slashed at his neck with a knife. With a loud bang, Yin Tianqiu was sent flying like a cannonball, crashing through a wall. Ha ha ha! Yin Tianqiu laughed heartily. Lin Su's eyes turned crimson, and he appeared like a ghost beside the still-down Yin Tianqiu in the ruins. With another loud bang, Lin Su kicked Yin Tianqiu away again. Fight back, damn it, fight back! Lin Su roared at Yin Tianqiu, whose mouth and nose were bleeding. After shouting, he directly grabbed Yin Tianqiu from the ruins, raining down punches like a torrential downpour on his face and body. Damn it, I told you to fight back, fight back! Lin Su's roar echoed in the night sky. Just as it seemed Yin Tianqiu was about to die on the spot, Lin Su's mind shifted, and the cursed domain of Qian Yuing was suppressed. With a wow, Yin Tianqiu spat out a mouthful of blood. Yet, even though he was covered in injuries, Yin Tianqiu still laughed maniacally. Ah, come on, come kill me. It was your relative that I killed, come on, I've been waiting for this day for a long time, huh? Alright, you admit it, then go die, go die. Lin Su screamed, the soul void blade appearing in his hand as he swung it fiercely at Yin Tianqiu's head. With a clang, a red light shot out, barely blocking his lethal strike against Yin Tianqiu. When that red light hit the soul void blade, Lin Su felt a numbness in his arm, nearly losing grip on the blade. He staggered back over 10 meters before finally stabilizing himself. Just as he steadied himself, Lin Su's brows furrowed tightly. He was all too familiar with the method that had just blocked his attack. That person was Wu Weiguo. The moment he realized this, a cold light flashed in Lin Su's eyes as he directly said to Qian Yuing beside him, activate the domain, kill Yin Tianqiu. Lin Su knew in his heart that with Wu Weiguo present, it would be difficult for him to kill Yin Tianqiu. But Qian Yuying's soul attack was much harder to block. However, as Lin Su's words just fell, the next moment, bang! A semicircular red barrier enveloped Yin Tianqiu's entire body. It was Wu Weiguo's divine dragon shield. Seeing that Yin Tianqiu inside the divine dragon shield was completely unharmed, Lin Su's heart sank. He had just learned that the divine dragon shield also had the ability to block soul attacks. Although he was shocked, Lin Su's movements did not slow down at all. His gaze sharpened, and dozens of flying knives shot towards a point on the divine dragon's shield. Having fought with Wu Weigua countless times before, Lin Su knew that if he exerted all his strength and attacked a point on the divine dragon's shield, it would break its defense. However, just as those flying knives were about to hit the divine dragon's shield, a crescent-shaped energy blade swept past them with overwhelming force. The space at that point was instantly torn apart, and the flying knives that were supposed to hit the divine dragon's shield vanished into thin air. Lin Su had seen this crescent-shaped energy blade before. It was Lang Yu. With both national elders acting simultaneously, Lin Su felt a chill in his heart. Ah, master. At that moment, Shen Yuing, who understood Lin Su's intentions and was preparing to launch a charged attack to try to break through the divine dragon shield's defense, suddenly exclaimed. Lin Su turned in shock to see a water prison formed from water elements tightly binding Shen Yuing. You all, why? As Lin Su roared in anger, he focused his thoughts, and Shen Yuing transformed into black mist, merging into his body. He was very familiar with this method of using water elements. It was the old man one he had seen during the day. Any one of the three could be considered top tier in the entire region. And now, the three of them had actually joined forces to stop his revenge. Thinking this, Lin Su's anger surged. He asked himself, he owed nothing to the Huaxia region, yet they treated him this way now. Since you are unkind, don't blame me for being unjust. With this thought in mind, Lin Su intended to summon his puppet army to assist him. In any case, today, he must make Yin Tianqiu bleed on the spot. Kid, I know what you're thinking. Listen to my advice, really, just one piece of advice. If after I finish speaking, you still want to kill Yin Tianqiu, then you can go ahead. I guarantee that none of us will stop you. Wu Weigui appeared, speaking earnestly to Lin Su. Fine, say it. Lin Su replied coldly. After pondering for a moment, Wu Weigui organized his words, realizing he might have been a bit boastful, as he couldn't explain it clearly in one sentence. So he quickly looked to Ling Yu for help. Lang Yu shot Wu Weigua a glare, then turned her gaze back to Lin Su, gently saying, Child, we can understand your desire for revenge for your family, but Yin Tianqiu is not the murderer of your family. This, I and Wu Weigua are willing to guarantee with our integrity. If you don't believe us, then you can go ahead and act. After saying this, Lang Yu tugged at Wu Weigua. Wu Weigua came to his senses and hurriedly said, Yes, kid, we are willing to. Before he could finish, Lang Yu pulled him again, exasperatedly saying, Stop talking nonsense and withdraw your divine dragon shield. After that, Lang Yu looked at Lin Su and continued, Child, although we have only met once, I believe you are not someone who cannot distinguish right from wrong. Hearing this, Wu Weigua also reacted. He raised his wrist and directly retracted the divine dragon shield, agreeing, Right, kid, think carefully, Yin Tianqiu is really not the murderer of your family. Lin Su's eyes were bloodshot, and the hand holding the soul void blade trembled. For a long time, his teeth clicked together, and he pointed the soul void blade at Yin Tianqiu, saying, You better explain clearly, otherwise, I will definitely not let you see tomorrow's sun. Without even looking at Lin Su. With a thud, Yin Tianqiu nervously laughed and plopped down onto the ground. In the next moment, another bottle of white liquor appeared in his hand, and he unscrewed the cap for himself. After taking a big gulp, he exhaled deeply and fell silent. Seeing that the other party had no intention of explaining anything, Lin Su narrowed his eyes, a murderous intent radiating from him. Just as he was about to make a move, Old One sighed and slowly spoke. Alright, let me explain this. After saying that, he waved his hand, and a water ball the size of a palm suddenly struck Yin Tianqiu's face. Yin Tianqiu staggered and fell to the ground, while Lin Su noticed that although the water ball seemed to be attacking Yin Tianqiu, the latter's health bar actually increased significantly. Alright, you should wake up now. Do you know who this kid in front of you is? Old One frowned at Yin Tianqiu and questioned him harshly. After being hit in the face by the water ball, Yin Tianqiu clearly became much more alert. After a long pause, he looked at Old One in confusion and asked, Who is he? His surname is Lin, and his grandfather is Lin Kongding. Old One said in a deep voice. Yin Tianqiu looked as if struck by lightning, his face filled with shock as he turned to Lin Su. Lin Kongding, the Lin family still has descendants? There was evident joy in Yin Tianqiu's eyes, but Lin Su remained unmoved. At this point, Old One glanced at Lin Su and asked, Kid, I heard your conversation just now. You came to find Yin Tianqiu for that long sword called Blood Moon, right? Yes, Lin Su admitted directly. After a moment of contemplation, Old One continued to ask, So, when that tragedy happened in your family back then, you saw Blood Moon? Yes, Lin Su nodded again. At this moment, Old One, Wu Weigua, and Lang Yu exchanged glances, their expressions slightly surprised. Lang Yu, impatient, directly asked Lin Su, are you sure you didn't see it wrong? Lin Su scoffed, holding the soul void blade, twisting his wrist, and moments later, a lifelike long sword was drawn on the wall with the soul void blade. Seeing Lin Su draw the long sword, Yin Tianqiu clenched his fists, bloodshot eyes filled with rage as he shouted, "It's that beast, it can't be wrong." "Who is the beast you're talking about?" Lin Su asked coldly. "It's my brother, my own brother, Yin Tianen. The day before the tragedy, he came to my house and stole Blood Moon." Lin Su raised an eyebrow, somewhat surprised. If it was stolen, how could they be sure that the one who took Blood Moon was his brother? Just as he was thinking this, before Lin Su could ask, Yin Tianqiu explained himself. "Blood Moon has a weapon spirit, besides me and that beast, no one else can control it." Lin Su suddenly understood. If what Yin Tianqiu said was true, then the tragedy in his family really had nothing to do with him. Still pondering this, Lin Su continued to ask, "At that time, I also saw a woman wearing a veil. Her weapon was a golden short-handled war scythe. Do you know who she is?" "Ah, that bitch, that damned bitch. I knew she was involved in this. Damn it, I want to kill her, kill." As soon as Lin Su's words fell, Yin Tianqiu immediately went berserk like a madman. While cursing, he waved the liquor bottle as if he wanted to fight someone. Seeing this scene, a hint of pity flashed in Old Wen's eyes as he explained to Lin Su, "If nothing unexpected happened, the female professional you saw is named Chu Sha, and she is Yin Tianqiu's wife." Lin Su was taken aback, looking at Old Wen speechlessly. In that moment, Lin Su felt that Yin Tianqiu was simply, sigh. Knowing what Lin Su was thinking, Old Wen sighed and said, "Indeed, such a blow is unbearable for any man." Therefore, after that incident, Yin Tianqiu fell into despair and has been living off alcohol ever since. Lin Su frowned, uninterested in Yin Tianqiu's tragic past. He asked Old Wen, "Then, what about Yin Tianqiu and Chu Sha? Why have I never heard any news about them?" This time, without waiting for Old Wen to speak, Lung Yu directly said, "I know about that, they are currently in the abyss, and both of them have already become the Dukes of the Abyss." Lin Su scoffed, too lazy to pay attention to the seemingly useless Yin Tianqiu. He glanced at Wu Weiguo and the others, and said coldly, "So, all my actions at school have been under your surveillance?" Just as he was about to kill Yin Tianqiu, Wu Weiguo finally made his move, controlling the timing perfectly. Moreover, with Lang Yu and Old One among the newcomers, if this hadn't been prearranged, it would truly be a miracle. Hearing Lin Su say this, Wu Weiguo immediately looked aggrieved and hurriedly explained, "No, we didn't send anyone to monitor you at all." Lin Su scoffed again. "So according to you, our meeting here tonight is just a coincidence?" "Ha, that's quite a coincidence." Lin Su didn't believe what Wu Weiguo said at all. He originally thought that Wu Weiguo and the others trusted him, otherwise, they wouldn't have entrusted him with part of the Abyss defense line. Now it seemed he had overthought it. As the saying goes, possessing a sharp weapon, the killing intent arises. It appeared they were still secretly wary of him. "You brat." Wu Weiguo wanted to explain further but was interrupted by Old One. He waved his hand at Wu Weiguo and explained, "Child, things are not as you think. When I talked to you about Yin Tianqiu this afternoon, I genuinely felt the killing intent from you. Additionally, Bai Jingting also told me about your choice regarding your old house. Combining the two, I felt something might happen tonight. After all, we have only met once. I was worried you might have doubts about what I said, which is why I informed Director Wu." At that moment, there was a loud bang as the courtyard door was pushed open. Bai Jingting walked in from outside, his expression complex as he explained, "Sorry, Lin Su, I told Old One about this, and the idea to inform Old Wu was also mine. I really didn't mean to betray you. The key is that your expression this afternoon was too frightening. I was worried about what you might do, so." By the end, Bai Jingting couldn't continue, letting out a long sigh. "Ha, then thank you all for your concern." Lin Su sneered, and after speaking, his figure vanished from the spot. Sigh. Watching Lin Su's departing figure, everyone fell silent for a long time, exchanging glances. The next morning, at the Lin family villa. "Master, breakfast is ready." After Lin Su finished washing up, Xiao Shaning Nai respectfully said, Lin Su responded and was about to head to the dining room when someone knocked on the door. Lin Su was taken aback. To bring some life into the house, he had let Fan Fan out. That creature was quite fierce. Whenever anyone approached the villa, it would chase them away without giving them a chance to knock. "Fan Fan," Lin Su called out. "Woof." Fan Fan immediately responded. Lin Su's anxious heart relaxed. Fan Fan was safe. Since he had a large number of puppets around him, Lin Su didn't pay much attention to Fan Fan's advancement. He let things happen naturally. In fact, even if he treated Fan Fan as a pet, it didn't matter to him. Unlike the puppets, if Fan Fan died, it would truly be dead, and Lin Su had no intention of sending it to fight for him. However, thinking of this, Lin Su became puzzled again. Who could knock on the villa door without harming Fan Fan? Stopping Qiu Shaning Nai, who was about to check the situation, Lin Su decided to go downstairs himself. The moment the door opened, Lin Su was stunned. Standing at the door was not one person, but four. More precisely, 3 were standing, and 1 was squatting. Xiong Zhuang was playing rock-paper-scissors with Fan Fan on the ground, where the loser would get slapped by the other. This was their regular routine. Boss, why didn't you give us a heads up before coming to Beijing University? Long Yichen was the first to speak, immediately giving Lin Su a bear hug. Yeah, boss, ever since you sent us back, even with family connections, we couldn't find any news about you. We couldn't get in touch, and we were so worried, you know? Yuling playfully punched Lin Su on the shoulder, her eyes already turning red. Chu Jing remained as shy as ever, simply smiling at Lin Su, but inadvertently, tears were already welling up in her eyes. Hee hee, look at you bunch of useless ones, the boss is back safe and sound. Xiong Zhuang squatted on the ground, grinning foolishly at Lin Su. At that moment, taking advantage of Xiong Zhuang's unpreparedness, Fan Fan squinted his eyes and aimed for Xiong Zhuang's head, giving him 2 quick slaps before running away. Hey, what the hell? Sneak attacking me, if you have the guts, don't run. Xiong Zhuang cursed angrily and took off after Fan Fan. Watching his silly antics, everyone burst into laughter. Come in and sit down. Did Bai Jingting tell you I was here? As he ushered the group into the room, Lin Su casually asked. He hadn't informed anyone about his arrival at Beijing University, and aside from Bai Jingting, no one else could possibly know. He hadn't even asked Long Yichen and the others whether they chose to join the military or attend university. Now that they all appeared before him, it was clear that Bai Jingting must have informed them. That's right, boss. We wanted to thank you in person for what happened last time, but we couldn't find you later. Why didn't you contact us when you came back? Long Yichen's tone even carried a hint of complaint. Yeah, boss, how did you get out of the district later? Yuling quickly followed up with a question. Yeah, boss, you have to tell us. Back then, I kept pestering him for information, and in the end, he got so annoyed he hit me with a belt several times, but he didn't say a word, just told me to stick with you and do well. Xiong Zhuang looked at Lin Su with curiosity. Just as everyone's eyes were fixed on Lin Su, waiting for his response, Akiyama Sukuna gracefully arrived, smiling respectfully as she addressed Lin Su. My lord, are these all your friends? Upon seeing the ethereal Akiyama Sukuna, everyone, including Yuling and Chu Jing, widened their eyes in disbelief. Wow, sister-in-law, she's just too beautiful. After a few seconds of shock, Yuling was the first to exclaim. It was only a little past 6 in the morning, and with a lone man and woman in the same room, the only relationship she could think of between Akiyama Sukuna and Lin Su was that kind. Sister, hello. Yes, hello, sister. Akiyama Sukuna was not only stunningly beautiful, but having held a high position for many years, she exuded an aura that could only be described as captivating. Long Yichen and Xiong Zhuang hardly dared to meet her gaze, quickly lowering their heads and grinning foolishly as they greeted Akiyama Sukuna. Seeing their awkward reactions, Lin Su couldn't help but pull at the corners of his mouth. He couldn't be bothered to explain his relationship with Akiyama Sukuna. Even if he did, the other party might not believe him, and it could make things worse. With that thought, he simply changed the subject. Have you all had breakfast yet? No, not yet. Oh. Xiong Zhuang hadn't finished speaking when Yuling stepped on his foot. Only then did he realize and quickly corrected himself. Right, even though I haven't eaten, I'm not hungry. Who eats breakfast at our age? Yeah, I never eat breakfast. Xiong Zhuang immediately started making excuses. They had rushed over as soon as they heard Lin Su was back, and they hadn't even washed their faces. Just then, at the most inopportune moment, Xiong Zhuang's stomach let out a loud growl. Lin Su cursed in disbelief. Don't be so polite with me, just sit down and wait. After saying that, before he could give Akiyama Sukuna any orders, she immediately addressed Long Yichen and the others. Sorry, everyone, please wait a moment, I'll go prepare breakfast. My cooking skills are quite good. After saying this, she walked briskly towards the kitchen. Lin Su glanced at Akiyama Sukuna in surprise. Not only did she appear joyful on the surface, but even through the soul manipulation skill, he could sense that Akiyama Sukuna was currently immersed in extreme happiness. Previously, Akiyama Sukuna had only shown such emotional fluctuations once before. That time was when he promised to bring her to the Huaxia region, but her joy then was not nearly as intense as it was now. Could it be because I didn't deny our relationship? Boss, where did you meet your sister-in-law? Yuling's gossip spirit was burning brightly, her eyes sparkling with curiosity. In the region, Lin Su replied without hiding anything. What the heck, boss, so your sister-in-law is from the region? Xiong Zhuang exclaimed in disbelief. Yeah, sort of, Lin Su nodded. Long Yichen's expression instantly became a bit unnatural. Bringing other regional professionals into the Huaxia region was not unheard of, but since the region was recognized as an enemy region by Huaxia, Lin Su's actions felt quite awkward. Long Yichen thought to himself, if this were happening to him, he would be kicked out of his house by noon, and by the afternoon, he would be cleaning out his belongings. By this time next year, it would be his auspicious day. Of course, Long Yichen wasn't the only one with such thoughts. Xiong Zhuang felt similarly. Sensing the atmosphere becoming a bit oppressive, Yuling quickly changed the subject. Boss, your sister-in-law is so beautiful, what's her name? Akiyama Sakuna. Lin Su replied directly. Wow, what a lovely name for your sister-in-law. Yuling immediately began to flatter. Just as they were talking, breakfast was served one after another. Xiong Zhuang stuffed a steamed dumpling into his mouth, his eyes instantly squinting, but the next moment, his brows furrowed tightly. What's wrong? Seeing Xiong Zhuang's expression, the others, who were about to pick up their chopsticks, paused in unison, and Yuling asked nervously. Looking around and noticing Akiyama Sakuna was not present, Xiong Zhuang exclaimed, Everyone, don't eat. They're raw, not cooked yet. The others looked at the steaming dumplings in confusion. At that moment, taking advantage of everyone's unpreparedness, Xiong Zhuang grabbed the plate and opened his mouth wide, pouring the dumplings into his mouth. At that rate, if his mouth were any bigger, he could have eaten the plate itself. What the heck? It's a trap! Long Yichen's face changed, and he immediately tried to pull Xiong Zhuang's arm. However, his action was a bit slow, and by the time he pulled Xiong Zhuang's arm, the plate was already empty. Ha, ha, so good, ha ha ha. Xiong Zhuang grinned despite the burn, still laughing heartily. Long Yichen and the others all looked at Xiong Zhuang with disapproving eyes. But soon, Akiyama Sakuna smiled as she brought out a second plate of steamed dumplings to the table. The food-snatching battle officially began. The breakfast lasted for 3 hours, and Long Yichen and the others were so stuffed they could barely stand before it finally ended. While they were eating, Lin Su briefly recounted his experiences in the region, omitting quite a bit, and he didn't even mention that he was the actual controller of the region. Boss, so according to you, the region is currently under our control? Long Yichen casually asked while rubbing his stomach. Yeah, more or less, Lin Su replied dismissively. At that moment, Akiyama Sakuna naturally began to clear the plates from the table. Glancing at Akiyama Sakuna's profile, Long Yichen paused for a moment, blinked, and then glanced again. Suddenly, Long Yichen's expression changed, and he quickly took out his phone to search. Boss, what did you say your sister-in-law's name was? Akiyama Sakuna, Lin Su replied, confused. The moment the search key was pressed, the web page popped up with a bang, and Long Yichen fell to the ground with a thud. What happened? Yuling glared at Long Yichen with a look of disdain. President, sister-in-law is the president of the Qingmu Guild. Long Yichen exclaimed in shock. Yuling was confused and glanced at Long Yichen's phone, then without saying a word, she also plopped down on the ground with a thud. Unobtrusively, Yuling handed the phone to Xiong Zhuang. The next second, Xiong Zhuang collapsed to the ground. Before this, Xiong Zhuang had also handed his phone to Chu Jing. After just a glance, Chu Jing's expression changed, and she hurriedly got up. But after thinking for a moment, she felt it was inappropriate, so she quickly sat back down. Seeing the expressions of the few people, Lin Su's forehead twitched, and he frowned, asking, What's wrong with you guys? Boss, why didn't you say earlier that sister-in-law is the president of the Qingmu Guild? Yuling asked, speechless. After learning about the current situation in the region from Lin Su, everyone's hostility towards the area had diminished significantly. Thinking back to a month ago, when Lin Su had only asked the Zerg Queen to help them with a barbecue in the world instance. Now, the person before them was the legendary national goddess who controlled half of the region. Yet, this national goddess, in the eyes of the people in the region, had worked tirelessly to make them breakfast for 3 hours and was now helping to clear the plates. Just a month apart, had the boss already become this powerful? Just as everyone felt their scalp tingle from the shock, Akiyama Sakuna smiled slightly and said softly, Sorry everyone, I am no longer the president of the Qingmu Guild. My only duty now is to serve my master. As she said this, her face was filled with happiness. Compared to what she was doing now, being the president of the Qingmu Guild was nothing. After Akiyama Sakuna finished speaking, Long Yichen and the others looked at Lin Su with even more admiration. Their eyes clearly conveyed the message, Wow, boss, how did you do it? Feeling uncomfortable under their fiery gazes, Lin Su rolled his eyes and said irritably, What's wrong with you guys? Get up. Lin Su was already starting to regret not explaining things clearly to them from the beginning. So, boss, now that you're back at Jingda, what are your plans? After thinking for a moment, Lin Su replied honestly, No plans, I want to wait a couple of days and then clear the Tongtian Tower. With a bang, the words Tongtian Tower fell into everyone's ears, and Long Yichen and Xiong Zhuan once again lost their balance and fell to the ground. The remaining Yuling and Chu Jing looked at him with expressions as if they were looking at a monster. What's with your expressions? Lin Su asked, somewhat speechless. Boss, you actually have an invitation to the Tontian Tower? Xiong Zhuang crawled up from under the table, trembling as he asked. Yeah, Lin Su replied, puzzled, as he took out the invitation to the Tongtian Tower from his personal space. It was a dragon-shaped jade ring that looked like mutton fat jade. Seeing Lin Su actually take out the invitation, Long Yichen's eyes lit up, and he reached out to touch it. However, halfway through, he suddenly stopped, hesitated for a moment, and finally retracted his hand with a conflicted expression. Forget it, I'm not qualified to touch something like this. Long Yichen sighed deeply and slumped back into his chair. Lin Su frowned, rolled his eyes at him, and scolded, what are you pretending for? Saying this, he casually tossed the jade ring to him. What the hell? Long Yichen's face turned pale as he hurriedly reached out to catch it. Come on, little dragon, let me see too. Seeing Long Yichen get the jade ring, Xiong Zhuan was equally excited, his face flushed, and he lunged forward. Lin Su looked at the two of them, who were red-faced and competing, with a look that clearly said, these two idiots have gone crazy. At that moment, Yuling timidly asked, Boss, how did you get this invitation? This is the reward for the top scorer of the college entrance examination, isn't it? It's being issued, Lin Su explained. With a pft, Chu Jing sprayed the mouthful of tea she had just taken. Without bothering to clean up, she hurriedly whispered to Lin Su, Boss, this jade ring is indeed an invitation to the Tower of Heaven, but on the other hand, it's also a token. I'll put it bluntly, anyone who has entered the Tower of Heaven for trials is definitely a high-level reserve designated by the Huaxia region. Boss, think about it, just a national college entrance examination top scorer, how could they issue something like this? So, boss, what extraordinary thing have you done to gain the recognition of the high-level officials in Huaxia? After Chu Jing finished speaking, Lin Su squinted. This layer of meaning regarding the invitation had not been disclosed to him by Jingting, nor had Old Wen mentioned it. High-level reserves? Isn't that just a candidate for the national elder? How could I become a national elder for the Huaxia region? The Huaxia region is different from other regions. Using those underhanded methods on other regions is one thing, but it cannot be applied to govern the Huaxia region. Right, there must be a mistake. I definitely need to ask Wu Weigua about this to clarify. As Lin Su was thinking this, noticing his fluctuating expression, Yuling added, Boss, to be honest, our families belong to the top tier in the Huaxia region. Within our family, there are internal messages that there exists a super mysterious top-level decision-making body in the military and academic circles. Are you talking about the national elders? Before Yuling could finish, Lin Su directly asked. Yuling's eyes widened in shock, exclaiming, Boss, you actually know about this? Lin Su was speechless and tugged at the corner of his mouth. Not only did he know, but he had also interacted with two of them just last night. Hearing Yuling mention this, Xiong Zhuang hesitated for a moment and looked at Lin Su seriously. Boss, you know my family has military connections. To be honest, my dad's rank allows him to talk to one of the national elders. If you need. Seeing Xiong Zhuang's serious demeanor, Lin Su quickly waved his hand. Alright, I appreciate your good intentions, but there's no need, really. Lin Su had no interest in becoming a high-level official in the Huaxia region and had never considered it. According to Xiong Zhuang, the person his father could talk to was most likely Wu Weigua. Asking Xiong Zhuang's father to speak well of him in front of Wu Weigua? Just thinking about that scene gives me goosebumps. With that thought, Lin Su simply changed the subject and began to inquire about the Tower of Heaven's related matters. After listening to their accounts, Lin Su showed a contemplative expression. According to their descriptions, saying that the Tower of Heaven is a dungeon is actually inaccurate. It is more like a trial ground. There are no level restrictions for entering the Tower of Heaven. The tower has a total of 10 floors, and each successful challenge of a floor will yield corresponding rewards. There are even rumors that the rewards from the Tower of Heaven vary for different challengers, but without exception, they are all the most suitable for the challengers. In other words, anyone who has experienced the trials of the Tower of Heaven has seen a significant increase in strength. However, so far, no one has been able to completely clear the Tower of Heaven, and the highest record for challenging the tower is 8 floors. Having figured this out, Lin Su couldn't help but feel a bit conflicted. Although there are no level restrictions for entering the Tower of Heaven, logically, the higher the level, the easier it would be to clear it. Currently, he was only at level 36, and if the first to 10th floors of the tower corresponded to levels 10, then entering at his level would give him no advantage at all. With that thought, Lin Su's eyes lit up. Right, he could first raise his level to 40, and by then, he would have another opportunity for class enhancement. His skill, the Necromancer Puppet, was obtained during the last class enhancement. It was this skill that brought about a tremendous change in his fighting style, and his strength soared geometrically. Based on the level of enhancement from the last time, if he were to strengthen his profession again, he would have no fear facing an 80-level professional. In fact, with the support of Qian Yuing and Yila, facing a 90-level professional should not be a difficult task. However, he had never even encountered a 100-level professional. Thinking of this, Lin Su decided not to waste any more time and directly asked Long Yichen and the others, "List all the high-yield dungeons at Jingda for me. I want to clear them all." When Lin Su entered Jingda, he discovered that the university controlled quite a few high-yield dungeons, which were located within the campus and could only be accessed by Jingda students. Upon hearing Lin Su's request, Long Yichen and the others exchanged glances. "What's wrong? Is there a problem?" Lin Su looked at them in confusion and asked. Long Yichen's face twitched, scratching his head awkwardly. "Boss, it's no problem to make a list for you, but do you know how many contribution points it takes to clear all those dungeons?" Lin Su frowned and replied, "Contribution points? What is that?" Yue Ling rubbed her face and asked Lin Su, "Boss, how did you get to Jingda? Didn't the person who brought you here tell you?" Lin Su shrugged. "Bai Jingtian brought me here. After finding me a place to stay, he left and didn't tell me anything." Hearing this, Long Yichen and the others exchanged glances, and then Yue Ling began to explain the rules of life at Jingda to Lin Su. At Jingda, whether it was for meals, accommodation, going to the library, training room, or entering dungeons, all required spending contribution points, with varying prices. In short, without contribution points, one could hardly move at Jingda. To exaggerate a bit, it was not impossible to go hungry and sleep on the streets. Of course, among all these activities, entering dungeons consumed the most contribution points. As for how to earn contribution points, first, by completing tasks issued by the school, second, by participating in arena battles, third, by making significant contributions to the school and receiving rewards. Lastly, students could freely trade contribution points among themselves. This led to the fact that there were actually many more ways to earn contribution points than the three mentioned above. For example, helping others clear high-difficulty dungeons or taking newcomers out to complete school-issued tasks. However, the last few methods required a certain level of notoriety, otherwise, no one would pay attention. After listening to Yue Ling's explanation, Lin Su glanced at Long Yichen and the others and asked, "So how many contribution points do you all have now?" Long Yichen flipped his bangs and said proudly, "I won 3 matches in a row before, so I earned quite a bit." "Boss, don't worry, if you need it, just tell me a number, and I guarantee I can gather it for you within 3 days. "Right, boss, there's me too. Someone asked me to help with a dungeon before, and the price was quite high," Xiong Zhuang chimed in. However, as soon as they finished speaking, Yue Ling immediately rolled her eyes at them and said irritably, "Come on, stop pretending to be big shots in front of the boss. How are you all doing? Don't you have any self-awareness?" After finishing her rant about Long Yichen, Yue Ling pointed at Xiong Zhuang. "And him, he's just a foodie. He heard that eating dishes made from some exotic beasts can enhance his attributes, and he practically wants to eat 3 meals a day." Within just a few days, he had spent all 300 contribution points awarded by the school. Later, when he was on the verge of not being able to eat, he went to help others with dungeons. It was true that others offered high prices, but those guys were really weak, and when they got to the dungeon, he found he couldn't carry them at all. He almost died in the dungeon. Being exposed by Yue Ling on the spot, Xiong Zhuang and Long Yichen looked extremely embarrassed, almost wanting to find a crack in the ground to hide in. Lin Su also unconsciously tugged at the corner of his mouth. He really didn't expect that these two, who could be said to command the winds and rains among their peers, were now in such a miserable state. Just watching them eat was like watching starving ghosts reincarnate. It seemed that was the reason for this. While bitterly smiling in his heart, Lin Su's gaze fell on Yue Ling and Chu Jing as he asked, "What about you two?" Yue Ling smiled mischievously and said directly, "Boss, give me your campus card. I'll transfer you 2,000 first, and if that's not enough, I still have more." Saying this, Yue Ling took out a metallic card that looked like a business card. At that moment, Chu Jing also weakly raised her hand. "Boss, I have 3,500 here that I can transfer to you right away." She also took out a card. Hiss. Seeing the actions of Yue Ling and Chu Jing, Long Yichen and Xiong Zhuang both gasped in shock. Xiong Zhuang pointed at Yue Ling, feeling wronged. You two are treating me so differently. Yesterday when I couldn't afford to eat and asked you for contribution points, you said you didn't have any." Yue Ling disdainfully snorted and replied, "TCH, you're just someone who forgets the pain after eating. If you don't starve you a couple of times, you won't learn your lesson. Besides, don't think I don't know, Chu Jing secretly transferred you 200 contribution points because she felt sorry for you." "Wait, hold on, let me say something. I'm really confused. It's a well-known fact that freshmen in the school are basically broke. Where did you two get so many contribution points?" Long Yichen looked at Yu Ling, asking in confusion. TCH, aren't you living pretty comfortably in your single room? Why should I tell you? Yu Ling showed no mercy to Long Yichen, leaving him rolling his eyes in response. Lin Su raised an eyebrow, feeling that there was something calculative in Yu Ling's words. What, did she want Long Yichen to invite her to share a single room? Shaking his head, Lin Su dismissed that messy thought and turned to Chu Jing, asking, so, how did you two get so many contribution points? The reason Lin Su wanted to know the answer was that he thought if their method was feasible, he would plan to do the same. When Lin Su asked, Chu Jing immediately became flustered and hurriedly looked at Yu Ling. Yu Ling quickly laughed it off. Hee, boss, our method is a unique secret. Speak. Lin Su didn't even look at Yu Ling and coldly said to Chu Jing. Swallowing hard in a difficult situation, she immediately said, Sister Yu Ling and I took on a treasure hunt task released by the school. After we reached the designated location and searched for a while, we only found a few pieces of scrap metal. At that time, Sister Yu Ling suggested that we turn in the equipment we didn't need back to the school, and then, TCH. As soon as Chu Jing's words fell, Long Yichen and Xiong Zhuang both scoffed in disdain. Only these two big spenders could come up with the idea of turning in their own equipment to the school. In an instant, Long Yichen and Xiong Zhuang's envy towards the two vanished completely. If they were to do that, they might as well starve. After listening to their story, Lin Su felt a black line forming on his forehead, speechlessly rubbing his face. If Long Yichen and the others were thriving right now, he wouldn't mind letting them bleed a little, using their contribution points to enter a dungeon. But looking at the current situation, forget it, he felt that even holding on to their contribution points was too hot to handle. With that thought, Lin Su checked their levels. Long Yichen, 29, Xiong Zhuang, Chu Jing, 27, Yu Ling, 28. Rubbing his face, Lin Su pondered for a moment before first looking at Long Yichen and saying, help me set up a match, the kind where you get beaten up and end up with a bruised face. No matter what method you use, as long as he accepts the challenge, that's all that matters. As for the stakes. At this point, Lin Su glanced at Chu Jing and Yu Ling, thought for a moment, and smirked as he continued, try to keep the stakes under 1,000. And definitely no more than 5,500. Long Yichen nodded excitedly. Got it, boss. I promise to get the job done. With that, he turned and left. In reality, while gaining contribution points through matches is quick, very few people bet more than 200 at a time. After all, 200 contribution points is the living expense for an ordinary student for a month. Boss, are you planning to personally step in and help us earn contribution points? Yu Ling asked excitedly. Lin Su remained non-committal, and after thinking for a moment, he replied honestly, I can help you get this first pot of gold, but my methods may not suit you, so how far you can go after that will depend on yourselves. The rules set by the university are entirely about respecting the strong and valuing power. If you have strength, you can live better than others. The school undoubtedly wants to use this to motivate students to improve themselves. For ordinary students, there are basically no loopholes in this system. But this only applies to ordinary students. Lin Su's strength is evident, and contribution points are easily within his reach. However, this theory only fits Lin Su, it wouldn't work for others at all. Lin Su had no intention of dragging Long Yichen and the others along for a lifetime. She planned to gather enough contribution points for her own dungeon runs and then stop. As for how far these people could go, that would depend on their own luck. Hearing Lin Su say this, Yu Ling felt a bit ashamed, but soon she nodded firmly. I understand what you mean, boss. We will work hard and improve our strength as soon as possible. Lin Su nodded and turned to Xiong Zhuang. Are there any betting opportunities at the arena? Xiong Zhuang was taken aback by the question but quickly realized what Lin Su was referring to. Boss, are you talking about organizing bets on which contestant will win in the arena? Exactly. Lin Su nodded directly. Yes, I bet on it twice, but I lost every time. Upon hearing Lin Su mention this, Xiong Zhuang immediately felt a bit embarrassed. Lin Su glanced at Yu Ling and Chu Jing and instructed, transfer all your contribution points to Xiong Zhuang. Okay. The two girls responded and did as instructed without a word. Xiong Zhuang was stunned. Boss, the odds are against me. Letting me hold so many contribution points to gamble, I can't see well. Lin Su frowned and replied irritably, who said you could gamble? Not a single point from your card is allowed to be wasted. When the time comes, just follow my orders, I'll tell you who to bet on. At this point, Lin Su reminded Yu Ling, keep an eye on Xiong Zhuang, don't let him make a mistake. Also, you're in charge of the accounts. Got it, boss. Yu Ling replied with a sly smile, then patted Xiong Zhuang's head. Little bear, from now on, you listen to your sister, got it? Xiong Zhuang swatted Yu Ling's hand away, dissatisfied. Boss, since you want Yu Ling to watch me, why not just transfer the contribution points directly to her card? That would save me the trouble. With Xiong Zhuang's question, Lin Su hesitated and looked at him, pondering. Do you really want to know the reason? Xiong Zhuang's eyes widened, innocently asking, yes. Lin Su nodded and said seriously, I plan to let you place the bets. After all, you don't look very smart, and if you place the bets, the dealer will be less wary. Xiong Zhuang was stunned, a black line appearing on his forehead, momentarily at a loss for words. It was as if a few cawing crows flew by overhead. Yu Ling and Chu Jing burst into laughter. After the laughter subsided, Lin Su waved his hand and instructed Xiong Zhuang and Yu Ling, alright, you two go over to the arena first, at least to get familiar with the place. Okay. Yu Ling responded and decisively pulled Xiong Zhuang out the door. What should I do about that boss? Chu Jing, seeing that she was the only one left, took the initiative to ask. Just wait a moment, Yu Ling replied, while Lin Su took out his phone and called by Jing Ting, getting straight to the point. Long Yichen and the others have already told me everything that needs to be said. When will you give me my campus card? Also, how much is the rent for this villa per month? Lin Su's tone was unfriendly due to the fact that the other party had reported him to Old One last night. As for what Long Yichen and the others had revealed to him, obtaining the Tongtian Tower meant becoming a reserve for the national elder of the Huaxia region. Lin Su could guess with his heel that this information was leaked by Jingting to Long Yichen and the others, and he intended for them to tell him. After all, how could a few young kids who didn't even know what Wu Weiguo was up to know such Huaxia secrets? As for Jingting arranging for them to come to him, the intention was quite obvious. On one hand, he might want them to help alleviate his sorrow. On the other hand, they were still at Jing University, and their campus life had to continue. He didn't want to see Lin Su sink into despair. Seeing that Lin Su had seen through his intentions, Jingting felt a bit awkward for a moment. After a brief pause, he said somewhat shyly, about last night. Alright, let the past be the past. I know you're considering me, and I appreciate the good intentions, thank you. Lin Su chuckled, breaking the slightly awkward atmosphere. What Lin Su was dissatisfied with was just Jingting's act of reporting him, but after all, he hadn't done anything wrong and was indeed thinking of him. Good kid, knows when to hold on and when to let go, well done. Jingting also chuckled and praised him. After thinking for a moment, he changed the subject. I put your campus card in the mailbox at the villa door. I didn't tell you at the time because I saw you were in a bad mood. Also, there are 2,000 contribution points in that card. It's a reward for being the national champion in the college entrance examination. As for the villa you're living in now, it originally belonged to your family, it is, and it will always be, so you don't need to pay rent. But kid, I have to remind you, always look forward. If you keep dwelling on past pains, it will drive you crazy sooner or later. Lin Su nodded. After thinking for a moment, since the other party couldn't see him, he replied, okay, I understand. Feeling that Lin Su's tone had lightened up a bit, Jingting finally relaxed and added, forget about your issues with Yin Tianxiu, also, take some time to visit him at Yinglong Academy. To be honest, your strength is already good, but you can definitely learn a lot from him. Lin Su raised an eyebrow. To be fair, he had no good feelings for a coward like Yin Tianxiu. He couldn't think of anything useful he could learn from such a person. But seeing Jingting's earnest expression, Lin Su still pondered and agreed. It was just a matter of going around once, nothing major. With that thought, he simply agreed. After hanging up, Lin Su looked at Chu Jing and instructed, let's go, take me to the task release hall at school. After retrieving his campus card from the mailbox at the door, Lin Su and Chu Jing headed straight to the school's task release hall. Archer, need a high-sensitivity archer, requirement attack 5000, agility 75, kill fish at the bone port in the west of the city, interested. Escort, need a healer, purification preferred, requirement health 6000, interested. As soon as they entered the task release hall, the noise immediately filled their ears. Lin Su scanned the surroundings, and a familiar sense of warmth washed over him. Boss, the tasks released by the school are on the light screen on that wall over there. Just choose a task and use your campus card to claim it. Remember to act quickly, otherwise, the task you choose might be taken by someone else. Chu Jing pointed to a wall not far away. Lin Su followed the direction of the other person's finger and saw a huge light screen on the wall, with thousands of tasks released by the school scrolling back and forth. What's that small screen over there? Lin Su pointed to a much smaller area next to the light screen. It also displayed tasks released by the school, but unlike the white text on the large screen, the tasks in that area were written in blood red. Those tasks over there, you definitely can't choose them, Junior. They're all high-risk tasks that have caused casualties one after another, and no one has been able to complete them for a while, replied not Chu Jing, but a very alluring long-haired girl. Lin Su glanced at this uninvited woman with slight disgust, especially at her self-satisfied expression, which was simply infuriating. Upon seeing the newcomer, Chu Jing's brows immediately furrowed. Especially when she heard the other person dare to call Lin Su Jr., her face turned pale. Who was Lin Su? He was someone on par with Bai Jingting. How dare she call Lin Su Jr.? Chu Jing knew very well who Lin Su was. As long as you treated him sincerely, you could rest assured that he would support you through anything. But, if you dared to offend him, his revenge would leave you with a lifelong psychological shadow. In fact, most people wouldn't even get the chance to develop a psychological shadow, they would be directly eliminated by him. Thinking of this, Chu Jing couldn't help but feel a shiver in her heart and hurriedly explained to Lin Su, "Boss, this is my roommate, the senior Huang Jiao from the 3rd year. She's just like that, very straightforward, don't take it to heart." After saying that, she quickly tugged at Huang Jiao's sleeve, her expression turning ugly. "Senior Huang, my boss doesn't like others joking with him, so please don't do that." Unexpectedly, as soon as Chu Jing finished speaking, Huang Jiao snorted coldly, "Humph," and directly shook off Chu Jing's hand, disdainfully saying, "TCH, I'm talking to Junior, what right do you have to interrupt?" After that, she seemingly casually brushed her hair back and threw a flirtatious glance at Lin Su, softly saying, "Right, Junior?" Lin Su frowned, his anger beginning to rise. The earlier slap to Chu Jing was definitely not light, someone who dared to hit in front of him, very good. However, despite these thoughts, Lin Su forcibly suppressed his anger and asked expressionlessly, "What do you want from me? Just say it." Huang Jiao gave Lin Su an appreciative glance and giggled. "Junior, you're too anxious. Alright, I'll get straight to the point. The reason I came to you is that I think you're quite handsome, so I want to help you out and take you on a mission. Don't worry, I'm already in my 3rd year, and my strength and experience are far superior to this little yellow-haired girl in front of you. However, I can't help you for free. If we go out on a mission, you'll have to cover all my food, lodging, and expenses, plus pay me 200 copy coins a day." As she said this, seemingly afraid Lin Su would find the price outrageous, Huang Jiao leaned closer to Lin Su and whispered, "Of course, as for lodging, wherever you want me to stay, I'll stay." After finishing, Huang Jiao smiled seductively, pushing out her chest, which looked like it had something stuffed inside to enhance its size. After hearing Huang Jiao's explanation, Lin Su couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. Indeed, what good were good grades? The college entrance exam could filter out the poor students but not the scum. If Lin Su had previously thought about directly eliminating her, now he had completely lost the desire to engage with her because he was afraid of getting dirty. Get lost. Not wanting to look at her any longer, Lin Su dropped that line and prepared to turn and leave with Chu Jing. Realizing she was being scolded, Huang Jiao was momentarily stunned, and then her expression darkened instantly. She blocked Lin Su and shouted angrily, "You little brat, how dare you insult me? Say it again if you have the guts." With Huang Jiao's roar, many students in the hall turned their heads to look at them with strange expressions. "Sister Huang, that's enough. Just go. If you really anger my boss, you won't be able to handle the consequences, really." Seeing the situation spiraling out of control, Chu Jing hurriedly grabbed Huang Jiao, her voice tinged with pleading. However, Huang Jiao not only rejected Chu Jing's good intentions but became even more aggressive. She pushed Chu Jing away and pointed at her nose, saying, "Oh, you little slut, have you forgotten how I treated you when you first came to school? You caught a rich guy and now you call him your boss. How disgusting is that? Consequences? I want to see what consequences this little newbie, who hasn't even grown hair yet, will face today." To avoid unnecessary trouble, Lin Su had activated the badge that Zhang Kai had given him for confusion detection when he entered Peking University. To others, he now appeared as a level 26 summoner. After unleashing a barrage of words at Chu Jing, Huang Jiao stood in front of Lin Su, arrogantly declaring, "Kid, this matter isn't over today. If you don't bow and apologize to me in front of all your classmates, don't even think about leaving here." Lin Su narrowed his eyes, and with a thought, Fan, who was catching ants in the villa's yard, transformed into a streak of light and disappeared. Seeing a red streak of light enter Lin Su's body, Huang Jiao's disdain grew even stronger, and she scoffed, "Good kid, I actually misjudged you. You want to fight me, huh? Fine, come on, if you dare to touch me, I'll respect you as a man." Lin Su sneered, taking a step back, ready to summon Fan. He truly felt it was beneath him to hit her, he just couldn't get over that mental hurdle. However, just as Lin Su was about to call out for Fan, Chu Jing stepped in front of him and pleaded, "Boss, listen to me, you absolutely cannot fight here, or the campus law enforcement team will come immediately." "Really?" Lin Su raised an eyebrow. "The campus law enforcement team? Even if the King of Heaven came today, they wouldn't be able to stop me." Thinking this, he saw Chu Jing turn back to Huang Jiao again, saying, "Sister Huang, I won't need the 500 contribution points you owe me, just go, I'm begging you. Chu Jing's voice was already tinged with tears, her face full of desperation. Seeing Lin Su's expression, she was genuinely worried that he might lose control and directly take down Huang Jiajiao. Of course, her concern wasn't for Huang Jiajiao's safety, but for the trouble it would bring Lin Su. Alright, you said it, consider yourself lucky. Upon hearing that she wouldn't have to repay the 500 contribution points, Huang Jiajiao's eyes lit up, and she glared at Lin Su before preparing to turn away. But in the next moment, she froze, because right behind her, a fierce three-headed hellhound was glaring at her. However, the hellhound was only the size of a palm, and combined with its fierce expression, it looked adorably fierce. Just as Chu Jing turned to plead with Huang Jiajiao, Lin Su had already released Fan Fan. 10 minutes, let her crawl out of here. Lin Su's emotionless voice came from behind Huang Jiajiao. Shocked by Lin Su's words, Huang Jiajiao was momentarily stunned, then burst into laughter. Ha ha, you think this little thing can defeat me in 10 minutes? Heh, that's just ridiculous, ridiculous. Just as if someone had choked her, Huang Jiajiao's eyes widened in terror, and her words became jumbled. Because while she was boasting, Fan Fan bared its fangs, its size gradually increasing until it stood over 3 meters tall. At the same time, an incredibly powerful and overwhelming pressure emanated from Fan Fan, causing hearts to tremble. The surrounding students all looked terrified and began to retreat. Damn, this aura, it's the might of a dragon, it's actually the might of a dragon. A summoning student couldn't help but exclaim. As Fan Fan appeared, his summoned beast, a white tiger, immediately cowered on the ground, scared to the point of losing control. In the next moment, the opponent couldn't withstand Fan Fan's pressure and turned into a streak of light, diving into that student's body. Roar! Fan Fan's 3 pairs of eyes all glowed red as he opened his massive mouth and roared at Huang Jiajiao. Huang Jiajiao's face twisted, her pupils trembled violently, and her hair was blown by the gust from Fan Fan's mouth, making a rustling sound. I. With a dull thud, before Huang Jiajiao could finish her sentence, Fan Fan suddenly slapped her with a paw. Like a golf ball struck with great force, Huang Jiajiao flew back and crashed into the wall of the mission release hall, creating a large hole. Witnessing this harmful scene, a student exclaimed in confusion, "This is clearly a one-hit knockout. The gap in strength is so huge, how could such a battle possibly take 10 minutes? A classmate beside him pondered for a moment and said somewhat awkwardly, could it be that the new student doesn't mean to defeat the opponent in 10 minutes, but rather that he lets his summoned beast beat the opponent for 10 minutes, and then lets the opponent crawl out afterward? As soon as the student's words fell, the onlookers' eyes widened in shock. Damn, this is too brutal. However, Fan Fan's next actions confirmed this. Without saying a word, Fan Fan shrank in size and directly dove through the hole. Moments later, the hole in the wall spat the opponent out again. Boss, be careful not to cause a death, Chu Jing cautiously reminded. Lin Su smirked and nodded at Fan Fan. Fan Fan, be careful, give her some time to recover, then continue the fight. As Lin Su's words fell, Huang Jiajiao, already covered in blood and pouring a healing potion into her mouth, immediately spat it out. Just then, a cold voice came from the back of the crowd. Stop! You dare to cause trouble in the school's mission hall, you have some nerve. As the voice echoed, the hall fell silent, and the crowd retreated, clearing a path. Following the gazes of the crowd, Lin Su saw a group of 5 people, 3 men and 2 women, walking over with cold expressions. Chu Jing gently tugged at Lin Su's sleeve, her face pale. Boss, this is the school's enforcement team. They are all 4th-year student council members, and they usually handle conflicts between students. They have the authority to punish and are very strong. Lin Su raised an eyebrow and used the eye of magic to assess the group, then disdainfully curled his lip. These individuals were all between level 40, at their age, reaching this level was indeed impressive. But to Lin Su, they were like toads jumping on his feet, annoying but harmless. Just as Lin Su was thinking this, the leading arrogant boy from the enforcement team scanned the chaotic hall and the bloodied Huang Jiajiao, quickly guessing the situation. He coldly looked at Lin Su and frowned, questioning, which academy and year are you from, and why are you causing trouble in the mission release hall? Martial artists can have tempers too. He had seen many troublemakers, but today, in front of so many people, and especially in the mission release hall, to start a fight over a disagreement was unacceptable. One should know that there were no protective measures here, and it was entirely possible for someone to get seriously hurt. This was too arrogant. Such behavior must be severely punished. With this thought in mind, the boy's expression grew even more serious. However, Lin Su scoffed at the boy's questioning and couldn't be bothered to respond. You think just because you have an extra star in the enforcement team, you can act like a student answering to the enforcement team? Even with Bai Jingting present today, he still dares to do this. You! Seeing Lin Su's defiant attitude, the boy from the enforcement team and the few behind him turned pale with anger. Just then, as the situation was about to spiral out of control, Chu Jing hurriedly stepped in to mediate. "Senior, it's like this." Soon, Chu Jing recounted how Huang Jiaojiao had angered Lin Su. "You little bitch, you're talking nonsense. He clearly took advantage of me first, and I was just asking for compensation." Huang Jiaojiao's words were cut short by a sudden scream. Seeing that the other party dared to slander her, Fan Fan suddenly stomped down towards her head. Huang Jiaojiao, who had just regained a third of her health, instantly hit rock bottom again. This action truly startled the boy from the enforcement team. His pupils contracted, and a heavy sword appeared in his hand. He quickly flipped his wrist, and a massive sword light slashed towards Fan Fan. Roar! Fan Fan was not one to back down. Seeing the sword light about to strike, it immediately unleashed a breath of dragon fire at the boy. Clearly not expecting Fan Fan to be so bold as to attack him directly, and considering that the breath was indeed dragon fire, its power was astonishing, instantly nullifying the boy's casual strike. Moreover, the dragon fire continued unabated, pouring down on the boy. He immediately panicked, rolling awkwardly on the ground, but even so, his clothes nearly caught fire. "Captain, are you okay?" Seeing their captain almost get hurt, a girl from the enforcement team asked with concern while helping the boy pat off the sparks. "What the hell, has that new kid gone crazy? He dares to hit someone from the enforcement team. Does he have a few extra heads? Isn't that right? Doesn't he know what kind of background Senior Su, who leads the enforcement team, has? TCH, if you ask me, Huang Jiaojiao deserves it. Who told her to provoke him first? In the past 2 years, there have been at least 80 freshmen she tricked. This beating is not unjust. You're not wrong, this beating is indeed satisfying, but that boy is probably in for it." They had seen arrogance, but no one had seen such arrogance. Beating a classmate in public was one thing, but even hitting the enforcement team was unprecedented since the establishment of Jing University. Listening to the surrounding students' discussions, the girl who was patting off sparks for her captain glared at Lin Su and scolded, "You're just a freshman in your first year, and you're so arrogant to this extent, you must not want to live anymore." Saying this, she signaled to the other members of the enforcement team behind her. "Everyone, let's go together and take this arrogant kid to the enforcement office." Wait! Just as the members of the enforcement team were about to rush at Lin Su, the leading boy stopped them. "I'm not injured, and not all the blame lies with this freshman, let's not act for now," the boy explained calmly. As the captain of the campus enforcement team, Su Yuntao was somewhat proud, but he could distinguish between right and wrong. Lin Su raised an eyebrow and couldn't help but take another look at the boy. His gaze lingered for a moment on the heavy sword in the boy's hand, and Lin Su grinned. Fan Fan transformed into a streak of light and entered Lin Su's body. Although Fan Fan was definitely at the top level among peers, the gap in levels between him and the boy was too great. The reason he was able to catch the boy off guard earlier was that the boy had underestimated him. If it came to a real fight, Fan Fan would undoubtedly suffer. "Captain!" Seeing Lin Su retract the culprit back into his body, the girl beside Su Yuntao expressed her dissatisfaction. However, Su Yuntao merely waved his hand, glanced around, and addressed Lin Su in a businesslike manner. Fighting in a public place, resulting in serious injury to others, plus destruction of public property, you will be confined for 1 month and fined 3,000 contribution points. Do you have any objections? As Su Yuntao's words fell, a gasp of shock echoed through the crowd. A month of confinement directly shattered the record for the longest confinement in the history of Jing University. Moreover, on top of that, 3,000 contribution points was equivalent to a whole year's living expenses for an ordinary student. Lin Su scoffed, not answering Su Yuntao's question, but instead pointed his chin at Huang Jiaojiao, who wore a gloating expression, and asked, "What about her?" Lin Su didn't care whether his punishment was severe, he only wanted to know how Huang Jiaojiao would be punished. Su Yuntao frowned and glanced at Huang Jiaojiao with slight hesitation. As the instigator, although she was injured, she will also receive a month of confinement. Upon hearing that she would also be confined for a month, Huang Jiaojiao's face twisted in disbelief as she pleaded, "Senior, a month." But before she could finish her sentence, the girl from the enforcement team, with a dark expression, shouted angrily, "Shut up!" Lin Su scoffed at Su Yuntao's judgment, and after a moment of thought, he continued to ask, "What about the contribution points she owes my friend?" Previously, Chu Jing had said she didn't want those contribution points. Hearing Lin Su bring this up again, Huang Jiaojiao immediately reacted like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, wanting to argue with him. With a loud bang, before she could even scream, Huang Jiaojiao was sent flying. Everyone felt a blur before Lin Su appeared where Huang Jiaojiao had just been crouching. After a dull thud, her upper body was embedded in the wall, with only her legs dangling outside. Lin Su sneered. I've put up with you for long enough. If you keep talking, I won't mind killing you. You! Su Yuntao was completely enraged by Lin Su's actions. He had already been patient, considering the other party was a freshman, but Lin Su's behavior clearly showed he had no regard for the enforcement team. Thinking this, Su Yuntao pointed his giant sword at Lin Su. Kid, you've gone too far. Lin Su curled his lips and scoffed. This is just the beginning. To be honest, I never intended to go to that so-called confinement, and Huang Jiaojiao must return every single contribution point she owes my friend, right now. Instantly, Su Yuntao was thoroughly infuriated by Lin Su's extremely arrogant attitude, and he coldly looked at Lin Su. Fine, then let's do it according to the school's rules. If you can defeat us, then today's matter will be handled as you say. Lin Su raised an eyebrow, not expecting such a good opportunity, and looked at Chu Jing with a questioning gaze. Chu Jing hurriedly explained to him in a low voice. It was an unwritten rule at Jing University that as long as it wasn't a matter involving a bottom-line issue, even if a student made a mistake, they could avoid punishment if they could defeat the enforcement team. However, it should be noted that anyone who could enter the enforcement team was undoubtedly top-notch in terms of combat ability. Since the establishment of Jing University, there had been very few who could defeat the enforcement team. After listening to Chu Jing's explanation, Lin Su's gaze fell on Su Yuntao and the others as he asked, right here, in front of all these classmates? Lin Su didn't feel any particular aversion towards Su Yuntao and didn't want to make the other party look too bad, so he kindly reminded him. However, his words sounded different to the members of the enforcement team, as if he was worried about losing too badly and being seen by too many people. What? Kid, do you want to go to the arena? A boy from the enforcement team looked at Lin Su with disdain. The arena had protective mechanisms, injuries could happen during the fight, but there was no risk of losing one's life. However, there were no protective measures in the hall at the moment. He thought Lin Su was scared and wanted to find a way to back down. Tip, cursed effect suppression, attack and movement speed reduced by 70%, skill cooldown increased by 100. Tip, cursed effect suppression, healing and recovery spell effects reduced by 65%, using recovery items, effects reduced by 80. Looking at the long list of debuffs that appeared in an instant, Su Yuntao and the others were momentarily stunned. Their health dropped significantly, and they felt as if they were stuck in a quagmire, with all their movements becoming exceptionally slow. However, what was even more terrifying was that before they could recover from their shock, their health dropped again. Damn you! Su Yuntao looked at Lin Su in disbelief. The fierce fighting spirit he had just moments ago vanished in an instant. This was clearly not a match of the same level. Given the current situation, let alone continuing to fight, it would be a miracle if they could last 2 seconds without dying. And this was still under the condition that the boy on the opposite side stood there without moving, not even making a move. At this moment, Su Yuntao had already realized that although the boy opposite was a summoner, the aura he inadvertently exuded was exceptionally fierce, and his combat power was clearly not weak. It was hard to imagine how a freshman could have such a powerful summon. A freak, absolutely a freak. Today, they had kicked a hardboard. With such thoughts in mind, Su Yuntao's face shifted between green and red, his expression unpredictable. So, do you want to continue? Lin Su asked with a cold smile, looking at the law enforcement team who had already stopped. Just as Lin Su spoke, Shen Yueying had already disdainfully retracted her cursed domain. Lin Su had instructed her not to cause any fatalities, although she had tried her best to restrain herself. She never expected the opponents to be so fragile. She hadn't even started, and the battle was already over. At that moment, the girl who had been pointing at Lin Su and shouting earlier sat down on the ground, large drops of cold sweat sliding down her forehead. Her resistance was lower than Su Yuntao's. The effects of the curse were even more severe, and now, her health was below 3. There was no room for resistance. This was the closest she had ever been to death. Boss, what do we do? A male member of the law enforcement team wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and asked Su Yuntao in panic. Su Yuntao's face was grim. He looked deeply at Lin Su and asked, Yuan, let's just leave it at that for today. If it's convenient, could you leave a name? Although he felt somewhat unwilling, Su Yuntao was someone who could take it or leave it. He couldn't deny losing. Lin Su smirked, not worried at all about Su Yuntao causing him trouble, and directly said, Lin Su. When the name Lin Su fell into his ears, Su Yuntao's expression changed, and he exclaimed in surprise, You are the top scorer of this year's college entrance examination, and you even went to the district before? Lin Su raised an eyebrow, somewhat surprised by Su Yuntao's knowledge. Although he was somewhat famous, it was limited to the current students. Moreover, his matters in the district were top secret. How did the other party know about this? Suppressing his doubts, Lin Su nodded nonchalantly. Yes, that's me. If you want to cause trouble, I'm always here. Seeing Li Shiyu acknowledge him, Su Yuntao laughed heartily and quickly waved his hand, his attitude towards Lin Su suddenly becoming much friendlier. Ha, I was wondering how there could be such a fierce character among this year's freshmen. I guess we can consider this a meeting without a fight. Don't worry, this matter ends here, no one will trouble you afterward. Also, I send my regards to your grandfather. Grandfather? Sending regards? Su Yuntao's words left Lin Su completely baffled. Glancing again at the heavy sword in Su Yuntao's hand, Lin Su's eyelids twitched. This weapon was too recognizable, and he had indeed seen someone use it before. With such thoughts in mind, Lin Su spoke directly. You are Su Luo's. My grandfather said to keep a low profile at school and not to provoke you. Before Lin Su could finish his sentence, Su Yuntao said cheerfully. This left the group of law enforcement students behind him dumbfounded. They knew a little about Su Yuntao's family background. Not long ago, as the captain of the law enforcement team, Su Yuntao had even broken the legs of a spoiled son from a military district leader's family, and nothing happened as a result. In fact, the other party even came to apologize. This shows that with his family's background, Su Yuntao could walk all over the entire Huaxia region. However, even so, when encountering Lin Su, his family had advised him not to provoke the new student in front of him. Moreover, Su Yuntao even wanted to greet the other party on behalf of his grandfather. Just how terrifying must this new student's family background be? Sorry, what happened today was really not intentional, Lin Su explained a bit awkwardly. If others were giving him face, he had to respond appropriately, he couldn't take advantage of the situation. Understood, don't worry, I'll handle this matter. If you encounter any trouble later, you can come directly to the White Tiger Academy to find me. Su Yuntao didn't linger, and with a wave of his hand, the barriers around them disappeared. Wow, they came out so quickly. Oh my, that new student is fine, he's unharmed. What? How is this possible? When the onlooking students saw the scene inside the barrier, they were all stunned. They had originally thought that when Lin Su reappeared, he would definitely be covered in injuries, or perhaps even have to be carried out, yet Lin Su was completely unscathed. Meanwhile, several members of the law enforcement team looked pale. Just as everyone was discussing, Su Yuntao said loudly, the law enforcement team is defeated, this student can be exempted from all punishment. What the hell, how is this possible? Yeah, the law enforcement team actually lost to a freshman? As soon as Su Yuntao's words fell, the task release hall erupted in an uproar. Huang Jiajiao's face was especially ugly. The law enforcement team couldn't do anything to that guy, this was just not scientific. However, before she could collect her thoughts, Su Yuntao looked at her expressionlessly. Huang Jiajiao, 2,000 contribution points, plus 2 months of confinement. Any objections? Without looking for any flimsy excuses or debating who was right or wrong, Su Yuntao stated directly. In a world where martial strength is respected, the one with the bigger fist is always right. Huang Jiajiao's face twitched, and she immediately wanted to argue. But before she could speak, Su Yuntao calmly said, if you can beat us, I'll take your punishment for you. Seeing the eager expressions of the others, Huang Jiajiao felt dizzy and aggrieved. But I don't have that many contribution points. Su Yuntao grinned and said nonchalantly, 2 choices, drop out, or work part-time to pay it back slowly. Huang Jiajiao's face immediately turned more unpleasant than if she had eaten something disgusting. If she dropped out, there was no doubt that her life would be over. Thinking of this, she could only stammer, I'll work part-time. Take her away, Su Yuntao nodded and ordered directly. Wait. Just as Huang Jiajiao was about to be taken away by the law enforcement team, Lin Su suddenly spoke. Happy Mid-Autumn Festival to everyone. As Lin Su's words fell, the law enforcement team halted, and Su Yuntao turned around, puzzled, to look at Lin Su. Lin Su pointed at Huang Jiajiao and said disdainfully, let her pay back the contribution points she owes my friend before she leaves. If the contribution points on her campus card are not enough, she can use the equipment on her. Out of respect for Su Yuntao, Lin Su had already shown considerable restraint by not dealing with Huang Jiajiao on the spot. The punishment from the school was what she deserved, and as for trying to brush off the 500 contribution points owed to Chu Jing, no way. Upon hearing this, Huang Jiajiao's face twitched, and she immediately pointed at Chu Jing, loudly arguing. She said I didn't have to return it. Although she was a bit poor, as a tool for attracting rich guys, Huang Jiajiao's gear was all quite valuable. If he really stripped something off her, it would definitely hurt for a long time. Moreover, at this moment, he still owed the school 2,000 contribution points. If he lost a piece of equipment, her remaining college life would absolutely be ruined. Chu Jing was about to speak when Lin Su silenced her with a glance. At this moment, everyone turned their attention to Su Yuntao, staring at him to see what he would say. It's only right to pay back debts, 500 contribution points, and you say you won't return it? How can you be so shameless? Without any hesitation, Su Yuntao stabbed Huang Jiajiao's heart again. Huang Jiajiao's face twisted in pain. The onlooking students gasped. It was confirmed, this new student was definitely someone formidable. It should be noted that Lin Su had just been dealing with the enforcement team, and logically, at this critical moment, Su Yuntao should have hated this new student. However, Su Yuntao didn't even think and directly stood on the new student's side, which showed just how terrifying the forces behind this new student were. Amidst the murmurs of the crowd, a girl from the enforcement team next to Su Yuntao impatiently glared at Huang Jiajiao. Hurry up, don't waste our time. Are you going to swipe your card or use equipment to offset? Saying this, she directly handed her campus card to Huang Jiajiao. You all teamed up to bully me. Finally, Huang Jiajiao couldn't hold back and burst into tears. However, her little trick was useless in the eyes of the enforcement team. Soon, a level 30 diamond quality pendant was handed to Chu Jing, while Huang Jiajiao was dragged away by the enforcement team like a dead dog. Boss, this equipment is worth at least 1500 contribution points. Chu Jing immediately felt that the pendant was a bit too hot to handle and wanted to return it to Lin Su. Just take it, the extra counts as interest, Lin Su said without even looking at the pendant. With his financial resources, equipment of this quality, ha! Just as the two were talking, Long Yichan ran back excitedly. Boss, I've already made an appointment with that guy. He said as long as we have enough contribution points, he's free anytime. Lin Su squinted, a cold smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. Good. I'll head to the arena after I take the mission. After saying that, Lin Su strode towards a relatively small screen. The screen he was heading towards was a task that had long been uncompleted and had a very high casualty rate. Seeing this scene, Long Yichen was about to remind him when he saw Lin Su directly take out his campus card and swipe it on the machine in front of the screen. Notification, 5-star difficulty task, explore the Bone Forest has been accepted. Notification, 5-star task, Misty Marsh has been accepted. One warning after another appeared in the task acceptance hall, and the students who were accepting tasks were immediately in an uproar. What the hell? Who is this? Are they crazy, going for 5-star difficulty tasks and taking so many at once? Yeah, how could anyone complete so many high difficulty tasks at once? Don't they know there's a penalty for not completing them? No one can finish all these tasks in a short time, this is definitely just for show. Boss, what are you doing? Long Yichen was also shocked by Lin Su's actions, feeling a wave of dizziness. Although he had complete confidence in Lin Su's strength, all tasks had time limits. In just a moment, Lin Su had cleared all the 5-star difficulty tasks from the leaderboard, a total of 15. The longest completion time for these tasks was only a week, and the task locations were all different. Even if Lin Su was powerful, it was absolutely impossible for him to complete so many tasks in such a short time. It should be known that failing to complete a task within the specified time would result in punishment. Although the penalties for high difficulty tasks were relatively light, having a dozen of them added up was still not pleasant. Boss, taking on so many tasks at once, we can't split our manpower. If we can't complete the accepted tasks, there will be penalties, Chu Jing reminded. Lin Su glanced at the troubled faces of Chu Jing and Long Yichen with surprise and then scoffed. Who said that tasks have to be done personally? Do you think I lack manpower? After saying this, he didn't even look at the students pointing at him and walked directly out of the task hall. Long Yichen and Chu Jing were stunned, and after exchanging a glance, they were both shocked. They simultaneously recalled the scene when they were surrounded by tens of thousands of puppet soldiers. Right, how could the boss possibly lack manpower? As long as the boss wanted, not to mention just executing a dozen exploration tasks, flattening those task locations in a short time would not be difficult at all. Leaving the task release hall, Lin Su did not rush to the arena but first headed towards his villa. Long Yichen and Chu Jing followed closely behind. Moments later, Lin Su returned to the small courtyard where his villa was located, and black mist surged as 200 Black Dragon Guild puppets appeared. Master! All the puppets knelt down in unison before Lin Su. This scene truly shocked Long Yichen and Chu Jing. They had some understanding of Lin Su's abilities and speculated that he could likely convert his killed targets into puppets. The appearance of so many human puppets meant that all these people had died at Lin Su's hands. Instinctively, Long Yichen used a detection technique to observe these puppets, only to feel a chill run down his spine when he found that all the detected information was a pile of question marks. If even their levels couldn't be displayed, didn't that mean these puppets' levels had all exceeded 50? They were definitely high-level professionals, and to think that so many had been taken down by their boss, just how terrifying was his strength? In an instant, Long Yichen felt a creeping sense of dread. Of course, if Long Yichen knew that the current number of puppets under Lin Su's command was actually counted in the thousands, he would probably be shocked enough to faint on the spot. The tasks were quickly distributed, and for these well-trained Black Dragon Guild puppets, executing such tasks was a piece of cake. Moments later, the members of the Black Dragon Guild, who formed teams freely, quickly left. Looking at the now empty courtyard, Xu Jing was left speechless. Boss, you just handed over the task authority to them like this. Isn't this considered cheating? Xu Jing was 100% sure that the puppets summoned by Lin Su could complete these tasks in a short time. However, this meant that the school's intention to use these tasks to train students would be completely thwarted. Once the school discovered this, they would undoubtedly intervene. Isn't there a rule against sending your summoned beasts to execute tasks? Lin Su shrugged nonchalantly in response. Lin Su naturally thought of the concerns that Xu Jing had. However, all the tasks he accepted were of relatively high danger. They would not affect the students who were accepting normal tasks in the task hall. On the other hand, summoning puppets was originally his ability. Although it made task execution easier, it did not violate any rules. That makes sense. After hesitating for a while, Xu Jing found herself at a loss for words. Let's go, take me to the arena, and inform that kid who gave you a black eye last time, Lin Su said to Long Yichen. Boss, are we going now? Don't you want me to introduce that kid's situation to you first? Long Yichen asked in surprise. Lin Su coldly waved his hand. No need. After saying that, he strode directly towards the school's arena. Come on, it's just dealing with a student. Did he really need to understand his opponent's strength in advance? Soon, led by Long Yichen and Xu Jing, Lin Su arrived at the gladiatorial arena in the school. The arena covered a vast area, with hundreds of platforms of various sizes. Beneath those platforms, a crowd of students was packed, eager to watch the matches. Boss, you guys are here. So, what are we going to do next? At that moment, Yuling squeezed out of the crowd, excitedly speaking to Lin Su. From childhood to now, whether at home or in school, Yuling and her friends had always been the center of attention. But upon arriving at Jing University, they suddenly became inconspicuous, and even their daily lives had become a problem. They all felt a surge of frustration, but with their current strength, they couldn't change the situation. Finally, their leader Lin Su had arrived, which gave them a sense of confidence. Now, they were all eager to make a splash in the campus of Jing University. Looking at the eager Yuling, Lin Su nodded calmly and asked, Have you and Xiong Zhuang found a bookmaker for the bets? Yes, over there, the one next to Xiong Zhuang. We've already placed 2 bets, Yuling said, clenching her small fist. Following Yuling's gaze, Lin Su quickly spotted the tall and sturdy Xiong Zhuang in the dense crowd. Beside Xiong Zhuang stood a thin boy with glasses perched on his nose, furiously jotting down notes in a small notebook. How did those 2 bets turn out? Did you win or lose? Lin Su asked casually. Just as his words fell, a dull thud echoed. One of the 2 fighters on the platform was knocked down by a punch and lay on the ground, unable to get up for a while. The blue team wins this match. A mechanical voice soon rang out around the arena. Yuling's face darkened, and she scratched her head, feeling a bit embarrassed. Ugh, bad luck this time. I bet on the wrong person and lost 50 contribution points. What about the last match? How much did you win? Before Lin Su could ask, Long Yichen interjected. Ugh, last time I lost 100. Yuling's face turned bright red. TCH. Long Yichen was speechless. It's fine. Lin Su gently patted Yuling's shoulder to comfort her. Contribution points are just that. This loss isn't a big deal. Moreover, losing a bit now isn't necessarily a bad thing. It could leave an impression of being a naive big spender on the bookmakers outside, which would only benefit their future actions. Just as Lin Su was contemplating this, a slightly mocking male voice rang out near them. Oh, isn't this our national college entrance examination second place? You're all healed up and ready to seek revenge so soon? Lin Su turned to the voice and saw a boy with a buzz cut looking at him and his friends with a sneer. Noticing Lin Su looking at him, the boy showed no sign of weakness. He crossed his arms, his muscles bulging. So, is this the so-called boss you mentioned? The top scorer of this year's college entrance examination? The boy arrogantly asked Long Yichen while tilting his chin towards Lin Su. Hey, kid, you better speak politely to our boss. Before Long Yichen could react, Xiong Zhuang, who had squeezed through the crowd upon seeing Lin Su, pushed the boy in the chest. Caught off guard, the boy stumbled back. Instantly, his companions were not pleased. Hey, you looking for death, huh? A hot-tempered boy named Shang grabbed Xiong Zhuang by the collar. Long Yichen was equally unwilling to back down, and a hammer crackling with electricity appeared in his hand. You want to fight? Then bring it on. Seeing Long Yichen draw his weapon, the boy's companions were equally unwilling to back down. In the next moment, almost everyone pulled out their respective weapons. As a battle beneath the arena was about to begin, a boy with glasses perched on his nose and a small notebook in hand struggled to push through the crowd, urging, "Everyone, fighting privately beneath the arena violates school rules. Can we resolve our grievances in the arena instead? With all this commotion, I can't conduct my business." Saying this, Wu Xiangyu shook the notebook he was holding. Indeed, with the two groups brought by Lin Su causing such a ruckus, everyone's attention was focused on them, and no one was placing bets anymore. "Everyone, put down your weapons. Private fighting beneath the arena will result in a 7-day detention." Just as the boy finished speaking, a stern voice rang out from behind the crowd. Everyone turned to see a group of 5 quickly making their way through the crowd. "Oh no, the enforcement team is here. The good show is over," someone in the crowd said, visibly disappointed at the sight of the approaching authority. "All right, brothers, put away your weapons. If there are grievances, we can settle them in the arena." Seeing the school's enforcement team approaching, the boy waved to his companions behind him. After that, he cast a haughty glance at Long Yichen and Xiong Zhuang, sneering, "But I wonder if these guys over here dare to fight. All right, bring it on. You can choose between a one-on-one or a group fight." Long Yichen's face flushed red, just about to speak when he heard Lin Su coldly laugh. "Ha, you first-year newbies actually think you can take us on in a group fight? Ha, you really don't know the heights of heaven or depths of the earth." After Lin Su finished speaking, Yu burst out laughing. They, as upperclassmen, had gone through countless brutal battles to pass the school's final tests. Even disregarding combat power, their teamwork far surpassed that of these first-year students. Facing Yu's arrogant attitude, Lin Su remained unfazed. He sneered and decisively stepped onto the arena. Seeing Lin Su's calm demeanor, Yu was taken aback, but after a moment's hesitation, he jumped onto the arena with a proud expression. "Kid, you've got guts, but a group fight would be too much of a bully. I choose to duel you." After checking Lin Su's attributes again, Yu gave his answer. He was certain that Lin Su was just an ordinary summoner who didn't know his own limits, and he could easily take him down. But if they chose a group fight, who knew if some upperclassmen would suddenly jump in from the shadows to join Lin Su's side and beat them up? After all, similar situations had occurred before. "Alright, then it's a duel. I'll bet 500 contribution points on this round," Lin Su said, his expression as calm as a still pond. As soon as Lin Su's words fell, Yu's eyelids involuntarily twitched, and the students watching from below couldn't help but gasp. Contribution points weren't a small amount, but they weren't exactly a lot either. It was equivalent to 2.5 months' living expenses, and whichever side lost would surely feel the pinch. However, this wasn't the point that truly shocked the audience. This was Lin Su's first time facing off against the opponent, and with both sides unsure of each other's strength, it was quite unwise to place such a heavy bet right from the start. Almost everyone labeled Lin Su as foolish and rich. Yet, in the face of this situation, Long Yichen and the others below were equally puzzled. What the hell? Why did the boss only bet 500 contribution points? Xiong Zhuang couldn't help but be the first to ask. In his mind, it was a given that their boss would win the match, so regardless of the stakes, they were bound to win. However, Lin Su had only bet 500 contribution points. Xiong Zhuang believed that unless the opponent was a complete fool, they would never dare to fight again after realizing the huge gap in strength between themselves and their boss. In other words, this was a one-time deal, yet Lin Su had only bet 500 contribution points. Did we agree to empty each other's pockets? How can we empty them like this? Just as Xiong Zhuang was feeling dejected, he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his foot. Yu Ling had stepped on him hard. "Shut up! With your pig brain, do you think you can question the boss's decision?" Yu Ling retorted angrily. "Ha, right, even if the boss explained it to you, would you understand?" Long Yichen added a jab to Xiong Zhuang's heart. Xiong Zhuang's face turned red with frustration as he pretended to be serious and looked at Long Yichen and Yu Ling, dissatisfied. "Fine, then what do you think the boss means by this?" Long Yichen and Yu Ling exchanged glances and fell silent. They were just as confused about Lin Su's actions, but one thing they firmly believed was that if Lin Su said he would empty the opponent, he would definitely follow through. Hey, you guys, that's your teammate up there, are you interested in placing a bet?" While they were talking, Wu Xiangyu, wearing glasses and holding a small notebook, approached with a smile and asked tentatively, "What are the odds?" Upon seeing Wu Xiangyu, Yu Ling's interest was piqued, and she asked. 1. Wu Xiangyu pushed his glasses up and replied decisively. He had already started calculating based on the information he had before Lin Su and Yu stepped onto the stage. Although Lin Su was the top scorer in the college entrance examination, there was very little information about him, which led to such relatively safe odds. So, if I bet 100 contribution points on our boss winning, and our boss actually wins, I would get 150 contribution points, plus the 100 I bet, making it 250 contribution points? Yu Ling asked. Yes, exactly, and as teammates, we should support our own, right? Wu Xiangyu, well-versed in business, played the emotional card with a grin. What gives you the right to? Realizing that Wu Xiangyu actually thought their boss would lose more than win, Xiong Zhuang was furious and was about to explode when Long Yichen stopped him. Say less, don't forget the boss told you to listen to Yuling. Long Yichen reminded him. Calmly, Yuling glanced at Lin Su on the stage and then said directly, alright, we bet 1,000 contribution points, betting on our boss to win. After saying that, she handed over her campus card. Hey, good, that's generous. Wu Xiangyu was instantly delighted at the large bet of contribution points. Okay, 500 contribution points it is. Quickly entering the amount on the main console at the side of the stage, Niayu decisively confirmed. Please prepare, the match will officially start in 10 seconds. As the mechanical voice echoed from the stage, a countdown appeared. Niayu sneered coldly, donning his silver armor, and a massive battle axe gleaming with cold light appeared in his hand. The moment Niayu finished equipping himself, gasps erupted from the audience. Every piece of equipment on Niayu was top-notch, especially the battle axe in his hand, which, although of diamond quality, had reached the pinnacle of that quality, even faintly radiating a dazzling light. The 10 seconds given by the stage was for both contestants to equip themselves. After hesitating for a moment, Lin Su chose not to equip himself but instead began to rapidly search his mind. An opponent like Niayu wasn't worth him personally taking action. Among his hundreds of thousands of puppet army, pulling out any one of them would absolutely leave Niayu in ruins. But Lin Su had no intention of doing that. If he made Niayu lose too badly this time, the opponent would definitely not take the bait again. With that thought, Lin Su used the Eye of the Demon again to check Niayu's attributes. Level, Berserker, Profession enhanced once, Skills average, Combat power average. His gaze quickly swept through the list of his summons, directly excluding puppets above level 40. Lin Su's idea led to hundreds of thousands of puppet troops being directly eliminated. Nowadays, the insect race hatched from his insect nest is born with levels, and they are definitely higher than Niayu's. Even if he lets a little more water flow, the high-level defense is there. Who knows if Niayu can handle it? A weak opponent is truly a headache. While cursing in his heart, Lin Su directly used his thoughts to give a command to Yila. Make a level 33 insect race puppet for me in the county town, immediately, right now. At the border insect nest, the moment Yila received Lin Su's order, her eyes suddenly opened wide as she had been resting with her eyes closed in the insect nest. At the same time, Lin Su's command was conveyed by her at the fastest speed, and all other ongoing work in the insect nest unrelated to this was halted. Perhaps frightened by Lin Su's strange methods, the abyss had been unusually calm during the days Lin Su was away, with no further actions. Meanwhile, with the support of Wu Weigua, Yila received a continuous supply of beast corpses, and the decomposition chamber of the insect nest never stopped, with all the transformed heavy ancestral energy crystals being used to elevate the insect race's ranks. Coupled with the new genetic samples obtained, a large number of brand new types of insect race puppets were created. In just these few days, the combat power of the insect nest army had made a qualitative leap. Yila, what happened? Why did you stop all the ongoing work in the insect nest? Almost in the blink of an eye after Yila issued the command, a striking figure in silver armor appeared beside her at an almost imperceptible speed, asking warily. As the highest combat power within the insect nest, Inar bore the heavy responsibility of protecting Yila and was always attentive to the movements of the insect nest and its surroundings. Noticing that Yila had issued a strange command, she hurried over to check the situation. This is the master's order, he needs a level 33 low-level puppet, and I am having the incubation room hatchet, Yila explained, glancing at the tense Inar. However, after hearing Yila's explanation, Inar was even more puzzled. What does the master need such a low-level puppet for? Inar asked directly. Currently, Lin Su had hundreds of thousands of puppets at his disposal, and any one of them was stronger than hatching a new level 33. Thinking of this, Inar's eyes lit up, reminding her, maybe the master wants to test the results of our recent genetic fusion. Yila, you must not disappoint the master, bring out the best. Yila nodded in agreement. Yes, that's right, I think so too. Don't worry, the puppet I fused this time will definitely satisfy the master. At Jingda, just as the countdown on the arena was about to end, Lin Su received a reply that Yila had completed the hatching. Without even having time to check, without any hesitation, Lin Su pulled the summoning list all the way down and directly chose to summon. Haha, what's wrong, kid? Now you know fear, not even daring to wear your armor? It's too late, even so, I won't hold back. I'll definitely make you regret it later, haha. On the arena, Niayu laughed madly at Lin Su, who stood still without moving. Just as his words fell, the light and shadow in front of Lin Su twisted, and then a half-human tall, black and white furry ball plopped down to the ground. At that moment, everyone remembered that Lin Su was a summoner. Could this be his summon creature? Unconsciously, all eyes fell on the furry ball in front of Lin Su. Perhaps sensing that it had become the center of attention, the furry ball wriggled a couple of times and gradually unfolded. First appeared its limbs, followed by its furry head and tail. When the furry ball completely unfurled, everyone, including Lin Su, finally saw its true form. Silence, a deathly silence enveloped the scene. Nyeyu laughed so hard he almost doubled over. Ahaha, husky, your summon is actually a husky? You think you can defeat me with this thing? Ha ha ha. Accompanied by Nyeyu's laughter, the students watching below also burst into laughter. Lonnie-chan and the others looked speechless. What the hell? What kind of madness is this? This is a battle arena, and he brings out such a fierce summon to try to cutely defeat his opponent? Yuling couldn't help but say. Lonnie-chan's mouth twitched as well. He immediately used a detection spell to check the attributes of the adorable husky. Name, Hybrid Demon Wolf, level, 33, rank, 4, attack, defense? Looking at the pile of question marks revealed by the detection, Lonnie-chan's eyelids twitched. Logically, he should be able to detect the attributes of a level 33 summon, but perhaps due to the opponent's high rank, he could only see a bunch of question marks in front of the Hybrid Demon Wolf. It's actually a rank 4 summon. Wow, I feel like the combat power of this husky created by the boss must be quite high. Yes, definitely. Although he felt uncertain, out of trust in Lin Su, Lonnie-chan said this against his better judgment. Meanwhile, on the arena, looking at the husky that was adorably rubbing against his pant leg, Lin Su's forehead twitched. He used the Eye of Magic to scan the attributes of the Hybrid Demon Wolf and was stunned. What the hell is this perverse thing? Just as Lin Su was frantically complaining in his heart, Nyeyu had completely lost the desire to mock Lin Su. Now, his only thought was to end this farce quickly. Kid, die. Nyeyu roared, flipping his long-handled battle axe and leaping towards Lin Su with a downward strike. At the same time, Lin Su sneered and commanded the Hybrid Demon Wolf. Go! Awooh! Following Lin Su's command, the Hybrid Demon Wolf let out a cute bark and charged straight at Nyeyu. Good, good, good. You brought your pet husky right to my door. Nyeyu thought to himself, a fierce glint flashing in his eyes as he watched the husky pounce towards him. He swung his axe down hard at the Hybrid Demon Wolf's head. Ah! Below the arena, some timid girls gasped in shock. Although everyone had stepped onto the arena over the corpses of exotic beasts and had seen plenty of bloody scenes, those were all ugly beasts, so no one felt much psychological pressure. But now, seeing a clearly pet-level adorable husky about to be split in half, many felt a pang of sympathy. Thinking this, quite a few people simply closed their eyes. However, at that moment, with a clang, the expected scream of the husky did not sound. Instead, there was a sharp metallic ringing of metal clashing, followed by Nyeyu's incredulous exclamation of what the hell? Confused, everyone quickly opened their eyes, only to see Nyeyu being forced back, sliding over 10 meters on the ground before finally stopping. And on his chest armor, there were 3 deep claw marks. What the hell? That armor on Nyeyu is diamond-level equipment. How is this even possible? What just happened? A student who had heavily bet on Nyeyu's victory exclaimed, grabbing his companion and shaking him frantically. Ha, husky, what the hell? Look clearly, what the hell is that thing fighting Nyeyu? His companion swallowed hard, his face twitching. As his words fell, everyone turned to the other side of the arena, gasping in shock. In the blink of an eye, the once seemingly harmless and adorable husky had undergone a drastic transformation. Its height, which had only reached an ordinary person's calf, had now surged to nearly 2 meters, and that was still with it on all fours. If the hybrid magic wolf stood up at this moment, it would reach at least 5 meters in height. However, more shocking than its size was the aura it exuded. At this moment, its fangs were bared, and its eyes radiated a chilling light that could freeze the soul. Its originally fluffy paws had extended several sharp bone spurs, each about an inch long. What the hell is this breed of summoned beast? It can even transform? A boy exclaimed in astonishment to his companion, who was also a summoner. The companion shook his head, indicating he didn't know either, but soon he seemed to figure something out and smiled nonchalantly, dismissing the rival. I don't know what breed of summoned beast this is, but it's obvious that the guy on stage wants to use his pet's transformation ability to first intimidate Nyeyu and then take the opportunity to deliver a fatal blow. The good news is that the freshman from the first year indeed managed to make his opponent underestimate him, but unfortunately, he didn't seize the moment. But it's a pity that his timing was off, and the attack power of the summoned beast is still a bit lacking. Now the internal entertainment has taken precautions, and there's no suspense left for the upcoming battle. The boy explained with great seriousness, causing many classmates around to nod in agreement. However, in reality, Lin Su had no intention of letting the hybrid magic wolf fight. Unlike ordinary creatures, the insect race from the hatchery didn't need to learn, their combat skills were ingrained in their genes. This is why they understood how to fight from birth. The focus returned to the highly anticipated arena. After being unexpectedly repelled by a counterattack from the hybrid magic wolf, he was now bleeding and sweating coldly from his forehead. The reason for his internal bleeding was that the battle had just begun, and his equipment had already been damaged after just one exchange. If this continued in a normal fight, even if he won this arena match, the cost of repairing his equipment would far exceed the 500 contribution points he would earn from victory. Of course, if he lost the match, he would pay even more, and he would lose face in front of his classmates. For someone like him, who was among the top fighters in the second year, losing to a freshman who had just enrolled would undoubtedly invite ruthless mockery from those students he had previously looked down upon. This was something he absolutely did not want to see, nor could he accept. Additionally, what shocked Nyeyu was that his opponent, or rather, the opponent's summon creature, was indeed formidable. That seemingly harmless and cute husky could not only transform but also forced him to retreat with just one attack, nearly causing him to fall. Sharp, brutal, and deceptively cunning, that was his current evaluation of the hybrid magic wolf. However, the good thing was that since his opponent chose to attack him in this way, it proved that the opponent was also quite wary of his strength. On this point, he and the boy who was analyzing the situation with great bravado were in complete agreement. Calculating all this in his mind, Nyeyu made up his mind. He would go for a quick victory, not only to win but to win beautifully. This kid is quite insidious, using such despicable means. But if your summoned beast key only has this level of strength, oh, damn. Just as Nyeyu was boasting to Lin Su, the hybrid magic wolf, which had no understanding of human affairs, suddenly launched a sneak attack on Nyeyu. Originally, it had intended to sneak around to the opponent's back while Professor Liang was chattering away, but after thinking it over, it stopped its steps to protect its master. Not allowing its master to suffer any emotional harm was the most sacred principle engraved in its being, without exception. Seeing that its master had no intention of dealing forcefully with Professor Liang, the hybrid magic wolf opened its mouth, and two massive wind blades shot towards Nyeyu at lightning speed. Facing the situation head-on infuriated Lin Su, while the good driver, Nyeyu, sought to exploit his opponent's vulnerabilities, the control of the hybrid demon wolf suddenly shrank. He never expected that Lin Su would be so shameless as to strike while he was speaking. In the blink of an eye, Nyeyu rolled on the spot, narrowly avoiding the two razor-sharp wind blades from the hybrid demon wolf, which came at him from an awkward angle. Just as he was about to unleash a torrent of curses in his fury, an even more unexpected scene unfolded. The fourth, fifth, sixth, seventh, and eighth wind blades followed in quick succession. Engraved in the gold and silver of the hybrid demon wolf, the battle was not about victory or defeat, but about life and death. It didn't care whether its actions were shameless. The concept of shamelessness didn't even exist in its dictionary. The clang of wind blades colliding with the metallic surface of the arena echoed continuously, and deep gashes marred the ground everywhere. In just a few breaths, the once arrogant Nyeyu now looked utterly miserable. He was relentlessly pursued by the hybrid demon wolf's wind blades, jumping around the arena like a clown in a circus. Moreover, due to several previous missteps, he had deep, technological scars scraped into his arms and thighs by the wind blades, and his once shiny silver armor was now stained with large patches of blood, looking exceptionally tragic. Witnessing this scene, the onlookers, including Wang Hong and Gage, were left dumbfounded. The direct confrontation could push Nyeyu back, proving the terrifying combat ability of the hybrid demon wolf, and now it was using wind blades for long-range attacks. Moreover, looking at the wounds on Nyeyu, it was clear that the attack power of these wind blades was equally terrifying, further reshaping the onlookers' understanding of the hybrid demon wolf. Damn it, kid, you're cheating. Just wait until the husky powers up, and see how I deal with you. Nyeyu, while awkwardly dodging the hybrid demon wolf's attacks, gritted his teeth and spat out threats at Lin Su. In contrast, Lin Su had not given any commands to the hybrid demon wolf since the battle began, nor had he changed his position at all. In fact, he hardly paid attention to the chaotic battle between Nyeyu and the hybrid demon wolf, appearing utterly bored throughout. Of course, Lin Su's demeanor was not due to idleness. He was inquiring about the current situation of Yila's promotion through medical thoughts. After learning about Yila's sufficient development progress, he was completely shocked by the other party's boundless creativity. The hybrid demon wolf was called hybrid because it almost combined all the combat genes of the current insect race. The current form of the hybrid demon wolf was not yet complete. In other words, it could still undergo secondary and tertiary transformations. After transforming again, it would not only possess the combat ability of an insect hunter and the long-range attack capability of a demon wolf but also integrate genes from heavy artillery armored insects, as well as parts of the demon concealment and hellfire dragon genes. From a purely genetic perspective, the hybrid demon wolf was already the pinnacle of the current insect nest. However, Lin Su felt a bit regretful that such a monster consumed enormous resources to create, making mass production impossible, and the failure rate of hatching was relatively high. After understanding the general situation of the insect nest, Lin Su nodded in satisfaction. With the current rate of development, a counterattack against the abyss was just around the corner. With a light chuckle, he cast aside his chaotic thoughts and returned his gaze to the arena, only to frown involuntarily. In the time it took for him to act, Nyeyu had already been pushed back to the corner by the hybrid demon wolf, on the verge of falling off the stage. It couldn't be this easy to win, let it go, quickly let it go, Lin Su thought, issuing a direct order to the demon wolf. On Nyeyu's side, just as he was about to be cornered by the hybrid demon wolf, the previously sharp wind blades suddenly lost their power. Nyeyuson let out a sigh of relief, and suddenly his eyes brightened. He was all too familiar with this situation, it was clearly a sign that his mana was nearly depleted. In that case, the moment for his counterattack had arrived. Oh my, what's going on? Why has that husky's combat power suddenly dropped so much? Ha, it's out of mana, it's out of mana. I told you, how could Nyeyu possibly lose to a summoned beast that's 2 levels lower than him? Right, there's hope now. My contribution points betting on Nyeyu's victory are safe. Go, Nyeyu. Seeing this scene on the arena, the students watching below immediately stirred, and those who had heavily bet on Nyeyu's victory were especially overjoyed. Kid, your summoned beast is out of mana, right? Die. As the wind blade spat out by the hybrid demon wolf landed on him without causing any damage, Nyeyu laughed wildly, swinging his battle axe towards Lin Su. A wolf howl echoed throughout the arena. The hybrid demon wolf lunged at Nyeyu recklessly. Although it didn't understand why its master didn't let it finish off Professor Liang directly, there was one thing it couldn't accept, that someone dared to harm its master. The next moment, the blade-to-blade battle began. As the leader of the second-year students, Nyeyu's combat power was no joke, especially with his progress. After being ambushed once, he had already set aside his underestimation of the hybrid demon wolf, and for a time, he pushed the hybrid demon wolf back step by step. Finally, with a bang, Nyeyu kicked the hybrid demon wolf in the abdomen. The hybrid demon wolf let out a miserable howl and rolled across the arena, sliding more than 10 meters away. Struggling to get up, the hybrid demon wolf seemed to have sustained serious injuries from that blow, and after a couple of attempts, it couldn't succeed. Your summoned beast is quite strong, but compared to me, it's still lacking. So, tell me, do you want to admit defeat yourself, or do you want me to send you down? Nyeyu, panting heavily, stopped his attack and looked at Lin Su with arrogance. For summoners, their own combat power was generally much weaker than that of their summoned beasts, even negligible. Therefore, after defeating the hybrid demon wolf, Nyeyu didn't plan to attack Lin Su again, at least not for the time being. What he wanted was for Lin Su to admit defeat voluntarily. That way, he would not only win the match but also gain a reputation for being magnanimous. However, looking at the spirited Nyeyu, Lin Su merely smiled indifferently and then pointed his chin towards the direction where the hybrid demon wolf had fallen. Nyeyu was puzzled and instinctively glanced in the direction Lin Su indicated, his pupils suddenly contracting. The hybrid demon wolf, which had just been lying on the ground half dead, had vanished. How could this be possible? It's behind you, idiot, Lin Su said with a sneer, disdainfully. Damn! Nyeyu was startled and turned around abruptly. Gasps erupted, and many of the onlooking students even covered their eyes. Just as Nyeyu was boasting to Lin Su, the injured hybrid demon wolf had circled around to the opponent's back. In the instant Nyeyu turned, the hybrid demon wolf lunged at him fiercely. Unsurprisingly, Nyeyu was directly pinned beneath the arena. Nyeyu has fallen from the arena, the battle is over, and the winner of this match is Lin Su from the Dragon Academy. The emotionless mechanical voice rang out above everyone's heads. 500 contribution points were credited, and Lin Su smiled faintly, jumping down from the arena. Damn, cheating! You used tricks to ambush me! Seeing the battle had ended, Nyeyu's face turned beet red as he cursed at Lin Su. Right, ambush, shameless. No face, this match doesn't count. Some students who had bet on Nyeyu's victory were equally indignant. If it weren't for the campus rules prohibiting students from fighting privately, these people would have definitely torn Lin Su apart on the spot. However, seeing the enraged crowd, Lin Su merely smiled faintly, indifferent. Is there a rule against sneak attacks in the arena? Losing is losing, what's the use of barking like a dog now? Right, my boss is right. The victor takes all, who said sneak attacks are not allowed. Isn't that so? What's wrong with a sneak attack? Why don't you mention that you're still in the 2nd grade? As Lin Su was besieged by a group of students, Longy took the opportunity to step in and help. Although he hadn't figured out why his boss chose to win in such an embarrassing way, his boss was always right, and that was a must. You guys. Seeing Lin Su's smug expression, Nyeyu was so furious he nearly spat blood. Hee, thanks for your contribution points, I'm leaving, idiot. Lin Su was too lazy to continue tangling with Nyeyu and turned to leave. You stop right there. Nyeyu gasped, blocking Lin Su's path. He couldn't swallow the anger of being taken advantage of and then let the other run away. What, you can't take the loss and are planning to settle the score? Lin Su looked Nyeyu up and down, sneering. Nyeyu's face turned red. It was the first time he had been publicly humiliated in front of so many classmates. After a moment of hesitation, he gritted his teeth and said, "No, you can't leave. I was careless just now, I want to compete with you again." Right, let's have another match. Exactly, sincerely, let's have another round. The companions behind Lin Su also began to chime in. Losing to a first-year freshman who had just enrolled was indeed frustrating. But on the other hand, Lin Su's tactics were truly shameless, and from the start of the match until now, he had always worn an infuriating expression. This has led many students to want to see him make a fool of himself in public, especially those who lost contribution points.